Chapter 1. Strengthening begins with 10 million thrusts. Hey, ha, hey, ha. As the sun rose, the youthful sounds of exertion once again captured Tang San's attention. Before him was a little girl with twin ponytails, her delicate hands gripping a wooden stick taller than herself, relentlessly thrusting it towards a scarecrow. This spirited girl was named Yuxing. No one knew who her parents were one day. A basket appeared at the village entrance, containing an infant girl, her clothing inscribed with the name Yuxingha. The kind-hearted villagers took her in, nurturing her in turn, and thus Yuxingha grew up on the sustenance of many families. What none of the villagers anticipated was that their moment of kindness would, years later, yield them remarkable retribution. Yuxingha was born with exceptional intelligence by the age of 1. She could articulate her thoughts, and by 3, she was offering solutions to enhance the villagers' lives, instructing them in trade, animal husbandry, and agriculture, transforming their impoverished Saint Soul village into a well-known, prosperous community. Consequently, the villagers regarded her as their lucky charm. From a young age, Yuxingha was unlike other children. She rarely engaged in play with her peers. Instead, after resolving various villagers' concerns, she would often be found alone, brandishing a sharpened stick, thrusting at the scarecrow or into the air. Was she practicing her marksmanship? Had Yuxingha been privy to Tang San's thoughts, she would undoubtedly have scoffed, uninformed. I am wielding a spear. 1001, 1220. The early morning's temperature held a refreshing chill. Yet Yuxingha remained undeterred, wisps of steam rising from her small head as sweat cascaded down, soaking her garments. Hey, Xingha, still training, are you? What can you possibly achieve by thrusting like that every day? Tang San, also a traveler from another world and a martial arts master in his previous life, respected Yu Zhang's unwavering dedication to her training over the past 3 years. However, from his perspective, practicing a single thrust for 3 consecutive years seemed a waste of time. Mind your own business. As usual, Yuxingha offered her customary retort. With another fruitless encounter, Tang San shook his head and returned to his own training of the Xintian skill. Tang San and Yuxingha were of the same age, and given that both were travelers living in the same village, one would expect their relationship to be quite close. However, everything changed when Yuxingha turned 4 from a young age. She had been physically frail, often succumbing to fainting spells. As her friend, Tang San resolved to sneak into Yu Zhang's room under the cover of night, using the precious inner strength he had cultivated through the Xintian skill to secretly nourish her body. It is well known that a child's meridians are delicate, and the risks of cultivation are immense. Every bit of inner strength takes considerable time to develop. Yet, in this moment, Tang San was prepared to utilize this hard-earned energy to nurture his dear friend, an act of profound friendship that would earn the admiration of anyone who heard of it. Upon hearing this, Yuxingha could not help but feel an overwhelming urge to give Tang San a well-deserved reprimand. I considered you a close friend, yet you took advantage of my training to mimic that fellow Shao and attempt to take advantage of me. Though I may be young and possess a captivating charm that draws admiration from all, that does not justify your intentions. Tang San, with utmost sincerity, proclaimed, I swear by the heavens, even if I were to leap from a precipice, I would never harbor impure thoughts towards a mere 4-year-old girl. From that moment forth, Yuxingha chose to maintain her distance from Tang San. Upon counting to 5,000, Yuxingha concluded her training and returned home for a meal. When it comes to eating, Yu Zhang's appetite is nothing short of remarkable. While most children of 4 or 5 would be satiated after a bowl of rice and a few morsels of vegetables, she, despite her petite stature, could consume enough to rival 3 robust laborers. This was rather normal until she awakened her extraordinary abilities at the age of 3, which led to a significant increase in her appetite. This insatiable hunger was also the driving force behind her relentless efforts to uplift Shenghan village from poverty. Her motivations were not rooted in altruism, but rather in necessity. Otherwise, she risked becoming the first-time traveler in history to perish from starvation. The greatest advantage of being a lucky charm is that everyone strives to support and cater to you. For instance, after a morning of vigorous training, a famished Yuxingha made her way to the humble abode of village elder Jack. Grandfather Jack, haven't you often lamented about your geese escaping lately? Indeed, clever and delightful little Xingha. Do you have any good ideas? If we catch one of the runaway geese and, in front of the others, dispatch it, then prepare a delicious pot of stew, I guarantee the rest will remain obedient. Oh my, that suggestion is quite cruel. Can we consider an alternative? Fair enough. Then let us roast the goose instead. Watching as the goose he had nurtured for so long was slaughtered, tears involuntarily streamed down Elder Jack's cheeks. After indulging in a hearty meal, It was time for the afternoon's labor. For the most pressing matter for Yu Xinghe was to complete the task assigned by the system at the earliest opportunity. With a swift motion of her hand, a virtual screen, visible only to her, materialized before her eyes. Name: Yu Xinghe. Age 5. Task: accumulate 10 million thrusts. Progress: 9. 905 00010 000 Reward: 1 energy gathering ring, 1 random profession. Profession: none. Energy: none. With a flick of her wrist, the virtual panel dissipated. After adding a few more logs to the fire, Yu Xinghe gazed into the blazing flames and murmured, only 9 more days remain to complete the task. I wonder what the energy gathering ring and profession will be, along with the martial spirit. I hope for something grand like a dragon god, a fallen angel, a chaotic azure lotus, or a death god, and not something useless like blue silvergrass. In the world of Douluo Continent, every individual possesses a martial soul, and the strength of this soul is often said to determine the course of one's destiny. Well, let fate take its course after I have done my part. Overthinking is futile after all. The nature of the martial soul will only be revealed upon awakening at present. The most pressing matter is to swiftly complete the tasks assigned by the system and discover the surprises that the energy gathering ring and the random profession might bestow upon me. Chapter 2. The infuriating energy gathering ring. Only 10,000 attempts remain to achieve the task, a mere day's time. Unfortunately, the heavens have not favored me, as a torrential downpour has commenced, accompanied by thunder. Yu Xinghe has an innate fear of thunder, for in her previous life, she met her demise by lightning to venture out or to remain indoors. That is the dilemma. One might wonder, if it is raining outside, why not practice indoors? Yu Xinghe has tried, yet practice within the confines of her home does not count. It must be conducted in an open environment. Ultimately, her yearning for the golden opportunity quelled her dread of thunder. Having traversed to another realm, could the deities of thunder truly follow her here? With this thought, Yu Xinghe grasped the smooth wooden spear she had polished and stepped outside. The rain poured relentlessly, and the wind howled fiercely. Raindrops, as large as beans, struck her face with a stinging sensation. Come on, I am not afraid. Defying the tempest, Yu Xinghe resumed her practice of thrusting. The gale rustled the trees and swayed the rice stalks in the fields, and naturally, the signboard of the blacksmith shop, adorned with the image of a hammer, rattled in the wind. Tang San lifted the lid of the pot, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Seeing that the porridge was ready, he was about to call his father to dinner, but this time, just as his mouth opened, Tang Hao, looking disheveled and despondent, emerged on his own. Mornings are Tang Hao's designated sleeping hours, and each mealtime requires Tang San to summon him, otherwise he would sleep until the afternoon. Father, why are you up so early today? Tang Hao, however, paid no heed to Tang San's inquiry, bypassing him entirely to open the window, his bleary eyes squinting as he gazed out at the distant figure practicing with a spear. The rain fell in torrents, and the clouds obscured the sun. Although it was morning, the darkness resembled that of night, rendering it impossible for an ordinary person to discern the small figure in the distance unless one were to catch a glimpse illuminated by a flash of lightning. Father, what are you looking at? Curious about his father's fixation on the window, Tang San approached to see what had captured his attention. Tang Hao remained unresponsive. Noticing his father's silence, Tang San followed his gaze, catching only a vague outline of the trees on the distant hills. Just as Tang San presumed his father was merely passing the time, a bolt of lightning illuminated the scene, casting everything in bright light. This time, Tang San saw clearly. With his cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye, his vision surpassed that of ordinary people. In a fleeting moment illuminated by a flash of lightning, he glimpsed a small figure amidst the downpour. In such heavy rain, was she still training? Her health was already frail, and this deluge would undoubtedly make her ill. With this thought, Tang San picked up the tattered umbrella from home. Intent on stepping outside to make tea that moment, Tang Hao spoke up. Xiao San, where do you think you're going? Father, if Xiao Yu continues like this, she will fall sick. She's a clever girl if you can think of it. Do you believe she cannot? Sit down and eat. With that, Tang Hao sat down directly, scooping up a bowl of porridge, disregarding its temperature, and gulped it down. Since his father had spoken so, Tang San had no choice but to relent. After finishing his meal, Tang Hao wiped his mouth and instructed, take on any tasks that come your way, I will take care of them in the afternoon. He then turned to head back inside. Father, what else is there? May I use this piece of iron? Do you wish to forge? Yes. Gazing into Tang San's resolute eyes, Tang Hao smiled faintly after a moment of contemplation. However, The smile was so subtle that it could scarcely be called a smile. It was merely a slight curve at the corners of his lips. Very well. Then let me ask you. After a series of inquiries to ensure Tang San's intentions were genuine and not a fleeting whim, Tang Hao placed another ordinary chunk of iron on the forge. Xiao San, since you wish to learn the art of forging, let's start by hammering this iron ingot 10,000 times. S. Tang San activated his Shantian skill and struck the first blow. Yu Xing's spear pointed skyward. With the crack of thunder, Yu Xinghe was so startled that she forgot to count, her embarrassment transforming into anger as she thrust her spear into the heavens. Take that for scaring me. The best way to dispel fear is to confront it. In that moment, Yu Xinghe began to grasp the meaning of the saying from the winter swimming pigeon. As the wooden spear pierced the sky for the first time, it felt as though a shackle had been released, akin to exchanging the eerie soundtrack of a horror film for a vibrant folk melody. In any case, Yu Xinghe was no longer afraid of thunder. Having set aside her burdens, she thrust her spear with renewed vigor into the tempestuous sky. The rain persisted for half a day, and Yu Xinghe continued her thrust for an equal duration. When the wind ceased, the rain abated, and the clouds parted, a notification rang in Yu Xing's mind. Mission accomplished. Reward. 1 energy convergence ring profession. Battle mage. In the next instant, a bracelet materialized on Yu Xing's fair wrist. The bracelet was extraordinarily pure, nearly transparent had it not been for its chilling touch. Yu Xinghe might have thought there was nothing at all on her wrist. Ding! Acquired 1 energy convergence ring. Energy sources detected nearby. Would you like to charge it? Such a fortunate occurrence. Of course, I shall charge it. What use would the energy convergence ring be to Yu Xinghe if it lacked energy? Subsequently, a deep rumble of thunder echoed above Yu Xinghe, the sound resonating with a profound, low timbre, akin to the whimper of a vicious dog sensing an unfamiliar presence. Wait, could this possibly be electrical energy? Yu Xinghe gazed skyward, observing the ominously roiling clouds overhead, a sense of foreboding swelling in his heart. Boom! A dazzling bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, connecting earth to sky, and struck directly at a girl wielding a wooden spear. Crackling. After a brief encounter with the photo service, a figure, charred and cloaked in an extravagant explosion of hair, exhaled a thick cloud of black smoke. System, I have chosen the path of a battle mage, not that of a lord of thunder. Chapter 3. The Elder's Teachings. Hastily returning home, Yu Xinghe quickly boiled water, intending to take a bath. Utilizing the time while the water heated, Yu Xinghe summoned his virtual panel. Name: Yu Xinghe. Age 5. Occupation: battle mage. Acquired skills: combat techniques, 500 energy. Mastery of combo techniques, 400 energy points. Pattern generation, 100 energy points. Radiant Dragon's Crescent, 1000 energy points. Current total energy, 2000 points. Energy can be used to enhance oneself. Initial points, 10. Energy. Absorption Ring. Stage 1 unlocked. Capable of absorbing lightning to recharge in the next stage, it can absorb solar energy. Note: only energy devoid of will can be absorbed. Task: defeat Tang San once every week until the martial soul awakens. Progress: 052. Reward: unlock stage 2 of the energy absorption ring. Initially filled with joy, Yu Xing's expression darkened upon reviewing the task. One must wonder, did the system think her life was too easy? Defeating Tang San once a week. Would Tang Hao allow that? Even Zhao Wuji faced repercussions after bullying Tang San just once, being summoned for a talk by Tang Hao. Reflecting on this, Yu Xinghe wore a faintly sorrowful expression as she envisioned a scene. Tang Hao brandishing his 40-meter Haotian hammer, declaring, "Little girl, do not accuse me, Tang, of bullying you. I shall allow you a head start of 39 meters. Then, with a single strike, Yu Xinghe would be reduced to mere paper. System: can this task be abandoned? If the current task is not completed, the next task will never refresh. Yu Xinghe. Just as she contemplated prioritizing her skill acquisition, the system prompted again. It is advisable for the host to first enhance their abilities as skills like combat. Techniques are passive in nature, in literary terms. They are akin to insights with the host's current limited intellect. A sudden influx of combat understanding may result in a mind overwhelmed with muscle. Grateful for the system's rare display of consideration, Yu Xinghe felt her grievances regarding the previous task diminish slightly. Who would have thought you were actually looking out for me? No. Only when your body is restored will you be spared from being crushed by Haotian Douluo's hammer. Yu Xinghe, shall we commence the enhancement? Yes. During the initial enhancement. Ding. Successfully enhanced at the cost of 10 energy points. As the success notification echoed, Yu Xinghe felt an exhilarating sensation akin to relaxing beneath a tree on a sweltering day, with a gentle breeze caressing his face. Continue. Enhancement in progress. Ding. Enhancement failed at the cost of 20 energy points. What? This enhancement can actually fail? How disappointing. If I fail multiple times, I won't be able to enhance at all. Host, every business venture carries its risks. In endeavor like enhancing oneself, with low investment and high returns, is bound to encounter failures, which is entirely normal. Moreover, rest assured that we will not gain energy points upon failure. Only upon success will the energy points for the next enhancement be doubled. Once I reach a certain level of enhancement, will I fall if I fail? Absolutely not. Then I can continue. Those who have ventured through the dungeons fear three things above all else: the abyssal head, network disconnections, and the failure of enhancements. The first two, while disheartening, are bearable. However, the latter can truly be a source of vexation. Consider the countless hours and resources invested in crafting a weapon. Each enhancement feels akin to a trial by fire, and a failure results in utter devastation. Ding. The second enhancement succeeds. If the first success was akin to the refreshing breeze beneath a tree on a sweltering day, then the second success feels like stepping into an air-conditioned room amidst the heat. Ding. The third enhancement fails. Ding. The fourth enhancement fails. Ding. The fifth enhancement succeeds. With only 560 energy points remaining, Yu Xinghe decides to halt further enhancements. She has already reached the fifth stage, and with the energy left, she can only enhance once more. The sixth stage requires 320 points for each enhancement. As enhancements ascend in difficulty, the potential rewards grow, but so too does the likelihood of failure. Thus, with the remaining 560 energy points, Yu Xinghe opts to invest in learning a skill, combat techniques. As her energy dwindles to 60 points, a torrent of information floods into Yu Xinghe's mind. The overwhelming influx of knowledge leaves her utterly fatigued, and she struggles to reach her bed, finally collapsing onto it. This is the state she finds herself in after achieving the fifth stage of enhancement. Just before succumbing to slumber, Yu Xinghe silently rejoices. Had she recklessly attempted to learn the passive skill of combat techniques from the outset, she might have met the fate of Sleeping Beauty. In a dream, Yu Xinghe encountered an elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, garbed in pure white attire, reminiscent of a reclusive master of martial arts. "Little girl, have you inherited my combat skills?" he inquired. Your innate talent is commendable. Now, unleash your full strength upon me, so I may guide you in the art of combat." With that, Yu Xinghe launched a flurry of punches at the old man. Soon after, he collapsed to the ground, lamenting, "Child, you lack martial ethics. I hadn't even signaled the start, yet you attacked without warning. How can one behave so?" Observing the old gentleman on the ground, nursing his back, Yu Xinghe remarked with a twitch of her lips, "Grandpa, I have no money on me. Please do not attempt to swindle me." Upon hearing her words, the old man sprang up with a series of energetic leaps, seemingly determined to regain his dignity. However, he ultimately succumbed to embarrassment and self-destructed on the spot. In the aftermath, numerous figures emerged. Some wielded long spears with an aura of invincibility, while others swept through with their halberds, unstoppable, and yet others executed deft maneuvers, utilizing minimal effort to achieve maximum impact. At that moment, a somewhat awkward voice echoed from the old man, "Little girl, combat is merely a contest of speed, precision, and strength. In weaponry duels, the essence lies in contending for the central line, which essentially translates to vying for the shortest distance of attack between two opponents." Despite his earlier display being rather undignified, one could not deny the prowess he possessed. Perhaps he had once been a master of martial arts, but time had eroded his strength, rendering his body frail. Much like an aging professional esports player, possessing sharp awareness, yet unable to match the speed of his reflexes. In the realm of dreams, time seemed non-existent. The old man's fall could have occurred just a moment ago, or perhaps Yu Xinghe had been immersed in this dream for a century. Chapter 4. Captivating Tang Hao's attention thanks to a heavy rain that had fallen the previous day. The sky today was exceptionally clear. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the gaps of the wooden cabin, illuminating Yu Xinghe's delicate and charming visage, her eyes, sparkling with electric brilliance, slowly opened. With a soft, melodious murmur, she lazily stretched, reminiscent of a cat awakening from slumber. As the sound of cracking joints filled the air, Yu Xinghe nodded in satisfaction, for it signified her growth. Ah, yes. After her physical enhancement reached the fifth stage, Yu Xinghe found herself at a loss regarding her appearance. Contemplating this, She hurried to examine her reflection in the mirror. In its depths, a silver-haired little girl gazed back with a sorrowful expression, her watery eyes blinking softly. Beyond the unique vivacity characteristic of a child, there seemed to linger a hint of allure. Furthermore, Yu Xinghe noticed that she had grown significantly taller overnight. Her previously well-fitting top now revealed a glimpse of her snowy white abdomen. Most concerning to her, however, was the energy ring encircling her right wrist. In stark contrast to its initially nearly invisible transparency, the bracelet now shimmered like crystal, with wisps of white mist swirling within, reminiscent of morning fog enveloping distant hills. The energy ring was undeniably beautiful, though its only drawback was that it could not be removed. Nevertheless, it did not cause Yu Xinghe any discomfort. At this moment, she recalled that she had yet to have breakfast. With her enhanced physique, her appetite had also increased remarkably. After consuming 30 bowls of rice, 10 pounds of meat, and 5 plates of side dishes, she barely felt 8/10 full. Clearly, a hunting expedition was in order, otherwise, she might soon find herself without sustenance. In truth, given Yu Xinghe's standing, she could easily dine at anyone's home, as the villagers of St. Sol village regarded her as one of their own due to her contributions. However, she was acutely aware that her fifth-stage enhanced body demanded an astonishing amount of food. Furthermore, Yu Xinghe preferred not to burden others. So she resolved to embark on a hunting venture starting tomorrow to sate her hunger. Yet, before her hunting endeavors could commence, 2 matters required her attention. First, she needed a suitable spear. Second, she had to fulfill her weekly task of delivering a thrashing to Tang San. The only blacksmith in St. Sol village was Tang Hao, so Yu Xinghe could conveniently address both matters in one go. Tang San, come out. Hearing the familiar call, Tang San promptly emerged from his forge. Xinghe, who are you? He inquired, gazing at the silver-haired little girl before him, who bore an air of enchanting charm, leaving him bewildered. Noticing his confusion, Yu Xinghe couldn't help but scoff. It's only been one night, and you don't recognize your elder? Upon hearing her familiar tone, Tang San was instantly convinced that it was indeed Yu Xinghe, as no 5-year-old girl would refer to herself in such a manner. Xinghe, what's with your hair and your body? What happened? Nothing much, just consider me stronger now. By the way, I would like to ask Uncle Tang how to forge a spear for me. Pure steel, weighing around 100 pounds, please. Huh? Tang San momentarily questioned his hearing, wondering if he had been hammering metal for too long. Could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it. As Tang San scratched his ear, Yu Xinghe's eyes twinkled mischievously. She stepped closer to him, a playful smile on her face, and shouted into his ear, I told you. I want a pure steel spear weighing around 100 pounds. Thank you. Tang San recalled a creature known as the Hedong lion, whose roar rendered all living beings deaf. He couldn't help but suspect that Yu Xinghe was indeed the reincarnation of that very beast. All right, I understand. But why do you need such a heavy spear? Who will wield it? Of course, it will be me. You? Looking up at Yu Xinghe, who was slightly taller than him, Tang San suddenly inquired, how much do you weigh? About 50 pounds, I suppose. In truth, compared to other children her age, Yu Xinghe's weight was considerable, as she had a hearty appetite and engaged in daily exercise, setting her apart from her peers. Upon hearing her answer, Tang San felt an overwhelming urge to throttle her. You don't even weigh as much as the weapon. What would you do with it? What does it matter to you? Just let Uncle Tang Hao make it for me. I'm not foolish. If Uncle Tang is crafting it, I will surely need it. I won't agree unless you can prove it. A weapon weighing 100 pounds was beyond Tang San's capabilities, even with his burgeoning skills. The hammer his father wielded only weighed 60 pounds, and to lift it, he had to employ his Xian Tiangong. Even then, his strength allowed him just enough to strike a mere 100 blows. The thought of a girl, weighing only 50 pounds, trying to carry a 100-pound spear around was preposterous. All right, how should I prove it? Do I need to defeat you for your consent? Fine. Originally, Tang San had intended to propose a civilized weightlifting contest to dissuade Yu Xinghe, but he was taken aback when the little girl willingly embraced the challenge. He silently mourned for her folly for 3 seconds. In contrast to Tang San's sympathetic expression, Yu Xinghe brimmed with excitement. She had been contemplating how to find an excuse to beat Tang San, and now he had unwittingly presented himself as the perfect target. 3, 2, 1. As the words left his mouth, Tang San executed the ghost shadow step, swiftly reaching Yu Xinghe. He wrapped one arm around her upper body while placing his other hand at the back of her head to prevent her from hitting the ground. And he extended a leg to nudge her knee. Tang San's intention was simply to trip Yu Xinghe, hoping she would reconsider her challenge. However, in the next moment, he was taken aback. He realized he could not budge her at all. It felt as though he was attempting to move a mighty tree deeply rooted in the earth. No matter how hard he pulled, she remained steadfast. Unyielding, Tang San escalated his efforts from 30% to 50% and finally to full strength. To his horror, he discovered that he truly could not overcome her. What truly shattered his composure was when Yu Xinghe turned her head and, with a soft and melodious voice, inquired, "Is this your utmost effort? If so, I shall take action." In that instant, Tang San felt as if the world were spinning around him. Suddenly awakened from slumber, Tang Hao opened his eyes wide. Within his perception, he could see the young girl, Yu, twirling his son as if he were a windmill. If Tang San's innate divine strength had astonished Tang Hao, then the current display of Yu Xinghe was nothing short of astounding. It appears I have misjudged her. I never imagined that she possessed such extraordinary talent. With this thought, Tang Hao resolved to step outside, for if he delayed any longer, it seemed Tang San might faint. Chapter 5. A shocking display of power. You, release little San. Before Tang Hao, Yu Xinghe showed no sign of defiance. Throughout history, whether in the past or the future, Tang Hao had always been a character of reckless fervor. To provoke him was to invite peril, even if it meant confronting the spirit hall. And Yu Xinghe was no exception to this. You just mentioned wanting to forge a spear weighing 100 pounds. Is that correct? Indeed, Uncle Tang. May I have the honor of testing your strength? With that, Tang Hao extended his hand. Is this to be an arm wrestling contest? Yu Xinghe extended her hand to compare with that of her opponent, discovering that her grasp could only encompass 2 of his fingers. You girl, summon all your strength. If you can bend these 2 fingers of mine, I shall craft for you a 100-pound iron spear, free of charge. Against the mighty Haotian Douluo. Pitting strength against a 5-year-old girl would hardly allow for a full exertion, as even using a single hand would be tantamount to bullying. If word of this were to spread, Haotian Douluo would find himself utterly disgraced. Upon hearing Tang Hao's declaration, Yu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with determination. Where there had been one hand, she now employed both. With each hand clutching a finger, she exerted her utmost effort to bend them, despite Tang Hao being mentally prepared. When confronted with the full force of the little girl, he realized he had underestimated her. Her single-arm strength was at least 800 pounds, and she was merely a 5-year-old child. The Haotian hammer, as the strongest offensive weapon spirit on the continent, was renowned for its might. Yet even Tang Hao, at the age of 5, could not have achieved such a feat. Not only he, but likely no human across the entire continent could. Could it be that Yu Xinghe was a soul beast? This notion flickered briefly in Tang Hao's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Long before Yu had made her appearance, he had arrived in this village, yet his mental state had been so dismal that he had failed to notice her presence at all. However, Yu Xinghe had been raised under the watchful eyes of the entire village. There could be no mistake there. Moreover, considering that his wife had once been a soul beast, Tang Hao prided himself on being able to discern human beings who had been reincarnated from such creatures. It seemed that Yu Xinghe's martial spirit was indeed extraordinary. While Tang Hao pondered this, Yu Xinghe was diligently attempting to bend his fingers. Yet, as a titled Douluo and a paragon among them, even without the use of soul power, he was formidable enough to easily overpower Zhao Wujing. Thus, even with just 2 fingers extended, he remained impervious to Yu Xinghe's efforts. Faced with this direct challenge, Yu Xinghe would have to resort to cunning instead. The so-called cunning of Yu Xinghe merely involved disrupting the opponent's state of mind to seize Tang Hao in one fell swoop. However, given Tang Hao's current disposition, it would be exceedingly difficult for anything to disturb his tranquility. Suddenly, an idea struck Yu Xinghe. Oh no, Uncle Tang, you've stepped on Ayin. The name Ayin was like a stone cast into the still waters of Tang Hao's heart, capable of stirring ripples at any moment. Where's Ayin? Indeed, upon hearing the name of his beloved, Tang Hao became flustered, and naturally, he lost this wager without a hint of doubt. Since victory was already his, Yu Xinghe chose not to further tease the despondent elder. She immediately said, Uncle Tang, you've stepped on the blue silver grass. I named it Ayin. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, Tang Hao sighed in resignation. All right, you have won. Although Yu Xinghe had resorted to trickery, Tang Hao was not one to hold a grudge against a young girl. Thank you, Uncle Tang. No need for that. It is yours by right. You may come to collect that weapon tomorrow morning. Also, do visit here often. Little San is quite lonely on his own. All right, Uncle Tang. I will definitely come back frequently. Watching the little girl bounce away joyfully, Tang Hao guided the still-dazed Tang San back home. After leaving Tang San's residence, Yu Xinghe arrived at Belle's home. Belle was the most formidable hunter in Holy Soul Village, leading the team on every hunting expedition. Knock, knock, knock. Oh, it's little you. It's only been 2 days, and your hair has turned silver. You've grown quite a bit as well. I almost didn't recognize you. Come in and sit down. I haven't properly thanked you for helping us find a market for our goods last time. Without your assistance, much of the meat we labored to bring back would have gone to waste. As he spoke, Belle retrieved a plate of smoked cured meat, intending to treat this delightful young girl. Uncle Belle, I've come to ask if you would take me hunting. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's request, Belle nearly stumbled. Little girl, spare me. If you want to play, I'll take you to explore the nearby forest when I have some free time. How about I catch you a big white rabbit, or maybe a squirrel instead? Hunting is no trivial matter. The jungle is fraught with dangers. Even seasoned hunters can find themselves in perilous situations. Moreover, bringing a young girl like you into the forest would be akin to inviting disaster. Uncle Belle, I am quite capable. Yu Xinghe understood that without showcasing true prowess, it would be utterly impossible to persuade the other party. Yes, I acknowledge your greatness, she interjected. Yet before Bayer could finish his statement, she unceremoniously pulled him out of the dwelling. Indeed, she yanked him out. Who could fathom how a petite girl possessed the strength to drag an adult from a house? The astonishing events did not cease there. Yu Xinghe instructed Bayer to remain still as she ventured off to procure a few oranges. Oh no, she was not merely fetching oranges, she was hauling a stone mill. Witnessing a small girl lift a stone mill larger than himself, Bayer suddenly slapped himself hard. Chapter 6. The Hunt. Little Moon, how did you manage this? Have you awakened your martial soul? Uncle Bayer, I am not entirely sure of the specifics. I merely awoke one day to find myself endowed with this strength. And I have an insatiable hunger for copious amounts of meat. Silly child, if you crave meat, you are always welcome to dine at my place. While I may lack in other provisions, meat is abundant. Thank you, uncle. I have made my decision. When shall you set off tomorrow? We were originally slated to depart at 6, but due to some matters concerning Peter from the neighboring village, we have rescheduled to 8. Very well. After bidding farewell to Bayer, all that remained was to acquire weapons. Upon Tang San's return from his training, a striking figure with cascading silver hair appeared at his doorstep. Of course, if this figure refrained from speaking, it would be utterly perfect. Tang San, where's my weapon? Xinghe, could you possibly speak with a bit more decorum? Mind your own business. A child should behave like a child. Adult affairs are none of your concern. As a transmigrator, particularly a male one, Tang San refused to allow himself to be reprimanded by the indigenous girl of this world. Yet, unable to retaliate, he could only tactically yield, planning to repay the humiliation he endured tenfold when the opportune moment arose. A long spear lay quietly on an iron rack, its entire surface as black as coal, standing at the same height as Yu Xinghe. The moment she grasped it, a wave of familiarity washed over her. This spear, crafted from an unknown material, was both slender and short, and given Yu Xinghe's diminutive stature of merely 1 meter 20, coupled with her ability to fully encircle the spear's shaft with her small hands, one could only imagine how slender it appeared in the grasp of an adult. Nevertheless, it boasted a formidable weight of no less than 100 pounds. Upon taking hold of the spear, Yu Xinghe felt an unparalleled sense of ease, as if she were destined to wield it. Stepping into the courtyard, she immediately began to brandish the iron spear. The spear felt heavy yet exhilarating to wield, slicing through the air with a fierce vigor. With the unique combat techniques of Yu Xinghe, a short spear was wielded with an indomitable aura. This was not mere bravado, at least Tang San dared not approach. For just moments ago, Yu Xinghe, in a fit of joy, thrust the spear directly into a large stone in the courtyard. That stone, which had withstood many of Tang San's concealed weapons unscathed, was effortlessly pierced by her spear as if it were mere tofu. With a shake of the iron spear, the stone split apart. Following this, with a sweeping motion, the shattered halves of the stone were reduced to dust. The flying debris struck Tang San, eliciting a pained response from him. Very well. I am quite satisfied. Please extend my gratitude to Uncle Tang. I shall go hunting today, and upon my return with the spoils, I will come to express my thanks. With that, Yu Xinghe set off towards the Belle family to gather. Upon her arrival, she found over 10 individuals awaiting her, all hunters from the village. When they beheld Yu Xinghe appearing with a short spear, they could not resist teasing her. Look at the attire of this girl. It matches the iron spear perfectly. Little Yu, what on earth happened to your hair? Surely you don't intend to hunt with us, do you? If you truly seek the thrill of the hunt, you should visit old Jack. His little pig was injured in a fight a few days ago and is in dire need of culling. The hunters assumed Yu Xinghe was merely there for the spectacle. But when Belle announced their departure, they were astonished to see her following along. Belle, how can you allow this girl to accompany us? Is this not madness? If anything were to happen to her, the entire village would bear the consequences. In response to the hunter's concerns, Yu Xinghe offered no explanation, but simply planted her spear firmly into a stone. Observing the unremarkable black iron spear embedded deeply into the solid rock, the hunters swallowed nervously. Whoever can pull this spear from the stone, I will obediently return home. No words could match the persuasive power of reality. The hunters exchanged glances, then unanimously selected the strongest among them, Zig, to take on the challenge. Gazing at the spear lodged deep within the rock, Zig grasped it with both hands, exerting all his might. As he gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with determination, veins bulged like worms on his arms, and the onlookers felt their hearts leap into their throats. After a heart-wrenching scream, Zig decisively relinquished his attempt. I agreed to let the girl join our hunting party. Zig, being an experienced hunter, would never conspire with Yu Yada to deceive everyone. Thus, under Zig's astonished gaze, Yu Xinghe extended her delicate hand, her 5 fingers, as slender as green onions, grasping the black iron spear. With a swift motion, the spear scraped against the stone, emitting a shower of sparks. The black iron spear, which Zig could not draw out, was effortlessly extracted by Yu Xinghe with a single hand. Admittedly, it was not entirely without effort. She did furrow her brow slightly. As they journeyed, everyone inquired whether Yu Xinghe had awakened her martial soul. In response, she offered the same explanation she had given during her conversation with Belle. Although waking up to such a transformation felt somewhat surreal, this was, after all, a world of novels where martial souls existed. Thus, her situation was not particularly astonishing. Residing on the periphery of Tiando in the Holy Soul Village, they were only a little over 200 kilometers from the Star Luo Empire, with a forest serving as the dividing line. This sprawling forest, stretching for hundreds of kilometers, nurtured countless creatures and simultaneously sustained all the hunters from the surrounding villages. As they continued their trek, Belle noticed that none of the traps they had set contained any prey. This was indeed peculiar. Typically, even in the worst of luck, a handful of traps would yield results. Everyone, come quickly and see. Upon hearing Zig's call, the group hurried over. Zig held up a severed vine and remarked, "Look. This vine has been thinned and twisted at one end, yet the other end is a smooth cut." Being seasoned hunters, they scrutinized the vine and were instantly filled with indignation. This trap had undoubtedly captured prey, but the creature's strength had snapped the vine. Were it only that, they could have accepted the loss. One could only blame their traps for not being flawless if the prey managed to escape. However, the smooth cutting mark on the other end posed a significant issue. Such a mark could only have been made by an exceptionally sharp object. It seemed that someone had come to scour their territory. Belle gazed at the broken vine, his expression darkening as he spoke. Chapter 7. Conflict. The Celestial Star Forest is situated at the border between the Heavenly Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. A forest stretching over 100 kilometers could hardly be monopolized by a mere handful of hunters. Each village's hunters would claim the nearby forest as their territory, adhering to an unspoken rule. After all, it is said that deep within the Celestial Star Forest lies soul beasts, and the hunters dare not venture too far, contenting themselves with hunting at the periphery. However, in recent years, the game has inexplicably begun to dwindle. Seasoned hunters speculate that the beasts have sensed danger and retreated deeper into the forest. The dilemma is that the depths of the forest are inhabited by soul beasts, which, like soul masters, are insurmountable for ordinary people. Consequently, some hunters, upon noticing a significant decrease in their local prey, have set their sights on encroaching into the territories of neighboring villages. Among the Great Tree Village hunting team, more than half of the 20-odd hunters were shouldering their spoils, all wearing smiles of satisfaction at their day's harvest. Only a few timid new hunters inquired, "What shall we do if the hunters from Holy Soul Village catch up to us?" The leading hunter, Gashu, scoffed dismissively. "So what if they do? Do they dare to confront us? Let us not forget, my cousin's son has awakened his martial soul and has become a soul master. Holy Soul Village hasn't produced a soul master in years. Even if they suspect we are responsible, what can they do?" The other hunters chimed in with flattery. Yet one timid newcomer muttered under his breath, "The one who just awakened his martial soul is called a soul scholar. Only those who obtain a soul ring are soul masters." Upon hearing this, Gushu erupted in anger. "What difference does it make? My cousin's son will eventually become a soul master. It's the same. If you keep whining, I'll kick you out of the hunting team when we return." Just as Gushu was reprimanding the oblivious newcomer, a furious roar echoed from the rear of the group. "You have stolen our prey." The Great Tree Village hunters turned to see a dozen hunters glaring at them with intense fury. Gushu, momentarily abandoning his reprimand, stepped forward. What grounds do you have to claim this as your prey? This area is currently under the jurisdiction of Great Tree Village. Are you trying to deceive children? As he mentioned children, Gushu suddenly noticed a small figure standing behind the group of hunters. Upon closer inspection, his eyes nearly bulged in surprise. With cascading silver hair, delicate features, and a charmingly cute visage, her eyes sparkled like water, and her lips resembled cherry blossoms. She appeared as if she had emerged from the forest itself, radiating an aura of ethereal grace. Observing the greasy older man drooling at her, Yu Xinghe frowned and admonished, "Hey, you shameless folks over there, return our prey. Or don't blame me if you end up getting hurt." As she listened to the girl's delicate and soft voice, Gushu felt an indescribable thrill within. Unable to contain his excitement, he addressed Belle and the others, saying, "You have trespassed onto our territory without permission. By rights, everything here belongs to our Great Tree Village. However, I shall not make things difficult for you. Simply leave the little girl behind and be on your way." Upon hearing Gushu's words, Belle and Zig were incensed. They had never encountered such unabashed shamelessness. Not only had they intruded upon their territory to pilfer game, but they also dared to set their sights on the girl, Yu. Being adults, they had witnessed Gushu's lecherous gaze upon her, which was utterly repulsive. It was clear what vile thoughts occupied his mind. "You scoundrel." Belle regarded you as his cherished companion, and he could not bear the thought of someone plotting against her. Without hesitation, Belle lunged forward, engaging Gushu in a fierce struggle. Gushu, caught off guard by the audacity of the attack on his territory, received a swift punch from Belle that caused blood to stream from his nose. "What are you waiting for? Attack!" With a command from Gushu, the hunters of the Great Tree hunting team cast aside their quarry and surrounded the scene. Seeing Belle on the verge of being overwhelmed, Zig and the others disregarded their reservations and charged in with a battle cry. With over 20 of them pitted against a mere 10, it was evident that St. Soul Village found itself in a precarious situation. As the group grappled with one another, Gushu noticed the girl approaching him from a distance, and a smile crept across his face. It saved him the trouble of pursuing her himself. The thought of capturing this child, who resembled an elf, sent a thrill through him as he extended his arms, ready to embrace her. Under the shimmering moonlight, Yu Xinghe observed with disdain as the repugnant man dared to lay hands on her. Without hesitation, she brandished her spear and delivered a swift strike to his arms, prompting Gushu to emit a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Ah, my arm is broken. My arm is broken." His agonizing cries instantly brought a halt to the actions of those around him. The members of the Great Tree hunting team stared at Gushu, trembling like a leaf in the wind, and then turned to the girl, who stood impassively wielding her iron spear, their faces etched with shock. Yu Xinghe then directed her spear toward the Great Tree hunting team and commanded, "Drop your weapons and flee. Otherwise, I shall shatter your limbs." As she spoke, she swept her spear, effortlessly smashing a nearby rock to dust. The rock seemed to lament, "What wrong have I done?" In light of Yu Xinghe's overwhelming display of strength, the members of the Great Tree hunting team hastily proclaimed that it was all a misunderstanding. 2 hunters stepped forward, dragging the still screaming Gushu away in humiliation. As they carried him off, Gushu shot a venomous glare at the girl, who stood like a valkyrie with her iron spear, shouting, "You little wretch. Just wait until I return to deal with you. If you have any courage, don't run away." Upon hearing his words, Yu Xinghe sprang forward. The 2 hunters, sensing the impending danger as the girl charged with her spear, instinctively released their grip, dropping Gushu to the ground. It was at that moment that Gushu realized the grave error he had just made. Gazing into the girl's emotionless eyes, fear began to creep in. "What are you planning to do? Do you intend to kill me? I warn you, my cousin's son is a soul master. If you kill me, you shall not escape unscathed." "Oh, a soul master?" Seeing an emotion flicker across Yu Xinghe's face, Gushu felt emboldened, his expression turning sinister as he declared, "Indeed, a soul master. I assure you, it is not too late to apologize to me now. Otherwise, when my cousin's son returns, I will ensure that you suffer endlessly." He then envisioned the scene of the girl panicking and weeping profusely. Unfortunately, the disparity between his fantasies and reality was stark. "You think you can make me suffer endlessly?" Yu Xinghe chuckled softly. She then lifted her foot, and with a sharp crack reminiscent of breaking an eggshell, all the men present instinctively shielded their groins. Chapter 8. The Great Tree. After reclaiming their prey, Belle instructed the hunters to return home with the game, while he and Zig remained to reset the triggered traps. Naturally, not everyone departed. Yu Xinghe stayed behind, watching with keen interest as they reconfigured the traps. Truth be told, Belle felt somewhat embarrassed in the presence of the young girl. He had promised to take her hunting, yet here he was, relying on a mere child to assist him and his companions in retrieving their quarry. What a predicament. Little girl, you should return home with them. There are many mosquitoes in the mountains. Having ventured into the mountains, Yuxinghe was reluctant to return too swiftly. We shall return home together. I will await your arrival, she declared. As she surveyed her surroundings, she contemplated seeking out wild fruits to satiate her hunger. It is worth noting that her enhanced physique had its drawbacks, as she now found herself feeling ravenous once more. Suddenly, a glimmer caught her eye. In the distance, amidst the trees, a splash of red appeared. Could it be the elusive little red fruit? In the realm of Douluo Continent, these fruits are akin to apples, boasting a delightful sweet and sour flavor. Remarkably, despite the diminutive name, the fruits were quite substantial. A typical person would be sated after consuming just 2 ripe ones. Uncle Bay, there are fruits over there. I shall go and gather some. Very well, but do not wander too far, understand? Under ordinary circumstances, they would never permit anyone to venture alone, for within the forest, the identities of hunter and prey could shift in the blink of an eye. However, with Yuxinghe, he found himself shaking his head in bemusement at the sight of her petite figure, armed with a black iron spear. She's quite the handful, not much more than a child. Nearby, Zig heard Bay's murmurs and felt a twinge of sentiment. I wonder what that girl's parents think, allowing such a precious treasure to roam freely. If I had a daughter like her, I wouldn't part with her for an emperor. All right, keep a close eye on her. Don't let her stray too far. This is a forest, and if she wanders off and gets lost, it could be dire. Rest assured, she's right over there. Wait. US gone. Having traversed a thicket, a magnificent tree loomed before Yuxinghe, resembling the wise old trees of fairy tales. This giant's trunk was as large as a house, its canopy casting shade over nearly 100 square meters, adorned with clusters of radiant little red fruits. Casually thrusting her iron spear into the ground, you leaped 3 meters high, landing effortlessly on a branch. She plucked a fruit much larger than her fist and brought it close to her nose. The unique aroma of sweetness lingered in the air. Embracing the notion that unwashed fruits wouldn't cause her any harm, she settled onto the branch and indulged in the fruit with abandon, perhaps due to her genuine hunger. Today's little red fruits tasted exceptionally delightful. Within moments, she devoured dozens. In terms of weight, she had consumed more than her own body weight. Yet her abdomen remained flat, showing no signs of distension. Having satisfied her hunger, she gazed at the surrounding bounty of fruits and felt the urge to gather more. Grasping a branch thicker than her own body, she began to shake it vigorously. The fruits fell like raindrops, just as she deemed her harvest sufficient. She planned to call Bay and the others to assist in carrying the fruits back. However, upon descending from the tree, Yuxinghe suddenly sensed something amiss. The scenery around her had transformed. Yuxinghe withdrew the black iron spear planted in the ground, parting a thicket of bushes, only to discover that beyond was yet another thicket. Where was the path? She distinctly remembered this very thicket, just as confusion clouded her mind. A sudden wave of dizziness overcame her. Alas, that fruit was toxic. Regret washed over her for her gluttony. She felt overwhelmingly drowsy, yearning for slumber. Although she was acutely aware that she could not afford to succumb at this moment, her eyelids stubbornly began to flutter. Ding. The host is on the verge of losing consciousness. Would you like to expend 50 energy points to dispel the abnormal state? Affirmative. At that moment, Yuxinghe was unconcerned about the energy points, for if she were to faint in such a place, who could say if she would ever awaken again? Upon her confirmation, a surge of potent electricity emanated from the energy ring on her bracelet, coursing through her entire being. Crackle. After experiencing the invigorating shock, Yuxinghe finally regained her senses. Though her body tingled from the electric current, it was infinitely preferable to losing consciousness. A shiver of dread coursed through her as she recalled how close she had come to fainting, considering that she had nearly succumbed to the tree's treachery. She grasped the black iron spear and approached the trunk, for she was not one to forget a slight. She intended to teach this tree a lesson. In truth, it was not so much a lesson as a plan to etch a few words into its bark. She had already devised the message. This tree, devoid of martial virtue, had dared to poison its fruit in order to ambush her, a mere 5-year-old woman. Was this acceptable? Absolutely not. With resolve, Yuxinghe gripped the black iron spear, preparing to inscribe her words upon the grand tree. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey there, you little girl, truly lacking in wisdom. You consume my fruit, and then aim to pierce me with that iron spear? Do you possess no shame? The voice was peculiar, a blend of an elder's hoarse timbre with the gentle allure of a young woman. In response to the unexpected voice, Yu Xinghe inquired of the tree, "Are you male or female?" The tree was taken aback. It had not anticipated that this young girl, upon hearing it speak, would pose such an inquiry as her first. "Human, you are quite extraordinary. Why do you not ask why the tree can speak?" Yu Xinghe rolled her eyes and remarked, "What is so peculiar about a tree speaking? I have even heard tales of a tree that gallivanted across the mountains. Which tree is that? Can you tell me where to find it?" "I cannot. Your fruit is poisonous, nearly causing me to faint. Speak. Do you harbor intentions towards me? Are you scheming something inappropriate?" According to the laws of the Tiando Empire, anyone found to be lewd towards minors faces a prison sentence of 3 years or less. Any relations with a minor, regardless of consent, are deemed as assault and punishable by physical castration. The tree exclaimed, "Since you choose to remain silent, I shall take it as your tacit agreement. I will sever your roots right now to prevent any innocent, naive young girls from falling victim to your misdeeds." As Yu Xinghe brandished her black iron spear and thrust it toward the ground, the tree cried out, "Stop. In your human terms, I am female. Moreover, we are two distinct beings. Why would I engage in lewdness with you? Additionally, by the standards of botanical aesthetics, you are far less appealing than the blue-silver grass beneath my feet." Chapter 9. Yu Xinghe, the tree, the fluffball. What? You dare to say I am unattractive? I am the celebrated village beauty of Shenghun Village. You uncultured fool, for that remark alone, I have changed my mind. I shall inscribe a composition upon your trunk, titled "Why the Village Beauty of Shenghun Village, Yu Xinghe, is so beautiful," no less than 1,000 words. The tree was nearly in tears, never expecting to encounter such a lunatic. Seeing that this dimwit was genuinely about to carve words into its face with the iron spear, the tree pleaded with a quavering voice, "I beseech you, show mercy. I was wrong. You are stunning beyond compare, an unparalleled beauty. Will that suffice?" "What? Stunning beyond compare and unparalleled beauty can also describe one's looks? Have you ever read a book? It seems I must inscribe some more flattering terms upon your trunk, lest you remain at a loss for words when meeting a beautiful woman next time." After a rather amiable exchange, Yu Xinghe finally grasped the situation. It turned out that this tree was a plant-type soul beast that had cultivated for over 90,000 years. As is widely acknowledged, plant types are not on par with animal types. Their cultivation is arduous, requiring thousands, even tens of thousands of years to attain sentience. Furthermore, plant-type soul beasts are constrained by their soil and can scarcely leave the earth unless they have cultivated for over 100,000 years. Otherwise, their offensive and defensive capabilities are exceedingly limited. Take this little red fruit tree before her, for instance. Despite having cultivated for 90,000 years, it poses less of a threat to humans than a century-old animal-type soul beast. At least animal soul beasts possess claws, teeth, toxins, strength, and speed. What does it have? Merely the ability to speak and frighten others? However, although the little red fruit tree lacks offensive capabilities, no soul beast would dare to attack it. For soul beasts are not mindless lumberjacks. At most, a few wretched bears would come to scratch against its trunk, or animals like monkeys, squirrels, and birds would arrive to pluck its fruits. Unfortunately, the tranquil existence of the little red fruit tree was disrupted one fateful day when a lost human stumbled upon it. With a tone steeped in regret, the little red fruit tree recounted, "Seeing him nearly starve, I willingly dropped some fruits for him to eat. After he was satiated, he departed, only to return later with a large group to harvest my fruits. Among them was a soul master. Shortly thereafter, that soul master returned with a throng of others, proclaiming their intent to slay me for my soul ring. Unable to fend them off, I had no choice but to teleport here." The moonlit river, sympathizing with the plight of the little red fruit tree, was nonetheless intrigued by the fact that the tree had teleported to this location. Teleportation, a veritable skill for escaping danger. Was this not far superior to merely fleeing? In a dejected tone, the little red fruit tree replied, "Teleportation is the ability of a friend of mine. How could a mere tree possess such power? May I meet this friend of yours?" "Ah, they have departed for an errand. And how might I leave this place?" "Leaving is possible, but you must vow not to disclose my whereabouts after you depart, lest you be struck by lightning." "Huh, you dare negotiate with me? Do you presume I am easily swayed? As long as you keep my secret and allow me to spend my final days in peace, I shall grant you a 10,000-year soul ring. How long do you have left?" The little red fruit tree sensed that continuing the conversation might hasten its demise. Under the astonished gaze of the moonlit river, the surrounding space rippled like water, blurring into obscurity. When the indistinct scene regained clarity, the moonlit river found herself back at the familiar thicket. It was through this very thicket that she had first glimpsed the little red fruit tree. Just as she contemplated returning to investigate further, distant shouts from Belle and Zig resonated in the air. After the moonlit river's departure, a wooden door materialized from the void, swinging open to reveal a snow-white fluff ball, roughly the size of a human head, bouncing forth. This peculiar fluff ball lacked limbs aside from two small floating tufts that served as its arms. Despite its diminutive size, its appetite was far more formidable than that of the moonlit river. The Moonstar River could barely consume a few dozen fruits before feeling overwhelmed. Yet this little creature devoured over 100 without pause, as if its mouth were connected to an endless abyss. The large red fruit tree bore no less than 10,000 fruits, but in a fleeting moment, it was entirely stripped bare by this fluffy being. After finishing the fruits, the creature displayed a look of contentment, reclining on a branch, lazily basking in the sun. The branches of the red fruit tree hung low, forming a simple nest to prevent the rotund fluff ball from rolling to the ground below. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the branches to sway lightly, and the leaves rustled melodiously, akin to a parent tenderly cradling a child, gently rocking while humming a lullaby. Moon Girl, where have you gone? The mere thought of Moon Girl nearly disappearing right under his nose sent a shiver of fear through Belle. Noticing the worried expressions on Belle and Zig's faces, Moonstar River felt an indescribable warmth in her heart. With a smile, she reassured, "It's all right, Uncle Belle, see? I'm perfectly fine. Moon Girl, promise me you won't wander off recklessly again, all right? Okay, but I want to eat roast duck. All right. I heard that old Jack's family has another duck planning to leave home. We can catch it as soon as we return." Old Jack remarked. "It seems my duck longs for the outside world." Chapter 10. Trouble approaches. On the third day after Moonstar River returned to the village, trouble arrived. It was a clear morning when Tang San, having completed his training with the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, noticed a large group of people marching towards the village with great intensity. He hurried to inform the village chief. Upon emerging, Old Jack immediately recognized the leader, who bore an emblem etched with a long sword on his chest, depicting two swords crossed. While others might not know the significance of this emblem, Old Jack was well aware. It signified a soul master. "Esteemed soul master, greetings. I am the village chief. What brings you here? Is it for a martial spirit awakening?" The soul master, a young man of about 20, disdainfully scoffed at Old Jack and demanded, "Is there a 5-year-old girl with silver hair in your village? Bring her out." Realizing they were after Moon Girl, Old Jack subtly exchanged a glance with Tang San, then addressed the group. "Allow me to guide you to her. Consider yourself fortunate." With that, Old Jack led the group in the opposite direction. Tang San understood Old Jack's intent and quickly made his way to Moonstar River's home. Deep in slumber, Moonstar River was abruptly awakened by a loud knocking at the door. Who is it? Can't a person sleep peacefully in the morning? As the moonlit starry sky dimly illuminated the doorway, Yuxingha was jolted awake upon encountering Tang San. Just the night before, she had been vexed about what pretext to use to confront him this week, but now he had presented himself at her doorstep. "Xingha, run. Someone's come to cause you trouble." "Is that so? What if I told you you're in trouble too?" "Me? What trouble could I possibly have? Did no one inform you that I have a temper in the morning?" In an instant, Tang San was dragged inside, and as the door slammed shut, the air filled with an unending cacophony of his anguished cries. Lying on the ground, Tang San regretted his decision to alert this fierce girl. Surely, it would have been far more pleasant to return home, cook, and cultivate his skills. "You say someone is after me? Where are they? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" At this, a smile appeared on Yuxingha's face, gradually morphing into something more sinister. She had now found her reason to beat Tang San next week. Gazing at her sweet yet unsettling smile, a chill crept up Tang San's spine. However, this was not the time to dwell on his discomfort. He waved his hands in protest, explaining, "I'm not lying. Someone really is looking for you, but they were diverted by the village chief. You should hide now and return later this evening." "Damn you, Tang San. Why didn't you say so sooner?" Old Jack had intentionally led those people away for her sake. If they discovered he was merely toying with them, they would surely retaliate in anger. With this thought, Yuxingha seized her black iron spear and charged out. As she flung open the door, she was met with Old Jack's astonished gaze, accompanied by a group of unfamiliar faces. "Didn't I tell Tang San to warn you to flee? Why are you still here?" Old Jack exclaimed. His words darkened the expressions of those nearby, and the leader of the group seized Old Jack by the collar, his demeanor far more menacing than Yuxingha's grip on Tang San. You old fool. No wonder we've been wandering for so long. It seems you've been toying with us. Old Jack, with an ingratiating smile, replied, Great Soul Master. Let us speak civilly. Perhaps I'm just a bit muddled. By the way, has my girl offended you in any way? She is young and naive. I will certainly discipline her for any missteps. Humph. You think you can teach her a lesson? The young man pushed old Jack aside, causing him to stumble back, nearly falling to the ground. Yuxinghe rushed forward to steady him. At 60 years of age, old Jack was merely an ordinary man. A fall could easily injure him severely. Having supported old Jack, Yuxinghe glared at the young man and declared, I don't care who you are. Apologize to Grandpa Jack right now, or I will strike you. Hearing her words, the young man smirked maliciously. Little girl, wasn't he my cousin rendered incapacitated by you? If you want me to apologize, how do you intend to take responsibility for what happened to him? Your uncle brought this upon himself. Who can he blame? Upon hearing Yuxinghe's words, the young man immediately became incensed. How dare that little girl strike someone and then attempt to justify her actions? Let me inform you. My classmate's father holds a position within the spirit hall. If you do not present me with a satisfactory resolution, I will ensure you face dire consequences. Nearby, old Jack, upon learning of the young man's connection to the spirit hall, grew alarmed. He stepped forward, wearing a conciliatory smile, and said, It's all a misunderstanding. Noble spirit master, since you has harmed someone, I shall compensate for her. What do you think? Compensation? The young man raised an eyebrow. Indeed, indeed. Old Jack bowed repeatedly. Very well. Since you wish to provide compensation, I shall calculate the medical expenses, nutritional costs, loss of work, and emotional distress, totaling 10,000 gold soul coins. Produce the sum. If you cannot, well, let that girl figure it out herself. 10,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing this figure, old Jack felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Not only could he, old Jack, not gather such an amount, but even if the entirety of Holy Soul Village were searched, it would be impossible to amass 10,000 gold soul coins. Could we perhaps negotiate? This sum is exceedingly. At that moment, Yuxinghe grasped old Jack's arm and addressed the young man. This price is quite fair. I agree. What? The young man did not anticipate that they would genuinely acquiesce. Then quickly, bring forth the money. 10,000 gold soul coins. If I could truly obtain such wealth, it would be worth the endeavor. Reflecting on this, the young man privately regretted not demanding a higher amount. However, given how easily he could be taken advantage of, there would be ample opportunities in the future. Just as the young man became lost in thoughts of fortune, Yuxinghe continued, You pushed Grandpa Jack earlier. Shouldn't there be some accountability? The young man was taken aback. What accountability? He is unscathed. Who says he is unscathed? Grandpa Jack, are you not feeling aches in your back and waist? Saying this, Yuxinghe cast a knowing glance at Jack. Old Jack understood immediately and sank to the ground, wailing, Oh, my poor back. Following this, Yuxinghe turned to the young man and said, Since Grandpa Jack is now afflicted, you should compensate him 2,000 gold soul coins. Additionally, I owe you 10,000 gold soul coins, so we can offset that. You only need to provide me with 1,000 gold soul coins. Oh, you little girl. You dare to toy with me. And if I do, if you have the guts, come and bite me. Chapter 11. Dividing the spoils. The young man was utterly enraged. Ever since he had become a spirit master, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Friends, strangers on the street, and even the villagers living in the same community all regarded him with a mixture of respect and trepidation. Yet, this little girl repeatedly mocked him. Immediately, a large machete appeared in the young man's hand. Subsequently, a white halo of light emerged beneath his feet. This spirit ring was obtained by his mentor after slaying a bovine spirit beast, perfectly harmonizing with his machete martial spirit and bestowing upon him a soul skill, Heavy Chop. With this augmented strength, it was evident that as a soul master, he possessed power far exceeding that of an ordinary individual. Unaware of the countless adversaries he had already felled with this soul skill, the young man, consumed by rage and humiliation, raised the machete and aimed a downward strike at Yuxinghe's head. From a distance, Tang San observed the machete descending towards Yuxinghe, preparing to deploy his newly crafted concealed projectile to intervene. However, Yuxinghe's subsequent actions made him realize the futility of his concerns. Clang! The machete collided with the black iron spear, producing a dazzling shower of sparks. Yet the young soul master's expression shifted dramatically. According to his expectations, that strike should have cleaved through the opponent's spear. Alas, the resonant clang revealed that the weapon was forged from iron. How careless of him! Unfortunately, he had no opportunity for reconsideration. Seizing the moment of his shock, Yuxingha delivered a swift kick. As her foot connected solidly with his chest, the young soul master felt as though he had been struck by a speeding carriage, soaring through the air before spitting out a mouthful of blood. This transpired in an instant, leaving the young man's subordinates bewildered. What just happened? Are you all here to bully me too? If Yuxingha recalled correctly, those individuals should be the young soul master's entourage. With this thought, she advanced with her spear. A group of ruffians found themselves hilariously forced to retreat before a petite girl. Of course, while this appeared comical to outsiders, the ruffians had their own rationale. With a soul master sent flying by a single kick, bleeding profusely, they realized that charging forth without any soul power would be akin to marching into a storm only to meet their demise. They never imagined they would be cornered by a young girl, and ultimately, one of the more astute ruffians faltered, collapsing to his knees. Please, no. Great heroine. Spare me. I was deceived by that scoundrel too. You are magnanimous. Please let us go. The others, witnessing this initial plea for mercy, felt a mix of disdain yet found themselves uncontrollably joining in, dramatically exclaiming, "We were all deceived. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a crying child at home. I beseech you, great heroine, spare us." In an instant, the area was filled with the wails of ruffians, making it seem as though an unparalleled villain was ruthlessly slaughtering the innocent. Silence. The voice of the young girl was soft and delicate. Yet to the ears of the ruffians, it resonated like the roar of a fierce beast. Once the atmosphere settled, Yuxingha addressed the miscreants. Hand over all the money you possess. Following this, she pointed her iron spear at the bloodied young spirit master and added, "Oh, and retrieve his money as well, then carry him away. I am quite tired of this." The ruffians, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly transported the still bloodied spirit master. As they departed, Yuxingha opened the ruffians' money bags, her eyes sparkling at the sight of over 100 silver spirit coins. If the ruffians' coins brought her joy, the young spirit master's bag transformed her gaze entirely into one of avarice, revealing 12 golden spirit coins within. We've struck gold. As the ruffians retreated, Tang San and the village elder, Old Jack, approached with concern. "Are you all right, you?" they inquired. "I'm perfectly fine," she replied, pouring the golden coins into her palm, their brilliance capturing the attention of both men. "Thank you, village elder, and you too, Tang San. Your kindness will not be forgotten. Please accept this small token of my appreciation." With that, she presented 4 golden spirit coins to Old Jack and another 4 to Tang San. Old Jack gazed at the golden treasures in silence before returning them to Yu's hand. "My dear girl, I am old and do not require such wealth. I seldom have expenses. Keep this money for yourself. In 2 months, you will be 6 years old and ready to awaken your martial spirit. I have no doubt about your talent. You will surely become a spirit master. It is said that spirit masters have many financial needs, so save this for the future." Tang San, standing beside them, quietly returned his share to Yu, feeling embarrassed for not being of assistance. "You must not return it to me. Keep it all. If you refuse, I shall no longer call you Grandpa, Old Jack. And you, Tang San, if you do not accept it, I will have to punish you." Though Old Jack and Tang San had not contributed much, Yuxingha recognized their genuine concern for her well-being. This bond of friendship was worth far more than a few golden coins. Seeing her unwavering stance, Old Jack ceased his objections and affectionately ruffled the young girl's hair. Having lost his father in childhood, his wife in middle age, and his son in later years, Old Jack had tasted the bitterness of life's trials. Alone in the world, he had come to regard this charming little girl as his own granddaughter. After all, who else would dare come to his home and slay ducks? Old Jack grinned as he accepted the gold coins from Yuxingha, while Tang San accepted them with a bitter expression. He genuinely wished to refuse, adhering to the principle of not accepting rewards without merit, yet he found himself unable to do so, lacking the strength to decline. The thought of being chastised by a 5-year-old girl at his 30-something psychological age made him feel as though death would be preferable. Chapter 12. A year has passed. Throughout the past year, Tang San diligently practiced the Xiantian skill, enduring a repetitive cycle of beatings. Each time he was struck, feelings of regret and frustration gnawed at his soul, leading him to silently vow never to engage in combat with that humanoid behemoth again. Alas, whenever Yuxingha approached him with her myriad of peculiar reasons for a duel, an unsettling illusion of confidence would arise within him, an audacity that even frightened himself. After nearly a year of relentless beatings, one fateful morning, A charming little girl wielding a black iron spear reappeared before him, gazing at her devilish smile. Tang Sen finally came to terms with reality and lowered his head, conceding, I cannot defeat you. I admit defeat. Is that acceptable? Although conceding was humiliating. He understood that being perpetually beaten by a little girl would be even more disgraceful, especially after nearly a year of such treatment. Do not concede. Let us have one more match. Yu Xinghe insisted, unwilling to abandon the progress that was just shy of completion. After all, if she were to give up now, all the beatings Tang San had endured would have been in vain. Tang San could hardly fathom that there existed someone so domineering in the world, one who would not even permit surrender. Yu Xinghe, surely. You have not heard of Bone Emperor. The notion that surrender was not an option incensed Tang San. Do not take advantage of me. If you wish to fight, present a legitimate reason. He resolved to reject whatever excuse she might offer, engaging in what could be deemed as shamelessness. You spied on me while I bathed. You used that excuse last time. You spied on me while I changed clothes. You used that excuse the time before last. You spied on me. Enough? I, Tang San. Stand upright and just. I have never peeped at you. Cease your baseless accusations. At Tang San's outburst, Yu Xinghe's cheeks flushed. For the aforementioned reasons, she had indeed fabricated them. You. A full year, 52 weeks. Yu Xinghe had long forgotten how many absurd excuses she had conjured to beat Tang San. From grand accusations of voyeurism to trivial claims of him relieving himself inappropriately, she sometimes felt like a notorious tyrant from the annals of history. Fabricating charges to lay upon Tang San's head. If he did not confess, she would resort to severe questioning, enacting scenes reminiscent of a Douluo Continent version of a tragic tale. Can you not think of any more excuses? As Tang San gazed at Yu Xinghe, who flitted about like an ant on a hot pan, he felt an immense sense of comfort within his heart. Just as he was about to turn and head home, a sudden gust of wind swept behind him, propelling him directly towards the contemplative Yu Xinghe. I see it now. Tang San, you intend to take advantage of me. Upon noticing the small hand resting on her chest, Yu Xinghe finally understood the adage that too many lies could morph into reality. In that moment, Tang San, looking at his hand pressed against her chest, and then at her astonished expression, was driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival to retract his hand with utmost speed. Then, in the presence of Yu Xinghe, he donned a look of indignation. It's a misunderstanding. This is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. While exclaiming this, Tang San used his other hand to swat at the offending hand that had committed the faux pas. After several firm slaps, he offered a smile brimming with remorse, retracting his neck as he turned to leave for home. Without needing to glance back, Tang San could sense the soaring murderous intent emanating from the two words Tang San. He could also feel the increasingly twisted smile on Yu Xinghe's face. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, lying in bed, listened to Tang San's cries and muttered softly, San'er, your father can only assist you up to this point. To strike is to care, to scold is to love. I hope one day you will comprehend your father's good intentions. Had Tang San known that the gust of wind was orchestrated by his father, he would likely never prepare breakfast again. Yet this secret remained unspoken, known only to Tang Hao. Tang San returned home in tears. In the past, even when he faced the most brutal beatings, he would merely plead for mercy, uttering words of surrender. Today, however, he sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Though Tang Hao was well aware of the circumstances, he could not suppress his laughter as he asked, Little San, why are you crying? This question only deepened Tang San's sorrow as he clutched his rear, weeping even more profusely. In stark contrast to the heart-wrenching sobs of Tang San, Yu Xinghe's spirits soared, for she had just accomplished her mission. With a swift motion, the panel appeared. Name, Yu Xinghe. Age, 6 years. Occupation, battle mage. Skills, combat techniques. Learned, combo mastery. Learned, pattern generation. Learned, radiant dragon moon. Learned, energy points. 100. Mission, task of beating Tang San has been completed. Progress, 52. Reward, unlocking the second stage of the energy ring. Second stage of the energy ring, capable of absorbing lightning energy and solar energy. Enhancement stage, 5 current energy points, 100110. In sunlight, energy increases by 10 points per hour. In moonlight, it increases by 5 points per hour. With the advancement of the energy ring to the second stage, the manner in which it expresses energy has transformed, evolving from abstract imagery to a direct numerical representation. Observing the numbers pulsating on the bracelet at intervals brings an exquisite satisfaction to Yu Xinghe, akin to earning money while reclining. Yet, Beyond mere satisfaction, there also lies an insatiable curiosity regarding the forthcoming task. Proceed to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy and win the affection of the target individual, Xiaowu. Affection level, 0-100 reward. Skill, transformation into Bayana. Skill description. Utilizing this skill allows one to transcend soul power level restrictions. Engaging in combat across 3 major levels with adversaries. Skill duration is half an hour, with a cooldown period of 1 year. Energy points can be employed to expedite the cooldown. Chapter 13. Awakening of the Martial Soul. Today marks the day of Martial Soul Awakening. Under the guidance of Old Jack, 9 children gathered at the village's edge in anticipation. What do you suppose my martial soul will be? Yours? Perhaps a hoe. Then yours is likely a carrying pole. Yours is a dung bucket. And yours is a urine spoon. Tang-san, does your backside still ache? Although Yuxingha's voice was melodious to Tang-san's ears, it resonated like the whispers of a demon. Tang-san instinctively covered his rear and retorted, "No need for your concern." As he spoke, he subconsciously distanced himself from Yuxingha. It seems this child has been psychologically scarred. Shortly thereafter, a striking figure clad in white with a black cloak approached. One must admit, in this fantastical realm, the average appearance is remarkably high. Individuals resembling the handsome and beautiful of Yuxingha's past life would likely be mere passers-by here in Douluo Continent. However, even those who have made some progress in cultivation, even without makeup, possess a beauty comparable to that of the finest cosmetics from his previous life, enhanced by an aura of perfection. This year, Su Yuntao has faced a streak of misfortune. Despite awakening martial souls for 6 villages, he has yet to manifest a martial soul capable of bearing soul power. This does not bode well for his evaluation. Nevertheless, despite the setbacks in his work, he strives to maintain a pleasant demeanor as he addresses the children before him. All right, children, line up. I shall awaken your martial souls. In regard to Su Yuntao, he holds a certain admiration for Yuxingha, a man of integrity. Albeit somewhat unfortunate in his fortunes. Were he to be cast into her world, he would undoubtedly embody the archetype of a protagonist from a Japanese manga. Alas, there are no what-ifs in reality. The hoe lacks any spiritual energy fluctuations, as does the scythe. Among the 9 children, 7 have already been eliminated, which has left Su Yuntao in a state of despair. Next, as in the original narrative, when Tang-san awakened his martial soul, the brilliance and aura he emitted surpassed that of all the other children, rekindling Su Yuntao's previously waning hopes. It seemed that this time he was destined to possess a formidable martial soul. Yet, perhaps destiny delights in tormenting Su Yuntao. When the radiance faded, he beheld a sprout of blue-silver grass in Tang-san's hand, and he was utterly devastated. It appeared that this year's performance assessment bonus was now a lost cause. He had initially intended to use those funds to purchase jewelry for CC. Alas, once again, it was blue-silver grass. Next, sir, I have yet to test my spiritual energy. Do we really need to test the spiritual energy of such a worthless martial soul as blue-silver grass? Please, just let me have a go. Very well, let us proceed, so you can be thoroughly disheartened. As Tang-san placed his hand upon the crystal ball, it illuminated instantly, growing ever brighter until it emanated a dazzling halo. Innate full spiritual energy. Su Yuntao could not contain his exclamation. The crystal ball would glow upon sensing even a trace of spiritual energy, but such a radiance, so intense and expansive, could only signify the presence of innate full spiritual energy. What a pity. After finally encountering a genius with innate full spiritual energy, it turns out his martial soul is merely blue-silver grass. Next, at this moment, Su Yuntao yearned to swiftly resolve the matters at hand. Just as he lamented the futility of this endeavor, a figure with silver hair, resembling an ethereal sprite, materialized before him. Perhaps this journey was not entirely in vain. The exquisite beauty of the individual before him eased his previously heavy heart somewhat. Child, extend your hand and relax. To this fairy-like child, Su Yuntao endeavored to speak in the gentlest of tones, fearful that a louder voice might startle her. His fondness for beautiful things was one reason for his gentleness towards Yuxingha. Another reason was his instinctive belief that this enchanting child would undoubtedly bring him joy. In the next moment, behind Yuxingha, a large circular clock materialized, standing at eye level. It was an exquisitely beautiful timepiece, set against the backdrop of a profound and resplendent starry sky. 12 twinkling stars were evenly distributed along the edges, while at the very center of the dial stood a striking profile of a long-haired lowly constellation composed of countless fragments of stars, clad in battle attire. She stood tall and proud, Wielding the clock's hands as if they were a spear, its tip directed precisely between 12 and 1 o'clock. Even after 5 or 6 years devoted to the awakening of martial souls, and having memorized the grand compendium of martial spirits, Rao Yuantao could not recognize this particular soul. Child, you should first test your soul power. If a martial soul represents a person's innate talent, then innate soul power equates to one's very essence. No matter how exceptional your talent, if you were to perish at birth, it would all be in vain. Now, place your hand upon this orb. As Yuxingha rested her hand on the crystal ball, it immediately erupted into a brilliant, radiant glow. Innate full soul power. Witnessing the dazzling brilliance, Su Yuantao was left utterly astonished, unable to close his mouth in disbelief. Another with innate full soul power. The light emitted from the crystal ball grew ever more intense until, at last, with a sharp crack, the ball shattered into countless fragments. The crystal ball lamented, "I have borne a soul power beyond what one of your age should endure." Observing the scattered shards, Yuxingha sheepishly remarked, "Big brother, why is this thing of such poor quality? How could it shatter so easily?" In response, Su Yuantao appeared deeply affected, stating, "This crystal ball was passed down from the previous awakening master to me. It has served faithfully for 60 years. It has never broken before. When I awakened my martial soul, my hand rested upon it as well. Yet today, it exploded in your grasp. Do you understand what this signifies? Does it mean I owe you compensation?" "Compensation, my foot. The fact that you shattered the crystal ball signifies that your innate soul power undoubtedly exceeds level 10. Good heavens. A genius with innate soul power above level 10. A prodigious talent." The mere thought of having awakened such an extraordinary genius left Su Yuantao so exhilarated that he momentarily lost his breath and fainted. Witnessing this scene, Yuxingha was reminded of a passage from a text she had studied in her past life, titled Fan Jin's Success in the Imperial Examination, for at that moment, Su Yuantao bore a striking resemblance to the character Fan Jin. Chapter 14. Farewell upon regaining consciousness. The first thing Su Yuantao intended to do was to take Yuxingha away. "What do you plan to do?" Yuxingha harbored a profound disdain for individuals who would take liberties without prior greeting. When Su Yuantao seized an opportunity and posed a question, he suddenly realized that his earlier conduct was rather inappropriate. "I apologize. I was overly enthusiastic. I wish to invite you to the Spirit Hall, with your innate talent. Should you join, we shall dedicate our finest resources to cultivate you into a renowned soul master across the continent." The Spirit Hall was esteemed as a sanctuary in the hearts of all soul masters. Had it been anyone else who heard such an offer, they would likely have been overwhelmed with excitement. But who was Yuxingha? A transmigrator. What captivates a transmigrator the most? Undoubtedly, it is fortuitous encounters. The Spirit Hall may indeed be the most formidable force on the continent, possessing an abundance of resources. However, these resources held little value for a transmigrator. You claim you can provide the optimal soul ring combinations. I could effortlessly summon a 100,000-year soul ring. You assert that you can guarantee my ascension to title Douluo. I would merely participate in the divine examination. You profess that you can elevate me to the rank of Pope, and I would simply gaze down from the heavens. Smiling silently. In essence, Yuxingha did not perceive the Spirit Hall as a worthy comparison to her own system. Su Yuantao could hardly believe that someone would reject the overtures of the Spirit Hall. Initially, he presumed Yuxingha to be a mere child, unaware of the significance of the 3 characters representing the Spirit Hall. Yet, she countered with an even more detailed exposition, leaving Su Yuantao to ponder if she was indeed a representative of the Spirit Hall. "Since you are aware of the Spirit Hall's might, why not join? I have my own matters to attend to. How about this? If you permit me to join merely in name, I shall acquiesce. Otherwise, the discussion is moot." "Very well. Upon my return, I shall consult with my superiors. Should you change your mind, you may find me at the Spirit Subhall in Nodding City. Just mention my name." "Agreed. Farewell." After Su Yuantao departed, Tang San inquired, "How is it that you possess such extensive knowledge of the Spirit Hall? Moreover, given that it is the continent's foremost power, why do you not join? And what precisely is the distinction between soul masters and soul scholars? How is innate soul power classified?" Perhaps due to the guilt stemming from her earlier altercation with Tang San, Yuxingha unusually exhibited patience, responding to his inquiries with thoroughness, effectively serving as an encyclopedia of Douluo Continent for him. "How do you know all this? You never mentioned it before." Yuxingha felt a pang of regret as she realized that Tang San was the type to take advantage of kindness. Despite her goodwill in explaining matters to him, he had the audacity to persist with his incessant inquiries. In truth, Yuxingha had misjudged Tang San in this regard. For a long time, He had lived in her shadow, initially approaching her with a tentative curiosity. To his surprise, Yu Xinghe seemed to be in a good mood today, showing him a rare kindness. Thus, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity to ask all his questions at once. After all, who knew if tomorrow or any other day she might be in a foul mood again? At that point, not only would he be unable to ask questions, but he would be grateful if she simply went easy on him. Unfortunately, despite Tang San's calculations, he failed to anticipate that Yu Xinghe's patience was rather limited. In the next moment, as her patience wore thin, Yu Xinghe confronted Tang San, who was babbling incessantly, by cracking her knuckles with a sound like popping beans. Instantly, Tang San fell silent. At Jack's home, old Jack patted the shoulders of the two children, his heart swelling with pride. Very good, very good. Both of you possess innate soul power. Our Holy Soul Village will soon produce remarkable soul masters. Grandfather is proud of you. Come, stay a while. I've prepared a delicious meal for you, and tomorrow I will send you off to school. With the prospect of attending school in the city looming, Yu Xinghe decided to pay a visit to the little red fruit tree once more. Parting the underbrush, a massive tree laden with vibrant red fruits came into view. You've come. Indeed. Tomorrow I shall head to the city for my studies, but I feared that if I did not come now, it might be a long time until we meet again. You didn't come just to pick fruit, did you? Wow, you can tell that much? By the way, you didn't add any sleeping poison to the fruits this time, did you? How could I dare to add anything? What if you decide to carve something into my face again? The reason the fruits of the little red fruit tree contained a comatose toxin was that the barrier surrounding it was not particularly concealed. In simple terms, anyone who ventured through that thicket could directly access this place, like a dilapidated wall with a hole worn through it over time. To deal with the occasional intruder, the little red fruit tree devised a clever plan. It infused all its fruits with a comatose toxin. As long as someone was greedy enough to eat its fruits, they would soon fall unconscious, allowing the little red fruit tree's dear friend, the fluffy ball, to toss them far away. Have you awakened your martial soul? Yes. How did you know? I just had a premonition. In a week's time, I shall perish. Is that accurate? It should be. Why do you ask? Are you planning to come and bid me farewell? No. Didn't you say you would give me a 10,000-year soul ring? If you die, where will I find a soul ring? Could you not offer me a word of comfort? Even if it's a lie? I am far too lazy to deceive you. One simple truth. Follow me, and I guarantee you a life of luxury. The words of Yu Xinghe, upon first hearing them, may evoke discomfort. However, the little red fruit tree, being non-human and having witnessed myriad human deceptions, found itself developing a fondness for Yu Xinghe's candid and forthright demeanor. This prompted it to recall a matter of great significance. What would become of its dear friend, the fluffy ball, once it departed? Perhaps it could entrust its care to this human before it. Contemplating this, the little red fruit tree resolved to assess the character of this human before making a decision. If the individual proved worthy of such trust, then bestowing upon them a great gift would be entirely warranted. Human, may I ask you for a favor? Speak. I hope that on some future day, should you capture a soul beast, you will protect it in times of peril, refrain from harming it, and allow it to retain its freedom. Is that agreeable? Your demands are quite significant. You may refuse if you cannot accept, but should you agree, you must swear upon your life. What benefit lies in agreeing? There is no benefit whatsoever. Then I shall consent. Wait, did you just say you agreed? Indeed. Are your ears deaf? Why would you agree? If I said I admire your unwavering dedication to your friends, would you believe me? Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, the little red fruit tree felt, for the first time, a slight shift in its perception of humanity. Chapter 15, The Master After Yu Xinghe's Departure. Ripples once again spread through a certain space, and a wooden door materialized from the void. The door swung open, and a plump, adorable creature sprang forth. Upon its emergence, it leapt onto a tree and began devouring the fruits with great enthusiasm. Before long, every last fruit had vanished. Sated, the creature fell asleep, and upon waking, prepared to leave. As the space shimmered and the wooden door opened, the creature bid a tearful farewell to the little red fruit tree, which responded, I must take my leave. Those simple 6 words left the creature momentarily speechless. Once I am gone, remember to take good care of yourself. Wah wah wah. Hee hee. Whether human, soul beast, or plant, all are bound to meet death. There is no need to seek treasures that can evade the tribulations of fate. I simply wish to spend these final moments in your company. Upon hearing the little red fruit tree's words, the creature immediately burst into tears. Nodding City. Nodding Academy. As old Jack intended to escort Yu Xinghe and Tang Sen into the academy for enrollment, he was predictably halted by 2 guards with disdainful gazes. Old Jack promptly presented the credentials issued by Su Yuntao. The guards took a glance and were instantly struck with disbelief. Impossible. 2 innate full soul power martial souls, one of which is the blue-silver grass martial soul. How can this be? Old man, whom are you trying to deceive? It is not that the guard fails to recognize the certificate issued by the Spirit Hall. Rather, the contents inscribed upon it are utterly preposterous. A spirit with innate full soul power. Such rarity is not akin to common cabbages, and to have 2 appear consecutively is a phenomenon that occurs once in a century. The emergence of even one such prodigy would cause all academies to vie fervently for their attention or be whisked away by the Spirit Hall for cultivation. How could such individuals possibly grace a mere institution like Nodding Academy? The more the guard pondered, the more convinced he became that this certificate was likely a forgery. He immediately unleashed a tirade upon old Jack, exclaiming, "You old fool! Have you no sense of place in your fabrications? Your decrepit village has been devoid of visitors for years, and suddenly 2 appear? You must be mad with aspirations of grandeur. Get lost." As he spoke, the guard reached out to shove old Jack aside. However, just as he extended his hand, a spear of iron was suddenly aimed at his forehead. The tip of the spear was mere inches from the guard, and in that moment, every hair on his body stood on end as he felt the icy chill of the weapon and the looming threat of death. This guard, being merely an ordinary doorman, had never encountered such a sensation before and was so terrified that he soiled himself. "Spare my life." At that moment, an unprecedented fear gripped the doorman. Terrified that a mere tremor of the spear might result in a fatal wound to his crown. "Humph! How lowly you are to look down upon others. Here, take this silver coin as a token from your gracious lady, and go purchase yourself a new pair of trousers." As the spear was withdrawn, the doorman finally noticed that the one who had threatened him was an extraordinarily beautiful little girl, akin to a masterpiece created by the hand of the divine. She cast a disdainful glance in his direction and casually flicked a silver coin at his feet. The doorman hurriedly bent down to retrieve it. Brushing off the dust to confirm it was indeed a silver coin, he immediately bowed deeply to old Jack and the others, saying, "My lady, young ancestor, I humbly beg your forgiveness for my earlier insolence. Please do not hold it against me. May we now enter?" "Yes, yes, please do come in." If it were not witnessed firsthand, neither Tang San nor old Jack would have believed such a dramatic shift in the doorman's demeanor could occur. Yu Xinghe, if you have ever watched a chameleon, you would understand the meaning of changing one's face as swiftly as turning a page in a book. Just as I was about to step into the academy, a somewhat raspy voice echoed, "What is happening?" Yu Xinghe and his companions turned to behold a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s or 50s, standing before them. This man appeared somewhat lean, his face bearing traces of weariness and fatigue, aside from his height and neat appearance. He bore an uncanny resemblance in demeanor to Tang Hao. "Master." The doorman seemed to hold the middle-aged man in great reverence, promptly offering an explanation. Upon hearing that Tang San and Yu Xinghe both possessed innate full soul power, the master's previously drowsy eyes widened with astonishment. "Bring it to me, let me see." The doorman hastily presented the certificate issued by the Spirit Hall. The master's expression grew increasingly shocked as he examined the document. He then approached old Jack and said, "Elder, this certificate is indeed authentic. I apologize on behalf of those 2 unobservant individuals." Old Jack, somewhat taken aback by an apology from a figure of such standing, hastily responded that it was of no consequence. The master then gazed at the 2 children before him, a fervent light glimmering in his eyes. After old Jack reluctantly imparted some words to Yu Xinghe and Tang San, he turned to leave, his silhouette imbued with a sense of melancholy and solitude, for reasons unknown. As Yu Xinghe observed that slightly hunched figure, his heart ached, and he called out, "Grandpa Jack, please take care of yourself." Hearing these words, old Jack paused momentarily. Without turning back, he replied, "Do not worry. The ducks at home still require my oversight." As old Jack's figure faded from view, the master softly addressed the 2 children. "Follow me." Intrigued by this seemingly extraordinary man from the original story, Yu Xinghe pondered what made him so unforgettable to Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. Meanwhile, Tang San, having developed a significant fondness for the master due to his earlier conduct, inquired with curiosity, "They call you master? Are you a teacher at this academy?" The master chuckled heartily in response, "Not quite." "Then are you a leader of the academy? I noticed that they seem quite fearful of you. You are quite perceptive." Though still not entirely correct. Just as the master was about to unveil the truth, Yu Xinghe interjected, "A freeloader." Both Tang San and the master's expressions froze momentarily. However, Tang San quickly retorted, "Xinghe, While you may slander me, do not hastily defame others. This is not Holy Soul Village. Moreover, the master just assisted us. You cannot speak of him in such a manner. Calling someone a freeloader is quite hurtful. The title of master is typically reserved for those of exceptional talent. How could he possibly be a freeloader? Master, you could not possibly be a freeloader, could you? As the saying goes, a murderer's actions are but a fleeting moment. Tang San's previous remark contained 3 instances of the term freeloader, a sharp retort indeed. Cough, cough, you must be Tang San. This girl is correct. I am merely a guest here, enjoying the hospitality. As the conversation progressed, the master revealed a bittersweet smile. Upon hearing the master's own admission, Tang San's mouth formed an astonished O. Beside him, Yu Xinghe, eager to stir the pot, seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. See, I told you he was just a freeloader. In truth, Yu Xinghe did not intend to provoke Yu Xiaojiang, but rather, she was irked by Tang San's audacity to contradict her. Moreover, what does it mean to receive assistance from the master? Without him, Yu Xinghe could still have gained entry. In Chapter 16, the master acknowledged, Tang San, she speaks the truth. I am merely a guest enjoying the hospitality here. Everyone refers to me as the master. And you may do so as well. However, I would prefer if you refrain from calling me teacher, as there is a significant distinction between the 2 titles, unless, at this juncture, the master's gaze ignited with fervor, fixating on Tang San as if he were an extraordinary beauty. Unless you wish for me to be your teacher. In that case, you may indeed call me teacher. Would you be willing to instruct me in cultivating my martial soul? Tang San inquired. Are you willing? He pressed. Tang San fell silent. Recognizing the significance of his silence, Yu Xiaojing realized that he was a clever child. It appeared that to take him as a disciple, he must first demonstrate genuine skill. However, before revealing his true abilities, Yu Xiaojing needed to discreetly dismiss the troublesome girl. After all, the twin martial souls represented an individual's greatest secret, and he could not be certain whether Yu Xinghe was privy to Tang San's secret. If she was aware, that would be acceptable. If not, casually exposing another's secret could lead to considerable trouble. Young lady, would you mind if I had a private conversation with Tang San? Yu Xinghe rolled her eyes in response. I wouldn't mind if you 2 went to climb a mountain together. With that, Yu Xinghe continued her inquiries. And due to her stunning beauty, the students were inexplicably fervent in their admiration. Upon arriving at the academic office, the moment Yu Xinghe stepped inside, she captured the attention of 3 teachers. Presenting the certificate issued by Su Yuntao, the mention of innate full soul power instantly caused a stir within the office. Starry Sky? What kind of martial soul is that? Could you demonstrate it for us? It's not that we doubt you. We are simply curious to see what this martial soul looks like. Director Su had spent a lifetime teaching students and had encountered numerous martial souls. But this clock-themed martial soul was entirely unfamiliar to him. An unknown martial soul is irresistibly enticing for a soul master, especially one that possesses innate, full soul power. Very well. Director Su's request was not unreasonable, and Yu Xinghe promptly unleashed her martial soul. The beautifully ethereal Starry Sky manifested, instantly captivating the attention of the 3 teachers. Against the backdrop of a profound and resplendent starry sky, 12 scintillating stars are evenly distributed along the periphery. At the center of the dial lies a striking silhouette of a youthful constellation, composed of countless fragments of stars, depicting a spirited young girl with flowing hair. Clad in battle attire, the little maiden stands tall and proud. At the heart of the timepiece resides a void so deep and dark that it seems to draw in one's very soul. Yet, at the poles of this black hole, beams forth the luminous essence of the galaxy, suffused with every hue known to the world. This radiant galactic light transforms into the hands of the clock, grasped by the starry maiden, resembling a spear aimed precisely between the hours of 12 and 1. This is the starry sky of time, a name bestowed upon the clock's martial soul by the illustrious Yu Xinghe. According to Su Yuntao, when a brand new martial soul emerges, its possessor is granted the privilege of naming it. Upon the unveiling of the starry sky of time, the 3 teachers were momentarily entranced. While they had witnessed exquisite martial souls before, none could compare to the breathtaking beauty of today's revelation, a marvel beyond their wildest imaginings. This reaction is entirely understandable. As throughout history, the starry expanse has always been a realm beyond human reach, its beauty, exemplified by the celestial dome overhead, capable of captivating hearts for countless years without waning. Moreover, an entire starry sky epitomizes the ultimate beauty of the cosmos, a beauty long aspired to by all sentient beings. The three teachers remained in a state of awe for an extended period, even as the master entered with Tang San, still unable to regain their composure. Director Su, may I proceed with the enrollment formalities for these two children? Upon entering, the master, captivated by Yu Xinghe's martial soul, was equally ensnared. Though he had only stolen a glance before Yu Xinghe retracted her soul. Can the three of you assist me with the enrollment procedures? Of course, certainly. Just as Director Su began to prepare the paperwork, the master swiftly approached Yu Xinghe, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of a religious zealot, exclaiming, "Little girl, could you possibly release your martial soul once more? I didn't catch a clear view earlier." "Absolutely not. Did you not just tell me to step aside?" The Moonstar is indeed quite vengeful. Upon hearing such words from Moonstar River, the master couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. The three teachers nearby, witnessing the master's predicament, struggled to stifle their laughter and turned to Moonstar River, saying, "You should reside in Dormitory 1. It is the finest accommodation in the academy." "No, I wish to stay in the work-study student dormitory." "What? The work-study dormitory? That is out of the question. It is the least desirable." "No, I will stay there." "Very well. Should you have a change of heart, you may come find me at any time." Subsequently, Director Su instructed a young teacher to escort Moonstar River to the work-study dormitory. Throughout the journey, the young teacher incessantly extended olive branches to Moonstar River, hoping she would join his class. To cultivate gifted individuals is the aspiration of every educator in the Soul Master Academy. The greatest pride for a teacher lies in nurturing a future powerhouse, a feat worthy of boasting about for a lifetime. Little girl, your name is Moonstar River. Is it not? Such a beautiful name. Would you be interested in attending my class? Thank you, teacher. I will consider it. Though her response was accompanied by a smile. The tone of rejection was unmistakably clear. This reaction was entirely reasonable, as she had come here merely to observe. If she truly sought guidance, a simple call to the Spirit Hall would ensure her admission into the most prestigious academy. And it was not outside the realm of possibility for her to receive one-on-one mentorship from Bibi Dong herself. Should Moonstar River exhibit a bit more obedience and compliance, the position of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall would be readily within her grasp. Yu Xinghe indeed chose Nodding Academy. Yet this does not imply that she is capricious or easily satisfied. Upon entering, she radiated an aura that captivated attention, much like a spotlight. It is inevitable. Wherever a beautiful girl treads, she draws the gaze of others. A group of boys, mesmerized by the sudden appearance of this stunning maiden, transformed into statues of astonishment. Among them, Wang Xing stood out as the most formidable, and his reaction was the swiftest. He promptly approached Yu Xinghe and inquired, "Are you a new work-study student?" "I am Wang Sheng, the leader of this dormitory, and I shall look out for you henceforth." "Leader?" Yu Xinghe rolled her eyes at Wang Sheng and inquired, "Indeed." It was only upon closer inspection that Wang Sheng realized this new intern was breathtakingly beautiful. Every gesture and word, even the simple act of rolling her eyes, left him utterly enchanted. With such a captivating presence before him, Wang Xing felt compelled to impress. Noticing Yu Xinghe carrying her luggage, he promptly asked, "Shall I assist you with that?" "Certainly. Please help me with this spear. It serves as my weapon. It may be a bit heavy for you, so be cautious and take it to the other side." Of course, how heavy could a spear possibly be? Observing Yu Xinghe's slender figure, he presumed it could not weigh more than 40 to 50 pounds, and the weapon she wielded could not exceed a few pounds. However, the moment he grasped the spear from Yu Xinghe's hands, his expression changed dramatically. Then, under the watchful eyes of many, Wang Xing magnificently stumbled and fell. Chapter 17, Xiao Wu. Wang Sheng's martial soul was that of a tiger, and although he possessed no soul rings, he was, in terms of strength, even more formidable than some soul masters. Yet, despite such incredible power, he found himself unceremoniously toppled by the weapon of a petite girl. How embarrassing. Upon witnessing their leader's fall, his companions rushed over to assist him. "Ouch, why is it so heavy? Goodness, it can't be this weighty, can it? Hey, hey, hey. You're crushing my hand." In the chaotic flurry of hands, the black iron spear was finally set upright. At that moment, Yu Xinghe had already laid out her bedding. "Thank you." Amid the astonished gazes of the boys, Yu Xinghe delicately grasped the black iron spear with her tender hand and, with a slight exertion, drove it into the ground as effortlessly as if slicing through tofu. "How is your strength?" Although Yu Xinghe uttered not a single word, her silent actions conveyed more power than any spoken words could muster. Reflecting on his earlier boastful declaration of protecting her, Wang Xing felt his face flush with embarrassment. "Boss, This time, it was Yu Xinghe who was taken aback. I never claimed I would be your leader. No, you defeated me. Thus you are now the leader of our dormitory. From this day forth, we shall all follow your lead. By the way, what is your name, boss? Yu Xinghe. Xinghe Jie. Forget it. Just call me boss. Sister feels rather odd. Yes. When Tang-san arrived at the intern dormitory, Yu Xinghe had already undergone her transformation from newcomer to leader. Boss, another newcomer. Quick. Show him who's in charge. Upon seeing Yu Xinghe, Tang-san was momentarily bewildered. Xinghe, this is the boys' dormitory. What are you doing here? And who is this boss they speak of? Why do they want to intimidate me? Oh, I am the boss they refer to. Tang-san. Fortunately, Yu Xinghe has lost interest in beating Tang-san. After all, anyone who repeatedly engages in a dungeon for over a year would likely feel a sense of nausea. Reflecting upon this, Yu Xinghe explained, Tang-san hails from the same village as I do. I have already taught him a lesson, so there is no need for any show of force. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, a subordinate expressed dissatisfaction. That won't do, boss. The village is one thing, but the academy is another. They are not the same. We must do it again. Again, with one subordinate leading the charge. The previously quiet atmosphere erupted into chaos once more. Silence. If anyone dares to cause a ruckus, I shall deal with them. In her past life, Yu Xinghe had always detested those who enjoyed stirring up trouble. When someone attempted to leap from a building, they would shout encouragement from below. When a colleague perished in the line of duty, they would lament how foolish it was. When someone stood alone to defend their rights, rather than offering assistance, they would mock them. The might of Yu Xinghe is not to be trifled with. Although she has never taken a human life, she has certainly ventured into the mountains for hunting, having slain no fewer than 800 fierce beasts, many of which were spirit beasts. It was only after vanquishing her first spirit beast that Yu Xinghe discovered the energy-gathering ring could also absorb spirit rings. Naturally, the energy points provided by the spirit rings pale in comparison to those yielded by lightning. The Moonlight Galaxy has likely conducted experiments revealing that the energy points provided by soul rings amount to approximately 1 point per year. In other words, a soul ring from a soul beast that perished a decade ago yields 10 energy points, while one from a century-old beast provides 100. In contrast, a single lightning strike can generate at least several hundred points, albeit attracting lightning can be somewhat challenging. Nevertheless, thanks to the accumulation of energy points over the past year, Moonlight Galaxy has gathered sufficient energy to master the remaining 3 skills. Additionally, with the surplus energy points, an attempt to enhance a transformation was made, though it regrettably ended in failure. As the formidable aura of Yu Xinghe erupted, even Tang-san was taken aback. It goes without saying that the young boys, who had spent their days within the confines of the academy and had hardly engaged in any skirmishes, fared far worse. Each of them displayed expressions of sheer terror, trembling as if they were leaves in a tempest. The boy who had initially instigated the commotion found himself drenched in fear after a mere glance from Yu Xinghe. With a furrowed brow, Yu Xinghe commanded, "Get out and clean yourself up. Return only after you've changed your trousers." Yes. The young boy scrambled out in a panic. Once he was gone, Yu Xinghe addressed the remaining boys, stating, "Since you have acknowledged me as your leader, you will obey my commands without question. I have no tolerance for being directed by others. Do you understand?" The group nodded vigorously, as if in unison. The atmosphere was thick with discontent, as if even the air had become viscous. The crowd felt as though a heavy stone weighed upon their hearts, causing them to tread cautiously in all their actions. Suddenly, a melodious voice pierced through the oppressive silence of the room. "Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory?" Everyone turned towards the source of the sound and beheld a charming little girl, approximately 6 years of age, standing at the entrance. Though her features were not as exquisitely perfect as those of Yu Xinghe, her rosy complexion resembled that of a succulent peach, exuding an alluring aura. Her large, sparkling eyes and flowing black hair, styled in a long braid cascading down to her waist, enhanced her youthful charm. If Yu Xinghe's beauty could be likened to a dazzling diamond, then this little girl was akin to an unrefined gem, initially appearing ordinary, yet captivating upon closer inspection, revealing an increasing brilliance with every glance. "Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory?" Seeing that everyone was rendered speechless, staring at her in astonishment, the girl, blushing slightly, inquired once more. This time, all eyes turned to Yu Xinghe, the unspoken consensus clear. They were hesitant to speak for fear of misstepping, hoping their leader would break the silence first. Following their gaze, the little girl spotted a silver-haired girl and immediately approached her. "Hello, my name is Xiao Wu. as in the dance of dance. Is this the 7th dormitory? As Xiao Wu beamed with a sweet and endearing smile, Yu Xinghe could not resist but gently pinch her cheek. In the midst of Xiao Wu's astonished expression, Yu Xinghe smiled warmly. I am Yu Xinghe, and on behalf of the 7th dormitory, I extend a heartfelt welcome to you. The Lunar River is inherently exquisite, and with that smile, it left Xiao Wu momentarily entranced. You are truly enchanting. Yu Xinghe gently pinched Xiao Wu's cheek, exclaiming, You are quite beautiful as well. In Chapter 18, titled Xiao Wu's Strategy Plan, Part 1, Xiao Wu inquired, May I sleep here? As she pointed to a bed beside Yu Xinghe. Naturally, Yu Xinghe was more than willing to accommodate her. Of course, while arranging the bedding, Xiao Wu noticed that everyone else's beds were adorned with quilts, but hers was starkly bare. Where can I obtain a quilt? She asked. This is the student dormitory. Bedding must be provided by the students themselves. Upon hearing that she had to bring her own bedding, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. However, as is often the case with beauty, challenges tend to attract assistance from others. Xiao Wu, allow me to lend you my quilt. It is spacious enough for both of us. She glanced at the quilts belonging to the boys, which were either tattered or exuded an unpleasant odor. In contrast, Yu Xinghe's quilt was not only exceptionally large, but also brand new. Most importantly, it was adorned with a delightful carrot pattern. Blushing, Xiao Wu took Yu Xinghe's hand and shook it gently, asking, Sister Xinghe, your quilt is so big. May I sleep with you? Of course, Yu Xinghe responded. And Xiao Wu felt a surge of warmth towards her gracious sister. After setting up Xiao Wu's belongings, Yu Xinghe addressed the group. Since I've taken on the role of your leader, I shall treat you all to dinner tonight. Long live the leader. Sister Xinghe is amazing. May we honor our leader through generations with smoke, drink, and style. Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu, two enchanting young ladies, boldly led a procession of diligent students towards the cafeteria, reminiscent of a formidable underworld leader making an entrance. Along the way, Xiao Wu linked her arm with Yu Xinghe's and inquired, Sister Xinghe, why do they refer to you as the boss? Yu Xinghe shrugged nonchalantly, remarking, Perhaps they find me rather intimidating, which is why they instinctively designated me as the leader. This statement held some merit, after all. Yu Xinghe had not engaged in any confrontation with Wang Xing. From beginning to end, Yu Xinghe had done nothing, and yet somehow found himself in a position of authority. In response to Yu Xinghe's explanation, Xiao Wu chuckled, Sister, you are so beautiful and gentle. How could you possibly be frightening? Xiao Wu believed there was no one better than her sister. Tang San interjected, If Yu Xinghe were truly gentle, I would immediately hang myself with blue silver grass. The crowd responded, If you had arrived just a minute earlier, you would have understood what a mother Tyrannosaurus truly is. As Wang Xing and his companions entered the cafeteria, they were met with a chorus of mocking voices. Oh, isn't that Wang Xing and his band of paupers? Paupers remain paupers, relegated to dining on the first floor. As Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu turned towards the source of the voice, they noticed a group of upperclassmen clad in their distinctive attire, pointing and whispering about them. Xiao Wu, known for her straightforward temperament, immediately retorted, Who are you calling a pauper? Sensing her rising agitation, Yu Xinghe gently restrained her and addressed Wang Sheng and the others, saying, Today, I shall treat you all to a meal on the second floor. The words of Yu Xinghe were akin to a hand grasping their throats, silencing them in an instant. Wang Sheng and his companions erupted in cheers, showering her with compliments. Listening to the exuberant shouts of the impoverished crowd below, the upperclassmen felt a burning embarrassment wash over their faces. How could they disregard their dignity? After all, this was in front of the entire student body. If they were to endure this humiliation, they would lose face entirely. With this thought in mind, one student stepped forward and disdainfully proclaimed, You think you can just show up? You merely sat there after ordering plain rice and a bit of soup. If that's the case, you might as well stay down there and not take up space. Boss. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng's expression shifted to one of concern. Indeed, the dishes on the second floor were rumored to be quite expensive. With their party numbering 12, would their leader's wallet be able to withstand such a burden? Could it endure? For Yu Xinghe, the question was moot. Over the past year, she had earned a handsome sum from her hunting endeavors. Not to mention, the spoils from the soul beasts had been quite lucrative. Without a doubt, she could produce over 200 gold soul coins. Feeling the weight of her bulging coin pouch at her waist, Yu Xinghe strode confidently up the staircase, making faces at the upperclassmen as she passed, sticking out her tongue in playful defiance. Strangely enough, the upperclassmen, who should have been incensed by this provocation and eager to display their martial spirits in a true test of manhood, found their anger swallowed upon catching sight of Yu Xinghe. The second floor, being the upscale dining area of Notting Academy, typically hosted teachers and affluent students. However, today it welcomed a peculiar group of guests, the work-study students, a demographic that was not expected to dine here. Xiao Chenyu, who was already seated, observed the modestly dressed work-study students and promptly called out to the waiter, "Waiter, since when did beggars gain entry?" To Xiao Chenyu. The work-study students were little more than beggars in his eyes. Acquainted with his status, the waiter, trembling, explained, "Young Master Xiao, they are here to dine. According to the rules, I cannot prevent them from entering." Humph. What could beggars possibly order? Surely only a bowl of plain rice topped with some soup. Although he muttered this under his breath, his words resonated loudly throughout the second floor. The work-study students clenched their fists tightly, filled with indignation, wishing to rebut Xiao Chenyu vocally. Yet, the harsh truth was that they had no money in their pockets. Any rebuttal should rightfully come from their leader. Go ahead and order what you wish. Choose anything you desire. Just do not waste. Money is no object. Rather than engage in a war of words against the scorn of others, it was wiser to refrain, for if one's temper was not well honed, it could lead to self-inflicted distress. Thus, in dealing with such individuals, the most effective response is to disregard them verbally and let actions speak for themselves. Xiao Wu felt an urge to confront Xiao Chenyu with harsh words, but was swiftly embraced by Yu Xinghe. Although she struggled to break free, she discovered that no amount of effort could budge him an inch. Just as Xiu Wu was about to inquire whether Yu Xinghe would still intervene, Yu Xinghe leaned in close to her ear and whispered softly, "Be good, listen to me, and I promise to infuriate that fellow." After speaking, Yu Xinghe playfully blew a breath into Xiao Wu's ear. The voice of Yu Xinghe was gentle, and a gentle breath brushed against her ear, causing a ticklish, delightful sensation. Her ears were the most sensitive part of her body. With that breath from Yu Xinghe, Xiao Wu felt an overwhelming weakness envelop her, rendering her soft and pliant against Yu Xinghe's embrace. Her small face blushed a deep crimson, buried in Yu Xinghe's arms, refusing to lift her gaze. Chapter 19. Xiu Wu's Strategy Plan, Part 2. To ignore is the greatest form of disdain. The thought of having so openly ridiculed the other, only to receive not a single glance in return, ignited a furious rage within Xiao Chenyu. "Waiter." "Yes, young Master Xiao, what can I do for you? Are there any more of those soul pig trotters? Bring me two." "Certainly." At the mere mention of soul pig trotters, every eye on the second floor, excluding the work-study students, turned towards Xiao Chenyu. "Heavens, it's actually soul pig trotters. I've heard that the main ingredient is harvested from genuine wild boar spirit beasts, and they say it costs 1 gold soul coin each." The upperclassmen whispered among themselves. "TSK, TSK, soul pig trotters. Sigh. Students today are truly wealthy." "I haven't had it in over a year," lamented one teacher. "If only I could have a taste of soul pig trotters, I'd gladly go a month without meat." This was a passing server's mumbled wish as they brushed past Yu Xinghe and the others, since the other party had already made their move. If Yu Xinghe continued to play coy, she would truly become like a turtle. "Waiter." "Yes, what can I assist you with? What high-end ingredients do you have?" If a mere work-study student had asked that, the waiter would undoubtedly have responded with the iciest disdain. Yet, faced with Yu Xinghe, the waiter could not muster any sarcasm. Alas, this young lady was simply too beautiful, so stunning that he felt embarrassed to meet her gaze. "We have 10-year aged wild boar spirit beast knuckles, 10-year aged soul fish, and of course, the finest is the wild matsutake imported from the Xinglua Empire." "How much for the matsutake?" "1 matsutake costs 10 gold soul coins." "How many slices can you cut from it?" Upon hearing this, both the server and Xiao Chenyu were simultaneously taken aback. Matsutake is a specialty from the Xinglua Empire, something ordinary people have never even heard of, let alone how to consume. Yet, this girl, who appeared to be another work-study student, knew precisely how to eat matsutake. This suggested that she had at least tasted it herself, or knew someone who had. It seemed they had underestimated her. An expert can be discerned by their actions. Initially, when Yu Xinghe inquired about the price of matsutake, Xiao Chenyu's attitude was one of disdain, but upon her revealing knowledge of its preparation, his demeanor shifted from scorn to astonishment. 1 matsutake can be sliced into approximately 20 pieces. "Very well, then bring me 2. Fry 40 slices. That's just enough for 40 people, 1 slice each." Upon hearing that Yu Xinghe intended to treat everyone on the second floor to matsutake mushrooms, all present were momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, Xiao Wu lowered her voice and exclaimed, "Why are you inviting them to dine? They were just mocking us." She continued, "Isn't that rather foolish?" In response to Xiao Wu's grievance, Yu Xinghe affectionately brushed her nose and gently replied, "It's all right. You will understand in due time." With that, he turned to the waiter and inquired, "How much for a 10-year soul fish?" 15 gold soul coins, came the reply. "Then please prepare it as a bowl of fish soup and send it over there." The Moonstar River naturally refers to her loyal subordinates gathered around a table. Upon hearing that their leader had ordered a bowl of fish soup valued at 15 gold soul coins for them, the group was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. When the fragrant matsutake mushrooms were served to everyone, those who had previously supported Xiao Qinyu lowered their heads in shame. Enchanted by the intoxicating aroma, Xiao Qinyu let out a sigh and bowed respectfully in front of Moonstar River. "This young lady, I am Xiao Qinyu. I sincerely apologize for my earlier offensive remarks. I hope you will forgive me." Though Xiao Qinyu was known for his arrogance, it did not imply a lack of upbringing. He initially assumed that the choice of matsutake was a means for her to humiliate him by eating half and discarding the rest. To his surprise, she gracefully invited everyone to partake instead, disregarding his sharp words. The contrast between them was stark, revealing their respective characters. Undoubtedly, Xiao Qinyu had lost this encounter. Yet he would only extend his apology to Moonstar River, not to the group of working students. If it came to apologizing to them, he would rather prove himself through action. With Xiao Qinyu's apology, the dispute came to a close. The working students were elated, for they had enjoyed an unforgettable meal that day, releasing years of pent-up frustration, finding joy in life like never before. On this very day, two individuals also underwent a significant transformation in their perception of Moonstar River: Tang San and the Master. Tang San and Moonstar River were familiar acquaintances, yet he had always viewed her as a contradiction, delightfully charming in appearance but crude in speech. He had anticipated that the conflict would ultimately be resolved through brute force, as Moonstar River was renowned for her ability to reason. Ironically, her reasoning was based on the notion that might makes right. However, today's confrontation made Tang San realize something profound. Compared to her physical prowess, her intellect was far more formidable. After all, which 3-year-old could devise strategies for villagers, leading an entire community towards improved living conditions? Gazing at Moonstar River, now the center of attention, Tang San recognized that he needed to strive harder. The altercation between Moonstar River and Xiao Qinyu was keenly observed by the master, who sat in a corner of the second floor. Initially, he regarded Moonstar River as a bright but naive child. Yet, her performance today revealed that she was a precocious young lady with depths even greater than those of Tang San. Not only was her talent exceptional, but her composure was equally impressive. One could only wonder what kind of extraordinary genius would emerge from the Douluo Continent in the future. Upon contemplating this, the master silently rose after savoring the matsutake. Chapter 20. The Strategy for Xiao Wu, Part 2. After a satisfying meal, it was only natural to take a stroll to aid digestion. However, these reasons served merely as pretexts. The true objective was to accompany Xiao Wu on her shopping excursion and diligently enhance their rapport. Although Yu Xinghe emerged victorious from their dispute, Xiao Wu remained somewhat despondent. Noticing her lips pouting as if they could hold a soy sauce bottle, Yu Xinghe playfully nudged her cheek and inquired, "What troubles you? You've been sulking since earlier." Still not satiated? Provoked by Yu Xinghe's teasing, Xiao Wu finally erupted. "I simply cannot fathom why you would invite them to dine, even though that fellow apologized. I still feel uneasy." His gaze towards Wang Xing and the others has changed at all. Xiao Wu spoke a truth. The recent altercation could be deemed Yu Xinghe's solitary triumph rather than a collective victory, for Xiao Qinyu had consistently bowed only to Yu Xinghe. "What do you wish to do? Seek an opportunity to give him a thrashing?" "Absolutely. Fear not, Xiao Wu. There will be ample chances to confront him later. So there's no rush? Yet you still haven't clarified why you invited them to eat. Consider this. If we possess a cluster of grapes, and a fox desires to consume them but we refuse, it might claim the grapes are sour, dismissing them. However, if we offer it a single grape, allowing it to savor the sweetness, when we later indulge in the grapes before the fox, it will only be left salivating and longing." That does seem to hold some merit. The fragrant essence of matsutake still lingered in her mouth. Imagining herself savoring the matsutake while those who once looked down upon her drooled in nostalgia for the exquisite taste made Xiao Wu's spirits lift considerably. As they meandered, Xiao Wu exhibited the curiosity of a child, eager to observe everything and drawn to any commotion, even wanting to intrude upon fights. In response, Yu Xinghe could only exasperatedly tug her along. In truth, Yu Xinghe understood that Xiao Wu, having just transformed from a soul beast, had yet to encounter many aspects of the world. The concept of needing money to purchase items was still rather nebulous to her. While wandering, they arrived at a marketplace bustling with fresh produce. As they passed a stall selling radishes, Xiaowu came to a complete halt. Observing the glimmer of desire in her eyes, Yuxinghe suddenly recalled that her true form was that of a rabbit. "Good sir, how much for these radishes?" "1 copper soul coin for 2 pounds. Then I shall have 2 pounds, and please wash them thoroughly." "Certainly." As the carrot came into her possession, Yuxinghe brandished a crisp, glistening carrot before Xiaowu, who fixated on it with an adorably dazed expression. Finally, her yearning for the carrot triumphed over reason. In a flash, Xiaowu snatched the carrot and began to crunch on it delightfully. It is worth mentioning that Xiaowu had suffered greatly. Having wandered from the Stardow forest, she had long since consumed the last of the carrots she had brought from home. As of now, she had endured a full 3 days without a single carrot. For a rabbit, this was utterly intolerable. Observing the charming sight of Xiaowu nibbling on the carrot, Yuxinghe gently stroked her head and said, "Take your time. There's no one here to compete with you. If that isn't enough, I shall procure more." Xiaowu lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Sister Xinghe, why are you so kind to me?" Since entering the realm of humans, Xiaowu had witnessed too much of their ugliness. Those who appeared jovial would swiftly turn scornful upon discovering her lack of funds, showering her with disdainful remarks. Even those who refrained from insults offered nothing but disdainful glances and peculiar stares. The kindness exhibited by Yuxinghe was something Xiaowu had only experienced from her mother and the 2 Ming brothers. "Now that you call me sister, it is no great matter for me to treat my little sister to a couple of carrots. If you feel indebted, simply invite me to enjoy some delicacies in the future." Upon hearing Yuxinghe's words, Xiaowu was momentarily taken aback, then promptly extended a carrot toward Yuxinghe. "Please, have a carrot." To Xiaowu, carrots were the most delectable treasures in the world. With a touch of irritation, Yuxinghe snatched the radish and playfully tugged at her ear, exclaiming, "You little imp! To use the gift I bestowed upon you to treat me, how audacious! I have no fondness for radishes, I desire you instead." As she spoke, Yuxinghe lunged towards Xiaowu with a playful ferocity. Taken by surprise, Xiaowu found herself enveloped in Yuxinghe's embrace. Leaning in, Yuxinghe whispered conspiratorially into her ear, "Xiaowu, your love for radishes must mean your martial spirit is that of a rabbit, is it not?" Xiaowu's expression shifted subtly, yet she quickly responded, "Sister, you are so clever. My martial spirit is indeed a rabbit. How delightful. I have a penchant for rabbits. Just today, I caught a hefty 40-pound white rabbit. Should I braise it or stir-fry it?" "No, please. The rabbit is so adorable. Let us not eat it. Rabbits are easy to care for. They require only 3 pounds of radish daily and never cry or cause a stir. That is too much. 3 pounds of radish each day is excessive. Better to sell it. Let us see who would buy it." "No. Xiaowu is very obedient. I can help with cleaning and even assist you in battles. Please don't sell me. Fool, how could I ever part with you? You've consumed my radishes, which means you belong to me now. A treasure like you is worth more than all the gold coins in the world. Indeed, you are the best sister in the world. Even if offered all the radishes in existence, I would not trade you." Chapter 21. Crossing the Tribulation Coincidentally. As Yuxinghe prepared to return to the Tianqing forest to check on the little red fruit tree, Tang Xin also began to pack his belongings, intending to venture with the master to the soul-hunting forest for his first soul ring. "Shall we go together?" "No, thank you." "Very well, be cautious. You should be the one to be careful." Watching Yuxinghe disappear from sight with her black iron spear, Tang Xin clenched his fists in determination. One day, he too would obtain his own soul ring through sheer strength. In the Tianqing forest, the weather was particularly gloomy, with dark clouds swirling ominously, heralding an impending storm. As she pushed through the underbrush, the towering little red fruit tree came into view. Unlike before, today the tree bore not a multitude of small red fruits, but hung only a single, exceptionally striking one. "Human, do you remember the promise you made to me?" "I do. Thank you. This is the 10,000-year soul ring I promised you. You may absorb it directly." With that, the ethereal little red fruit detached itself and flew into Yuxinghe's hand. The moment it touched her palm, she felt the vibrant life energy it contained. Simultaneously, the barrier dissipated. The sky roiled with dark clouds, resembling a tumultuous sea, as flashes of lightning danced through the air, akin to thunderous dragons wreaking havoc. This was the tribulation of 100,000 years, the shackles imposed by deities upon the soul beasts. As the barrier dissipated, the little red fruit tree was left utterly exposed, its last veil of concealment stripped away. The ominous clouds and thunder, akin to sharks sensing the scent of blood, converged ominously above the little red fruit tree. The tempestuous winds shook its branches, tearing away vast swathes of its leaves. When the sky finally coalesced into a swirling vortex, the first bolt of lightning descended. With a resounding crash, a mighty branch of the little red fruit tree was cleaved asunder. Another thunderclap followed, this time severing an entire layer from the tree's crown. The relentless barrage of lightning seemed like a divine whip, mercilessly lashing the stationary little red fruit tree. 1 lash, 2 lashes, 3 lashes, 4 lashes, 5 lashes. The divine lightning's quintuple strike far surpassed even the prowess of Master Ma's famed thunderous quintuple lash. After 5 strikes, all the branches of the little red fruit tree lay shattered, leaving only a charred trunk, defiantly raised like an unyielding middle finger towards the heavens, expressing its indomitable will. With a deafening roar, the 6th bolt descended. This time, the sharpest part of the trunk was flattened by the thunder. Much like life itself smooths out the edges of a person. When the 7th bolt struck, the trunk was cleaved in 2. The 8th bolt followed. Accompanied by a muffled groan, the little red fruit tree was on the brink of collapse. Some say that for a plant to awaken sentience, it must endure millennia of tranquil cultivation. The adage of 1,000 years gathering spirit and 10,000 years to awaken speaks to the nature of plants. The little red fruit tree was not small. By the time it gained consciousness, its stature was already the tallest entity within its sight. It was fortunate, for a plant requires nearly 10,000 years of serene growth to nurture its intellect. Any untimely disruption would render its sentience unattainable. Yet, the little red fruit tree was also unfortunate. Despite its awakening, no other plant around it had attained consciousness. It was profoundly lonely, until one fateful day, an adorable creature appeared. It was a ball of fluff, as white as freshly fallen snow. The little red fruit tree vividly recalls the expression on that creature's face upon seeing it. Its eyes widened in astonishment, drool trickling from the corners of its mouth, as it let out gleeful cries and flitted to the branches, devouring the fruit it had painstakingly borne. After feasting on the fruits, the creature sought a cool, spacious nook to slumber. The little red fruit tree yearned to communicate, yet received no response. Upon awakening, the creature departed without a word. The little red fruit tree felt a pang of disappointment. However, it was not long before, once again laden with fruit, that the adorable creature returned. It repeated its ritual of feasting, sleeping, and then leaving. Though the creature never acknowledged it, the little red fruit tree did not mind. It simply understood that from that moment forth, all its endeavors carried newfound significance. The fruits that have ripened are meant for consumption, rather than falling to the ground to decay. The lush foliage no longer seeks to absorb more sunlight, but instead serves to shield it from the sun. Seasons change, and time flows by. Unbeknownst to us, a millennium has passed. One fateful day, when the adorable creature awakens and contemplates its departure, it suddenly turns back and emits a sound towards the little red fruit tree for the very first time. A soft, plaintive cry. Although the meaning of the creature's utterance eludes understanding, it does not diminish the joy of the little red fruit tree. The 9th rumble of thunder reverberates, pulling the little red fruit tree back to reality. Gazing at the brilliant glimmer amidst the dark clouds, it comprehends that its end is nigh. Thank you, dear one. Thank you for your companionship over these countless years. Thank you for granting this grand tree a prolonged, beautiful dream. A beam of light ignites, illuminating the world. With a deafening crash, the last remnants of the trunk are shattered. Simultaneously, ripples form in the void, and a wooden door materializes out of thin air, through which a white shadow flits forth. The white shadow swiftly approaches the spot where the little red fruit tree once stood. However, now, all that remains is a charred, blackened stump. The little creature wails loudly, rummaging through the ashes as if in search of something. It incessantly searches the already carbonized stump, and before long, its once snowy white form transforms into a pitch-black coal-like entity. Though the words of the little creature are unintelligible, the sorrow imbued in its tone resonates universally. Eventually, it appears to abandon its search, collapsing amidst the remnants of the black stump in heartfelt sobs. Observing the weeping creature, Yu Xinghe feels an inexplicable pang of sorrow within her heart. Subsequently, she retrieves the fruit bestowed upon her by the little red fruit tree and places it before the little black entity. Upon beholding the red fruit, the little black entity ceases its crying. Then, to Yu Xinghe's astonishment, the little black entity opens its mouth and devours the red fruit. What follows is even more surprising. The little black entity extends its furry hand, pressing it against the remnants of the stump, as a vibrant green glow emanates from its being. pulsating with a life force that flows unceasingly from within it into the charred remains beneath. At last, after an indeterminate span of time, a tender green sprout breaks through the dark remnants. As the sprout emerges, the little black entity spits forth a mouthful of blood, seemingly intending to nourish it with its lifeblood. Although Yuxinghe cannot foresee the consequences of this act, she surmises that the little black entity is likely to perish, for she perceives a resolute determination in its eyes. Recalling her promise to the little red fruit tree, Yuxinghe feels compelled to intervene. However, as she reached out to embrace the small black orb, she was astonished to discover that she could not touch it at all. It was so tantalizingly close, yet utterly beyond her grasp. After expelling several mouthfuls of blood, the small black orb appeared to be in a state of utter despondency, while in stark contrast, the tender sprout had flourished into a sapling towering above her. Despite the orb's dismal demeanor, it smiled. Then, it spoke to Yuxinghe. "Human, I thank you. Without the seed you provided, no amount of life energy could have revived it. You can speak? Is it so strange to converse?" Indeed, in a fantastical realm, encountering something as whimsical as SpongeBob SquarePants is hardly cause for astonishment. By the way, are you feeling all right in your current state? What do you think? To be honest, I truly do not know. Human, I wish to make a request of you. Hey. Why are you asking me for something just like that little red fruit tree? I refuse. From the beginning till now, I've gained nothing beneficial. I won't listen. Noticing Yuxinghe covering her ears, the voice of the small black orb resonated directly in her mind. It is an unequivocally fortuitous proposition. It will bring you only benefits. None of the contrary. Speak. I desire to reside within your body alongside Little Red. Little Red? You mean this tree? Absolutely not. What if you both become permanent residents? Akin to squatters? Where would I find solace to weep? What is a squatter? Never mind that. Little one, this is only advantageous for you. You must be a soul master, correct? From my observations, you seem to require 2 soul rings. If you consent to allow Little Red and me to stay within you for a time, I shall bestow upon you 2 soul rings. What do you say? You will not regret it. That could work. But what duration of soul rings will you grant me? I will not agree without at least 10,000 years. The small black orb smiled faintly. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Chapter 22. Soul Rings and Soul Skills. All right. I shall now enter. Do not be anxious. It will not be painful. Yuxinghe, are you wishing for my demise? After the little black orb and the sapling transformed into luminous specks and merged into Yuxinghe's being, a torrent of surging energy coursed through her body, propelling her level from 20 and climbing steadily through 21 and 22. Ultimately, the 2 soul rings conferred a 5-level enhancement to her soul power. Yuxinghe furrowed her brow in confusion. This should not be. How could the simultaneous absorption of 2 soul rings yield merely a 5-level increase in soul power? After all, she was only a great soul master, not a soul king, soul emperor, or soul sage. With this thought, Yuxinghe focused her mind and activated her martial soul. Simultaneously, 2 soul rings rose from beneath her feet, one white and one black. Upon seeing the glaringly bright white soul ring, Yuxinghe finally comprehended the situation. It appeared that she had been hindered. As Yuxinghe wallowed in her frustration, she failed to notice that the pointer of the time-star sky had moved from just shy of 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. Of course, even if Yuxinghe were aware, she would have lacked the spirit to investigate further. A white soul ring. Is this a jest? Gazing at the lustrous, crystalline white soul ring, Yuxinghe couldn't help but exclaim, "Little black orb, come forth and explain this to me." In the next instant, a fluffy white ball appeared atop Yuxinghe's head. Firstly, I am not called Little Black Orb. You may refer to me as Ying. Secondly, what is the fuss about the color of a soul ring? Besides, don't you think white is quite beautiful? Yet the issue lies in the fact that my first soul ring is merely 10 years. Are you trying to bring about my ruin? Calm down, calm down. The color of the soul ring is of no consequence. What truly matters is the soul skill that this ring bestows upon you. I'm going to sleep now. Do not disturb me unless it's urgent. Prompted by Ying's reminder, Yuxinghe felt a surge of curiosity regarding the soul skill that the white soul ring would grant her. As she activated her first soul skill, the white soul ring shimmered slightly. Simultaneously, a cross coordinate appeared in Yuxinghe's vision, shifting as her gaze moved. She then attempted to stabilize the coordinate, and with a focused thought, it landed directly upon a stone. And then, nothing happened. Is this it? Indeed, a 10-year soul ring is a 10-year soul ring, and the skill it grants is among the most trivial. Thankfully, her second soul ring is 1,000 years. Otherwise, if another white soul ring were to manifest, Yuxinghe would be driven to despair. As Yuxingha activated her second soul skill, the second soul ring flickered gently. With a loud bang, Yuxingha vanished from her original position. Moments later, she collided directly with the stone. Good heavens! How can the second soul skill be so utterly disappointing? Rubbing her painfully throbbing forehead, Yuxingha suddenly recognized that this stone looked rather familiar. After surveying her surroundings once more, a bold idea took root in her mind. Subsequently, Yuxingha activated her first skill again, this time designating a cross-coordinate on an open expanse. She then unleashed her second soul skill once more. In the next moment, she found herself there. It was, astonishingly, a teleportation. Yuxingha was utterly astonished, for the surprise was indeed monumental. The ability to teleport, whether employed for evading peril or for initiating an offensive, was nothing short of miraculous. Consequently, for the entire day, Yuxingha reveled in this newfound skill. Akin to a child with a captivating toy, teleporting throughout the forest. When her spiritual energy was depleted, she would take a moment to recuperate, and once revitalized, she would resume her playful antics. By the time Yuxingha returned to Notting Academy, it was well past midnight. In order to prevent students from sneaking out for nocturnal escapades, the academy's gates were securely locked, and 2 gatekeepers patrolled the entrance. However, for Yuxingha, who had acquired this extraordinary new soul technique, these obstacles were mere trifles. Should the elite soul masters become aware of an individual utilizing such a divine teleportation skill to elude the academy's gatekeepers, their reactions would surely be fascinating. Upon returning to her dormitory, she found Wang Xing and the others engrossed in meditation to cultivate their spiritual energy. This was quite normal, as the working students spent their days laboring to earn their living expenses, only to find leisure time for cultivation in the evenings. In stark contrast to Wang Xing and his diligent companions, the sight of Xiaowu peacefully asleep seemed rather out of place. Speaking of Xiaowu, Yuxingha suddenly felt an urge to check her progress in the ongoing endeavor. With a swift gesture, her data panel materialized. Name, Yuxingha. Age, 6. Occupation, Battle Mage Martial Soul. Star of Time level, 25. Enhancement level, 5. Skills, Combat Techniques, acquired. Combo Mastery, acquired. Pattern Generation, acquired. Radiant Dragon Crescent Moon, acquired. Energy Points, 1360. Mission, When Xiaowu's Heart Progress, 65. 100 Reward. Skill, Transform into Bayana. Yuxingha had not anticipated that the time he spent with Xiaowu, a mere half-day, would significantly elevate his fondness for her. What an innocent girl she is. In the realm of humanity, it would be utterly improbable to cultivate such affection in just a few hours. Perhaps only a naive spirit beast could be so easily moved. Reflecting on this, Yuxingha decided it was time to rest. After a full day of experimenting with teleportation, although his soul power had been replenished, the fatigue of his mind could only be remedied through slumber. As soon as Yuxingha reclined, Xiaowu, who had initially closed her eyes, slightly opened them. "You're back?" Hearing Xiaowu's murmurs akin to a dream, Yuxingha gently pinched her cheek and replied, "Indeed, I have returned." "You're so cold," she remarked. And without hesitation, Xiaowu nestled closer, wrapping herself around Yuxingha like an octopus. With her head buried in the crook of Yuxingha's neck, she whispered, "What soul beast did you slay? So soon?" At this, Yuxingha felt a trace of gloom. A little white rabbit that lived for 10 years. Xiaowu, with a feigned annoyance, pinched the soft flesh at Yuxingha's waist. "No. The rabbit is so adorable. Why do you always have to target rabbits?" Yet, after a brief moment, Xiaowu couldn't help but giggle. "You can only bully rabbits, I suppose. I bet you spent ages trying to catch one." Yuxingha extended a hand to embrace the delicate figure of Xiaowu, while his other hand caressed her gentle head. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered softly, "I never need to actively pursue rabbits. I merely stand still, and they come to me of their own accord." The gentle murmur tickled her ear, sending delightful shivers through her being, akin to a delicate hand teasing her heart from a distance. Xiaowu yearned to shield her ears with her hands, but Yuxingha firmly grasped them. "All right, I shall not tease you any longer. Sleep now." As he spoke, he held Xiaowu close, snugging the blanket around them and lightly patting her back. That night, Xiaowu slumbered exceptionally peacefully. As she drifted into a deep sleep, the progress bar surged from 65 to a sudden 70. Chapter 23. Soul Master Level Assessment. Sister Xingha, may I see your soul rings? Absolutely not. Why not? Because my soul rings are far too formidable. Revealing them would frighten you. Are they 100-year soul ring? 1,000-year soul ring? A 10,000-year soul ring? Or perhaps 100,000-year soul ring? Xingha, it has nearly been 100,000 years. Sister Xingha, would you kindly reveal your soul ring to me? Faced with Xiaowu's charming antics, Xingha ultimately relented. When the pale white soul ring emerged from beneath Yuxingha's feet, Xiao was taken aback. How could a 10-year soul ring possibly be a 10-year ring? In the Douluo Continent, 90% of soul masters possess a 10-year soul ring as their first. However, Xiao was acutely aware of Yuxingha's formidable prowess. Not to mention, even the 100-pound black iron spear was not something an ordinary person could wield. Yuxingha, in a remarkable display of strength, wields it like a mere stick. Such power is indeed rare, even among soul beasts. While other students are accompanied by mentors to hunt for soul rings, Yuxingha boldly ventures into the mountains alone, taking a leave of absence for this purpose. Her formidable prowess renders it unsurprising that her first soul ring is a millennium old, even to Xiao Wu. Yet, at this moment, the pale white soul ring pulsates above and below, as if mocking her with the greatest irony bestowed by the heavens. The significance of the soul ring cannot be overstated, especially the first, as it marks the beginning and serves as the foundation for a soul master. A shaky foundation will inevitably shorten one's journey as a soul master. But that is of little concern. Although the first soul ring may be lacking, there remains the opportunity to compensate with the second. Xiao Wu, you are truly astute. Hee. What is there to be clever about? I merely wondered how you knew I would make up for it with my second soul ring. The second soul ring? Initially, Xiao Wu did not grasp the implication, but soon her expression shifted to one of astonishment, even more exaggerated than when she first beheld the 10-year soul ring. You have become a great soul master. Indeed, come accompany me to the spirit hall to receive my rank badge. Wait. What level is your soul power now? 25. 25. Are you certain it is not 15? Yuxingha, with a hint of annoyance, tapped Xiao on the head and exclaimed, Do you think I am your obedient little rabbit, incapable of discerning even your soul power level? What about your second soul ring? Subsequently, Xiao Wu gazed at the profound, inky depths of her second soul ring, rendered speechless for an extended moment. In the office on the second floor of the Martial Soul Branch in Notting City, an elderly man was sternly reprimanding a young man. If Yuxingha were present, he would immediately recognize that the chastised youth was Su Yutao. Yutao, I am not addressing you lightly. How could you have delayed something of such immense importance until now? This is a brand new martial soul. One that possesses innate soul power beyond the ordinary, potentially even reaching an innate level of 20. This is a monumental event worthy of being chronicled in the annals of the Martial Soul Hall's history. Where has that child gone? Master Ma Xiaonua. She should be at Notting Academy. The faculty and students there can attest that she has been diligently studying. However, just yesterday, she suddenly took leave, claiming she needed to return to her village. I rushed to Holy Soul Village, but still could not find her. Then we must revisit Notting Academy today. This child is one we must secure for the Martial Soul Hall. Knock, knock, knock. What is it? Master Ma Xiaonua. There are 2 children outside who wish to take the Soul Master level examination. Let them in. Yutao, you go search for that child. Yes. As the door swung open, Yuxingha collided with Su Yutao, who wore a rather dismal expression. Oh, big brother, what are you doing here? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Su Yutao looked down, and the sight nearly brought him to tears. What a stroke of fortune, to find you so effortlessly. Then, under Yuxingha's puzzled gaze, Su Yutao led her before Ma Xiaonua. Master Ma Xiaonua, this is the child I mentioned to you. That is splendid news. Since she has graciously presented herself, I shall overlook your previous oversight, Yintao. Child, before we proceed with the Soul Master level assessment, could you please reveal your martial soul for me to observe? Of course. As the ethereal vision of the time-starry sky emerged, Ma Xiaonua was instantly captivated. If martial souls could possess an aesthetic quality, the time-starry sky would undoubtedly stand out among all souls. Once, having perused the Martial Soul Compendium, Ma Xiaonua believed the angelic martial soul to be the strongest and most beautiful in existence. Yet now, upon witnessing the time-starry sky, he felt that the beauty of the angelic soul paled in comparison. Wonderful! What a magnificent time-starry sky! Having lived the better part of my life, to be fortunate enough to witness such a martial soul is a fulfillment of my deepest wishes. With that, Ma Xiaonua guided Yuxingha toward the examination of her soul power level. Upon entering the Martial Soul Laboratory, Ma Xiaonua instructed, Release your soul ring. As the white and black soul rings ascended from the feet of Yuxingha, Matthew was once again rendered speechless. The white soul ring was somewhat understandable, as most soul masters possess a white 10-year soul ring as their first. However, the emergence of a black 10,000-year soul ring as the second was utterly astonishing. Matthew could assure that, even in the annals of soul master history, the 10,000-year soul rings held by the title Douluo enshrined in the Spirit Hall were only attainable at the Soul King level. To possess a 10,000-year soul ring at the Great Soul Master level would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the Soul Master community. Grandfather, has the test concluded? We still need to assess your soul power. With that, Matthew retrieved a crystal ball. Logically, one in your position, having just acquired a soul ring, should possess a soul power of around 21. Yet before he could finish his thought, Matthew was once again taken aback by the result displayed by the crystal ball. 25. Good heavens. Thankfully, with the foundation of the 10,000-year soul ring, Matthew managed to maintain his composure. Soon after, Matthew produced a badge adorned with the intricate design of 3 crossed swords and said, "Child, concentrate your soul power at your fingertips and inscribe your name on the back. From this moment forth, this will be your affiliated rank badge." The badge, though modest in size, was quite significant for a child like Yuxingha. After all, the designer could hardly have envisioned that a young one could attain the level of a great soul master. Child, can you manage it? If not, grandfather can assist you. Thank you, grandfather, but I would prefer to do it myself. In the next moment, Yuxingha summoned a wisp of soul power to her fingertips. After briefly swirling the luminous essence, she deftly inscribed 3 characters with a flourish. Excellent. Inscribing on the rank badge using soul power is also a form of test. Aside from soul masters specifically skilled in engraving, most soul masters lack the finesse in manipulating their soul power, resulting in imprecise inscriptions that often appear crooked and unrefined, akin to a dog's marks. For instance, Su Yuntao, when he received his Great Soul Master badge, insisted on carving his name himself, resulting in an inscription that was quite unsightly. In contrast, one would hardly guess that the 3 characters inscribed bore the name Su Yuntao. Conversely, Yuxingha, though a young girl, executed her strokes flawlessly, her calligraphy resembling a master's brushwork, exuding an unmistakable air of authority. Indeed, it was the demeanor of a master. Matthew was also puzzled. A young girl's writing could be delicate or intricate, but how could it convey such a commanding presence? One might think it was inscribed by a venerable soul emperor or soul saint. Little did Matthew know that Yuxingha had absorbed the lifetime insights of a martial arts master. While her skills might still require refinement, she had an innate grasp of her presence. Chapter 24, The Evil Spirit Master Child. Would you be willing to join the Spirit Hall? As anticipated, Matthew began to draw Yuxingha into the organization. Could I take some time to consider this? How long will your contemplation last? Perhaps a few decades. Cough, cough. Matthew felt that he might not live long enough to see that day. Child, the Spirit Hall is the ultimate sanctuary for all soul masters. At your tender age, you may not fully grasp what it signifies. How about this? You return to the academy to continue your studies, and I shall report to my superiors to ascertain their stance. How does that sound? All right. There was no other option. Yuxingha certainly couldn't harm Matthew. In that moment, she understood the meaning of taking too large a step, only to find herself in a predicament. She had no eggs. After a brief wait, when Xiaowu also received her Soul Master badge, she excitedly rushed to claim her Soul Master subsidy. However, while attempting to collect her subsidy, the staff initially assumed that Yuxingha's badge did not belong to her and was about to deny her payment. It was only after Matthew came forward to personally vouch for her that the managing personnel hurriedly apologized, visibly flustered. Once outside the Spirit Hall, Yuxingha concealed the Grandmaster badge, while others adorned it to garner respectful gazes. Wearing it herself might attract unwarranted trouble. As they journeyed, Xiaowu hopped along, contemplating how to spend her gold soul coins. Though a single gold soul coin is considerable for an ordinary person, it hardly sufficed for Xiaowu, who was curious about everything and wanted to buy it all. Thus, she turned her gaze toward Yuxingha, who received 10 gold soul coins monthly. Sister Xingha, she chirped sweetly, may I borrow some gold soul coins? I promise to return it later. And how will you repay me? Rabbits are hardly worth anything. Will you lend it or not? Just one word. Really, I am at a loss with you. Sister Xingha is the best. Mua, though she had parted with her money. The sweet kiss balanced Yuxingha's heart somewhat. Unbeknownst to her, while she and Xiaowu were shopping, others had already set their sights on them. Boss, those 2 girls are quite the sight. Especially the one with silver hair. At such a young age, she is already so alluring. Just imagine how she will be when she grows up. Third, wipe your drool and remember our primary purpose for being here. I know, but boss, it would be such a pity to simply eliminate those 2. If you're so infatuated, go capture them yourself, but keep the noise to a minimum. And do not forget the main task. Yes. In the stillness of the night, 2 gatekeepers stood before the entrance of Nottingham College, engaged in a casual conversation. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind, laden with swirling dust, swept through the air, causing them to rub their eyes in discomfort. As they were momentarily blinded by the storm, 3 dark figures surged towards them. In a bewildering instant, the 2 gatekeepers met their untimely demise. "It's your turn now. I'll accompany the 3rd one inside," one of them declared. "Rest assured, my leader." As the 2 shadows vaulted over the surrounding wall, the remaining figure conjured a shroud of black mist, enveloping the lifeless bodies of the gatekeepers. Following a chilling sound reminiscent of gnawing, the 2 gatekeepers vanished without a trace. A dark cloud drifted overhead, obscuring the radiant moonlight. On a moonless night with howling winds, Rosen, the headmaster of Notting Academy, usually retires late. However, for reasons unknown, he suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue as he immersed himself in paperwork. As his head drooped, a shadow darted swiftly towards him. "The Soul Master is nothing extraordinary," the shadow muttered disdainfully, brandishing a long blade aimed at Rosen's neck. Just as the shadow anticipated the exquisite sight of severed head and spurting blood, the seemingly unconscious Rosen abruptly opened his eyes. For soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, rose from beneath his feet, and an oil lamp materialized in his hand. "Who are you?" Rosen bellowed in fury as he activated his 4th soul skill. The flickering flame within the oil lamp surged violently, transforming into a massive fireball that hurled itself toward the shadow. The shadow, caught completely off guard by Rosen's sudden awakening, found itself engulfed by the fiery orb due to their close proximity. Within the orange fireball, agonizing screams echoed. "Boss, save me. There is someone." Before Rosen could fully comprehend the situation, a line of blood appeared at his throat, and a figure emerged behind him. "You." As he attempted to turn and discern the identity of the shadow, a sudden movement caused a geyser of blood to erupt, and an aged head tumbled from his neck. Thud, thud, thud. The head struck the ground with a dull thud, prompting a disdainful snort from the shadow. With Rosen's demise, the blazing fireball vanished in an instant. Zhang Sen approached Wang Wu, who exuded a pungent burned odor, and kicked him, saying, "Are you dead? If not, get up. Someone will be here soon." Wang Wu opened his mouth, and a stream of dark, acrid smoke erupted forth. "Cough, cough, I messed up. You should be grateful he was merely a soul master. Had he been a soul king, you might have been reduced to ashes. Do not forget, you are merely a lowly soul sovereign. Cough, cough, I apologize. It won't happen again. We must act swiftly." That old man just shouted, "I wonder if those children have awakened. If they have, it could spell trouble." Meanwhile, the slumbering Xiao Wu and Yu Xinghe both opened their eyes simultaneously. After a moment of mutual gaze, they exclaimed in unison, "Did you hear that?" Following this, Yu Xinghe hurriedly donned his clothes and shouted to the meditating Wang Sheng and others, "Get up. Something big has happened." Chapter 25, Night of Carnage, Part 1. Rosen's earlier cry of "Who are you?" played a crucial role, inadvertently awakening the 2 teachers residing at the academy from their meditative states. Teacher A exclaimed, "That was the headmaster's voice." Teacher B replied, "This is serious." As the 2 teachers exited the dormitory, they hurried towards the dean's office, their expressions growing grave as they surveyed the surrounding fog. Teacher A remarked, "Everything was fine just a moment ago. How did this fog suddenly appear?" Teacher B replied, "No. This mist is imbued with spiritual energy. It is man-made." Upon hearing Teacher B's words, Teacher A's expression shifted dramatically. The vast expanse of fog suggested a malevolent intent from its source. Recalling the dean's voice, laden with a mix of anger and alarm, a profound sense of foreboding surged within Teacher A's heart. "Let us hasten to the dean's office," Teacher B urged. Before they could draw near, the nauseating scent of blood and a faint, acrid odor assaulted their senses. As they approached, the stench intensified, reaching a peak upon entering the dean's office, nearly overwhelming them. "Dean, what has transpired?" The atmosphere in the office was unbearable. With the dean's eyes red and his visage contorted in agony, blood pooled on the floor, alongside 2 bodies clad in black, instilling a deep sense of dread in the 2 arriving teachers. It was evident that a fierce battle had just occurred. "Ah, you have arrived." A voice, raspy and strained, emerged as if forced out. The teachers quickly lowered their heads, exclaiming, "We apologize, Dean. We have arrived late. What has happened to your voice? And what of the wound on your neck?" The dean's expression was terrifying, his face twitching as if his features were about to collapse into one another. The sight of him nearly caused the 2 teachers to collapse in fright. The blood trickling from his neck resembled the aftermath of a severed head being hastily repositioned. "I was ambushed by a thief who nearly severed my head. Fortunately, I reacted in time. I was only grazed on my trachea." It's nothing serious. Just a slight issue with my voice. By the way, where are the other teachers? Teacher A began. Aren't there only a few residing in the academy? Before he could finish, Teacher B raised his head, his face pale, and declared, Dean, I shall fetch help immediately. With that, Teacher B grabbed Teacher A and rushed out. Stop. The hoarse voice, nearly unintelligible, sent chills down Teacher B's spine. Suddenly, the dean interposed himself between the two, draping his icy arm over their shoulders. It's dark outside, and there may be assassins lurking. It is unsafe. I will accompany you, perhaps due to proximity. Teacher B could even hear the faint sound of blood oozing from the dean's wound. Confronted with the terrifying possibilities that sent shivers through him, Teacher B stammered, Esteemed Dean, it is more important to attend to your injury first. Allow us to handle the matter of summoning assistance. Upon hearing these words, Jia, without a moment's thought, exclaimed, There are no medicines here. How can you expect the esteemed director to handle this? What can be done? Rosenrast in agreement, indeed. There isn't even a needle and thread available. How can we tend to the wounds? Needle and thread? Director, what do you need those for? To sew clothes? If we don't stitch it up, my head will fall off, the director replied, maintaining a sense of humor even in dire straits. But honestly, that joke is as cold as your hands. No worries, they will warm up soon. By the way, why are you all looking down? Am I frightening to behold? Not at all. You are handsome and dashing, full of vigor, unaffected by age. However, it is getting dark and the fog is rising. I fear I might not see the path when descending the stairs, and should I misstep, it would be unfortunate. As they spoke, the trio arrived at the staircase. At that moment, the fog thickened. The stairs, once visible to the bottom, now revealed only a few steps ahead, beyond which lay an abyss of darkness. Faint echoes of an unsettling laughter drifting through the air. Even Jia, typically unperturbed, sensed that something was amiss upon witnessing the scene. Why have we stopped? Came the director's faint voice. Jia's expression turned to one of dread as he said, Director, let us take another staircase. This one gives me the creeps. It's fine. I will scout ahead. In the next instant, a round object flashed past the two, rolling down with startling speed, a dull thud resonating continuously from the depths of darkness. At that moment, Jia's body began to tremble violently, his voice quivering. Did you see what that was? It must have been a rat. What a large rat. He chuckled, though Jia had caught a clear glimpse of it. Yet a voice echoed in his mind, insisting, that was a trick of your eyes. Regrettably. He bluntly dispelled Jia's self-deception. Stop fooling yourself. That was the director's head. Jia's complexion turned ashen. No, that cannot be. The esteemed director is right beside us. Director, please. Say something. Soon, from the darkness emerged the director's hoarse voice. Come down. There is no danger here. And, please, bring my body down, down, down. With a stiffened resolve. Jia turned his head, bit by bit. What met his eyes was the decapitated body of the director alongside the bloodied face of a colleague. In the next moment, under the gaze of despair from A, B stiffly turned his head, seemingly wishing to convey something. However, as he opened his mouth, a stream of crimson appeared at his neck, which rapidly thickened, leading to B's head rolling off and tumbling down the staircase. A, gripped by terror, yearned to scream. But as a chilling breeze swept through, he felt a sudden chill at his neck, followed by a dizzying spin, plunging him into eternal darkness. Chapter 26, The Night of Carnage, Part 2. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning, yet Xiao Qinyu found himself unable to sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he was greeted by the enchanting smile of a silver-haired girl. A gust of cold wind entered through the window, causing Xiao Qinyu to shiver involuntarily. Why had it suddenly turned so cold? He was not alone in feeling this chill. His two companions, Lu Long and Ling Feng, shared the same discomfort. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Lu Long exclaimed. Boss, you're awake too? Xiao Qinyu nodded in response. Not wishing to divulge that his restlessness stemmed from youthful infatuation, fearing it would become a source of amusement for his subordinates. Abruptly awakened, the trio found themselves devoid of sleepiness. How about we take a stroll outside? Let us see what is causing this cold, suggested Lu Long. Sounds good. We can't sleep anyway, and I have no inclination to practice. Xiao Qinyu agreed as they donned their outer garments and prepared to venture out. Suddenly, a brightly lit room caught his attention. It was the 7th dormitory, the only dormitory for work-study students and her residents. For the first time, Xiao Qinyu felt a pang of jealousy toward Wang Xing and the others. How could they share a space with the girl of his dreams? What could she possibly be doing at such an hour? Observing Xiao Qinyu lost in thought while gazing at the 7th dormitory, Lu Long remarked. Those guys are still awake at this hour. I wonder what they're up to. Ling Feng chimed in. Why don't we just go over and find out? At Ling Feng's suggestion, Xiao Qinyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us go take a look. Seeing Xiao Qinyu genuinely heading towards the 7th dormitory, Lu Long was taken aback. Boss, you're really going? Ling Feng, equally surprised, realized that Xiao Qinyu indeed harbored intentions of peeking. In truth, visiting was not an issue, however. The previous altercation in the 2nd-floor dining hall made them hesitant to confront the work-study students again. Lu Long exchanged glances with Ling Feng and said, Boss, I need to relieve myself. Ling Feng quickly followed suit. Boss, I need to go too. Xiao Qinyu turned back to glance at the two and waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, I'll go alone. Goodbye, boss. Lu Long and Ling Feng fled as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Xiao Qinyu could scarcely fathom that with a mere wave of his hand, he was bidding farewell to Lu Long and Ling Feng forever. The two had initially intended to return to their dormitory when suddenly, a dull sound echoed from the staircase. They exchanged a glance and resolved to investigate. As they approached the staircase, another sound resonated, as if something were rolling down. At that moment, the fog thickened, and despite being soul masters, Lu Long and Ling Feng struggled to discern the nature of the round object. As they drew nearer, the clouds parted, and a beam of moonlight illuminated the scene. In that light, they were horrified to discover the heads of their esteemed principal and two of their teachers. Lu Long's legs weakened beneath him, and he felt as though his very breath was stifled. But that was not the end of it. Shadows began to materialize at the dark staircase, revealing 3 headless corpses. Lu Long's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot, while Ling Feng summoned all his strength to scream for help. Alas, he was unaware that the fog muffled sound, rendering his cries inaudible to his dormitory mates mere steps away. Soon after, the headless corpses entered the dormitory, one of them advancing directly toward the two. Under Ling Feng's intense gaze of terror, it mercilessly tore the unconscious Lu Long into fragments. Blood splattered into Ling Feng's eyes, staining his world of vivid crimson. The slaughter had commenced. Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu opened their eyes wide once again, while others remained oblivious. The enhanced physique of Yu Xinghe and the keen hearing of Xiao Wu allowed them to perceive the anguished cries of Ling Feng in his final moments. Something monumental must have transpired. With this thought in mind, Yu Xinghe instructed Xiao Wu to remain in the dormitory with Wang Xing and the others, while she grasped her black iron spear and ventured outside to assess the situation. Upon stepping out, Yu Xinghe's pupils contracted in alarm. Xinghe, what brings you out here? The sudden appearance of Yu Xinghe evoked in Xiao Qinyu a sensation akin to an interrupted act of voyeurism, as if he had been caught red-handed. Just as he was about to clarify the misunderstanding, a radiant white light emanated from beneath Yu Xinghe's feet. It was a soul ring. Instantly, her figure flickered like a phantom, and then her ethereal visage materialized before Xiao Qinyu. As she drew nearer, he was enveloped by an extraordinarily refreshing scent, reminiscent of a lush forest, inducing an indescribable sense of comfort throughout his being. Just as Xiao Qinyu was about to speak, Yu Xinghe placed her hand gently upon his shoulder. The first impression Xiao Qinyu had was that the hands of Yu Xinghe were remarkably soft. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming force surged forth, propelling Xiao Qinyu through the air. The strength of Yu Xinghe was formidable, which was Xiao Qinyu's second impression. With a dull gaze, Wang Wu stared at the black iron spear embedded in his chest, unable to fathom how this petite beauty, resembling an ethereal sprite, could have pierced him so effortlessly. Who are you? What are you doing here? And where is the dean? In response to Yu Xinghe's rapid-fire inquiries, Wang Wu merely let out a sinister laugh. His voice, already harsh, became even more grating with his amusement. Little beauty, we meet again. I didn't expect you to possess such strength. Yu Xinghe's expression darkened further at Wang Wu's nonsensical reply. I do not know you. Moreover, if you do not answer my questions, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Oh, show no mercy? Little beauty, you probably haven't even grown all your hair yet. Would you like your uncle to lend you a hand? With that, disregarding the iron spear lodged in him, Wang Wu raised his long blade, his soul rings flickering as he swung it toward Yu Xinghe. Soul skill, instant shadow slash. This was Wang Wu's third soul skill, his most potent technique to date. Originally, he had no intention of harming Yu Xinghe, but her unexpected strength compelled him to reconsider. He decided to sever the little girl's hand first, rendering her incapable of resistance, this allowing him to savor her completely. As Wang Wu swung his blade toward her, Yu Xinghe abandoned any hope of dialogue, realizing that her opponent was undoubtedly deranged. With that thought, she activated her instant teleportation once more, appearing behind Wang Wu. Seizing the opportunity while Wang Wu was left swinging at nothingness, she lifted the spear and hurled it forward. Caught off guard, Wang Wu felt the world spin before he and the ground became intimately acquainted. Which was harder? His head or the earth? The answer soon became apparent with a resounding thud. With a sound akin to a watermelon bursting, Wang Wu was slammed into the ground by Yu Xinghe, landing headfirst. Chapter 27. The Night of Carnage, Part 3. With that sharp sound, the ground blossomed with peach and pear flowers. Wang Wu could hardly believe that he would meet his end at the hands of a mere 6- or 7-year-old girl. He was one of the notorious evil soul masters, a member of the infamous trio known for their wicked deeds. A legend who had awakened his martial soul and cultivated to the rank of soul master despite having innate 0 soul power. Yet now, all was lost. Yu Xinghe gazed upon the vibrant hues of red, white, yellow, green, and black strewn across the ground. A tumultuous surge roiled within her stomach, and ultimately, she could no longer suppress the urge to vomit. The act of slaying animals and that of taking a human life are indeed two entirely different matters. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from behind, infused with terror and despair. It was from Dormitory 6, as Yu Xinghe cast a glance at the lifeless figure clad in black. An ominous premonition surged within her heart. Could there be a second assailant? With this thought racing through her mind, she hurried towards the direction of the 6th dormitory. Upon reaching its entrance, the shrieks abruptly ceased, as if time itself had been suspended. Before her lay a gruesome tableau of shattered corpses, leaving Yu Xinghe momentarily paralyzed. In her previous life, she had indulged in numerous American horror films: Saw, Wrong Turn, Hostel, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Waxwork, among others, believing herself to possess a certain resilience against gore. Yet, when confronted with the true horrors of a hellish battlefield, she realized how naive she truly was. At her feet, a girl still clung to life, her chest grotesquely hollowed out. With her final ounce of strength, she lifted her head and extended her trembling hand toward Yu Xinghe, imploring her for salvation. However, before Yu Xinghe could grasp the fragile hand, it fell lifelessly to the ground, reminiscent of a flower that had lost its season and withered hopelessly. Just a short distance away, 3 headless corpses, drenched in blood, advanced towards her. This scene would likely send shivers down the spine of even the most seasoned soldier, let alone a child. Yet, in Yu Xinghe's eyes, there was nothing but indifference. As the gruesome trio charged toward her, Yu Xinghe did not retreat. Instead, she surged forward to meet them. In truth, she could not comprehend why she was propelled to advance. All she knew was that upon sighting the 3 headless bodies, something within her mind snapped, and suddenly, fear was no longer a companion. Unbeknownst to her, she had inherited the profound insights of a martial arts master, along with the innate combative instincts that came with it. Recently, she had not encountered an opportunity to unleash her full potential, and the recent swift defeat of a minor adversary acted as a mere appetizer, awakening her latent warrior spirit. The sight of the nameless corpses before her became the final spark, igniting a fierce battle intent within her heart. With a clang, the black iron spear pierced the body of one of the headless corpses, sending a shower of sparks flying. Despite being flesh and blood, it was harder than steel. Yu Xinghe realized that he had encountered a formidable adversary. With the presence of a rival, he activated the skill known as Xianwen Generation. As he expended 100 energy points, 10 orbs of energy, each the size of a fist, rose behind him. These spheres radiated a mesmerizing blue and white luminescence, with arcs of electricity dancing across their surfaces, resembling a tempest of thunder waiting to be unleashed. A single detonation would shatter the silence with a thunderous roar. Xianwen Generation is a skill that consumes energy points to provide the host with attacks corresponding to specific energy attributes. Note, currently, the attributes of thunder and light have been unlocked. Once Xianwen Generation was activated, the crackling sound of electricity reverberated throughout the room, with tendrils of lightning coursing along Yu Xinghe's body and converging into the black iron spear he wielded, bestowing it with a luminous aura. Grasping the thunder spear firmly, Yu Xinghe prepared to launch his next assault. Shatter the dominance. With a sweeping motion of her spear, Yu Xinghe left a trail of electric light in the air. The once steel-like bodies of the 3 headless corpses bore deep, charred marks visible to the bone. Effective. Seizing the moment, Yu Xinghe pursued, her first and second soul rings shimmering alternately as she instantaneously teleported behind one of the headless corpses. Then, a thunderball vanished from her back, only to reappear at the tip of her black iron spear. In the next instant, a meteor lightning strike ensued. The black iron spear in Yu Xinghe's hand was a flurry of shadowy afterimages, thrusting into the headless corpse repeatedly in a matter of moments. The sheer speed and electric current left behind the afterimage of her bent posture until the second corpse fell, gradually dissipating, after the third corpse was reduced to a sieve. An abrupt applause resonated through the air. For reasons unknown, a chilling sensation surged within Yuxingha's heart upon hearing the applause. Indeed, quite remarkable, at such a tender age. You are already a grand soul master, and it is even more extraordinary that your second soul ring is a millennium old. As far as I know, there has never been anyone of your astonishing talent in the history of the Douluo Continent. Young girl, I ask you but one thing. Will you become my disciple? Gazing at the figure shrouded in a black robe before her, Yuxingha felt alarm bells ringing throughout her being, yet bolstered by the energy of thunder, she disdainfully replied. You? Just two simple words, coupled with a questioning tone and a look of contempt, made Zhang San suddenly realize that this little girl not only possessed incredible talent, but also had a remarkable knack for courting danger. After a chilling laughter, the figure in the black robe remarked, truly, the fearless young calf knows no fear of the tiger. Any soul master who hears the name Zhang San would be blushing, heart racing, and trembling in fear. The only reason I do not kill you is solely due to your talent. Otherwise, do you think you could have slain Wang Wu? Even if he is a fool, he is still my disciple. That fool is your disciple? It seems your mentorship is not all that impressive. Yuxingha retorted boldly. My patience is limited. I ask you once more. Will you agree or not? Become your disciple? You are unworthy. Very well. Do not regret it later. As soon as the words fell, 5 soul rings rose from Wang Wu's feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. With the ascent of these 5 rings, a chilling aura of extreme resentment surged from Zhang San, pressing down upon Yuxingha. Chapter 28, Night of Slaughter, Part 4. As that malevolent, icy aura approached, Yuxingha seemed to see countless tragic figures extending bloodied hands toward her, as if to drag her into an abyss of no return. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted. Disperse, all evils. The moonlit starry river swiftly regained her composure. Glancing over her shoulder, she noticed that the 7 thunderous tattoos, which had previously adorned her back, had dwindled to a solitary, shimmering mark floating desolately upon her shoulder. The mark was summoned forth, faced with such a formidable adversary. The moonlit starry river dared not be presumptuous. She expended 190 points of energy to conjure 19 additional tattoos. It was not that she desired to create more, but her current capacity was limited to a maximum of 20 tattoos. With 20 tattoos hovering behind her, she felt the unsettling chill that had pervaded her being dissipate completely. Thunder, the fire of the heavens, unyielding. Light, banished the malevolent spirits. Fortuitously, she possessed these 2 energies that were most effective against evil and darkness. Had it been another soul master, such as Su Yuntao, mere intimidation would have sufficed to incapacitate them. Su Yuntao, so? I have become a unit of combat effectiveness. Seeing that the moonlit starry river was unfazed by his imposing aura, Zhang San was momentarily taken aback. It is worth noting that although he was a 5th ring soul king, he had once attained the rank of a 7th ring soul sage. However, during a previous endeavor, he had encountered a tidal Douluo from the spirit hall and had to resort to secretive methods to escape. The price paid for fleeing from a tidal Douluo was the complete loss of his 6th and 7th soul rings, causing his realm to tumble from soul sage to soul king. Though his power had diminished, the lingering aura of a soul sage remained palpably real when the full force of an evil soul sage's malevolent presence was unleashed. It was enough to intimidate not only great soul masters but even ordinary Soul Zun and Soul Zong, leaving them defenseless and devoid of the will to resist. Gazing at the fearless young girl before him, Zhang San enunciated each word with precision for the last time. Are you truly unwilling to become my disciple? I genuinely admire your talent. Had it been anyone else, I would have long turned them into my puppet. Come at me if you dare. I shall not be dissuaded by pleasantries. As Zhang San's first ring flickered, his already pale skin transformed to a ghastly hue of green, his nails elongated into knife-like talons, and a face adorned with sharp fangs howled towards the heavens. A foul, rancid breath, reminiscent of decades without proper dental care, erupted from his mouth. Ah! Zhang San stood rooted in place, extending his arms, resembling a figure poised to strangle her where she stood. Surely, his reach could not be that extensive? Just as the moonlit starry river began to suspect the opponent's intellect, the next moment unfolded. The heart of Yuxingha was set ablaze with alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, she executed an instantaneous teleportation. No sooner had she departed than a fearsome figure with a grotesque visage, Zhang San, materialized in her place. Gazing back at the previous position of the lunar star river, one could discern a fleeting silhouette gradually dissolving into the ether. Yu Xinghe was drenched in cold sweat. The occurrence of such a phenomenon is sufficient to illustrate the incredible swiftness of the opponent. The Moonstar River can create afterimages, a phenomenon resulting from her wielding weapons combined with the effects of teleportation. The opponent's ability to leave afterimages is purely a testament to their speed. Instantly, a profound sense of crisis surged within her. No, she must find something to obstruct the impending threat. With this thought, Moonstar River teleported out of her dormitory, while the opponent crashed through the wall in pursuit. What an opportunity! Although the wall offered minimal resistance to Zhang San, that brief moment of pause was sufficient for Moonstar River to launch an attack. Radiant Pattern Fusion. This was a sub-skill derived from the creation of radiant patterns, representing a more advanced technique in their utilization. With this move, 20 small radiant patterns, each the size of a fist, immediately merged into 2 larger ones, resembling human heads. Moonstar River then pointed forward. One of the radiant patterns transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward the green-faced Zhang San. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. Had she succeeded? In truth, Moonstar River understood that relying solely on this move to defeat her opponent was a fanciful notion. But what if the adversary was merely a paper tiger? Alas, Zhang San quickly shattered her illusion. It has been a long time since I felt pain, little girl. I truly thank you for this. To show my gratitude, I shall ensure you endure excruciating torment before your demise. This is the unique way of respect among evil soul masters. As he spoke, Zhang San waved his hand, unleashing a renewed surge of power. The smoke and dust dissipated instantly, causing Moonstar River's pupils to constrict. Before her stood Zhang San, clad in tattered rags resembling a beggar's attire. His hair transformed into an outrageous style, yet not a single hair had been lost. Moonstar River, so my damage is akin to that of Teacher Tony? Iron Man, are you referring to me? Moonstar River, I meant the one who cut their hair. Though Moonstar River's strike failed to inflict substantial harm on Zhang San, the combination of thunder and light in her attack was sufficient to make him, an evil soul master, truly feel the sting of defeat. A soul king, once a soul sage, had been humbled by a mere second-ring soul master. Indeed, it was quite vexing. Zhang San's gaze toward Moonstar River grew increasingly cold. And then he unleashed his 5th soul skill. Are you not swift on your feet? Let us see you run again. With this furious roar, his dagger-like nails cut into his own arm, unleashing a torrent of blood that transformed into a crimson shadow, racing toward Moonstar River. The speed of that shadow was such that Moonstar River did not even have time to teleport, and it pierced into her body. In an instant, she felt a pain in her abdomen as if being sliced by knives. The agony was so intense that she could no longer hold onto her black iron spear. Collapsing to the ground and rolling in torment, her face drained of color, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ah, it hurt so much. The pain was excruciating as Yu Xinghe writhed on the ground, while a morbid satisfaction spread across Zhang San's face. Ha ha, little girl. Now you comprehend my might. Don't you? Unfortunately, you have no chance left. I shall command my vengeful spirits to torment you for 3 long days and nights. In the end, I will cast you into the pit of worms. Do you know what that is? A deep abyss teeming with countless venomous creatures. Spiders, toads, poisonous snakes, centipedes, and scorpions. They will make you truly understand the meaning of suffering worse than death. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Zhang San produced a pill and forcefully inserted it into the mouth of the wailing Yu Xinghe. This was the most sought-after substance among the sinister soul masters, known as goo poison. Once administered, the goo poison would dissolve within the target's body, birthing a multitude of parasitic insects that would then traverse through the bloodstream, inflicting relentless agony upon the target at the behest of the poison's holder. This torment was unbearable. Moreover, once these parasites entered the body, they could only be expelled by a healing tidal Douluo, and even then, failure to act promptly would render any hope futile. Given enough time, even a healing tidal Douluo would be powerless to save the victim. Of course, such a formidable goo poison was not easily acquired. Zhang San had received a single pill when he ascended to the soul sage rank from his master. For years, he had refrained from using it, as no one had arisen who warranted such an extreme measure. But now, just as he was about to force the goo poison into Yu Xinghe's mouth, a blinding golden light engulfed him. In the shimmering brilliance, a resplendent golden blade materialized from the void, thrusting toward Zhang San. The blade bore the image of an azure dragon, its hilt remarkably long, composed of 2 radiant golden chains that connected to the ethereal realm. Zhang San could scarcely fathom that his opponent, having fallen victim to his 5th soul skill, could still act as if unharmed. What terrified him even more was that this strike nearly cost him his life. Indeed, a great soul master possessed the capacity to slay a soul king. Who would believe such a tale? At least Zhang San believed it, for in that moment of peril, he had used his arm to deflect the blade aimed at his head. With a resounding thud, an arm fell between the two. A moment of tense stalemate ensued. Having learned from the recent encounter, Zhang San dared not approach recklessly, uncertain whether he could evade another onslaught. The safest course was to await reinforcements, namely his second-in-command. "Little girl, how did you break through my fifth soul skill? I am quite curious." "Humph, I shall not divulge that to you." Zhang San sought to bide his time in anticipation of reinforcements, while Yu Xinghe, too, yearned to eliminate this adversary. One might ponder, why not simply flee if one cannot prevail? The moon and the stars may have the chance to race, but what shall become of Xiao Wu? Moonlight Galaxy does not believe that the Soul Master Xiao Wu possesses the capability to escape from the clutches of this malevolent Soul Master. After all, Xiao Wu has already been reincarnated as a human and is no longer the soul beast of 100,000 years. Yu Xinghe had indeed contemplated a direct escape, but after much deliberation, she ultimately relinquished the idea. Although her initial engagement with Xiao Wu was driven by a mission just moments ago, as she contemplated abandoning Xiao Wu to save herself, she suddenly realized that she had developed a fondness for the girl. She cherished Xiao Wu's innocent expressions, adored the way Xiao Wu would cling to her in playful affection, and found delight in the sight of Xiao Wu earnestly nibbling on a carrot while nestled in her embrace. Thus, the two individuals, each with their own hidden motives, danced around each other like performers in a duet, turning this way and that. At last, a character emerged to shatter the impasse. Xiao Wu, anxious over Yu Xinghe's prolonged absence after she left, was deeply troubled, especially with the echoes of screams and explosions that had previously reached her ears. Ultimately, disregarding Wang Xing's admonitions, she resolved to seek out Yu Xinghe. However, shortly after stepping out of the dormitory, Xiao Wu realized she was utterly lost. The fog enveloping the area was overwhelmingly dense. Fortunately, Yu Xinghe's voice resonated just in time. "I won't tell you. It'll drive you mad." Following the sound, Xiao Wu cried out, "Sister Xinghe, where are you?" Xiao Wu's voice caused a shift in Yu Xinghe's expression. Zhang San, who had been fixated on Yu Xinghe, would not overlook this opportunity. In an instant, he deduced a connection between the shouting girl and her. "If I can't deal with you, handling a little girl should be a piece of cake. I refuse to believe that other girls can rival you." With that thought, Zhang San charged towards Xiao Wu's direction. As Xiao Wu continued to run through the mist, she sensed an ominous figure approaching her. Instinctively, her soul beast instincts alerted her to the imminent danger. First, a blurred outline emerged, followed by a terrifying visage with green skin and jagged teeth. The transformation from obscurity to clarity happened too swiftly for her to react. Just as the monstrous figure extended claws longer than those of a beast towards her, a dazzling golden blade cleaved through the fog, interposing itself between them. Then, a thunderous command rang out, as if a storm had erupted. "Do not come near her." Faced with the blade nearly slicing through him, Zhang San deftly leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the strike, while simultaneously unleashing his soul skill upon Xiao Wu. Suddenly, his fingers elongated into a spear, hurtling towards her. Just as Xiao Wu feared for her life, a silhouette appeared before her. In an instant, blood splattered. Time seemed to freeze as Xiao Wu gazed upon the figure, nearly her height, with tears welling in her eyes. Then, without looking back, the figure uttered a single phrase, "Do not be afraid. I will always protect you." In that critical moment, Yu Xinghe had finally arrived just in time. Nevertheless, her situation remains dire. Her 5 fingers, resembling 5 javelins, possess a sharpness that her current physical condition cannot withstand. In a desperate final attempt, she wielded the black iron spear with frenzied speed. Yet 3 of the javelins still pierced her flesh, 1 in her leg, 1 in her arm, and 1 in her shoulder. Upon witnessing the injury inflicted upon Yu Xinghe, Zhang San could not suppress a triumphant laugh, exclaiming, "At last, you made a mistake. How rare that is." Indeed, from Zhang San's perspective, the girl with the scorpion braid, despite her considerable talent, had little impact on the duel between the two combatants. Logically, Yu Xinghe should not have attempted to save Xiao Wu. If she could save her, fine, but if not, it should have been left alone. Yet here they were, Yu Xinghe having recklessly sacrificed her own flesh and blood to endure Zhang San's soul technique. Like the proverbial last straw that breaks the camel's back, the fragile stalemate Yu Xinghe had painstakingly established was shattered in an instant. Nonetheless, Zhang San had to concede that this girl, who could contend with him to this extent, deserved the title of the mightiest soul master. Whether she truly was the strongest soul master mattered little to Yu Xinghe. However, she vehemently disagreed with Zhang San's assertion of error. Error? I have committed no error. I have safeguarded what is most precious to me. Immediately behind Zhang San, a golden vortex shimmered, heralding the re-emergence of the radiant dragon moonblade. Zhang San now faced a choice. Either evade or risk a potentially fatal confrontation to eliminate Yu Xinghe. Ultimately, he opted for the former. After all, with his opponent already injured, the urgency of speed became inconsequential. His retreat granted Yu Xinghe a temporary reprieve, but it was merely a fleeting moment. For he lay concealed in the mist, poised to launch a lethal strike at any moment. The only factor that instilled caution in him was Yu Xinghe's skill. The radiant dragon moonblade. However, her energy reserves had dwindled to a mere 500 points. Activating the radiant dragon moonblade would consume 200 energy points and require the expenditure of 20 dazzling patterns, a steep price indeed. To put it into perspective, the system only required 50 energy points to dispel the vengeful spirit's attack. Ding. Host injury detected. Would you like to use 300 energy points for repair? Get lost. You wretched system, didn't you say that removing abnormal status only costs 50 energy points? Why is it suddenly 300? Ding. Abnormal status primarily refers to mental attacks, while repairing physical damage of this nature necessitates a substantial amount of energy. Additionally, since the host has sustained 3 injuries, a total of 300 energy points is required. 100 points per wound. You truly know how to conduct business, system. With that energy, I could enhance my body and escape, seeking a healing soul master for treatment. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Yu Xinghe. She conceived a bold idea. System, if I succeed in strengthening, will the injuries I have sustained also be healed? Naturally. Excellent. Then let us take a gamble. Immediately, 320 energy points were deducted from my wrist. In the next moment, amidst the anxious heart of Yu Xinghe, a notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your successful enhancement. As the enhancement level reached 6, Yu Xinghe felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her entire being. Not only was her abnormal state resolved, but her depleted soul energy was also completely restored. The moonlit starry river had never felt such exhilaration as it did now. Grateful for the favor of the goddess of fortune, if it were possible, she would gladly offer herself in gratitude for the goddess's benevolence. Goddess of fortune, how can you repay kindness with enmity? While just moments ago, Yu Xinghe might have only been prepared to fight Zhang San to a bitter end. Now she was confident in her ability to escape with Xiao Wu. Of course, if it weren't for Xiao Wu, a burden, she might even attempt to eliminate Zhang San. Chapter 30. The Night of Slaughter. And, Sister Xinghe, how are you? Xiao Wu cried out, nearly in tears. She never expected that her presence would lead to Xinghe being injured, bleeding profusely. Unable to bear the sight of the foolish girl weeping, Yu Xinghe reassured her. Don't worry, Xiao Wu, I'm fine. You're lying. With so much blood, how could you possibly be fine? Seeing Yu Xinghe's silence only strengthened Xiao Wu's conviction. She threw her arms around Yu Xinghe and whispered, Sister Xinghe, no matter what happens, I will not let you die. Not let me die? Are you planning to make a sacrifice? The allure of 100,000-year soul ring is unparalleled for soul masters, but if the cost of this soul ring was Xiao Wu, she could never accept it. Ding. Task completed. Acquired skill. Bayonet transformation. Progress. 100-100. The sudden announcement momentarily stunned Yu Xinghe. And then a wave of elation washed over her. Xiao Wu, rest assured, today, none of us shall perish. With her body enhanced to the 6th stage, Yu Xinghe believed she had the means to contend with Zhang San. Coupled with the transformation skill of Bayonet, she felt entirely capable of vanquishing her opponent. As Yu Xinghe felt assured of victory, Zhang San's accomplice, Li Si, also completed his task and joined Zhang San. Boss, the summoning array is ready. How are the offerings prepared? Nearly done, but we ran into a tricky situation. The principal of Nodding Academy? No. A little girl. Zhang San then briefly recounted the events that had transpired. What? A 10,000-year soul ring? A great soul master level? Still alive? Brother, are you losing your touch? Or has that little girl activated some kind of cheat? Enough with the insults. Help me take down this girl. If we use her as a sacrifice, we might summon a demon even more powerful than anticipated. Then we can snowball, offering the entire city of Nodding as a sacrifice, and continue the cycle of summoning and sacrifice. Soon, the Douluo Continent will belong to us. Haha. Brother, you are truly wise. How else would I be the elder brother? Xinghe discovered that the surrounding mist was thickening once more. Previously, he could barely see 10 meters ahead, yet now he found himself in an impenetrable darkness. From a divine perspective, the fog enveloping Notting Academy was converging towards a single point, Xinghe himself. It was evident that Zhang San had abandoned the notion of confronting Xinghe head-on. After all, with teammates present, he would not be foolish enough to charge recklessly. As the mist thickened, the once white fog began to turn black, and behind him, Xiao's labored breathing echoed ominously. "Sister, I feel like I can't breathe." Upon hearing Xiao Wu's distress, Xinghe instructed her to climb onto his back, and he charged forward with fervor. However, no matter how fiercely he pushed through, he could not escape the clutches of the fog. "Ha ha ha, this little girl thinks she can challenge me. She is still too naive." Li Si muttered to himself while manipulating the mist. "This fog is like a shadow, persistently following you, no matter how far you run." The mist was Li Si's martial soul, and it was his pride and joy. His fog possessed a myriad of functions, including visual obstruction, sound dampening, and automatic tracking. Perhaps due to the multitude of functions, each one was not particularly potent. Only lower-tier soul masters or those unfamiliar with his mist would fall prey to it and be toyed with to their demise. Observing Xinghe's futile struggles against the mist, Zhang San cast a deep glance at Li Si, silently praising him for his expertise. As time progressed, Xiao's breathing grew increasingly labored, as if each inhalation required immense effort. Seeing Xiao Wu on the brink of suffocation, Xinghe felt as if his heart were on fire. What to do? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Xinghe's mind. He took a deep breath and pressed his lips against Xiao's mouth. In that moment, Xiao's consciousness began to fade. In her hazy state, she felt soft lips kissing her, sweet like the cotton candy she had once tasted. To savor the flavor of cotton candy before facing death seemed rather pleasant indeed. As Xinghe gazed upon the flushed and embarrassed face of Xiao Wu, it was evident that her discomfort was palpable. It seemed that no progress had been made. Thus, for the sake of Xiao Wu, and to eliminate those two scoundrels, Xinghe had resolutely made up his mind to end their lives. In the following moment, the eyes of the Moonstar River erupted with a brilliant golden light. Her entire being seemingly transformed into pure gold. Subsequently, a radiant beam surged forth from her essence, ascending through the mist, piercing the shroud of night, and soaring straight towards the heavens. Simultaneously, in the spirit hall of Notting City, Su Yuntao, who was awake during the night, gazed at the distant golden pillar that connected heaven and earth, and hurriedly rushed to Master Mashino's chamber, exclaiming, "Master Mashino, a miracle!" In the soul-hunting forest, numerous soul masters looked up at the luminous column, many of them kneeling in reverence, calling it a divine phenomenon. Tang San, observing the pillar, turned to his master and inquired, "Teacher, that direction seems to be Notting City. Do you know what this is?" The master, taken aback, shook his head in disbelief. In the Pope's Hall of Spirit City, the regal Bibi Dong listened to her subordinate's report. Her previously languid eyes widened, radiating an intense brilliance. "Issue a decree. I shall enter seclusion for a time. No one is to disturb me. Remember, no one." After dismissing her subordinate, Bibi Dong gazed into the distance, her profound stares seemingly transcending Spirit City, traversing countless rivers and mountains, landing upon the small Notting City. Could it be yet another site of divine inheritance? Zhang San and Li Si stood before this scene, utterly astonished. They could not fathom that events would unfold in such a manner. At that moment, a figure radiating blinding golden light hovered in the air before them. Enveloped in a mist of golden aura, no one could discern the visage concealed within. Nor did anyone care to do so, for no one concerned themselves with the visage of the divine. Then, before the despairing gazes of Zhang San and Li Si, the figure brandished a golden spear and struck. Two shadowy forms were cleaved asunder beneath the pure golden brilliance, only to be reduced to ashes, immediately following their demise. An overwhelming aura of malevolence surged from the ground, intertwining blood-red patterns upon the surface, ultimately coalescing into a colossal magical array. It was as if the gates of hell were flung open, releasing an endless tide of evil essence that surged skyward, manifesting as a towering figure draped in a blood-red cloak, wielding a scythe. Then, a voice resonated throughout the entire Douluo Continent, a thunderous roar of the divine. "Who has summoned the great soul redeemer, the king of the abyssal blood sea, one of the three lords of hell, the projection of the death god Agareth, with flesh and soul?" Xinghe could never have imagined that her own extraordinary abilities were already quite remarkable, only to discover that her opponent was even more astonishing. They had summoned a divine projection. How could she possibly contend with that? Just moments ago, Xinghe had been brimming with confidence, but now she trembled in fear. wishing only to find a refuge for herself and Xiaowu, hoping that the colossal figure obscuring the sky would overlook her presence. Alas, the golden light radiating from her was as conspicuous as a firefly in the dark. As the figure, cloaked in crimson and wielding a scythe, turned its gaze upon her, Yu Xinghe felt utterly paralyzed. Immediately, the figure's voice, resonating across the entire continent, commanded, "You, turn around." As Yu Xinghe complied, the scythe-wielding figure momentarily froze, only for a look of sheer terror to manifest on its face as it exclaimed, "Why is it you again? The god of battle? What bad luck?" Then, to Yu Xinghe's astonishment, the towering figure transformed into black smoke and swiftly retreated into the Academy's magic array. It appeared that this being possessed a hint of cowardice. Chapter 31. The God of Battle's Dilemma. If the initial beam of light had merely captured the attention of those within a few hundred miles and some of the continent's most formidable beings, then the words of the death god Agareth reverberated with a shocking impact felt by all. Yes, everyone, from divine protectors like Qin Douluo and Poseidon to the common folk. All were rendered speechless. If the earlier beam had been a divine miracle, then this voice echoing across the continent was undoubtedly that of a deity. In the Pope's Hall of the Martial Soul City, Bibi Dong, who had just been murmuring to herself, instantly rose to her feet upon hearing the resounding voice. Her staff, adorned with countless jewels and emblematic of the supreme authority of the Martial Soul Hall, slipped from her grasp. A deity. Could this be related to the beam of light? Yet the subsequent words that followed caused Bibidong's mouth to twitch in disbelief. "Why is it you again? What bad luck?" Just moments before, the voice had awed the world, compelling worship from all, yet now its tone seemed inexplicably cowardly. The god of battle? Who might that be? Bibi Dong was filled with curiosity about this figure whom even a deity feared. In the true core of the Star-Do Great Forest, a magnificent creature adorned with shimmering silver scales suddenly opened its bright silver eyes, its expression one of sheer terror. A divine projection. Had it discovered me? Just as the Silver Dragon King was engulfed in anxiety, the subsequent words of the divine projection left her in stunned silence. "Why is it you again? The god of battle? What bad luck?" Listening to the tone that seemed even more anxious than her own, the Silver Dragon King fell into deep contemplation. In the divine realm, the detection of a divine projection on Douluo Continent sparked inquiries. Asgard? What deity is this? Does anyone know? Faced with the inquiries of the God King, the deities of the divine realm remained silent, shaking their heads in response. Only one figure, shrouded in a dark cloak, revealed a visage as deep as a black hole, with two faintly glowing red orbs of light. This was the god of destruction, one of the 5 principal deities of the divine realm. Under the watchful gaze of the other gods, the god of destruction addressed the God King, saying, "Agars is a deity from another realm, an entity of immense antiquity, of whom I have heard whispers, though my knowledge of him is scant. Is it possible there are other divine realms?" In response to the new God King's inquiry, the god of destruction nodded, affirming, "Indeed, there is more than one divine realm." "And who, pray tell, is the god of battle that this deity speaks of?" He admitted ignorance. Meanwhile, in the Sea God Palace, the Angel Palace, the 7 major sects, and the 2 great empires, a plethora of forces and individuals shared a singular question. Who is the god of battle? What kind of being could instill fear in a deity renowned throughout the continent? As all contemplated the identity of the god of battle, Yu Xinghe gazed mournfully at her dwindling energy points. Fortunately, her physical form had ascended to the 6th stage, which was a small consolation. The unfortunate aspect was that her spear had shattered. During her transformation into Bayana, a surge of energy had surged into the black iron spear, which broke into 2 after she struck at the 2 evil soul masters. Nevertheless, she had ultimately salvaged her life and achieved a 6th stage enhancement. One must not be too greedy. Regrettably, Yu Xinghe's moment of joy was short-lived, as a new task issued by the system made her lament. Ding. Task issued. Strike Bibidong's posterior. Task reward. Unlock martial spirit weapon. Strike Bibidong's posterior? Surely, that was a death wish. Yu Xinghe would rather confront a tiger's backside. At least a tiger was less ferocious than Bibi Dong. System, could you possibly assign a different task? How about striking Tang San's posterior instead? System, host, could you please act like a human? Realizing the system offered no response, Yu Xinghe understood that the task was likely immutable. This night was destined to be one of unrest, a night that the entirety of Douluo Continent would remember. For it was on this night that all inhabitants of Douluo Continent heard the voice of the gods. Posterity would name this night the Dawn of the Gods. As in the decades that followed, no fewer than 10 deities would emerge, and for the next 10,000 years, no divine miracles would occur. When Wang Xing, Xiao Qinyu, and others awoke to the eerie stillness of the academy, they were rendered speechless. They could hardly fathom that, after just one night, their former friends, classmates, those familiar, despised, and even those who had bullied or aided them, had all vanished. Boss, what on earth happened yesterday? Where has everyone gone? In response to Wang Sheng and the others' queries, Yu Xinghe struggled to articulate, they are all gone. All are dead. These three simple words encapsulate a profoundly harrowing reality. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe utter the words all are dead, Xiao Qinyu rushed frantically to the dormitory, suddenly recalling that his two younger brothers were still there. However, when he arrived at the dormitory, the sight before him caused his legs to weaken, and he fell to his knees. The room was utterly deserted. Yet it was stained with blood, recounting the horrors that had transpired within its walls. The tattered school uniforms on the ground seemed to echo the anguished cries of his classmates. Xiao Qinyu summoned his strength, searching inch by inch, hoping to find traces of Lu Long and Ling Feng, but to no avail. Suddenly, he recalled their conversation from the previous night as they departed, and his eyes sparkled with renewed hope. At the staircase, he finally found Lu Long and Ling Feng. Not far away, Wang Sheng observed the heart-wrenching sight of Xiao Qinyu, who was weeping uncontrollably while clutching fragments of clothing, and his own heart ached, tears streaming down his face. In comparison to Xiao Qinyu, the work-study students were far more fortunate, as they were still alive. Aside from the work-study students and a few teachers, Xiao Qinyu was the sole survivor among the entire faculty and student body of Noting Academy. The tragedy that unfolded at Noting Academy spread across the continent, prompting widespread speculation about which deranged soul master was responsible. Some even wondered if it had any connection to the divine projections that had appeared earlier. Soon, the Spirit Hall stepped forward to dispel the rumors. According to the survivors, this atrocity was committed by an evil soul master. In response, the Spirit Hall launched a sweeping campaign against evil that would last for several years. Although the results were not particularly significant, they did manage to apprehend some evil soul masters, including one of considerable rank, even at the level of Soul Douluo. Of course, that was a matter for another time. For now, the most pressing concern for Yu Xinghe was where she should go. Just as she was grappling with this dilemma, Matthew appeared before her. Chapter 32, Bibi Dong. Noting Academy was no more, and naturally, all those who survived returned to their respective homes. As the parents of the work-study students wiped their tears while taking their children away, Xiaowu grasped Yu Xinghe's hand tightly and asked, Sister Xinghe, will your parents come to pick you up as well? Yu Xinghe gently caressed Xiaowu's head, her expression somber as she spoke. I too am unaware of who my parents are. I am but an abandoned child, raised by the villagers. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, Xiaowu nestled closer to her, murmuring, I no longer have a mother either. Thus, the two parentless children embraced one another, drawing warmth from each other as presents. After a long while, Xiaowu lifted her head and asked, Sister Xinghe, may I accompany you to your village? Yu Xinghe gently stroked Xiaowu's head and said, Of course. However, our village is rather impoverished and lacks the entertainment of Noting City. Xiaowu shook her head and replied, As long as I am with you, I will follow you wherever you go. Just as the two were enveloped in a radiant orange glow, Matthew Nua appeared. Thank heavens you are safe. Upon hearing that the Noting Academy had nearly been annihilated, Matthew Nua felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly fainting. The loss of other students was tragic, but the thought of Yu Xinghe being among them was unbearable. This sentiment, though harsh, was a stark reality. No matter how many mediocrities there might be, none could compare to the immense potential of a genius. Upon seeing Yu Xinghe, Matthew Nua's excitement was indescribable. Yu Xinghe had initially intended to confront whoever dared to interrupt her precious moment with Xiaowu, but upon realizing it was Matthew Nua, with tears streaming down his face, she couldn't help but twitch her lips in amusement. Master Matthew Nua, I'm not dead yet. Why are you crying? I am simply overwhelmed with joy. Oh. Then continue to rejoice. I shan't disturb you. When Yu Xinghe attempted to leave, Matthew Nua grasped her firmly, asking, Where do you think you're going? Back to the countryside. After all, with Noting Academy gone, what is the point of staying? I might as well return to farming. Matthew Nua's voice rose incredulously. How can you even think of returning to farming? Such tasks are better suited for farmers. A talent like yours, with unparalleled martial spirit, should be cultivated at our Martial Spirit Academy to become a renowned soul master across the continent. That is what you ought to pursue. Matthew Nua was at a loss for words regarding Yu Xinghe's misguided intentions. However, his primary purpose for seeking her out was of utmost importance. Come with me. A significant figure wishes to meet you. Who is it? You'll find out when you come with me. If you don't tell me, I won't go. Why are you so stubborn? The decision is not yours to make. With that, Matthew Nuo intended to forcibly take Yuxinghe to the martial spirit hall, as it was a directive from that esteemed individual, and he felt compelled to comply, even at the cost of his own life. Then, something astonishing occurred. Despite his formidable soul rank, he found himself unable to budge a girl of the great soul master level. This was indeed perplexing. However, it was somewhat expected. Yuxinghe's strength had always been inversely proportional to her appearance. To the casual observer, she appeared to be a delicate and charming little sprite. But those who truly knew her understood that within this exquisite form lay the power of a dragon. After several futile attempts to move Yuxinghe, Matthew Nuo began to panic. Little girl, my dear ancestor, I beseech you, will you please accompany Grandfather Matthew Nuo just this once? You may stipulate any conditions you desire. Even if it means sacrificing my frail old bones, I am willing to do so. I simply wish to know who seeks me. Otherwise, I would not go. Regarding the conduct of the spirit hall, Yuxinghe harbors some concerns. What if they take a fancy to my talents and summon a few soul emperors or soul saints to compel me to accompany them? It seems I would be going without hope of return. If it were only for myself, it would be bearable. I could simply feign attending the Spirit Academy, after all. Pretension can be exercised anywhere. However, what would become of Xiao Wu if I were to leave? Observing Yuxinghe's resolute determination to uncover the truth, Master Matthew had no choice but to lead her to a secluded corner. The person who wishes to meet you is none other than His Holiness, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Upon learning that it was Bibi Dong who desired to see her, Yuxinghe could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. The system had just issued a task, and now the individual had come to her doorstep. Knowing that it was Bibi Dong who sought her out, Yuxinghe realized that escape was utterly impossible, given the opponent's strength as a titled Douluo and the possession of twin martial souls. Capturing her would likely be as effortless as child's play. Nonetheless, before proceeding, Yuxinghe deemed it necessary to give Xiao Wu a precautionary warning. For the might of Bibi Dong was indeed formidable, and it was imperative to divert Xiao Wu's attention. Thus, after Matthew and Yuxinghe departed, Xiao Wu reluctantly made her way towards the direction of Holy Spirit Village. At the Wuhuan branch hall in Nodding City, Matthew approached the entrance and bowed respectfully, stating, "Your Holiness, Yuxinghe has arrived." Shortly thereafter, a voice, both commanding yet gentle, echoed, "Matthew, you have done well. Tomorrow, you shall prepare your belongings and proceed to take up your post at the Wuhuan main hall." Upon hearing this, Matthew was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Holiness." Once Matthew had exited, the voice resonated once more, "Child, come in, let me observe you closely." This time, the authority in the voice had softened, replaced by a gentle, flowing warmth. Upon opening the door, a regal beauty greeted her with a radiant smile. In that moment, although Bibi Dong was not adorned with the papal crown nor wielding the holy staff, her long robe, intricately woven with golden threads, exuded an air of magnificence. Even seated upon an ordinary chair, the aura of her elevated status was unmistakable, radiating a gaze that surveyed the multitude below, nearly locking eyes with Bibi Dong. Yuxinghe was enveloped by an inexplicable pressure, which transformed into an insistent voice urging her to kneel and pay homage to the woman before her. Kneel? Yuxinghe would never bow down. As a time traveler, how could one stoop to such a level as a mere supporting character? If he were to kneel, where would he place his dignity in the future? Contemplating this, Yuxinghe straightened his already slightly bent knees once more, observing Yuxinghe's legs standing tall again. Bibi Dong's gaze brimmed with admiration. Chapter 33, A Spanking Child. What is your name? Yuxinghe. Bibi Dong smiled gently. What a fine name. Who are your parents? I do not know. Then who are you? I was raised by the villagers of Holy Soul Village. They do not know who my parents are either. When they found me, I was lying in a basket. Is that so? Upon hearing that he was an orphan, Bibi Dong embraced him tightly. Poor child. As she spoke, she took the opportunity to examine Yuxinghe's physique, which astonished even Bibi Dong. Who was Bibi Dong? The Pope of the Spirit Hall, a genius with twin martial spirits. A divine air. Even she was amazed by Yuxinghe's physical prowess, underscoring its exceptional strength. Child, would you like to join the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong's voice was truly gentle, imbued with maternal affection and the intimacy of a lover. With such a simple statement, Yuxinghe nearly agreed without hesitation. Can I think about it? Of course, just let me know when you've made your decision, and I will release you. Saying this, Bibi Dong lifted Yu Xinghe and seated him on a chair, her eyes, like flowing water, silently watching him. Under the gaze of such gentle and beautiful eyes, Yu Xinghe felt his heart race like a startled deer. Ultimately, he succumbed to the allure of Bibi Dong's eyes. "You are being unreasonable. This isn't fair. Will you agree or not?" Before he could fully articulate his refusal, Bibi Dong's hand, which encircled his waist, gave a gentle twist. It was not painful, but it tickled immensely. Grasping Bibi Dong's mischievous hand, Yu Xinghe attempted to speak again. "I will consider it," before he could finish. That captured hand extended a finger to tickle his waist once more. "All right, I'll agree. Is that satisfactory?" Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong finally ceased her playful torment and pinched Yu Xinghe's small face. "That's a good child. Now, come with me to Spirit City. I'll take you to the Spirit Academy for training, and you will surely love it there." "I cannot." "Why not?" "I do not like academies. There are too many people. I prefer tranquility." In truth, he could not bear to part with Xiaowu. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled as she smiled. "Then how about you train with me? I will teach you. Can I come back later?" "Little girl, my patience is limited." As she spoke, Bibi Dong directly reached under the armpit of Yu Xinghe. Yu Xinghe sensed a foreboding. If he could not articulate a reason satisfactory to Bibi Dong, he might meet a grim fate. Why the silence? Bibi Dong's expression darkened as she slowly extended her hand. She relished the sensation of tormenting this child, though she could not fathom why. The moment she laid eyes on him, an overwhelming urge for possession surged within her, as if he were destined to belong to her. Remarkably, while cradling Yu Xinghe, she felt the turbulent waves of bloodlust within her gradually calming. Her twin martial souls, both embodying the spider monarch, symbolized death. And having undergone the trials for the position of the Rakshasa god, she represented malevolence. To outsiders, Bibi Dong appeared beautiful, intelligent, elegant, serene, and pure as an angel. Yet, unbeknownst to them, within her gentle and graceful exterior lurked death, evil, and a soul brimming with inexorable resentment. A soul capable of annihilating all. Typically, to mask her true inner self, Bibi Dong put on a facade of exhaustion. However, in the presence of Yu Xinghe, she felt no need to preserve her image. She could remove her mask and engage with this little one in her most authentic form. "Speak, little one. If you remain silent, I may be compelled to take action." Bibi Dong had resolved that, regardless of Yu Xinghe's reasons, she would carry him away. She sensed that to successfully pass the 9 trials of Rakshasa and inherit the Rakshasa god's position, she would undoubtedly require this child's assistance. "I yearn for freedom." "Freedom?" "Yes, the freedom to run about without a care. If you confine me, I shall perish." As she spoke, Yu Xinghe's eyes reflected profound melancholy. "But without you, dear sister, I fear the anguish would surpass that of death." "Yu Xinghe, alas, I have unexpectedly fallen for your charms." As both parties lingered in silence, Yu Xinghe proposed, "What if we engage in a wager? If I emerge victorious, you shall grant me my freedom, and when the time comes, I shall certainly seek you out. What do you say?" To which the reply came, "And should you lose, you must remain by my side until you attain the rank of Soul King. At which point I shall allow you to traverse the continent. Does that sound agreeable?" "Indeed. But what shall we bet on?" Bibi Dong's eyes gleamed with mischief as she suggested, "Let us wager on who will be the one to open the door. This is purely a matter of luck, ensuring that neither of us holds an advantage." Yu Xinghe shook his head and said, "That won't do. Your strength is formidable, and your perceptual range is undoubtedly beyond my capabilities. If we are to test our fortunes, let us wager on the outcome of a soul coin toss. We shall each select a side, and then have someone come in to cast it. What do you think?" Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Bibi Dong summoned Matthew to perform the toss of the soul coin. Although Matthew was puzzled by the reasoning behind this, he felt compelled to comply with the command of the esteemed Pope without question. Soon after, under the watchful gaze of Yu Xinghe, the soul coin spun gracefully in the air before descending to the ground. Ding! As the coin bounced repeatedly, Yu Xinghe's heart raced in tandem with its movements. Ultimately, the coin landed, revealing the front side up. The Moonlight River has lost. Beside her, Bibi Dong wore a smile. "Sister Pope, may I bid farewell to my friend?" "Of course. I would very much like to meet your friend as well." "No need for that. I shall simply write a letter to explain the situation, so she does not worry." "That is also acceptable." A sigh escaped her lips at the thought of Bibi Dong accompanying her to meet Xiaowu. It seemed she would truly have to bid a permanent farewell. "Xiaowu, by the time you read this letter, I will have departed for Wuhuan City. Please take care of yourself. If you find yourself without a place to go, seek out the third. Once I become a soul king, I shall return to find you. I promise to come back for you. Do not remember me with sorrow. Moonstar River. Subsequently, Moonstar River withdrew all the money from his possession, along with a letter, and entrusted them to Matthew. Master, I implore you to personally deliver this letter and the money to her. You have met her before. She accompanied me during our last assessment of soul power levels. Rest assured. After Matthew departed, Bibi Dong smiled warmly at Moonstar River and inquired, Are we ready to set off? There is one more matter. What? Slap in the astonished gaze of Bibi Dong. Moonstar River playfully struck her perky rear. There's a mosquito. Look, a particularly large one. In the moonlit expanse, the starry river unfurled as a delicate hand, pale and slender, was raised. In the center of that hand's palm lay a mosquito, stubbornly clinging to life, its tiny eyes unblinking. Chapter 34. 5 years. Yuxing had departed in tears, utterly unprepared for the ruthless demeanor of the seemingly gentle Bibi Dong. With a flurry of strikes, Bibi Dong unleashed a torrent of blows, showing no regard for the fact that Yuxing was merely 6 years old. Curled up in Bibi Dong's embrace, Yuxing gazed at the surrounding clouds, swiftly forgetting the pain in her behind. Observing the buildings below, which appeared as tiny as ants, she effortlessly traversed the towering mountains and beheld the sprawling cities. Witnessing the vast expanse of the earth and the myriad of lives within her sight, the moonlit galaxy finally comprehended why individuals are so fervently devoted to becoming stronger. Leaving aside other matters, the mere act of soaring through the skies grants an unforgettable memory, one that lingers long after the experience. Is it beautiful? The voice of Bibi Dong resonated in the air. Yuxing nodded slightly. What do you think would happen if I were to throw you down from here? You wouldn't dare. Yuxing mused that if she were to fall from this height, she would likely become a mere paper doll, the kind that could not be scooped up even with a shovel. With this thought, she tightened her legs around Bibi Dong's slender waist and embraced her graceful neck. Reminiscent of a swan, Bibi Dong was taken aback by Yuxing's intense reaction and instinctively held her closer. All right, I want to throw you down. Do not worry. 5 years later, at the Junior Soul Arena in Soul City, this venue, situated within the Spirit Hall, is typically used for competitions among students of the Spirit Academy. Today marks the annual assessment day for the Academy. Look, there's Senior Hulaina. I heard she became a Soul Master at the tender age of 16. Senior Xiaoyu is impressive as well. It is said he is already at the stage of acquiring his 4th spirit ring. I do not ask for much, as long as Senior Yin is willing to be my boyfriend. Wow, that's quite a lofty expectation. Listening to the whispers of her fellow junior students, Xiaoyu excitedly remarked to Hulaina, Sister, it seems we will once again dominate the top 3 positions this year. With such achievements, the Pope will surely be pleased with us, as orphans adopted by the Spirit Hall since childhood. Xiaoyu and Hulaina's greatest dream was to bring glory to the Spirit Hall. To achieve this, they needed strength. Strength is an indisputable passport. Regardless of the circumstances, nothing satisfies the vanity of a multifaceted individual more than being the center of attention. The mere thought of receiving applause for their exhibited prowess ignited a spark of excitement on Xiaoyu's face. Sister, it appears we will once again take the top 3 positions. In response, Hulaina sighed softly. Brother, have you forgotten? There is still one student from our academy who has not participated in the assessment. Until we have defeated her, it would be wise not to speak too confidently. Yan, overhearing Hulaina's words, expressed his skepticism. Nana, do you truly believe that girl is our rival? Regardless of her talent, just considering her crybaby disposition, I do not think she qualifies to compete with us. The girl he referred to as a flower vase was none other than the renowned Yuxing of the Spirit Academy. 5 years ago, when Yuxing first entered the Spirit Academy, she caused quite a stir throughout the institution. The reason for this commotion was none other than the presence of the current Pope, Bibi Dong, who had accompanied her to the classroom. Speculations about her relationship with the Pope ran rampant. Some claimed she was the Pope's daughter, others argued she was the treasured jewel of an elder from the Douluo Hall, while some suggested her exceptional talent had earned her the Pope's special affection. However, a curious turn of events followed. When inquiries about her identity were made, she revealed herself to be an orphan. When challenged regarding her talent, she simply conceded defeat. One instance of concession might be attributed to various reasons. Yet if it persists over the course of 5 years, skepticism naturally arises. Furthermore, every time Yuxing is taken away only to return with reddened eyes, seemingly having wept, speculation mounts that she could very well be the child of a deceased pope. However, her innate talents appear woefully inadequate, necessitating reliance on the Pope's connections. This theory enjoys considerable traction within the Spirit Soul Academy, with many firmly convinced of its validity. Others may believe, but Hulaina does not share that conviction. In her perspective, if Yuxingha truly were a hopeless case, how could she possibly garner the Pope's favor? Merely because of her beauty? The Pope is not a man. Hulaina can never forget the way the Pope gazed at Yuxingha, filled with such indulgence. She has a persistent feeling that this seemingly vulnerable little girl harbors secrets unknown to others, and it is these secrets that may account for the Pope's exceptional regard. Suddenly, the enigmatic Xie Yu nudged her arm, signaling Hulaina to direct her attention to a certain direction. There, a woman with waist-length silver hair and features reminiscent of a painting, akin to an ethereal being, gracefully entered the arena. The emergence of Yuxingha took everyone by surprise. After all, a person universally regarded as a failure had somehow found their way to the arena, a realm exclusively reserved for the formidable. This phenomenon was beyond their comprehension. Upon witnessing Yuxingha's arrival, Yan approached her with an air of arrogance, his hands clasped, his head held high, and he virtually addressed her through his nostrils, declaring, "Little vase, this is not a place for you. The battles here are unpredictable, and should the aftermath inadvertently affect you and shatter you, you would have to weep before His Holiness the Pope, which we cannot afford." Upon hearing Yan's words, the surrounding participants preparing for the assessment exchanged knowing smiles. A silent understanding among them. "Yan, just let her be. There's no need for further words," they seemed to convey. Although Xie Yu harbored disdain for someone as weak as Yuxingha, he had no intention of targeting her specifically. As an orphan, he understood the bitterness of being bullied, and he disapproved of Yan's behavior. Faced with Xie Yu's remark, Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Should he continue to mock her? It might tarnish his reputation among the younger female students. Just as Yan was about to retreat to his position, a voice resonated from behind him. "Initially intending to interact with you all as an ordinary person, I was met with distance. Enough pretense. Today, I, Yuxingha, am declaring myself a prodigious talent. In today's assessment, I shall undoubtedly secure first place." As soon as the words left Yuxingha's lips, Yan, who was retreating, stumbled and nearly fell. The other students wore expressions of bewilderment and complexity. They simply could not comprehend why Yuxingha would utter such words, especially since it was broad daylight. Could it be that she had caught a chill from not properly covering herself while sleeping last night? Just as Xie Yu furrowed his brow. Intending to send the babbling Yuxingha back, a resounding cheer erupted throughout the venue. The Pope had arrived. The presence of the Pope immediately prompted the students to cease their idle speculation, standing tall and proud. "Nana, the Pope himself has come to witness our assessment. We must perform splendidly." Beside them, Yin was already rubbing his hands together, eyes ablaze with fierce determination as he gazed at Hulaina. The Pope's arrival ignited an overwhelming sense of resolve among all the students present. What was originally a simple assessment now bore an air of solemnity due to his presence. First and foremost, let us extend our most profound greetings to our esteemed Pope. The list of participants for this assessment includes Hulaina, Xie Yu, and Yan. With each name called, a proud young man or woman stepped forward. Lei Gong, Lei Mu, Yuxingha. Upon hearing that Yuxingha would also participate in the assessment, the crowd erupted in excitement. Chapter 35, the test. Yuxingha, who had not taken part in a practical assessment for 5 whole years, was now to compete today? The notion of her aiming for first place was as absurd as a student who had scored 0 in every exam for 5 years suddenly aspiring to be the top of the class in their graduation assessment. To be frank, not only the participating students, but even the judges wished to dismiss her. However, with the Pope in attendance, they could not afford to lose their composure. "Oh well, let us just have the students go easy on her," thought one of the judges. Stamping his foot as a stone tablet rose to prominence in the center of the battle arena, much like the crystals used for testing soul power. This stone tablet also possessed the ability to measure soul power, while additionally featuring a recording function, making it one of the treasures of the Wuhuan Academy. The soul power test would commence next, with those whose names were called stepping forward. In ordinary elite academies, reaching a soul power level of 30 was sufficient for graduation, and even considered exceptional. Yet, at Wuhuan Academy, the requirement was to attain the rank of Soul Master by the age of 20. Were other institutions to impose such a standard, it is likely that very few would manage to graduate. In a short while, Yuxingha observed that the quality of education and the caliber of students at Wuhuan Academy were commendable. She had yet to encounter anyone deemed unqualified. Soon, As the others completed their tests, only 4 individuals remained. Yin, soul power level 39. Age 16, classification, excellent. As the judges announced Yan's test results, the venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. The judges expressed their satisfaction with Yan's performance and subsequently inquired, "Yan, would you kindly share your cultivation experiences?" Yan smiled and nodded, replying, "Of course." After a moment of contemplation, he began, "First and foremost, I must extend my gratitude to the esteemed Pope. It is she who illuminated the path of my practice. Without her, I would not be the person I am today. Secondly, I wish to thank my past self for persevering through challenges. It was through my tears, sweat, and blood that I have attained the accomplishments I possess today." Just as Yin was on the verge of tears while delivering his heartfelt speech, an inappropriate voice interrupted, "That's enough. How can a grown man be more verbose than a gossiping woman? There are 3 more individuals waiting for their tests behind you." As the voice of Yuxinghe resonated, a profound silence enveloped the entire venue in Pittsburgh. Only Bibi Dong, with her meticulously crafted smile, revealed a barely perceptible curve at the corners of her lips. For Yin, being abruptly interrupted mid-speech felt akin to a sudden intrusion by his parents during a delicate sewing endeavor, an undeniably unsettling experience. Fueled by a surge of indignation, he bellowed at Yuxinghe, "Should we not extend our gratitude to His Holiness the Pope? Yuxinghe, do you truly hold His Holiness in such disdain?" At this utterance, the gazes of all present shifted dramatically towards Yuxinghe. The Pope was a figure revered and worshipped within the Spirit Hall. To dare to belittle the Pope, especially within the confines of Spirit City, could spell disaster for anyone, regardless of their identity. Amidst a chorus of furious stares, Yuxinghe boldly declared, "Of course, I do not regard His Holiness with any reverence." This proclamation prompted numerous spirit masters to immediately unveil their spirit rings. Just as the judges, trembling with outrage, pointed accusingly at Yuxinghe, he hastily continued, "The reason I do not regard His Holiness is that I have always held her in my heart. Unlike some, who merely pay lip service to the Pope, what lies in their hearts remains a mystery." Those spirit masters who had previously activated their rings now looked utterly vexed as they retracted them. Yin found himself momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Yuxinghe's clever retort and counterattack. Seizing the momentum, Yuxinghe pressed on, "Furthermore, the reason I urged you to conclude swiftly is that aside from your initial statement, the remainder is mere drivel. Thank yourself? You ought to first express gratitude to the Spirit Hall for nurturing you, to your teachers for their tireless guidance, to Master Shuiwei, who sustained injuries to secure your 3rd spirit ring, and to the flaming donkey that spared your life in its final moments before demise. Only then should you extend thanks to yourself." Every utterance from Yuxinghe pierced his heart like a dagger, and Yin could sense the shift in the gazes of his classmates. No longer were they filled with admiration or respect, but rather they regarded him as one would a jester. Ultimately, Yin coughed up a mouthful of blood. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, the onlookers displayed expressions of pity. How tragic. Quickly, someone called for Master Tor to attend to Yin. As Yin was carried away, a judge approached Yuxinghe and inquired, "Esteemed student, what is your intention in humiliating a fellow classmate from our institution? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, I shall revoke your eligibility to compete." Though rumors suggested a special connection between Yuxinghe and the Pope, the judge remained unperturbed, for he was a favored elder of the council. The Pope would likely think twice before acting against him without cause. Of course, the judge did not believe that the Pope would jeopardize his standing over such a trivial matter. In fact, his intuition proved correct. Although Bibi Dong had come to observe the competition, it did not imply her support for Yuxinghe. Rather, she deemed such minor issues unworthy of her intervention, confident that the sharp-tongued girl could withstand it. In the face of the judge's inquiry and the subtle pressure he exerted upon her, Yuxinghe remained undaunted, even finding amusement in the situation. "Honorable judge, I speak nothing but the truth. How can this be deemed an affront? Shouldn't Yin be grateful to the academy, to his teachers, and to fortune?" Seizing the moment of the judge's momentary silence, Yuxinghe continued, "Moreover, if his psychological fortitude is so fragile, how shall Yin grow and contribute to the construction of the Spirit Hall? I am merely training him for his own good. You sharp-tongued girl, go test your mettle." The judge, a soul sage of considerable prowess, would have relished the opportunity to teach this impudent girl a lesson, to make her aware of the reasons behind the beauty of flowers. Unfortunately, he was restrained from taking action, and with so many witnesses present, he had to swallow his indignation for the time being. As Yuxinghe drew nearer to the testing stone tablet, the judge had already prepared a multitude of admonishments, veiled as lessons to embarrass this naive girl. Alas, his plans were destined to fail. In truth, Yu Xingya had no desire to belittle others. But Yin had relentlessly clung to her for years, akin to a stubborn piece of chewing gum that one cannot shake off. 2 months prior, after Yan's 1000th declaration of affection, he had finally lost his temper upon receiving yet another rejection from Yu Xinghe, attempting to force his will upon her. Fortunately, at that critical moment, a teacher happened to pass by, averting a potential disaster. Now, with the troublesome task finally accomplished, how could Yu Xinghe not revel in her triumph? Task: feigning weakness. Synopsis: the host must pretend to be an incompetent for a cumulative period of 5 years, during which they must not engage in any conflicts. Task reward: 3 soul rings of 100,000 years. Chapter 36. Assessment. The assessment monument stood entirely ebony, its surface adorned with intricate and densely packed patterns, all converging towards a small, smooth area at its center, where the soul master would place their hand during the evaluation. As Yu Xinghe placed her hand upon it, the soul energy within her surged forth like a torrential river, flooding into the monument. The patterns on the stone, reminiscent of parched riverbeds, eagerly embraced this deluge, transforming the once shadowy monument into a radiant sun, emitting a blinding brilliance. Gazing at the resplendent light, the judges had never perceived such luminosity as overwhelmingly dazzling. It was, astonishingly, a soul king. All the scornful remarks they had harbored vanished in the wake of that radiant glow. Judges? Judges? What rank am I? The judges, confronted by the curious visage of the young girl, yearned to respond, yet found their throats parched, rendering them speechless. This girl, merely 11 years of age, had already attained the cultivation of a soul king, while they, at her age, had barely reached the level of a great soul master. How could the chasm between individuals be so vast? Judges, why have you fallen silent? What level is my soul power? Your soul power is that of a level 50 soul king. The moment those 5 words were uttered, the entire soul arena fell into a profound silence. The younger students were astonished, their expressions a mixture of disbelief, while the older soul masters regarded her with looks of incredulity, coupled with bittersweet expressions. Undoubtedly, whether young or old, their sentiments were equally tinged with a sense of sourness. Yu Xinghe is a renowned figure at the Soul Master Academy, and her age is well known to all. If the title of Soul King commands respect, then appending the age of 11 to it would leave even a title Douluo in a state of disarray. Very well, Archbishop Otto, please continue with the assessment. As Bibi Dong's voice resonated, the crowd snapped back from their astonishment and shock. Indeed, Your Majesty, I apologize for my indiscretion. The judge referred to as Otto offered a slight bow to Bibi Dong and resumed his unfinished duties, with Yu Xinghe's accomplishments preceding them. Although the scores of Xiaoyu and Hulaina were also impressive, no one displayed a sour expression. After all, it is quite normal for a well-known prodigy to be admitted to a prestigious university. However, the sudden acceptance of a student who habitually slept in class was quicker than anyone else at meal times, frequently skipped classes to play games, and was no stranger to love and brawls, into a top institution was enough to stir feelings of inequity among others. In this moment, Yu Xinghe represented the latter category. 5 years of a seemingly lackluster existence had conditioned everyone to accept her role as an underachiever. With someone like Yu Xinghe dragging behind, how low could others possibly fall? Furthermore, her beauty and her connection to the Pope fueled a quiet jealousy in many. Indeed, why should a so-called waste receive such favor from the Pope? Moreover, Yu Xinghe maintained her facade of incompetence by never retaliating against insults or attacks. Of course, no one truly dared to harm her. After all, who would confront the student favored by the Pope? Nevertheless, while no one would physically attack her, reprimands and sarcasm were commonplace. Yet, Yu Xinghe bore it all with patience, except for the recent incident involving Yin. That encounter was genuinely perilous. Had it not been for a passing teacher, Yu Xinghe would have risked shattering her persona to exact vengeance. Thankfully, that chapter is closed. After 5 years of feigned timidity, she had secured 300,000-year spirit rings, which Yu Xinghe deemed worthwhile. After all, there is wisdom in the saying, the humility of today paves the way for the triumph of tomorrow. Once the spirit power assessment concluded, the focus turned to the practical combat examination, the true highlight of the event. If the spirit power test was akin to a written examination, then the practical combat assessment was the martial examination. Moreover, the martial examination held the greatest significance. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. True power is defined by one's actual combat prowess. For instance, When Tang San first entered Shrek Academy with merely 29 levels of spirit power, he managed to inflict considerable distress upon the soul sage Zhao Wujin while in a state of fury, showcasing his latent capabilities. It was from that moment onward that Zhao Wujin harbored a psychological shadow regarding Tang San. This is the essence of Tang San. He earned Zhao Wujin's respect through his formidable strength. Now, let us proceed with the draw for the matchups among the students. Unlike previous years, this time, due to the unexpected rise of Yuxingha, everyone is particularly eager for this practical assessment. Naturally, while the audience is filled with anticipation, the contestants feel a sense of helplessness. Just as a multitude of aspiring students fervently wished not to be paired with Yuxingha, Bibidong suddenly stood and declared, "I shall be her opponent in this practical assessment. Follow me." It is evident that Bibidong's first statement was directed towards Otto, while her second was aimed at Yuxingha. In response to the Pope's intervention, Otto remarked, "Your Excellency, the assessments have always been presided over by the Academy's judges. There is no need for your personal involvement. Allow me to take on the role of Yuxingha's opponent, having been startled by Yuxingha's prowess." Otto's mind began to concoct a theory. Becoming a Soul King at the tender age of 11 is unparalleled in the annals of Soul Masters. Thus, Yuxingha's extraordinary achievement must harbor some clandestine secret, coupled with her previously timid demeanor during her time at the Academy, which hardly resembled that of an exceptional prodigy. Otto's speculation took shape. Yuxingha is merely a person of mediocre talent, long subjected to exclusion. In a moment of desperation, she must have struck a nefarious bargain with the Pope, acquiring some method from him to rapidly enhance her abilities. However, it is widely known that such swift augmentation often leads to a superficial soul power, lacking the solidity of one's own diligent cultivation. To avoid exposure, and to ensure the Pope could rescue her at a critical juncture, allowing her to bask in glory before retreating, she would forever etch her name in history. Yes, it must be so. If Yuxingha were privy to Otto's conjectures, she would surely exclaim, "No one fabricates stories quite like you." If Bibidong were aware of Otto's thoughts, she would undoubtedly sigh. "If it weren't for the fear of your spirits being utterly crushed, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths." While others may be oblivious to Yuxingha's true capabilities, Bibidong, who has accompanied her for 5 years, knows them all too well. Setting aside her soul skills and combat techniques, which even she struggles to articulate, her sheer strength alone is sufficient to overpower all other contestants present. At times, Bibidong cannot help but speculate if Yuxingha might be a manifestation of a 10,000-year-old power-type soul beast. Her strength is already terrifying. When combined with her elusive first and second soul skills, alongside her impeccable combat techniques, Bibidong believes that defeating her would require at least a full rank advantage. This is without her even utilizing her martial soul. Should Yuxingha unleash her martial soul, Bibidong surmises that even a soul emperor might struggle to contend with her. Such an anomaly participating in the assessment could very well instill lasting psychological scars in her opponents. Chapter 37. Truth or Falsehood? Just as Bibidong intended to take Yuxingha away, a middle-aged man appeared. Clad in simple gray attire, he exuded an air of unadorned integrity. His appearance devoid of any hint of soul power, resembling an ordinary individual. Yet, this seemingly commonplace man approached the Pope and stood before her, gazing downwards in a manner that was typically reserved for elders addressing their juniors or those of higher status looking upon those of lower rank. The Pope, being the most esteemed figure within the Spirit Hall, was not someone whom one would dare to face in such a manner. Yet this middle-aged man did so. His name was Qin Douluo, the true authority of the Hall of Spirit Douluo, the father of the previous Pope, and a legendary Douluo of the 99th rank. To possess any one of these 3 identities would compel even the Pope and the emperors of the 2 great empires to treat him with utmost respect. Let alone the fact that he embodied all 3. He was truly unparalleled, under the watchful eyes of all the spirit masters present. The middle-aged man approached Bibidong without offering a bow and directly addressed her. Otto is correct. After all, she is a student of the Academy, and by the rules, she must undergo the assessment of the Academy's judges. No sooner had he spoken than a student stood up and shouted at him, "Presumptuous! Who do you think you are to not bow to the Pope?" Upon hearing this, Bibidong's expression changed. Yet the middle-aged man merely laughed heartily. "I am but an old man, aging and unwell, unable to bow," though he appeared in his prime. His self-deprecating remark was evidently absurd. The student persisted, ready to rebuke further, but was silenced by Bibidong's sharp command. "Silence." The student promptly sat down, disgruntled. Seeing the chastened student take his seat, Qian Daolu chose to overlook the earlier rudeness and meaningfully remarked to Bibi Dong. Your methods are truly commendable, my dear Pope. Bibi Dong responded with a cold smirk. I learned from you. Might I inquire if I can take a seat and observe the competition? Feel free. With Qian Daolu seated, Bibi Dong lowered her voice to a whisper for Yu Xinghe. Little girl, when you face Otto, if you sense anything amiss, concede immediately. Upon receiving the instruction, Yu Xinghe nodded. Simultaneously, Qian Daolu was advising Otto, when the opportunity arises, eliminate that little girl. I shall take responsibility here with the Pope. Under normal circumstances, Otto would never dare to harm Yu Xinghe, but now, with Qian Daolu backing him, he felt emboldened against the Pope. Moreover, having received numerous favors from the Qian family, he would consider even slaying a girl cloaked in false bravado, let alone the prospect of his own demise. As Otto lowered the assessment stone tablet, the arena returned to its original purpose, a contest. Otto, a formidable soul sage of the 72nd rank, wielded the martial spirit of a lava giant. Yu Xinghe, a level 50 soul king of the assault spirit lineage, boasts the martial spirit of the starry sky of time. As the two individuals unleashed their martial spirits and revealed their soul rings, the entire arena of soul battles was once again shaken to its core. What left the onlookers awestruck was indeed the martial spirit and soul rings of Yu Xinghe, accompanied by a dreamlike display of vibrant lights. Reminiscent of primordial brilliance against the backdrop of a profound starry sky, the clock-like imagery depicting constellations enthralled all lower-tier soul masters, who were utterly captivated by the beauty of her martial spirit. Even the mid- and high-tier soul masters could not conceal their profound delight. However, if Yu Xinghe's martial spirit was stunning enough to astonish them, the 5 soul rings that rose beneath her feet were nothing short of terrifying. White, black, red, red, red. It is well known that the age of soul rings correlates with their colors. White for 10 years, yellow for 100, purple for 1,000, black for 10,000, and red for 100,000 years. Typically, a tidal Douluo might possess up to 5 black 10,000-year soul rings. Encountering a tidal Douluo with a red 100,000-year soul ring would surely send shockwaves through social circles. Yet here was a soul king with only 5 soul rings, 3 of which were of the 100,000-year variety, leaving the assembled soul masters in utter disarray. Under the radiance of the 3 100,000-year soul rings, even the second black soul ring of Yu Xinghe was overlooked. Of course, while the 3 100,000-year soul rings left the crowd in shock, there were 2 individuals who remained exceptions, Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu. Bibi Dong was unperturbed, having already mentally prepared herself, while Qian Daolu held lingering doubts regarding the authenticity of the 100,000-year soul rings. After the initial astonishment faded, Qian Daolu immediately focused on Bibi Dong's expression, scrutinizing every nuance. Yet Bibi Dong showed neither surprise nor astonishment, as if the soul ring configuration of Yu Xinghe was the epitome of normalcy. Could those truly be 3 100,000-year red soul rings? Considering the gravity of the matter, Qian Daolu could no longer restrain himself and inquired directly, Bibi Dong, what is the story behind Yu Xinghe's 3 100,000-year soul rings? Did you go hunt 100,000-year soul beasts? Addressing the Pope by name was a significant breach of etiquette, and as a group of soul masters prepared to rise, Bibi Dong's voice rang out, calm yet authoritative. Sit down. This is the grand offering of the Hall of Offerings, and also the Grand Elder of the Elder Hall. Do not be disrespectful. The surrounding soul masters reluctantly resumed their seats. Only then did Bibi Dong nod seriously at Qian Daolu, stating, Indeed, just yesterday, I took the girl you to the Star-Do Forest, where we casually hunted 3 100,000-year Titan giant apes, a sky blue bull python, and a jade rabbit at the outskirts, killing them on the spot to allow you to absorb their soul rings. How does that answer satisfy the Grand Elder? In response, Qian Daolia's lips twitched as he replied, Your Holiness, you truly have a penchant for jest. Those are 100,000-year soul beasts, not mere 10-year ones. And you claim to have encountered them at the outskirts. Are you certain that the outskirts should not be teeming with monkeys, pythons, and rabbits? If one could casually encounter a soul beast of 100,000 years, then soul masters would have long been eradicated by these creatures. Moreover, the most crucial point is that the Pope was presiding over a meeting yesterday. There was no time to escort students in search of soul rings. Observing the ashen face of Qian Daolu, as dark as the bottom of a pot, Bibi Dong felt a surge of satisfaction. The old man, too, has found a day when he requires my assistance. As Qian Daolu intended to rise and inquire directly, Bibi Dong, utilizing a voice technique, conveyed to him, the third soul skill of you girl is concealment. and the fourth is simulation. With these two soul skills, she can simulate not just 3, but even 900,000-year soul rings for you. Upon hearing this explanation, Douluo sat back down, yet he bore another question. Surely, the first and second soul rings of Yuxinghe cannot be mere illusions. The second soul ring is indeed a 10,000-year soul ring. What explanation can be provided for that? The Grand Elder, not only aged and with a failing back, appears to have also lost his mental acuity. Has he forgotten that if a soul beast willingly allows itself to be slain, a soul master can absorb its soul ring without any burden? The Grand Elder must be aware of this, mustn't he? Humph. Even Douluo's countenance faltered under Bibi Dong's pointed ridicule. Thankfully, their communication was discreet, otherwise he would have faced considerable embarrassment today. Chapter 38. A vicious beating for Otto, seeing Otto still frozen in hesitation. Douluo transmitted, "Those 300,000-year soul rings of hers are false. Do not hesitate to advance." Upon hearing that the opponent's 300,000-year soul rings were fabricated, Otto first felt shame, realizing he had been duped by such an obvious ruse. Indeed, even among titled Douluo, 100,000-year soul ring exists only in tales. For a mere soul king to possess 3 is undoubtedly a deception. After the initial embarrassment came a surge of indignation, the anger of being played for a fool. With this in mind, Otto immediately unleashed his martial soul. As the 7 soul rings, in the optimal configuration of yellow, purple, and black, emerged, all eyes shifted from the 3 crimson soul rings of Yuxinghe to Otto. Compared to the exaggeratedly unrealistic soul ring configuration of Yuxinghe, Otto's appeared much more credible. Simultaneously, many began to regain their senses, and after careful contemplation, they were filled with shame. Otto's soul ring configuration is already recognized as the best in the soul master community. 100,000-year soul rings exist only in the words of other titled Douluo, let alone 3 appearing on a single soul king. Upon realization, the shock on their faces faded, replaced by a collective anger and disdain at having been made fools of. As Otto's first soul ring shimmered, his originally slender form swelled as if inflated, transforming into a towering giant over 3 meters tall. Meanwhile, his skin darkened to a pitch black, resembling stones scorched by fire. As a mutated beast spirit, Otto's martial soul could be deemed remarkably formidable. Not only was he immune to fire attribute attacks of the same rank, but he was also endowed with exceptional offensive and defensive capabilities. It was precisely his extraordinary talent that caught the attention of the Qian family, leading to his focused cultivation, comparable to top-tier martial souls and optimal soul ring configurations. Even his first soul skill could unleash astonishing power. First soul skill, Lava Giant Transformation. The giant Otto thundered toward Yuxinghe, each step causing the ground to crack like a spider's web. After all, this was a primary battle soul arena, designed for students to engage in combat, with its maximum tolerance constructed according to the destructive power of a strong assault-type battle soul emperor. Yet, at this moment, merely utilizing his first soul skill had resulted in damage exceeding the total of the past 6 months. Considering that there should be no shoddy engineering on the Douluo Continent, there was only one explanation: Otto was overwhelmingly powerful. As Otto charged towards him with a tremendous roar, Yuxinghe neither evaded nor flinched. Instead, she closed her eyes. Foolish. To face a powerhouse 2 levels above oneself, and yet display such bravado. Soon, she would likely regret it. Could she be so frightened as to be rendered stupid? I had heard of a secret technique that could rapidly enhance one's strength, albeit with severe repercussions. Perhaps Yuxinghe had employed the technique, only to now suffer its backlash, leaving her unable to move. As Otto drew ever closer, Yuxinghe finally opened her eyes. She suddenly raised her hand forward, and her martial soul, the starry sky of time, transformed into countless specks of starlight that vanished, leaving behind a radiant pointer. Subsequently, the pointer fell into Yuxinghe's grasp. As the light dissipated, the true form of the pointer was revealed. Rather than merely a needle, it was more aptly described as a long spear, entirely azure, with flowing light converging toward the tip, forming a blade of light that could extend and retract unpredictably. This was the fateful weapon she had earned 5 years ago, after enduring 3 days of discomfort. Pulse. In the face of the lava giant charging like an unstoppable locomotive, Yuxinghe stamped her foot, and with a resounding boom, the battle arena beneath her was similarly fractured in a spiderweb-like pattern. Simultaneously, the pulse in her hand emitted a flickering blade of light, aimed directly at the oncoming fist of her opponent. Even while still in midair, Otto's fist erupted with fierce flames, orange-red patterns spreading across his entire arm. as the searing fire scorched his stone-like, hammer-like fist, causing droplets of lava to fall. Second soul skill, volcanic fist. The audience in the arena shielded their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending scene. It should be noted that while this was Otto's second soul skill, those familiar with him understood that its lethality was only surpassed by his martial soul's true form. This was due to the fact that Otto's second soul ring originated from a fire elemental giant ape. With the aid of his mentor, the giant ape, on the brink of death, awakened the Titan great ape's bloodline within it, fueled by an overwhelming resentment. Had the fire giant ape survived, its latent Titan great ape bloodline would have undoubtedly led it to become a sovereign among soul beasts. Unfortunately, it was merely a soul beast with a cultivation of around 900 years, severely wounded and facing a soul emperor. Moreover, it possessed only the bloodline of the Titan great ape, rather than being a true Titan great ape itself, ultimately succumbing to its fate. Although it was merely a century-old soul beast, this soul ring bestowed upon Otto an exceptionally potent skill, the volcanic fist. Renowned as the king of the forest, the Titan great ape was celebrated for its immense strength. In its final moments, the fire giant ape's awakening of the Titan great ape bloodline inadvertently benefited Otto posthumously. As Otto grew stronger, he was astonished to discover that his second soul skill intensified alongside his soul power. Thus, wielding the volcanic fist, Otto carved out a reputation for himself in the soul master world. Upon witnessing Otto unleash his second soul skill, Bibi Dong clenched her fists, prepared to intervene at any moment. Meanwhile, Qian Daolu wore a disdainful smile. With him present, Bibi Dong's attempt to save anyone was mere folly. Indeed, with his capabilities, even if Yu Xinghe wished to forfeit, it would be impossible. In response to Otto's formidable punch, Yu Xinghe brandished her pulse, launching a meteor strike against the volcanic fist, which was larger than a millstone. In the blink of an eye, Yu Xinghe executed hundreds of strikes. Otto, who had intended to crush Yu Xinghe with a single blow, suddenly felt as though his fist was pierced by countless needles, each inflicting excruciating pain. In rage, he swung his other fist, determined to pulverize the petite figure into a pulp. Yet, without a glance back, Yu Xinghe resolutely thrust towards one of Otto's fists, fully aware that injuring 10 fingers was not as effective as severing one. As for the other fist, regrettably, the strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao was ineffective against Yu Xinghe, who possessed the ability to teleport. Thus, amidst the gasps of the audience, Otto's other fist engulfed the small figure. Chapter 39, renowned for a single battle boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the entire battle arena. As the dust settled, a vast chasm materialized before the onlookers. It was a lava pit radiating an intense heat, bubbling with molten rock. Before such magma, even the sturdiest stone would crumble to dust. Centered around Otto, a myriad of fissures spread out like a spider's web, with orange-red lava coursing outward along the cracks. In the blink of an eye, what was once a stable arena for battle was poised to transform into a pool of molten rock. One must concede, the might of Otto's punch was truly formidable. Witnessing the sheer power of Otto's strike, the students swallowed hard, while Hulaina and others in the distance turned pale. It was not merely the students who were left in awe. Even seasoned soul emperors and soul saints felt a chill at the sight before them, realizing they might not fare any better in the aftermath, just as the crowd assumed that Yu Xinghe would be obliterated by that singular blow. Otto unexpectedly swung his fist backward. A magnificent dragon-patterned long knife, connected by iron chains and shimmering with golden light, emerged from a circular array that flickered with brilliance, aimed directly at Otto's head. With a thunderous crash, the dragon knife collided with Otto's fist, enveloped in surging magma. The explosion of flames and the roar of the dragon reverberated throughout the arena. Where did this blade come from? As the spectators speculated about a third party intervening in the conflict, someone pointed skyward, exclaiming, "Up there!" Following the direction of the voice, they beheld a figure with flowing silver hair standing in the sky, brandishing a spear, gazing down upon them like a celestial being. Observing the ethereal presence above, many students realized just how dazzling and resplendent Yu Xinghe truly was. Years hence, as many of the older generation of the Spirit Hall recalled the name Yu Xinghe, the image that would forever linger in their minds would be that of a goddess wielding a spear, standing aloft in the heavens, her indifferent gaze surveying all. Otto's anguished scream jolted everyone back to reality. As they focused, gasps of shock filled the air. Otto's enormous fist, capable of cleaving mountains, had been severed in two. For someone who prided himself on teaching his opponents a lesson with his fists, this was a devastating blow. If the one inflicting such grievous harm had been a powerful soul Douluo, it could be understood, but the source of this terrifying damage was merely a soul king. The notion that a soul king could incapacitate a soul saint was utterly unfathomable. Little girl, do you think I cannot reach you just because you hover above? Otto's cheek contorted in agony as he glared at the figure in the sky, and in the face of her disdainful and indifferent gaze, he erupted in fury. As the seventh soul ring on Otto illuminated, the magma-like pattern spread from his fists and arms throughout his entire body. Ultimately, flames erupted from his eyes, his hair ablaze. While the hardened rocks beneath him began to melt under the intense heat, the manifestation of his martial soul, the lava giant. Upon transforming into the lava giant, Otto's once split fists began to merge slowly. This was the most extraordinary aspect of Otto's martial soul. He was impervious to death and injury. Of course, this did not imply true invincibility. The lava giant, a legendary entity, is said to exist in a state of energy as long as it resides within a volcano. It is immortal. To vanquish it, one must either possess absolute strength with opposing attributes to extinguish it or locate its core and strike it down in a single blow. When Otto unleashed his martial soul, he embodied a genuine lava giant. Until his soul power was exhausted or his core shattered, he could recover from any injury. Look, the Archbishop Otto has manifested his martial soul. The Moonstar River is doomed. The manifestation of a martial soul represents a pivotal moment for soul masters. Prior to this, some soul masters might have relied on their martial souls or soul bones to challenge higher levels. Yet, in the face of a martial soul's true form, any external force becomes merely a paper tiger, easily crushed. As if responding to the crowd's anticipation, Otto unleashed a punch toward the Moonstar River in the sky. Sixth soul skill, volcanic eruption. Accompanied by the scorching magma spewing from his fist, a column of lava surged skyward. Unfazed, the Moonstar River pointed her pulse directly at the lava column. Counter it? I can do that too. Subsequently, 500 energy points were deducted from her bracelet. Behind her, 5 brilliantly patterned energy spheres lined up in a row. At the same time, with a flicker of her mind, the 5 patterned energy spheres transformed into streams of light, infusing the pulse. As the 5 energy spheres merged, the pulse, which had previously emitted a faint glow, erupted into a dazzling brilliance. In contrast to the radiant spear, the pulse's energy blade condensed into a fist-sized energy sphere. The surface of the sphere was dim, even somewhat dark, yet upon closer inspection, one could sense the terrifying destructive power it contained. When the Moonstar River firmly grasped the pulse, the fist-sized energy sphere at the tip of the pulse began to glow brighter, culminating in a blinding golden beam that engulfed the oncoming lava column, illuminating Otto. In an instant, Otto's expression froze. As the blinding light faded, a petrified lava column fell from the sky, crashing into the ground. With a resounding boom, the crowd emerged from the dazzling brilliance, regaining their senses. At that moment, the moonlit Star River has descended from the heavens. Standing upon the still warm lava stone pillar, pulsating with a blade of light aimed directly at Otto's fiery gaze. Unfazed by the spear of light that threatened to pierce his own eyes, Otto inquired of the moonlit Star River, "Young girl, what is the name of that technique you just employed? Is it your 5th soul skill?" "Indeed, it is my 5th soul skill, which I have dubbed the Death Ray." "Death Ray? What a formidable name." "I concede." With that, Otto relinquished his martial spirit form and bowed respectfully to the distant Douluo, collapsing as he did so. It was only at this moment that those with keen sight noticed the charred mark upon Otto's chest. Douluo's expression darkened as he turned away, while the Pope, Bibidong, with a pleased demeanor, commanded, "Quickly, take Bishop Otto to Master Tor for treatment." Subsequently, Bibidong beckoned to the moonlit Star River, leading her away from the soul-fighting arena. Chapter 40. Request for leave. Esteemed readers, I must return home for 4 days due to personal matters, so consider this a brief intermission. Additionally, I appreciate the suggestions some readers have made regarding this work, such as the current implications of martial spirits and certain inconsistencies in energy soul power. I shall endeavor to rectify these issues. Chapter 41. Departure. After returning to her chamber with the moonlit Star River, the door closed automatically behind them. After a prolonged silence, Bibidong suddenly turned, startling the moonlit Star River. "What are you doing? Do you wish to frighten me to death?" Yu Xinghe, with a lingering sense of trepidation, patted her chest as she spoke. However, Bibidong remained unfazed, seizing Yu Xinghe and spinning her around in circles until the latter became dizzy. With a look of sheer satisfaction, Bibidong exclaimed, "Thank you, you girl. I am so happy today. You should have seen that old man's flustered expression. If anyone were to witness the Pope of the Spirit Hall, who usually gazes down upon all, displaying such a childlike demeanor. I wonder how many jaws would drop in astonishment. Nonetheless, this reaction was somewhat understandable. Although Bai Bai Dong had ascended to the papacy, the true authority within the spirit hall still lay with Qian Douluo. After all, the angel spirit was the emblem of the spirit hall, and its rulers had always maintained an exceedingly close relationship with the Qian family. Therefore, despite Bai Bai Dong's elevated status, she had endured her fair share of grievances over the years. For instance, the elders often opposed her, and many male soul masters regarded her as merely a woman, treating her with various forms of superficial respect while secretly undermining her. Most critically, the direct subordinates of the Qian family appeared to respect her outwardly, but conspired against her behind her back. Yet, what could Bai Bai Dong do? She had to swallow her pride and gradually cultivate her own faction, greeting those who feigned respect with a smile, engaging in various tactics of persuasion, suppression, schemes, and counter-schemes. After years of relentless effort, she finally achieved the title of a genuine pope. However, Bai Bai Dong was acutely aware that as long as Qian Douluo remained, her position could be revoked at any moment. Qian Douluo loomed over her like an oppressive mountain. Today, however, the figure that once instilled fear in her had stormed off in anger, which allowed Bai Bai Dong to release the pent-up gloom that had burdened her for years, granting her an indescribable sense of relief. That old man hasn't been driven to his demise. Have you celebrated too soon? Upon hearing Yuxingha's comment, Bai Bai Dong playfully delivered a light slap to her head. How do you speak? If it weren't for me, you would have long been reduced to ashes by his holy sword. Speaking of this matter, Bai Bai Dong's expression became clouded with frustration. Given Yuxingha's remarkable talent, Qian Douluo should have sought to win her over. However, on that fateful day, after consuming 2 cups of wine, Yuxingha became thoroughly inebriated. By chance, she encountered Qian Douluo and pointedly called him a birdman. Although Bai Bai Dong harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the Qian family, she had never dared to insult Qian Douluo in such a manner. Thus, a rift between Yuxingha and Qian Douluo was established. You even dare to blame me. Who was it that swapped my grape juice for wine that day? Are you brave enough to deny it? In response to Yuxingha's accusation, Bai Bai Dong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, revealing a delightful blush. At that moment, her curiosity about Yuxingha's myriad secrets had reached its peak, prompting her to inquire relentlessly. Yet, Yuxingha either feigned ignorance or offered evasive answers. Even when Bai Bai Dong resorted to the unrelenting punishment of tickling her feet, Yuxingha merely begged for mercy, refusing to divulge a single truth regarding her secrets. Consequently, Bai Bai Dong devised the strategy of making her drink. It is often said that inebriation reveals one's true sentiments. If only that little girl could be thoroughly intoxicated, she would undoubtedly divulge the secrets of her lineage. Alas, Bibi Dong never anticipated that this tactic would only be effective on certain individuals, as someone like Yuxingha, with a notoriously low tolerance for alcohol, was entirely unsuitable for such an approach. After merely 2 cups, Yuxingha transformed into a different person, audaciously daring to flirt with her in return. To complicate matters, Qian Douluo arrived at that very moment, resulting in an irked Yuxingha uttering a remark that nearly provoked Qian Daolia's wrath. Who dares to interrupt my pursuit of romance? Be gone. Had it not been for Bibi Dong's fierce determination to confront the situation head-on, one might speculate that Yuxingha's grave would now be overgrown with grass several feet high. Amidst their playful banter, the day swiftly passed. When Yuxingha finally opened her eyes again, she found herself gazing into a pair of soft, glistening eyes that seemed to overflow with tenderness, threatening to engulf her. Aren't you supposed to lead the morning meeting? No, I shall not. You are departing soon, and who knows when we shall meet again. I will return to see you. You heartless little rascal. You've left 8 gaping holes in my heart. After 5 years of nurturing you. How could you bear to leave just like that? As she spoke, Bibi Dong pouted, adopting the demeanor of a woman scorned, as if abandoned by her husband. The moonlight stir river. What a torrential sweat. Well, I shan't jest any longer. Your parcel is placed upon the table. Do not forget to take it when you depart. By the way, there is another gift I wish to bestow upon you. With that, Bibi Dong reached behind her neck and unclasped a pendant, adorning it around the neck of Moonlight Star River. The pendant, a heart-shaped crimson gem, was ensconced within a net of twine woven from an unknown plant fiber, shimmering with a hue reminiscent of the azure sky. When worn, it emanated a uniquely delightful herbal fragrance, subtle yet comforting. After placing the pendant around Moonlight Star River's neck, Bibi Dong gently kissed her forehead and cheek, saying, "This is a spatial soul guide I acquired from a relic during my travels across the continent in my youth. It possesses a volume of 100 cubic units, which I have named the Dream of Tears. From now on, you may store anything within it, making your journeys considerably more convenient. Teacher, it is truly an honor to receive such a precious soul guide, Moonlight Star River remarked, her feelings of gratitude unmistakable. It would be disingenuous to say I am not moved. Well, you have now ascended to the rank of a soul king, having even triumphed over a soul sage. Within this realm, you possess a measure of self-defense. However, while you are out in the world, be vigilant regarding your safety. Refrain from engaging with strangers, avoid drinking. And, in that moment, Bibi Dong transformed from the decisive Pope of Ur into a worried sister, akin to a caring yet nagging mother, imparting her myriad admonitions to Moonlight Star River. Rarely did Moonlight Star River appreciate such nagging. However, now she listened intently to Bibi Dong's counsel, as if she were determined to memorize every word spoken. Once, there was a couple who similarly inundated her with endless instructions each time she ventured forth. Yet she had paid them little heed, until the day she could no longer hear their voices, leaving her heart achingly hollow. Enough. I have said all that is necessary. You may go now. I must attend the morning meeting. Having tarried so long, the elders will surely begin their incessant chatter. As Bibi Dong donned her attire, preparing to leave, a pair of small hands encircled her waist. These tiny hands, delicate as if they were made of air, concealed an unimaginable power. Yet, at that moment, their touch was infused with profound tenderness. Dear Pope, you must take care of yourself. If ever you feel unhappy, please notify me, and I shall return without delay. With that, Moonlight Star River collected her belongings from the table and departed without a backward glance. Watching the figure of Moonlight Star River recede, Bibi Dong softly declared, You may leave, but I shall not see you off. Yet, upon your return, regardless of the tempest or the torrential rain, I will be there to welcome you. Chapter 42, Reunion Barak Kingdom, Soto City. As a city that has established a hall of martial spirits, Soto City is certainly not comparable to novice towns like Notting City. It is important to note that Soto City is a grand metropolis, boasting no fewer than 10 intermediate soul master academies, and is renowned for its bustling prosperity. Amidst the throngs of people, a boy and a girl stand out conspicuously. The boy, around 11 or 12 years of age, stands at an impressive height of 1.70 meters. Clad in a blue outfit, he may not be strikingly handsome, yet the smile upon his face exudes a welcoming warmth. At his waist, he wears a belt adorned with 24 exquisite gemstones, adding an air of nobility to his presence. In contrast, the girl is even more captivating. Also around the age of 11 or 12, she possesses a budding figure with delicate shoulders and bright, sparkling eyes. Most notably, her long, toned legs resemble two gleaming pillars of jade, drawing the gaze of all who pass by her side. These two individuals are none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu. Little San, why is it that everyone else is heading into the city while we are venturing out? Xiao Wu complained. Isn't this akin to regressing in life? To her grievance, Tang San remained non-committal. I never insisted that you follow me. Weren't those intermediate academies quite appealing? Some even offered free tuition and accommodations. If it weren't for the master's letter, I would have been tempted to accept. Upon hearing Tang San mention those academies, Xiao Wu flicked her long, scorpion braid dismissively, a hint of disdain crossing her features. Those academies are not that remarkable. Indeed, as a reincarnated soul beast of 100,000 years, resources are but trivial possessions for her. After all, she does not need to hunt soul beasts to acquire soul rings. Theoretically, she could live in any bustling market, and after a few decades, she could attain the status of a title de law. Of course, whether she could advance further after becoming a title de law would depend on her own fortune. Tang San, exasperated by Xiao Wu's temperament, could only cover his forehead in resignation. Despite her seemingly gentle and charming demeanor, Xiao Wu is, without a doubt, a formidable leader. Over the years, she has engaged in more fights than Tang San has had meals, and he finds himself utterly at a loss when it comes to this little tempestuous girl. By the way, since I've accompanied you all this way to this place, you must spend a couple of days with me in the city. All right, my big sister. After several days of travel, both Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a bit fatigued. They decided to find a hotel that appeared quite decent, and Xiao Wu declared, this one will do. The hotel indeed looked impressive, with a unique style and elegant ambience, a rarity in Notting City. Had it not been for the subsidies Tang San received as a great soul master over the past few years, allowing him to save a modest sum, he would never have considered staying in such an expensive establishment. We'll take 2 rooms, Xiao Wu declared boldly at the front desk. I'm sorry, beautiful miss, but we only have one room left. As he spoke, the waiter cast a knowing glance at Tang San behind him. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, Tang San remained as naive in matters of romance as a young child. Disregarding the waiter's peculiar look, he inquired, "Is there truly only one room available?" The waiter reiterated, "Indeed, there is but one room left. However, rest assured, our accommodations are spacious enough to comfortably host 2 guests." After a moment's contemplation, Tang San ultimately nodded in agreement. Fatigue weighed heavily upon him, and the thought of searching for another hotel was unappealing. Moreover, he had resolved that should there be only one bed, he would simply meditate on the floor to rest. Just as Tang San was about to proceed with the check-in process, an abrupt voice interrupted. "Hey, you must be the new waiter. Are you not aware that a room should be reserved for me?" Tang San and Xiao would turn towards the source of the voice, spotting a man accompanied by 2 women approaching them. The man, with flowing golden hair and striking features, possessed the most startling trait of all. Each of his eyes harbored 2 pupils. Confronted by this handsome yet sinister guest, the waiter cautiously inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The man with the dual pupils waved dismissively, "Call your manager out here." Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man appeared, and upon sighting the dual-pupiled man, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. He promptly apologized to Tang San and Xiao Wu, urging them to seek accommodations elsewhere. Recognizing the guest as a VIP of the establishment, Tang San felt it inappropriate to contest the matter. Just as he intended to leave with Xiao Wu, she erupted with indignation. "Why should we yield to this unsavory character? We arrived first." Clearly, despite having lived among humans for 5 or 6 years, Xiao Wu remained naive regarding social customs. Upon hearing her remark, Tang San felt a sense of foreboding, while the dual-pupiled man sneered, "Little girl, if you do not clarify your words today, you shall not leave here." Following this declaration, the pair of twin sisters beside him subtly withdrew, while the hotel manager wore a pained expression, mumbling platitudes about the importance of harmony. "Do not worry. Should anything be damaged, I shall take responsibility." It was evident that the dual-pupiled man was exceedingly affluent. Just as the atmosphere in the lobby grew tense, a melodious voice rang out like a gentle stream. "Waiter, I require a room." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Xiao Wu paused momentarily, then turned towards the source. There stood a girl with silver hair cascading down to her waist, half of her face obscured by a mask, her enchanting eyes gleaming as they met Xiao Wu's gaze. In that instant, a thunderclap seemed to resonate in Xiao Wu's mind. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gaze of the man with the sinister eyes, the young woman with enviable long legs dashed forward, heading towards the masked lady. As that silhouette grew larger in her vision, Xiao Wu's premonition intensified. Standing before the silver-haired figure, she trembled and asked, "Is it you?" Noticing the redness in Xiao Wu's eyes, with mist gathering within them, Yuxingha felt a pang of compassion and pulled her into an embrace. "You silly rabbit. Why do you keep running into my arms? Aren't you afraid I might gobble you up?" Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wu threw herself into the other's embrace and burst into tears. This left the man with the sinister eyes and the hotel manager, along with a crowd of onlookers, in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 43. Yuxingha, who cannot be married off. All right, stop crying. Waitstaff, please prepare a room for me. What are you standing there for? At Yuxingha's command, the staff glanced at the hotel manager, who in turn looked at the man with the sinister eyes. It was at this moment that Yuxingha recalled that in the original text, the first encounter between Tang San and Xiao Wu, as well as Dai Mubai, arose from a conflict. Sensing the gaze of the silver-haired figure, Dai Mubai initially intended to glare furiously, yet the instant their eyes met, he decisively faltered. To be precise, it was a moment of self-doubt. Dai Mubai could not fathom why, upon locking eyes with her, the fiery anger within him abruptly extinguished. It felt akin to a ferocious tiger on the verge of roaring, suddenly confronted by a Tyrannosaurus Rex emerging from the underbrush. Its cavernous maw wider than that of the tiger, unleashing a terrifying roar, transforming the once mighty beast into a mere kitten. Indeed, such was the sensation of suppression. In that instant, to the eyes of onlookers, Yuxingha, adorned with a half-mask and flowing silver hair, exuded an irresistible charm, compelling others to wish to unveil her beauty. Yet in Dai Mubai's perception, the masked maiden appeared as the most fearsome creature in existence, more terrifying than Zhao Wujie and Flinder combined. Fortunately, the silver-haired girl merely cast a glance at him before turning to the manager, exclaiming, "Hey, why are you standing there? Hurry up and book a room." As Yuxingha urged the manager, he shifted his gaze back to Dai Mubai. Then, the silver-haired girl redirected her attention to him. Instantly, Dai Mubai felt a sensation akin to being scrutinized by a primordial beast, as a wave of trepidation coursed through his veins. Could you possibly relinquish the room for me? She inquired. The voice of Yu Xinghe is inherently melodious, particularly at this moment when she speaks with an enchanting tone. The surrounding men feel their bones turn to jelly, with some of the less composed individuals collapsing to the ground in weakness. A siren is the unanimous sentiment resonating in the hearts of the men. However, to Dai Mubai, the captivating Yu Xinghe appears more like a ferocious beast, her tongue darting out to moisten her lips. Thus, under the peculiar gazes of the onlookers, Dai Mubai beckons the pair of twin sisters over, draping an arm around their shoulders as they depart. Manager, may I now have a room? Of course. Once Dai Mubai exited the Rose Hotel, the prickling sensation on his back dissipated. His legs regained their strength, and the twin sisters beside him exhaled in relief. After all, Dai Mubai had nearly borne the brunt of his weight on the two girls. Had they been younger or weaker, they might have been utterly overwhelmed. As the pressure from his shoulders lifted, one of the girls timidly inquired, Dai Xiao, who was that girl? The remainder of her question faded away as she noticed the darkening expression on Dai Mubai's face. As a soul master of the third ring, with a top-tier beast martial soul, the aura of rage he emanated was beyond the capacity of an ordinary woman to withstand. Consequently, under the oppressive force of Dai Mubai's presence, the twin sisters paled, their legs buckling as they collapsed to the ground. The elder sister, her complexion ashen, implored, Dai Xiao, please quell your anger. My sister is merely naive. Do not hold it against her. I beseech you. Hearing her plea, and aware that passers-by were beginning to take notice, Dai Mubai, for the sake of his pride, decided not to pursue the matter further. He tossed a small pouch of gold soul coins towards the twin sisters with a heavy snort and departed. Where there is sorrow, there is also joy. Yu Xinghe embraced Xiao Wu, their presence seemingly oblivious to the world around them, radiating an orange glow that nearly blinded Tang San's purple extreme magic eye. As they were on the brink of a kiss, Tang San hastily cleared his throat. This sound jolted Yu Xinghe back to the reality that there were others present. Straightening himself, he addressed Tang San with utmost seriousness. You should find a hotel for the night. I'll reimburse your accommodation expenses tomorrow, but do remember to request a receipt. Tang San replied, my apologies for the interruption. The following day, upon exiting the city, they entered a vast expanse of wheat fields. Had it not been specifically noted in the Master S letter, Tang San would never have believed that a Soul Master Academy, so esteemed by the Master, could possibly be located in such a rural area. Following a dirt path, Yu Xinghe and his companions arrived at a village where a dilapidated sign swayed in the wind. It read, Shrek Academy. In the corner of the sign, an odd green head was etched. As Tang San and Xiao Wu gazed in bewilderment at the rundown academy, Yu Xinghe, wearing a mask, also displayed a twitching smile. It appeared that Flinder was another traveler from another world. Shrek? He thought to himself. Perhaps I should inquire if they are aware of slimes. With keen ears, Xiao Wu caught Yu Xinghe's murmured words and curiously inquired, Sister Xinghe, what is a slime? It is a soul beast that is incredibly weak at birth, but grows at an astonishing rate, possessing immense potential. Is it stronger than a dragon? Absolutely. Dragons are merely fodder for it. Wow, that is impressive. Listening to their conversation, Tang San couldn't help but grimace, feeling utterly speechless. At that moment, a group of adults escorted a boy, around 13 or 14 years of age, past the trio, catching the tail end of Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu's dialogue. The boy's eyes lit up as he turned to face them. Dragons are the mightiest of soul beasts. Any beast martial soul associated with dragons is undeniably powerful. To suggest that this slime could feast upon a dragon is utterly laughable. Upon hearing this retort, Xiao Wu pouted, indignantly replying, Sister Xinghe would never lie. If she says such a creature exists, then it surely does. You simply lack the breadth of experience. Lack experience, you say? The boy, incensed by her words, retorted. My martial soul is the winged dragon. What are your martial souls, you two little girls? Dare to reveal them and compare? As he spoke, scales began to emerge across the surface of his skin, and two soul rings, one white and one yellow, rose from beneath his feet. The boy raised his chin defiantly, challenging them. What is your soul power level? Are you brave enough to show it? If your soul power is lower than mine, how about you both become my girlfriends? Upon hearing the audacious proposal to take Xiao Wu and Yu Xinghe as his girlfriends, Tang San silently mourned for the boy's ignorance for 3 seconds. Despite the seemingly contrasting natures of these two girls, one possessing an enchanting beauty and the other exuding a delightful charm when angered, one transforms into a fierce beast while the other resorts to throwing her opponents with relentless ferocity. Engaging with them? That would be akin to a birthday celebrant hanging themselves out of a desire for a shorter life. Chapter 44. Entrance Examination, Part 1. Upon hearing the boy's tone, it appeared he intended to pursue both Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu without reservation. This thought elicited a soft smile from Yu Xinghe. Although she wore a half-mask that obscured her features, the boy was still captivated by the allure of her smile, his heart racing as he internally exclaimed, "Mother, I have fallen in love." Subsequently, Yu Xinghe extended a finger, pointing at the boy's face and inquired, "Do you wish to date me?" The boy instinctively nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Then, Yu Xinghe pointed towards Tang San beside her and declared, "You must defeat him if you want to date me." In the wake of the boy's ecstatic expression, Yu Xinghe bestowed a slight smile upon Tang San. It is undeniable that despite Yu Xinghe's questionable character, her beauty was beyond reproach, causing Tang San's heart to race even as he was acutely aware of her nature. However, as soon as Yu Xinghe spoke, Tang San's rapid heartbeat abruptly ceased. "Tang San, should you dare to lose, I shall ensure that I beat you every single day." Upon hearing this, Tang San trembled in fear, nearly revealing his Haotian hammer to crush that oblivious lad. Naturally, there was no need for excessive force against a mere child, so Tang San summoned his soul rings instead. As two vibrant yellow-orange soul rings illuminated, the boy's eyes widened in astonishment. It is worth noting that he was renowned locally as a prodigy and was highly praised in the academy as a model student. He had only come to this remote area because he had heard of the unique reputation of Shrek Academy. Yet now, in this impoverished locale, he encountered a peer of equal level, and in terms of soul ring configuration, even superior to his own. What do 200-year soul rings matter? Behold my fire dragon sphere. With that, the boy's second soul ring flickered, and he unleashed a fireball towards Tang San. In the face of the flames, Tang San refrained from using his blue-silver grass for defense, as fire typically counters most plant-type martial souls. Instead, he deftly executed the ghost shadow perplexing steps to evade the fireball, swiftly maneuvering behind the boy. With a swift motion, he employed the control crane catching dragon technique. Subduing the boy on the spot, Tang San restrained the boy's arms with one hand while gripping his neck with the other, coldly stating, "You have lost." Though the boy was reluctant, he begrudgingly nodded in acceptance. "All right, I concede." Yet, the moment Tang San released him, the boy sprang to his feet and shouted, "Not a chance." Following that, another fireball erupted forth. This was troublesome, at such close proximity, compounded by the fact that Tang San had never anticipated that the boy would resort to such despicable tactics. He found himself on the brink of being engulfed by the fireball, just as the fiery orb was about to consume him. Yu Xing had teleported behind Tang San and swiftly whisked him away. The fireball detonated upon impact with the nearby vegetable patch, creating a substantial crater. Gazing at the gaping hole, Tang San was drenched in cold sweat. Had that fireball struck him directly, despite the protective shield of his Xiantian skill, he would undoubtedly have sustained injuries. With this thought, Tang San glared furiously at the boy. The boy, realizing his attack had failed, immediately shouted, "I concede." According to the rules governing battles between soul masters, once a challenger concedes, the victor is prohibited from striking again. Does this imply that the defeated can launch surprise attacks on the victor? Sensing the intense fluctuations of Tang San's soul power, a middle-aged man approached and said, "Young brother, my son has already conceded. Moreover, you are unscathed. So why not let this matter rest?" As he spoke, for soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, rose beneath his feet, revealing his status as a soul sect with 4 rings. Given Tang San's current level of soul power, engaging in combat would likely lead to disadvantage, especially considering the presence of a 1,000-year soul ring on the opponent. Unless Tang San resorted to hidden weapons. As Yu Xinghe observed Tang San's clenched fists, he discerned the internal conflict within him regarding whether to take action. Thus, Yu Xinghe gently patted Tang San's shoulder and said, "Allow me to handle this." Ultimately, the situation was instigated by Yu Xinghe herself, and she felt it was her duty to alleviate Tang San's burden. In the next moment, both the middle-aged man and the boy sensed an intangible pressure descending upon them, as if an immense mountain were compelling them to kneel. The middle-aged man initially attempted to withstand this overwhelming force, yet it only intensified, causing his joints to crack under the strain. He realized that should he fail to submit, his bones might shatter. Consequently, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the 2 men, one tall and one small, knelt before a young girl and a boy. Subsequently, Yu Xinghe turned to Tang San and asked, "Does this alleviate your discomfort? If not, I can have them bow even lower." To this, Tang Sen simply waved his hand and replied, "This is sufficient." The humiliation of the spirit is far more profound than any physical suffering. At this juncture, he forced a smile towards the two men and remarked, "How pitiable. Is it not merely money? I shall provide it for you." With that, he tossed 2 copper soul coins before them. "This is all I possess. I hope you can soon gather enough to treat your family's ailments." Initially perplexed, the surrounding crowd began to weave a narrative around Tang San's words, a man and woman afflicted by grave illness, requiring the intervention of a high-ranking healing spirit master for salvation. The man, being a member of the spirit sect, had resorted to this indignity, kneeling in public with his son to solicit funds for his family's treatment. Upon this revelation, the crowd responded with generosity, tossing copper soul coins towards the two men. Observing the small pile of coins accumulating before them, the middle-aged man felt a surge of rage. He was a dignified member of the spirit sect. Such disgrace was intolerable. Not even a heap of gold soul coins could compel him to kneel. However, as he attempted to rise, the oppressive weight of pressure engulfed him, overwhelming him completely. Ultimately, in a fit of fury, he lost consciousness. As the middle-aged man lay there, his complexion flushed, the crowd's expressions of pity deepened. It became apparent why a man of such stature was reduced to begging for alms. He was suffering from a severe illness. Yet, even in his affliction, he uttered not a word of complaint, silently enduring the humiliation. One might surmise that the outpouring of compassion from the crowd had overwhelmed him emotionally. Thus, more soul coins were cast forth. If Yu Xinghe were aware of the crowd's sentiments, she might have mused that indeed, art springs from the hearts of the people. Chapter 45. Entrance Examination, Part 2. As she beheld the boy weeping on the middle-aged man's shoulder, Yu Xinghe couldn't help but exclaim, "What a remarkable talent." As Moon Xinghe passed by the pair of father and son, he gently reminded the weeping boy, "Your father has merely fainted. There is no need to lament so deeply." With that, Moon Xinghe and his companions made their way directly towards the registration line. Upon approaching, they soon realized that Shrek Academy was remarkably shabby. Not only was the entrance made of wood, but the entire area was less than 1/3 the size of Notting Academy. Those who were aware that it was a Soul Master Academy might have felt a sense of disappointment, while those unaware might have mistaken it for a marketplace. "Mother, I would have been better off attending Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy." One could hear murmurs among the crowd. "Since we are here, we might as well take a look. I heard this academy boasts that graduates can become viscounts of the empire. I wonder if that's true." Such conversations echoed throughout the throng, indicating that many were equally astonished by the appearance of Shrek Academy. Next, a weary-looking elder, resembling a farmer, called out. A father stepped forward with his son, tossing the registration fee into the box. "Extend your hand," the elder instructed. After a few moments of examination, he declared, "Not qualified." Next, upon hearing this, the boy's father donned a conciliatory smile and pleaded, "Master, my son has just celebrated his 13th birthday. Could you possibly make an exception?" The elder, however, shook his head resolutely, refusing the request. Seeing the elder's refusal, the father attempted to reclaim the registration fee. But the elder pointed at a golden-haired youth with piercing eyes and said, "If you can defeat him, your fee will be refunded in full." With that, he turned to Dai Mubai and remarked, "It's up to you now." This scene bore a striking resemblance to a dog being unleashed at the gate. As Dai Mubai revealed his soul emperor prowess, the father had no choice but to lead his son away in disappointment. Subsequently, another mother approached with her son, brimming with confidence, only to be rejected by the elder for being too ordinary in aptitude. As the mother prepared to express her anger, the elder's discourse silenced her. Following the revelation of the elder's 6-ring soul emperor cultivation, parents who felt they did not meet the requirements began to depart in droves. The once bustling registration line grew eerily quiet, yet the elder remained unfazed, continuing to call out for the next applicant. When Moon Xinghe and his companions reached the elder, both the elder and Dai Mubai widened their eyes in surprise. Noticing Dai Mubai's presence, Moon Xinghe greeted him with a smile. "Ah, is that not young Master Dai? What brings you here? Aren't you off playing with those twins? Or have you parted ways with them?" The voice of Yu Xinghe was not loud, yet it was certainly not insignificant. It reached the ears of a youthful maiden with a cherubic face and ample bosom not far behind. Dai Mubai, upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words and glancing at the familiar visage nearby, could not help but display a hint of embarrassment as he exclaimed, "Ahem, I, Dai Mubai, am not that kind of person. Do not slander me." Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, the elder inquired with curiosity, "Mubai, do you know her?" Daimubai briefly recounted their encounter from the previous day, omitting the trivial detail of her being a twin sister. After listening to Daimubai's explanation, the elder's interest in Yuxinghe deepened. "Child, extend your hand," he commanded. As the elder placed his hand upon Yuxinghe's, his previously calm demeanor transformed into astonishment, then into shock, and ultimately into confusion. Observing the elder's rapid change of expression, Daimubai could not restrain his curiosity and asked, "Teacher, what has transpired?" Li Yusong released Yuxinghe's hand and declared, "Since the establishment of Shrek Academy, I have assessed at least 1,000 children, yet this little girl's situation is unprecedented. What is happening?" He continued. "Her soul power fluctuates erratically. At times she resembles a great soul master, and at others, a soul king. Most importantly, I heard a voice emanating from her being." "What voice?" Daimubai inquired. "The voice commanded me to leave." "Ah." As Li Yusong and Daimubai wore bewildered expressions, Yuxinghe could no longer contain her laughter, bursting into hearty giggles. Seeing her amusement, Li Yusong could not help but smile faintly, saying, "Child, you must be teasing me." Yuxinghe nodded with a smile. Upon witnessing Yuxinghe's candid admission, Li Yusong felt no annoyance. Rather, he admired her straightforwardness. "Come now, extend your hand once more, but do not jest with me this time, or I shall be quite displeased." This time, as Li Yusong released his perception, a torrent of formidable soul power surged forth, akin to a mighty river rushing towards him. In the face of this soul power, Li Yusong felt as though he were navigating a vessel amidst a tempest. A moment's misstep could lead to catastrophe. As he withdrew his perception, beads of sweat began to cascade down his back and forehead. "Little girl, confess honestly, what level is your soul power? It is certainly higher than what you require. Do not jest. This matter pertains to your safety. Not until I become a titled Douluo. Speak plainly." Level 51, Soul King. Upon hearing this figure, Li Yusong, Daimubai, Xiaowu, Tang San, and the two remaining young ladies from the registration team displayed expressions of shock. A soul king at the tender age of 11 or 12. Suppressing the astonishment that welled within him, Li Yusong tremulously inquired, "May I see your soul rings?" "Are you certain you wish to see them?" "I must warn you, due to certain circumstances, my soul rings may not align with your expectations and could be rather startling." "Not to worry. Do you perhaps possess 100,000-year soul ring?" As a soul emperor who had weathered many storms and encountered a myriad of personalities over the years, Li Yusong, having already witnessed an 11-year-old soul king, believed there was little left to astonish him. With the manifestation of 5 soul rings, white, black, red, and crimson, Li Yusong promptly delivered a slap to Daimubai beside him. "Teacherly, why did you hit me?" Daimubai protested. Li Yusong murmured to himself, "It seems this is not a dream." Daimubai interjected, "Child, you must accompany me to meet a few individuals. We require a more thorough examination." "Do I need to undress?" Upon hearing Yuxinghe's question, Li Yusong's lips twitched as he replied, "No need." Chapter 46, Entrance Examination, Part 3, Li Yusong departed. But Daimubai produced a soul power testing crystal to ensure the testing proceeded smoothly. To Daimubai's astonishment, all 4 remaining candidates passed. "Let us go, follow me." As Daimubai led the 4 towards the 4th round of testing, Yuxinghe had already appeared in the principal's office. Though referred to as the principal's office, it was merely a humble dwelling, sparse and unadorned, with nothing more than a table and a few stools, an exceedingly meager setup. Upon entering the room, an elderly gentleman with glasses and a glint of shrewdness in his eyes turned to Li Yusong and inquired, "Old Li, what brings you here?" Li Yusong pushed the Moonstar River forward and addressed Flanders. "Dean, the situation is as follows." As Li Yusong recounted the tale, Flanders' expression transitioned from shock to horror, ultimately settling into disbelief. "Child, reveal your martial soul and soul rings for me to behold." Accompanied by 1 white, 1 black, 3 red soul rings, and the stunning martial soul, the starry sky of time, Flanders and Li Yusong were instantaneously petrified. After a prolonged silence, Flanders gazed at the Moonstar River and remarked, "In comparison to you, no other student could possibly be deemed a monster." He continued, "My dear child, given your exceptional talent, it is challenging for Shrek Academy to provide you with adequate resources. Should you wish to depart, I would recommend the Spirit Hall, which is the finest institution on the continent and the most profound in its study of martial souls. If you choose to go there, I have a friend who can facilitate your introduction." The friend Flanders referred to was, of course, the master, whose connection with BB Dong lent significant weight to his recommendation. Upon hearing that Flanders intended to send this unparalleled genius away, Li Yusong became anxious. Dean, have you not always aspired to cultivate a soul master who would astonish the continent? Here lies the finest raw material, with diligent refinement. We can ensure her brilliance illuminates the entirety of soul master history. However, Flanders shook his head in response to Li Yusong's suggestion. Oldly, reflect deeply. Do you truly believe we are qualified to instruct her? Setting aside her cultivation level, simply considering her soul rings, the third, fourth, and fifth are all 10,000-year rings. How many years do you plan to attribute to her sixth soul ring? Surely you cannot intend to assign her a mere 1,000-year ring. Where would you find a 10,000-year soul beast? Even if you did, could you possibly subdue it? At this juncture, Flanders and Li Yusong suddenly had an epiphany and simultaneously questioned Moonstar River. How did you acquire 3 10,000-year soul rings? Theoretically, an 11 or 12-year-old soul king could be explained, but 3 10,000-year rings? Not to mention a soul venerable. Even Flanders himself would be unable to absorb a single 10,000-year soul ring. Moreover, the most critical point is that 10,000-year soul rings are legendary. How could it be that 3 appear simultaneously on one soul king? Suspicious. Utterly suspicious. Confronted with the scrutinizing gazes of Flanders and Li Yusong, Moonstar River fabricated an explanation. Dear elders, the true colors of my soul rings are actually yellow, purple, and black, which are all quite ordinary. However, my third soul ring was derived from a mutated chameleon, which granted me the soul skill of permanently disguising the colors of my soul rings. I thought, since it is a disguise, it must be the most formidable. Thus, I transformed all my soul rings to red. Upon hearing Moonstar River's words, Flanders and Li Yusong exhaled in relief. Observing their visibly relaxed demeanor, Moonstar River shook her head and couldn't help but exclaim, if 3 10,000-year rings are already too much for you to comprehend, just wait until you discover that a student with a 1,000,000-year first soul ring will enroll in your school in a mere 1,000 years. It is uncertain whether you will emerge from the grave. There is another question. Since you have disguised the 3 soul rings as those of 100,000 years, why not transform all the soul rings into those of the same duration? Indeed, the combination of the first and second soul rings, one white and one black, is certainly astonishing. However, it lacks the overwhelming impact of the crimson hue of the 100,000-year soul ring. A completely red appearance seems rather implausible, lacking credibility. Moreover, an all-red configuration is excessively monotonous, which does not appeal to my taste. Well then, on the matter of personal preference, there is indeed little rationale to discuss. How did you cultivate, then? Upon the emergence of this question, Flanders quickly interjected. It is perfectly acceptable if you prefer not to answer. Indeed, everyone harbors their own secrets. As for such a rapid cultivation method, Flanders himself would likely prefer to keep it undisclosed. In truth, revealing this method poses no issue, for it is one that only I can utilize. Subsequently, as Flanders and Li Yusong gazed on with anticipation, Yuxinghe calmly uttered 3 words. Being struck by lightning. Being struck by lightning. What principle underlies this? Even Flanders, who boasts extensive knowledge, had never encountered such a cultivation method before. The might of lightning is immense. A single strike could turn a person to ash. How does one cultivate using lightning? It is quite literal. Simply find a stormy day, draw the lightning down, and then undergo the baptism of thunder. After hearing Yuxinghe's explanation, Flanders and Li Yusong were once again taken aback. Is it truly possible to do so? Witnessing their incredulous expressions, Yuxinghe chose not to elaborate further. She planned to wait for a thunderstorm to demonstrate the process of transcending tribulations, allowing these fantastical denizens to experience the allure of cultivation and ascension. Little girl, while I am unsure how you cultivate with lightning, I suspect that the violent soul power within you is related to it, is it not? If possible, I would prefer that you cultivate with a calm mind. Once you have thoroughly mastered the soul power within your body, advancing further will not be delayed. Otherwise, you may find yourself in grave danger. Upon hearing Li Yusong's words, Flanders furrowed his brow. Old Li, what do you mean by violent soul power? Without further ado, Li Yusong allowed Flanders to sense the state of Yuxinghe's soul power. After completing the perception, Flanders displayed a look of alarm. I have never witnessed such tumultuous soul power. Were it not for this girl's extraordinary physical constitution, I fear I would have perished on the spot. Child, I implore you to heed my advice and refrain from that cultivation method for the time being. Too much of anything can lead to overflow, and excessive rigidity can easily break. In response to Flanders' earnest counsel, Yuxinghe nodded solemnly. I shall take your words to heart. Witnessing her humble acceptance of the advice, Flanders found her increasingly agreeable. Very well, dear young lady. If you do not mind the rather harsh environment of this academy, I shall shamelessly accept you as my student. Although my abilities may not rival those of the titled Douluos, I consider myself quite adept at imparting knowledge. Rest assured, I shall devote all that I have learned to guide you with utmost care. I do not seek any form of recompense. I merely hope that when you achieve renown across the continent, you might casually mention that you hail from Shrek Academy. Chapter 47. Entrance Examination, Part 4. That you have been admitted, the necessary procedures must still be followed. Come, let us engage in a demonstration. Despite the remarkable soul power level of Yu Xinghe, Flandre doubted that this 11-year-old girl possessed significant battle experience. After exchanging a knowing glance with Li Yusong, they both silently agreed to temper her enthusiasm first. The trio arrived at an open space where they witnessed Xiaowu on the verge of collapse. Blood streaming from her mouth and nose as she was affected by her own soul skill, charm rebound. Just as Tang San prepared to rush forward to catch Xiaowu, a figure appeared in an instant, swooping in to support her fragile form before him. As Yu Xinghe embraced Xiaowu, all eyes in the vicinity were drawn to the silver-haired figure. Flandre, observing the sudden appearance of Yu Xinghe from afar, glanced around in disbelief. Realizing that there was no trace of Yu Xinghe nearby, at that moment, an astonishing thought crossed his mind. Could a Soul King possess speed surpassing that of a Soul Sage specializing in agility? With this revelation, Flandre turned to Li Yusong and inquired, "Did you see that?" Li Yusong shook his head, "No. However, this is not the time to dwell on such matters. It appears that the student is injured." Indeed, those who reached the 4th stage of the examination were nearly guaranteed to become students. And for an academy with so few pupils, each one was invaluable. With this in mind, Flandre stormed forward, furiously questioning, "Zhao Wujing, what are you doing?" Flandre's shout startled Zhao Wujing, who had been caught off guard by Yu Xinghe's peculiar entrance and had not even noticed Flandre's arrival. Observing Flandre's furious expression and the bloody little girl, Zhao Wujing felt a surge of dread. He had assumed that Flandre would be at the store today, only to discover that he had returned earlier. Realizing that he had acted impulsively and injured a student, Zhao Wujing's once proud demeanor transformed into one of a chastised bear. "Dean, what brings you here?" Flandre, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Wujing, scolded him. Well, Zhao Wujing, have you grown bold? Bullying a child? ISNT the 4th stage examination supposed to be overseen by Mu Bai? What do you have to do with it? If your hands are itching, why not spar with me? It has been ages since I last trained. Upon hearing that Flandre wished to spar with him, Zhao Wujing instantly adopted a pained expression and replied, "My dear Dean, I assure you, this was entirely unintentional. The 4 little monsters each possess a soul power exceeding 25 levels. What could Mu Bai possibly assess? Moreover, I am well aware of the limits. This little girl has merely been affected by the backlash of her soul skill. After a brief rest, I assure you she will be as lively as ever." Upon hearing that the young girl was transformed in such a manner due to the backlash of her soul skill, Flandre's expression softened slightly, yet he remained somewhat indignant. "All right. Zhao Wujie, you are to write a reflection and an apology letter for me, no less than 10,000 words. Additionally, this assessment is hereby concluded. You all have been accepted. Wait, Dean, I have yet to undergo a practical assessment. I wish to spar with Teacher Zhao," Yu Xinghe interjected. At this, Tang San offered a silent tribute for Zhao Wujie, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing expressed curiosity. Dai Mu Bai appeared perplexed, and Flandre exchanged a glance with Li Yusong, seemingly deliberating. Initially, Zhao Wujie, who had been grimacing at the thought of writing a reflection, brightened at the prospect of sparring with a little girl. He chuckled, "Little girl, though your speed just now caught even me off guard, I suggest you train for a few more years before challenging me. I wouldn't want to accidentally injure you, leading the dean to demand another reflection from me, which would be quite the burden. Indeed, Zhao Wujie would prefer to fight a soul Douluo than pen a reflection. As for writing two, that would be akin to asking for his life." Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Yu Xinghe smiled faintly. "Teacher Zhao, Xiaowu is my best and closest friend. If it were your dear friend who was harmed, would you not stand up for him?" "Naturally. See, that makes it simple. Xiaowu has been wronged by you, and I cannot stand idle. Should I be injured in the process, I shall place no blame on anyone. Not even if I were to be unwittingly struck down. I would only attribute it to my lack of skill. However, Teacher Zhao, should you be injured by me, do not cry out in pain." "Very well, girl. I admire your spirit." Zhao Wujie relished the prospect of a fair contest. as he was neither fond of nor adept at cunning tactics. The fact that a young girl could articulate such bold words left him quite impressed. Dean. As Zhao Wujie turned his gaze to Flinder, the latter replied solemnly, "All right, I permit the two of you to compete. However, I must state this up front. Sparring must remain within reasonable bounds. If the situation escalates, I will intervene. Do you have any objections?" "None. Nor do I." "Then let the match commence." As Flinder announced the commencement of the match, Zhao Wujie excitedly patted his chest, and 7 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet. He did not underestimate Yu Xinghe, who dared to challenge him, despite her youth. After all, her recently displayed ghostly speed was sufficient to capture his attention. Zhao Wujie's martial soul was the mighty Golden Bear, a formidable combination of offense and defense, capable of delivering damage while enduring punishment. His sole shortcoming lay in his lack of agility, which explained the grimace he wore upon hearing Flinder's request for him to engage in practice. Flinder, a soul sage specializing in agility, possessed a higher soul power level than Zhao Wujie. Thus, despite Zhao Wujie's resilience, against Flinder, he could only brace himself for an onslaught. However, this was a scenario he encountered only with equally or more advanced agile soul masters. As for Yu Xinghe, Zhao Wujie did not perceive the young girl as a threat capable of inflicting any harm on him, especially when he was fully focused. After all, while her speed was indeed remarkable, it was reasonable to assume that her other abilities would exhibit certain shortcomings or flaws. Much like how a powerful attack-type soul master would possess great strength but lack in agility, an agile soul master would excel in speed and reflexes but falter in defense. Control-type soul masters, due to their focus on manipulation, would also fall short in speed, strength, and defense compared to their attack-type and agile counterparts. Auxiliary soul masters were even less formidable. With a divine teammate, they became extraordinary, but without one, they were merely elite minions. Unfortunately, Zhao Wujie lacked a golden finger. Otherwise, had he accessed Yu Xinghe's attribute panel, he would have been astonished to discover the existence of a true hexagonal warrior in this world. Chapter 48, Entrance Examination, End, Name, Yu Xinghe Age, 11 years Profession, Battle Mage Skills, Mastery of Combos, Combat Techniques, Radiant Pattern Generation, Glorious Dragon Moon. Transformation into Bana, usable 4 times. Enhancement, 8 Energy, 200,000 Energy Ring. Second stage. Capable of absorbing light and electrical energy task. Check-in at Shrek Academy. Completed. Task reward. Soul Power Energy Integration. Pending collection. New task. Defeat a title Douluo within 4 years. Task reward. Apostle Transformation. As Zhao Wujie revealed his soul rings and martial soul, Yu Xinghe simultaneously displayed her own soul rings. Accompanied by the enchanting and resplendent vision of the starry sky of time and the unprecedented combination of 5 soul rings in black, white, and red hues, Zhao Wujie was momentarily taken aback. Not only Zhao Wujie, but even those who had witnessed it before, such as Dai Mubai and Tang San, were left in awe by the astonishing soul ring configuration. The second soul ring was a millennium old, along with 3 soul rings of 100,000 years. Who could elucidate this phenomenon? Wujie, don't be dazed. That is the illusion created by the young lady's soul. Just focus on your fight. Upon hearing Flinder's words, Zhao Waoqi let out a sigh of relief. As long as it remained within his understanding, merely a soul king, someone he had faced numerous times before. Observing Zhao Waoqi's expression of relief, Yu Xinghe extended her hand and suddenly drew a spear from the starry sky behind her. The weapon of her martial soul, Pulse. The moment she grasped the pulse, a formidable aura surged within her, overwhelming the senses of those around her. An indomitable will of battle emanated from her being, and her powerful presence manifested as a tangible shockwave, sending Dai Mubai, Tang San, and others flying. Had it not been for Flinder and the others intervening, they would have certainly stumbled in disarray. If the onlookers were so affected, Zhao Waoqi, positioned directly opposite Yu Xinghe, appeared pale as a ghost. As her opponent, he could perceive an intensely oppressive force radiating from her, so potent that it felt akin to being ensnared in a quagmire, rendering him nearly powerless. Accompanied by the flicker of her 7th spirit ring, a towering figure, 3 meters tall and as robust as a small mountain, materialized in the arena. The Titan Giant Bear. The emergence of her martial soul's true form brought an immediate alleviation of pressure for Zhao Waoqi. Although some oppressive force lingered, it was a far cry from the previous immobilizing sensation. Nonetheless, Zhao Waoqi did not allow himself to revel in this newfound relief, for the pressure remained palpable. Despite Yuxingha being merely a soul king, the fact that her presence could impose such a feeling upon him. A soul sage with the formidable Titan giant bear as his martial soul indicated that her martial soul was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. At this moment, Zhao Waoqi cast aside any thoughts of underestimating her. He regarded her as a formidable adversary. Even in a lion's hunt of a mere rabbit, one must exert their utmost effort, especially when facing a formidable opponent. Thus, the first, third, fourth, and fifth spirit rings shimmered simultaneously. The first spirit ring illuminated, causing his already imposing figure to swell further, causing the solid ground beneath him to slightly sink, indicative of the immense weight of Zhao Waoqi's true form. The third spirit ring sank into the earth, enhancing gravity. The fourth spirit ring surged towards Yuxingha. Nearby, Tang Sen observed the trajectory of Zhao Waoqi's fourth spirit skill heading towards Yuxingha and quickly called out a warning. Be careful. That is a tracking-type spirit skill. Once ensnared, you cannot evade their attacks. Upon hearing Tang Sen's warning, Zhao Waoqi could not help but retort, "Little brat, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute." Just then, an unexpected scene unfolded before Zhao Waoqi's eyes. Yuxingha maintained her stance, allowing Zhao Waoqi's fourth spirit skill to envelop her. Such confidence from the young girl. At this moment, Zhao Waoqi categorized Yuxingha's actions as the self-assuredness of a genius. Watching her remain motionless, he could not suppress a scoff. Confidence is commendable, yet excessive self-assurance verges on arrogance. With the activation of the fifth spirit skill, the gravitational compression emerged, and Yuxingha's figure began to advance toward Zhao Waoqi. Little girl, brace yourself for my palm. Given that the opponent is a student, Zhao Wuji naturally refrained from using his full strength, yet he exerted 80% of his power. In the face of Zhao Wuji's formidable strike, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, Yuxingha extinguished the luminous blade at the tip of the pulse in an instant, transforming it from a spear into a mere staff. Shatter. The celestial being, Yuxingha, raised the pulse in her hand, delivering a sweeping blow. The explosive force of her massive palm collided with a slender stick, and in the next moment, a crisp crack echoed through the air. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Just when they believed Yuxingha had suffered a setback, Zhao Wuji, transformed into a mighty diamond bear, let out a pained roar. Little girl, what is this weapon made of? It's too hard. Initially, Zhao Wuji thought he had shattered his opponent's martial spirit or bones. But as the intense pain surged through his palm, he realized it was his own bones that had fractured. Observing Zhao Wuji's anguished expression, the mouths of Dai Mubai and the others gaped wide, as if they could fit an apple inside. With a single strike, merely one strike, Zhao Wuji's pride, his iron palm, had been rendered useless. Watching Zhao Wuji clutching his hand in agony, Dai Mubai silently rejoiced that he had not confronted Yuxingha directly that day. Otherwise, his fate would likely not have been any better than Zhao Wuji's. Teacher Zhao, shall we continue? Upon hearing Yuxingha's words, Zhao Wuji bellowed, "What nonsense! Can't you see that I'm injured? Do you have no sense of compassion? Even in my current state, you dare to continue attacking me? Young lady, you must learn to respect your elders and cherish the young. If you insist on fighting, at least put down your weapon. Let us engage in barehanded combat. That would be more appropriate." Seeing Zhao Wuji act like a rogue, Dai Mubai felt his worldview being reshaped. "Very well, I shall refrain from using my weapon." Saying this, Yuxingha indeed sheathed her pulse. She then looked at Zhao Wuji and inquired, "Teacher Zhao, are you ready?" Zhao Wuji concealed his injured hand behind him, using his only uninjured palm to face Yuxingha, and declared, "Come on." In the next instant, their hands, one large and one small, clashed together. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Zhao Wuji was sent reeling backward by Yuxingha's strike, ultimately landing squarely on the ground. "Teacher Zhao, does this mean I have won?" Upon hearing Yuxingha's question, Zhao Wuji managed a bitter smile and replied, "You have won." Chapter 49. The dormitory Zhao Wuji had lost. A soul sage had fallen to the hands of a soul king. This revelation would surely evoke laughter, yet it undeniably transpired before the eyes of the assembled crowd. Gulp. Flinders struggled to swallow, suddenly confronting a terrifying realization. If he were in Zhao Wuji's position, the outcome might have been similar. Cough, cough. Flinder cleared his throat, bringing the dazed youths back to reality. "Well, you have all been accepted. Now follow me, and I shall assign you your dormitories." As Yuxingha and the other students departed, Zhao Wuji's tense expression immediately contorted. This little girl must be some sort of monster, possessing such immense strength. It hurts terribly. I seriously suspect those 300,000-year soul rings are genuine. Otherwise, how could there possibly be such a formidable soul king? Zhao Wujia's casual jest inadvertently unveiled the truth. Though apart from him, only the tumultuous wind remained. Before long, Dai Mubai arrived, accompanied by Oscar. Upon seeing Dai Mubai bringing someone along, Zhao Wujia complained. Wasn't I just asking for 2 grilled sausages? Why bring the entire person with you? Is it amusing to have an extra pair of eyes witness my predicament? Dai Mubai, sporting a somewhat disgruntled expression, replied, I was merely concerned that 2 wouldn't be sufficient. I brought little Oscar here so you could indulge as much as you desire. All right. Little Oscar, fetch a few sausages for us to enjoy, he added. Observing Zhao Wujia's anguished visage, Oscar hurriedly prepared several sausages and, with a look of astonishment, inquired, Teacher Zhao, who has injured you so grievously? Was it the dean? Zhao Wujia remained silent, gloomily chewing on the sausage. As he consumed it, the excruciating pain in his arm seemed to lessen somewhat. Noticing Zhao Wujia's silence, Oscar turned his gaze toward Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai leaned closer to Oscar and whispered, It's a little girl. Mubai, if you utter another word, I shall seek you out to exercise my strength once I recover. Zhao Wujia threatened, his tone laden with menace. Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's ominous words, Dai Mubai hastily took Oscar and departed. The interior of Shrek Academy was also composed of residential buildings, with larger ones serving as dining halls and smaller ones as dormitories. Flender pointed to an unoccupied house and addressed Yuxinghe and the other girls. This house will be your dormitory from now on. I will arrange the specific schedule tomorrow. For now, you may rest. Then, Flender led Tang San to find Dai Mubai and Oscar. Little Oscar, this is Tang San. He will be your roommate from now on. Please take him to the dormitory. Tang San looked at the man before him, who sported a full beard, and expressed his confusion to Flender. Dean, is this gentleman also a student? Upon hearing Tang San refer to him as gentleman, Oscar felt as though he had been struck 1,000 blows. Dai Mubai, chuckling, explained, Little San. He is indeed a student of the academy, not much older than you. He merely possesses a more abundant mane. Seeing the 3 engage in cheerful conversation, Flender chose not to intrude and quietly departed. He needed to check on Zhao Wujia's injuries and consider whether a doctor was necessary. The thought of this made him silently mourn for his finances. In the boys' dormitory, Oscar looked at Tang San with delight and exclaimed, Hello, Junior. Let me introduce myself. I am Oscar, a food system soul master, with my martial soul being sausage. What about you? What is your martial soul? Oscar, as a seasoned student of Shrek Academy, was well aware of the admission criteria. Those who managed to enter were undoubtedly geniuses among geniuses. Tang San responded to Oscar's enthusiasm with a smile, introducing himself as Tang San, with the martial soul of blue silvergrass. What? Your martial soul is actually blue silvergrass? Blue silvergrass, regarded as the epitome of useless martial souls, was as infamous as the spirit hall itself. Observing the incredulous expression on Oscar's face, Tang San quietly extended his hand, and 2 radiant yellow-orange soul rings ascended from beneath his feet. In the palm of his hand, a slender blue blade of grass unfurled its leaves, swaying gently. Upon witnessing that Tang San's martial soul was indeed blue silvergrass, Oscar could not help but exclaim, No wonder you were able to enter Shrek Academy. To cultivate blue silvergrass to such an extent, you are indeed a remarkable anomaly. Hearing Oscar refer to him as a monster, Tang San chuckled softly and shook his head, compared to a friend of mine. If I am a monster, then she is a demon. Oh, your friend? Is she also coming to the academy? Yes. By the way, I heard from Mubai that this year 4 junior sisters have been admitted. Your friend wouldn't happen to be. As Oscar spoke, he pointed his little finger at Tang San, wearing a knowing expression. Unfortunately, Tang San genuinely did not understand. Upon entering the girls' dormitory, Ning Rongrong frowned at the sight of the 3 beds arranged within. With 4 of them and only 3 beds, how would they divide? Moreover, although the bedding appeared relatively clean, it seemed somewhat worn, clearly having been used by others. As the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong was accustomed to the finest in all aspects of life. Not only would she discard anything old, but even items that did not meet her aesthetic standards would be cast aside. Thus, to the astonished expressions of Zhu Zhiqing, she promptly removed the bedding from one of the beds, rolled it into a bundle, and tossed it into the corner. Turning to Yuxinghe and Zhu Zhiqing, she inquired, Shall we go to the city to purchase some daily necessities? Although her proposal was directed at both, her gaze remained fixed on Yuxinghe. In response to Ning Rongrong's suggestion, Yu Xinghe shook her head in refusal. Let's wait until Xiao Wu wakes up. If you wish to go shopping, you can go by yourself. After being turned down by Yu Xinghe, Ning Rongrong's attention shifted to Zhu Zhuqing, only to be met with disappointment as Zhu Zhuqing also declined. This bedding is quite clean and has been sun-dried. It won't get dirty and is usable. Although Zhu Zhuqing hailed from a prestigious family, she had sneaked away this time and did not have much money on her. Furthermore, compared to some girls, she was not overly particular. As long as something was clean and functional, that sufficed. Her focus was solely on items that could enhance her strength. Everything else held little importance. Faced with Zhu Zhuqing's refusal as well, Ning Rongrong found herself in a quandary. If she went, she would have no company. If she stayed, having thrown the bedding on the floor, would she really pick it up to use? Ultimately, in order to avoid sullying her blanket, Ning Rongrong resolved to venture into the city. After her departure, Zhu Zhuqing turned to Yu Xinghe and inquired, "Will you be sleeping here? If so, I shall find another place to rest." It was evident that there were 4 individuals, yet only 3 beds, coupled with Yu Xinghe's astonishing prowess that had captured everyone's attention. Zhu Zhuqing was reluctant to offend this new classmate. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's intention to leave, Yu Xinghe grasped her arm and said, "You may take the bed. I can manage the sleeping arrangements." In the next moment, to Zhu Zhuqing's astonishment, Yu Xinghe effortlessly produced a magnificent, intricately crafted grand bed from the Dream of Tears. Chapter 50. Enrollment, Part 1. Zhu Zhuqing hailed from a prestigious family in the Star Luo Empire and possessed a certain understanding of storage soul tools. These artifacts were the most precious among all soul tools due to their spatial folding capabilities, which facilitated the easy transport of items. Naturally, the rarity of such tools stemmed from the fact that their crafting techniques had been lost to time. For instance, Zhu Zhuqing's father owned a ring-shaped soul tool, albeit with a modest capacity of merely 2 to 3 cubic meters, typically reserved for valuable possessions. Initially, Ning Rongrong's use of a storage soul tool for her blanket had already astonished Zhu Zhuqing. She was unprepared for Yu Xinghe's even more extravagant display of utilizing a soul tool for a bed. Indeed, the thoughts of the affluent are often beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk, despite Zhu Zhuqing herself belonging to a wealthy class. As the ornate bed emerged, the previously spacious room became exceedingly cramped, prompting Yu Xinghe to remove one of the old beds to create space for the new one. Subsequently, under Zhu Zhuqing's watchful gaze, Yu Xinghe transformed into a veritable doryman, producing bedding, toiletries, daily necessities, office supplies, and even snacks. When Yu Xinghe extended a cute bear-shaped biscuit towards Zhu Zhuqing, she inquired with curiosity, "What is this food?" "This is a biscuit, a novel snack invented by a sage. It is quite delectable." Despite Zhu Zhuqing's cautious nature and her reluctance to accept items from strangers, the irresistible aroma of the bear biscuit proved too enticing to resist. In comparison, she had only consumed 2 bland pieces of dry rations since morning, nearly choking on them. Ultimately, under the encouraging gaze of Yu Xinghe, Zhu Zhuqing gingerly picked up the palm-sized cookie and began to savor it in small bites. The cookie was slightly firm, yet not the kind that would grate against one's teeth. Rather, it possessed a crispness that crumbled with a gentle pressure, scattering countless tiny crumbs across every taste bud. A delightful sweetness, tinged with a hint of saltiness, surged into her mind, illuminating Zhu Zhuqing's previously dull eyes. Once she took the first bite, she found herself utterly captivated by its exquisite flavor. In no time, the small bear-shaped cookie was entirely devoured, crunched to pieces by her petite cherry lips. Reluctantly savoring the remnants clinging to her fingers, Zhu Zhuqing looked up and found herself meeting Yu Xinghe's smiling face. At that moment, Yu Xinghe had removed her mask, revealing a visage so exquisitely crafted that it seemed to be the pinnacle of creation, devoid of any flaws. When this flawless face presented a teasing smile, the normally aloof and indifferent Zhu Zhuqing unexpectedly displayed a bashful demeanor. "Your cookie is delightful. Would you care for more?" Zhu Zhuqing instinctively nodded, only to quickly regain her composure and shake her head vigorously. "No, thank you. Since your cookies are so delectable, I am certain they are scarce. Please enjoy them yourself." Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Yu Xinghe promptly produced a large cardboard box, placing it upon the table. Then, under Zhu Zhuqing's curious gaze, she opened it, releasing a rich and sweet aroma into the air. Yu Xinghe then addressed Zhu Zhuqing, "However, I have brought an abundance of cookies, too many for one person to consume. Would you assist me in sharing them?" As she spoke, Yu Xinghe grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand, gazing into her large, glistening eyes. Zhu Zhuqing, initially inclined to refuse, found herself blushing under Yu Xinghe's fervent gaze, ultimately nodding shyly. When Ning Rongrong returned, the night had already fallen. Before entering the dormitory, she deliberately retrieved some delectable snacks she had purchased in Suotawa City from her storage ring, chewing them as she swaggered into the dormitory. Before she could step inside, she called out, "Sisters, I bought some treats. Would you like some?" However, upon entering, the sight before her caused her to fall silent. The dormitory, which had originally held 3 small beds, now only contained 2, while an ornate large bed, incongruous with the humble surroundings, stood amongst them. The grand bed was adorned with a layer of cloud-like softness, surrounded by exquisitely crafted tables and chairs of remarkable quality. Naturally, as the petite princess of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, she possessed such items. Yet what captivated her attention the most was the large cardboard box resting on the table. As she approached, the intensely rich and sweet aroma enveloped her senses. And in that instant, the treats she had been savoring lost all flavor. Ning Rongrong glanced around, then looked at the little bare biscuits lying in the cardboard box. Each displaying a cheerful grin, she extended her hand, and as one of the delightful biscuits found its way to her mouth, a sweet aroma enveloped her entire palate. In that moment, Ning Rongrong was utterly captivated by the delectable treat. It was simply exquisite. While Ning Rongrong indulged in her clandestine snacking, Yu Xinghe, Zhu Xing, and Xiao Wu had already joined Tang San and others in the cafeteria, eagerly awaiting the meal. Xiao Wu had just awakened and was still not quite herself, nestling in Yu Xinghe's embrace like someone who had just roused from slumber. Beside them, Zhu Zhuqing observed the bond between Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu and remarked, "The two of you share such a wonderful relationship. Are you sisters by any chance?" Yu Xinghe smiled and shook her head, saying, "No, she and I are good friends. The best of friends." Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, Xiao Wu's previously pale complexion instantly took on a rosy hue. Clearly, she was reminded of that night 5 years ago. A night that belonged solely to the two of them. Wait, why are there only 7? There is still one more student, right? What about that child named Ning Rongrong? The number of students at Shrek Academy could easily be counted on one's fingers. The absence of even one would certainly attract the teacher's attention. In response to Xiao Xian's question, Yu Xinghe replied, "Ning Rongrong went to the city to buy some things. She should be back now. Could someone please go call her for dinner? Furthermore, as you are freshmen, I must remind you that if you do not come for meals at the designated times in the future, you will have to fend for yourselves." Understood. Given that Xiao Wu required care, Yu Xinghe clearly had no time to spare. It would be inappropriate to direct her roommate, Zhu Zhuqing, to go. Thus, Yu Xinghe's gaze drifted towards the table across from her. As her eyes swept over, Dai Mubai instinctively shivered. Ever since witnessing the battle between Yu Xinghe and Zhao Wujia, he was left with nothing but fear towards her. With Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, he had no thoughts of approaching her. He only wished to keep his distance. In contrast, Oscar and Ma Hongjun wore eager expressions, more than willing to assist a beautiful girl. After all, it was merely a trivial errand. If they could win some favor from her through this small act, it would be quite the stroke of luck. Unfortunately, Yu Xinghe's gaze passed over the two and settled directly on Tang San. Before she could speak, Tang San took the initiative, saying, "I'll go." As Tang San departed, Oscar and Ma Hongjun displayed expressions of regret, seemingly lamenting their missed opportunity to speak up first. Yu Xinghe's invitation to Tang San was not without intent. Having already taken away Xiao Wu, which rightfully belonged to him, she subconsciously sought to compensate him with another partner. After much contemplation, Yu Xinghe ultimately resolved that it would be best for Tang San to be paired with Ning Rongrong. After all, both individuals were remarkably matched in terms of status, capabilities, and talents, and one could even argue they were a match made in heaven. In the original work, Ning Rongrong harbored a significant affection for Tang San, a sentiment that reached its zenith when Tang San presented her with the exquisite Qilua tulip, leading to the evolution of her martial soul from the 7 Treasures glazed pagoda to the 9 Treasures glazed pagoda. Moon Xinghe had no doubt that if Tang San was willing, Ning Rongrong would undoubtedly agree to the marriage, rendering Oscar irrelevant. Furthermore, with Tang San's exceptional talent and mastery of the Tang sect's secret weaponry, he was practically the ideal son-in-law for the 7 Treasure glazed tile school. As she gazed at Tang San's retreating figure, Moon Xinghe resolved to play matchmaker for this couple. As for Oscar, there were countless beauties in the Douluo Continent. Moon Xinghe was confident that a suitable match for him could be found. In the girls' dormitory, Ning Rongrong, having consumed 20 small cookies, was lamenting her inability to eat any more when a familiar voice echoed from outside the door. "Ning Rongrong, The teacher asked me to call you for dinner. Tell the teacher that I'm full and want to be going. But everyone is waiting for you. Why don't you just come and sit with us? You don't have to eat. What do you think? Fine. As Ning Rongrong stepped outside, she caught sight of Tang San's peculiar gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Tang San silently pointed at the crumbs at the corner of Ning Rongrong's mouth. She quickly wiped her mouth, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she realized she had crumbs all over. Thank you. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have made a fool of myself. It's nothing. By the way, Tang San, that Moon Xinghe who came with you, is she your girlfriend? Not her. Could it be that girl with the scorpion braid? I think her name is Xiaowu, right? Is it her? Neither. Not her. Not her. Tang San, you don't like men, do you? Get lost. When Tang San led Ning Rongrong to the cafeteria, the eyes of Oscar and Ma Hongjun lit up once more. It seemed they had a chance to find romance. After Ning Rongrong sat down, the teacher announced that dinner was served. This was unfortunate for Ning Rongrong, as she had already eaten during her shopping trip in Soto City and had consumed a considerable number of cookies from Moon Xinghe. Now, she truly could not eat another bite. Seeing Ning Rongrong not touching her food, Xiao Xian inquired, "What's wrong? Why aren't you eating?" Ning Rongrong had no choice but to state that she had already eaten. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian did not press further and simply took the food away to share with others. After everyone had finished their meal, Xiao Xian returned, accompanied by 4 other teachers, the elderly Yu Song, Zhao Wujuan, whom Moon Xinghe had previously bested, the bespectacled Flinder, and a middle-aged man, likely Lu Qibin, who had little presence in the original narrative. With the arrival of the 5 teachers, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun rose to greet them. "Hello, teachers." The others, including Tang San, also intended to stand and greet them, but Flinder gestured for them to remain seated. "Children, I would like to take this opportunity during dinner to get to know you all. Let us go around and introduce ourselves. Mubai, you start." "All right." Dai Mubai strode confidently between the 2 rows of tables, his resounding voice echoing through the cafeteria, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. "I am Dai Mubai, 15 years old. With a martial soul of the White Tiger, currently possessing a soul power level of 37, as a formidable assault-type soul master. I welcome your guidance." After Dai Mubai concluded his introduction, Oscar stepped forward, proclaiming, "I am Oscar, 14 years old, with a martial soul of sausage, currently at soul power level 29. A food-type soul master. If anyone desires delicious sausages, feel free to seek me out, as mine are truly delectable. Only 5 copper soul coins each." Upon hearing Oscar's enthusiastic promotion of his sausages, smiles spread across the crowd, prompting Dai Mubai to jestingly admonish, "Little AO, spare us your sausage sales pitch. We have younger students present, so maintain your decorum." Ma Hongjun, kindly escort him off the stage. Understood. Once Ma Hongjun took the stage, he directed his gaze towards the female students, adjusting his demeanor, and declared, "I am Ma Hongjun, 11 years old, with a martial soul of the phoenix, currently at soul power level 27, and I am still single. I welcome the younger students to engage with me." Oscar, displeased by Ma Hongjun's assertion of his single status, retorted, "Have some dignity. You single? Who is Zuehua then? That's over. I am single again now." As Zhu Zhuqin concluded her introduction, all eyes turned to Yu Xinghe, for she was the last remaining. Confronted by a myriad of complex gazes, Yu Xinghe stood and stated, "I am Yu Xinghe, with a martial soul of the Star of Time, possessing a soul power level of 51. I look forward to your guidance." Once Yu Xinghe resumed her seat, Flandra rose and announced, "Now that everyone is acquainted, from this moment forth, you are all classmates. I have some regulations to impart, which I urge you to remember. First, students may spar with one another, but malicious harm is strictly prohibited. Any violation will result in expulsion from the academy at best, or intervention by the faculty at worst. Second, students must adhere to the training assignments given by the instructors. Failure to comply will result in dismissal. Third, the rules of Shrek Academy are few, but the penalties for transgressions are severe, with expulsion being the lightest punishment. In truth, this is quite beneficial. Strict regulations facilitate better management. Unlike in Yu Xinghe's previous life, a school rife with violence, where unruly youths boasted brazenly while the good ones trembled in fear. Why should it be so? Compared to those who adopt a lenient approach, Yu Xinghe prefers this eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth method of resolution. Chapter 52, A Blood Incident. The following day, 8 students gathered in the training ground, following a rhythmically resonant whistle. The students of the Rainbow Sunshine Academy commenced their first day of training. The exercise routine was rather mundane, consisting merely of running 20 laps around the village. The village housing Shrek Academy was quite expansive. Even an individual with exceptional stamina would find it exhausting to complete a full lap. However, they were all soul masters. Originally, this physical conditioning was intended solely for Ning Rongrong and Oscar, but Flinder had a change of heart. He wished to observe whether these children possessed cohesion. Little monsters, you shall not eat until you complete 20 laps. Now, run. With Flinder's command, led by Yuxingha, the group lined up and commenced their inaugural training since entering the academy. To be frank, for Yuxingha, whose physical prowess had reached level 8, running posed no challenge whatsoever. Her primary concern lay with the reward she had received for the integration of her soul power. Thus, while running, she seized the opportunity to examine this reward. Soul power integration. This ability refines the host's soul power into a form of natural energy equivalent to the lightning energy within the bracelet, thereby eliminating the presence of soul power within the host's body. Would you like to claim it? Confirm. With a mere thought, Yuxingha felt the tumultuous soul power surge towards the bracelet on her wrist, akin to a floodgate being released. As her internal soul power depleted, an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over her, causing her legs to buckle, and she collapsed. Observing Yuxingha fall, Xiaowu rushed forward to assist her, while the other Shrek students hurriedly gathered around in concern. Sister Xingha, what happened to you? Seeing Yuxingha's pallid complexion caused a pang of distress in Xiaowu's heart. Yuxingha had always been a figure of strength in her eyes. She was the sort who could create an escape route even when the sky was falling. Yet now, she had collapsed from running. Noticing the redness in Xiaowu's eyes, as though she were on the verge of tears, Yuxingha quickly reassured her. It's nothing, silly girl. I just experienced a slight issue with my body. I will be fine shortly. You all should continue your training. I will take a moment to rest and catch up soon. Upon hearing Yuxingha mention a slight problem with her body, Ning Rongrong interjected, Xingha, are you? At this remark, Zhu Zhuqing's expression also turned peculiar. Yuxingha furrowed her brow and inquired, what do you mean by that? Ning Rongrong, visibly anxious, replied, it's precisely that. What is it, after all? It's just relatives. I don't even know who my own parents are. How could I possibly have relatives? This was indeed the unvarnished truth. In this world, Yuxingha was utterly oblivious to the identities of her parents. Seeing Yuxingha's perplexed expression, Ning Rongrong became as restless as an ant on a hot pan, yearning to express herself candidly. However, with the presence of boys around, she found it inappropriate to speak so openly about such matters. Noticing Ning Rongrong's distress, Tang San suggested, shall I fetch a teacher to take a look? Upon hearing that Tang San intended to summon a teacher, Ning Rongrong's expression changed instantly, and she quickly stopped him, exclaiming, no, we cannot let the teacher come. Why not? Tang San pressed. It simply cannot happen. Ning Rongrong's insistence left everyone even more bewildered, including Yuxingha herself, frustrated by Ning Rongrong's refusal to let him seek help. Tang San retorted, Ning Rongrong, if you won't allow me to get the teacher, you must provide a reason. If you can't articulate one, then do not obstruct me. Reason. Reason. With everyone's gaze upon her, Ning Rongrong suddenly had a moment of inspiration and commanded the boys, all of you step back 10 or 20 meters. You may approach only when I permit. Had she intended to threaten them with consequences, she reconsidered, realizing that as a support-type soul master, she could not overpower them. In a flash of brilliance, she pointed at Yuxingha and declared, otherwise, I shall have Sister Xingha give you all a good thrashing. Following the incident with Shrek Academy's students confronting a teacher, and after Tang San's recounting, Yuxingha was unaware that, in terms of perceived danger, she was equated in the minds of Dai Mubai and others with ferocious beasts like Tibetan mastiffs and red flame mad beasts. Thus, upon hearing that Yuxingha might resort to violence, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Tang San hurriedly dragged the bewildered Ma Hongzhen a safe distance of 20 meters away. From afar, Ning Rongrong's voice echoed, dare to eavesdrop, and I shall have Xingha break your third leg. The boys instinctively covered themselves. Upon hearing that Ning Rongrong had threatened to have her break their third leg, Yuxingha frowned and warned, Rongrong, if you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall bind you tonight and tickle your feet with feathers for an entire night. Faced with such a harsh penalty, Ning Rongrong felt more aggrieved than ever. Sister Xingha, how could you treat me like this? I am doing this for your own good. She then leaned closer to Yuxingha and whispered. After listening to Ning Rongrong's explanation, a blush crept onto Yuxingha's pale cheeks, and in a mix of embarrassment and frustration, she playfully smacked Ning Rongrong on the head. I did not come here for that. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's assertion that matters were not as she had imagined, Ning Rongrong felt an increase in her perplexity, yet simultaneously experienced a slight sense of relief. Since it was not that, then it would be best to summon the teacher. Zhu Qing, you are swift of foot. Please fetch the teacher. Yu Xinghe hastily called out to Zhu Qing, pointing skyward. No need. Principal Flanders is watching over us from above. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing exchanged glances, perplexed by the statement. Upon hearing that Flanders was observing them from the heavens, Xiao Wu gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, Impossible. Wasn't the principal just fine moments ago? How could he have perished so suddenly? Meanwhile, Flanders, aloft in the sky, was taken aback by her remarks. With a bemused expression, Yu Xinghe explained to Xiao Wu, the principal's martial soul is the cat eagle, a type of aerial soul beast. What on earth are you thinking, silly girl? Chapter 53. The injured Flanders. An incident had occurred among the students, and as the principal and teacher, Flanders felt compelled to investigate. However, as a soul king, and one who had just defeated a soul sage, it seemed implausible that she would fall after merely taking a few steps. Thus, Flanders instinctively assumed that Yu Xinghe was merely testing the new students. He reasoned that perhaps she was so powerful that, with nothing else to occupy her time, she feigned injury to gauge the students' empathy. As he pondered this, Flanders suddenly realized something was amiss. Why were the female students surrounding her while the male students hastily retreated? It would be one thing to flee. But why were they covering themselves? A bold thought struck Flanders. Perhaps Yu Xinghe was not pretending. Perhaps she was genuinely in distress. Flanders' martial soul, the cat eagle, endowed him with exceptional vision. With his keen sight, he noticed Yu Xinghe's pallor, followed by Ning Rongrong speaking to her with a look of suspicion. Then, Dai Mubai and the others quickly distanced themselves, and Ning Rongrong uttered something that caused the boys to cover themselves. Piecing together these observations, Flanders arrived at a startling conclusion. Yu Xinghe was pregnant. Now, Ning Rongrong was assisting in identifying the father of the child, reflecting on how open-minded the youth had become. Flanders then observed Yu Xinghe pointing towards the sky, while Xiao Wu appeared horrified, and Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing wore expressions of complexity. Could it be that the child's father was in the heavens? Realizing he was the only one soaring above, and considering the expressions of the other female students, a terrifying notion emerged in Flanders' mind. To clear his name, he resolved to descend and clarify the situation. As a dark spot in the sky expanded, a figure gradually took shape. On the ground, Tang San inquired of Dai Mubai, Mubai, have you ever witnessed a palm technique descending from the heavens? Dai Mubai replied, This is getting ridiculous. With a gust of wind, Flanders plummeted to the ground. Greetings, Principal. What is happening? In response to Flanders' inquiry, everyone's gaze turned towards Yu Xinghe. There is no need for concern, Dean. It is merely a minor issue with my cultivation. It will resolve itself shortly. Upon hearing that it was not an unexpected pregnancy, Flanders sighed in relief. Just a problem with cultivation? I was worried it was something more serious. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, he exclaimed, Wait, what kind of problem? For a soul master, cultivation is of utmost importance. In comparison, an unexpected pregnancy is a trivial matter. Hastily, Flanders grasped Yu Xinghe's hand to sense his soul power, only to be horrified to find that he felt no trace of it whatsoever. A soul master devoid of soul power is no different from an ordinary person. Could it be that this peerless genius, whom he had known for just a day, was destined to fall from grace? If Yu Xinghe were aware of Flanders' thoughts at that moment, he would surely proclaim, This is the Douluo Continent, not the Dopatsong Qiong. You have the wrong script. Observing Flanders' astonished and pained expression, Yu Xinghe smiled reassuringly, saying, Dean, and everyone else, truly, you need not worry. It is merely a minor issue that I can resolve myself. Please continue your training. The group remained motionless, their faces still etched with deep concern. Understanding that he might not be able to clarify the situation, Yu Xinghe decided to take drastic measures. If you do not return to training, I will have all the men stripped and paraded through Soto City, while the women will be captured and tickled. With this thunderous declaration, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, fleeing with such speed that even Flanders, a soul saint of the agility type, was left astounded. However, not everyone fled, at least Xiao Wu remained. As Yu Xinghe turned his attention towards her, Xiao Wu tightly embraced him, declaring, Even if you tickle my feet, I will never leave your side. Her grip was firm, and Yu Xinghe could feel her trembling and unease. Gently stroking her head, he reassured her, Silly girl, I am truly, genuinely fine. You need not hold on so tightly. We are in public, after all. Aren't you embarrassed? For reasons unknown. This scene made Flanders extremely uncomfortable, as it reminded him of years past when he, the master, and Liu Erlong shared similar moments. That year, Liu Erlong chose the master, and Flanders, the defeated, retreated in silence. Subsequently, those two exchanged glances beneath a tree, their eyes igniting a spark of love that was dazzling enough to nearly blind Flanders. If that were all, it might have been bearable, but the words they exchanged made Flanders wish he were deaf. Yu Xiaojing, sweetheart, I truly love you. Liu Erlong, how embarrassing. Why say such mushy things in front of others? Yu Xiaojing feigned looking around, but there is no one here. Liu Erlong pointed at Flanders, who was standing some distance away with his back turned. Nonsense. Gazing at the figure, it was unmistakably a solitary dog, not a human at all. Flanders remarked, I possess orange peel and wheat bran, but I am unsure whether they serve as oars. The familiar scene before him, coupled with the reminiscent tone, struck Flanders with an overwhelming wave of nostalgia, causing him immense emotional turmoil. He sensed that remaining in this place would likely deprive him of both lunch and dinner. Thus, after uttering a hasty remark that he could be approached should any inquiries arise, Flanders made a swift exit. Chapter 54. The integration of soul power. As Flanders departed, Xiao Wu expressed her confusion, saying, Why did he leave so abruptly? Your questions remain unresolved. With a puzzled expression, Yu Xinghe addressed the bewildered Xiao Wu, stating, My question is one that Teacher Flanders cannot resolve, regardless of his presence. Additionally, I need you to keep a watchful eye for me. Upon concluding her words, Yu Xinghe closed her eyes, directing all her focus inward. The essence of the integration of soul energy essentially represents a higher-grade energy assimilating a lower-grade energy. For instance, what distinguishes the realm of Douluo and a 100-level Douluo from a deity in the divine realm? The energy they wield is fundamentally different. In the Douluo Continent, every soul master possesses soul power within, which pales in comparison to the divine power contained within the beings of the divine realm. The two are not even in the same league. It is akin to comparing the value of copper and gold of the same volume. There is no comparison. Likewise, the soul power within Yu Xinghe is not on par with the energy absorbed by the energy-gathering ring. During her 5 years at the Martial Soul Academy, Yu Xinghe grappled with the challenge of advancing from a great soul master to a soul king within a mere 5 years. In the first 2 years, she diligently practiced. Yet her progress was disheartening, as she only managed to elevate from a great soul master to a soul zune. Although achieving the rank of soul zune at the age of 8 is indeed remarkable, the prospect of ascending 2 major ranks within the remaining 3 years seemed nearly impossible. After all, the journey of cultivation resembles playing an online game. The initial levels can be ascended by defeating a few minor foes, while later stages require conquering entire dungeons, with subsequent levels demanding days of effort. Despite this, Yu Xinghe exerted herself to the utmost in her training. However, even after 3 years, she had only advanced 5 levels of soul power. Based on this rate of progress, it was clear she could not hope to reach the rank of Soul King in the remaining 2 years. Thus, Yu Xinghe sought methods to accelerate her advancement. Fortune favors the diligent. After several restless nights, with strands of hair lost in her fervor, she finally stumbled upon a significant loophole, the energy within the energy-gathering ring. This energy serves as a panacea, capable of enhancing the body, facilitating skill execution, and alleviating various abnormal states. Could it also be harnessed for cultivation? With this notion, Yu Xinghe endeavored to draw some energy from the bracelet into her being. The moment the energy from the gathering ring entered her body, it expanded like a compressed biscuit meeting water. Yu Xinghe estimated that approximately 10 points of energy equated to an entire day of meditative cultivation. Moreover, the bracelet absorbed a staggering 180 points of light energy daily. Not to mention that Yu Xinghe occasionally seized the opportunity during heavy rain to pursue the power of lightning. However, while this intense method of cultivation yielded rapid results, it also bore severe consequences. The soul power derived from the transformation of high-grade energy proved to be exceedingly volatile. Once, Yu Xinghe inquired the system regarding this matter, and the answer left her somewhat exasperated. The energy absorbed by the energy-gathering ring is typically contained in an extremely concentrated state. Once released, it is akin to a tightly coiled spring that, upon losing pressure, springs forth violently. Similarly, when Yu Xinghe directly channels the energy from the gathering ring into her body, it is akin to ingesting bombs, allowing them to detonate within her, subsequently absorbing and converting the explosive energy into soul power. Although the sensation of energy exploding within her is rather unpleasant, her formidable physical constitution ensures she remains intact amidst the onslaught of this ferocious soul power. After all, over these 5 years, her need for combat has been minimal, resulting in negligible energy expenditure. With an abundance of energy at her disposal, Yu Xinghe's mindset swelled tremendously. Resembling a newly affluent individual eager to indulge in the pleasures of a royal casino and encounter alluring croupiers. However, the Spirit Hall lacks both a casino and enchanting croupiers, compelling Yu Xinghe to focus on enhancement instead, whimsically envisioning the troublesome system as a captivating Kelly. Regrettably, the process of enhancement has historically been akin to gambling, with far more losers than winners. Despite Yu Xinghe's 3 days of fasting and purification, along with fervent prayers prior to the enhancement, the ultimate outcome was still dishearteningly bleak. Over 100,000 energy points yielded a mere 2 points of improvement. Yu Xinghe, am I truly the unfortunate one? Subsequently, feeling deceived, Yu Xinghe fortuitously encountered Douluo. Remembering how just 2 days prior she had purchased a plethora of delectable offerings for the god of angels. A sense of grievance welled up within her as she pointed at Douluo, the guardian of this angelic deity, exclaiming, "You wretched bird human! You have ruined my youth and squandered my feelings." Douluo, not being a time traveler, was oblivious to the meaning behind ruining my youth and wasting feelings. Yet he clearly heard the term bird human. As the inheritor of the angel martial soul, he detested being referred to as a bird human above all else. This incident marked the genesis of animosity between Yu Xinghe and Douluo. Despite suffering considerable losses in the enhancement aspect, Yu Xinghe experienced significant bodily improvements. Upon reaching the 8th stage of physical enhancement, she perceived every bone within her body radiating a lustrous, jade-like brilliance, while the meridians through which her soul power flowed transformed from mere country lanes to expansive highways. Even the most turbulent soul power could be tamed with ease by Yu Xinghe. Nevertheless, she had merely ascended to the rank of Soul King. It was not that she was incapable of further advancement, but rather that this soul power was not cultivated through her own efforts, rendering it an arduous task to master. It is akin to being gifted a car. Although the vehicle belongs to you, if you do not know how to drive, you must first learn before it can truly be yours. Otherwise, with her current physique, forcibly converting excess soul power could lead to uncontrollable actions, resulting in perplexing behaviors, such as executing a lightning-fast 5-hit combo or attempting to twist the fingers of a strongman, or even, in a fit of chaos, using her energy pulse to poke Douluo. Imagining Douluo, after being poked, clutching his rear and shouting, "Youngsters lack martial ethics." As he ambushed this centenarian, Yu Xinghe, for the sake of Douluo's dignity, no, for the peace of the world, steadfastly decided to cease while ahead, content with elevating her soul power to the level of Soul King. Chapter 55, The Legend of the Seductive Fish. If the soul power previously derived from energy dilution was akin to a tumultuous river, then now, the energy flowing from the energy-gathering ring resembled silent magma. Though it did not stir great waves like mighty rivers, its quiet, steady flow commanded respect and fear. After all, while some might dare to swim in stormy seas, none would be foolish enough to immerse themselves in molten lava. As the energy began to fill her entire being, 5 soul rings suddenly rose from beneath Yu Xinghe's feet. White, black, red, red, red. Gazing upon these 5 soul rings, particularly the 3 of 100,000 years, Xiaowu sensed a familiar aura emanating from them. Yu Xinghe proclaimed that these 300,000-year soul rings were merely simulated. While such a statement might deceive others, it would be utterly impossible to fool someone like Xiaowu, who was the embodiment of a 100,000-year soul beast. Just as Xiaowu gazed at the 3 soul rings with a complex expression, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The 3 soul rings converged simultaneously and then fused. Following a dazzling burst of crimson light, a brand new soul ring emerged. Unlike the typical blood-red hue of ordinary 100,000-year soul rings, this new one radiated a soft crimson, leaning more towards a delicate pink. Moreover, 3 golden patterns manifested upon the soul ring, which, to the untrained eye, might easily be mistaken for mere fissures. Not only did the 300,000-year soul rings undergo transformation, but so did the first and second soul rings of Yu Xinghe. The white and black soul rings entwined, forming a pair of yin and yang fish, creating a harmonious image of yin and yang. Though Xiaowu could not comprehend the significance of this circular emblem before her, she sensed that it possessed profound wisdom encompassing the essence of the universe. As if affirming Xiao Wu's intuition, the yin and yang fish symbol swiftly penetrated Yu Xingha's brow. Like the final stroke of a masterful painting, when the emblem of the yin and yang fish materialized between Yu Xingha's brows, her silvery hair, reminiscent of moonlight, transformed into an inky black. In the next instant, the aura surrounding Yu Xingha underwent a profound shift. If previously, the silver-haired Yu Xingha radiated the fierce spirit of a battle-ready elven maiden, now, with her ebony locks, she resembled an ethereal fairy, having descended from the heavens, untouched by the mortal world. Simultaneously, within Yu Xingha's being, a youthful voice echoed. This is indeed pseudo-divine power. It seems this little girl's origins are quite extraordinary. Oh, has she awakened so soon? I must take my leave and return to slumber. Shortly after this voice subsided, Yu Xingha suddenly opened her eyes. Her irises appeared as swirling clouds of mist, obscuring what lay hidden within that blank expanse. Yet, within her gaze, countless brilliant specks of light sparkled like stars, reminiscent of a constellation being shattered and scattered. At the center of her gaze, a profound, inky pupil resembled a black hole, drawing in all light, as though even the very essence of the soul would be ensnared by its depths. Yu Xingha blinked, gazing at the dazed expression of Xiao Wu before him, and playfully pinched her cheek. Silly girl, why do you keep staring at me? Do I have a flower on my face? Xiao Wu instinctively nodded. Yu Xingha hurried to the riverbank. In the reflection of the stream, a fairy, seemingly floated out from a scroll, gazed vacantly into Yu Xingha's eyes. Remarkably, as Yu Xingha extended a hand, the fairy in the water mirrored the gesture. With wide eyes, Yu Xingha was met with the same astonished expression from the ethereal being below the surface. Meanwhile, the fish in the river, witnessing the enchanting figure on the shore pouting playfully, flipped onto their backs, displaying their snowy bellies. One fish led to another, and soon the river was teeming with fish exhibiting their white underbellies. The spectacle of these fish captured Yu Xingha's attention. Rather than indulging in a narcissistic admiration of his own beauty, Yu Xingha was far more preoccupied with the evening's meal. With such an abundance of fish now available, a grand feast of fish awaited him. The mere thought of sour fish, steamed fish, braised fish, fried small fish, and boiled fish filled him with greater joy than the fulfillment of any task. As moonlight galaxies smiled, numerous fish surfaced from the depths of the water. Next door, Hui Yuhao from Douluo was weeping in despair in the restroom. When Xiao Wu rushed over, she happened to witness many fish turning belly up on the water's surface. Sister Galaxy, what on earth is happening? As the moonlit river sparkled, Yu Xingha remained focused on collecting fish, exclaiming, "These fish are suffocating. Quickly assist in bringing them ashore." Xiao Wu, sensing an underlying discord, pondered the situation. Unbeknownst to Yu Xingha, her reflection in the river had caused a mesmerizing spectacle, with countless fish surfacing in a state of astonishment, witnessed by passing villagers. Henceforth, Shrek Village would forever be adorned with a new legend. According to the records of the Sea God Pavilion, Shrek Academy originated from the Blue Tyrant Academy, established by Lu Erlong in the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire. However, the true Shrek Academy, the first of its kind, was situated in a quaint village south of Soto City in the then Barak Kingdom. This village, of profound significance, was later named Shrek Village, standing alongside the Soul Village, which had birthed two divine beings, as one of the continent's two great villages. The legend of Shrek Village has been passed down through generations. It tells of an ethereally beautiful fairy who appeared by the riverbank 10 millennia ago, using the water as a mirror to groom her exquisite visage. How captivating was her beauty! It is said that the fish in the river, entranced by her allure, flipped onto their backs, floating to the surface. A renowned painter, upon hearing this tale, immortalized it in a painting titled The Divine Maiden Crossing the River. This artwork, after many transits, eventually found its way into Shrek Academy, becoming the institution's prized treasure. Those fortunate enough to behold the painting have claimed that it renders all earthly desires trivial, leading to its designation as the Forbidden Painting, accessible only to those of tidal Douluo strength. Chapter 56. Is Yu Xingha mad? Part 1. Upon returning to the dining hall with 2 bulging bags of fish, Yu Xingha astonished the kitchen matron. A girl, resembling a celestial being, graced her with a sweet smile. Faced with this seemingly otherworldly presence, the matron lowered her gaze, feeling a twinge of discomfort, and inquired, "My dear, what brings you here? Auntie, do you not recognize me? I am Xingha. Just this morning, I dined here, and you kindly prepared an extra dish of pickles and 2 eggs for me." As these words echoed, The matron's mind conjured an image of a silver-haired figure, akin to an enchanting spirit. Could it truly be you, the illustrious Yuxinghe? For the common folk, soul masters hold an esteemed position, nearly equivalent to that of nobility. Mid to high-ranking soul masters enjoy even greater status, unless one shares a particularly close relationship with the soul master, or is of a similar rank. It is deemed inappropriate for an ordinary person to address a soul master by their name. While this is not an explicit regulation, it is a tacit understanding widely accepted by all. Thus, when a common individual wishes to refer to a soul master, it is advisable to append a title such as master or sir to the soul master's surname. This is akin to the instance when Su Yuntao arrived at Saint Soul Village, and the elderly Jack, despite his advanced age, respectfully referred to the youthful Su Yuntao as Master Su. Observing the aunt's evident nervousness, who struggled to articulate her words, Yuxinghe gently remarked, "Auntie, during my time in the village, everyone called me Little You. You may simply call me that." Upon hearing Yuxinghe's words, the aunt, somewhat taken aback, replied, "Is that truly acceptable?" "Indeed, more genuine than pearls. A good child, a good child." Seeing Yuxinghe's amiable demeanor, the cafeteria aunt felt her tension dissipate. "These fish are ones I rescued from the river. Could you kindly add them to tonight's meal? The extra fish can be taken back to share with everyone. Thank you. Auntie, just a few dozen pounds will suffice." Yuxinghe weighed the bag in her hand, realizing it contained at least 200 pounds of fish. "Aunt, you can take it all. We can share it together." "My dear, you've misunderstood my intention. I meant that even a few dozen pounds would suffice for everyone." Through a conversation with her aunt, Yuxinghe recalled that life at the lower strata of Douluo Continent was indeed quite dire. The era of Douluo Continent is characterized by a predominantly feudal society, with certain regions resembling a slave society. Within this historical context, various factions, sects, religions, kingdoms, empires, families, tribes, humans, and soul beasts, each possess their own set of rules and customs, which in turn cultivate the diverse regional characteristics and appearances. For instance, the Martial Soul City, where Yuxinghe previously resided, stands as one of the foremost cities on the continent, where all inhabitants adhere to the religious regulations established by the Martial Soul Hall, conducting their affairs in accordance with these doctrines. Every month, on the 1st and 15th days, families are required to honor the deities at home, and each January, the entire Martial Soul City holds a grand festival in reverence of the gods, with every household visiting the temple to offer incense and prayers. Beyond the major festivals, the religious regulations also dictate the moral conduct of the people, outlining the 10 cardinal sins, 100 transgressions, and various other intricate rules. Upon arriving in the Spirit City, Yuxinghe initially felt a profound sense of discomfort, perceiving the atmosphere as stifling, requiring constant vigilance. However, with the passage of time, he came to realize that the place was, in fact, quite liberating and comfortable. There, one need only strive to be a good person and honor the deities, and all else would fall into place. Individuals enjoyed the freedom to trade and pursue their passions, while commoners could apply to join the Spirit Hall. Those endowed with talent could recommend themselves, and even those lacking such gifts could find their rightful place. In this realm, all were equal, and religious tenets took precedence over all else. A well-known adage echoed within, "The Pope is as guilty as the commoner when the law is broken." Though the Pope could never truly be on par with the commoners, in principle, everyone was bound to respect the religious laws. Even a high-ranking bishop, wishing to harm a commoner, would be required to provide valid justification and substantial evidence. In stark contrast, the two great empires left much to be desired. In the Tiando Empire, everything was controlled by the nobility, and for a commoner aspiring to ascend the social ladder, the path was limited solely to the pursuit of martial spirits. The sons of commoners remained commoners for eternity, while the children of slaves were doomed to inherit their parents' plight. The lower classes were akin to chives, ceaselessly harvested by the upper echelons of nobility, who indulged in their wealth. The cafeteria lady epitomized the plight of the common folk. A typical individual, she had not awakened a martial spirit nor detected any soul power, and spent her life toiling the land, cultivating crops, and tending to chickens and ducks. In ordinary years, life was bearable, but during times of war and famine, such individuals were left to fate, adrift in the tides of history. Nobles and soul masters loomed like towering mountains, weighing heavily on the hearts of the common people. The oppressive nature of humanity led to diminished productivity. For the common populace, there was little time to explore the culinary potential of a fish. They knew only the simplest methods of boiling or roasting. Upon bringing fish home, they would merely divide it for a soup or roast it, hardly consuming much. The surplus fish would inevitably rot and decay. Yet, such bounty was a gift from the esteemed soul masters, who dared to waste it. Thus, the reason the cafeteria lady only took a portion of the fish became evident. Contemplating this, Yuxingha suggested to the lady, "You could preserve the excess fish with salt or dry it in the sun to create fish jerky, thus preventing waste." Upon hearing his words, the lady regarded him with a complex expression and replied, "Young lady, you are a soul master, destined to become one of the nobility. For you, salt may hold little significance, and you might even occasionally lament the excess salt in your dishes. But for us, salt is invaluable. We hardly possess enough. As for drying fish, it cannot be done. In this scorching heat, they would spoil in no time." If it were the son at home who dared to speak like that, the cafeteria lady would have long since slapped him across the face. However, the one uttering these words is Yuxingha, whom the cafeteria lady can comprehend. It reminds me of a tale passed down in the kingdom of Balak, where a famine struck one year, leading to the demise of many. Upon hearing that the common folk had perished from starvation, the king, seated upon his throne, remarked to his ministers, "Why do those people not consume meat porridge?" Upon hearing the lady's words, Yuxingha recalled that she and her companions were country folk, fortunate if they could eat their fill throughout the year, let alone afford salt. Even if they wished to purchase it, they could only exchange their grain in the city for a small amount. After all, in this era, being born in the countryside meant a lifetime of tilling the land, as the kingdom's laws dictated that farmers could only cultivate fields. Chapter 57. Has Yuxingha lost her mind? Part 2. As Yuxingha pondered the fate of the surplus fish, Flander and Xiao Xian arrived. Upon entering the cafeteria, Flander was immediately struck by a potent fish odor. "Are we having fish today? Why are there so many?" he exclaimed. "Xiao Wu, why are you not training but bringing in all this fish? And who is that girl?" Hearing Flander's voice, Yuxingha turned around and sweetly greeted, "Hello, Dean." Flander, taken aback by the sight of a girl resembling a celestial being greeting him, stammered, "Child, who might you be? I do not recall such a student in our academy." With that, Flander shifted his gaze toward Xiao Xian, who merely shook his head in response, indicating ignorance. Seeing this, Xiao Wu hurriedly interjected, "Dean, this is Sister Xingha. How is it that you do not recognize her at a glance?" Upon realizing that the young lady before him was Yuxingha, Flander was once again bewildered. However, after a careful observation, he began to believe Xiao Wu's words. Although Yuxingha had undergone a significant transformation in demeanor and hair color, upon closer inspection, her features remained familiar. "You girl, how have you transformed into this?" Flander inquired. With a wry smile, Yuxingha replied, "I am not certain. I meditated for a moment, and upon waking, I found myself in this form." Hearing this, Flander gestured for Yuxingha to accompany him, while he instructed Xiao Wu to return to her training. Once they arrived in his office, Flander said, "Release your martial soul." As the magnificent starry sky of time unfolded, Flander, despite having witnessed it once before, could not help but marvel at the beauty of this martial soul. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply, narrowing to the size of pinpricks, as if he had encountered something horrifying. "You girl, what has happened to your soul rings?" Only then did Yuxingha realize that her once imposing 5 soul rings had dwindled to a mere single one. As a crimson-hued soul ring ascended, Yuxingha found herself engulfed in confusion. However, despite her bewilderment, she maintained her composure, unlike Flander, for she could sense that, although only a single soul ring remained, her strength had not diminished. In fact, it had intensified beyond her previous capabilities. Moreover, although only one soul ring was present, Yuxingha observed that this crimson-hued soul ring bore 3 golden lines resembling fissures entwined around it. As a traveler well-versed in the original narrative, she surmised that this phenomenon stemmed from her prior meditation, during which 300,000-year soul rings had merged into a singular entity. It is widely acknowledged that a 100,000-year soul ring is red, and for each additional 100,000 years, a golden line emerges on the soul ring, symbolizing that the soul beast has endured a tribulation. 3 golden lines indicated 300,000 years, perfectly corresponding to the 300,000-year soul rings. Yet, this raised a question. What had become of her first and second soul rings? Suddenly, Yuxingha recalled an image that seemed to have appeared at her forehead while she admired her own reflection by the riverbank. With this thought, she swept her hair aside and addressed Flander. "Dean, do I have a pattern upon my forehead?" Flender gazed intently and, indeed, discerned a design at the center of her brow. The pattern was circular, half black and half white, resembling two fish entangled together. Within the black fish's eye was a white, serving as the pupil, while the white fish bore a black dot in its eye. With Flender's extensive experience, he had never encountered such an extraordinary pattern. Nevertheless, despite his unfamiliarity with it, he was acutely aware that this design was of great significance. Contemplating this, Flender hastily procured a sheet of paper and sketched the pattern adorning Yuxingha's forehead. He then turned to her, who was lost in thought, gazing blankly at her soul ring, and said, "Young Yu, I am uncertain about the nature of your situation, but please do not lose heart. I have a friend who possesses profound knowledge of martial souls. I shall summon him to examine your case. His erudition is bound to provide a solution to your predicament." At that moment, Yuxingha abruptly interjected with an incongruous inquiry. "Dean Flender, do you know if there are any salt mines in this vicinity?" Flender, puzzled, asked, "Why do you inquire about that?" She explained, "I overheard the cafeteria staff lamenting their shortage of salt. If there are salt mines nearby, I wish to teach them how to extract salt, ensuring they will no longer suffer from a lack of it." Upon hearing Yuxingha's words, Flender arrived at a conclusion. Yuxingha may have lost his sanity. He has undoubtedly gone mad. Due to a mishap in his cultivation, 5 soul rings merged into one, causing him to plummet from the rank of Soul King to that of a mere Soul Master. Were it not for the gravity of the situation, even Flender himself would find it incomprehensible. Contemplating this, Flender gazed at Yuxingha with eyes filled with compassion and said, "Child, do not be disheartened. When my esteemed friend arrives, he will surely possess a solution to your predicament. For the next few days, take the time to rest, and should you have any inquiries, feel free to seek me out. I shall assist you in any way I can." "Yuxingha, it feels as though we are conversing across realms." "Dean, I am quite serious. Where can I find a salt mine?" Observing the earnestness and determination reflected in Yuxingha's gaze, Flender inquired, "What do you need a salt mine for? You are a soul master, my student, and your foremost priority now should be to rest adequately, align your mindset, and await my friend's arrival to assess your condition, allowing you to restore your cultivation. That is what you ought to focus on." "Dean, who told you that my cultivation has diminished?" "But your soul rings. Who decreed that the quantity of soul rings must necessarily signify strength?" Flender realized that Yuxingha was not only delusional but gravely so. It is widely acknowledged that soul rings serve as a soul master's business card, with the number and age of these rings akin to the professional history of the soul master. The more soul rings one possesses, the greater their power. This is a self-evident truth, as clear as the need for food when one is hungry and water when one is thirsty, a fact even a child understands. Yet now, Yuxingha dares to utter such laughable statements, causing Flender considerable concern. Could it be that an unparalleled genius has faltered due to a mere mishap, ending up in such a state of madness? Seeing Flender maintain a demeanor of "You are unwell, please comply with treatment," Yuxingha recognized that he was akin to a sane individual entering a mental institution, utterly unable to elucidate his predicament. Chapter 58. Is Yuxingha mad? Part 3. Since words could not clarify his situation, Yuxingha resolved to demonstrate through the most pragmatic means. "Dean Flender, how about we step outside and have a contest?" Upon hearing that Yuxingha wished to compete with him, Flender shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. "Child, listen to me. I understand your current emotions, and I am deeply pained by your plight. However, I do not recommend that you engage in a contest. Based on my conjecture, your recent incident may be linked to your soul power spiraling out of control." At this point, Flender seemed to have grasped a crucial insight and hurriedly departed. "Yuxingha, so, you still haven't informed me where the salt mine is?" Since Flender is unwilling to compete with her, Yuxingha refrains from forcibly engaging him, as she has always prided herself on respecting her elders and cherishing the young. "Qian Douluo, is that why you refer to me as the Birdman? Tang San, is that why you strike me daily?" Upon returning to the cafeteria, the ant is still tidying up the fish. "Auntie, where do you usually procure your salt?" "Of course, we purchase it. Have you ever considered producing your own salt? We are merely common folk. How could we possibly produce salt?" The ant's remark holds merit, as the salt industry, vital to the populace, is directly monopolized by the aristocracy. Then, where might there be a salt mine nearby? Hearing Yuxingha's inquiry about the salt mine, the cafeteria ant is taken aback. "You girl, what are you planning?" "I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to assist you in obtaining salt." "Why would you want to help us?" "No particular reason. It's simply a small effort on my part." To the onlookers, Yuxingha's actions appeared utterly irrational, akin to those of a madwoman. Yet, she had her own justifications, because the system had issued another task. Unlike the previous main quest, this one was designated as a side quest. Side quest: resolve the salt issue for the villagers within Shrek Academy. Task reward: unlocking the third phase of the energy gathering ring, harnessing water and fire energy. Noticing the ant's bewildered expression, Yuxingha intensified her tone. Auntie, do you truly comprehend the situation? With a subtle aura of pressure emanating from Yuxingha, the ant was immediately subdued by this faint yet palpable force. 20 miles east of the village, there lies a patch of salt land. That should be the salt mine you seek. It is indeed ironic that the villagers, reliant on a single salt mine, must venture into the city to procure salt. Is anyone there? Not at all. Then where do you source your purchased salt? Within the kingdom, there exists a salt lake. The entire kingdom and the surrounding provinces depend on the salt produced from that lake. Upon hearing the ant's explanation, Yuxingha began to grasp an important insight. It appears that the Douluo world has only mastered the sun-drying method for salt, yet has yet to uncover the technique for extracting salt from minerals. Upon this realization, Yuexing dashed forth towards the salt flats mentioned by the ant. Accompanied by Xiaowu's return to the group, Yuexing, however, did not appear. The other students quickly inquired about her condition. Upon learning that Yuexing had undergone a transformation and now possessed only a single soul ring, their expressions turned exceedingly complex. As soul masters, they were well aware that a soul ring signifies one's strength. Particularly, Xiaowu emphasized the change in Yuexing's appearance, prompting visions in their minds of her overwhelmed by the decline in power, turning prematurely gray. Yuexing, apologies, but I now sport black hair. Just as the Shrek group lamented Yuexing's plight, a maiden with cascading hair that flowed like a waterfall, radiating an ethereal presence akin to a celestial being, appeared before them. Why are you all standing there in a daze? If you don't hurry, you shall miss lunch. Without waiting for a response, the figure swiftly vanished into the distance with a flicker. Daimubai, Oscar, and the others rubbed their eyes, exchanging glances before simultaneously asking, "Did you just see a beautiful woman?" Upon uttering this, they realized that what they had just witnessed was likely not an illusion. After all, while it is conceivable for one person to experience a mirage, the likelihood of everyone sharing the same delusion is exceedingly slim. Observing the perplexed expressions on their faces, Xiaowu could no longer contain herself. That was Sister Xingha. Upon discovering that the enchanting maiden was indeed Yuexing, the group displayed expressions of bewilderment. After a moment, Daimubai was the first to inquire, "What is she going to do?" Xiaowu shook her head, indicating her ignorance. "How about we follow her?" It seems she was headed in that direction. As a fellow villager of Yuxingha, Tang San harbored genuine concern for Yuxingha's well-being, though he dared not express it openly. Certainly, his lack of strength was one of the reasons for his reticence. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiaowu, who was closest to Yuxingha, readily agreed and was the first to dash out. To everyone's surprise, Zhu Zhuqing followed closely behind. Although Zhu Zhuqing had known Yuxingha for merely a day, she held a great fondness for this gentle classmate, who shared the same dormitory yet bore no heirs. Once the two girls broke away from the group, the rest of the crowd decided to follow suit. 20 miles to the east of the village lies a desolate expanse, barren and devoid of vegetation. Yet, this arid land was far from silent. It buzzed with life. Apart from humans, animal soul beasts also sought salt, albeit in varying quantities. In this stark terrain, a multitude of creatures gathered, licking a brown stone wall. As Yuxingha made his entrance, the animals that had been licking the stone froze, turning their heads to meet his gaze. Strangely, Yuxingha felt as though their eyes mirrored the expressions of his classmates toward a tardy student. Then, an even more peculiar scene unfolded. The animals, remarkably, parted to create a path, as if to say, "Come, two-legged creature, join us in licking. We have left a spot for you." Yuxingha approached the stone wall with unwavering determination. In a scene that could bring tears even to the eyes of Mei Chao Feng, she extended her hand and clawed away a fist-sized piece of brown crystal. Subsequently, she made her way to an open space, retrieving an iron pot and a garment from her dream of tears. Without a moment's hesitation, she tore the garment into shreds. Fortunately, Bai Bai Dong was not present. Had she witnessed her meticulously prepared attire being shredded by Yuxingha without a second thought, she would likely have erupted with rage, ready to exact her vengeance upon Yuxingha. Following this, Yuxingha procured some water and embarked on her fervent experiment to create salt. Chapter 59. Has Yuxingha lost her mind? Part 4. Crush, filter, detoxify, boil, crystallize. Yuxingha, having idly scoured the internet for tutorials in her previous life, embarked on the endeavor of salt making. Alas, the result was far too bitter. What an unpleasant taste. When Dai Mubai and the others discovered Yuxinghe, she was rather ungracefully perched upon a rock, stirring a jar incessantly with a slender stick. The air was permeated with a briny, astringent scent. Just as Dai Mubai was about to inquire about Yuxinghe's peculiar activity, she seemingly anticipated his question. Lifting her head with an alluring gaze directed towards him and the others, and raised a finger, as pale as a spring onion, before her lips, signaling for silence. The moon and Star River remained oblivious. Her fleeting anger and pointed gesture had inscribed an indelible mark upon the hearts of Dai Mubai and his companions. Even in the distant years that followed, as they ascended to divinity, the vivid recollection of that moment persisted in their minds, as fresh as ever. The moonlit river remained undisturbed, and they hesitated to intrude. Only a few girls, including Xiao Wu, approached timidly and inquired, "Sister Yu, what are you doing? Making salt?" Upon hearing those two words, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in astonishment. The Zhu family, hailing from the Douluo Empire, had secured control over approximately half of the salt trade due to their long-standing marital ties with the Dai family. The salt produced by the Zhu family was harvested from the seashore and transported at great expense and with considerable manpower. Presently, there was no seawater or salt lake in sight, yet Yuxinghe spoke of making salt? Surely, she must be jesting. Whether she was indeed jesting would soon be revealed to Zhu Zhuqing, as the moisture in the jar gradually evaporated, revealing crystalline formations at the bottom that gleamed as white as snow. Yuxinghe extended a finger, dipped it slightly into the substance, and tasted it, revealing a smile that could captivate the world. This enchanting smile caused the three girls, including Xiao Wu, to feel a surge of joy. Success. After the triumphant creation of salt, Yuxinghe embraced Xiao Wu and showered her with pecks akin to a chick pecking at grains. Confused by the sudden turn of events, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson as she desperately attempted to free herself from Yuxinghe's embrace. However, her strength was no match for his. Finally, she softly murmured, "Everyone is watching." Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Yuxinghe lifted his gaze to find 6 pairs of eyes wide open as if they were brass bells, each holding a fruit picked from some nearby field, munching while observing him and Xiao Wu. "Go on. Don't let us interrupt," called out Ningrongrong, who seemed to revel in the chaos. "Feel free to continue. We are but shadows here," remarked the reticent Zhu Zhuqing. "Junior, you and Xiao Wu," Oscar interjected, his face marked by a pained expression, though Yuxinghe was oblivious to the source of his distress. "Is this truly the salt you produced?" Dai Mubai questioned, gazing at the crystalline substance in the jar with disbelief. In response, Yuxinghe offered, "If you doubt it, by all means, taste it." Consequently, Dai Mubai broke off a small piece and placed it into his mouth. Almost instantly, his expression contorted as he spat the morsel out. Indeed, it is salt. So exceedingly salty. Despite the shock, Dai Mubai wore an expression of sheer exhilaration. As a prince of the Douluo Empire and a potential future emperor, he understood the significance of livelihood issues. At the heart of these concerns lay the fundamental needs of clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Among these, salt held substantial importance. Although the Douluo Empire's territory was no less than that of the Heavendo Empire, it regrettably possessed a scarce number of salt lakes. Consequently, they were compelled to expend considerable manpower and resources each year to procure salt from the coast. Yuxinghe possesses the remarkable ability to extract salt from this mineral, a skill unbeknownst to others. However, Dai Mubai is acutely aware of the profound significance of Yuxinghe's mastery in the art of salt production. The beauty of Yuxinghe is unparalleled, and her skill in salt production, vital for the nation's livelihood, makes her an ideal candidate for empress, thought Dai Mubai. Just a day prior, he would never have dared to entertain thoughts of her. However, upon hearing from Xiao Wu that she had encountered difficulties in her cultivation, with her soul rings reduced from 5 to 1, Dai Mubai's mind began to wander. He believed he was unworthy of a true celestial maiden. Yet perhaps he could still seize this chance with a fallen goddess. He was unconvinced. However, haunted by the earlier intimidation exerted by Yuxinghe, Dai Mubai posed the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. "Xinghe, I heard from Xiao Wu that you are experiencing issues in your cultivation. Is that true?" This inquiry swiftly redirected the group's attention from the salt canister. All present were soul masters, and in the Douluo Continent, strength reigned supreme. The matter of salt was of little consequence to them. In comparison, Yuxinghe's cultivation predicament was far more significant. Fortunately, the students did not regard her as a lunatic. And with the successful salt production, Yuxingha cheerfully replied, "It's nothing, just a change in my soul rings." Immediately following her words, a pink soul ring adorned with 3 golden stripes rose from her feet. A pink soul ring. The onlookers were once again taken aback. How could such a color exist in a soul ring? Hui Yuhao showcased his white, orange, and rose gold soul rings. I shall remain silent and simply smile. However, beyond the color of the soul ring, what truly concerned them was its quantity. Only one. This indicated that Yuxingha was no longer a soul king, but had been reduced to the status of a soul master. Observing Yuxingha's radiant smile juxtaposed with her solitary pink soul ring, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. A once mighty prodigy who had bested him in battle. A figure who reached the Soul King rank at merely 11 years of age now faced an inexplicable downfall. At that moment, Tang San's thoughts mirrored those of Flinder. Such a proud individual as Yuxingha surely could not accept this unforeseen twist of fate. Her descent into madness must have driven her to this salt-making endeavor. Although Yuxingha wore a smile, to Tang San, it seemed nothing more than a fade concealing her tears. Tang San was not alone in his sorrow. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and others shared in his lament. Gradually, Yuxingha noticed a shift in the way everyone regarded her, their gazes reminiscent of Flinder's. In light of this, she abandoned her attempts at explanation, akin to how her astonishing talent had once rendered the crowd numb. In just a single day, the tides of fortune had turned, leaving her feeling powerless. Chapter 60, Has Yuxingha Lost Her Mind? Part 5, Since clarity eluded her, Yuxingha resolved to forego explanations altogether. With a jar of salt in hand, she returned to the academy, trailed by a group of curious onlookers. Upon spotting the entourage behind her, Flinder frowned and inquired, "Have you all completed your 20 laps?" Upon observing the dean's frown, Dai Mubai, as a senior student, silently feared the worst and quickly stepped forward to explain. "It is not what you think. However, we had no choice but to act for the safety of Yuxingha. Please forgive us, esteemed dean." "Safety? What is the matter?" the dean inquired. Subsequently, Dai Mubai elaborated on the events that had transpired. After listening to Dai Mubai's account, Flanders nodded in satisfaction. "I initially thought you were being negligent. It appears I misjudged you. Therefore, given your solidarity and mutual assistance, I permit you to complete the remaining laps." "What? Huh? No more delays. Off you go." Realizing that Flanders was not jesting, Dai Mubai reluctantly led his fellow students to continue their exercises. Once Dai Mubai and the others departed, Flanders's demeanor shifted dramatically. Moments ago, he had been stern towards them, but now he greeted Yuxingha with a warm smile akin to a gentle spring breeze. "Xingha, would you mind staying within the academy for the next couple of days? I assure you that my friend will resolve your issues." Alas, there was no alternative. Flanders understood that Yuxingha was a person with mental health challenges, and such individuals must not be subjected to stress. During his travels with the master across the continent, the Golden Iron Triangle once encountered a mentally ill girl. Though she appeared somewhat attractive, her disheveled appearance and emotionless, vacant gaze were unsettling. The hot-tempered Lu Erlong could not endure her stare and erupted in anger, only to find himself swiftly subdued by the girl. In that moment, Flanders and the master were thoroughly alarmed. The trio unleashed their martial soul fusion skill, only for the girl to reveal her martial soul, an ordinary shovel. As she brought the shovel down, their fusion technique was abruptly interrupted. Following the backlash from her soul skill, the three could only watch in despair as the girl used her shovel to dig 3 pits, entombing them all within. At that moment, Flanders truly grasped the sensation of impending death. In his final moments, Flanders turned to Lu Erlong and said, "Sister, I wish to ask you one last question." Lu Erlong replied, "Actually, I have something to say too. You go first." "No, you first. You first." As the two engaged in mutual insistence, the master's voice interrupted. "Speak quickly. I'm buried up to my chest. Hurry." At the master's urgent call, both Flanders and Lu Erlong simultaneously declared, "I love you." Beside them, the master addressed the disheveled girl wielding the shovel. "Could you kindly expedite the process of burying me?" "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Flanders quickly exclaimed, "Third brother, don't say that. The 3 of us in the Golden Iron Triangle are united. Even in death, I and Erlong shall accompany you, though facing imminent demise." Flanders felt a surge of joy, for the one Lu Erlong loved was him. Under the tumult of love, even the deadly shovel seemed adorned with hearts. And the once unkempt girl no longer appeared so repulsive, though her countenance still bore an unwelcome aspect. Just as Flander intended to utter his last words to Erlong, Lu Erlong cried out to Yu Xiaogang, her face etched with anguish. "Xiaogang, the one I love is you." Flander, taken aback, exclaimed, "Am I truly the fool?" Lu Erlong then cast a glance at Flander before gazing deeply into Yu Xiaogang's eyes, stating, "Flander, I have always regarded you as my dearest elder brother. Yet, my heart belongs to Xiaogang. I had planned to confess beneath the tree where we swore brotherhood tomorrow. For it is your birthday, and also the day we three became sworn siblings. I thought to present you with a triple celebration." Flander interrupted, "Please, just bury me already." "Thank you." 3 graves were prepared, Flander in the center, Master on the left, and Lu Erlong on the right. The two exchanged lengthy, agonizing declarations of affection before their demise. "Erlong, in the next life, I will still marry you. Xiaogang, I love you too. I love you as fervently as Luo Sanpao loves his radish. I love you as Flander loves me. Flander, you really should expedite my burial. This barrage of dog food is unbearable." Curiously, as the earth reached her neck, the disheveled girl abruptly halted her shoveling, and a rumble akin to thunder echoed from her stomach. She then muttered to herself, "Hungry, hungry, hungry," and dashed away with the shovel in tow. Later, after Flander and the others escaped, Xiaogang, still shaken, remarked, "I never imagined we would encounter her. I thought she was merely a legend." "Who is she?" Flander pressed. Xiaogang replied, "No one knows her identity. I heard this tale from elsewhere. It goes like this: long ago, the highest level a soul master could attain was the 8th ring of Soul Douluo. Yet all Soul Douluo felt an invisible shackle binding them. They sensed that beyond the 8th ring, there must exist an additional soul ring, the 9th. It represented an entirely new realm, one that no one had reached or understood. Then, a celestial prodigy emerged, her name unknown, but her martial soul was a shovel, and she boldly charged toward the 9th soul ring. In the end, she succeeded, but at the cost of her sanity, transforming into a being who could do nothing but scream wildly all day. This revelation left all Soul Douluo in shock. And the terror did not end there. The deranged powerhouse began a rampage, taking lives indiscriminately. She wielded her martial soul, the shovel, to excavate pit after pit, burying countless Soul Douluos as she spoke. "You all claim I am mad, yet I possess unparalleled wisdom." Confronting the fear of death, eventually, a Soul Douluo resolved to challenge the unknown realm of the 9th soul ring. Where there is one, there shall be another. Curiously, those who later succeeded in ascending to the 9th soul ring did not descend into madness. Subsequently, that group of Douluos united to vanquish the deranged one, restoring peace to the Douluo Continent. Naturally, to commemorate the first Douluo who confronted the 9th soul ring, various names were proposed to honor this extraordinary realm. Some suggested naming it after that Douluo. This proposal garnered the most support, yet it was only at this juncture that they realized no one knew her name. Unknown origin, unknown age, unknown identity. Truly a product of obscurity. Thus, they casually dubbed the nameless powerhouse Ao. While a name can be arbitrarily assigned, a realm of such significance ought to be immortalized for posterity, leading to a plethora of titles emerging. Jindan, Yuaning, Huashan, Dujie. Then, one Douluo remarked, "None of these titles seem fitting, since the first Douluo was raving mad after her success. Let us simply call this realm Mad Howling Douluo." This suggestion was met with a resounding wave of dissent. At that moment, an elder stepped forward. The first Douluo to successfully break through to the 9th soul ring after Ao, and the one who led the Douluos to defeat Ao, earning considerable respect among them. The elder proclaimed, "I see no fault in the title Mad Howling Douluo. When you all broke through, were you not leaping with excitement? I dare say none of you are any saner." Thus, it was settled. Just as the Douluos lamented, the elder continued, "However, it is indeed a disservice to a formidable warrior to be called a madman. Let us designate the realm of the 9th soul ring as title Douluo. The title shall be chosen by you yourselves. You may name it as you wish, but this privilege is confined to the titled realm. This way, we honor our predecessors while respecting each of you. What say you? Long live." Chapter 61. The fool is indeed myself. Xinghe, have you been well during your days at the academy? My friend guarantees. Just as Flander was earnestly advising Yu Xinghe, she directly handed over the jar in her hand. Flander glanced at the jar, and his eyes were instantly ensnared. "Is this salt?" Yu Xinghe, disinterested in further explanations, simply gestured for him to taste. When Flander sampled a bit, his eyes brightened in astonishment. It was indeed salt. "You actually want to procure salt? Are you not mad?" Upon hearing the phrase "you are not mad," Yu Xinghe found himself both amused and exasperated. replying, "Why on earth would I go mad? But your soul ring and your prowess, Dean. I have repeatedly suggested that we compare our strengths. I believe a contest speaks louder than 1,000 words." Very well. As Flander and Yu Xinghe arrived at a vacant area, Zhao Wujin fortuitously passed by. "Dean, is this a newly enrolled student? They seem somewhat familiar. They bear a resemblance to you, don't they? Are you conducting an assessment?" Just as Flander was about to respond, Yu Xinghe interjected, "Indeed. Greetings, teacher. My name is Yu Xingchen, and I am Yu Xinghe's elder sister. I have long admired Shrek Academy, and I wish to apply." With that, Yu Xinghe swiftly transformed her voice into a melodic line and turned to Flander, saying, "Dear Dean, I merely wish to engage in some playful sparring with Teacher Zhao. I implore you not to reveal our secret." Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's voice, Flander's expression grew serious. Glancing at the seemingly unperturbed Zhao Wujin beside him, Flander finally comprehended the situation that had just unfolded. Yu Xinghe conveyed the message to him through the unique skill of sound manipulation. This technique is almost exclusively utilized by formidable soul masters, particularly those of the Soul Douluo rank. While this ability may not be deemed overwhelmingly powerful, theoretically, all soul masters possess it. However, to articulate words clearly without being overheard by others requires an extraordinary mastery of soul power, reaching an almost preternatural level. Generally, only those who meet both criteria are at least Soul Douluo. Although Flander himself is a soul sage at level 78, he could never execute such a sound manipulation. Even if the confidentiality were intact, the recipient would remain oblivious to the content of the communication. The fact that Yu Xinghe can employ this skill signifies her enhanced strength. It was only at this moment that Flander realized that those who had deemed Yu Xinghe a madwoman were, in truth, the jesters. "Ah, you wish to apply to Shrek Academy as well. How old are you this year? And what is your soul power level?" Logically, with her sister already at the Soul King level, her elder sister must also be extraordinarily gifted. Zhao Wujie was prepared for the inevitable disappointment. Yet, in the next moment, Yu Xingchen's voice left him momentarily speechless. "Hello, teacher. I am 11 years old this year, and as for my soul power, I am not quite certain. But I do possess a soul ring, and I am quite formidable." As she spoke, under Zhao Wujie's watchful gaze, Yu Xinghe revealed her exuberantly pink soul ring. A pink soul ring? If Yu Xinghe's soul ring ratio evoked despair, then Yu Xingchen's soul ring was utterly inscrutable. If one were to claim it was a 100,000-year soul ring, its pink hue would beg the question of its true age. Noticing Zhao Wujie's gaze shift towards Flander, Yu Xinghe hastily conveyed a prepared explanation through sound manipulation. Ahem, this little friend, Yu Xingchen, possesses a simulated soul skill. Her first soul ring is actually just 100 years old. Upon hearing Flander's words, Zhao Wujie felt a mix of admiration and regret. The admiration stemmed from the realization that Yu Xingchen had an exceptionally talented sister, while the regret was for the elder sister who lacked the same innate gifts as her sibling. Had both sisters been endowed with such extraordinary talents, one could only imagine the future of the Douluo Continent being dubbed the Twin Moon Continent. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that there was only one prodigy. After all, one such anomaly was already sufficient for him to contend with. Who could withstand two? With this thought in mind, Zhao Wujie looked at Yu Xingchen with a conflicted expression and said, "Little girl, your soul ring strength is somewhat lacking. Since you have long admired our Shrek Academy, you must be aware that we only accept monsters. Your talent is commendable, but it does not yet meet our admission standards. The admission criteria for Shrek Academy: age must not exceed 13 years, and soul power must be at least level 21. Though the young girl had not yet surpassed the age of 13, she was merely a spirit master of the first ring, and her spirit power was indeed rather low. Suddenly, Flander cast a peculiar glance at Yu Xingchen, then turned to Zhao Wujie with a face full of sympathy, saying, "Wujie, this little girl possesses an 18th level spirit power. While she has not yet reached the 21st level, she should be able to meet the assessment standards within 2 years. How about this? You assess her, and if she can withstand your pressure for the duration of an incense stick, grant her an opportunity." In response to Flander's suggestion, Zhao Wujie looked horrified and exclaimed, "Dean, this is too cruel. You want a mere spirit master girl to endure under my pressure? What if something happens to her? What will Yu Xinghe do to me?" The mere thought of Yu Xinghe caused Zhao Wujie to feel a lingering pain in his palm. Just the assessment had caused him discomfort for 2 days. If he were to harm her sister, he felt he might as well start crafting a coffin in Soto City in advance. "Fear not. I will bear the responsibility for Yu's safety, but you must be cautious and avoid severe injury," Flander reassured him. Hearing Flander's assurance, A twisted smile gradually spread across Zhao Wujia's face. "You Xingqian, are you prepared?" he inquired. "I am ready," came her prompt reply. In the next moment, 7 spirit rings rose from beneath Zhao Wujia's feet, and a formidable aura of a spirit king surged toward Yu Xingqian. Naturally, when facing a spirit master, Zhao Wujia would not immediately unleash his spirit saint pressure. Otherwise, it would not be an assessment, but rather an act of murder. However, to Zhao Wujia's astonishment, Yu Xingqian blinked her large eyes and tilted her head, asking, "Teacher, has the assessment not started yet?" This statement struck Zhao Wujia as a profound insult. Consequently, the pressure of a spirit emperor surged forth. "Teacher, why has the assessment not begun? My legs are going numb from standing." Zhao Wujia could only respond with a silent grimace. Ultimately, Zhao Wujia unleashed his full pressure, with his aura fully unleashed. Even Flander had to exert his spirit power to resist, lest he be affected. Of course, this influence was relative. If Flander were to unleash his full aura, Zhao Wujia would have to reciprocate, or he too would succumb to the effects. Yet, even in this state of complete aura, Yu Xingqian remained utterly unfazed. Could it be that he had become ineffective? Just as Zhao Wujia pondered this, Yu Xingqian cast a disdainful look and complained, "Teacher, has the assessment truly begun?" Soon, Zhao Wujia thought of how a dignified spirit saint was being looked down upon by a little girl, and he revealed his martial spirit's true form. As a colossal bear appeared on the scene, Yu Xingqian finally reacted. "Ah, it's a big dog, a big bear." Zhao Wujia roared, "I am the great strength diamond bear, not a bear dog. Why are you not reacting at all?" "Reacting? Teacher, is this also part of the assessment? What kind of reaction do I need to provide?" Upon hearing the words of the moon and stars, Zhao Wuji remarked, "Do you not feel a sense of tightness in your chest, dizziness, and an overwhelming heaviness, as if burdened by a colossal stone?" The moon and stars, with a charming smile, remarked, "Not at all. I merely saw a large bear acting adorably before me." Zhao Wuji fainted. Chapter 62. Salt all right, Xingha. Do not tease Wuji any longer. Upon hearing Fran's words, Zhao Wuji, resembling a bear, rose to his feet. "Principal, is this the young lady Moon? Moon Xingha?" Fran, with a look of nostalgia, replied, "Indeed." He then recounted the entire sequence of events to Zhao Wuji. After listening to Fran's explanation, Zhao Wuji vowed never to engage in battle with Moon Xingha again. After all, sparring with an opponent of equal rank is merely practice. Contending with a strong adversary is a challenge. But fighting Moon Xingha is a disgrace. Indeed, it is a disgrace. In their first encounter, a soul sage was injured by a soul king. In their second clash, a soul sage was toyed with by a soul master. Ironically, both the soul king and the soul master were the same individual. After enduring a dual assault on both his spirit and physique, Zhao Wuji resolved to seek out those small creatures for some practice, hoping to regain a semblance of confidence. Observing the forlorn figure of Zhao Wuji, Fran felt a surge of emotion. Had he been the one to assess Moon Xingha earlier, the protagonist would likely have been himself. With this thought, Fran silently vowed that from now on, he would no longer be surprised by whatever transpired with Moon Xingha. However, before that, Fran harbored 2 lingering questions. "Young lady, what is your current level of soul power?" After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xingha responded, "If we assess my spirit power level, it has now diminished to the 31st rank, and I am poised to acquire my 2nd and 3rd spirit rings at any moment." Having plummeted from a 51st to a 31st level represents a staggering reduction of 20 levels. For most spirit masters, this would likely incite despair, yet for me, Yu Xingha, this is nothing short of splendid news. Although the quantity of my spirit power has waned, its quality has soared to unprecedented heights. What flows within me now is no longer mere spirit power, but rather a semblance of divine energy. Yu Xingha herself could not fathom why she referred to this force as pseudo-divine power. She only knew that during her transformation, a voice within her had uttered such words. Given the presence of the character for deity, even if it were a mere imitation, it could not be compared to ordinary energy. It was akin to the difference between firecrackers and explosives. While both may explode, the former might only cause minor injuries, whereas the latter possesses the capacity to shatter mountains. Furthermore, as the quantity diminished, Yu Xingha's control over this energy significantly increased. Previously, when she was at the Soul King level, she could never have achieved the mastery of sound manipulation she now possessed. Her soul power had been too volatile, making it difficult to control. In such a state, attempting to use sound manipulation would likely result in a cacophony akin to a lion's roar. Secrecy? it would likely turn into a press conference. Upon discovering that Yuxingha's soul power level was an astonishing 31, Flander appeared troubled and inquired, "May I have the privilege of sensing your soul power state?" "Certainly," she replied. Despite Flander's earlier behavior, which had irked her, Yuxingha chose to overlook it, acknowledging his good intentions. In the next moment, Flander was once again astounded. He could not perceive Yuxingha's soul power at all. Unwilling to accept defeat, Flander intensified his soul power input, only to be met with further astonishment. The energy he projected was unexpectedly repelled by a formidable force, colliding with his own soul power. The clash left Flander feeling a heavy pressure in his chest, nearly causing him to cough up blood. Even if you wish to keep your soul power hidden, must you treat me so?" The ability for soul masters to sense each other's soul power requires both parties to relax their minds simultaneously, facilitating an exchange of information through their soul energies. This implies that unless there is a disparity in strength, sensing soul power between soul masters of equal rank can easily lead to significant harm if either party harbors ill intentions. Although Yuxingha's rank may not surpass that of Flander, the energy within her body is immensely more powerful than his. Yuxingha had not anticipated such a turn of events and hastily explained, "Director, I assure you, I harbor no ulterior motives. You must believe me." Indeed, given Yuxingha's formidable prowess, had she truly intended to confront Flanders, she possessed absolute confidence in her ability to vanquish him, rendering any underhanded tactics entirely unnecessary. Yuxingha stated there was nothing amiss, and thus Flander chose not to pursue the matter further. He believed that a transcendent genius would not stoop to deceit under such circumstances, since he could not discern the truth with his exceptional abilities. Flander relinquished his inquiries and turned his attention to the salt jar. "How did you procure this salt?" he inquired. Flander, the esteemed headmaster of Shrek Academy, a soul sage, and a shrewd merchant, was not one of those oblivious youths who immerse themselves solely in the cultivation of soul power, detached from worldly affairs. A novel method for extracting salt had piqued his interest, and with his astute intellect, he began calculating potential profits. Currently, both the two great empires and the Spirit Hall relied on sea salt and lake salt. However, the transportation costs associated with sea salt were exorbitant, rendering it prohibitively expensive for inland sales. Even the working-class citizens in the cities would feel a pang at the thought of such prices. As for the rural folk, they counted salt grains meticulously before adding them to their meals. Naturally, the high cost of salt led to the emergence of a substitute, vinegar cloth. This alternative also possessed a salty flavor and could serve as a salt replacement, yet it was tainted with a foul odor reminiscent of spoiled water, rendering any dish prepared with it decidedly unpalatable. Presently, a groundbreaking method for salt extraction lay before him. Observing the gleam in Flander's eyes, which seemed on the verge of turning into golden soul coins, Yuxingha divulged the steps of the process. Upon concluding her explanation, Flander abruptly asked, "Young lady, are you aware of how much profit this technique could generate?" Yuxingha shook her head. It is no exaggeration to say that if one were to sell this technology to the two great empires, one could effortlessly amass millions of gold soul coins. One might even secure a hereditary dukedom. However, rather than profiting from it, I fervently wish for this technology to be disseminated, enabling everyone to extract salt in this manner, thus allowing all to partake in its bounty. Upon hearing Yuxingha's words, Flandre found himself in a prolonged state of contemplation. As a merchant, the pursuit of fame and fortune is a commonplace endeavor, yet the selflessness exhibited by Yuxingha was difficult for him to comprehend. Why? Simply because this morning, the aunt had prepared an extra dish of pickled vegetables and added 2 eggs. I thought, since it was a mere trifling effort, if they had more salt, they could cure meats, preserve fish, and create a greater variety of delectable dishes, thereby experiencing more of life's pleasures. I imagined their faces would bear more smiles. After all, I prefer smiles over frowns. At this point, Yuxingha offered a gentle smile. Many years later, when Flandre reminisced about that smile, he would tell his students, "I have often fantasized about what it means to witness a divine smile, and now I realize I encountered it many years ago." "Director, who is she?" Flandre replied with a smile, gazing into the distance with a nostalgic expression. "Her name is Yuxingha. She is my student and, in many ways, a teacher to me as well." Gazing at Yuxingha's slight smile, Flandre was profoundly moved, not by her talent this time, but by her character. After a long moment, Flandre bowed deeply to Yuxingha. Just as she was filled with curiosity, Flandre spoke. "Thank you for imparting this lesson to me. I never imagined there could be someone like you in this world. Perhaps that is why heaven favors you so." In response, Yu Xinghe wore a cheerful facade. Yet tears welled within her heart. If not for the mission, I would also desire to fulfill that modest goal. Chapter 63. Provocation. Upon confirming that Yu Xinghe did not wish to exploit the salt production technology for personal gain, a hint of disappointment crossed Flanders' face. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent, for this was originally someone else's invention, and its disposal was not his concern. However, using it for himself should pose no issue. At that moment, a bold idea took shape in Flanders' mind. He would organize a group of villagers to produce and sell salt. Flanders was unaware that his singular notion would irrevocably alter the destiny of the village and all its inhabitants. In the annals of history, when scholars investigate the origins of the four great salts, the first extractor of the other three salts can be traced. Yet the origins of rock salt remain shrouded in mystery, with its roots only able to be traced back to Salt City. The identity of the first extractor of rock salt is a subject of much debate. Some attribute it to an ordinary villager, while others credit Flanders, the inaugural president of Shrek Academy. However, the most widely circulated narrative attributes this honor to the central figure in the depiction of the goddess crossing the water, as a salt deity temple has long existed in Salt City. Interestingly, the statue within this temple bears at least an 80% resemblance to the goddess in the aforementioned artwork, leading later generations to refer to her as the Salt Goddess. Subsequently, the grandest and most historic hall of the Salt Guild in Salt City enshrined a statue of this goddess, with matters concerning salt momentarily set aside. The current objective for Yu Xinghe is to seek out 2 additional soul rings. Speaking of soul rings inevitably brings to mind soul beasts. And discussing soul beasts invariably leads to one place, the Douluo Forest. This vast forest, the largest on the continent, is home to the highest concentration of soul beasts, serving as the primary venue for mid to high-level soul masters to acquire their soul rings. One morning, after Oscar proclaimed his breakthrough to the 30th level of soul power, Flanders assigned Zhao Wujie to lead an expedition to the Douluo Forest to procure a soul ring for Oscar. The students displayed immense enthusiasm at the prospect of venturing into the Douluo Forest. Observing the exuberant faces of the students, Zhao Wujie solemnly cautioned, "We are going there to hunt soul beasts, not for leisure. It is a perilous environment. While we may hunt the soul beasts, they may also hunt us. Therefore, once we arrive, do not act recklessly. Follow my commands in all matters." The students, recognizing Zhao Wujie's serious demeanor, nodded in agreement, aware that he was not jesting. Seeing that the students were obedient, Zhao Wujie felt a slight sense of relief. Even someone as formidable as Zhao Wujie, a prominent figure within the soul master community of Douluo Continent, could not guarantee absolute safety in the Douluo Forest. In fact, no soul master would dare boast of their dominion over the forest. Fortunately, this mission included all students heading to the Douluo, and Yu Xinghe was naturally among them. In truth, even if Flanders had not mentioned it, Yu Xinghe would have willingly embarked on the journey to the Douluo, as he still required 2 soul rings. Contemplating the soul rings, Yu Xinghe found himself in a quandary. His first soul ring was a staggering 300,000 years old. So the second and third must surely be no less than 100,000 years. However, he could not help but voice a grievance regarding the soul rings provided by the system. While their ages and power were impressive, none bestowed upon him a soul skill. This was indeed a predicament. Although Yu Xinghe currently possessed a considerable array of skills, one can choose to forego their use, but one cannot afford to be without them. Perhaps at some future juncture, a skill might prove invaluable in a moment of peril. Perhaps sensing the resentment of the Moonlit River, the system unexpectedly provided an explanation. The soul rings granted by the system merely offer attribute enhancements. Should the host desire skills, they may await a mission or create their own. Creation. Indeed, this is an excellent idea. However, the method of creation and the nature of the skill to be devised warrants contemplation. While Yu Xinghe was deep in thought, she failed to notice the turmoil etched on Xiao Wu's face beside her, lost in her own musings. Upon arriving at a quaint town approximately 100 kilometers from the Douluo Forest, Zhao Wujie announced a night's rest, suggesting they would venture into the forest at dawn to hunt soul beasts. As they entered the inn, the staff warmly greeted them. The employees understood that the patrons here were primarily soul masters, individuals who must not be offended. Likewise, soul masters were affluent, making them the most cherished customers for any merchant. "How many of you are there? How many rooms do you require?" "2 large rooms and 1 small room," Zhao Wujie replied. With 8 students in total, they comprised 4 boys and 4 girls, while Zhao Wujie opted for a room of his own. After completing the check-in process, the group felt the pangs of hunger. Tonight's meal is on me, a gesture to welcome my junior colleagues. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's invitation, Ma Hongjun grinned mischievously, suggesting that Dai Mubai should prepare for a hefty bill. At that moment, many soul masters were arriving for dinner. Suddenly, a group caught the attention of Dai Mubai and his companions. Unlike the solitary soul masters, this group was led by a middle-aged man, followed by 6 young men and 1 young woman, all bearing youthful visages, though the youngest among them appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age. The middle-aged man and the youths were clad in silver uniforms, with a circular emblem embroidered on the left shoulder, within which the characters Zhanghui were stitched. It was evident that they were also students from an academy arriving to hunt for soul rings. Just as Yu Xinghe anticipated a captivating development, an unexpected event unfolded. Upon entering, one of the students from Zhanghui Academy began to scan the room with a furtive gaze, and suddenly, his attention fell upon Yu Xinghe and the other 3 girls. In an instant, the young man struggled to swallow, nudging his elbow into a nearby classmate, prompting a group of boys to fix their gaze upon Yu Xinghe and her companions, their eyes gleaming with interest, albeit with a rather inappropriate glint. The seats occupied by the Zhanghui Academy students were not far from those of Shrek Academy. One of the boys then called out to Yu Xinghe, "Little sister, you're here to hunt soul beasts as well, aren't you? Which academy do you hail from?" Upon realizing that they had set their sights on her, Yu Xinghe smiled and replied, "We are from Shrek Academy." With a smile from Yu Xinghe, her already exquisite beauty radiated countless charms. The young man across from her, upon witnessing her smile, secretly thought there might be hope. Shrek Academy? Never heard of it. My dear young lady, why not join us at Zhanghui Academy? We are renowned throughout the entire Tiando Empire. Observing the prideful demeanor of his counterpart, Yu Xinghe, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Zhanghui Academy? Is it truly famous?" "I have never heard of it." Hearing her words, Dai Mubai chimed in, "Renowned? I dare say it is merely a name without substance. Otherwise, how would we be oblivious to it?" "Aha, you." The students from Zhanghui Academy were unprepared for such a direct provocation, seeing their opponents laughing joyfully. The students from Zhanghui Academy conspired to show those individuals a lesson. Chapter 64. I am merely a soul master. As the waiter approached to serve dishes to Yu Xinghe and her companions, a male student from Zhanghui Academy stood up and charged towards the waiter. The waiter, being an ordinary person, was knocked aside, causing the dishes he held to soar through the air, perilously close to landing on Dai Mubai's head. In a swift motion, Tang San intervened, executing his technique to catch the dishes. The male student, realizing his attempt had faltered, feigned indifference and aimed a kick at the leg of Dai Mubai's chair to break it. Unfortunately, Dai Mubai's strength far surpassed that of the student. He blocked the leg with ease, and the student felt as though he had struck an iron pillar. Immediately after, Dai Mubai delivered a palm strike to the student's chest. Faced with such overwhelming power, the student was unable to defend himself and was sent flying backwards, crashing into a table. "You have gone too far." Upon witnessing their companion injured, the students from Zhanghui Academy attempted to rush towards Dai Mubai and the others, but were halted by a middle-aged man at the forefront. The middle-aged man then stepped forward and said, "I am Yu Zhiqiu, the head of the External Affairs Department of Zhanghui Academy. Who is your teacher? Bring him forth to apologize." Hearing the name, Yu Xinghe suddenly interjected, "Yu Zhiqiu? An impressive name, but alas, alas." To her seemingly nonsensical comment, the middle-aged man inquired, "What is there to lament?" Without glancing at the other party, Yu Xinghe sipped his tea while murmuring, "It's nothing. I thought you were Yi Qiu or Yi Fan. If it were the former, I would have begged for a signature. If it were the latter, I would have turned and left." Unfortunately, the middle-aged man, not grasping the nuance, angrily retorted, "Stop with your tricks. Don't think you can fool me like this. Call your teacher out and demand an apology." Hearing the insistence on an apology, Dai Mubai chuckled coldly, "Your own student simply lacks skill. What is there to apologize for? Instead, you should thank me. I just provided your student with a valuable lesson, teaching him to keep his eyes clean and not to gaze indiscriminately. If he had encountered someone more ruthless, he might have had his eyes gouged out on the spot." Enraged by Dai Mubai's words, the middle-aged man's face flushed with anger as he declared, "Such a young age, yet with such a cruel heart. Watch as I discipline you on behalf of your teacher." As he spoke, 5 soul rings rose from Yu Zhiqiu's feet, white, yellow, yellow, purple, and purple. Simultaneously, Yu Zhiqiu's limbs retracted, and a shell-like armor protruded from his back, reminiscent of the ancient mythical character, the Tortoise Prime Minister. Naturally, he embodied the essence of a 5-ringed soul king. The initial reaction of the crowd upon witnessing Yu Zhiqiu's soul rings was not one of surprise, but rather a complex glance in the direction of Yu Xinghe, who had also been a five-ring soul king. Faced with those intricate gazes, Yu Xinghe, visibly displeased, remarked, "If you wish to fight, take me out. I'm hungry and must eat first. If you can't even handle an old tortoise, just wait and see how I deal with you." Although Yu Xinghe is merely a student, it is well acknowledged among her peers that she possesses the most formidable strength within the group. Despite having only a single soul ring, the news gleaned by Ma Hongjun from Flinder has revealed that her prowess has only intensified. This implies that when Yu Xinghe declares her intent to confront them, none shall dare to obstruct her. The memory of Ning Rongrong weeping bitterly after being bested by Yu Xinghe sends shivers down the spines of those present. Yu Zhiqiu, whose martial spirit is that of a tortoise, harbors a strong disdain for being called a turtle, especially when Yu Xinghe audaciously refers to him as Old Turtle. At merely 50 years of age, he considers himself still youthful. With this thought in mind, Yu Zhiqiu bellowed at Yu Xinghe, "You little girl. Mind your tongue when speaking to me. Come here. Let me give you a couple of slaps, and we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, even your elders must provide me with an explanation." Upon hearing Yu Zhiqiu challenge Yu Xinghe to present her face for a slap, the gazes of Dai Mubai and the others shifted from disdain to sympathy. In the next moment, Yu Xinghe, who had been leisurely sipping her tea, suddenly moved. Almost instantaneously, Yu Zhiqiu was sent flying. Teacher! Teacher! No one comprehended what had transpired, except for the students of Tsanghui Academy, who scrambled away in panic. At that moment, Dai Mubai and the others turned back to see Yu Xinghe still calmly enjoying her tea and food. "Why are you staring at me? If you don't want to eat, then don't." As they watched Yu Xinghe deftly maneuver her chopsticks, devouring a dish in a matter of seconds, everyone hurriedly took their seats. Dai Mubai was the first to inquire, "Xinghe, did he just fly out on his own? That has nothing to do with me." Yu Xinghe retorted. The others collectively thought, "I believe you not at all." While Dai Mubai and his companions were utterly convinced that Yu Xinghe was responsible, they lacked the capacity to discern the details, only able to marvel at her extraordinary talents. However, while they were unable to see clearly, Tang San, with his purple extreme demon eyes, caught a glimpse of the truth. At the moment Yu Zhiqiu finished speaking, a blurred figure appeared before him, and the next instant, he was sent hurtling through the air. Though the figure was indistinct, Tang San was certain it was Yu Xinghe, especially since he was aware that she possessed a soul skill that allowed for instantaneous movement, elusive and unpredictable, rendering her nearly impossible to defend against. In Tang San's view, it was utterly impossible to discern the movements of Yu Xinghe unless his purple extreme demon eye reached the third phase, akin to the level of a mustard seed. As everyone awaited their meal, a disheveled Yu Zhiqiu had returned. Upon his approach, the crowd rose as if confronted with a formidable foe, their soul rings aglow, poised for battle. Observing the soul rings on the youths, Yu Zhiqiu instantly understood the source of their mockery. Regardless of their martial spirits, the uniform yellow soul rings were a stark contrast to those of his students. However, he was not there to instigate trouble. In the astonished gaze of Dai Mubai and others, Yu Zhiqiu bowed respectfully to Yu Xinghe and said, "Senior, I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. I hope you can forgive my ignorance." "Not a problem, I forgive you," Yu Xinghe replied. "May I inquire your esteemed name and the sect from which you hail? I shall prepare a humble gift as an apology upon my next visit." "Are you trying to ascertain my home address to gather your friends for revenge?" "Not at all. I dare not," Yu Zhiqiu exclaimed. "But I must inform you, I am Yu Xinghe, a student of Shrek Academy, merely a humble soul master. Should you seek vengeance, feel free to come. Otherwise, you may take your leave." Yes. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's dismissal, Yu Zhiqiu felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and quickly departed with his students. As the group from Tsanghui Academy retreated, Ma Hongjun gazed at Yu Xinghe with admiration and exclaimed, "Boss, you were magnificent. I wish to cling to your greatness." Dai Mubai had to concede that Yu Xinghe's nonchalant response was indeed impressive. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong had already draped her arm around Yu Xinghe's shoulder, affectionately calling her sister. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie, who had been observing the entire unfolding of events from above, shook his head with a wry smile and murmured, "If you are merely a soul master, then we must all be disabled." Chapter 65, The Contest for Soul Rings, Part 1. In the Stardow Forest, even before approaching, the fragrant aroma of lush greenery wafted through the air, invigorating the senses. It was an endless expanse of verdant splendor, and Yu Xinghe and the others were on a quest to procure a high-quality soul ring for Oscar. From this point onward, all of you must keep me at the center. maintaining a radius of no more than 20 meters. Yu Xinghe commanded, "Oscar, come here, Ning Rongrong. You may remain with Yu Xinghe." Initially, Zhao Wujie intended for the two support-type soul masters to stay by his side for easier supervision. But upon noticing Ning Rongrong clinging to Yu Xinghe like a koala, he relished the opportunity for some peace. In contrast to the other tense and excited students, Xiao Wu appeared troubled as she entered the forest. Seizing the moment while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing stepped away, she approached Yu Xinghe and asked, "Sister Xinghe, may I request something from you? Speak. Could you refrain from hunting soul beasts?" If another soul master were to hear this request, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "What nonsense!" However, for Yu Xinghe, who has read the original work, the knowledge that Xiao Wu's true form is 100,000-year soul beast renders such a request entirely understandable. Of course, while comprehension is one thing, it is indeed a considerable strain for Yu Xinghe to acquiesce to such a demand. "Xiao Wu, I can only assure you that I would never recklessly slay soul beasts. You are aware that I require soul rings." Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, Xiao Wu lowered her head deeply. Indeed, Sister Xinghe is human. She ultimately requires soul rings. Were it anyone else hunting for soul rings, Xiao Wu might not be so anxious. Yet the fact that Yu Xinghe also seeks a soul ring complicates matters significantly. Had she known, Yu Xinghe's first soul ring was forged from the fusion of 300,000-year soul rings. Thus, her second soul ring could not possibly be less than 100,000 years. To Xiao Wu's knowledge, within the Stardow Forest, the only 100,000-year soul beasts are herself, Deming, and Erming. The mere thought of Yu Xinghe engaging in battle with Deming and Erming fills Xiao Wu with dread at the horrific scene that might unfold. When soul beasts and soul masters encounter one another, it invariably leads to the downfall of one party. Contemplating this, Xiao Wu lifted her head, her face a mask of intense conflict. She opened her mouth to speak to Yu Xinghe, yet remained silent until Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing returned, continuing to bow her head in silence. Observing the sorrowful expression on Xiao Wu's face and the contemplative demeanor of Yu Xinghe, Ning Rongrong inquired, "What were you and Xiao Wu just discussing? Did you bully her?" Yu Xinghe, with a hint of irritation, gently caressed Ning Rongrong's skin, as smooth as egg white, and remarked with a fierce tone, "Oh, do you dare to question me? What gives you the audacity? I have yet to settle the score for the last time you pilfered my cookies." Just as the two were playfully bickering, Zhao Wujie and Tang San suddenly cast their gazes into the distance. Zhao Wujie was the first to speak. "Something is approaching us. Yuqing, go take a look." "No need. It's merely a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Nothing to be alarmed about." Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's confident assertion regarding the creature's identity, Zhao Wujie inquired, "How do you know?" In truth, Yu Xinghe wished to boast about her foresight. But considering the possibility that Zhao Wujie and the others might take her seriously and continually seek her for predictions, she thought better of it. Ultimately, under Zhao Wujie's curious gaze, Yu Xinghe replied, "I want to tell you." Zhao Wujie was left speechless. Upon learning that it was a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake in its 1,000-year form, Tang San excitedly turned to Oscar and exclaimed, "Little Oscar, you've hit the jackpot. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is a splendid prize. If you can absorb its soul ring, I believe your next third soul skill will undoubtedly pertain to speed. Speed is undeniably one of the most crucial attributes for any soul master, whether in escape or pursuit. Without speed, one becomes an easy target." The prospect of acquiring such an exceptional soul skill filled Oscar with exhilaration. However, amidst his excitement, he felt a deeper admiration for Yu Xinghe. Before long, a serpent, adorned with transparent wings and a massive fleshy crest atop its head, measuring an impressive 7 to 8 meters in length, emerged. "Now, be careful not to kill it. It is meant for Oscar." Faced with the prepared ambush from Shrek, the diminutive phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was effortlessly subdued. As they beheld the nearly defeated creature, joy illuminated the faces of the onlookers, except for Xiao Wu, who, with a sorrowful expression, whispered beside Yu Xinghe, "Are we really going to kill it?" Yu Xinghe gently patted Xiao Wu's head and remarked, "Survival of the fittest, indeed." He then covered her eyes with his hand, drawing her close into his embrace, where she could feel the profound sorrow emanating from her heart. Just as he contemplated words of comfort for Xiao Wu, a raspy voice interrupted the moment. "Spare the snake." Immediately, a pair of figures, a grandparent and grandchild wielding serpent-shaped staffs, emerged before the crowd. Upon witnessing their sudden appearance, Zhao Wujie cast a glance at the elderly woman among them and addressed Oscar, "Hold on," relieved by the interruption. The elderly woman stepped forward and clasped her hands in greeting. Dear friend, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is our quarry. Might I request that you return it to its rightful owners? Hearing the demand to relinquish the easily attainable soul ring, Zhao Wujia's expression darkened. How can you prove your claim? The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake bears 2 wounds on its belly, inflicted by my staff. Zhao Wujia turned the snake over and confirmed the truth of her words. Yet, even with this evidence, he remained resolute. Zhao Wujia was no benevolent figure. There was no way he would relinquish such a prized catch based on mere words. Noticing the ambiguous grin on Zhao Wujia's face, accompanied by a faint aura of menace, the elderly woman, wise to the ways of the world, understood that he was likely intent on seizing their prize by force. Thus, she continued, I am Chao Tianxiang, honored in the Spirit Master community with the title of Snake Matron. My husband, Meng Shu, is known as Dragon Lord, and he holds considerable renown in our realm. Might I ask for a favor from you, esteemed friend? Dragon Lord and Snake Matron. Upon hearing their names, Zhao Wujia's menacing aura dissipated significantly. The duo was indeed well regarded in the Spirit Master world, particularly Dragon Lord, whose reputation for strength had reached Zhao Wujia's ears long before he himself had made a name for himself. It was said that Dragon Lord had already attained the rank of Soul Sage, and after many years, his prowess was rumored to have ascended to that of a Soul Douluo. The Snake Matron had never acted alone, and with her presence, it was likely that Dragon Lord was nearby. Chapter 66, The Contest for the Soul Ring, Part 2. By the way, may I inquire your esteemed name? Zhao Wujia, the Unmoving King? Indeed, Zhao Wujia was also notorious in the Spirit Master community, albeit for his infamous reputation. Upon realizing he was in the presence of Zhao Wujia, the Snake Matron silently praised her foresight. Had she not introduced herself first, given her understanding of Zhao Wujia's temperament, he would have undoubtedly resorted to violence. Seeing that Zhao Wujia's murderous intent had dissipated upon hearing her identity, the Snake Matron knew he had reconsidered any hostile intentions towards them. With the tension eased, she smiled and asked, Brother Zhao, might I ask for a favor? I'm afraid, esteemed Snake Matron, I cannot part with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, as I too have a disciple in need of the soul ring. Do you also have a disciple who has reached the 30th level of soul power? Indeed. The serpent woman found herself in a predicament. Observing her silence, the young girl Meng Yiran spoke up. What is the meaning of this? We were the ones who discovered this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and injured it. Those who are sensible should return it to me promptly. Otherwise, when my grandfather arrives, you shall face his wrath. He is none other than the Soul Douluo. Upon hearing Meng Yiran mention her grandfather as a Soul Douluo, and that he was not far away, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Oscar, realizing the backing of a Soul Douluo, contemplated for a moment before gritting his teeth and declaring, Teacher, should we simply let this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake go? Let go of what? Oscar, carry out your task. Big sister, I urge you to take action. Hearing Yuxinga's words, Zhao Wujia's expression changed, and then, under the furious gaze of the serpent woman, he flung the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake from his hand, allowing it to collide directly with Oscar's blade, resulting in its immediate demise. Accompanying this final strike, a purple soul ring ascended from the corpse of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. As the purple soul ring rose, both the serpent woman and Meng Yiran were filled with fury. The serpent woman stepped forward, questioning Zhao Wujia. What does this mean, Brother Zhao? It means nothing more than that the soul ring is quite suitable for my student. Senior serpent woman, as you can see, the die is cast. You should seek other soul beasts. Very well. A splendid move, Zhao Wujia. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, both you and your student shall remain here. As she spoke, the serpent woman produced a flute and blew into it forcefully. With an invisible wave of soul power spreading, the bells hanging from an elder's waist jingled in response. The elder, wielding a 4-meter-long dragon-headed cane, possessed bright eyes and a spirited demeanor. He was known as Ming Shu, the Dragon Duke. As the sound of the bells resonated, Ming Shu disregarded the faceless demon spider he had painstakingly sought and dashed towards a certain direction. Meanwhile, the serpent woman, grinning menacingly, declared, Zhao Wujia, do not think that by having your disciple kill the soul beast, the soul ring belongs to you. Even if I witness that soul ring dissipate today, I shall not yield it to you. As she spoke, the serpent woman guarded Meng Yiran and began to retreat, evidently prepared for battle. Zhao Wujia, seeing Oscar still in a daze, irritably tapped his head and said, What are you waiting for? Do you truly want the soul ring to vanish? What do you mean I told you to absorb it, so absorb it. I am here, and Yuxinga is here. I assure you, You will be safe. All right. As Oscar commenced absorbing the soul ring, Zhao Wujia whispered to Yu Xinghe beside him, "Are you truly confident?" In response, Yu Xinghe conveyed a message to Zhao Wujia with a voice as fine as a thread, after which Zhao Wujia glanced at Tang San, his face revealing an expression of disbelief. Soon, an elder wielding a dragon-headed cane made his appearance, Dragon Duke Mingshu. As Mingshu made his entrance, Ming ran, with tears streaming down her face, rushed to report to the elder. After listening to her lamentations, Mingshu cast a glance at Zhao Wujin and Oscar, who was currently absorbing his soul ring. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his bright eyes. As the 8 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, materialized, the oppressive aura of the soul Douluo surged forth, rendering even Dai Mubai, the strongest among the students, breathless and trembling, appearing utterly overwhelmed. If Dai Mubai struggled to withstand it, then Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were even less capable. They gritted their teeth, veins protruding on their foreheads, their faces flushed red with strain. Upon witnessing this, Yu Xinghe let out a cold snort, and a pink soul ring rose from beneath her feet. As this soul ring emerged, the members of Shrek Academy felt an immense weight lifted from their shoulders, exhaling heavily, their expressions reflecting a sense of relief from calamity. Originally, Yu Xinghe had not intended to reveal her soul ring so soon, but suddenly recalled that Xiao Wu was still present. At this moment, Xiao Wu remained in her juvenile form, and any soul master who had reached the level of soul Douluo could easily discern her true identity. Thus, Yu Xinghe revealed her soul ring ahead of time to divert Long Gong's attention. Indeed, once the pink soul ring appeared, every soul master's focus was drawn to Yu Xinghe and her soul ring of an unexpectedly unusual hue. A pink soul ring? Little girl, from what era does this soul ring of yours originate? Yu Xinghe smiled faintly, a soul ring of 300,000 years. Upon hearing this, both the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matriarch displayed expressions of disbelief, as if to say, "Are you joking?" However, their incredulity was short-lived. When the pulse appeared in Yu Xinghe's hand, their expressions transformed. Their martial spirits were suppressed. It is crucial to note that the opponent merely showcased a single soul ring, implying that their level should only be that of a soul master. Yet, this soul master's martial spirit astonishingly exerted dominance over a soul emperor and a soul Douluo level martial spirit. What an absurdity! Observing the shock on the faces of the Dragon Lord and Serpent Matriarch, Zhao Wujie across from them felt a sense of secret satisfaction. It was about time for them to experience the taste of being overwhelmed by a small monster. Chapter 67, Battling the Dragon Lord Yu Xinghe. A 31st level assault system battle soul master requested guidance. Upon hearing this, Mingshu understood that a formal challenge had been issued. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, such as the pink soul ring and how a soul ring could possess a 31st level of soul power, he recognized that the challenge left him with only 2 choices, to fight or to retreat. Would a soul Douluo fear? Certainly not. Mingshu, an 85th level control system soul master, replied, "Please advise." With those words, the duel officially commenced. Faced with a soul Douluo, Yu Xinghe resolved to unleash his full strength. Radiant patterns manifested, accompanied by 10 orbs of light crackling with electricity, swirling behind Yu Xinghe. Mingshu's expression turned grave. In his perception, those seemingly inconspicuous orbs exuded an aura of danger. In the next moment, Yu Xinghe vanished from his position. A movement-type soul skill? Realizing this, Mingshu activated his 3rd soul ring. Soul skill, Dragon Shield, as Mingshu pointed the dragon head in his hand toward the ground. A hemispherical shield of light enveloped him. Ding! With a crisp sound, Yu Xinghe's pulse struck the shield, sending ripples cascading across its surface. Little one, if this is all the strength you possess, then you may be on the verge of defeat. Though Mingshu uttered these words, his heart was already tumultuous. It is essential to understand that the shield, albeit his 3rd soul skill, was the only defensive skill among all his techniques, and it would enhance with the elevation of his soul power. Normally, even an assault-type soul king would find it challenging to shake this shield, unless a soul saint-level soul master employed their martial spirit's true form to launch a full-force attack, which could cause such intense fluctuations in his shield. Is the attack of the Moonstar River limited to this? Certainly not. Since all efforts to penetrate have proven futile, let us add a dazzling pattern. In the next moment, Yu Xinghe raised the pulse in his hand, and behind him, 10 dazzling patterns surged towards the apex of the pulse like weary birds returning to their nest. In no time, infused with the radiant patterns, the triangular blade atop the pulse expanded rapidly, transforming into a colossal sword engraved with the ethereal silhouette of a dragon. What was once merely a spear had, in this moment, metamorphosed into a Qilong Yanwei Dao. Subsequently, the dragon blade descended upon the protective shield. When the dragon blade struck the shield, a series of crisp sounds akin to shattering glass resonated. Meng Shu looked up, observing the web-like cracks spreading across the shield, shock evident on his aged visage. As the fissures on the shield grew increasingly dense, Meng Shu exerted pressure upon his dragon-headed cane once more. Instantly, the cane emitted a roar reminiscent of thunder. It was the voice of a dragon. As this dragon's chant echoed, the previously intricate cracks in the shield began to mend. Faced with the restored shield, no matter how fiercely Yu Xinghe struck, only ripples would ensue. Haha, little one, concede. To have compelled me to this extent is a feat worthy of pride. Meng Shu harbored no intention of mocking Yu Xinghe, for at this moment, he had summoned all his strength, second only to his true martial spirit. Pride? Upon hearing Meng Shu's words, Yu Xinghe smiled faintly. Witnessing her smile, Meng Shu couldn't help but reflect wistfully. Had he encountered this girl in his youth, he might have been smitten. Of course, it would have been even more perfect had she remained silent. Old man, if you can withstand this move of mine, I shall deem you the strongest. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a multitude of golden rings materialized in the void, as though opening gateways. These dozens of golden rings coalesced into a larger shield, enveloping Meng Shu within. While the onlookers pondered Yu Xinghe's intent, Xiaowu nearby wore a contemplative expression. She had witnessed this move 5 years prior. As blades inscribed with dragon silhouettes emerged from the golden rings, alarm bells rang in Meng Shu's mind. Huanglong Yanwei. This is Yu Xinghe's signature skill. At that moment, Yu Xinghe, arms crossed, stood atop a tree, addressing the astonished Meng Shu hidden within the shield. Old man, if you do not unleash your full power, you may find yourself in peril. The voice of Yu Xinghe is crisp and melodious, evoking deep contemplation. Yet the implications behind her words are chilling. With a flicker of thought, dozens of radiant long dragon crescent blades, trailing elongated iron chains, surge forth like true swimming dragons. Charging towards Meng Shu, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar that echoed through the heavens, Meng Shu, spurred by the imminent threat of death, activated his martial soul's true form. Amidst the vibrant dragon's chant, the 4-meter-long dragon-headed staff appeared diminutive at just 2 meters. However, the dragon's head atop the staff seemed to come to life. It resembled a wooden carving juxtaposed with a living creature. The former, no matter how exquisitely crafted, remained lifeless, while the latter, however unappealing, was undeniably vibrant. Upon activating his martial soul's true form, the previously precarious shield finally stabilized. To his surprise, he had been forced to this juncture. Contemplating this, Meng Shu looked up and, with a smile directed at the girl perched in the tree, said, "Little girl, do show me all your tricks." Truth be told, even as a soul Douluo, Meng Shu felt significantly drained at this moment. He did not believe that a mere one-ringed soul master possessed the soul power to unleash such an extraordinarily intense attack again. It seemed as if to validate Meng Shu's words, Yu Xinghe retorted, "Old man, your shell is not just any ordinary heart." Regardless of Meng Shu's self-perceived superiority and his reluctance to quibble with a child, anyone subjected to such derogatory remarks, however trivial their lethality, would likely retaliate. Meng Shu was no exception. "Little girl, I take your youth into account and refrain from harming you, but that does not imply I lack the courage to eliminate you. Your soul power must be nearly depleted by now. You've exhausted all your offensive means, and do not forget, I have yet to make my move." Upon hearing Meng Shu's words, Zhao Wujie, Dai Mubai, and the others could not help but feel concerned for Yu Xinghe. Indeed, her previous attack had been grand and powerful, compelling Meng Shu to unleash his martial soul's true form. Yet, this could not conceal the fact that Meng Shu remained entirely unscathed. Witnessing Meng Shu's confident demeanor, Yu Xinghe coldly laughed. "Huh? You are quite arrogant, old man. Do you truly believe victory is assured?" Meng Shu, one wonders who is truly arrogant here. In the next instant, Yu Xinghe vanished once more. However, this time, Meng Shu felt no tension. To him, she was merely grasping at straws, attempting a futile counterattack in her last moments. There was no other option, having activated his martial soul's true form. He was imbued with such confidence. Chapter 68, The Showdown. Just as Meng Shu savored his unwavering confidence, the dragon blade in Yu Xinghe's hand was poised against his neck. Meng Shu was so astounded that he could scarcely utter a word. Previously, he had successfully thwarted a barrage of formidable attacks. Yet now, Yu Xinghe merely flickered and effortlessly penetrated his protective shield. Observing the expression of profound disbelief on Meng Shu's face, Yu Xinghe remarked nonchalantly, There is no need for astonishment. Your shell may be rather sturdy, but to me, even if it were to be tenfold stronger, it would still be utterly futile. For a long time, Yu Xinghe's teleportation had been misconstrued by many as merely a swift-moving soul technique. This assertion is erroneous. Xiao Wu also possesses teleportation, yet hers merely facilitates rapid movement. Yu Xinghe's ability allows him to materialize from one point to another in an instant. In layman's terms, it is a spatial leap. Ming Shu's barrier is undeniably robust. Even after expending several thousand energy points, Yu Xinghe could not breach it. However, the strength of Meng Shu's shield implies a corresponding weakness in his true form. This brings to light the distinctions among soul masters. Beast soul masters can enhance themselves by embodying their martial spirits, while weapon soul masters rely solely on the martial spirit itself. Although weapon martial spirits are typically stronger than beast martial spirits, it is only the martial spirit's essence that boasts strength. The wielder remains comparatively vulnerable. This is akin to the disparity between the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School. In terms of equal rank, the Bone Douluo cannot match the Sword Douluo, yet in physical resilience, the Sword Douluo certainly pales in comparison to the Bone Douluo. At this moment, Yu Xinghe had disregarded Meng Shu's protective barrier entirely, executing a decisive move that led to Meng Shu's complete defeat. Feeling the energy surging within the opponent's weapon, Meng Shu struggled to swallow, his face etched with despair as he declared, "I concede." Upon hearing Meng Shu's admission of defeat, Meng Yiran and Shi Pachat Tianxiang exchanged incredulous glances. Though the members of Shrek were astonished, they were soon swept away by the multitude of miracles Yu Xinghe had previously accomplished, erupting into cheers after a brief moment of shock. With Meng Shu's concession, Yu Xinghe withdrew the pulse from his opponent's neck. Meng Shu gazed at the petite figure before him, his bright eyes filled with awe. To defeat me at such a tender age, what extraordinary talent. Surely, even the esteemed Hao Yanduo would feel humbled in comparison. Just as Meng Shu was lost in contemplation, a figure caught his attention. It was a young girl, possessing a charmingly adorable visage and long legs that belied her age, her hair styled in long scorpion braids. As she leapt into Yu Xinghe's embrace, in truth, Xiao Wu had contemplated leaving earlier, for given her current physical state, it was highly likely that she would be discerned by a soul Douluo. However, if she were to depart now, what would her companions think of her? Moreover, this is the starry great forest, where Xiao Wu has managed to extricate me, leading her to take a gamble, believing that the other party would be unable to discern her true form. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu's wager was misguided. The soul Douluo could indeed unravel the reincarnation of a 10,000-year soul beast in its juvenile phase. The moment he set his eyes upon Xiao Wu, Meng Shu's expression once again transformed into an odd one. Sensing Meng Shu's gaze behind him, Yu Xinghe had directly confronted him, declaring, "If you dare to utter what you have witnessed, I assure you, both you and your wife, as well as your granddaughter, will meet a fate devoid of burial." The words of Yu Xinghe resonated in Meng Shu's mind like a thunderclap. The technique of binding sound into a line was a hallmark skill utilized only by the most elite soul Douluos and title Douluos. No wonder he had been defeated by her. In that moment, Meng Shu, much like Yi Zhiqiu, regarded Yu Xinghe as an ancient being skilled in the art of preservation. After all, it was utterly astonishing that a mere girl in her teens could annihilate a soul Douluo. In contrast, the notion of an ageless old monster transforming into a young girl seemed far more plausible. After receiving a warning from Yu Xinghe, Meng Shu nodded in her direction and departed with Meng Yiran and his wife. Shortly after the departure of the formidable duo, Oscar successfully absorbed his third spirit ring. As a purple spirit ring ascended from Oscar, he proudly showcased his new skill, the flying mushroom sausage, amidst the encouragement of his companions. Upon learning the effects of Oscar's skill, everyone marveled at its extraordinary nature. Just as Zhao Wujie announced the successful completion of their task and prepared to return home, Tang San interjected, "Teacher Zhao, I have also reached the 30th level of soul power." The group exchanged glances, in stark contrast to the fortuitous acquisition of Oscar's spirit ring. Tang San's luck was evidently lacking. After searching for an entire afternoon, he had yet to find a suitable one. Consequently, they had no choice but to spend the night in the Stardow forest. Given the heightened dangers of the forest at night, the watch would be shared between Zhao Wujie and Yu Xinghe. Zhao Wujie had initially intended to take the watch alone, as he was the nominal leader. Allowing Yu Xinghe to handle everything made him feel uneasy. Of course, the fact that he could not contend with Yu Xinghe was a significant reason for his hesitation. Not long after Yu Xinghe took over the watch from Zhao Wujie, a figure emerged from the tent and wrapped her arms around Yu Xinghe from behind. Without needing to sense, Yu Xinghe already knew that the little girl behind her was Xiao Wu. What is the matter? Why aren't you sleeping at this hour? Sneaking up on me? Are you hungry? Yes, I'm hungry. I want you to feed me. With that, Xiao Wu dove into Yu Xinghe's embrace. Her delicate arms encircling Yu Xinghe's neck, her large eyes blinking brightly like the twinkling stars above. In response to Xiao Wu's rare display of affection, Yu Xinghe naturally indulged her wholeheartedly. From the dream of tears, a bag of carrot-flavored biscuits was retrieved and presented to Xiao Wu's lips. The enticing aroma of the carrot biscuits caught her attention, and with a sparkle in her eyes, she opened her small mouth, savoring the delightful treats one tiny bite at a time. The biscuits were diminutive, and even with Xiao Wu's cherry-like mouth, she could manage no more than 3 bites before they vanished. As Yu Xinghe fed her, it was inevitable that at times, Xiao Wu would accidentally nibble on Yu Xinghe's fingers. However, given Yu Xinghe's unique constitution, it was quite impossible for Xiao Wu, with her few tiny teeth, to inflict any harm upon her. A single bag contained only a handful of biscuits, and they were consumed swiftly. When Yu Xinghe presented another bag, Xiao Wu, however, declined to eat, choosing instead to cradle the bag in her embrace. Noticing her refusal, Yu Xinghe speculated that Xiao Wu might be thirsty and thus offered her a bottle of carrot juice. Yu Xinghe evidently underestimated the potency of the carrot for Xiao Wu. After tentatively sampling its flavor, a spark ignited in her eyes, and she eagerly consumed the carrot juice in one breath. Satiated, Xiao Wu languidly nestled in Yu Xinghe's embrace, playfully demanding him to rub her belly one moment and regale her with tails the next. As the moon hung low and the horizon succumbed to a fleeting darkness, Xiao Wu suddenly, with tears streaming down her face, asked Yu Xinghe, "Why are you so good to me?" As Yu Xinghe gently wiped away Xiao Wu's tears, she softly remarked, "Because you are my sister, is it not only natural for an elder sister to care for her younger sibling?" Xiao Wu then posed a question. "But what if I were a spirit beast? Would you still treat me kindly?" Upon hearing Xiao Wu inadvertently reveal her true identity, Yu Xinghe was momentarily taken aback before responding. "You silly girl, why are you speaking nonsense? Just because your martial spirit is a rabbit. Do you truly believe you are one? Now, go back to sleep. You're talking nonsense." "But I am speaking the truth," Xiao Wu insisted. This time, Yu Xinghe did not dismiss her, but instead inquired directly, "Why did you choose to reveal this?" Noting the lack of surprise on Yu Xinghe's face, Xiao Wu asked, "I have a feeling that you must have known my identity all along, haven't you?" Yu Xinghe nodded. "When? I knew it from the very first meeting. But why did you draw near to me? For the 100,000-year soul ring? The soul bone?" At this point, Xiao Wu's large eyes fixed intently on Yu Xinghe's, filled with unease, trepidation, and a faint hint of heartbreak. Confronted by the depth of her gaze, Yu Xinghe inquired once more, "Since you are aware that your disguise has been uncovered, why do you not flee?" To this, Xiao Wu, with tears streaming down her cheeks, replied, "Do you truly believe I could escape from your grasp? I have already been exposed. Aside from you, there is also Meng Yiran's grandfather, a soul Douluo, who undoubtedly perceives my true form. Although I do not comprehend why he has chosen to remain silent, I suspect it is due to you." At this juncture, Xiao Wu cried out, "Since death is inevitable, I might as well perish at your hands. After all, this life was saved by you. It is the principle of our soul beasts to repay enmity with enmity and kindness with kindness. However, I propose a more advantageous alternative that would allow you to absorb my soul ring more thoroughly, provided you agree to one condition." "What condition?" "I can offer myself as a sacrifice. Under the circumstance of a soul beast willingly being slain, a soul master can completely and safely absorb the soul ring. But you must promise me that you will not harm De Ming and Air Ming." Fearing that Yu Xinghe may not know who De Ming and Air Ming are, Xiao Wu added, "De Ming and Air Ming are my friends. One is a sky blue bull python, and the other is a titan giant ape. As long as you vow not to harm them, I shall willingly sacrifice myself for you. How does that sound?" By the end, Xiao Wu's face was filled with desperation. Gazing at her pleading expression, Yu Xinghe, after a moment of contemplation, revealed a playful smile. "I refuse. I desire both you and De Ming and Air Ming." Upon hearing this, despair washed over Xiao Wu's face. She trembled, as though contemplating an action, yet ultimately closed her eyes in anguish. Xiao Wu understood that she was far too weak. There was nothing she could do. With no means of resistance, she resigned herself to death. After all, in death, she would reunite with her mother, as well as with De Ming and Air Ming. While awaiting the arrival of the Grim Reaper, memories of her life raced through her mind. In her childhood, she lived blissfully alongside her mother, nestled against her side while listening to enchanting tales. However, as fate would have it, the spirit hall pursued her relentlessly. In a selfless act to ensure her escape, her mother resolutely chose to stay behind. To this day, she vividly recalls the lingering gaze her mother cast upon her, filled with profound reluctance and concern. Subsequently, De Ming and Er Ming embraced her, rescuing her from the abyss of despair. Ultimately, driven by a thirst for vengeance, she chose to reincarnate and ventured into the realm of humanity, where she encountered Yu Xinghe. After an interminable wait, it was not the scythe of death that greeted her, but a tender kiss. That kiss, reminiscent of her mother's gentle affection, bore an indescribable sweetness as it graced her forehead. A familiar voice echoed in her ears, reminiscent of a cool, comforting breeze on a summer day. "Silly girl, I have discovered your true form, yet I cannot bear to harm you. Tell me, what should I do?" Chapter 69. An ambush upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words. Xiao Wu opened her eyes. What she beheld was a pair of eyes brimming with indulgence. Under such a gaze, her heart, once tranquil, leapt about like a startled rabbit. "How am I to know what to do? Are you attempting to deceive me with sweet words? Is that your plan? To make me offer a sacrifice so that you can perfectly absorb the soul ring and soul bone?" she exclaimed, vehemently striking at Yu Xinghe, as if he were her most bitter enemy. Yu Xinghe did not resist. Instead, he allowed Xiao Wu to strike him, merely tightening his embrace around her. Gradually, Xiao Wu's hands fell weakly, as if she had surrendered her struggle, collapsing into Yu Xinghe's arms while weeping. "Why do you just stand there and let me hit you? Why have you chosen me? Why not end my life in one swift motion? Is it truly amusing to toy with me like this? My mother was right. All of you humans are villains, worse than the most malevolent soul beasts." Sobbing, she continued, "Oh, please, please, do not cry, dear child. I swear to you, I will not harm De Ming or Er Ming. Just stop your tears." Yu Xinghe's greatest fear is the sight of a girl weeping, especially when that girl is her closest and dearest friend, Xiao Wu. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's assurance that she would not harm De Ming or Er Ming, Xiao Wu finally ceased her tears and, lifting her head, spoke, "Could you perhaps allow me to return and bid farewell to De Ming and Er Ming?" Yu Xinghe, with a hint of annoyance, pinched Xiao Wu's cheeks and exclaimed, "You foolish rabbit, do you truly believe I would take your life? With your mere 100,000-year soul ring, I wouldn't even cast a glance. My second and third soul rings each begin at no less than 300,000 years. Such a trinket, even if offered, I would refuse. What if, upon absorbing your soul ring, I become as foolish as you?" Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's disdain, Xiao Wu, incensed, attempted to strike him again. However, this time, he deftly captured her hands, pulling her into an embrace that rendered her immobile. He leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive skin, causing her limbs to weaken and her strength to ebb away. "Xiao Wu, I shall forever safeguard you. Do you trust me? Is that agreeable?" Xiao Wu trembled, stammering her response. I don't listen." Observing her stubborn demeanor, Yu Xinghe chose not to press further. Instead, he lowered his head and tenderly kissed her ear. Once, twice, thrice. Each kiss was gentle yet deliberate, and despite her struggles, she found herself ensnared in this gentle trap. Ultimately, nestled in his embrace, Xiao Wu sighed in exasperation. I believe you, you big bad guy. If this continues, I might truly perish." Upon hearing her words, Yu Xinghe finally released her. Yet, even with the embrace loosened, Xiao Wu felt utterly drained, finding it exceedingly difficult to muster any strength to move. "You scoundrel! What now? Brush my hair." "I refuse," he retorted. "If anyone should brush, it ought to be you attending to me. After serving you all night, it is only fair you tend to me for a while." In the early morning of the Star Doe forest, a thick fog enveloped the land, cloaking countless creatures in garments woven from dew. As Tang Xin emerged from the tent, intending to practice his purple extreme magic eyes, he caught sight of Xiao Wu kneeling behind Yu Xinghe, meticulously grooming his hair. At that moment, Yu Xinghe appeared transformed, no longer allowing his hair to flow freely, but instead, with Xiao Wu's careful handiwork, sported two large buns atop his head. Vibrant and full of life in the first rays of morning sun, Tang San stood transfixed by this enchanting scene, marveling at the ethereal beauty before him. Of course, the vision would be even more perfect if the celestial being would remain silent. Not a needle pricked. Living in the mountains, not a needle pricked. Ha, Tang San mused. Indeed, it seems I have been blinded to think Yu Xinghe so handsome. Just as he prepared to resume his training, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him tremor. This unusual occurrence roused everyone, with Zhao Wujie bellowing, We are under attack. Not far away, the sounds of splintering trees echoed, accompanied by a cacophony of rustling noises. These phenomena unmistakably signaled the approach of a colossal creature. At long last, the towering tree parted, revealing a colossal ape before the astonished onlookers. This creature, standing on all fours, was a staggering height of 7 to 8 meters, reminiscent of a gorilla magnified beyond imagination. Its every muscle exuded a color akin to granite, embodying an explosive power. Faced with this behemoth, Tang San struggled to swallow, murmuring, "The king of the forest, the Titan giant ape." Upon hearing Tang San identify the creature as a Titan giant ape, Zhao Wujia's complexion turned pale. They were merely at the outskirts of the Stardow forest. How could they encounter such a monstrous being? Panic surged within Zhao Wujia, yet he summoned the courage to step forward, stating, "Respected king of the forest, we bear no intention of offending you. If this is your territory, we shall take our leave." The Titan giant ape, as an ancient aberration, possessed strength rivaling its intellect. It refrained from attacking immediately, prompting Zhao Wujia to attempt communication, hoping the creature might spare them. To his relief, the Titan giant ape indeed granted them mercy, albeit at the cost of seizing Xiao Wu. Witnessing Xiao Wu's abduction, Zhao Wujia and the other students naturally intended to rescue her, but they were halted by Yu Xinghe. "Xinghe, what do you mean by this? Xiao Wu is our dear sister. Does she not share a close bond with you? It would suffice if you turned a blind eye, but why hinder our efforts?" They protested. "Indeed, the soul beasts are exceedingly ferocious. If we do not pursue her, Xiao Wu may well be in grave danger." Zhao Wujia added, "Yu Xinghe, you." In the face of their accusations, Yu Xinghe calmly replied, "If you rush in, you will merely serve as fodder, perhaps even a feast for that Titan giant ape." Her words left the group in silence. Although Yu Xinghe was confident that Xiao Wu would ultimately be safe, she assured her companions, "You all stay here. I shall go retrieve Xiao Wu." With that, she flickered and vanished from sight. As Yu Xinghe disappeared, the group's gaze turned toward Zhao Wujia. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Don't look at me. I wish to assist as well, but if I leave, what will you all do?" This was not a matter of cowardice for Zhao Wujia, but a legitimate concern. After all, regardless of Yu Xinghe's prowess, she possessed the miraculous ability of teleportation. If she could not defeat the creature, she could at least escape. In contrast, Zhao Wujia had strength, yet his speed was lacking. To compare his strength against the Titan giant ape was akin to a mere mortal brandishing a blade before a god of war. If he attempted to help, he would likely only complicate matters. Chapter 70. A naive scheme, gratitude to Feng for the generous gift. In the vast expanse of the starry forest, a colossal figure akin to a mountain raced towards the heart of the woods, causing every spirit beast along the way to retreat. Yet, on the shoulder of this beastly sovereign sat a charming and delightful young girl. "Erming, what brings you here?" she exclaimed. "I caught a whiff of your scent, so I came. Let me down. I need to return," she insisted. "No. What amusement can be found in the human realm? It's far better to return home. Without you. My older brother is perpetually irritable, always seeking to spar with me. You know how painful it is when he fights with beasts. Is Deming well?" "He's fine. Just misses you dearly. You've been gone so long without a visit." In response to Erming's complaints, Xiao Wu murmured, "I'm sorry. The human world is simply too fascinating. Once I stepped out, I was dazzled." Just as Xiao Wu prepared to regale Erming with tales of her adventures in the human realm, Erming suddenly quickened his pace. "There's a little human chasing us. That must be your classmate, right? How can they be so strong? Have the humans outside such high talents?" Upon hearing Erming's words, Xiao Wu turned to look back. A vibrant figure flickered like a wraith, becoming increasingly distinct with each flash. Clearly, Yu Xinghe's speed surpassed that of Erming, steadily gaining ground. "Erming, please put me down. That is my friend. She won't harm me." Hearing the sweetness in Xiao Wu's voice, Erming snorted disdainfully. "Xiao Wu, we are your true friends. Humans are despicable and vile creatures, adept at deception. How dare she pursue us? Let me show her what she's up against." With that, Erming pivoted, grasping Xiao Wu tightly with one hand while clenching the other into a fist, infused with wild soul power, and hurled a powerful punch towards Yu Xinghe. As Erming unleashed this strike, a fierce shockwave surged forth, barreling towards Yu Xinghe with relentless force. This wave was so swift and potent that even towering trees, aged for decades, were severed in half. The shockwave, a chaotic blend of earth, branches, debris, and stones, resembled a gigantic mud serpent, poised to engulf the fragile figure entirely. Faced with this formidable assault, Yu Xinghe chose not to resist, knowing that even if she managed to fend it off, The hard-won distance between them would be lost once more. Thus, she opted for teleportation. As the shockwave carved a straight path over 100 meters through the forest, Erming nodded with satisfaction. Heh, you stay right there. Surveying the ravaged landscape, Xiaowu struggled to protest. Erming, how could you unleash such an attack? If Sister Xingha gets hurt, I want to forgive you. Upon hearing that Xiaowu intended to disregard it for the sake of a mere human, Erming felt as though a thunderbolt had struck his mind. Xiaowu, it is merely a human. I had only struck out carelessly, utilizing at most 50 or 30% of my strength. Furthermore, I did not directly punch her. As long as her luck was excessively poor and she didn't collide with a rock, she would only suffer a few broken bones at worst. Huh? Just a few broken bones? We are in the Stardow Forest. Do you truly believe an injured human could possibly walk out of here alive? Upon hearing Xiaowu's words, Erming suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, they were near the depths of the Stardow Forest. While there weren't soul beasts from the age of 10,000 years roaming about, there were still countless soul beasts over 5,000 years old. Not to mention the terrifying existence of the faceless spider that could easily engage in combat beyond its level. The mere thought of that human getting injured and then encountering a faceless spider made Erming involuntarily mourn for her. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and search. No. Although Erming was naive to the ways of the world, it possessed a strong sixth sense. Through this brief interaction with Xiaowu, Erming realized that the human had only spent 5 or 6 years with Xiaowu at most, given her profound concern for him. How could it be possible that after another decade, Xiaowu would still be so close to them? Faced with the threat of a rival, Erming instinctively struck hard. However, Erming was also wise. It understood that it could not kill her in front of Xiaowu, or else she would undoubtedly become furious. Thus, Erming directly unleashed an air cannon, sending the opponent flying. It would severely injure them and then, by the hands of other soul beasts, have them eliminated. In this way, Xiaowu could not blame it directly, and later, when it eradicated the true culprit behind the human's death to avenge her. Perhaps Xiaowu would even express gratitude. Hence, Erming, who had always complied with Xiaowu's wishes, would not acquiesce to her request this time. The moment it thought of Yu Xingha's uncertain fate, tears began to flow profusely from Xiaowu's eyes. Upon seeing Xiaowu cry, Erming hurriedly asked, Xiaowu, please don't cry. I will find that human for you. There is no need for that. I fear that if you find me after I Haven T died, you might kick me again, and I would be utterly doomed. As Yu Xingha's voice rang out, Xiaowu and Erming turned towards the sound, just in time to see Yu Xingha standing unharmed on a nearby tree. Witnessing Yu Xingha standing on the tree without a scratch, Erming rubbed its eyes, displaying a look of confusion, and exclaimed, You actually managed to evade it? Yu Xingha said with a hint of irritation, Indeed, if you hadn't dodged, you would likely be lying on the ground now, wailing in agony. Heh, I didn't expect this little fellow to possess some skill. He then shifted the conversation. I hear you're a friend of Xiaowu. If you were to discover her true identity, would you still wish to remain friends with her? Upon hearing Erming's intention to expose her identity, Xiaowu retorted fiercely, If you dare to reveal it, I will never speak to you again. Erming's tactic was indeed quite insidious. Had Yu Xingha been unaware of Xiaowu's true identity, it could have led to a rift between them. After all, Soul Masters and Soul Beasts belong to two distinct races that can never truly coexist. Unfortunately, Erming was oblivious to the fact that its seemingly flawless scheme was riddled with flaws, much like the dam built by Asan. Observing the sinister smile on Erming's face, Yu Xingha remarked, Isn't it just 100,000-year soul beast? It's not like I've never encountered one before. At this, Erming's expression stiffened instantly. Observing Erming's frozen demeanor, Yu Xingha felt a pang of pity. Soul beasts attempting to engage in schemes against humans are destined for utter failure. Chapter 71. Meeting the parents. Do you not care that Xiaowu is a 100,000-year soul beast? Why should I? Because you are a soul master. Must a soul master care? Of course. 100,000-year soul ring. A legendary artifact that cures ailments and strengthens the body. Possessing a 100,000-year soul ring, you would become the most distinguished among soul masters. Such a treasure, and you don't want it? I find that hard to believe. Beside them, Xiaowu rolled her eyes. Erming, her first soul ring is 300,000 years. Do you think she would be interested in my humble 100,000-year soul ring? Huh? Upon hearing Xiaowu's words, Erming felt as if struck by lightning. But quickly, it regained composure and disdainfully replied, Don't try to fool me. A 300,000-year soul ring? I've never even seen one. Before Erming could finish, a pink soul ring adorned with 3 golden patterns rose beneath Yu Xingha's feet. Erming's yellow-orange eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Just as trees have growth rings, soul rings also possess their own unique age markings, though people typically discern them by color. Unlike soul beasts, which have their own methods of sensing a soul ring's age, as Erming contemplated which 300,000-year soul beast might have perished recently. It noticed that while Yuxingha's soul ring was indeed 300,000 years, there was a certain superficiality to this claim. Being a Titan great ape, an ancient beast, Erming not only possessed a formidable bloodline, but also the memory inheritance that ordinary soul beasts lacked. According to the knowledge within its memory inheritance, Yuxingha's soul ring was likely composed of 300,000-year soul rings combined. The most direct evidence was the pink hue of Yuxingha's soul ring. According to the records of the Two Bright memory regarding soul rings exceeding 100,000 years, it is noted that every soul beast that survives a cataclysm of such magnitude leaves behind a divine imprint within its being. This divine mark is invisible to the soul beast itself. It only manifests as a golden pattern upon the soul ring formed from the essence of its life force upon its demise. Concurrently, soul rings of over 100,000 years are characterized by a crimson hue, which deepens in intensity as the years progress. 200,000, 300,000, and 400,000 years only serve to amplify the richness of the red. For instance, the million-year soul ring produced by the deep-sea demon whale king is an exquisite shade of pure crimson gold. Logically, the soul ring of Yuxingha, which spans 300,000 years, should undeniably be a deep red, and certainly not the diluted pink it currently exhibits. Thus, there is but one conclusion. The 300,000-year soul ring of Yuxingha is indeed watered down. Contemplating this, Erming displayed a smug grin and remarked, "How dare you present a soul ring so saturated with water?" Yuxingha's delicate visage darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot, as she retorted, "On what grounds do you accuse my soul ring of being diluted? If you cannot elucidate, then what will you do? Will you bully Xiao Wu every day?" Xiao Wu interjected, "Is this what they call killing the rabbit to honor the monkey?" Reflecting on Xiao Wu's reincarnation into humanity and her inevitable passage into the human realm, Erming sighed and recounted his knowledge of the 10,000-year soul rings. Upon hearing Erming's explanation, a long-standing enigma that had ensnared Yuxingha's thoughts was finally unraveled. It was no wonder that the million-year soul ring of the Dream Ice Silkworm from Douluo was white. Aside from its inherent ice attribute, the more significant reason was that this million-year soul ring was genuinely a diluted one, its essence rendered to a pale white. "Very well, human. I must escort Xiao Wu back now. If you have no further business, you may leave," Yuxingha stated. Noting Erming's reluctance to release Xiao Wu, she added, "Will you not invite me to take a look at the heart of the Stardow Forest?" "Look at what?" "The fact that I haven't crushed you into a mere paper sheet is already a favor to Xiao Wu. How ungrateful you are, human. If you utter another word, I shall smash your head." Just as Erming intended to dismiss Yuxingha and leave, a deep voice resonated, "Second brother, bring that human child in as well. I have words for him." "Brother, if there exists a soul beast in the Stardow Forest that instills fear in the Forest King, who reigns supreme over all beasts, it is none other than the elder brother, the Sky Blue Bull Python." The Titan giant ape dared not defy the words of the Sky Blue Bull Python. After casting a fierce glare at Yuxingha, Erming grumbled, "Keep up." Upon finishing his words, Erming took the lead, thundering away while deliberately passing gas, exclaiming with a laugh, "If you wish to keep up with me, you'll have to endure my flatulence first." The pettiness of this Titan giant ape left Yuxingha utterly speechless. Suppressing the urge to transform into Bayana and unleash a beating upon him, Yuxingha promptly closed off his sense of smell and utilized teleportation to catch up. In the heart of the starry forest lay a pristine lake, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Beneath its crystal surface, there resided no other creature save for a colossal azure python with a bovine head. As Erming, Xiao Wu, and Yuxingha approached the lakeside, a magnificent soul beast with the body of a serpent and the head of an ox emerged from the water. The azure bull python, the illustrious Deming, as referred to by Xiao Wu. Once Deming surfaced, its eyes, as clear as the lake below, scrutinized Yuxingha. Then, in a resonant voice, it proclaimed, "You are the first soul master brave enough to venture here alone, and among those who have come before, you possess the lowest cultivation. Are you not afraid that once you arrive, you may never depart?" Yuxingha's countenance darkened upon hearing the words of the azure sky Yomeng, who, with a playful grin, remarked, "It was merely a jest. I merely wished to discern what manner of human could leave such an indelible impression on Xiao Wu. Judging solely by talent, none of the titled Douluos I have encountered would be worthy even to carry your shoes. However, this world values strength above all else. If you wish for us to entrust Xiao Wu to you, you must demonstrate a level of prowess that earns our respect." Upon hearing the Azure Sky Nyomang's declaration, Yuxingha found himself pondering, is this what it feels like to meet the parents? Chapter 72, A Finger's Distance Then. The Azure Sky Nyomang pointed toward the Titan giant ape and stated, if you can emerge unscathed while carrying someone through Erming's assault, I shall permit you to take Xiaowu back to the human realm. Otherwise, given Xiaowu's current state, it would be prudent for her to cultivate further until she attains the Soul Sage rank before venturing out. Initially, Erming contemplated protesting against the idea of Xiaowu being sent out again, but upon hearing the conditions set forth by Deming, he couldn't help but inwardly commend his elder brother. Indeed, though Deming appeared simple and honest on the surface, beneath lay a heart as dark as night. Azure Sky Nyomang, why does that sound so much like an insult to beasts? To Deming's astonishment, upon hearing the stipulation presented, Yuxingha promptly nodded in agreement. Yuxingha comprehended the situation. If she were in the position of Deming, she would certainly act with even greater severity, outright refusing without hesitation. Upon receiving Yuxingha's consent, Deming nonchalantly flicked his tail to toss a piece of wood toward her. From this moment forth, this piece of wood shall represent Xiaowu. You must safeguard it and retreat unscathed under the onslaught of Erming, while ensuring that the wood remains unharmed. This is utterly unfair. Xiaowu, witnessing Deming's audacious substitution of her with wood, realized that he clearly intended for Erming to attack without reservation. Furthermore, how could a mere piece of wood compare to a living soul master? In Xiaowu's eyes, this was a blatant escalation of the assessment's difficulty. In response to Xiaowu's protests, Deming's face flushed as he retorted, if you were beside this little girl, how could you expect Erming to strike? Erming, standing nearby, nodded fervently. But that doesn't justify using a piece of wood as a substitute. Can wood and flesh truly be equated? Xiaowu interjected. How about I use a soul beast of a similar size to replace myself? And what soul beast do you intend to use? Deming countered. How about a human-faced demon spider? With its 8 legs, it would certainly cling to her and guarantee it won't fall off. Yuxingha, with a twitch of her lips, remarked, let it be wood then. You may keep the human-faced demon spider for yourself. The mere thought of battling Erming while carrying a human-faced demon spider made Yuxingha feel she might, in a moment of exasperation, pierce it with a spear. Just as Xiaowu was about to voice a fair opinion, Deming interrupted, excellent. Xiaowu, you truly have an eye for talent. With your decisiveness, I hereby declare the assessment to commence. With that, Deming coiled his tail, pulling Xiaowu close, while Erming displayed a twisted grin, excitedly striking the ground with his fists as he lunged toward Yuxingha. More precisely, Erming was targeting the piece of wood. After all, Yuxingha was undoubtedly a good friend of Xiaowu, and should she sustain any injury, it would likely provoke a wave of grievances. Thus, Erming's initial intent was to relentlessly press Yuxingha, compelling her to neglect the wood. Confronted by an opponent whose strength was at least at the title Douluo level, Yuxingha initially contemplated evading with a teleportation, for the assessment's requirement was to retreat with Xiaowu unscathed. However, just as Yuxingha teleported away, she realized that the wood had been left behind. This predicament was rather awkward. Erming, seeing Yuxingha vanish, intended to use his force. But upon noticing that she had abandoned the wood, he was filled with elation. Thus, he mustered all his strength and struck down towards the piece of wood. With a resounding crash, the ground trembled as if a minor earthquake had occurred. Just when the Tianqing Yopeng appeared disheartened, believing it to be over, the dust began to settle. A figure knelt upon the ground, brandishing a resplendent spear, bracing it against the colossal fist resembling a massive boulder, behind which stood the wood. Wholly unscathed. In the next moment, Yuxingha spat out a mouthful of blood. This sudden turn of events caused Xiaowu to shriek, Erming, stop. Are you trying to kill her? Upon hearing Xiaowu's cry, Erming scratched his head with his other hand, displaying an innocent expression. Meanwhile, the Tianqing Yomang continued with a cold indifference. The assessment continues. Just as Xiaowu was about to protest against Deming's insistence on continuing the assessment, the Tianqing Yomang directly drew some lake water with his soul power, forming a bubble that enveloped Xiaowu. Now, her voice could no longer be heard. Likewise, she could not hear the sounds from outside. Little girl, if you wish to take Xiaowu away, you must summon all your strength. If this is all you can muster, I will not allow you to take her. Erming exclaimed, what are you dawdling for? Do not hold back, or I shall strike you. Upon hearing his brother's threat, Erming felt a chill run down his spine. Human girl, if you surrender now, I will relent. Otherwise, when my fist comes crashing down, do not weep if you're injured. My fist is quite painful. In the face of the Titan giant ape's attempt to intimidate her, Yuxingha quietly replied, "If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Very well. I am beginning to appreciate you, although you are human. I respect you for stepping forward to shield Xiaowu from my blow just now. As a sign of respect, I will unleash my full strength. If you cannot withstand it, I advise you to evade." With that, the Titan giant ape took a deep breath, and a powerful wave of energy erupted from its body, transforming into a fierce wind that caused the surrounding giant trees to rustle. Subsequently, the Titan giant ape raised its fist, pausing momentarily. A thick, dark soul power enveloped its fist, deep and tranquil. Yet, any soul master present could sense the overwhelming, violent energy contained within. This punch would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. Faced with a fist that could make even a tidal Douluo pale, Xiaowu frantically beat against the bubble, seemingly trying to urge Yuxingha to retreat. The Tianqing Niu Mang wore a contemplative expression, as if observing Yuxingha's forthcoming actions. In the next instant, the Titan giant ape moved. That fist, infused with violent soul power, shot forth like a meteor, slicing through the air. Due to its incredible speed, it ignited a burst of flames, roaring towards Yuxingha. This punch was swift and powerful, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if it intended to flatten Yuxingha into a mere paper doll. Even a tidal Douluo would have no choice but to evade the fury of this strike. Will Yuxingha evade? No, for long ago. She comprehended a vital truth. Avoidance resolves nothing. Since evasion is not an option, she must confront her challenges with unwavering resolve. As she faced Daiming's formidable strike, Yuxingha unleashed her ultimate skill, transformation into Bayana. Radiating a resplendent golden light from within, she metamorphosed into a statue seemingly forged of gold, dazzling and majestic. Soon after, that statue came to life. Radiant patterns resembling miniature suns emerged quietly, and with a mere thought from Yuxingha, those luminous designs transformed into shields, layering upon one another like blooming flowers, to deflect Daiming's powerful fists. Crack, crack. Initially, those somewhat ethereal shields shattered one after another, creating a cacophony akin to a continuous series of firecrackers. However, as time passed, the intervals between those crisp sounds lengthened, until Daiming's colossal fists halted mere 2 centimeters from Yuxingha's head. 2 centimeters, a mere fingertips distance. Yet this final threshold prevented Daiming from striking further. Chapter 73. Yuxingha's weakness. Witnessing the figure emanating golden radiance successfully blocked Daiming's full-force strike, Tianqing Niupang's clear eyes widened in astonishment. It actually held firm. Not only it, but Daiming was equally taken aback. When it comes to confidence in one's strength, Daiming undoubtedly ranks highest. The might of the Titan Great Ape is its hallmark, boasting an extraordinary power that has toppled countless soul beasts. Its title as the King of the Forest is not self-proclaimed but earned through relentless blows. Since one punch failed to breach the transparent shield, Daiming resolved to strike again. However, Yuxingha, now transformed into Bayana, was not foolish enough to remain stationary and endure the assault. She was not like Manxio Man, who relished the idea of presenting herself for a beating daily. Thus, as the radiant patterns converged at the apex, the original light blade morphed into a colossal cylindrical form. Moments later, a spear transformed into a mighty hammer. Now, it is my turn to strike you, Great Ape. Brace yourself. Hammer strike, 80. With the hammer's descent, Daiming retaliated with a punch. As their fists collided, Daiming's expression shifted. The immense force from Yuxingha was utterly unexpected. Consequently, in this clash of hammer and fist, to the astonishment of Daiming and Xiaowu, Daiming staggered back 2 steps. Of course, Yuxingha fared worse, as she was sent flying by the recoil. Nevertheless, it was merely a flight. Following that, an exhilarating roar erupted. For too long, Daiming had struggled to find a worthy opponent. Those stronger than it were easily vanquished, while those weaker were effortlessly dominated. Today, it is rare to encounter an equally matched opponent, and the prospect of engaging in a contest of strength fills Erming with uncontainable joy. Splendid! You are the first human to challenge me in terms of power. Come, let us battle until dusk. In her transformed state, Yuxingha's strength and fighting spirit have surged significantly. Naturally, she would not decline Erming's invitation to duel, as it is a rare opportunity to confront an opponent worthy of her full might. Perhaps opponent is not entirely accurate. They are more akin to a punching bag. Thus, for the next half hour, the surrounding trees and spirit beasts suffer greatly. Erming uproots a massive tree and hurls it at Yuxingha, who, wielding her mighty hammer, shatters it into a flurry of wooden splinters. Alternatively, when Erming sends Yuxingha flying, she retaliates with a swift blow, imparting to him the experience of being a whack-a-mole. As the duo, one human and one beast, transform into playful rascals, wreaking havoc in their vicinity, Daming can no longer remain passive. With a powerful lash of its enormous tail, Daming, nursing a throbbing head, attempts to continue the fierce battle with Yuxinghe, only to be sent sprawling by a single swipe. Yuxinghe too suffers, as she is catapulted into the woods by Daming's tail. Enough. Cease this at once. With the declaration of a truce by the Tianqing Niumeng, Erming, still dazed from the repeated hammer blows to his head, stumbles back from a distance. The lingering dizziness is a direct consequence of Yuxinghe's relentless strikes. Yuxinghe found herself in a dire predicament. Upon reverting from her transformation into Bayana, she coughed up blood twice and was engulfed in an indescribable pain. Had it not been for the timely assistance of the Tianqing Niupeng, who sent Xiaowu to support her, she likely would have collapsed on the ground. In her current state, Yuxinghe was utterly disheveled, her body smeared with dirt, her hair entangled with leaves and twigs, and her face and arms marred with contusions. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, clearly a result of the beating she had endured. Judging by their appearances, it was evident that Yuxinghe had lost the contest. She was utterly weakened, while Erming, despite his injuries, still possessed the strength to continue fighting. Little girl, it seems you are somewhat lacking, Erming observed. Yuxinghe did not contest this assertion, acknowledging, I have lost. Although she had fought evenly with Erming while transformed, this was only a fade, reliant on Yuxinghe exhausting her trump cards, while Erming had not yet unleashed his full potential. Moreover, the transformation into Bayana lasted merely half an hour. Once that time elapsed, Yuxinghe would revert to being an ordinary soul master with just one ring, while she still had transformation attempts left. She was reluctant to utilize such a trump card in this competition. Human, though you have been defeated, we can sense your genuine affection for Xiaowu. And your strength is commendable. If you can vow with your soul to protect Xiaowu, I would permit her to accompany you to the human world, Tianqing Niupeng declared. Upon hearing this, Erming anxiously interjected, Brother, why are you changing your stance? This is not what we agreed upon. Daming sighed slightly and addressed Erming directly. Yuxinghe looked on, puzzled. Seeing her confusion, Xiaowu smiled and explained, Daming and Erming are conversing in the language of our spirit beasts. Would you like to know what they are saying? Not particularly. If they prefer to speak in their beast language, then I shall not pry, Yuxinghe replied. Everyone possesses their own little secrets and circles, and even the closest of friends may have things they wish to keep to themselves. Spirit beasts are no exception. If she were in their position, it would be impossible to divulge everything to someone she had known for less than half a day. Only a fool or a spy seeking information would act so indiscriminately. Noting Yuxinghe's lack of curiosity, Xiaowu felt a pang of disappointment. But she swiftly brightened and said, Erming is complaining to Daming. He says you kept hitting his head, which has made him a bit daft. Upon hearing Xiaowu's translation, Yuxinghe couldn't help but reflect on the Titan great ape sensitivity. You are quite dirty. Shouldn't you wash up? Indeed. Basking in the serene beauty of this lake, reminiscent of a celestial realm, with a charming young maiden diligently attending to her, Yuxinghe couldn't help but feel that perhaps staying here was quite delightful. Sister Xinghe, why do you have a cloth tied around your chest? Oh. During my time at the Soul Master Academy, I accidentally received a cut during a duel, so I wrapped it up. Oh. Is the injury serious? Let me take a look. There's nothing to see, so don't bother. Despite her usual demeanor of a tough and rebellious older sister, when it came to moments of vulnerability, Yuxinghe found herself more bashful than most girls. The reason behind her binding the cloth around her chest was likely a secret known only to her. Chapter 74, Meng Iran. Always being robbed of soul rings, it became evident that Yuxinghe was ill-suited for prolonged stays in the forest. After all, the longer she lingered, the fewer delightful treats she could savor. After bidding farewell to Daming and Erming, she pondered two pressing questions. In truth, these inquiries had been on her mind since Xiaowu confided her secrets. Firstly, the concept of creating her own soul skills, and secondly, the quest for future soul rings. Concerning the inadequacy of her skills and the need for innovation, Yuxinghe had contemplated numerous strategies, yet she lacked the time to experiment. What troubled her most, however, was the search for soul rings. Surely she couldn't rely on a 10,000-year soul ring as a stopgap measure. Yet, it wasn't entirely out of the question. If she were to come across an exquisite soul ring of 90,000 years, she would certainly consider absorbing it, especially since there existed a method to exploit the soul ring age limitation, namely, the divine assessment. Mentioning the divine assessment sparked a light in Yuxinghe's eyes. What a clever little mind she possessed. With her current strength, she could certainly find time to visit Sea God Island. where she could request a few 100,000-year soul rings from the sea god himself, and perhaps even flirt with Poseidon. Although Poseidon was a centuries-old matron, Yu Xinghe was not one to be swayed by mere appearances. She valued inner qualities far more. While Yu Xinghe was lost in her reverie, suddenly, the system's voice chimed. Ding. Side quest issued. Please assist Tang San in capturing a suitable soul beast. Quest reward. Elevate the host's first soul ring to a 10,000-year limit. The system's unexpected announcement sparked a realization in Yu Xinghe. System, could you bestow upon me a few more soul rings? With a system at my disposal, why should I even consider participating in the divine assessment? Aren't the soul rings granted by the system far more appealing? Regrettably, for all her well-laid plans, she overlooked the adage that 9 out of 10 systems lead to pitfalls, with one being a divine trap. In response to Yu Xinghe's request, the system replied, this system is merely a program and will operate according to preset protocols. As for acquiring soul rings, the host must resolve this independently. Although Yu Xinghe grumbled, the prospect of task rewards, coupled with the simplicity of the assignment, compelled him to dutifully undertake his mission. Xiao Wu, do you know where I might find a 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider? Why would we seek out such a repulsive creature? The human-faced demon spider, an adversary to all soul beasts, is notorious for its brutality, but more importantly, its appearance is truly terrifying. So much so that even Xiao Wu, a 10,000-year-old soul beast, keeps her distance. When I departed, Tang San had just reached the 30-level mark in soul power, and he required a soul ring. Had it been any other soul beast, Xiao Wu might have been reluctant to assist, but upon hearing it was the human-faced demon spider, despite its grotesque and hideous nature, she was willing to offer some small assistance. Follow me. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujin and his group had been waiting in the Stardow forest for an entire day. In truth, they had not been idle, for Tang San had made a breakthrough. However, this achievement did not bring joy, as Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu were still absent. As the leading teacher, it was his responsibility to ensure that all students returned safely. This situation could not persist. While capturing a mandala snake that was approximately 1,500 years old, Zhao Wujin remarked, Xiao San, what do you think of this mandala snake? Your first soul ring was from a mandala snake. Using this one, which is over 1,700 years old, would be most fitting. Indeed, while the present mandala snake may not be of the highest caliber among soul beasts, its age perfectly aligns with the critical threshold for a third soul ring that a soul master can absorb. Any older, and the risk of failure would increase. Any younger, and it would imply a permanent decline in future potential. Just as Tang San was about to take action, another voice interrupted. Hold on. Everyone looked up to see a couple wielding a staff with a dragon head and a serpent body, accompanied by a bright young lady. It was the renowned dragon and serpent couple, along with Meng Yiran. However, at that moment, the Dragon King and Serpent Queen appeared quite disheveled, bearing wounds and exuding a somewhat waning aura. The atmosphere became momentarily awkward. Finally, Meng Shu spoke. Zhao Wujin, I sensed this mandala snake first. But suddenly a 50,000-year-old human-faced demon spider emerged. If it weren't for our martial soul fusion technique, we might not have made it out today. Zhao Wujin, I discovered this mandala snake first, and while I can overlook the phoenix-tailed rooster snake you took yesterday, you must return this mandala snake to us. Zhao Wujin cast a glance at Tang San, engulfed in deep conflict. Observing Zhao Wujin's hesitation, Meng Shu, filled with indignation, exclaimed, What? Have you all experienced another breakthrough? To this, Zhao Wujin nodded. Meng Yiran immediately cried out in distress, Grandfather. Listening to Meng Yiran's voice, tinged with a hint of sorrow, the 8 soul rings on Meng Shu's body pulsed rhythmically. The dragon-headed staff in his hand began to reveal a pair of dragon eyes, slowly opening. An overwhelming aura of the soul Douluo enveloped the atmosphere, exuding an oppressive weight akin to a mountain, making the Shrek members feel as though they were struggling to breathe. It was only at this moment that they truly comprehended the extent of Yu Xinghe's extraordinary prowess. How could someone capable of exerting such an intimidating presence have been defeated? The release of the soul Douluo's aura even made Zhao Wujin uneasy, let alone his students. If only Yu Xinghe were present. Alas, there are no ifs in this world. Just as Zhao Wujin intended to hand over the mandala snake, a familiar voice broke through the tension. Oh, it's you again, Teacher Zhao. Did you know I was back and specially caught a snake to prepare a broth for me? With Yu Xinghe's appearance, the suffocating pressure dissipated in an instant. Simultaneously, the previously aggressive gazes of Meng Shu and Xiao Tianxiang dimmed. Come on, Yiran. Grandpa will find you another soul beast, Meng Shu declared, retreating unexpectedly. Seeing her grandfather yield once more, Meng Yiran exclaimed, Grandpa, Don't you and Grandma have your martial soul fusion technique? As long as you work together, that little girl would surely be no match for you. Iran, be cautious with your words. Meng Shu admonished. Did others not understand his predicament? Did he not grasp his own situation? When they faced the 50,000-year-old faceless spider, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang had to employ their martial soul fusion technique twice to drive it back. Now, they were at their limits, otherwise they would have immediately acted against Zhao Wujin upon his arrival, especially since Yu Xinghe was absent then. But the circumstances were different now. If he were to face Yu Xinghe again, Meng Shu estimated that given his current state, it was quite probable that he would meet his end today. After delivering a stern admonition to his granddaughter, Meng Shu nodded at Yu Xinghe, his expression a complex mix of emotions as he prepared to leave with Meng Yuran. Suddenly, a youthful, clear voice rang out, "Stop." Upon hearing those two words, an ominous premonition surged within Meng Shu. Chapter 75, The Legend of Xiongde and Xiong Er. The Shrek students were filled with ecstatic joy upon witnessing that Yu Xinghe had indeed returned with Xiao Wu. Yu Xinghe is not merely their classmate, she is their pillar of support and a source of strength. Ning Rongrong, as Yu Xinghe's most ardent admirer, rushed forward to envelop her in an embrace, incessantly muttering about her worries, her overly sentimental tone sending shivers down the spines of those present. However, she quickly turned to Meng Yuran and the others, commanding, "Stop right there." Then, addressing Yu Xinghe, she exclaimed, "Sister Xinghe, you must take charge for us. You didn't see, that old man was terrifying. He looked as if he wanted to eliminate us." Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's complaint, Meng Shu felt a pang of dread. Although the exaggerated lamentations of Ning Rongrong elicited some awkward expressions from the crowd, they refrained from commenting further, as Meng Shu indeed appeared ready to act at any moment. After listening to Ning Rongrong's grievances, Yu Xinghe turned to Tang San and inquired, "What transpired just now? Please recount the events in detail." As Tang San recounted the incident, Meng Shu, who had previously donned a sorrowful expression, instantly brightened, nearly overcome with joy, as if he wished to plant a kiss on Tang San's cheek. There are still many good people in this world. After hearing Tang San's explanation, Yu Xinghe playfully swatted Ning Rongrong's pert backside, exclaiming, Yu Xinghe is protective, yet her guardianship is not devoid of principles. For she understands that excessive indulgence merely cultivates unruly children. Contemplating this, as she observed Ning Rongrong's expression of distress, Yu Xinghe addressed Zhao Wujia, saying, "Teacher Zhao, please give that mandala snake to her. I have procured a superior spirit beast for the little one." Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, Zhao Wujia handed the unfortunate snake over to Meng Shu. Meng Shu could hardly fathom that his adversary would return the snake to him. Initially, he had thought that as long as Yu Xinghe refrained from causing them trouble, he would count himself fortunate. Gazing at the mandala snake in his hands, Meng Shu looked at Yu Xinghe with a complex expression and inquired, "Why?" The Moonstar River replied with calmness, "There is no particular reason. While it is true that this world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, I do not subscribe to such a notion. The strong possess everything, while the weak have nothing, deriving their joy from the suffering of others. That is not true happiness, and I disdain such actions." Upon hearing these words from the Moonstar River, Meng Shu and Zhao Wuji felt a flush of embarrassment. One was a soul Douluo, and the other a notoriously infamous soul sage. It would be impossible to claim they had never bullied others. Yet now, as they gazed at the young girl, who appeared to be just over a decade old, they found her stature towering and radiant, exuding a golden light that commanded reverence. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the Shrek Academy students and Meng Yuran, Meng Shu bowed respectfully to the Moonstar River. This gesture, known as the disciples' salute within the Soul Master community, is typically observed between students and teachers, or between juniors and seniors. Yet here was Meng Shu, nearing a century in age, bowing to a mere child of 10. If word of this were to spread, it would undoubtedly leave many in shock. Subsequently, in the midst of the bewildered stares, Meng Shu spoke, at the age of 90, having entered the realm of Soul Douluo at 60. "No one has dared to challenge my authority since. Whatever I desire, others retreat in fear, aware of my prowess as a Soul Douluo. I established my own sect and accepted over 100 disciples. Whenever a disciple encountered trouble, provided it wasn't too severe, no one dared to report it. For I am a Soul Douluo. When I was 70, my most cherished disciple faced a failed marriage proposal. I personally went a plead on his behalf, and the girl's parents readily consented. However, the girl, distraught, later took her own life. Subsequently, a nameless individual named Liang Shanbo also perished, reportedly the girl's original fiancé. I would not have remembered someone of his mediocre caliber, but before he died, He came to my sect and uttered a line that struck me. Is it true that the strong can do as they please in this world? I answered, indeed. With strength comes the freedom to act as one wishes. He then challenged my beloved disciple, only to be severely defeated, and shortly thereafter, he died by the girl's grave. Despite such a tragedy, neither the girl's family nor Liang Shambua's came to confront me, for I am a soul Douluo. All along, I believed that as long as I was strong enough, my actions were justified. In fact, those who are even stronger than I, known as title Douluo, often transgress even more egregiously. Yet today you have imparted a lesson upon me, little girl. Thank you. You have revealed to me another facet of strength. Perhaps this is why heaven holds you in such esteem. May you soon ascend to the rank of title Douluo. Now, let us depart. With that, Meng Shu cast a deep glance at the Moonstar River and Xiao Wu before leaving with the ever-curious Meng Aran, who looked back several times. Once they had departed, the crowd gazed at the Moonstar River with a myriad of complex emotions, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Tang San, this is the soul beast I offer you, a 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. Although it surpasses the age limit typically absorbable by ordinary soul masters, fortune favors the bold. Your martial spirit is inherently disadvantaged. To surpass others, you must endure greater hardships. Are you afraid? The name of the man-faced demon spider resonates profoundly with Tang San. After hearing Yu Xinghe's words, he found himself in deep contemplation as he faced the creature. While the man-faced demon spider is indeed remarkable, Tang San is not one to act recklessly. He is acutely aware of the inherent risks. Within him resides the soul of an adult, and the emotional turmoil caused by the interference of the outsider, Yu Xinghe, has left him lacking the resolve to make a decision. Yu Xinghe, without hesitation, retrieved a tablecloth from the Dream of Tears and spread it upon the ground, commencing a delightful picnic. The others promptly settled down, inquiring about the experiences of Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu throughout the day. Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu, of course, would not speak the unvarnished truth. Thus, Yu Xinghe promptly activated her innate skill, fabrication. It so happened that after I caught up with Xiao Wu, suddenly, a Titan giant ape emerged. It turned out that these two brothers were named Xiongda and Xiong'er, the guardians of order within the Douluo forest. Anyone who dared to recklessly fell trees or indiscriminately hunted soul beasts within this forest would find themselves confronted by these mighty beings, who would not hesitate to rend the intruder asunder. You may wonder why they sought to capture Xiao Wu. Their explanation was that she bore a striking resemblance to a human girl named Zhao Lin, who had once been their friend. Therefore, Xiongda and Xiong'er harbored no malice towards Xiao Wu. They even remarked that she could come by to visit them whenever she pleased. After hearing Yu Xinghe's account, Ning Rongrong curiously inquired, Sister Xinghe, may I accompany you to play with Xiongda and Xiong'er? Absolutely not, came the reply. Why not? From your description, they seem quite amiable. They are merely pretending to be friendly because they cannot overpower me. If a reckless little girl like you were to approach them, it would simply be a feast for them. Ning Rongrong. From that point onward, rumors of the two Titan giant apes serving as protectors of order in the Douluo forest spread like wildfire, leading many soul masters, over the ensuing years, to refrain from wantonly slaughtering soul beasts. This change in behavior even caused the Beast God Emperor to reassess his views on humanity. Of course, these developments are but a prelude to further tales. Chapter 76, Elemental Avatar. After a prolonged silence, Tang San finally made his move against the faceless demon spider. With the emergence of a purple soul ring, he directed the soul ring towards himself. Following a tumultuous surge of energy, an inappropriate scene ensued. 8 bulges erupted from Tang San's back, and the 8 spider lances pierced through. In light of such a spectacle, Yu Xinghe could not help but exclaim, truly, he is the protagonist. Yu Xinghe dares to wager that if it were she who were to absorb the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider, she would undoubtedly not receive an external soul bone. Man-faced demon spider. Nonsense. I was peacefully slumbering when you suddenly assaulted me. Do you expect me to grant you an external soul bone? In light of Tang San's sudden transformation, Ma Hongjun attempted to approach for a closer look, but fortunately, Yu Xinghe intervened just in time, elucidating the concept of external soul bones to the group. Upon hearing her explanation, the others couldn't help but marvel at her formidable strength and her unparalleled theoretical knowledge. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujie recounted the events that transpired in the Douluo forest to the teachers, leaving them astonished by the twists and turns of the narrative. The following day, Flender gathered everyone together. Today, we shall welcome a new instructor. The forthcoming training will be orchestrated entirely by him, and you are to adhere to his guidance. Is that understood? Understood. Thus, amidst Tang San's astonished yet joyful gaze, the master made his appearance. Teacher, Xiao San, witnessing the emotional embrace between the two. The onlookers were inevitably moved. The enchanting Moonstar River, in a rather poignant manner, serenaded the moment with a song that encapsulated the emotions of the gathering. You are the wind, and I am the sand, entwined and boundless to the horizon. Initially, the audience was moved to tears, but upon hearing this melody, they swiftly composed themselves, casting despondent glances at Moonstar River. Indeed, Moonstar River possesses remarkable talents, yet regrettably lacks the gift of silence. Fortunately, her formidable skills rendered her untouchable, even in the face of negligence. It is often said that a new official ignites 3 fires upon taking office. Thus, the master swiftly implemented a rigorous training regimen. Upon hearing the master's directives, the crowd's faces drained of color. Naturally, this did not apply to Moonstar River, as the master deemed her situation unique, granting her the liberty to roam freely. Consequently, the expressions of the others darkened even further. While the Shrek team labored under the scorching sun, drenched in sweat, Moonstar River reclined beneath a tree, leisurely indulging in an ice cream treat, occasionally conjuring a radiant pattern to transform it into a fan, gently swaying it with delight. If it were only this, Yuxinghe observed that, after completing their training, the participants still dared to display disdain towards her, evidently possessing surplus energy, thus necessitating an increase in intensity. The master, upon hearing this, wholeheartedly agreed. Subsequently, one morning, he announced before everyone a significant decision. We are a monster academy. Being a monster entails showcasing our distinctiveness. Therefore, from this moment forth, Yuxinghe shall assume the role of your instructor, guiding you towards a comprehensive development in morality, intellect, physical prowess, aesthetics, and labor. Let us welcome her with applause. As the scattered claps echoed, Yuxinghe, with a beaming smile, remarked, in truth, my training regimen is not vastly different from the master's. It primarily builds upon his foundational principles with the addition of 2 new components. The first component, practical assessments. You must have nearly exhausted the great soul arena by now. Aren't you all renowned for your prowess in solitude? Then prepare to battle against me. Upon hearing that they would face Yuxinghe in combat, Dai Mubai wore a reluctant expression and protested, Xinghe, this feels somewhat unfair. How could we possibly be your match? Yuxinghe had anticipated that they would use this excuse, stating, rest assured, I shall not bully you. I will not personally engage in the fray. Instead, I shall descend into the arena with a doppelganger, which, I assure you, will not possess any soul skills. Moreover, for each match you win, I shall bestow a kiss upon each boy, and for the girls, I shall prepare a bespoke culinary delight. Of course, the penalties for defeat will be quite severe. This constitutes my second plan for you, psychological torment. You shall accompany me to the grand city to perform. The particulars shall be communicated to you later. How does that sound? If you are unwilling, now is the time to withdraw. After listening to Yuxinghe's words, the crowd, after a moment of contemplation, displayed expressions of excitement, particularly Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, who appeared especially animated. Beside them, Tang San gazed at the exuberant trio with a look of pity. Oh, Navi children, do you truly believe that Yuxinghe's benevolence is so easily attained? The thought of facing Yuxinghe in competition caused Tang San to silently contemplate the quantity of healing potions he would need. The master observed the unusually exuberant children and shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, it appears that culinary delights and beauty are the stepping stones to a soul master's advancement. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Flander and the other academy instructors, Yuxinghe's special training commenced. With all eyes upon her, Yuxinghe extended her right hand, aligning her index and middle fingers while retracting the remaining 3. Then, with a commanding voice, she proclaimed, Elemental Doppelganger. Before them, vibrant patterns representing the 4 attributes of water, fire, thunder, and light emerged behind Yuxinghe. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the 4 patterns, each embodying a distinct element, melded together. Immediately thereafter, the patterns began to stretch and transform, taking on the form of Yuxinghe herself. This was one of the soul skills she had creatively devised over the past few months. Inspired by the doppelganger abilities of the DNF fighter and the shadow clone technique from Naruto, the elemental doppelganger, given Yuxinghe's current capabilities, she would have been unable to manifest such a soul skill. Even if she succeeded, the doppelganger would remain motionless, akin to a humanoid bomb that would detonate upon contact. However, during these past few months, Yuxingha had completed a side quest to embody a merciless merchant. Yuxingha was uncertain of the purpose behind this task, yet knowing that the system's assignments have always been rather nonsensical. And considering that the reward for this particular endeavor was a scroll of mental cultivation techniques, she chose not to dwell on it. The task involved a form of dissociation, separating a portion of one's soul power to freely establish an alternate persona. Upon acquiring the scroll, Yuxingha promptly crafted a persona characterized by absolute calmness and combat prowess, subsequently utilizing her internal energy to fabricate a corporeal form for this personality. The members of Shrek only perceived Yuxingha indulging in laziness and slumber during this period, unaware that she was engaged in a profound dialogue with her auxiliary persona. As this avatar emerged, astonishment swept through the group. You have an incense stick's worth of time to devise a strategy. After that, the battle commences. Although this doppelganger bore an identical visage to Yuxingha, her voice was harsh and grating, a consequence of her energy-formed body, which, due to forced amalgamation, was in a state of constant turmoil. Had it not been for Yuxingha's intense control over her soul power, this manifestation would have likely exploded under the strain. Chapter 77, The Battle of the Avatars. Tang-san, what should our approach be? To be frank, I am equally unsure. The revelation that Tang-san would express such uncertainty astonished the group. He had always been the pivotal figure among the Shrek 7 monsters. Orchestrating their strategies during team battles centered around his command. Unbeknownst to them, they had come to regard Tang-san as the very soul of the team. However, with their leader devoid of a plan, a sense of trepidation enveloped the group regarding the impending confrontation. Just as a cloud of despair began to settle over them, the master approached, delivering a firm pat on each of their heads. You are the Shrek 7 monsters. You are prodigies. Despondency is not befitting of your nature. How can you expect to triumph when you appear as lost as stray dogs before the battle has even begun? To secure victory, you must first believe in your ability to win. Indeed, Yuxingha is formidable, terrifyingly so. Yet, do not underestimate yourselves. Moreover, this is merely one of her avatars. Remember, this doppelganger is composed of unstable energy. If you can strike her form, her avatar will inevitably collapse. Thus, victory shall be yours. Upon hearing the master's analysis, the group was instantly invigorated. Defeating Yuxingha seemed nearly impossible, yet targeting her true form appeared to be a feasible endeavor. To this, Yuxingha remarked, "Children, you remain too young." Time slipped away in the soft haze of incense smoke. Ultimately, after a period of earnest contemplation, Tang-san opted for the trident tactic. This strategy involved utilizing the agile soul masters, Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, as flanking forces to harass and attack Yuxingha's avatar, striking when possible and retreating when necessary. Dai Mubai possesses the strongest soul power and the highest defense, serving both as a primary attacker and a shield in the front line. Ma Hongjun remains at the rear, unleashing ranged assaults, while Ning Rongrong stands beside him, providing assistance and benefiting from Ma Hongjun's protective presence. Tang-san occupies the center, and Oscar prepares sausages. 3 for each member. Although such provisions are typically prohibited during formal matches, Yuxingha refrains from mentioning it, allowing them to feign ignorance. To maximize each individual's combat potential, Tang-san has also equipped Ning Rongrong and Oscar with 2 sets of concealed weapons, enabling them to assist while also engaging in offense. Upon hearing Tang-san's tactical arrangements, Yuxingha turned to Yuxingchen, the name of her alter ego, and urged, "You must win. If you lose, I shall make you kiss them." To this, Yuxingchen responded in her rough and awkward voice, "Oh, understood." Hearing this, Yuxingha felt a pang of regret for having programmed her alter ego to remain utterly composed. She hardly resembled a human, rather, she seemed a soulless machine devoid of emotion. As the match commenced with Zhao Wujia's announcement, the Shrek 7 monsters activated their soul rings. Dai Mubai led the charge, his first and second soul rings glowing, and even while advancing, he unleashed a white tiger light wave. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhiqing and Xiao Wu utilized their speed to flank Yuxingchen, denying her any chance to evade Dai Mubai's onslaught. With the trio forming an encirclement, Ma Hongjun ascended into the air after consuming Oscar's flying mushroom sausage, unleashing a relentless stream of phoenix fire, seemingly without regard for his own energy reserves. For Ma Hongjun, the allure of Yuxingha's kiss was irresistible, compelling him to exert all his strength. Ning Rongrong concentrated her support on the 2 agile attack-type soul masters, enhancing their power and granting them swifter speed to either assault Yuxingchen or retreat from their comrades' barrage. Tang-san remained central, ready to either support or attack as the situation dictated. The Shrek 7 monsters executed a lethal offensive, attacking from all angles and perspectives, leaving no blind spots. Faced with such an onslaught, Yu Xingchen appeared left with only two options, to endure or to retreat. As the audience watched in anxious anticipation, Yu Xingchen finally launched a counterattack. She spread her arms wide, summoning two ethereal energy shields that rose to block Dai Mubai's light wave and Ma Hongjuan's phoenix fire. These shields, perfectly sized, effectively absorbed the entirety of the assault. Then, as Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing advanced, Yu Xingchen closed her eyes. Although uncertain of her opponent's intentions, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing resolved to initiate a probing attack. As Xiao Wu activated her soul skill, instantaneous movement, Zhu Zhuqing likewise unleashed her own soul skill, attacking Yu Xingchen from both sides. The assault was not merely the work of two individuals, it also involved the approaching Dai Mubai. The trio launched a concerted attack. Faced with this dire situation, Yu Xingchen finally opened his eyes, his mouth agape as he let out a thunderous roar, accompanied by a deafening sound. It struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving the three attackers momentarily dazed and blank. Although Tang Sen was at a distance, he too was momentarily stunned by the unexpected bellow. Fortunately, Yu Xingchen was merely testing his abilities and refrained from lethal force. Otherwise, with just that one shout, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing would have met their demise. Tang San, having trained in the purple extreme magic eye, possessed the strongest mental prowess among those present. Coupled with his distance from the source of the sound, he was the first to regain his senses and swiftly summoned his blue silver grass to pull them back. Although the trio was successfully rescued, Yu Xingchen was already in motion. With both hands raised, he conjured two swirling energy orbs, which began to spin with increasing intensity, sprouting four sharp points. Observing the energy sphere, Yu Xingham murmured to himself, "Isn't that the spiral shuriken? My goodness, this clone possesses some remarkable talent." Almost as soon as Yu Xingha's words fell, Yu Xingchen flicked his hands, sending two spiral shurikens whirling towards Tang San. At a critical moment, Tang San activated his third soul skill, spider web binding. However, once the web ensnared the energy orb, it inexplicably detonated. The explosion created a massive crater in the ground, large enough to bury dozens of Tang Sans. Tang San, it seems I have become a unit of measurement. As another energy orb hurtled toward him, Tang San leaped to the side, narrowly evading the spiraling energy projectile, just as he exhaled a sigh of relief. Ma Hongjun in the air watched in horror as the energy orb made a sudden turn, heading directly for him. Fear gripped Ma Hongjun as he recalled the orb's immense power. Desperately, he summoned his soul power, unleashing the Phoenix fire line once more. Fortunately, the spiral shuriken was exceedingly unstable. Upon being struck by Ma Hongjuan's attack, it exploded, blossoming into a brilliant display of energy in the sky. Chapter 78. The examination. Upon witnessing both spiral orbs detonated, Yu Xingchen's eyes gleamed with excitement, crackling with electric energy. She slightly crouched, bringing her hands together, fingers interlaced. As a flower of energy blossomed, a sphere of energy coalesced, rapidly expanding in size. When the orb reached the size of a basin, the energy fluctuations caused even Flinder and Zhao Wujing to change their expressions. If that were to explode, it could very well overwhelm even a Soul King. Flinder, should we call for you to halt? Flander shook his head and remarked, "Your strikes are measured. Besides, while her clone's attacks are formidable, have you noticed? Their speed is rather slow, allowing the children a chance to react. Take those two energy spheres from earlier. Had you herself been the one to unleash them, Xiao San and the others would have had no hope of evading." As soon as Flander's words fell, Yu Xingchen thrust her hands forward, sending the energy sphere spiraling away. The sphere was exceedingly ferocious, carving a deep trench in the earth below as it passed. Sensing the terrifying energy contained within, Tang Sen understood that this energy sphere was beyond his capacity to withstand. The best course of action was to flee. With this thought, Tang Sen extended his blue-silver grass, wrapping it around everyone's waists as he retreated swiftly. Yet, what transpired next filled him with dread. As Tang Sen withdrew, the energy sphere accelerated dramatically, akin to a frail elder who, having stumbled a moment prior, suddenly discards his cane and dashes forth like Lu Xiang. Faced with the imminent approach of the energy sphere, Oscar cursed, "Damn it. It even has a mind of its own. Can't we catch a break?" Oscar's words were like a beacon of light in the darkness, illuminating Tang San's understanding. Indeed, whether it was the previously curving energy spheres or this sudden acceleration, they were all manipulated by that clone. A direct confrontation would surely spell doom. But who was Tang San? He was a disciple of the Tang sect. Disciples of the Tang sect have always triumphed over their adversaries through unpredictable and stealthy tactics. Thus, in the blink of an eye, Tang San resolved to take a bold gamble. A glimmer of purple light ignited in his eyes. The purple extreme demon eye. He gathered all his mental energy and directed it towards Yu Xingqian. In the next moment, Yu Xingqian, focused on controlling the energy sphere, emitted a thunderous groan. Instantly, fissures began to appear across her body, with brilliant light seeping through. Within those cracks surged a tumult of energy, as Yu Xingqian's body began to fracture. The colossal energy sphere also started to tremble. Once the wild energy broke free from its constraints, an explosion would be inevitable. Tang San, who had once crafted the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus, was keenly aware of this, just as despair washed over him, and he closed his eyes to await his fate. A radiant figure appeared, facing away from them. It extended a hand, and a faint energy shield materialized. Boom! A mushroom cloud, the size of a house, slowly rose among the Shrek students. Feeling the immense power, Yu Xiaojiang turned pale and exclaimed to Flander, "Why are you just standing there? Why not save them? If anything happens to those children, it will be an irreparable loss." It was no wonder that Master was so anxious. After all, Tang San was among them. In response to Master's reproach, Flander shook his head and said, "Look closely, and you will understand why I cannot intervene." As the smoke dissipated, a faint golden shield emerged, within which stood the unscathed members of Shrek Academy, alongside the cracked figure of Yu Xingqian. Beyond the shield lay a vast, spiraled pit, capable of engulfing thousands of Tang San. The competition has concluded. With Yu Xingha's declaration, the fractured form of Yu Xingtian trembled and shattered into a cascade of luminous particles, vanishing before Tang San and his companions. Well, you have lost. Take a moment to rest, and this afternoon, follow me into the city. Upon hearing Yu Xingha's pronouncement of their defeat, Ma Hongjun expressed his discontent, exclaiming, "I protest." Yu Xingha gestured for Ma Hongjun to articulate his reasons for protest. Did you not claim that your doppelganger would not employ soul skills? Then what about that protective shield, the thunderous roar, and the energy sphere? If those are not soul skills, what are they? Oh, you mean this. That is not a soul skill at all. You may perceive it as a self-created ability, a sophisticated manifestation of energy application. The master, being a theoretical researcher and sensitive to certain terminologies, immediately inquired, what constitutes a sophisticated application of energy? Ah, that is a lengthy explanation. Let us discuss it while we dine. Very well. As Yu Xingha departed with a group of instructors, Ma Hongjun opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something further. However, Tang San patted his shoulder and remarked, "Fatty, do not feel disheartened. Had it not been for her doppelganger's intervention, we would have perished in the explosion." With a chuckle, Ma Hongjun replied, "Sengu, it is not that I am discontent. I merely yearn to secure a victory, by any means necessary." Upon hearing this, Tang San raised an eyebrow. "What is it? Do you desire a kiss from Yu Xingha?" Ma Hongjun nudged Tang San with his elbow, wearing a knowing expression that suggested, "Isn't that what you want too?" Tang San shook his head vigorously, as if in a frenzy. Nearby, Ning Rongrong seized the moment to chide, "Pervert. Sleazy. No wonder girls are not interested in you. All right. Let us first wake up Mu Bai and the others. Who knows what tortures await us this afternoon?" Upon hearing the word torture, the expressions of the group soured once more. As Yu Xingha dined, he addressed the tardy Tang San and the others, urging them to hasten, exclaiming, "We have been waiting for you. The delay will undoubtedly necessitate a more rigorous assessment this afternoon." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned pale once more. The master rapped on the table and remarked, "Do not frighten them any further. Now, enlighten us on the advanced forms of energy utilization." He then turned to Tang San and the others, instructing, "Listen closely. This is of utmost importance to you." Once the group was prepared, Yu Xingha stated, "Throughout history, all soul masters have suffered from a critical flaw, an excessive reliance on soul rings." Flander, frowning at this assertion, interjected, "If soul masters do not depend on soul rings, then what do they rely upon?" Indeed, in the Douluo Continent, where martial souls form the foundation of cultivation, soul rings serve as the keys to unlock the doors of training. Without soul rings, a soul master would find their progress severely hindered. The crux of this issue lies in the fact that soul rings bestow soul skills. A soul master devoid of soul skills is akin to a limping Guan Yu, deprived of his steed, or an enfeebled Luban bereft of his teleportation abilities, vulnerable and defenseless. This predicament can be illustrated by the circumstances in the city of slaughter, where any soul master entering is stripped of their soul skills, regardless of whether they are a soul emperor or a soul sage. The only distinction being that soul sages possess a modicum more soul power. Flanders' observation holds merit, and even the master could find no fault in it, as it reflects the consensus among soul masters. Even the erudite master, when instructing Tang San, sought to acquire superior soul rings. Yet now, Yu Xinghe's assertion of the soul master's overdependence on soul rings rendered this revolutionary notion difficult for many to accept. I understand that embracing this perspective may prove challenging, but it heralds a reform for you and all soul masters alike. I term this martial soul reform. Before instigating a transformation in your thought processes, I pose to you a question. Typically, how many soul rings and soul skills does a soul master possess? Dai Mubai rolled his eyes and replied, a soul master who reaches the rank of title Dong and naturally possesses 9 soul rings and 9 soul skills. Precisely. Now, can you guess how many soul skills I possess? As soon as Yu Xinghe spoke, the crowd fell into deep contemplation. Ma Hongjun was the first to voice his thoughts. It must be 4, right? The teleportation. That marvelous golden blade with iron chains, those orbs, and today's doppelganger. In truth, most of those present shared similar sentiments. Even Xiao Wu's guess was 5. This was due to Yu Xinghe possessing a transformation skill that had only been revealed in her presence. The guesses from Flinder and the others also amounted to 5. But they included an additional skill referred to as simulation, which Yu Xinghe had previously mentioned. As the crowd exchanged their conjectures, Yu Xinghe smiled lightly and stated, I possess only 3 soul skills, but strictly speaking, there are only 2 distinct soul skills, as 2 of them form a combined skill set that must be utilized together, teleportation and the simulation skill. At this point, Yu Xinghe felt a headache coming on, finding the act of deceit rather troublesome. Upon hearing that Yu Xinghe claimed to have only teleportation and simulation as her soul skills, the cafeteria erupted in astonishment. Silence. With a commanding presence, Yu Xinghe quelled the noise, leaving everyone in awe. In that moment, they recalled that this young girl had even defeated a soul Douluo. Of course, I am an exception, and you need not use me as a reference, as it holds no significance. What I wish to convey is that any soul master, as long as they possess soul power, inherently possesses soul skills. This is the essence of what I wish to discuss today regarding the advanced applications of energy, which you may also refer to as the advanced applications of soul power. Naturally, this theory may seem rather complex for you, not something that can be succinctly explained in a few words. Therefore, I shall provide a brief overview today. A soul master, as long as they have soul power, theoretically possesses soul skills. Next, I will invite Xiao Wu to come up and demonstrate. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe call her to demonstrate, Xiao Wu blushed and said, Xinghe, I don't know how to do those things. Yu Xinghe smiled and waved his hand, saying, if I say you can, then you can. As Xiao Wu approached, Yu Xinghe grasped her hand and instructed, close your eyes, follow my guidance and channel your soul power. In the next moment, Xiao Wu felt a surge of energy flowing from Yu Xinghe's palm into hers, coursing through her arm and into her body, ultimately settling at the navel region. This spot is where a soul master's energy is most concentrated, as Tang San would describe it, the lower dantian, while Yu Xinghe referred to it as the golden ratio point of the human body. Instantly, Yu Xinghe's energy gently guided strands of soul power along the meridians, moving from her abdomen to her thighs, then to her calves, and finally grounding itself at the soles of her feet. To the astonishment of onlookers, Xiao Wu's small feet began to emanate a soft, ethereal glow. Xiao Wu, do not activate your soul skills, just run. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Wu vanished from sight. Seeing her disappearance, Flinder sprang to his feet, bewildered, and exclaimed, is that teleportation? Everyone was aware that Xiao Wu had recently broken through and absorbed her 3rd soul ring upon returning from the Star Doe Forest, subsequently demonstrating her soul skill teleportation. Yet now, she had neither summoned her martial soul nor displayed her soul rings. She had simply executed a teleportation, leaving Flinder utterly perplexed. Even more bewildering events unfolded. After Xiao Wu had teleported, Yu Xinghe called for everyone to come outside. The group promptly followed. At the entrance of the cafeteria, which opened to a vast clearing, Yu Xinghe addressed Zhao Wujia, saying, Teacher Zhao, could you step out for a moment? Zhao Wujia, appearing wary, inquired, what do you want? Clearly, he was still haunted by past experiences with Yu Xinghe. Noticing Zhao Wujia's defensive posture, arms crossed, and radiating apprehension, Yu Xinghe chuckled, don't worry, Teacher Zhao. It's not me, it's Xiao Wu. Oh, Xiao Wu. In that case, it's fine. Zhao Wujia had a favorable impression of the young girl. During the first day assessment of new students, Xiao Wu had attempted to use her mental soul skill, charm, on him, only to fail and suffer a backlash, resulting in Zhao Wujia receiving a beating from Yu Xinghe. Teacher Zhao, please showcase your martial soul. Stand firm. What do you intend to do? Nothing much. I merely wish for you to be a living target. Zhao Wujia, initially reluctant, the moment he realized it was Xiao Wu taking action, he felt a surge of confidence. Xiao Wu approached Zhao Wujia, extending her hands to grasp one of his arms. Following the energy pathway that Yu Xinghe had previously outlined, she exerted force and hurled him. Thus, the unsuspecting Zhao Wujia was once again thrown over the shoulder by Xiao Wu. Fortunately, Zhao Wujia was robust and resilient. Xiao Wu's actions did not inflict any pain upon him. Moreover, with Yu Xinghe present, Zhao Wujia could only dust himself off and swallow his indignation. Observing Zhao Wujia's intent to leave, Yu Xinghe exclaimed, Teacher Zhao, please don't go. There's another experiment to conduct. Zhao Wujia turned his head, visibly irked, and retorted, Yu Xinghe, even a clay figurine has its limits. If you expect me to play the fool, I absolutely refuse. Indeed, Zhao Wujia was a remarkably proud individual. To be tossed about like a puppet by a group of inferior soul masters was a fate worse than death for him. Noticing that Zhao Wujia genuinely seemed angered, Yu Xinghe had no choice but to shift her focus. Shortly thereafter, she set her sights on a particularly suitable candidate, Tang San. Tang San, what is going on? Have I become a mere tool again after leaving the workplace? Then, Yu Xinghe called upon Ning Rongrong. After positioning Tang San correctly, Yu Xinghe took Ning Rongrong's hand and guided her soul power through specific pathways within her body. She then asked Ning Rongrong, Rongrong, do you remember? Ning Rongrong replied, I didn't remember. What do you mean you didn't remember? In response, Ning Rongrong shyly nodded. With no other option, Yu Xinghe had to guide Ning Rongrong's soul power once more. Yet again, Ning Rongrong did not retain the information. Reluctantly, Yu Xinghe repeated the process for the third time. This time, Ning Rongrong said nothing but leaned close to Yu Xinghe's ear and whispered something that left her utterly flabbergasted. That feels so good, Sister Xinghe. Can you do that for me again tonight? Yu Xinghe, am I truly reduced to a mere jester? Having been outwitted, Yu Xinghe could not be bothered to inquire whether Ning Rongrong had taken note. Instead, she asserted, if you fail to wield the waist bow later, I shall resort to striking your posterior with a wooden stick. With that, Yu Xinghe swiftly made her way to the pile of firewood, extracting a stick that was thicker than Zhao Wujia's arm. Chapter 80, The Reform of Martial Spirits, Part 2. Can Ning Rongrong also utilize the waist bow? As soon as Yu Xinghe's words fell, the crowd erupted in astonishment. It is essential to note that Ning Rongrong is a support-type soul master. If previously, when Yu Xinghe had requested Xiao Wu to refrain from displaying her soul rings, some believed they could replicate that feat, then compelling a support-type soul master to exhibit the skills of an agile attack soul master was utterly astonishing. Indeed, Ning Rongrong herself found it difficult to fathom. Yet since Yu Xinghe urged her to give it a try, she resolved to do just that. Approaching Tang San, she extended both hands and, with a commanding shout, exclaimed, Huh! In the next instant, Tang San felt a tremendous force transmitted from Ning Rongrong's delicate hands to his waist, propelling him into the air. With a dull thud, he landed on a patch of blue-silver grass. At the critical moment, he activated his first skill, Bind, using the blue-silver grass to cushion his fall. However, the spectators were evidently more captivated by Yu Xinghe than by Tang San's impressive maneuver, their eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment, fervor, and complexity. Ning Rongrong stared at her own hands, still reeling from her extraordinary feat, when Oscar was the first to approach Yu Xinghe, saying, Xinghe, allow me to try as well. As a food-type soul master devoid of combat power, although he could rely on the protection of his companions, every support-type soul master harbors a warrior's spirit. This time, however, Yu Xinghe did not permit Oscar to experience the same fate. Instead, he beckoned Dai Mubai. As Yu Xinghe's hand rested on Dai Mubai's shoulder, a surge of ferocious energy coursed through him, prompting him to instinctively summon his martial soul and unleash the White Tiger's transformation. Subsequently, Yu Xinghe skillfully guided Dai Mubai's soul power, allowing him to release the White Tiger's radiant wave without the flicker of a soul ring. Next, Yu Xinghe placed his hand on Oscar's shoulder, directing him towards a nearby wall. In the following moment, a beam of light burst forth from Oscar's mouth. Dai Mubai stood in stunned silence as he witnessed the beam obliterate the wall, murmuring in disbelief, the white tiger's radiant wave. Then, Yuxinghe beckoned to Xiao Xian, who was already brimming with eagerness. As a rank 72 food-type soul sage, though of high standing, he too possessed a yearning for battle. Upon seeing Yuxinghe invite him to give it a go, Xiao Xian approached with childlike excitement, asking, "Teacher Yu, what should I do?" It appears that the allure of combat holds a significant attraction for Xiao Xian, to the extent that he disregards matters of seniority. In truth, Xiao Xian's approach is not misguided. Whether in cultivation or craftsmanship, it has always been the case that mastery dictates mentorship, and age does not inherently confer authority. Moreover, given that Yuxinghe possesses formidable strength and has pioneered an unprecedented theoretical revolution in martial spirits, referring to her as a teacher is hardly an exaggeration. As Yuxinghe placed her hand upon Xiao Xian's back, due to her shorter stature, he felt the soul power within him begin to flow along an entirely novel path. It was akin to a person who has walked the same road for over a decade, only to suddenly be guided down an unfamiliar route that nevertheless leads to the same destination, a truly exhilarating experience. This time, instead of speaking out, Xiao Xian, under Yuxinghe's guidance, brought his hands together in prayer and then spread them apart, positioning them at his side. "Teacher Yu, you must shout Turtle School Energy Wave when you unleash it. It will enhance its power." Xiao Xian responded eagerly. Is this considered a soul incantation? The primary distinction between food system soul masters and their counterparts lies in the necessity for the former to chant soul incantations to activate their skills. Upon hearing Xiao Xian's words, Yuxinghe revealed a stiff smile and replied, "If you think so, then so be it." After all, she could not admit that this was merely her peculiar whim. In the next moment, amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, Xiao Xian displayed a fierce grin and shouted, "Turtle School Energy Wave." With a resounding boom, a beam of light erupted from between his hands, resulting in a distant building being obliterated. The sheer force of the attack caused Flander and the others to instinctively swallow hard. Flander, with a rigid expression, turned to Zhao Wujie and inquired, "What do you make of this power?" Zhao Wujie replied, "I estimate that anyone below the Soul Emperor level would not withstand it. Even a Soul Emperor would likely struggle to endure such a sudden assault. Though this level of power may not seem extraordinary for a formidable attack-type soul sage, the fact that it stemmed from a food system soul master's offensive capabilities makes it rather impressive." The only unfortunate aspect was that when the master returned to the dormitory that evening and beheld the scattered debris of the building, he suddenly realized that it was, in fact, his own residence. This day would later be known as the Day of Martial Spirit Reform, marking the commencement of a new cultivation method on the Douluo Continent, wherein the boundaries between soul masters began to blur. As the soul guide devices proliferated, these distinctions were thoroughly dismantled, leading to the dissolution of classifications such as attack, agility, support, and control among soul masters. Witnessing Xiao Xian unleash an attack comparable to that of a soul emperor left the master utterly exhilarated. He eagerly approached to inquire about the advanced applications of soul power and to invite him to collaborate on research concerning martial spirits. To this, Yuxinghe retorted with disdain, expressing her lack of interest in such studies. For her, the paramount concern now lay in tormenting, rather than studying, Tang San and the others through a psychological assessment. However, before conducting the mental assessment, Yuxinghe needed to teach them some songs. The melodies were simple and the tunes uncomplicated. Upon hearing that Yuxinghe would instruct them in song, the crowd was filled with curiosity, particularly Ningrongrong, who adored listening to others sing and eagerly anticipated the exquisite melodies that this extraordinary talent would impart. Listen closely to the first song. What does one call the father of one's father? One calls him grandfather. What does one call the mother of one's father? One calls her grandmother. And what do we call the wife of one's father? What is the name for that again? The crowd responded with bemusement. Now, for the second song. A little pug rests at the entrance, its eyes gleaming green, longing for a morsel of meat. Once again, the crowd reacted with astonishment. Wait, I have a question. What practical benefit do these songs offer us? Daimubai was particularly concerned with his dignity. Being compelled to sing such embarrassingly trivial songs in front of a crowd felt utterly mortifying. Yuxinghe was well aware that most people would likely oppose him. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he presented his carefully prepared speech. This is an exercise in fortitude. It is universally acknowledged that a truly successful individual owes their strength to three fundamental principles. First, to be shameless. Second, to remain shameless. And third, to persist in shamelessness. Consider this. You are all gifted prodigies. When confronted with an adversary beyond your capabilities, what would a rational person do? Surely, retreat would be the prudent choice. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. At such a moment, the advantage of a thick skin becomes abundantly clear. Imagine, the opponent relentlessly insults your family while simultaneously degrading your character. An enraged youth would undoubtedly retaliate. However, you, with your resilient demeanor, would remain unfazed by their vitriol, dismissing their words as mere drivel. Thus, you could make your escape, and years later, with your enhanced prowess, confront your nemesis, returning the humiliation 100-fold. How splendid that would be! Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, many students found them hard to accept, yet Flander and Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement. Whether in fiction or reality, when faced with insurmountable challenges, bowing one's head often appears to be the only viable option. It is akin to attempting to sleep on a stormy night, with thunder roaring incessantly. A young person might react with frustration, perhaps defiantly shouting from the rooftop, "My fate is mine to command, not the heavens. Go ahead, strike again." Yet, such individuals often meet a swift demise when the heavens take their challenge to heart. Conversely, a mature adult, confronted with the incessant thunder, would simply pull the covers over their head and sleep soundly, contemplating the rain that may follow. Perhaps even enjoying the thought of a day off work. They would welcome the tempest with laughter, reveling in the chaos from the comfort of their sanctuary. The words spoken by Yu Xinghe possess profound wisdom, yet there are always individuals with rather unconventional thought processes. Take Ma Hongjun, for instance. He countered by saying, "What if? By the time we become stronger, our enemies have all passed away? What then is the purpose of our strength?" He continued, "How can it be meaningless? If they are gone, isn't that even better? You could dance joyfully upon their graves, then whip out your phone, crank the volume to its maximum, open Douyin, and find a video filled with manic laughter. Connect it to a powerful 20,000 milliamp power bank and let it play on repeat. Trust me, it would surely infuriate them back to life." The crowd responded in bewilderment. "What on earth are you saying?" Yu Xinghe, realizing the error of his previous statement, elucidated. In essence, should he perish, you would still possess various means of reprisal. For instance, you might desecrate his grave, scattering his ashes as you danced upon them, while his descendants or friends, intimidated by your power, would be compelled to extol your dancing prowess. Can there be a more gratifying scenario than this? Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, the crowd unanimously concluded that they must never offend this treacherous individual. An amusing incident transpired in Soto City today. A group of masked individuals abruptly halted in the bustling streets, leading onlookers to believe they were about to perform acrobatics. However, to everyone's astonishment, they began to sing. While singing is not uncommon in the Douluo Continent, where bards often share tales of myth and legend, the lyrics of this particular group were rather perplexing. Some bards, upon hearing their performance, lamented that while the melody was catchy, the lyrics were rather lacking. Father's father is grandfather. Father's mother is grandmother. What sort of lyrics are these? Who does not know this? It is common knowledge. As for the name of father's wife, fool. Surely father's wife is, what was it again? From that day forth, a collection of songs, exceedingly juvenile in nature, began to circulate throughout the streets and alleys of Soto City. Even after the passage of millennia, these tunes endured. When future musicologists sought to trace their origins, they could only attribute them to a mysterious troupe of masked bards. As for the emergence of these bards, Yu Xinghe remarked that one would have to inquire with the system. Indeed, Yu Xinghe's second assessment was instituted as a result of a system task. Otherwise, why would she waste her time training Tang San and the others? With that spare time, wouldn't it be far more delightful to seek soul rings suited to her? Alternatively, she could create new soul skills. If all else failed, she could gather materials to forge a physical body for her alter ego, which would surely be preferable to merely indulging in childish games with Tang San. Speaking of her alter ego, which was birthed through a form of dissociative technique, Yu Xinghe found herself plagued by headaches. This creation, born of her whimsy, began to exert influence over her. The primary effect was a constant struggle for control of her body. The most common manifestation was Yu Xinghe's fondness for sweet little bear-shaped cookies, while her alter ego, Yu Xingchen, insisted that savory scallion cookies were far more delectable, compelling Yu Xinghe to consume both varieties. She had no choice. If she refused, her alter ego would protest vehemently. Yu Xinghe found herself perplexed, pondering why the persona of absolute calm she had meticulously crafted would be affected by such trivial matters. At times, the presence of her auxiliary persona would irritate her to no end, prompting an instinctive desire to eradicate it entirely. However, since the auxiliary persona was a splinter of Yuxingha's very soul, it was acutely aware of her thoughts. Whenever Yuxingha contemplated its annihilation, the auxiliary persona would tenderly call out, "Mama." Each utterance of that word melted Yuxingha's heart. Yuxingha mused to herself, "I never anticipated that I would leap past the stage of marriage and directly assume the role of a mother. It is akin to certain men who bypass fatherhood to become grandfathers." To which the grandfather retorted, "Get lost." What an absurd analogy. Chapter 82. Whimper. Yuxingha recalled that in the original text, the chapter concerning the resurrection of Xiao Wu mentioned 3 essential items: the sacred soul grass to awaken the soul, the 10,000-year 9-tier ginseng king to reconstruct the body, and the ancient spirit beast's inner core to unite the soul and body. Among these, the sacred soul grass is available in Daming Erming, while the ancient spirit beast's inner core is likely only obtainable from the Hell Road in the City of Slaughter. As for the 10,000-year 9-tier ginseng king, Yuxingha could not recall if it was mentioned in the original work. Since Tang San unexpectedly acquired a crystal blood dragon ginseng from his uncle, with the aid of the previously consumed Heartbreak Red, Xiao Wu successfully reconstructed her physical form under the influence of these 2 miraculous herbs. However, the crux of the matter is that the aforementioned chapters solely focused on the physical reconstruction. Despite Xiao Wu's dire situation, she at least possessed a physical body, whereas Yuxingchen had nothing but consciousness. Shouldn't one first procure a soul beast for her to inhabit, while providing her the crystal blood dragon ginseng to reshape her form? This notion was met with vehement refusal from Yuxingchen. Just as Yuxingha found himself perplexed, a familiar yet somewhat alien voice emerged. "Little one, it seems quite lively within your body. You even possess another consciousness? Aren't you afraid of going insane? Are you the little black ball? Oh right, I remember now. You are the little white ball, aren't you? Do not give me silly names. I am Yingying." As she spoke, a snow-white, furball-like creature appeared in Yuxingha's embrace. At the first sight of Yingying, a scene of a man rapping flashed through Yuxingha's mind. Look at this face. It is long and wide, just like this furball. It is big and round. The rapping man. My next line is not this. I must admit, Yingying's appearance is quite endearing, with her fluffy body and glistening eyes. And most importantly, her voice is adorably sweet. Holding such a creature, winter would no longer chill my hands. By the way, how did you awaken? I simply woke up after enough sleep. So, can you leave my body now? Hey, we have coexisted for at least 5 years. Don't humans say that a day as a spouse is worth 100 days of affection? Though we are not a couple, after all these years. Is it too heartless to want to drive me away the moment you speak? As she spoke, Yingying rubbed her soft, fluffy body vigorously against Yuxingha's chest, emitting adorable little sounds. Unable to resist her charm, Yuxingha, with his nearly non-existent resistance to cuteness, could only pet Yingying's cloud-like body while saying, "If I don't drive you away, you must at least pay some rent." Yingying lifted her head, gazing at Yuxingha with her glistening eyes, and said, "Did I not grant you 2 skills along with Xiaohong? These skills stem from the unique abilities of my clan. Is this not enough for you?" Yuxingha, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "This is my soul skill. You know, as long as I absorb a soul ring, a soul skill will surely manifest." Upon hearing this, Yingying let out a derisive laugh. "Do you really believe that a soul ring can bestow you with soul skills? Don't be ridiculous. In this world, no soul beast can endow you with such abilities. If you doubt my words, go hunt a soul beast right now. Any age will suffice. If that soul beast's ring grants you a soul skill, I, Yingying, will shave off all my fur. You claim a soul ring cannot bestow me a skill? Why not?" asked Yuxingha. "Because of the fundamental differences in life essence. You do not belong to this world, and your life form is of a higher order. The rules of this realm do not entirely apply to you. To put it plainly, you are like a dragon trapped in a small river, forced to endure the humiliation of fish and shrimp due to your lost powers. And now, a fish wishes to marry a dragon. Do you truly believe the fish is worthy of the dragon?" At this juncture, Yingying leaped onto Yuxingha's head and declared, "You and I are not of this world's life forms. We belong to the same category of beings. Only I can bestow upon you skills. Or you may create your own unique abilities, or perhaps awaken the skills that once belonged to you in your memories. Aside from that, there is no way you can acquire skills from the so-called soul rings of this world." After absorbing Yingying's words, Yuxingha inquired, "Do you know where I came from?" Yingying shook her head. "I do not know which world you hail from, but it is undeniable that you and I are beings of the same rank. And what exactly are you?" Upon hearing this question about her origins, Ying responded with a gaze that seemed to disdain all living beings. I am called Tunshin, a divine spirit of the space attribute, or as one might say here, a divine beast of the space element. Upon learning that Ying was indeed a divine beast, Yu Xinghe transformed into a curious child, bombarding her with inquiries. Since you say I am of the same level as you, what am I then? You are also a divine spirit. However, I am currently uncertain of your specific attribute. But you have just this one body and no posterior. How do you relieve yourself? Have you ever seen a divine spirit use the restroom? I have. I once heard that rain falls from the heavens because dragons are relieving themselves up there. Then that divine spirit's conduct is rather lowly, urinating wherever. How shameless. Look away. I am Tunshin, a divine spirit of the space attribute. Within me lies an expansive, boundless space capable of consuming countless things without the need for excretion. Is that true? I do not believe you. Turn your body around. Let me inspect it thoroughly. I cannot have you urinating on me someday. How outrageous. I do not possess those filthy organs. Help. A divine spirit is being molested. After a bout of playful banter, Yu Xinghe posed a question. Ying, do you possess a method for shaping flesh? You do not even know such a simple skill? It seems your memory inheritance has suffered significantly. Hurry, tell me how to do it. Simply find a man and engage in intimacy a few times, and naturally, you shall conceive. Thus, the physical form shall emerge. Yu Xinghe, with a countenance marked by displeasure, was immediately met with the playful remark from Ying. Forget it. With your discerning eye, it seems there are no male beings in this world that meet your standards. Perhaps you could simply create one yourself? How could one reproduce with oneself? Yu Xinghe inquired. Through self-reproduction, of course. Just like a hen lays eggs without a rooster, it's the same principle. So, I still have to endure pregnancy? Could you possibly conceive of a more plausible idea? Then we are left with division. And how does one achieve that? By extracting a portion of your flesh and blood for cultivation. One could directly clone a body identical to yours. At this, Yu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This method sounds promising. Please, enlighten us on the process. You must proceed in this manner, then that, not the other way around. Yes, precisely like this. Chapter 83. Growth. I extend my gratitude to teacher Ying for her guidance. Without her, I would have undoubtedly mismanaged the creation of this vessel. After experiencing more than 3 consecutive failures, Yu Xinghe vowed never to attempt it again. The pain was simply unbearable. Beside her, Ying remarked, You whine about a couple of plucked hairs. Do you lack ambition? Hurry. We need a piece of flesh. At our current level, we cannot clone a body from just a hair. Only blood and flesh will suffice. Can we use the skin from your feet? I'm afraid of pain. I believe your thick-skinned face could work. After all, it's sufficiently robust. In the end, after much deliberation, Ying, seizing an opportunity while Yu Xinghe was distracted, bit off a piece of her flesh, causing Yu Xinghe to shed tears from the pain. Fortunately, after the system deducted some energy points, Yu Xinghe quickly recovered. However, even with her recovery, she took note of Ying's audacity in biting her. Suddenly, while engaged in the cloning process, Ying shivered. All right, the cultivation will require some time. I will inform you once it is complete. Someone is approaching. I must take my leave. No sooner had Ying vanished than the door was pushed open, revealing Xiao Wu. Upon seeing Yu Xinghe, Xiao Wu immediately rushed into her embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest. Sister Xinghe, could you please refrain from conducting that mental training in the future? Singing those songs is utterly embarrassing. Despite Xiao Wu being a girl, she possessed a fierce spirit rivaling that of Dai Mubai, resembling a mother tiger in her tenacity. Although Yu Xinghe also wished to spare Xiao Wu from such humiliating songs, the thought of the task's rewards compelled her to silently apologize in her heart. Seeing Yu Xinghe's lack of agreement, Xiao Wu, in a fit of anger, began to scratch, claw, and bite at her. Thankfully, Xiao Wu's bite was not as formidable as Ying's. Otherwise, Yu Xinghe might have considered leaping into the river. After venting her frustrations on Yu Xinghe, Xiao Wu finally expressed her primary request. Could you teach us about the application of soul power like last time? Yu Xinghe gently patted Xiao Wu's head and said, Of course, it is absolutely possible. In the days that followed, Yu Xinghe exhibited an admirable dedication, thoroughly imparting the advanced applications of soul power to the Shrek students. As the inaugural cohort to benefit from this revolutionary theory of martial souls, Tang San and his companions reaped immeasurable advantages. Firstly, there were Ning Rongrong and Oscar, 2 auxiliary soul masters devoid of any combat prowess. Since mastering the application of soul power, both gained a degree of offensive and defensive capabilities, although their attack power remains a tier below their peers. It is a remarkable improvement over their previous state of utter helplessness. For instance, Oscar, a soul sovereign, now exhibits combat strength comparable to that of a formidable soul master at the great soul master level, while Xiao Xin, harnessing the power of a soul sage, can unleash destructive energy akin to a soul emperor's might through his turtle school's Kamehameha technique. Next, the powerful attackers Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, having learned the advanced applications of soul power, discreetly appropriated Xiao Wu's teleportation technique. While they may not achieve instantaneous movement within a designated range, as Xiao Wu does, their speed has significantly increased, now rivaling that of ordinary agile attack soul masters. Lastly, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing acquired long-range offensive techniques from Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, enabling them to catch their adversaries off guard at critical moments. As for Tang San, he experienced the least enhancement, for he had already cultivated the Xiantian treasure record, encompassing speed techniques like Ghostly Shadow and Dragon Seizing Grasp, as well as versatile skills such as the Mystic Jade Hand. Furthermore, as a transmigrator, Tang San is intimately familiar with Yu Xinghe's revolutionary theories on soul power applications, as his previous world operated on similar principles, where everyone cultivated internal energy and martial arts, albeit with varying techniques. In that era, theoretically, anyone possessing internal energy could practice various universal martial arts alongside specific techniques, though the effectiveness varied based on individual capability. After assimilating Yu Xinghe's advanced applications of soul power, the Shrek 7 monsters considerably enhanced their strength, sweeping through the Soto Great Soul arena. Even when they ultimately faced the Imperial combat team from the original narrative, their unexpected soul power applications led to a significantly easier path to victory, contrasting with the original account where they barely triumphed after revealing all their trump cards. Dean, it has been years, and your teaching prowess has made remarkable strides. The offensive techniques of the younger generation are truly unpredictable. As the leader of the opposing team approached to offer his congratulations, the members of Shrek were momentarily bewildered. However, Flanders soon elucidated the situation for them. This is your senior, Qin Ming, who was once the most outstanding student in our academy. Mubai, Xiaosan, Xiaowu. The record you previously shattered for the fastest ascent to the 30th level was held by Qin Ming. After some exchanges, the group became more familiar with their senior, and the conversation grew considerably more animated. Yet, throughout their dialogue, Qin Ming frequently expressed his admiration for the Shrek team as unexpected strategies. Support-type Soul Masters can also launch attacks, Assault-type Soul Masters possess speeds comparable to Agility-type Soul Masters, and Agility-type Soul Masters have the means of long-range Soul Masters. As for this Control-type Junior, it is needless to say, if it weren't for his martial soul being the blue silver grass, he would exhibit nearly no weaknesses. No. To be precise, every junior's shortcomings have been addressed. Dean, how have you accomplished this? At this point, Flander let out a hearty laugh. Qin Ming, if you attribute this to my efforts, you truly overestimate my capabilities. While I pride myself on my teaching methods, I do not possess the ability to propose such revolutionary theories. Upon hearing that it was not Flander, Qin Ming's curiosity was piqued further. Then, which master possesses such talent? Flander replied with a smile. Strictly speaking, that master is actually your junior sister. However, given her capabilities, she is more than qualified to be my teacher. At Flander's high praise, Qin Ming's curiosity deepened. Where is she then? It was only then that everyone realized, to their astonishment, that Yu Xinghe had vanished. Chapter 84. Dreams fade without a trace. Where has Yu Xinghe gone? At this moment, she finds herself within the Soul Master Hall of Soto City. The bishop, who typically occupies the hall, is now stationed outside his office, assuming the role of a security guard. The passing staff members speculate about the identity of the distinguished guest who has prompted the bishop to take such a position. Some conjecture that it must be the Platinum Bishop, while others suggest it could be an elder. There are even whispers of a woman entering, presumed to be the Pope. However, such claims are met with skepticism, as it is merely a main hall. Surely, the Pope would not grace this place with her presence. Bibidon. I have even visited the branch hall in Notting City. Inside the office, after enveloping the area with a layer of soul power to ensure her words remain unheard, Bibion seizes Yu Xinghe and unleashes a flurry of slaps. One slap for your prolonged absence, another for failing to send even a letter, and yet another. As if to say, do not think that a change in hairstyle will render you unrecognizable to me. Had Yu Xinghe known that her meeting gift would be such, she would have immediately utilized her teleportation to flee far away. However, she found herself bereft of that opportunity now. After enduring 10 slaps, she was left gasping for breath, devoid of any air to inhale. Do not inquire as to why. Suffice it to say, she intended to feign death, a tactic that had proven most effective against Bibi Dong over the years. Indeed, upon noticing Yuxingha's stillness, Bibi Dong hurriedly picked her up for inspection. Observing her tightly shut eyes and slightly flushed cheeks, Bibi Dong reached out once more, gently tickling her underarm. In the next moment, a melodious laughter resonated throughout the office. That tickles. Let go. Are you trying to kill me? Be honest, what were you doing at Shrek Academy? And what is the meaning of that rabbit? Lastly, I demand you compile your advanced soul power application techniques for me. You were surveilling me. Do you really need to monitor? With your Shrek Academy, which has more holes than a sieve, any whisper of gossip spreads to dozens of nearby villages. Even without surveillance, news about you flows effortlessly into my ears. At this juncture, Bibi Dong smiled warmly at Yuxingha, playfully brushing her hair aside. I didn't realize you were such a little genius. Or is this merely the disparity between mortals and deities? As she spoke, Bibi Dong bestowed gentle kisses upon Yuxingha's forehead and cheek, her demeanor radiating tenderness and affection. Did I hurt you just now? No. By the way, remove your hand from my underarm. Absolutely not. Your hand must remain still. It's so ticklish. Very well. Yuxingha settled comfortably in Bibi Dong's embrace and inquired, what brings you to seek me out? First, you must tell me how you intend to handle that rabbit. She is my friend. Bibi Dong, you must not harm her, especially since her mother has already fallen victim to your hands. That is not permissible. The relationship between soul beasts and soul masters is thus. It is either your demise or mine. Moreover, I require soul rings. What if I were to find you a more powerful soul ring? Perhaps one that is 200,000 years old, or even 300,000 years, or higher. Where? You must first promise to spare Xiaowu, and then I will divulge the location. You heartless little rascal, how dare you negotiate with me over a soul beast? Noticing Bibi Dong's intent to tease, Yuxingha quickly pleaded, please, no tickling. Bibi Dong replied, then you must speak. Reluctantly, Yuxingha pointed to the map of Douluo Continent displayed in the office and said, across the sea lies a new continent. The soul masters there are significantly less advanced than us, yet they possess soul-guiding devices. Though, to be fair, their devices aren't extraordinarily powerful. However, there exists an entirely new breed of soul beasts there. They are called evil eye tyrants, and several are over 100,000 years old. Upon hearing Yuxingha mention a new continent, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Do you believe I would deceive you? When we have the time, we shall explore that continent together. Very well. You have passed my test. I shall overlook the matter of that rabbit. So, the reason you came today is to celebrate your birthday, exclaimed Bibi Dong. You fool. Have you forgotten your own birthday? At her words, Yuxingha suddenly remembered that it was indeed her birthday. After today, she would be 12 years old. She had spent 12 years in Douluo Continent. Soon after, Bibi Dong produced a cake. It was modest in size and not particularly aesthetically pleasing in Yuxingha's discerning eyes. Such a cake would not warrant her payment if she had commissioned it. However, Bibi Dong's subsequent words brought a pang of emotion to Yuxingha's heart. I made this myself, from the bread to the cream, from picking the fruits to assembling it. I did it all alone. I have never attempted this before. And I failed many times, but this is my most perfect creation. Please do not disdain it. As she spoke, Bibi Dong wore a mysterious expression and said to Yuxingha, close your eyes. I have a gift for you. Not long after closing her eyes, Yuxingha found herself once again enveloped in a soft embrace. Whispered tenderly in her ear were the soothing words of Bibi Dong. My dear, I possess nothing of great value, but after much contemplation, I have resolved to offer you my very self. From this moment forth, I shall eternally guard and accompany you. Promise me, will you? Though her eyes remained shut, Yuxingha could still sense the fervent gaze of Bibi Dong upon her, as if it sought to penetrate her very being and reach the depths of her soul. The breath of Yuxingha began to quicken, her heart racing tumultuously. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time she had received such a formal confession from another, which left her feeling somewhat flustered. Noticing Yuxingha's inability to speak due to her nervousness, Bibi Dong gently urged, if you wish to accept, just take my hand. Under the vast expanse of the moonlit sky, Yuxingha instinctively extended her hand towards Bibi Dong. In that moment, Bibi Dong grasped Yuxingha's hand and gently planted a kiss upon her knuckles. Shortly thereafter, a fleeting mark resembling a scythe appeared on the back of Yuxingha's hand. Having successfully passed the 5th trial of the Rakshasa god, I am now able to wield the divine mark. With this mark, I will always be aware of your circumstances, regardless of where you may be, ensuring that you can never escape my grasp, Bibi Dong declared, her gaze burning with intensity, overwhelmed by her fervent stare. Yu Xinghe felt her body weaken, surrendering to Bibi Dong's embrace, powerless as a flurry of kisses rained upon her. The following day, upon awakening, Yu Xinghe found Bibi Dong's presence had vanished. Had it not been for the lingering warmth and subtle fragrance of Bibi Dong in the sheets, she might have believed the events of the previous night were merely a figment of her imagination. Beside her pillow lay a letter left by Bibi Dong. Xinghe, I must return to participate in the 6th trial of the Rakshasa god. This assessment may last anywhere from 1 to 12 months, but I promise to return. Please wait for me. Additionally, kindly write down your advanced applications of soul power in full and submit them to the head priest of this temple. Also, refrain from binding your chest with cloth, as it is detrimental to your physical development. I have prepared an abundance of beautiful lingerie for you. With a flushed face, Yu Xinghe tucked the letter into her dream of tears, then deftly wrapped certain restless items tightly with a strip of cloth, murmuring to herself, "These things will only hinder my swiftness in drawing the spear." Women, what do you understand? Chapter 85. Yu Xinghe is a villain for reasons unknown. The moment Yu Xinghe stepped outside, she felt the gaze of every passerby upon her. Though she was undeniably beautiful, adored by all, and captivating to behold. Why did those stares possess such peculiar undertones? There was pity, complexity, suppressed laughter, and even the audacity of someone whistling at her. Without uttering a word, Yu Xinghe advanced and delivered a fierce blow to the audacious individual who had dared to whistle at her. However, after the confrontation, the expressions on the faces of those present grew increasingly complex. Upon returning to the academy, Dai Mubai and the other boys hesitated to speak, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing looked on in astonishment. Meanwhile, Xiaowu cast a sorrowful glance in her direction. Why do you all look at me like that? Is there something on my face? In response, Ning Rongrong silently produced a mirror. As she gazed into its reflection, she was met with the sight of numerous strawberry marks adorning her neck and the unmistakable imprint of lips on her face, leading Yu Xinghe to feel utterly mortified. Yu Xinghe resolved to remain ensconced in the confines of her blanket for all eternity. The Moon and Star River Project seeks a secluded corner to meditate in seclusion for a century. Yu Xinghe intended to humiliate all those who had witnessed this scene, just as she had been. As she meticulously devised a perfect plan for revenge, a small hand reached in. By mere touch, Yu Xinghe recognized it as Xiaowu's hand. "Xiaowu, could you please allow me to explain? I demand an explanation from you. In truth, it was a prank orchestrated by my sister." "You have a sister? Aren't you an orphan?" Yu Xinghe thought, "although you speak the truth. Why does it sound so insulting? She is someone I met during my 5 years at the Soul Master Academy who has taken great care of me. She is not a bad person, just someone who enjoys teasing others. I encountered her yesterday, which is why I abruptly left everyone. Can you introduce me to her? That would be splendid. However, it will take some time." Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words about needing time for the introduction, Xiaowu scrutinized her with a skeptical gaze. Seeing her appear so forthright, Xiaowu decided to temporarily place her trust in her. "Nevertheless, this matter shall be set aside. However, you must accept a punishment." Subsequently, Xiaowu lunged at Yu Xinghe, planting a series of playful kisses on her face. After witnessing the prominent strawberry mark on Yu Xinghe's cheek, Xiaowu expressed her satisfaction, saying, "I too wish to leave my mark upon your face." "Very well, let it be strawberries then. It is certainly preferable to having 3 moles carved upon the soles of my feet, due to Shrek Academy's inherent financial constraints. Even with the skill of salt production to support them, acquiring cultivation resources remained a challenge. Following the Master's counsel, after a night of contemplation, Flinder ultimately resolved to journey to the Tiando Academy. Upon learning that their master and the dean intended to take them to Tiando Academy to commence the 3rd phase of their training, the Shrek 7 monsters erupted with joy. Why, you may ask? It was simply because they would no longer have to worry about being dragged by Yu Xinghe to the streets of Soto City to sing those exceedingly embarrassing songs. Just as everyone was celebrating, Yu Xinghe appeared. "In order to further cultivate your resilience, I have decided that you shall sing all the way to Tiando Academy. But fret not, I have composed a new song that is assuredly more melodious than the previous 2. Remember, the most crucial aspect of singing this song is to sing and dance simultaneously. Do you understand?" Just as Yu Xinghe finished assigning her task and prepared to depart, the Shrek group knelt in unison with a resounding thud. Ning Rongrong, with a quivering voice, pleaded, "Sister Xinghe, please spare us. The illustrious reputation of the Shrek 7 monsters has been utterly tarnished in Soto City. You are magnanimous. Do not allow us to further disgrace ourselves in Tiendo City. My home is on the outskirts of Tiendo City. If my father were to find out, I would have no option left but to leap into the river. Beside them, Zhu Zhuqing unconsciously murmured, a pug, sleeping at the entrance. Daimu Bai, with tears glistening in his tiger-like eyes, added, these past few nights, I've been singing my father's father is called grandfather in my sleep. Hong Jun's plight was even worse. While attempting to release his pent-up frustrations at the brothel, he unexpectedly broke into song about the pug, causing the ladies to flee in terror. This left him with no choice but to retreat into narrow alleys. Yet, even then, the girls disdainfully remarked that attending to a man and warranted additional payment. In contrast to the tear-streaked faces of Dai Mubai, Hong Jun, and Ning Rongrong, Oscar appeared remarkably composed. Yuxingha pointed at Oscar and exclaimed, why are you all so inept? Oscar, a support-type soul master, has not uttered a word of complaint. What are you all grumbling about? Hearing Yuxingha's words, Dai Mubai shouted at Oscar, Oscar, try reciting a soul incantation. Oscar instinctively began to chant. What is my father's name? No, my father's father is called grandfather, and my father's mother is called grandmother. Grandfather and grandmother are divorced. Yet father and mother are very affectionate. Why did grandfather and grandmother divorce? Why? Observing Oscar cradling his head in anguish, Yuxingha felt a pang of guilt for the first time towards this group of young souls. Have I gone too far? With that thought, Yuxingha glanced at the task progress. Task name, instill an indelible psychological shadow upon the Shrek members. Progress, 67. Task reward, unlock the soul weapon, Starry Eye. Despite the guilt weighing on her heart, the near completion of the task, not to mention the significance of the reward, spurred her on. To this day, Yuxingha remained oblivious to the true potential of her soul weapon. Nevertheless, the soul artifact, Pulse, had already brought her immense benefits. She was determined to unlock the Starry Eye at all costs. With only 1% of the task left, it appeared that only Tang San and Xiao Wu remained unaffected, indicating that another individual among them had yet to experience psychological distress. Who could it be? As Yuxingha's gaze fell upon Tang San, he promptly fainted. No. Tang San had already succumbed to psychological torment long ago at my hands, leaving only one truth. It was Ning Rongrong, her eyes darting mischievously beside Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong, who would have thought you were such a good actress? It seems my training has not been sufficiently rigorous. Perhaps I should have you sing at the entrance of the Heaven Do Academy instead? At this, Ning Rongrong burst into tears, exclaiming, Yuxingha is a devil. A wicked villain. Wah. As she fled sobbing, the sound of task completion echoed in the air. Chapter 86. The Birth of the Moonstar. With the task accomplished, Yuxingha ceased her torment of the group, directly announcing the end of the assessment. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in tears of joy. In the distance, Flender and a group of teachers listened to the weeping emanating from the student dormitory, marveling, I never imagined these little ones would feel such deep affection for this place. The master, standing nearby, remarked with indifference, perhaps they are crying out of torment inflicted by Yuxingha. Sentimentality? What is there to miss in this remote backwater? The futures of those children lie at the pinnacle of the Soul Master world. Flender, incensed by the master's belittlement of his 2 decades of dedication as mere backwater, felt his beard bristle in indignation. I refuse to believe it. The children must cherish this place deeply, hence their reluctance to depart. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong, weeping and running, caught the attention of Flander. Look, that child, Rongrong, is still thinking of traversing this land once more before departing. Just then, Ning Rongrong's voice echoed distantly, causing Flander's expression to stiffen. Yuxingha is a villain. Upon acquiring the Eye of the Starry Sky, Yuxingha's eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance. Her pupils twinkled like stars, emanating a radiant glow, and within her eyes, the celestial sea shimmered with resplendent starlight. Undoubtedly, while the magnificent exterior was captivating, the true power of the Eye of the Starry Sky lay in the abilities it bestowed. It allowed for the sustainable absorption of the universe's cosmic energy, transforming it into mental fortitude. Unlike Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes, which required absorption of purple energy during the sun's wrath, Yuxingha merely had to wait. Feeling her mental ocean gradually expand, Yuxingha experienced an unprecedented sense of elation. Of course, her mood would soar even higher if the Shrek 7 monsters invited her to dine with them. As Yuxingha sat alone on the rooftop, gazing at the starry sky, Ying appeared in her embrace. Xingha, I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear? The bad news, please. The bad news is, The cultivation has failed. What? Upon hearing that the cultivation of the vessel had failed, Yu Xinghe seized Ying and began to unleash her frustration. Ah, that was a piece of flesh I painstakingly endured excruciating pain to create. How dare you fail? No, I must take a bite out of you. With that, Yu Xinghe opened her mouth, ready to bite down. Observing this, Ying quickly interjected, why not listen to the good news first before you bite me? Considering Ying's fluffy fur, Yu Xinghe decided to grant her a reprieve. Although the cultivation failed, I still managed to create the vessel. As she spoke, Ying, with her tiny, fluffy hands, gestured, and a door opened in the air, revealing a body that tumbled out. It was the form of a 6-year-old girl, unclothed, with a delicate and adorable face, styled in 2 buns. If it weren't for the absence of breathing, one might think that this porcelain doll-like girl was merely in slumber. Ying proudly declared, originally, this vessel was intended to cultivate to around the age of 16, but I haven't done this in so long that my skills have dulled. So it only reached 6 years. By the way, is this vessel meant for the other consciousness within your body? Yes. It's merely a secondary persona if it's too troublesome. Just erase it, right? Wouldn't that be easy? I can teach you. No, she calls me mother, and I can't bear to erase her. At this, Yu Xinghe gazed lovingly at the vessel. By the way, Ying, do you know how to transfer consciousness? Just press your foreheads together. Thank you. As the forehead of the moonlit river pressed gently against the cool brow of that corporeal form, a faint glow flickered between them. It was the spark of thought, ignited by the friction as it traversed the space between their 2 bodies, akin to a meteorite gliding through the atmosphere, igniting a flame that symbolized life. Descending from the vast cosmos, bearing the codes of existence that fell upon the desolate expanse. After a prolonged moment, that body trembled and opened its pristine eyes, as if a fledgling had broken free from its shell, surveying the world before it with curious wonder. Moonstar? Mother? Upon hearing the term mother, a blush flitted across the moonlit river's face, and she retrieved a garment from the dream of tears to envelop the child before her, who bore the same visage as her own in childhood. Cough, cough. Do not call me that frivolously. When others are present, simply address me as Moonlit River when alone. You may call me as you wish. Understood. As for that mother title, I have something to say. I am hungry. If you're hungry, I shall take you to dine. But shouldn't a newborn baby consume its mother? Where did you hear such a dark fairy tale? To grow by consuming one's mother, what a notion. Suddenly, the moonlit river realized she might have misunderstood the intent of Moonstar, for she noticed that Moonstar's gaze was meticulously assessing her chest, even licking her lips. Under the starry sky, Yu Xinghe instinctively covered her chest and exclaimed, you are no longer a child. You can eat rice now. When I was your age, I was already indulging in lavish feasts. Do you believe yourself to be the emperor of the wastes? At such a tender age, still drinking milk? And preferring beast milk? No less. Beside her, Ying inquired, who is the emperor of the wastes? Is he also a deity? Oh, he is far superior to any deity, Yu Xinghe declared. And without further ado, she scooped up Yu Xingchen and leaped down the stairs, heading towards a humble dwelling at the edge of the village where the Shrek group had gathered. As they entered, the sight of Yu Xingchen, held in Yu Xinghe's arms, captivated everyone's attention. The reason was simple. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Yu Xinghe. After a prolonged silence, Ning Rongrong was the first to rush forward, her curiosity evident as she scrutinized the little girl before her. Turning to Yu Xinghe, she asked, Sister Xinghe, is this your little sister? She then extended her hand to gently pinch Yu Xingchen's delicate cheek and inquired, Little sister, what is your name? Yu Xingchen. Wow, how adorable. By the way, Sister Xinghe, weren't you an orphan? Who is this little sister of yours? Yu Xinghe rolled his eyes and said, I was born. The crowd was thoroughly impressed by such a bold retort from Yu Xinghe. Chapter 87. Is Matthew Nua equivalent to Fanjin? The 6-year-old Yu Xingchen, still shy and innocent, clearly attracted an abundance of affection. As soon as she took her seat, her bowl overflowed with food, resembling a small mountain. To prevent any fish bones from choking Yu Xingchen, Zhu Zhuqing meticulously removed every bone before delicately placing the fish meat into her mouth. In stark contrast, Yu Xinghe found himself in a rather dismal predicament. Even his beloved Xiao Wu, after tossing a chicken leg that she disliked into Yu Xinghe's bowl, scurried off to tease Yu Xingchen. The following day, as Flanders set off, he noticed an additional figure within the ranks. Upon closer inspection, Flanders was nearly startled enough to dislodge his glasses. How has Yu Xinghe become so diminutive? Could it be that there has been a mishap in his cultivation? Just then, a familiar figure emerged, and this time, Flinder's glasses were genuinely knocked off in astonishment. The newcomer was none other than Yu Xinghe, two of them, one large and one small. What on earth is happening? As Yu Xinghe observed the puzzled expressions of the gathered teachers, he elucidated, this is a newly developed avatar, known as Yu Xingchen. Though she is a mere projection, she embodies a genuine and independent existence. You may regard her as my sister. Upon learning that she was artificially created, the Master's interest was piqued, and he approached with queries. How did you accomplish this? What similarities does this child share with you? Has her martial soul awakened? What is her martial soul? Faced with the Master's barrage of questions, Yu Xinghe retorted, Master, you truly are quite inquisitive. The moment you open your mouth, a multitude of questions spills forth, making it challenging for me to respond. How about this? I permit you to ask one question, and upon its completion, you must vanish immediately. The Master, well aware of Yu Xinghe's temperament, could only lament the squandering of talent while deliberating which question to pose. After much contemplation, he ultimately selected the one he was most concerned about. What is this child's martial soul? I have no idea, Yu Xinghe exclaimed. I did not facilitate her martial soul awakening, so how could I possibly know what it is? Upon discovering that the child had not awakened her martial soul, the Master's eyes brightened, and he eagerly stepped forward to assist Yu Xingchen in her martial soul awakening. Awakening a martial soul is, in fact, a straightforward process. It merely requires a martial soul stone and a soul master well-versed in the awakening procedure. Truth be told, Yu Xinghe was equally curious about what martial soul Xingchen possessed. Thus, as they passed through Balak City, they decided to take Xingchen to the martial soul hall for her awakening. Balak City serves as the capital of the Balak Kingdom and is home to the Grand Martial Soul Hall. Generally, the awakening of martial souls is handled by specialized personnel dispatched by the Martial Soul Hall, yet the formidable strength of the group from Shrek, particularly Flanders' Soul Sage rank, commanded respect, even from the hall's bishop. Furthermore, the bishop was an old acquaintance, which naturally facilitated their access. Upon their meeting, Yu Xinghe immediately recognized the elderly gentleman before him. It was none other than Matthew from Nodding City. However, Matthew, upon seeing Yu Xinghe, did not recognize him at first. Instead, it was the sight of Yu Xingchen that elicited an expression of profound astonishment. Is this not Yu Xinghe? 5 years have passed. How is it that you remain unchanged? The only difference is that your hair has turned black. Yu Xinghe, I am the true one. After a series of clarifications, Matthew finally realized he had made a significant blunder. He turned to Zhu Zhuqing and said, Little Xinghe, do not hold it against me. Old Matthew's eyesight has dimmed. After all these years, you have grown quite a bit. To the side, Yu Xinghe was left puzzled, her expression akin to a question mark. In the Martial Soul Research Room, due to Yu Xingchen's aversion to interacting with complete strangers, Yu Xinghe had to remain by her side at all times. Primarily, she feared that Yu Xingchen might encounter some unforeseen mishap. Despite her vocal disdain for little Xingchen, if anyone dared to harbor ill intentions towards her, Yu Xinghe would undoubtedly have no qualms about sending them to the heavens. As a six-pointed star array rose from beneath Yu Xingchen's feet, a brilliant radiance filled the entire laboratory, transforming it into a sea of light. In that moment, Matthew's eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, his excitement palpable. Such intense brilliance must signify a powerful martial soul. Soon after, a faint golden ethereal figure appeared behind Yu Xingchen. It was a spectral girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Yu Xingchen, the primary martial soul. It was actually a complete primary martial soul. To awaken a complete primary martial soul, I shall have no regrets in this lifetime. Matthew gazed at the ethereal figure behind Yu Xingchen, his face adorned with an exhilarated smile, quietly observing her, a smile frozen in time. After a considerable pause, Master Matthew, may we proceed with the soul power test? Master Matthew? Noticing that Matthew stood motionless, Ma Hongjun could no longer restrain himself and urged him. When Matthew remained unresponsive, Ma Hongjun was about to step forward to inquire again when Flinder abruptly blocked him. Hongjun, do not be disrespectful. Bishop Matthew has passed on. Upon hearing this, the Shrek's 7 monsters exhibited expressions of astonishment, while Yu Xinghe, Zhao Wujie, and others silently bowed their heads in mourning. The demise of Bishop Matthew did not stir a great uproar within the Martial Soul Hall. This was primarily due to the fact that Matthew had been promoted from the lowest echelons of the Nodding City Subhall, and his age was already approaching its limits, a well-known fact among those in the main hall. Of course, the principal reason was that the Master had produced a Martial Soul Hall Elder's token. With this token in hand, The staff of the Martial Soul Hall would treat the matter lightly. Otherwise, the sudden passing of a bishop, especially with outsiders present, would necessitate a thorough investigation. Moreover, Matthew's unexpected departure delayed the soul power testing for Yu Xingchen. However, considering that the main hall was preoccupied with reporting the news and organizing the funeral, everyone had no choice but to depart once more. This time, they did not linger in any particular location but headed straight for the Tiando Academy. Chapter 88. Humiliation. As the foremost official academy of the Tiando Empire, Tiando Academy boasts formidable resources and unparalleled faculty. The only aspect that draws criticism is its exclusive admission policy for nobility. Moonstar River had often lamented this rule during his previous life while reading novels, pondering the intellect of its creator. However, the backdrop of the Douluo Continent is one of semi-feudalism and semi-slavery, where the nobility holds sway over the entire nation, rendering this regulation seemingly justifiable. Gazing upon the picturesque scenery and towering pavilions of Tiando Academy, resembling a celestial paradise, Flander and his fellow educators felt immense satisfaction. Should the academy express a modicum of sincerity, the teachers contemplated spending their twilight years here. Upon arriving at the academy's entrance, they encountered Avalanche and other Tiando students. "Halt! Who are you?" Flander straightened his attire and proclaimed with pride, "We are the faculty and students of Shrek Academy, here to engage with Tiando Academy. Please, lead the way." Upon hearing their purpose, Avalanche erupted in laughter. "What a joke! You, in such a pitiful state, dare to engage with us? Go home, wash up, and get some sleep. Everything you desire exists in dreams." The remaining students joined in the ridicule. While Flander and his companions were not poorly dressed, their journey had left them a tad dusty, contrasting starkly with the pristine appearance of Avalanche and his peers. At the mockery of Avalanche, the typically hot-tempered Dai Mubai could contain himself no longer. "You lowly wretch, go summon your teacher." Had Avalanche been familiar with Douluo Continent, he would have counted himself fortunate. In the original narrative, he was unceremoniously kicked aside by Dai Mubai. However, after undergoing rigorous training under Moonstar River, Dai Mubai's resilience to humiliation had significantly increased, allowing him to suppress the urge to retaliate. While Dai Mubai managed to restrain himself, Avalanche was far from tolerant. As a prince, he was accustomed to deference from all. Even the 3 Soul Douluo level committee members within the academy had never dared to insult him. Yet now, he found himself ridiculed by someone he deemed impoverished. "You dare to humiliate me? Attack! Strike them fiercely." Upon hearing Avalanche's command to assail them, Dai Mubai ceased to hold back. Unleashing his martial spirit and swiftly dispatching the students who resembled mere nondescript fowls. You dare to strike someone." Faced with Dai Mubai's overwhelming strength, Avalanche began to falter. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared. Grasping at this chance like a lifeline, Avalanche implored, "Teacher's son, these individuals have the audacity to commit violence here. You must eliminate them." The middle-aged man, a veteran teacher of the Tiando Academy, was well aware of the character of the students. Thus he did not blindly heed the words of Shuepeng. Instead, he inquired about the circumstances with a proper demeanor. It turned out that they were from Shrek Academy. He expressed immense admiration for being able to cultivate a genius like teacher Qin Ming. The earlier incident must have been a misunderstanding, and on behalf of Tiando Academy, he offered his apologies. Subsequently, Sun Buyu led everyone to Qin Ming's residence. As they watched the Shrek group depart, Shuepeng muttered with malice, "A bunch of freeloaders. Let me show you how to drive you out." Upon seeing Flinder and the others, Qin Ming's face lit up with joy. "Dean and esteemed teachers, you have finally arrived. I apologize for my tardy welcome. You must be famished after your journey. I have arranged a banquet in the cafeteria to treat you and the junior students. Please follow me." During the meal, Qin Ming's attention was captured by the pair of twin sisters, Yu Xinghe and Yu Xingchen, who had a noticeable age difference. "Are these two also junior students?" he inquired. Flinder, brimming with pride, replied, "This is Yu Xinghe, whom you missed last time. Strictly speaking, she is not quite a student. She is half a teacher at Shrek Academy. The advanced applications of soul power I mentioned to you before were proposed by her." Learning that the highly revered advanced applications of soul power were conceived by the seemingly 12-year-old girl before him, Qin Ming bowed respectfully to Yu Xinghe. "Young friend, your exceptional talent is truly admirable. Might you be willing to instruct my rather unremarkable students?" Upon hearing Qin Ming's request, Flinder jested, "Qin Ming, we haven't even officially entered Tiando Academy, and you are already attempting to poach students." Qin Ming chuckled in response, there's no helping it. The children are shy and hesitant to seek guidance. As their teacher, I must take it upon myself to be the bold one. All the teachers understood Qin Ming's intentions. Flinder then turned to the contemplative Yuxinghe and asked, "Can you assist him?" "I'm afraid not," Yuxinghe replied. "I will be leaving for a trip in a couple of days, and won't he have the time to teach?" Upon hearing this, everyone quickly inquired about her departure. The Moonstar River had no need for pretense and candidly stated, "I have yet to acquire a second or third soul ring." In simpler terms, I am in search of soul rings. Upon hearing that Moonstar River possessed only a single soul ring, Qin Ming, with a look of astonishment, inquired, "Director, what is the meaning of this?" Flanders succinctly summarized Moonstar River's situation. After absorbing the brief account, Qin Ming was rendered speechless by the revelation. Initially, he had the cultivation of a soul king, only to regress to the rank of a soul master. Yet he could still vanquish a renowned title Douluo like Long Gong Mingshu. Observing Qin Ming's jaw-dropping astonishment, Flanders could only shake his head with a wry smile. He himself had not fared much better at that time. After a considerable pause, Qin Ming took a deep breath and once again bowed respectfully to Moonstar River, acknowledging, "Young friend, your talent is extraordinary. I was quite reckless just now." To claim that a mere soul emperor would lead a being capable of defeating a title Douluo in pursuit of soul rings might be perceived as an affront by someone with a more irritable disposition. Since Moonstar River was unwilling to teach, Qin Ming refrained from pressing further. After all, should he, Qin Ming, have devised such a method to significantly enhance his power, he too would likely be reluctant to share it. Just as Qin Ming intended to excuse himself and let the matter pass, Moonstar River interjected, "I lack the time to instruct you, but Tang San and his companions will. You may seek their guidance, as the principles are quite simple." Overwhelmed by this unexpected stroke of fortune, Qin Ming felt a pang of shame for his earlier petty thoughts, while simultaneously harboring admiration for Moonstar River's selflessness. Chapter 89. A storm approaches immediately thereafter. Qin Ming shifted his gaze to the miniature version of Moonstar River and inquired, "Who might this be?" Yuxinghe said, "My sister, Yuxingchen, is 6 years old." Upon learning of her age, Qin Ming immediately became intrigued. Has she awakened her martial soul? What is her innate soul power level? When this topic arose, the expressions of those present turned complex. Ultimately, it was Flanders who spoke up. "On our way, we passed through Balak City, where we tested her martial soul. Yu Xingchen's martial soul is her own. To quote the deceased bishop, it's a complete embodiment of the martial soul." "Oh, the deceased bishop? What transpired?" Flanders had no choice but to recount the events once more. After listening, Qin Ming sighed, remarking that these two sisters were indeed quite troublesome. "So, the soul power test has yet to be conducted? Come. I happen to have a soul power testing crystal ball. Let us test it out." As Yu Xingchen placed her hand upon the crystal ball, a pale white light illuminated, followed by a brilliant radiance. Innate full soul power. Witnessing the emergence of an innate full soul power left Qin Ming particularly exhilarated. Just as he marveled at this sister's extraordinary talent, the crystal ball emitted a series of cracking sounds. Then, with a resounding bang, it shattered into several pieces. Crystal ball. Engaged in testing, stay away from high-risk individuals like the protagonist, as it may explode. Seeing the testing crystal ball shattered, Qin Ming stood there, momentarily speechless. In contrast, the members of Shrek Academy remained remarkably composed. After all, breaking a testing crystal ball was not a major concern. After a while, Qin Ming presented another crystal ball, stating, "This one can measure soul power up to the soul master level. It will surely suffice." With that, he handed the crystal ball over. As Yu Xingchen placed her hand upon it once more, the crystal ball radiated a brilliant glow. 20-level soul power. Remarkably, it was innate 20-level soul power. Qin Ming gazed at the crystal ball, a look of disbelief etched upon his face. Upon hearing that Yu Xingchen possessed innate soul power of 20 level, Master Flanders could no longer contain himself, staring at Yu Xingchen as if she were a rare treasure. Feeling uneasy under the scrutiny of the older gentleman, Yu Xingchen hurriedly nestled into Yu Xinghe's embrace. Observing this, Flanders awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "Xinghe, what do you plan to do with this child? Earlier, you mentioned hunting for the second and third soul rings. You cannot possibly take a burden with you." Flanders' words reminded Yu Xinghe that the soul beasts she intended to hunt were predominantly formidable. Furthermore, she could not bring anyone along while teleporting. Thus, she suggested, why not let her stay here and play with these elder brothers and sisters? After all, she has spent considerable time with the Shrek members, and I trust they will not harm Xingchen. Additionally, with Xiaowei taking care of her daily, it would be far safer than accompanying me into the Soul Beast Forest. No, wherever you go, I shall follow. Besides, I need a soul ring too. Beside them, Qin Ming remarked to Yu Xingchen, who sought a soul ring, little one. We can take you to the soul hunting forest to select a soul ring that is most suitable for you, and I assure you, it will be no less impressive than the one your sister provided. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Yu Xingchen inquired with uncertainty. I require a soul ring no less than 10,000 years. Are you certain you can provide that? At this statement, the Shrek 7, who were sipping tea, erupted in surprise, spewing their beverages. Your sister is already extraordinary. Must her younger sister also be defying the heavens? Indeed. No amount of effort could rival innate talent combined with a fortunate birth. Acknowledging Yu Xingchen's demand for a soul ring of at least 10,000 years, Yu Xinghe acquiesced to her request. As Yu Xingchen prepared to depart with Yu Xinghe, Flander, and the others could not help but display expressions of regret. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Qin Ming slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I completely forgot. Those 3 committee members are still waiting. Dean, let us be on our way." "Indeed, we mustn't keep them waiting," responded the others. Upon arriving at the Academy's main teaching building, they spotted 3 figures standing at the entrance from afar. All 3 were elderly gentlemen clad in custom-tailored Soul Master attire, clearly demonstrating their sincerity for this meeting. The 3 Soul Masters were remarkably approachable and courteous, engaging in conversation within a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. After discussing matters of remuneration, one of them, Dream Machine, inquired, "I have heard that your esteemed academy has devised an advanced application of soul power. May I ask which esteemed individual possesses such remarkable talent? Could you possibly introduce me?" All eyes turned toward Yu Xinghe. Noticing this, Dream Machine and the others were equally astonished, astounded by her beauty and youth. "May I inquire how old you are, young friend?" "I have just turned 12. The revelation of her age elicited further exclamations from the 3. One among them, Jilin, stroked his beard and remarked, "Indeed. Heroes emerge from the youth. It appears we old fellows are of little use." Qin Ming, standing nearby, jested, "How could the esteemed elders be deemed useless? A household with an elder is akin to possessing a treasure. With the 3 of you at the Heaven Do Academy, we have 3 invaluable assets. I wish to seek your wisdom on cultivation matters." "Haha, you young rascal." Just as the 3 were about to delve deeper into Yu Xinghe's background, a booming voice interrupted. "Is Chief Dream Machine present?" At that moment, a voice resonated in Yu Xinghe's mind. Ding. Mission issued. Slapped the poisoned Douluo in the face. Mission reward, the descent of the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm. Upon hearing this, Yu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, Douluo, still outside, suddenly sneezed. "Please enter." As Xue Xing, clad in a yellow robe, accompanied by Xue Bing, made their entrance, the crowd's expressions grew solemn. The presence of the seemingly inconsequential Xue Xing was of little concern to them. Rather, their focus was on the 3rd individual accompanying them. An elderly man, towering in stature, donned a green hat with a head of green hair. From the moment the elderly man entered, Flinder and the others felt an oppressive aura, which did not emanate from the 3 members of the committee, but rather from the trio across from them. Ignoring the useless Xue Xing, the rotund middle-aged man clad in yellow robes, though exuding an air of aristocracy, failed to impose any sense of oppression upon Flinder and the other high-ranking Soul Masters. It was solely the elder with green hair who, despite his unnoticeable cultivation, radiated a formidable and oppressive presence. Both Flinder and the 3 committee members could discern that the visitor undoubtedly harbored ill intentions. In the Douluo Continent, titled Douluo are exceedingly rare and hold an esteemed place among Soul Masters. It is essential for all Soul Douluo to recognize these exceptional beings, for one never knows when they might inadvertently provoke a titled Douluo, leading to dire consequences. Furthermore, the poisoned Douluo is quite renowned among the titled Douluo, making it natural for the 3 committee members to recognize him. "Senior Dugu, what brings you here?" Douluo replied with an air of arrogance. "I have come at the behest of Prince Xue Xing. As for the particulars, you may inquire with Prince Xue Xing himself." Prince Xue Xing thought, something feels amiss. Faced with Douluo's demeanor, Meng Shenji felt a surge of indignation. Suppressing his anger, he turned to Xue Xing and asked, "What business do you have here, your highness?" Xue Xing cast a disdainful glance at the Shrek group and remarked, "I have heard from Sefeng that some new teachers have arrived at our Tiando Academy. If they are truly talented, I would welcome them. However, the world is replete with mediocrity masquerading as genius. I have invited Mr. Douluo to oversee this matter for the sake of the royal family's dignity. After all, should a tale akin to the emperor's new clothes unfold within my Tiando empire, it would be a source of ridicule for the entire continent. At this juncture, Xuexing smiled smugly at the incensed Shrek group and continued, if you can withstand 5 minutes under Senior Douluo's scrutiny, our Tiando Academy shall open its doors wide to welcome you. If not, then you may leave. This is utterly intolerable. Just as Flinder prepared to retort, the master swiftly intervened. Flinder, calm down. If I am not mistaken, Douluo is a titled Douluo. And what of a titled Douluo? I would rather perish than endure such humiliation. Flinder exclaimed. Flinder, are you out of your mind? If you perish, what of the children? As he thought of the Shrek 7 monsters behind him, Flinder's initially furious visage gradually softened, yet his cheeks still involuntarily twitched with agitation. Douluo, smiling at the master, remarked, you possess some insight, recognizing me so readily. The master cupped his hands in respect and replied, Senior, your green hair and notorious reputation are unmistakable features that I cannot overlook. And what will your choice be? At this, 9 soul rings emerged beneath Douluo's feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. As the 9 soul rings emerged, the imposing presence of the titled Douluo surged forth like a ferocious beast from ancient times, akin to a flood breaching its dam. Even someone as formidable as Dai Mubai and as exceptional as Tang San felt overwhelmed in the wake of this might. They appeared stricken, their faces pale, as if bearing an immense burden, their legs trembled, on the verge of collapsing. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu cowered behind Yuxinghe, trembling in fear. Sensing Xiao Wu's terror, Yuxinghe thought it was time to procure the heartbroken red. For it was not ideal to allow Xiao Wu to remain in such a state of distress. Witnessing the oppressive aura exuded by Douluo, the 3 committee members were both alarmed and enraged, hastily unleashing their martial souls to alleviate the pressure on the crowd. Leading them, Meng Xinji declared, as a titled Douluo, do you not fear that your tyrannical display will be perceived as bullying the weak? Douluo, unfazed, retorted, so what if I am bullying the weak? If you are displeased, come and challenge me. Meng Xinji was nearly apoplectic upon hearing Douluo's words. Very well. Today we shall experience the might of the poisoned Douluo. As the tension mounted, Xuexing found himself regretting his involvement. Being merely an ordinary soul master, he possessed no power to mediate between the 2 sides. At that moment, Flandre interjected, I am grateful for the esteemed elder's kindness. Your willingness to assist today shall be forever remembered by Flandre. However, since the Tiando Academy does not welcome us, we cannot impose upon you any further. We shall take our leave. Just as Flandre and his companions prepared to depart in defeat, Yuxinghe instructed Xingqian to take Xiao Wu aside, then turned to the relieved Xuexing and said, Prince Xuexing, I heard that if one can withstand 5 minutes under the hands of Elder Douluo, you would open the gates wide, welcoming us with a procession of teachers and students. Is this not true? Xuexing replied with pride, of course. Yuxinghe smiled and said, may I propose an alternative condition, if it pleases you? Xuexing furrowed her brow and inquired, what condition? Yuxinghe then turned to Douluo and declared, Senior Douluo, if I can endure under your command for 5 minutes. I asked for no grand reception in return, but merely for you to sing a song of my own composition. Conversely, should I fail, I submit myself to your discretion. Observing the ethereal presence of Yuxinghe, Douluo scrutinized her, realizing he could not fathom her cultivation level, which immediately piqued his interest. Very well, I accept your challenge. In light of your remarkable audacity, I shall spare your life. Haha. Witnessing Yuxinghe's willingness to stand up for them, Flanders was moved to tears, exclaiming, Child, that is a titled Douluo, not merely a soul Douluo. The disparity is immense. Your intentions are appreciated by the dean, but your safety is paramount. Come with me at once. Yuxinghe, what a ridiculous sentiment. In response, Yuxinghe shook her head, stating, the wager has been established, and I cannot withdraw now. She then inquired, shall we proceed here or venture outside? I personally recommend the latter, as it offers more space. Douluo snorted dismissively, little girl. Though you may be small, your bravado is considerable. Do I require a specific venue to deal with you? Prepare yourself. With that, Douluo exhaled a dense, green mist towards Yuxinghe. The noxious vapor drifted above the floor, corroding even the ground beneath it. It is worth noting that this was the teaching committee building of the Heaven Do Academy, second only to the Dean's Hall, where the floors were laid with the most robust lapis lazuli. Even a soul Zun like Xuexing would find it challenging to cause damage here. Yet, Such a resilient floor was casually eroded by Douluo's breath. Remarkably, the mist had not even settled yet. Gazing at the vile cloud, Yuxingha felt a wave of nausea. How many years could one go without brushing their teeth to produce such a stench? Contemplating this, Yuxingha unleashed a powerful palm strike. The falling flower palm, one of her passive combat skills in unarmed fighting. With a forceful strike, Yuxingha's palm crashed upon the air, unleashing a tempest that returned the mist entirely to Douluo. Aware that the poisonous fog could be swept back, Douluo retaliated by spitting forth a stream of venom. This venom transformed into a lethal arrow, hurtling towards Yuxingha. Yuxingha swiftly conjured a radiant shield to fend off the attack. Observing her reliance on soul power, Douluo chuckled, "Little girl, my venom is potent enough to even erode soul energy." Before he could finish his words, the poisonous arrow adhered to the energy shield, yet before the corrosion could commence, the dazzling shield erupted in a burst of lightning, utterly purging the toxic projectile. Chapter 91. Crawl for Me. Part 2. Gratitude for the support from my brother's generous gifts. With the failures of the toxic mist and venom, Douluo grew increasingly intrigued by the young girl before him. Contemplating this, a layer of gray began to veil his green eyes. Soul bone skill. Medusa's gaze. As a gray beam shot forth from Douluo's eyes and struck Yuxingha, her body began to petrify, soon transforming her into a statue. Seeing that Yuxingha had indeed turned to stone, Flandra shouted at Douluo, "Restore her at once." Otherwise, Douluo turned, retorting, "Otherwise what?" Flandra, seething with rage, could hardly find his words as 7 soul rings emerged around him, indicating his readiness to fight. The 3 committee members also stepped forward, pleading, "Elder Douluo, this young friend is still innocent and naive. We kindly ask you to spare her." "Humph, not a chance. Besides, didn't that little girl say she would submit to my will? Now that she has lost, if I feel pleased, I might take her home as a collectible. If not, I could toss her into a dung pit. Do you have any say in this?" Ha ha. Upon hearing Douluo's words, the crowd erupted in fury, their anger palpable, even igniting the eyes of Meng Shinji and his companions. Just as the situation was on the brink of chaos, a clear, crisp sound rang out. Crack, crack. The stone statue, transformed from the Moonstar River, cracked open with numerous fissures, and through those crevices, a radiant light emerged. At last, the statue shattered with a thunderous explosion, yet nothing emerged from within. Apologies, it was an empty void. Following this, amidst the crowd's bewildered gazes, a melodious voice, akin to the sound of silver bells, resonated. "Is this the might of the title Douluo? Senior Douluo, 2 minutes have elapsed. If we wait any longer, you shall face defeat." Turning towards the source of the voice, the onlookers beheld the appearance of Moonstar River at the entrance. It turned out that, in a moment of peril, Moonstar River had employed elemental doppelganger and teleportation, executing a brilliant escape. Douluo, caught off guard, bore an unsightly expression, while in his heart, he began to gauge the prowess of Moonstar River. It seemed that relying solely on his innate abilities would not suffice. Consequently, Douluo took immediate action. The physical prowess of a tidal Douluo is formidable, particularly that of a beast martial spirit type. Douluo's martial spirit is the Phosphor Serpent Emperor, notorious for its potent toxicity and remarkable speed among serpent-type martial spirits. Witnessing the rise of 9 soul rings, the 5th one shimmered with brilliance. Soul skill, Serpent Transformation. His lower limbs merged into a singular serpent tail, which elongated infinitely, coiling towards Moonstar River. "Regrettably, I harbor a great fear of serpents, Tang-san, so you dare to capture a faceless demon spider." Faced with Douluo's serpent tail, Moonstar River, unfazed, refrained from utilizing her soul skill teleportation, instead relying on her own swiftness to dart around the confines of the room. Soon enough, Douluo realized that his tail had entangled itself. How awkward. Fortunately, he still had 2 hands at his disposal, transforming his hands into 2 serpents. He advanced aggressively towards Moonstar River, swiftly cornering her. "Little girl, surrender your struggle." To this, Moonstar River simply stuck out her tongue in defiance. In the next moment, the moon and stars glimmered in the distance, as they beheld the entangled arms of the solitary bow, who emitted a hissing sound while wearing a look of disdain. Subsequently, he gestured with his hand to signify the number 2. "It seems there are merely 2 minutes left," remarked the solitary bow Yuxingha. "You have misunderstood. What I meant to convey was that you are foolish." As time ticks away, Douluo begins to grow anxious. Ultimately, in a bid to avoid losing the wager, he commits himself wholeheartedly. A colossal serpent, stretching several meters in length, emerges, casting a pallor over the faces of the onlookers. This is the true form of a tidal Douluo's martial soul. At this moment, Flandre comprehends why Yu Xiaojiang had consistently obstructed him. In the face of such power, neither his cat eagle nor Zhao Wuji's formidable titan bear could withstand the might of the Sapphire Serpent King. Retreat. The three members of the teaching committee shout in unison, providing cover for the Shrek members as they evacuate the building. Notably, confronted by the martial soul's true form of a tidal Douluo, the weakest among them, Avalanche, collapses to the ground in weakness. It is only due to the intervention of Zhiling, the soul Douluo, that Avalanche is spared from being struck down by Douluo's sweeping tail. Of course, even without Zhiling's assistance, Douluo would not commit such a blunder. He would merely have swept Avalanche aside, inflicting only minor injuries. The teaching committee building of the Tiando Academy is quite sturdy, yet it cannot withstand the dismantling efforts of a tidal Douluo-level adversary. Soon enough, the structure crumbles under Douluo's relentless assault. As the dust settles, Douluo's serpentine visage is etched with fury. The Moonlight River resembled a slippery loach, impossible to grasp. Yet, this tidal Douluo found himself unable to catch a mere 11 or 12-year-old girl. Should such news circulate, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. At that moment, the Moonlight River reappeared before him, wearing a mischievous grin and counting down with unbridled glee. 19, 18, 17. This could not continue. Thus, Douluo activated his 8th spirit ring. Although it was an 8th spirit ability, its range was far inferior to that of the 9th. Yet the energy consumption was on par with the latter. For, his 8th spirit ability was named Temporal Stasis. It rendered all within a certain radius utterly motionless. In the next instant, Yu Xinghe was horrified to discover that she was utterly immobilized. It was as if she had been encased in ice. Apart from her thoughts, even her eyes could not move. From a distance, the resounding voice of Douluo echoed, "Little girl, being able to force me to use my 8th soul skill is a feat worthy of pride." Just as Yu Xinghe pondered how to extricate herself, a soft voice resonated in her mind. "Dare to play with spatial stasis in my presence?" Almost as soon as the words faded, she felt the myriad of shackles that had bound her vanish. In the very instant Douluo was about to seize her, Yu Xinghe vanished once again. As Douluo grasped at empty air once more, Yu Xinghe appeared at a distance, smiling as she declared, "Senior Douluo, you have lost." Upon hearing her words, Douluo's face shifted through shades of blue and white. He could scarcely believe that he had been bested by a mere girl. Not only Douluo, but even Meng Xinji and the two snow-clad relatives, Xuexing and Xuebong, felt as if they were dreaming. Douluo had actually lost, and under full exertion. It was at this moment that Xuexing and Xuebong began to regret their actions. What manner of monster had they offended? Chapter 92, I Yield, Part 3, I Concede. Despite his unwillingness to admit defeat, Douluo could not deny the truth. He did not want to leave the impression of being unable to accept loss. Upon hearing Douluo's admission of defeat, Xuebong looked utterly distraught, while Prince Xuexing wore an expression of disbelief. How could a tidal Douluo be defeated? Both Xuexing and Douluo were baffled, while the members of Shrek Academy were filled with astonishment and delight. They had truly won. With Douluo's concession, Yu Xinghe glanced at the now-ruined Education Committee building behind her, then at the 3 petrified members of the committee, and with an awkward expression, she said, "That building has nothing to do with me. If there are damages to be compensated, you must seek Douluo for recompense." I had already mentioned that we were going out to fight, yet he insisted on engaging here. Indeed, Yu Xinghe seemed better suited to silence. The moment she spoke, her image as an unparalleled genius crumbled, leaving behind only that of a timid and fearful girl. Before the 3 committee members could respond, Douluo interjected, "I will compensate." "Little girl, did you not want me to sing? A bet is a bet. What shall I sing? Speak quickly." At that moment, Douluo felt a burning embarrassment. For him, every additional minute spent here was a torment. Upon hearing Douluo's response, the 3 committee members exchanged glances. And Meng Xinji spoke up, "There is no need for compensation. This matter arose due to Prince Xuexing, and thus the responsibility lies with His Highness. Senior Douluo need not feel remorse. However, should you wish to engage again in the future, please find a more spacious location." The words spoken by the dream god machine were artfully crafted, yet each syllable was laden with a palpable sense of mockery. Douluo felt an overwhelming urge to reveal his martial soul once more and engage in a fierce battle against the 3 soul Douluos. amidst the chaos of the crumbling Education Committee building. Such a tremendous commotion naturally drew the attention of all the students, many of whom hastily rushed from the dormitory to the scene, gazing at what had once been the towering structure of the Education Committee, now reduced to mere rubble and ruin, rendered speechless. Among these students were several familiar faces, the 7 members of the Imperial Fighting Team. At the forefront, Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, upon spotting their uncle and grandfather present, hurriedly approached to inquire about the situation. "Uncle, what has happened?" "Tianheng, what are you doing here?" "Grandfather, what is going on?" "Don't ask. The more we say, the more tears we shed." As Moon Xinghe observed the sudden influx of faces around him, the smile on his countenance gradually morphed into something sinister. "Let this be a lesson for your arrogance. Experience the reality of public execution." Noticing the smile that crept onto Moon Xinghe's face, Du Gubo's heart raced with alarm. "Esteemed Du Gu, shall we fulfill our wager here and now?" As Yu Xinghe's words resonated, all eyes turned towards him. "Who is that? So beautiful. Does anyone know which family she belongs to? I must show her off." "Show her off? Have you lost your mind? Did you not hear what she just said? Do you know who that esteemed figure she mentioned is? That is none other than the title Douluo. This beauty's identity must be extraordinary. So what? The beauty is seeking a patron." As the crowd swelled, the atmosphere grew increasingly boisterous, and Du Gubo's expression darkened further. The 3 committee members, astute as they were, noticed Du Gubo's face was stormy enough to rain. And one of them bellowed, "Everyone, return to your dormitories and sleep. Anyone who dares to speak of this incident will be expelled." With that, the students scattered like they had just been dismissed for lunch, leaving only a few members of the royal fighting team behind. Du Gubo glanced around at the remaining individuals, and facing Yu Xinghe's rather unsettling smile, he cleared his throat and said, "May I have a word with you in private?" The Moonstar River shook her head. If given the choice, she would have preferred to select a location on the most bustling and lively street of Heavendo City, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. That would have been a true slap in the face. Perhaps she might even encounter a few talented bards who would weave the tale of Du Gubo singing into a story, playing it continuously beneath the sky bridge, in hotels, and throughout the streets and alleys, a perpetual presence that could never be erased. Seeing that Moonstar River was actually refusing, Du Gubo spoke in a tone that was both commanding and melodic. "Little girl, do not be ungrateful. After all, I am a dignified title Douluo. How can you expect me to sing in front of so many people? Where will I put my face in the future? If you could simply grant me a way out, consider it a favor owed to you. Just nod if you agree. If you refuse, you shall inevitably forget to bring toilet paper when you go to the restroom, and prices will soar when you go grocery shopping, with a bonus of superinflation. After marriage, a divorce shall follow, and post-divorce, you shall remain single." Moonstar River, are you perhaps a time traveler? Faced with Du Gubo's combination of threats and sweet persuasion, Moonstar River, as an adult, responded in kind with a tone equally commanding. "Only children make choices. I want it all." Upon hearing Moonstar River's equally assertive reply, Du Gubo felt as if struck by lightning. "Who on earth are you?" "Just a little soul master," he exclaimed. "What nonsense. If you are a soul master, then I am a god. You are nothing more than a lunatic. Please honor our wager and refrain from such useless banter. I am not afraid of your threats." Du Gubo never expected to find himself in such a predicament. Senior Du Gu. In public, he could not break the contract. Though if he had the power to eliminate everyone present, he would not hesitate to do so. But the fact remained that he could not. Thus, he relented. "All right. I, Du Gubo, shall keep my word. What song shall you sing?" Du Guyan, hearing her grandfather's words, looked on in bewilderment and asked, "Grandpa, what song? What is happening?" Du Gubo reassured his granddaughter, "I will explain everything to you shortly." Then he turned back to Moonstar River and said, "Come on." Yu Xinghe smiled and said, "Elder Dugong, listen closely. This song goes like this. What is the name of Dad's father? Dad's father is called Grandpa. What is the name of Dad's mother? Dad's mother is called Grandma." Almost as soon as Yu Xinghe's first line of lyrics emerged, the bodies of the Shrek 7 monsters trembled uncontrollably. The onlookers turned their sympathetic gazes towards the pale-faced Dugong Bo. Not only the Shrek 7 monsters, but even Flinder felt a tinge of pity for Dugong Bo. However, amidst this sympathy, a gradually twisted smile crept onto Flinder's face. He was already anticipating Dugong Bo's singing. The 3 committee members were initially quite curious about why Yu Xinghe would set such a peculiar wager, one that neither demanded money nor sought fame. What significance did singing hold? It now appeared that Yu Xinghe's sole intent from the very beginning was to deliver a resounding slap to Dugong Bo's face. Although the three committee members expressed sympathy for Du Gongbo's plight, the smiles on their faces betrayed their innermost thoughts. Chapter 93. Let Grandpa Crawl, Part 4. Du Gongbo opened his mouth, stammering out a line before he could sing no more. Let us change to another song. In response to Du Gongbo's plea, Yuxingha cheerfully began to sing another tune. The little snake comes, twist it around. Twist your left foot, twist your right foot. Twist your neck, twist your rear. In an instant, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Observing her grandfather's flushed face, the astute Du Gongyin likely sensed something amiss and promptly addressed Yuxingha, saying, "Please do not make things difficult for my grandfather. I will sing for him." Yuxingha rolled her eyes. "Are you the titled Douluo? You sing for him. Can your singing ever compare to his?" Yuxingha sought nothing more than to slap Du Gongbo's face, leaving Du Gongyin in a state of dismay. "Very well, Yin Yin. Your grandfather's mistakes are his to bear." As she observed Du Gongbo's forlorn expression, Du Gongyin tearfully exclaimed, "Grandfather, you are a titled Douluo. How can you endure such indignity?" With that, she sang through her tears, "The little snake has come. Twist your left foot, twist your right foot." Though Du Gongyan's singing was off-key and somewhat erratic, the crowd remained silent, their hearts filled with sympathy for her. Her boyfriend, Yu Tianheng, was particularly enraged. His face contorted with fury. Regardless, Yuxingha maintained an air of indifference, responding, "Du Gongyin, your filial piety moves me, but you cannot substitute for your grandfather." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng could no longer remain passive. He stepped forward and addressed Yuxingha, "Esteemed elder, I am Yu Tianheng, the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. While I am unaware of your grievances with the poisoned Douluo, if they are not of great significance, could you extend me a favor? Let us consider this matter resolved, and I shall owe you a debt of gratitude." Yu Tianheng's words were artfully crafted. He was merely the young master and not the clan leader, thus lacking the authority to request a favor on behalf of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. However, his position as the future leader implied the weight of a favor from him would carry considerable significance. Before uttering these words, Yu Tianheng had meticulously weighed the pros and cons. Accruing a debt of gratitude could be quite precarious for someone of his stature, yet the potential benefits were immeasurable. Firstly, his willingness to stand up for Du Gongyin would undoubtedly deepen their bond. Secondly, such an act would surely endear him to Du Gongbo, alleviating any objections he might have regarding their relationship. Thirdly, the culmination of these factors would likely lead Du Gongyin to fall irrevocably in love with him, paving the way for their eventual union. With Du Gongbo's backing, the status of Yu Tianheng as young master would become unassailable. Yu Tianheng's calculations appeared astute, indeed. Du Gongyin had already thrown herself into his arms, sobbing softly, while Du Gongbo nodded in acknowledgement, signaling acceptance of Yu Tianheng's intervention. Unfortunately, Yu Tianheng had overlooked the most significant variable, Yuxingha. Upon witnessing Yu Tianheng's attempt at mediation, Yuxingha let out a cold laugh, declaring, "Children should act like children. This matter is none of your concern. Begone." Yu Tianheng could hardly fathom such directness, as Yuxingha spoke to him in a manner that was almost confrontational. "Have I not made myself clear enough? This is none of your business. Depart at once." As the moonlit starry river continued to dismiss him, Yu Tianheng could no longer contain himself, and 4 soul rings emerged from beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 2 purple. The appearance of these 4 rings caused the Shrek crowd to gaze in astonishment. Yu Tianheng had achieved a breakthrough. Confronting a Yu Tianheng who had reached the 4th ring would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge. Yet, regrettably, he had chosen the wrong opponent. On the surface, the seemingly weakest member of Shrek Academy, Yuxingha, possessed only 1 soul ring, but in terms of actual combat prowess, she proved to be the strongest. Amidst the sympathetic glances from his peers, Yu Tianheng bellowed, "I am Yu Tianheng, a soul master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon at level 41. Please, enlighten me." Immediately, amidst crackling electricity, countless purple scales sprouted from his arms, transforming his hands into massive dragon claws. However, what transpired next left Yu Tianheng both bewildered and furious. Yuxingha disregarded him entirely and addressed Du Gongbo, saying, "Senior Dugu, please continue. It's just a song, quite simple." Such blatant disregard was the utmost form of contempt, igniting Yu Tianheng's fury to its peak. "How dare you ignore me?" Seeing Yu Tianheng poised to strike at Yuxingha, Master urgently shouted, "Tianheng, stop, come back." Alas, Yu Tianheng was engulfed in his rage and could not hear any other voices. Just as his dragon claws were about to make contact with Yuxingha's shoulder, she performed a remarkably simple motion. She extended a delicate hand and waved gently at him, as one might shoo away a fly. In an instant, Yu Tianhing felt as if he had been struck by a colossal mammoth from the elephant sect, sent flying across the arena. Tianhing, Master, and Dugu Yin rushed towards him as he soared through the air. Dugu Bo, so now I am left alone? Senior Dugu, with Yuxingha's prompt. Dugu Bo roared in frustration. Enough. I understand. Ultimately, amidst a multitude of complex gazes, Dugu Bo completed the first song in its entirety. As he finished, Yuxingha applauded. Senior Dugu, your voice is exquisite, resonating for 3 days. I am in awe. Humph. Dugu Bo shot a resentful glance at Yuxingha before checking on Yu Tianhing, finding him relatively unharmed, and then departed in a huff. With Dugu Bo's exit, Yuxingha approached Prince Xuexing, declaring, the Tiando Academy is nothing but mediocre. Shall we leave, or will you crawl away? As she spoke, a pink soul ring rose beneath her feet, adorned with four golden patterns. With the emergence of this soul ring, her aura surged dramatically. Under the immense pressure, Prince Xuexing collapsed to the ground. The 3 committee members hurried forward, addressing her. Dear young friend, you have exhausted your anger. Might we implore you for a favor and spare Prince Xuexing? After all, he is a prince and an administrator of the Tiando Academy. Allowing him to crawl away would reflect poorly on us. Since 3 esteemed members of the faculty have interceded, Yuxingha smiled and replied, very well. I shall grant these 3 venerable elders a favor. Chapter 94. Before departing as Yuxingha and the others prepared to leave, the 3 faculty members hurriedly stepped forward to obstruct them. Where are you all headed? Asked Flandra. It seems that Tiando Academy may not be suitable for us. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience we have caused you. Regardless of how the 3 faculty members pleaded, Flandra ultimately led the group away. As they vanished from sight, Mengshenji, casting a look of exasperation at the still recovering Xuexing, exclaimed, Xuexing, you are being foolish. Do you understand the caliber of individuals you have driven away? They are the very hope for the future of the Tiando Empire. To this, Xuexing retorted, no matter how high their talents, if they harbor ulterior motives, they would still be detrimental to the empire. If they dared to assault a member of the royal family today, they would dare to seize the throne tomorrow. By expelling them early, I am merely curbing their growth. Upon hearing Xuexing's words, Mengshenji and the others were left speechless, not from a lack of arguments, but from sheer frustration. As Yuxingha and the others departed from Tiando Academy, Flandra spotted a recruitment notice at the city gate, leading them to Lamba Academy. Lamba Academy is also regarded as a prestigious Soul Master Academy, and its financial backing is evident, given its location in the prime area of Tiando City. Embracing the philosophy of preferring to be a head among chickens rather than a tail among phoenixes, Flandra resolved to relocate the entire faculty and student body to Lamba Academy. The several Soul King level instructors responsible for recruitment were nearly terrified by Flandra and his group. It was akin to a diamond tier placement match, only to find themselves facing a host of kings. This encapsulated the sentiments of those Soul King instructors at that moment. To the astonishment of Shrek Academy's members, they discovered that the dean of this institution was an old acquaintance of Flandra and the master, specifically, the master's former lover, Lu Erlong. As everyone settled into their new residence, Yuxingha also prepared to take his leave. Upon learning that Yuxingha intended to depart so soon, the group repeatedly urged him to stay. What? Are you reluctant to leave my devilish training behind? Or do you wish for me to teach you a few more songs? Upon hearing that Yuxingha would impart more songs, the Shrek 7 immediately shifted their tone. Safe travels. We bid you farewell. May your journey be smooth. The verdant mountains remain unchanged, and the flowing waters endure. Yet, only Xiao Wu grasped Yuxingha's hand, unwilling to part. You promised me. We wouldn't separate. Yuxingha gently tousled Xiao Wu's hair and reassured her, do not worry. I shall return swiftly after I obtain the soul rings. With that, he embraced her and placed a tender kiss upon her forehead. As Yuxingha and Yuxingchen vanished from the sight of the crowd, an ethereal sense of disbelief lingered among those left behind, as if they were caught in a dream. During their training sessions with Yuxingha, the others had harbored deep resentment, wishing for a divine being to descend from the heavens and take her away, thereby sparing themselves from her relentless mischief. Yet, as she departed, an unexpected pang of longing arose within them. Indeed, Yuxingha could be quite troublesome, but her assistance had been invaluable. The advanced applications of soul power alone had bestowed upon them immeasurable benefits. Flender, observing the Shrek 7 devils lingering at the doorway, furrowed his brow and inquired, why are you still standing there? By the way, what about Yuxingha and Yuxingchen? Dai Mubai, with a sorrowful expression, lamented. Both Yu Xinghe and Yu Xingchen have left. Upon hearing this, Flender was taken aback. Why did they leave? Could they not even bid farewell? Xiao Wu replied. Xinghe mentioned she would return shortly. Seeing Flender, Yu Xiaojiang, and the others wearing forlorn expressions, Lu Erlong inquired, who exactly is Yu Xinghe? Is she also one of your students? Flender, with a bittersweet smile and a reminiscing gaze, murmured, she is far more than just a student. Would you care to hear more about her? Of course. Has Yu Xinghe truly departed? In fact, she has not really left. She continues to observe from the shadows. In the celestial expanse, Yu Xinghe awaited a singular individual. Douluo Botang Sen could never have anticipated that he would encounter the esteemed title Douluo, a person whom most would never cross paths with in their entire lifetime, simply by turning a corner after a meal. Tang San mused, is this what they call love at first sight? Alas, Douluo was an eccentric. Upon laying eyes on Tang San, he promptly rendered him unconscious. Meanwhile, Master Lu Erlong and their companion, Flender, sensed an unusual fluctuation of soul power. However, by the time they arrived, the mysterious figure had vanished, along with Tang San. Based on the residual soul power and aura at the scene, Master deduced that it was indeed Douluo who had abducted Tang San. Just as Tang San was taken aback by his encounter with Douluo was equally surprised to find Yu Xinghe before him, confronted by her sudden appearance. Douluo spoke gravely, what brings you here? As a title Douluo, it was inconceivable for Yu Xinghe to conceal her presence from him. Yet, until she manifested before him, he had not sensed a trace of her aura. In response, the spirit within Yu Xinghe declared, with my presence, Yu Xinghe can undoubtedly become an unparalleled assassin. Addressing Douluo's inquiry, she smiled and remarked, Mr. Douluo, how imposing you are, to personally apprehend a mere soul respect. Douluo subtly distanced himself from Yu Xinghe and jested, little girl, I assume this must be your boyfriend. Ha ha, I advise you to behave. Your boyfriend is in my grasp. However, should you consume this pill, I might consider granting him a reprieve. With that, he tossed a dark green pill toward Yu Xinghe. In response, she merely shifted slightly to the side and did not reach out to catch it, allowing it to fall to the ground. What do you mean by that? Are you not concerned for your boyfriend? Upon hearing Douluo refer to Tang San as her boyfriend, Yu Xinghe sighed and placed a hand on her forehead. Which of your eyes perceived us as a couple? Since we are not, what is your purpose in following me? Was it not to find an opportunity to rescue him? Yu Xinghe rolled her eyes and remarked, my pursuit of you is not for the sake of rescuing him. Besides, he does not require my assistance. You are incapable of killing him. Douluo sneered. Do you think that by pretending to be uninvolved, I would let him go? Think again. With that, Douluo placed his hand, adorned with dark green nails, upon Tang San's head. Little girl, do you dare to guess whether I would kill him? Yu Xinghe, unfazed by Douluo's childish antics, retrieved a stone from the dream of tears and infused it with energy. Immediately, the stone emitted a sound that was more grating than a cry. The voice of Douluo hearing that familiar tone, Douluo shouted in horror. How do you possess a recording stone? The recording stone is a peculiar mineral that captures sound when infused with soul power. As Yu Xinghe's stone played back the voice, Douluo was on the verge of madness. If there were a fate more torturous than public execution, it would be the endless repetition of it. Little girl, what do you truly desire? If it were anyone else with such a recording stone, Douluo could simply eliminate them and destroy the stone. However, Yu Xinghe's method of escape was simply outrageous. If the title Douluo were a Dou emperor riding a common horse, Yu Xinghe, in Douluo's eyes, was akin to a fighter mounted on a magnificent steed. A Dou emperor could easily slay a fighter, provided they could catch up. Xinghe, if it comes to a fight, you may not stand a chance against me. After a series of changing expressions, Douluo finally hung his head in defeat. Asking little girl, what do you want? Seeing Douluo relent, Yu Xinghe felt a sense of relief. She was genuinely apprehensive that Douluo might opt for a reckless course of action, allowing her to impose her will upon him, leaving her without any means of leverage. While the thought of confronting him to seize what she desired had crossed her mind, she, being a student who revered her elders and cared for the young, could not bring herself to commit such an act without just cause. At the very least, she would need a pretext. Perhaps she could wait until Douluo crushed a cockroach, then appear, lamenting the poor creature's demise, and seize the opportunity to extort or rob him. With Douluo acquiescing, Yu Xinghe wasted no time, stating directly, awaken Tang San and let him accompany me. Bound by her grip, Douluo complied. As Tang San opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, he understood that the situation was dire. just as he prepared to make a final stand. A familiar voice called out from behind, "Hey, do you enjoy watching that old fool so much? Your taste is rather questionable." As Tang San turned his gaze, he beheld the cold, disdainful glance of Yu Xinghe directed at him. In that fleeting moment, Tang San perceived an unparalleled beauty in Yu Xinghe, and he could not fathom the reason. It was merely an overwhelming instinct for survival that governed his body, eclipsing rational thought. Observing Tang San's eagerness to leap forward, Yu Xinghe extended a slender finger to touch his forehead, proclaiming, "No intimate contact between men and women. Do not take advantage of this moment, otherwise I shall flee, leaving you to converse with Douluo about life's aspirations." Despite the fingertip pressing against his brow, Tang San felt an unprecedented exhilaration. For this at least confirmed that he was not ensnared in a dream. Soon, the trio arrived at the fabled Eye of Ice and Fire from the original narrative. Upon their arrival, the system emitted an alert, ding. A significant concentration of fire energy detected. Do you wish to absorb it? Will absorbing the fire energy cause any destruction to this place? Yu Xinghe was determined to avoid the folly of grasping at straws while neglecting the greater prize. So she sought to clarify matters beforehand. With the abundance of celestial herbs surrounding her, the thought of inadvertently absorbing energy to the point of annihilating them all was enough to leave her bereft of tears. Ding! Beneath the Ice and Fire eyes lay the remains of two dragon kings, belonging to the Fire Dragon King and Ice Dragon King, who were among the 9 progeny of the dragon god. The system indicated that absorbing approximately 1/3 of the energy would not disrupt the equilibrium in the short term. Once the host unlocked the energy gathering ring to the 4th stage, she could return to draw upon the ice attribute energy to restore balance. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yu Xinghe could not help but exhale in relief. It was fortunate that she had inquired beforehand. Otherwise, indiscriminately absorbing too much fire attribute energy could have potentially wreaked havoc on the Ice and Fire eyes. After contemplating this, Yu Xinghe addressed Tang San, saying, "Little San, please descend and assist me in locating a celestial herb known as Xiangxi Duanshanghong. Once you find it, bring it to me, and I shall grant you a fortuitous opportunity." The fortuitous opportunity Yu Xinghe referred to was, in truth, the same chance that Tang San had encountered in the original narrative within the Ice and Fire eyes. "Xinghe, do you also possess knowledge of the Ice and Fire eyes?" From the moment he beheld the Ice and Fire eyes, Tang San recognized that this extraordinary lake, half composed of ice and half of lava, was one of the 3 great treasure troves documented in the Xiantian treasure record. The terrain of the Ice and Fire eyes was perilous for creatures, yet a veritable paradise for flora. As Yu Xinghe guided him closer, Tang San's eyes sparkled with wonder. Fiery apricot blossoms, 8-cornered ice grass, and the ethereal autumn water dew. Before him stood a plethora of celestial herbs, and at last, Tang San comprehended the nature of the fortuitous opportunity that Yu Xinghe had mentioned. The mere thought of being able to personally harvest these treasures, with Yu Xinghe by his side, filled him with exhilaration to the point of wanting to leap in joy. "Now, let us first locate the Xiangxi Duanshanghong." Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, Tang San swiftly discovered a white flower clinging to a dark rock. Before handing the Xiangxi Duanshanghong to Yu Xinghe, he inquired, "How did you come to know of these things?" In response, Yu Xinghe remained silent. She could hardly admit to having perused the script. If Tang San were to inquire further about the script, Yu Xinghe would surely find herself in a predicament. Noting her reticence, Tang San chose not to press further. Recognizing that Yu Xinghe was shrouded in myriad mysteries, her very existence an enigmatic annotation. After acquiring the Xiangxi Duanshanghong, Yu Xinghe instructed Tang San, "You should remain here to cultivate. This place will greatly benefit your training." "Huh? This. Tang San gestured toward the nearby Douluo, then pointed at himself, his meaning clear. It was rather ungracious to dismantle the bridge after crossing it. Observing Tang San's perplexed expression, Yu Xinghe chuckled softly, "Fear not. I assure you that Douluo will not pose any harm to you. After all, his granddaughter requires your assistance, does she not?" Upon hearing the other party suddenly mention his granddaughter, Douluo was about to inquire further when he heard the words transmitted through the sound waves from Yu Xinghe. "Douluo, Tang San is cultivating here. You must not take his life nor lay a finger on him. It is for both our sakes. By the way, I will return the sound stone to you at our next meeting, and I assure you it will not be disclosed. Oh, and by the way, Tang San's father is the Haotian Douluo." Observing the shock etched upon Douluo's face, Yu Xinghe, amidst their peculiar gazes, boldly plunged his hand into the magma capable of melting stone and iron. Moments later, he uttered a parting wish for Tang San to take care before vanishing entirely. Tang San. I feel like cursing. Lamba Academy. No, it should now be referred to as Shrek Academy. As Yuxingha departed, Tang San was also taken away, leaving the members of Shrek Academy devoid of any inclination to sleep. Each was preoccupied with their own worries. Though Tang San was captured, Xiao Wu's concern leaned more towards Yuxingha. After all, the master and the others had already set off to mount a rescue. Her own strength was insufficient, rendering her worry futile. Moreover, due to the shift in the narrative, the significance of Yuxingha in her heart far surpassed that of Tang San. Since that fateful night, a figure had been etched into her soul, consuming her entirely. As Xiao Wu gazed up at the starry sky, a pair of arms enveloped her. Instinctively, she attempted to resist, but a familiar voice whispered in her ear, "It's so cold tonight. Why not wear something warmer? I would be heartbroken if you caught a chill." Turning her head, she beheld the most familiar face, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "If you were going to leave, why return? You big bully. I don't want you. It would be best if you stayed away forever." Chapter 96. Departure. Destination Douluo Forest. To an ordinary person, Xiao Wu's delicate fists could inflict enough pain to provoke tears. However, when they landed upon Yuxingha, they merely tickled him. In dealing with the inconsolable Xiao Wu, Yuxingha could only hold her close, allowing her to vent all her grievances and frustrations. Before long, her rain-like punches fell limply to her sides, and her sobs subsided as if the sun had emerged after a storm. Nestled in Yuxingha's embrace, Xiao Wu hiccuped and asked, "Are you going to hunt for a soul ring?" The moon and stars twinkled gently. "How many years have you been preparing for this hunt?" Yuxingha gently patted Xiao Wu's head and reassured her, "Do not worry. The great Ming and heir Ming shall not harm you." Xiao Wu added, "Nor shall any rabbits be harmed." Yuxingha extended a finger and playfully tapped Xiao Wu's nose, exclaiming, all right. I shall not harm you." With her eyes twinkling mischievously, Xiao Wu continued, "What about the lion, monkey, bear, swan, python, and the great bird?" Upon hearing Xiao Wu enumerate a lengthy list of creatures as if reciting a menu, Yuxingha's expression darkened significantly. "By your account, do I still have any soul beasts left to slay?" Xiao Wu's face fell at this remark. The soul beasts she mentioned were those she had encountered since childhood in the forest, and naturally, she wished for her familiar friends to remain unharmed, especially by the hands of the one she cherished most. Aware that her demands were indeed unreasonable, she was about to offer an apology when Yuxingha abruptly declared, "I promise you, I shall not kill any of the soul beasts you named." Xiao Wu gazed at Yuxingha with disbelief, asking, "Then from which soul beast will you hunt for your soul rings?" "For other soul masters." Adhering to Xiao Wu's request might have seemed akin to a death sentence, yet Yuxingha was no ordinary individual. Having traversed the tales of Douluo, she knew that if forest soul beasts were off-limits, venturing to the extreme northern ice fields to hunt Arctic soul beasts would suffice. If land creatures were protected, the sea offered another avenue. And if soul beasts were untouchable, surely studying soul spirits would be permissible. If even soul spirits were forbidden, participating in divine assessments would be an option, compared to those soul masters who could only plunder the Douluo forest. Yuxingha had an abundance of paths to acquire her soul rings. In response to Xiao Wu's inquiry, Yuxingha replied with a calm smile, "I have my methods." She then retrieved the tear of dream from her collar, and Xiao Wu caught a glimpse of the pale fabric inside. "Curious," she asked Xingha, "have you not yet recovered from your previous injury?" Xiao Wu recalled that Yuxingha had mentioned being wounded in the chest during her time at the Martial Soul Academy, and that the cut was rather deep. "Ahem, Xiao Wu, do not concern yourself with those matters. Look what I have brought for you." Saying this, Yuxingha produced the flower known as the Heartbroken Red. "Oh, what a lovely little flower. How could you be so cruel? This flower has struggled to root itself in the stone. How could you carry it like this? What if it breaks?" In response, Yuxingha narrated the story from the original text regarding the Heartbroken Red and the method of its extraction. After hearing the tale, Xiao Wu looked at the Heartbroken Red before placing her palm on her chest and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The dark stone beneath the flower promptly fell away. As the stone dropped, stained with the remnants of blood, Yuxingha's face reflected both sweetness and guilt. The sweetness stemmed from Xiao Wu's affection for her, while the guilt arose from the realization that, despite Xiao Wu's deep love, she was still indulging in her own desires while watching the pot boil. Upon this reflection, Yuxingha turned to Xiao Wu and expressed, "With the heart-wrenching red of longing adorning you, none shall discern your true form. During my absence, you shall find solace and safety, for this is a promise I made to Deming and Heir Ming. Indeed, safeguarding you remains my unwavering vow throughout this lifetime. Subsequently, Yu Xinghe continued, I shall take the stars to procure the soul rings. Once the acquisition is complete, I will return her to keep you company. Very well. Do exercise caution on your journey. I love you. Moi. When Yu Xinghe arrived at the Douluo Great Forest campsite, night had already fallen. Observing the drowsy starry figure, he resolved to find an inn within this encampment for the night. Inns typically invite the sound of knocking at their doors. As anticipated, in the latter half of the night, a series of knocks echoed through the stillness. Yu Xinghe is certainly not the type of person, like Tang San, who fails to comprehend even the most obvious glances when it comes to the matter of someone knocking on the door of a tavern in the dead of night. What else could it signify besides that? With the thought that the visitor would simply depart if he feigned sleep, Yu Xinghe intended to pretend to slumber. However, the relentless knocking continued, disturbing even the slumbering Yu Xinghe nestled in his embrace. With no alternative, Yu Xinghe reluctantly approached the door. She vowed that if she were to open it, and the visitor dared to utter the words, "Do you want a duck?" she would ensure that they experienced the true meaning of a righteous fist. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a girl adorned with heavy makeup and dressed provocatively. The moment the girl laid eyes on Yu Xinghe, her eyes widened in surprise, revealing her astonishment. After a moment of silence, the girl, with a bashful expression, softly inquired, "Would you like a massage?" 1 golden soul coin for an entire evening. Yu Xinghe coldly remarked, "Do you believe I would need it?" Upon hearing this, the young woman lowered her head, preparing to leave, when suddenly a familiar sound echoed, the unmistakable growl of a hungry stomach. Indeed, after that sound resonated, the young woman turned back, her face adorned with a pleading expression, and with gritted teeth, she implored, 2 silver soul coins for a night. Noticing Yu Xinghe's continued silence, she could no longer contain her emotions and tearfully pleaded, 10 copper soul coins, I beg you, please. Upon hearing her desperate words, Yu Xinghe sighed, retrieved a bag of biscuits and 2 gold soul coins, placing them into the young woman's hands. "Live well," he said, and then promptly closed the door. The young woman, gazing at the biscuits and gold coins in her hands, initially intended to knock once more to express her gratitude, but hesitated as her hand reached out. Ultimately, she chose to leave. For Yu Xinghe, this was merely a trifling matter, yet for Filiana, it was a deed worthy of her utmost gratitude. Chapter 97. The wicked require the wicked to refine them today. The Douluo Forest was as bustling as ever. After all, as the largest gathering place for soul beasts on the continent, nearly 60% of soul rings originated from here. Although 60% may seem modest, one must remember that this percentage consists entirely of mid to high-grade soul rings, unlike the soul hunting forest, artificially crafted by the 2 great empires, which only yields low-grade soul rings. The soul hunting team is urgently seeking a level 20 auxiliary soul master to form a party and venture into the mid-level area of the Douluo Forest to hunt for a Millennium Soul Ring. Salary negotiable. The Tianzhou City Mercenary Association's 2nd Division is hiring a level 40 soul master to journey into the mid-level region of the Douluo Forest to procure soul rings ranging from 4 to 6,000 years old, with excellent benefits. Salary negotiable. By the way, we even have a beautiful soul master in our team. The Douluo Forest is a public resource, attracting not only academy students, but also wandering cultivators and ordinary soul masters. In the face of the ever-present dangers within the Douluo Forest, forming a team is evidently a prudent strategy to enhance survival rates. Upon the emergence of the Moonstar River and Moonstar Chun, they instantly captivated significant attention with their exquisite beauty. The 2 sisters, possessing unparalleled grace, or an almost identical appearance. Furthermore, given their tender age, many soul masters approached them, inquiring if they would like to form a team, among other propositions. In her past life, Yu Xinghe was also a male, possessing a profound understanding of the mercenaries' intentions. Thus, she chose to disregard them and continued her deliberate strides towards the forest. Suddenly, a group of figures emerged before her, obstructing her path. It was a quintet, clad in flowing moon-white robes, adorned with an emblem that bore the inscription War Heaven. At their forefront stood a youth of around 17 or 18, tall and imposing, his robust physique evident even beneath the draping fabric of his robe. "Ah, fair maiden, are you here to acquire a soul ring? It appears to be your first venture into the Douluo Forest. Would you care to form a party with us? You must understand, the Douluo Forest is far more perilous than those mere hunting grounds. especially since you have your younger sister with you. The danger quotient is exponentially heightened. In response, Yu Xinghe offered a serene smile, and would joining you ensure my safety? As the moonlight danced upon the heavens, the radiant smile of Yu Xinghe bloomed like the sun emerging from behind a veil of clouds, casting the stars into a dimmed obscurity. The leader of the group, swallowing hard, exclaimed, "Of course, our little team consists entirely of Grand Soul Masters. I am entering this time because I have attained the rank of Soul Zone, ready to hunt for a suitable soul ring. Brothers, let us unleash our soul rings and showcase our strength to this enchanting beauty." With a harmonious display of white and yellow soul rings rising, the air was filled with whispers of admiration. Such youth, and already a Grand Soul Master. They must be no older than 14 or 15, with the leader barely reaching 17 or 18. Achieving Soul Zune at such a tender age is indeed a mark of genius. If only I had possessed such talent back in my day, I would not have resorted to becoming a mercenary. Indeed, did you not notice the emblems on their chests? The Battle Heaven Academy is a prestigious institution, having secured a place among the top 20 in the previous Continental Elite Soul Master competition in the Tiendo division. Just as the members of Battle Heaven Academy basked in the admiration surrounding them, an incongruous voice pierced through the ambience. "Benefactor, do not heed their deceitful words. They're devils. If you follow them inside, be wary for your life." Turning towards the source, they beheld a modestly dressed woman who, after warning Yu Xinghe, pointed accusingly at the 5 students of Battle Heaven Academy. "You beasts, once again deceiving innocent maidens. You will surely descend into hell." Upon hearing the woman's accusations, the young man who had previously greeted Yu Xinghe shouted back, "Felina, you are nothing but a harlot. Do not slander us." Felina's face contorted with anguish at his words. "Scoundrel, were it not for you, would I have fallen to such depths?" Approaching Yu Xinghe, Felina implored, "Benefactor, heed my counsel. Even venturing into the Douluo forest alone is preferable to teaming up with them. They are truly vile creatures." "Scoundrel, how dare you defame us?" the young man retorted, raising his hand to strike Felina. With a sharp crack, the sound of the slap echoed, and Felina, clutching her reddened cheek, cried out, "Everyone, this is Fan Jinxiang, a graduating student from Battle Heaven Academy, and his greatest pleasure is luring unsuspecting maidens into the forest to disgrace them. Remember his face." Before Felina could finish, Fan Jinxiang struck her again, sending her crashing to the ground. He then raised his foot, intending to kick her in the abdomen, when Yu Xinghe interjected, "Hold on." Seeing Yu Xinghe speak, Fan Jinxiang quickly attempted to justify himself. "Little beauty, do not listen to her nonsense. She is nothing but a whore." At that moment, Yu Xinghe stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Felina, and addressed the young man. "I shall join your team." The young man was filled with elation. He had thought that the swan, which had flown away, would never return, yet it astonishingly appeared before him once again. With his plans successfully realized, the man was in high spirits and felt no inclination to argue with the woman. He turned to Felina and remarked, "No one would believe the words of a harlot." Haha. Seeing that Yu Xinghe had actually agreed to team up with Fan Jinxiang, Felina, ignoring the pain on her face, grasped Yu Xinghe's arm and implored, "Benefactor, please heed my advice. They are truly beasts." As Felina continued to obstruct them, Fan Jinxiang, incensed, unleashed his martial spirit, preparing to teach this audacious woman a harsh lesson. At that moment, Yu Xinghe spoke again. "Brother, let us hasten into the forest to hunt for soul rings." Fan Jinxiang, glancing at the ethereal Yu Xinghe and then at the disheveled Felina, let out a smug hum before leading the 2 sisters into the forest amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the onlookers. Felina rose from the ground, casting a complex glance at Yu Xinghe before departing silently. The Douluo forest was vast, divided into 5 layers radiating from its central region, where the powerful De Ming and Air Ming resided. The second layer was the area most frequented by 10,000-year-soul beasts, while the third layer, known as the depths of the forest, was inhabited by 1,000-year-soul beasts, with the occasional encounter of 10,000-year beasts. The fourth layer, along with the fifth, was collectively referred to as the outskirts of Douluo, where soul masters were most active, typically seeking soul rings. As Fan Jinxiang brought Yu Xinghe and her companions to the boundary between the 4th and 5th layers, he could no longer restrain his true nature. The 5 men encircled Yu Xinghe, their faces alight with lascivious intent. "Beautiful lady, how about taking a ride with my brother? The large one is for you, and the small one for me. Goodness, you truly are a beast, even at such a young age. Count me in. You scoundrel, I am the leader here." As the 5 men spewed lewd remarks while loosening their clothing, Yu Xinghe turned to Yu Xingchen and commanded, "Close your eyes." The moonlit star softly inquired, "Why?" "Because something quite revolting may occur shortly." "Very well then." Once the moonlit star closed her eyes, a cacophony of anguished screams erupted around her, so harrowing that the male soul masters nearby instinctively clenched their legs tightly. After a considerable time, the previously immaculate white robes of the 5 men, including Fan Jinxiang, were now stained with blood. Observing these 5 men, the moonlit river chuckled, "With your meager worth, how dare you flaunt it? Soon, I shall show you what a true treasure is." Immediately, the moonlit river retrieved a vial of powder from the Dream of Tears and sprinkled it upon these individuals, then systematically shattered their legs. Having completed this grim task, the moonlit river finally took her leave with the moonlit star. Along the way, the moonlit star asked, "What was that substance you sprinkled earlier?" Yu Xinghe furrowed his brow and inquired, "Did you spy on me?" Yu Xingchen shook her head, saying, "No. I heard the sound of you scattering something." Upon hearing this, Yu Xinghe let out a sigh of relief. That was a beastly aphrodisiac, designed specifically to arouse male spirit beasts. As Yu Xinghe spoke, Yu Xingchen suddenly recalled that there seemed to be a group of powerful baboons residing there. The mere thought of those formidable baboons following the sin of blood sent a shiver down her spine. The moon and stars cannot help but mourn for those individuals for 3 seconds. Why provoke anyone, if not for one's mother? Mother, what is it? Are you acting this way because of that Felena? Not at all. Those individuals attempted to scheme against me. I merely acted in the name of justice to punish them. Chapter 98. A reunion after dealing with those scoundrels from the Battle Heaven Academy. Yu Xinghe and Xingchen continued their journey deeper into the Star-Do Forest. The Star-Do Forest is immensely vast. Even with Yu Xinghe exerting herself to the fullest, a day's travel only brought her to the 3rd layer, the depths of the forest. If she were searching for soul rings for Tang San and the others, this location would suffice, and with a stroke of luck, she might even encounter suitable soul beasts on the outskirts. However, Yu Xingchen insisted that she required a soul beast of at least 10,000 years. When it comes to finding soul rings for Yu Xingchen, Yu Xinghe could not settle for anything less, for this is her cherished daughter, a true piece of her heart. After all, there is a saying, no matter how impoverished one may be, one must not compromise on education, no matter how arduous life may become. One must not let their children suffer. Beneath the moonlight, a cast iron pot hung over the crackling campfire, bubbling with the enticing aroma of delectable instant noodles. During his 5 years at the Soul Master Academy, due to various missions, Yu Xinghe had disguised himself as an innocuous underachiever. When moments of leisure presented themselves, he sought out various activities to occupy his time. Drawing upon the memories from his previous life, he successfully recreated several culinary delights, one of which was instant noodles. On the day he perfected the art of making them, Yu Xinghe personally prepared a bowl of spicy beef noodles and served it to Bibi Dong, who savored every mouthful with unabashed enthusiasm. Particularly, Bibi Dong's delight soared when she learned that this food could be stored for extended periods, prompting her to reward Yu Xinghe with 2 spicy kisses. The only regret that lingered for Yu Xinghe was that the naming rights of the noodles were claimed by Bibi Dong. He had initially wished to call them Kong Shifu, hoping to evoke a sense of familiarity in this foreign world, but Bibi Dong swiftly dismissed the notion, declaring, "Kong Shifu is not appealing. Let us simply call it Soul Master Noodles." Yu Xinghe sought to vie for a moment longer, only to be met with 2 swift slaps upon her posterior from Bibi Dong. The following day, the Spirit Hall proclaimed that the illustrious, sacred, benevolent, and exquisite Pope Bibi Dong had conceived a culinary delight known as Spirit Instant Noodles, inviting all residents of Spirit City to partake in this gastronomic experience. Residents who had tasted the Spirit Instant Noodles reported that, after indulging in this dish, they found themselves unable to consume even a morsel of regular food. Through this initiative, Bibi Dong significantly enhanced her favor among the common populace, further solidifying her authority within the Spirit Hall. The potency of the instant noodles was thus made evident. As the noodles neared perfection, Yu Xinghe added slices of Spirit-branded ham sausage, resulting in a delectable ham noodle dish. Observing Yu Xingchen enthusiastically savoring her noodles, Yu Xinghe affectionately stroked her hair, saying, "No one is competing with you. Take your time." As Moonstar Chen munched on his noodles, he mumbled indistinctly, "Someone is approaching. If you don't eat quickly, there may be nothing left to consume once you begin to fight." Moonstar River chuckled and replied, "It's all right. Even if a tidal Douluo arrives, we can simply invite him to dine with us." Yu Xingchen disdainfully rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that he had expected you to be a deity capable of slaying gods and a Buddha able to vanquish Buddhas. Before long, the bushes parted, revealing 4 figures, drenched in blood, standing before Yuxingha. As Yuxingha focused his gaze, he was surprised to find a familiar face in this vast world. 4 figures approached, 3 men and 1 woman. Among them were the renowned couple, the great dragon and serpent, whom Yuxingha had encountered before. The other 2, an elder and a middle-aged man, wielded swords entwined with a swirling wind, indicating that their swords were likely manifestations of their martial souls. Upon seeing Yuxingha, the 4 of them simultaneously exhaled in relief. The great dragon and serpent were relieved due to their acquaintance with Yuxingha, while the elder and the middle-aged man slightly lowered their guard, considering Yu's youthful appearance. Just as the elder was about to speak, Mengshu interjected, "Young friend, what a delight it is to see you here." The elder, puzzled by Mengshu's cheerful demeanor, inquired, "Brother Meng, what is the meaning of this? Do you know this young girl?" Mengshu briefly recounted his previous encounter with Yuxingha. Upon hearing that Mengshu had been defeated by this seemingly 11 or 12-year-old girl, the elder was initially incredulous. However, knowing Mengshu's character, he dismissed the idea that he would fabricate such a humiliating tale. Realizing this, the elder addressed Yuxingha, "Esteemed young friend, I am Lu Jing, the 3rd elder of the Windsword sect, and this is my junior, Lu Kuang. It seems fate has brought us together tonight. Might we rest here for a while?" Had Mengshu not previously introduced them, Lu Jing, a formidable soul Douluo, would not have shown such deference to a mere child. In fact, given his temperament, he would have likely dismissed her outright. "Oh, you won't snore while sleeping, will you?" Yuxingha's offhand question left Lu Jing perplexed. However, Mengshu and Chao Tianxiang swiftly replied in unison, "No, we do not snore." With both Mengshu and Chao Tianxiang answering, Lu Jing could only follow suit. "Indeed, we do not." Yuxingha then turned her attention to the middle-aged man named Lu Kuang. Unlike the humility of the great dragon and serpent or the smoothness of the elder, Lu Kuang bore a rebellious expression, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. He coldly remarked to Yuxingha, "What if we do snore? What if we do not?" At Lu Kuang's words, Mengshu's heart sank, sensing trouble. Before he could intervene, Yuxingha frowned and stated, "If you snore, then I must apologize and ask you to leave." Upon hearing this, Lu Kuang raised his sword, and 7 soul rings emerged from beneath him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, an optimal configuration for soul rings. With an aura akin to a soul Douluo erupting fiercely, a tempest surged towards Yuxingha. Humph! As Yuxingha let out a cold snort, the gale seemed to collide against an invisible wall before parting in front of her. Observing his momentum dissipated by her mere disdain, Lu Kuang laughed instead of being dismayed. "Ha! You indeed possess some skill. It is none of your concern whether I possess the ability or not. On the contrary, what about you? Do you snore or not?" With Moon Xingha's repeated inquiry, Lu Kuang responded somewhat awkwardly, "I do not." "That is good to hear. If you wish to rest here, I have no objections, as this is not my home. However, let me make myself clear. Should you dare to disturb my sister's rest in any manner, do not blame me for taking action." Having said this, Moon Xingha turned to Xingchen and asked, "Have you eaten sufficiently?" The moon and stars nodded. "Having eaten well, it's time to sleep." "No. It's quite unhealthy to sleep right after a meal." "Then what do you wish to do instead of sleeping?" "I want you to tell me a story. If you don't tell me, I won't sleep." "Hey, how dare you threaten me?" "Fine, I shall narrate a story for an hour. After you have listened, off you go to sleep. Do you understand?" Chapter 99. The joke is a bit cold. Once upon a time, in a distant land known as the Kingdom of Alai, which bordered the sea, there lay a small island upon which stood a great stone. As Moon and Stars began to recount the tale, the 4 companions seated themselves upon the ground, tending to their wounds. With the pungent scent of blood wafting through the air, Moon and Stars furrowed her brow and retrieved some healing ointment prepared for her by Bibi Dong from the Dream of Tears, tossing it towards Meng Shu and the others. Upon receiving the vial, Meng Shu examined it closely, noticing the prominent inscription declaring it a special external healing remedy from the Spirit Hall. As a soul Douluo, Meng Shu recognized the rarity and value of such a potion. Immediately, he bowed in gratitude to Moon and Stars, saying, "Thank you, young friend. I shall surely repay this kindness in the future." In response, Moon and Stars merely nodded, acknowledging his words without further comment, and continued her storytelling to the child. As if the goodwill of a soul Douluo paled in comparison to the importance of entertaining a young one. After applying some of the ointment to his wounds, Meng Shu felt an immediate relief from the pain, and with the aid of his soul power, the wounds began to scab over at a visibly rapid pace. Astonished by the efficacy of the ointment, Meng Shu felt a deep appreciation for the resources of the spirit hall. After using a portion himself, he passed the remaining salve to the elder, Lu Jing. Initially hesitant to use medicine offered by a stranger, Lu Jing reconsidered. For his injuries were the most severe among them. If he did not swiftly manage his condition, it could potentially impair his abilities. Moreover, seeing Meng Shu take the lead, he resolved to follow suit, casting a complex glance at the still enthralled moon and stars as he proclaimed, "I shall remember this favor, young friend." At this utterance, Moon and Stars, who had been on the verge of slumber, opened her eyes once more. In the next moment, Yuxinghe raised her head and, with a hint of irritation, addressed Lu Jing. "If you could manage to silence that mouth of yours, it would be the best tribute you could offer me." Lu Jing was taken aback. The girl before him, resembling a celestial being, spoke with such audacity that he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lu Kuang, who had overheard Yuxinghe's bold remark, brightened up, a captivating expression emerging on his chiseled features. After lulling Yuxinghe to sleep, Yuxinghe caught a whiff of the fragrant instant noodle broth and suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Without hesitation, she retrieved large bags of instant noodles from her dream realm and set them to boil. As the noodles cooked, a rich aroma wafted through the small clearing. Meng Shu and the others, weary from a fierce battle, could not help but swallow hard at the enticing scent of the noodles. Feeling the 4 pairs of eager green eyes fixed upon her, Yuxinghe was reminded of a song. For formidable soul masters sat directly across from her, their eyes glistening with desire for the instant noodles. After sampling a few packs, Yuxinghe gently remarked, "You must be hungry too. If you don't mind, feel free to have some." With that, she presented another dozen packets of noodles. As they ate, Meng Shu and the others murmured their appreciation. "This is delicious. It surpasses any noodles I've ever tasted. Why have I never heard of this before?" The label suggests it's a specialty of the spirit hall. The allure of the noodles proved irresistible to Meng Shu and his companions, who savored every last drop of broth. The middle-aged man, Lu Kuang, leaned towards Yuxinghe and whispered, "Girl, do you have any more? I'd be willing to buy some. You'll have to go to Spirit City for that. I'm not selling these. I'll give you a good price. 1 gold soul coin per packet. What do you think?" Yuxinghe responded, pointing at the healing elixir in Lu Kuang's possession. At her mention, Lu Kuang's face flushed with embarrassment. If she was so unperturbed as to offer such a priceless healing potion, how could he possibly concern himself with a mere handful of gold soul coins? Feeling a loss of dignity, Lu Kuang retreated to a corner to meditate and regain his soul power. Once Lu Kuang had stepped aside, Yuxinghe turned to Meng Shu and inquired, "What brings you here again?" Meng Shu replied, "We were invited by a friend to assist in hunting for soul rings." Yuxinghe pointed towards Lu Kuang in the distance and whispered, "Assist that fellow?" Meng Shu nodded in agreement. "Indeed. How many years do you intend to help him hunt?" "Approximately 60,000 years. Can a 60,000-year soul beast leave you in such a predicament?" Yuxinghe was well aware of Meng Shu's strength, a soul Douluo of considerable prowess, bolstered by the martial soul fusion technique with Chao Tianxiang. Even a title Douluo should find a worthy opponent in him. With the addition of Lu Jing, who was undoubtedly of soul Douluo caliber, and a middle-aged man whose soul power had reached level 80, the configuration of such strength should make slaying a 60,000-year soul beast a trivial task. Upon hearing Yuxinghe's remarks, Meng Shu wore a wry smile and replied, "Initially, it was rather smooth sailing. We located a 60,000-year bamboo leaf green snake king, and just as we had defeated it, on the verge of letting Lu Kuang slay it to absorb its essence, a 50,000-year human-faced demon spider appeared." Hearing of yet another human-faced demon spider, Yuxinghe frowned and inquired, "Isn't it said that human-faced demon spiders are rare? Why does it seem to me that they are rather abundant?" Meng Shu shook his head. "There aren't that many. This particular human-faced demon spider is the same one my wife and I encountered last time." With Meng Shu's explanation, Yuxinghe grasped the situation. Meng Shu and his companions had expended considerable effort to vanquish the bamboo leaf green snake king, only for the human-faced demon spider to swoop in at the last moment, seizing the fruits of their labor. After a grueling battle, they managed to escape. Yuxinghe felt a pang of sympathy for Meng Shu's plight. With his granddaughter's 2 soul rings snatched away, and his friend's soul ring similarly lost due to the human-faced demon spider's emergence, Yuxinghe couldn't help but wonder if Meng Shu bore an unfortunate tendency to attract the theft of soul rings. As the night grew cool and serene, Meng Shu and his companions meditated to recover their soul power. Meanwhile, as Yuxinghe hugged his knees and gazed at the starry sky, a soft voice echoed in his mind. "Little Xinghe, Why do you seem so melancholic? How did you perceive that? I reside within your body. I can feel your emotions. In the next moment, the fluffy figure of Ying materialized in Yu Xinghe's embrace, its soft, cotton-like hands caressing his cheek. Cheer up. Your frowning face is quite unappealing. How about I tell you a joke? Intrigued, as he was accustomed to telling stories to others, Yu Xinghe responded eagerly. Once upon a time, there was a divine beast named Qilin. One day, it ventured into a frigid, snow-covered land. Can you guess what it transformed into? The moon and the stars shook their heads. Of course, it has transformed into the ice Qilin. Yu Xinghe, why does it feel somewhat chilly upon listening? Chapter 100. The appearance of the 5 millennia human-faced demon spider. No, it is not the humor that evokes this cold sensation. As Yu Xinghe raised his gaze towards a certain direction, a pink soul ring adorned with 4 golden patterns ascended. The 4 individuals, deep in meditation, simultaneously opened their eyes, revealing expressions of confusion and astonishment directed at Yu Xinghe. Soon, as a figure drew nearer, the 4 finally comprehended the reason behind the emergence of the soul ring. A colossal spider, with a body diameter of 5 meters and legs stretching at least 10 meters, had materialized. The spider, cloaked in darkness as if it were a pool of ink merging with the night, would have gone unnoticed by ordinary soul masters were it not for its 8 glistening green eyes, which radiated a predatory gleam. Human-faced demon spider. Enough of this. Were it not for its 8 eerie green eyes, even the most astute soul masters might have failed to perceive it at first glance. This creature, as large as a house, moved with utter silence, akin to a master assassin, poised to strike when least expected. Upon its emergence, the human-faced demon spider unleashed a massive web, enveloping the entire campsite. In response, Yu Xinghe swiftly summoned a pulse from the void behind him. 30 fiery red patterns entwined with electric light, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Simultaneously, the 4, Meng Shu and his companions, showcased their unique abilities against the spider's web. Lu Jing and Lu Kuang raised their long swords high, directing their fingers like blades to sweep across the sword's blade. The whirlwind surrounding the sword rapidly expanded, as if it contained countless wind blades, slicing through the demon spider's web. Meng Shu released his signature defensive skill, Dragon Shield, enveloping himself and Chao Tianxiang securely. However, the web unleashed by the 5 millennia human-faced demon spider was formidable. Upon contact, the whirlwind infused with wind blades gradually became ensnared in the spider's silk, eventually subsiding. While Meng Shu's dragon shield began to sizzle under the corrosive toxicity of the web, the group collectively sensed the spider had significantly augmented its power after consuming a 6 millennia bamboo leaf. It appeared that this encounter would bode ill for them. Just as a shadow of despair loomed over them, a sharp command rang out. Spiderhead, prepare to be struck. In the next instant, Yu Xinghe retracted the conical light blade at the tip of his pulse, which then extended into a fiery red cylindrical form, resembling a glowing iron rod radiating intense heat. Faced with the daunting web that had left the 4 in disarray, Yu Xinghe transformed the pulse into a staff-like shape and unleashed a meteor flash strike. Aya, aya, aya. Hey! The shadows of countless staffs, as sharp as the finest blades, cleaved the web of the faceless demon spider into disarray. Witnessing the ease with which Yu Xinghe shattered its web, the faceless demon spider surged forward with a thunderous roar. Its speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the distance of over 100 meters was traversed. Confronted by the looming threat of the faceless demon spider, Yu Xinghe once again altered the pulse in his hand. Pulse, hammer form. Shimmering with a fiery red brilliance, the hammerhead resembled a blazing meteor, colliding with the faceless demon spider in a cataclysmic clash. The impact sent flames and black blood splattering everywhere. Where it struck, there was either fire or corrosion. Both human and spider were forced to retreat. Just as Yu Xinghe faced off against the faceless demon spider, Lu Kuang, Meng Shu, and the others successfully broke free. Young friend, allow me to lend you a hand. Old woman. Understood. In the next moment, Meng Shu's dragon-headed staff collided with Chao Tianxiang's serpentine staff. Martial soul fusion technique. Dragon snake strike. The dragon-headed staff of Meng Shu entwined with Chao Tianxiang's serpent staff, transforming into an elongated creature resembling a dragon with a horse's head and a snake's tail, complete with 4 limbs. This 15-meter-long dragon, with ferocious vertical eyes, charged towards the faceless demon spider. The faceless demon spider, well aware of the potency of the martial soul fusion technique unleashed by Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, had suffered greatly from it in the past. With its 5,000 years of cultivation, it possessed not only superior strength compared to the youthful pair of a mere 1 or 2,000 years, but also wisdom. Having learned from its previous failures, it chose not to engage in a futile struggle with the dragon, knowing that even if it were to tear it apart, the two soul masters would inevitably reappear. Thus, the faceless demon spider unleashed a series of 10 powerful webs, ensnaring the dragon tightly. The dragon roared in fury, attempting to break free from the webs, but the more it struggled, the tighter the webs constricted, compounded by the lethal poison embedded within them. Soon, the dragon was reduced to 2 streams of light, returning to the grasp of Ming Shu and Chao Tianxiang. Simultaneously, both coughed up blood, their expressions turning pallid and weak. Seeing Ming Shu and Chao Tianxiang falter, Lu Jing was about to take action, but Lu Kuang placed a hand on his shoulder. Brother, if even the dragon and snake's martial soul fusion technique proved ineffective, what can you achieve? Lu Jing gazed at the fierce battle between Yu Xinghe and the faceless demon spider and responded, surely it is better to intervene than to stand idly by. Lu Kuang shook his head, saying, brother, do you truly believe she can defeat the faceless demon spider? Lu Jing scrutinized the evenly matched combatants, unable to determine the outcome. At that moment, Lu Kuang added, brother, consider this. If that girl were to triumph, our involvement would be redundant. Yet if she fails, what difference would our presence make? Do not forget, the face spider is a peculiar entity among soul beasts. Its strength cannot simply be measured by the passage of years. Moreover, that beast has consumed the bamboo leaf green snake king, which surely has augmented its power significantly. It would be wise for us to observe its actions patiently, waiting for a moment of vulnerability to deliver a decisive strike. Although Lu Jing felt that Lu Kuang's approach was rather unwise, the sight of the face spider's razor-sharp legs effortlessly slicing through a large tree, reducing it to a puddle of sap in an instant, compelled him to swallow hard and concede. Junior brother makes a valid point. What a ridiculous notion. You simply wish to watch the spectacle unfold, and then seize the soul ring or flee based on the circumstances, don't you? With Ming Shu's remark, Lu Jing felt a wave of shame wash over him. Lowering his gaze, while Lu Kuang chuckled and replied, Senior Ming, your words are misguided. I possess self-awareness and do not wish to create chaos. Should my friend you manage to defeat the face spider but falter due to my interference, leading to her untimely demise, I would bear that guilt for a lifetime. Hearing Lu Kuang's words, Ming Shu forced a bitter smile. What I take pride in throughout my life is my discerning eye, never having been misled. Yet today, I find myself blind. I am indeed growing old. Lu Jing, though your junior brother possesses great talent, his character leaves much to be desired. In response to Ming Shu's taunts, Lu Jing buried his head even lower, while Lu Kuang retorted with a cold smile. In the realm of soul masters, power is paramount. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, no one cares about such trivialities. Ming Shu, ask yourself honestly, does the soul ring of a 50,000-year old face spider not entice you? Such a remarkable soul ring would surely captivate even a titled Douluo. Chapter 101. Kill. Clang, clang, clang. The searing flames of the pulse collided with the face spider's legs, producing a dazzling display of sparks. The face spider was infuriated, realizing that its prized web had no effect on Yu Xinghe, no matter how it spun its web. The human was able to incinerate and shatter it with the peculiar fire attribute energy emanating from within. Fortuitously for Yu Xinghe, the fire attribute energy she absorbed originated from the remains of the fire dragon king beneath the ice and fire yin-yang eye, having been refined over nearly 1,000,000 years into the purest form of fire energy, which completely countered the face spider's web, woven from a tapestry of malevolent, dark, and corrosive energies. Seeing its web ineffective, the face spider promptly unleashed its innate skill, Evil Gaze. 8 green, murky eyes emitted a radiant halo, enveloping Yu Xinghe. Suddenly struck by the face spider's green light, Yu Xinghe found herself momentarily dazed. Outside the arena, Ming Shu silently cursed. This is bad. The face spider's evil gaze is particularly effective against soul masters lacking spiritual attributes. The Moonstar River is no exception. Fortunately, having previously acquired the Eye of the Starry Sky through completing tasks, Moonstar River's mental fortitude has been continuously bolstered, allowing her to withstand the malevolent gaze of the human-faced demon spider with only a fleeting moment of distraction. However, in a battle of such magnitude, comparable to that of a tidal Douluo, even a momentary lapse can prove fatal. Just as the spider's leg, capable of piercing stone and gold, was about to penetrate Moonstar River's head, A pitch-black rift in space manifested before her. The spider's leg was ensnared within the rift. And before the human-faced demon spider could react, the rift closed, sending its green blood raining down. Accompanied by the creature's anguished roar, Lu Kuang, Lu Jing, and Meng Shu instinctively covered their ears, revealing their distress. The echo of the spider's scream jolted Moon Star River back to her senses. Gazing at the frenzied, human-faced demon spider, a faint, weakened voice resonated within her. Star River, the rest is up to you. I have forcefully torn open the space, and the energy expenditure is considerable. I shall rest now. Be cautious. As the voice faded, Moonstar River looked upon the rampaging, human-faced demon spider, her brilliant eyes gleaming ever more luminously as her mental will materialized in radiant streams, transform into Bayana, with a burst of resplendent golden light enveloping her. A figure resembling a Valkyrie forged of gold appeared before all, with flowing, iridescent golden locks and clad in golden armor. Even her eyes seemed to flow with molten gold. Grasping a pulsing spear that shimmered with endless golden light, Moonstar River emitted a commanding shout, instantly teleporting to the spider's back and thrusting her spear down fiercely. With the spear plunged into its body, the human-faced demon spider collapsed to the ground, its 7 spider legs curving backward towards Moonstar River in a counterattack. In response to this unexpected maneuver, her eyes shone with golden light, and 7 golden whirlpools materialized in the void. Following this, 7 great swords inscribed with dragon-shaped patterns appeared with a cacophony, successfully blocking the spider's legs. Holding the pulsing spear firmly, Moonstar River issued a low growl. As the spear pierced through the demon spider's carapace and deeply into its body, it let out a skyward wail. Subsequently, one of its 8 green compound eyes exploded with a resounding pop. With the destruction of the eye, an irresistible wave of black energy erupted from the human-faced demon spider, sending Moonstar River hurtling away. In the astonished gaze of Mingshu and the others, the vicious and malevolent creature astonishingly fled. Fled? The Moonlight River did not consent. In an instant, it transformed into a glimmer of golden light, flickering several times before vanishing into the night. Witnessing the simultaneous disappearance of the Moonlight River and the human-faced demon spider, Lu Jing turned to Lu Kuang and asked, "What shall we do?" Lu Kuang gritted his teeth and replied, "We must pursue them." However, he then glanced at Yu Xingqian, who was hiding in the woods, a perverse smile creeping upon his lips. "But we must take her with us." Seeing Lu Kuang audaciously plotting against Yu Xingqian, Mingshu scolded him, "You ungrateful wretch! Do you have no shame? Not only are you too cowardly to assist, but you also wish to seize her sister as leverage. Meng Senior, you should tend to your own affairs first. What remnants of combat prowess do you possess now?" "You." At that moment, Chao Tianxiang noticed Lu Kuang raising his windsword and pulled Mingshu aside, exclaiming, "Old man." Turning his head, Mingshu saw the pleading look in Chao Tianxiang's eyes and could only lower his head in resignation. Lu Kuang laughed. "Those who recognize the times are the true talents." He then effortlessly captured Yu Xingqian. The ease of the process surprised even him. Yet, after all, she was merely a 6-year-old girl. It was not unusual for her to be rendered speechless with fear. "Senior brother, let us go. If we delay, that girl might slay the human-faced demon spider." Lu Jing, with a complex expression, glanced at Meng Shu and then at the expressionless Yu Xingqian, letting out a sigh before following suit. In a dim corner of the starry forest beneath the night sky, a thunderous sound echoed from the depths of the woods, awakening numerous diurnal creatures. Just as they were about to roar in protest at being disturbed, sensing an air of malevolence, they all tucked their tails and hid in their burrows, trembling in fear. In the distance, 7 green lights flickered ominously, and a massive silhouette drew ever closer. As the moonlight illuminated the scene, a colossal humanoid spider emerged, its visage strikingly fearsome. Yet, unlike its usual domineering presence in the starry forest, this monstrous arachnid was now in a state of panic, fleeing as though pursued by some unspeakable horror. What terrifying creature could instill such dread in a being as formidable as the humanoid spider? Thus, on this fateful night, all soul masters hunting within the starry forest faced dire misfortune, an event that would come to be known as the Night of the Beast Tide. Chapter 102. Absorbing the soul ring of the 5,000-year-old humanoid spider despite the humanoid spider's desperate flight, Yu Xinghe, as the relentless pursuer, swiftly closed the gap. Aided by the creature's own frantic path, he could not afford to relent. After all, his pulse was still connected to that creature, and the thought of another claiming it for their own amusement was intolerable. In a moment of sheer desperation, the humanoid spider turned to confront Yu Xinghe. charging towards him with an earth-shaking roar. Beasts may be slain, but they must not be humiliated. With no weapon in hand, Yuxingha unleashed the dragon blade. As a golden vortex materialized in the void, the dragon blade reappeared, this time firmly grasped in Yuxingha's hand. A 40-meter-long dragon blade, would you dare to challenge it? They say that the length of a weapon determines its might, and with the massive dragon blade in hand, Yuxingha entered a state of unparalleled prowess. With a sweeping motion, he executed a devastating strike. The humanoid spider narrowly evaded, but the towering trees behind it were not so fortunate, falling victim to his might. As the spider leapt into the air, Yuxingha wore a sinister grin. "O little spider, soaring into the skies is hardly wise." Meanwhile, dozens of golden whirlpools manifested around the humanoid spider, encircling it in a deadly embrace. In a frantic bid for survival, the spider flailed its 7 legs in a desperate attempt to block the impending onslaught. Yet the limited defenses it could muster were insufficient to withstand the barrage of dragon blades. Soon, it found itself pierced and weakened, on the brink of demise. At that moment, Yuxingha realized a critical truth. The humanoid spider was nearing death. Should he withdraw the dragon blade, its demise would be inevitable. And returning to fetch Yuxingchen seemed increasingly impractical. As he wrestled with the decision to absorb this soul ring, Lu Jing and Lu Kuang arrived, accompanied by Yuxingchen. Faced with the resplendent figure of Yuxingha, radiating an astonishing aura of combat readiness, Lu Kuang felt an unsettling apprehension, particularly upon witnessing the humanoid spider. Ensnared and pierced by numerous golden dragon blades, his pupils constricted in shock. He had truly been vanquished. Yet, upon glancing at Yuxingchen, Lu Kuang's demeanor shifted to a smile. Before Yuxingha could utter a word, Lu Kuang exclaimed, "Little girl, your sister is in my grasp. If you are wise, surrender the faceless spider, otherwise, I shall take her life." With that, Lu Kuang pressed the sword of wind against Yuxingchen's throat. Faced with Lu Kuang's intimidation, Yuxingha, who had initially intended to express gratitude, swallowed his words, allowing his eyes to grow cold. In her transformed state, Yuxingha radiated an aura of combat prowess that rivaled that of a titled Douluo, specializing in offense. Had Lu Kuang not held a hostage, he would likely have surrendered on the spot. "Are you threatening me?" Yuxingha inquired, her tone sharp. Lu Kuang, gritting his teeth, replied, "Indeed. Hand over the faceless spider, or I shall kill your sister." As the blade drew perilously closer to Yuxingchen's neck, Yuxingha conceded, "Very well. However, I must warn you. This little spider is on the verge of death." In the next instant, without waiting for Lu Kuang to react, Yuxingha willed forth dozens of dragon blades, which scattered like radiant rain. With the bindings of the dragon blades lifted, a cascade of green blood rained down as the faceless spider plummeted to the ground. At that moment, Lu Kuang's focus was entirely consumed by the spider, oblivious to Yuxingchen taking a deep breath. With a thunderous roar that resonated like the highest note in the world, Lu Kuang was momentarily stunned, his mind blank. Meanwhile, Yuxingha swung her 40-meter-long blade. Lu Kuang felt himself soaring through the air, higher and higher. When Lu Jing regained his senses from the cacophony of the roar, Lu Kuang's head tumbled before him, the bewildered expression in his eyes seeming to ask what had just transpired. Lu Jing was momentarily stunned before a piercing scream escaped his lips. "My son." Yuxingha is utterly indifferent to Lu Jing, who is weeping inconsolably while clutching a severed head. Embracing Yuxingchen offers a moment of solace. "My dear, were you frightened just now?" The moon and stars swayed gently, as I expressed my unwavering belief that my mother would safeguard me. Yuxingha tenderly kissed her forehead and said, "It was not in vain to cherish you." He then led Xingchen before the formidable human-faced demon spider, conjuring an exquisite pattern that transformed into a long blade, which he presented to her, saying, "Strike it through its wound or pierce its eye directly, and deliver a decisive blow." The Moonstar nodded slightly, just as Moonstar was poised to deliver a fatal blow to the faceless demon spider. A long sword whistled through the air, seemingly destined to end the creature's life. In that fleeting moment, Moonshingha reached out and deftly swatted the sword away. He then turned his gaze, filled with a brilliant dual radiance, towards Lu Jing, his eyes reflecting both anger and confusion. Confronted by the imposing gaze of Moonshingha, Lu Jing bellowed with a twisted face, "You wicked wretch! How could you be so cruel? It's merely a soul ring. Why must you strike my son with such lethal intent? You shall pay for my son's life." "Your son? Isn't he your junior brother?" "You shall pay for my son's life. But he should be your junior brother." "You shall pay for my son's life. Is he your junior brother or your son?" "How dare you?" Ultimately, Lu Jing coughed up a mouthful of old blood and collapsed, lifeless. Meanwhile, Moonstar, who had successfully slain the faceless demon spider, turned to Moon Xinghe and exclaimed, "Mother, you are truly remarkable. You managed to talk someone to death." In response, Moon Xinghe playfully delivered a light rap to Xingqian's head, saying, "Can you absorb this soul ring? If not, don't force yourself." Yu Xingqian remarked, "Do not be misled by my diminutive stature. My physical strength is only a tier below that of my mother. Are you suggesting that your level of physical enhancement has reached the 7th stage?" Yu Xingqian nodded slightly. "Yu Xinghe, indeed, you little rascal are the true prodigy. While I have exerted myself in thrilling endeavors to elevate my power level, you were born with it inherited." With this thought, an overwhelming sense of imbalance surged within Yu Xinghe, prompting her to deliver a playful yet forceful tap to Xingqian's head. "Hurry and absorb the soul ring. I shall provide you with protection." Chapter 103, The First Soul Ring of Yu Xingqian. Gratitude to the reader for their generous support. Thank you. The soul ring of the 50,000-year-old faceless demon spider, as dark as ink, stood in stark contrast to the pristine whiteness of Yu Xingqian's delicate wrist. When she attempted to draw in the soul ring, it swiftly encircled her wrist with a whoosh. In the next moment, a piercing scream erupted from Yu Xingqian's lips, shattering Yu Xinghe's heart. What happened? What's going on? Just as Yu Xinghe was about to rush over to examine Yu Xingqian, the latter suddenly declared, "It's nothing. It's the will of the faceless demon spider. I can handle it." At that moment, within Yu Xingqian's mind, the image of a faceless demon spider materialized, its malevolent aura akin to countless steel needles inducing a maddening pain. Confronted with this excruciating sensation, a small figure emerged within her consciousness. Moonstar. This diminutive figure is the manifestation of her mental will. Before her looms the enormous visage of a man-faced demon spider, towering like a house. In the natural world, size serves as one of the criteria for measuring an animal's strength. In the realm of mental will, a semi-virtual domain, size becomes one of the 2 essential metrics for gauging mental fortitude, the other being the degree of mental refinement. From a physical standpoint, the man-faced demon spider overwhelmingly surpasses Moonstar, rendering the outcome of their battle seemingly evident. However, in terms of refinement, despite its grandiose size, the man-faced demon spider appears as a colossal blur, akin to an oversized mosaic. One with poor vision might mistake it for merely a black house. In stark contrast, Moonstar, though petite, embodies clarity, her every strand of hair impeccably defined, devoid of any flaw even under magnification. In the next moment, the man-faced demon spider launched an assault upon Moonstar. A barrage of indistinct pixelated grids was expelled, hurtling toward her. Yet, beneath her feet, a brilliant explosion of fire erupted, allowing her to evade with the swiftness of lightning. Recognizing the futility of its web attack, the demon spider resorted to the simplest form of assault, a collision. This tactic, lacking in finesse, proved to be the most effective approach for the demon spider, whose mental power dwarfed that of Moonstar. Theoretically, employing a strategy of attrition, it would emerge victorious in the end. Confronted with the demon spider's onslaught, Moonstar emitted a low shout, enveloped in a faint electric glow. She then crouched, her hands bursting forth with vibrant electricity. In response to the impending collision, she activated a combat technique drawn from her memories, Beast of Thought, Dragon Tiger Roar. In the next instant, as Moonstar struck, a tiger's head materialized around her delicate fist, delivering a powerful blow to the demon spider's lengthy leg. Almost simultaneously with the impact, the tiger's head lunged to bite the demon spider's leg. With a fierce bite, it created a small breach in the spider's long limb. Although this injury was but a trifling matter compared to the spider's massive form, akin to a mere human being bitten by an ant, it still bore a painful sting. Enraged, the man-faced demon spider unleashed a soul-rending roar. This so-called soul howl is akin to a lion's roar or a banshee's wail at the spiritual level. Yet, in comparison to the demon spider, Moonstar's mental refinement far surpassed its own. Thus, the demon spider's soul cry transformed into a mere impotent fury in her ears. Ignoring the soul-rending screams of the human-faced demon spider, Yu Xingqian unleashed another powerful kick. Unlike the previous tiger fist, this kick summoned a massive dragon claw that descended upon the spider's legs. With a thunderous crash, the colossal claw struck, severing one of the demon spider's legs entirely. As the long limb broke into 2 pieces, the severed part transformed into a swirling black mist, dissipating into nothingness. The human-faced demon spider was taken aback. Realizing that this human not only possessed an extraordinary physical strength, an assumption made due to the striking resemblance between Yu Xinghe and Yu Xingchen, but also an astonishing mental fortitude. One appeared as a humble reef in the water, insignificant and overlooked, while the other resembled a great wave, capable of stirring tumultuous tides. Yet, after the wave crashed, the reef remained steadfast, while the wave shattered into countless droplets, returning to the vast rivers and seas. Faced with this seemingly invincible foe, the human-faced demon spider, filled with boundless resentment and unwillingness to yield, resorted to self-destruction. It sought to obliterate the human sea of consciousness, dragging the human down with it in death. In an instant, the demon spider's body began to swell rapidly, expanding in size, as dark energy enveloped every corner of Yu Xingchen's spiritual realm, threatening to plunge everything into darkness. Observing the impending explosion of the demon spider, Yu Xingchen smirked and remarked, "Though I may not possess the strength of my mother, dealing with your waning will is still well within my grasp." With hands clasped at his waist, a brilliant radiance emanated from him, akin to a radiant sun, dispelling the dense black fog of the demon spider. In the next moment, he commanded, "Beast of thought, Thunder Dragon emerges." With a sharp cry, a slender dragon composed of crackling lightning slithered forth, roaring fiercely. Using its body as a binding rope, the Thunder Dragon ensnared the soon-to-explode human-faced demon spider tightly. As the Thunder Dragon roared and constricted the spider, its jaws relentlessly gnawed at the demon spider's form. With each bite, the demon spider shrank further, while conversely, the Thunder Dragon grew larger. The human-faced demon spider struggled desperately, for it had always been the hunter, and now it faced the grim reality of becoming another's meal. Yet, no matter how unwilling it was, it found itself powerless to resist. Much like the prey it had once ensnared, any act of defiance was futile. As Yu Xingchen gradually calmed in her embrace, Yu Xinghe felt a wave of relief wash over her. She was genuinely afraid that Xingchen might fail to absorb the soul ring. If he were to fail, would his will also be consumed by the human-faced demon spider? Assuming this to be true, then Yu Xinghe would find it impossible to forgive himself. As time gradually passed, when a hint of dawn appeared on the horizon, Yu Xingchen's body suddenly trembled and then slowly opened her eyes. Unlike Yu Xinghe's gaze, which contained the brilliance of a myriad of stars, Yu Xingchen's eyes were clear and pristine, resembling a celestial pool reflecting the sky above. Noticing that Yu Xingchen had awakened, Yu Xinghe gently brushed her hair aside and inquired, "Have we succeeded?" The Moonstar nodded. "That is undoubtedly the case." "How splendid. I am relieved to see you well." Although the embrace of Moonstar River rendered Moonstar breathless, she found herself relishing the sensation of being tightly held, unable to escape. Yet, this feeling was exclusive to Moonstar River. Chapter 104, The Fate of the Dark Evil God Tiger with Moonstar's Awakening. The first task for Moonstar River was to ascertain whether Star possessed a soul skill. Unlike other soul masters, Moonstar's soul rings did not emerge from beneath her feet. Instead, they manifested directly upon her wrist. Simultaneously, the backs of Moonstar's hands sprouted 8 glistening blue claws, akin to those of Wolverine. Even under the sun's radiant illumination, these 8 azure claws evoked an unsettling chill. Yu Xinghe scrutinized the 8 sharp claws, and upon confirming they were not a soul skill, exclaimed with excitement, "After battling these monsters for so long, I've finally obtained some equipment." Yu Xingchen, with his hand pressed against his forehead, remarked, "It should be referred to as the exploding soul bone." Yu Xinghe exclaimed with excitement, "It's all the same." Then, Yu Xinghe inquired, "Hurry, let me see if you possess any soul skills." In the next moment, the ebony soul ring upon Yu Xingchen's wrist flickered momentarily, as a shadowy silhouette emerged behind him. This figure bore no facial features, nor did it don any clothing. It was merely a dark outline, reminiscent of an enigmatic suspect from Detective Conan. Observing this silhouette, Yu Xinghe furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is this a stand?" The moonlit star shook her head and smiled, saying, "Not quite. Strictly speaking, it should be a clone." With that, she approached a nearby stone and delivered a powerful punch. With a resounding bang, the stone shattered into pieces. To an onlooker, it might appear as though the moonlit star simply struck the stone, causing it to break. However, under the gaze of the celestial eyes of the moonlit river, she clearly observed that as the moonlit star threw her punch, a shadow behind her mirrored the action. The combined force of the 2 punches resulted in the complete destruction of the stone. After this display, the moonlit star, with her small fist raised, hopped joyfully in front of the moonlit river and exclaimed, "Mother, am I amazing?" The proud expression on her face resembled the one the moonlit river had seen when she scored a perfect 100 in her studies, proudly showing it to her parents. What could the moonlit river do in response? She could only indulge her. The two played for a short, while before the legendary dragon and serpent made their appearance. Upon witnessing the horrific scene before them, the grotesquely wounded face of the demon spider and the lifeless bodies of Lu Kuang and Lu Jing, Meng Shu swallowed hard. Exchanging glances with Chao Tianxiang, both recognized the fear and relief reflected in each other's eyes. Fear of the moonlit river's formidable power and relief for their timely choices. Upon seeing Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, the moonlit river smiled and inquired, "Are you two all right?" Meng Shu, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, replied, "I am ashamed. As old bones, we not only failed to assist, but nearly endangered our young friend." The moonlit river, with a carefree smile, remarked, "It is of no consequence. I have already resolved the matter." Observing that there were no evident wounds on the moonlit river, Meng Shu expressed, "Since our last parting, young friend, your prowess has evidently advanced. You are indeed a prodigy." Although flattered by Meng Shu's compliments, the moonlit river felt somewhat unaccustomed to such praise, yet could not find it in himself to despise it. "By the way, regarding your timely support for my sister, I have yet to express my gratitude," he continued. Upon hearing that the moonlit river wished to thank him for this, Meng Shu hastily waved his hand, exclaiming, "Please, do not say such things. I have rendered no assistance, and I feel undeserving of your gratitude." However, the moonlit river remained undeterred, declaring, "Your sentiment is greatly appreciated. My sister has already absorbed the soul ring of that faceless demon spider. If you wish to take the corpse, it is yours." Without awaiting their response, the moonlit river promptly departed with Moonlit Star in tow. Meng Shu watched as the moonlit river receded into the distance, then glanced at the corpses of Lu Jing and Lu Kuang, saying, "Young friend, the two you dispatched were the third and fourth elders of the Wind Sword sect. Should you encounter members of the Wind Sword sect in the future, I urge you to exercise caution. Thank you." After bidding farewell to the Meng Shu couple, the Moonlit River and Moonlit Star hastened towards the heart of the Douluo forest. This time, they encountered no unforeseen events along their journey. However, upon reaching the second layer of the Douluo forest, a towering figure loomed before them, the Titan Great Ape, Erming. "Haha, Star River. Have you come to play with me again? By the way, where is Xiaowu? Who is this girl? She bears a striking resemblance to you. Could she be your child?" Yuxingha pressed his forehead and said, "Erming, do you realize you can be quite the gossip?" "What is a gossip?" "It's a group of elderly women huddled together, incessantly chattering and fabricating tales out of thin air. Stories? I adore stories. Quickly, regale me with one. I've been cooped up here all day and am on the verge of losing my sanity. Telling a story is permissible, but you must exchange it for information regarding a soul beast." Upon hearing the demand for a soul beast information, Erming immediately became vigilant. "Which soul beast are you referring to? I must clarify. If your intention is to capture my friends, I shall not comply. Soul beasts should not conspire with humans to harm their own kind." To this statement, Yuxingha wholeheartedly agreed. In his previous life, despite his nation's formidable strength, there always existed a detestable group of ingrates who betrayed their own. "Rest assured, I would not make you a lackey. I merely wish to inquire about the whereabouts of the dark evil god tiger." Upon learning that Yuxingha intended to seek out the dark evil god tiger, Erming's emotions became exceedingly complex. With a face full of conflict, he said, "Xingha, that beast is incredibly powerful. You may not stand a chance against it. Even if my brother and I were to join forces, we could merely drive it away. Seeking it out at this hour might as well be delivering it lunch. Enough with the chatter. Hurry and divulge everything you know about it. The stronger it is, the more delighted I shall be. I am currently at a loss for worthy opponents." Just as Erming was in a state of turmoil, the voice of the Tianqing Niupong resonated. "Little one, come here, and I shall share all that I know. I may even lend you my assistance, provided you agree to one condition." "Speak on." "The dark evil god tiger, much like the human-faced demon spider, is an exceptionally malevolent soul beast, and its wickedness surpasses that of the latter. The emergence of such a soul beast is indeed a grave misfortune for us soul beasts. If you agree never to hunt for soul rings in the Douluo forest again, we can assist you in vanquishing it." Elder brother. Although this was indeed what Erming had hoped for, Yuxingha, after all, was a soul master, a human. Such a request seemed unlikely to be accepted. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected turn unfolded. Yuxingha answered without a hint of hesitation, his tone resolute. "I swear by my martial soul that henceforth I shall never venture into the Douluo forest to hunt for soul rings. He then added, however, if a soul beast seeks to harm me, I shall retaliate. Upon hearing Yuxingha's words, a voice filled with satisfaction emerged from Daming. Xiaowu truly did not misjudge him. Chapter 105. The Emergence of the Dark Evil God Tiger, Part 1. If the sky blue bull python knew that Yuxingha had so readily acquiesced because he held its soul rings in contempt, it might not have felt such elation. Perhaps it would have been exceedingly pleased. After comprehending the dark evil god tiger and devising a plan to lure that beast forth, Daming and Erming vanished. To be precise, they completely concealed their presence and hid away. One was the king of the forest, and the other the emperor of the forest, the apparent overlords of the Douluo forest. Once their auras dissipated, all the soul beasts on the second level of the forest began to stir restlessly. No longer sensing their presence? What could be amiss? Just moments ago, a human entered. Could it be that this human has slain both of them? Impossible. That human appears quite young, akin to a mere cub. How could he possibly defeat those two? How could it be impossible? I witnessed with my own eyes as that human swiftly summoned dozens of shimmering golden chains, ensnaring the faceless demon spider to strike it down. Such ferocity. This was the plan devised by Daming and Erming, which Yuxingha referred to as a game of hide and seek. Once the auras of these two vanished, it would not be long before the dark evil god tiger returned to the Douluo forest. Given its nature, it would undoubtedly come back to claim dominion here. During this interval, Yuxingha intended to treat this as a vacation, fishing, stargazing, being adorable, and training with the stars. As Daming and Erming disappeared, Yuxingchen turned to Yuxingha and asked, Mother, they say the dark evil god tiger is very dangerous. Should I not pursue it? We could simply find a soul beast around 60 or 70,000 years to settle for. Yuxingha shook his head, saying no, you cannot make do with that. The moon star, with a gentle tone, expressed, but I do not wish to see my mother suffer. My dear star, so adorable and understanding. I would not hesitate to pluck down the stars from the heavens, let alone a dark, malevolent tiger. Upon hearing this, the moon star leaned closer to the moon river and inquired softly, then I wish to. Upon hearing the words of Yuxingha, two delicate blushes blossomed upon her exquisite cheeks. In a moment of playful indignation, she bestowed a light reprimand upon Yuxingchen, delivering a gentle rap to his head. This is unacceptable. With a look of innocent grievance, Yuxingchen cast a fleeting glance at Yuxingha's chest before storming off in a huff to engage in some vigorous exercise. Before long, the once pristine and lively porcelain doll transformed into a muddied figure, resembling a clay effigy. Yuxingha observed the disheveled Yuxingchen rushing toward her, yearning for a hug. She swiftly extended a hand to gently press down on the child's small head. Go take a bath. With that, Yuxingha grasped the collar of Yuxingchen's clothes and led her to the lakeside. Bathing a child is always a raucous affair, and before long, Yuxingha found herself soaked as well. Although she could have easily dried her clothes using her fire attribute energy, she realized that it had been several days since her own last bath. Just as she was halfway through removing her garments, she caught sight of the eager anticipation in Yuxingchen's eyes and suddenly understood that she had been outmaneuvered. With this revelation, Yuxingha reluctantly donned her clothes once more, much to the disappointment of Yuxingchen, who pouted with a look of utter dismay. The Moonstar River finds it most intolerable to see the little female goose in distress. After a lengthy contemplation, it finally sighed and resumed undressing, conceding to let this little creature have its way, just this once. The disappearance of the great Ming and the second Ming sent shockwaves through the spirit beast realm of the Douluo forest. After 2 consecutive days without a trace of either, the ancient spirit beasts on the second level could no longer contain their impatience and ushered in some 1,000-year spirit beasts. Entering another beast's territory without prior notice is deemed a provocative act of invasion. Had the celestial blue bull python and the titan giant ape still been present, they would undoubtedly have prevented such behavior from occurring. In truth, had it not been for the collaboration with Moonstar River's scheme, not even 5,000 or 6,000 year spirit beasts would have dared to encroach upon this unique central domain belonging solely to the two of them. Only spirit beasts of at least 10,000 years may enter the heart of the Douluo forest. This is the consensus of the Great Ming and the Second Ming. When the first batch of 1,000-year spirit beasts timidly ventured in and subsequently emerged unscathed, the ancient spirit beast went into a frenzy. They surged into the central area, rolling in the grass, drinking from the lake, playing on the swing crafted for Xiaowu by the Second Ming. And even several 10,000-year serpent kings settled down on a large rock in the middle of the lake to slumber. The great Ming particularly relished basking in the sun atop that rock, which was akin to its personal bed, observing the murderous aura beginning to emanate from the great Ming. The second Ming consoled, "Let it be, brother, for the sake of the plan. Endure." The great Ming gritted its teeth and replied, "I will endure. Just wait until I take down that foul old tiger, and I shall teach them a proper lesson." Just as the great Ming managed to suppress its rising fury, the second Ming nearly lost its composure. It had sensed several 50,000-year monkey kings frolicking on the very rock where the second Ming most enjoyed resting. The great Ming quickly reassured the second Ming, calm down. Once this matter concludes, I will assist you in dealing with those little monkeys." Yu Xinghe echoed in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed. A moment's impatience may ruin a grand scheme." "Silence," retorted Daming Erming sharply. This clamor persisted for approximately half a day, until two formidable soul beasts emerged. The first was a 95,000-year-old winged sky tiger king, its majestic white fur accentuated by striking black stripes, exuding an aura of awe and authority. With a thunderous roar, all creatures bowed in submission. Though it had lost one eye, the remaining eye glimmered with a terrifying murderous intent. The second was a 93,000-year-old phosphorescent serpent, which, upon sighting it, nearly led Yu Xinghe to mistake it for the illustrious Douluo. As these two sovereigns made their entrance, the other beasts instantly sensed a subtle yet palpable aura of lethality. Subsequently, the Tiger King soared to the stone where Erming had once slept, unleashing a series of resounding roars. Yu Xinghe inquired, "What is it saying?" Erming translated, "It claims that all present are worthless." Daming softly interjected, "Do not heed Erming's nonsensical chatter. The tiger's intent is that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. A vast forest of stars requires but a single king to reign over it." Subsequently, the verdant phosphorescent serpent coiled itself upon the stone where Daming slumbered, its forked tongue hissing incessantly. Before Yu Xinghe could pose another question, Erming elucidated, "In human realms, alongside a king, there exists a queen. Thus, with the forest king established, it is imperative to select a forest princess as well." Yu Xinghe gazed towards the great Ming, who nodded and remarked, Ming was not mistaken this time. Chapter 106, The Emergence of the Dark Evil God Tiger, Part 2. The Douluo forest requires but one beast king, and that is I. The forest is far too vast for a single beast to govern. A forest cannot echo two distinct voices. You do not represent the forest. Those willing to choose me, stand with me. Should I ascend to the throne as the king of the forest, you shall all dwell under my protection. Those who agree with my vision, step forth to my side. If I become the new ruler of the forest, you shall remain in your respective positions, still lords of your own clans. Moreover, when faced with human hunters, I shall undoubtedly rise to shield you." As the spirit beasts divided into two factions, the atmosphere grew tense, concealed within the lake. Both Great Ming and Ming were poised to intervene at a moment's notice, ready to prevent the spirit beasts from engaging in mutual slaughter. Beyond this assembly of spirit beasts lurked a massive black tiger, concealing its presence. The darkness veiled its imposing figure and its uniquely barbed tail, leaving only a pair of crimson eyes that emitted a sinister and malevolent gaze, observing the charged standoff between the two factions of spirit beasts. It licked its lips and murmured, "Fight, fight. Only through your conflict can I ascertain whether those two fellows have truly vanished or merely gone into hiding. And only when you clash can I swoop in at the last moment to feast upon you delectable morsels." If a 10,000-year spirit beast were present, it would instantly recognize this as the infamous dark evil god tiger of the Douluo forest. If one were to select the most beloved spirit beast within the spirit beast realm, each would likely have its own favorites. However, if tasked with identifying the most despised spirit beast, it would undoubtedly be the dark evil god tiger. This creature, endowed with formidable talents, is inherently malevolent, reveling in the torment and slaughter of other spirit beasts. Its method of growth is equally grotesque, thriving through the carnage of its kin. Should the dark evil god tiger reveal itself now, the ancient spirit beast would undoubtedly unite against it, standing as one. Regrettably, these spirit beasts remain oblivious to the predatory gaze of the dark evil god tiger lurking in the shadows. As the Snake King and Tiger King faced off, the tension escalated. The Tiger King growled softly, "Snake King, I shall grant you one final opportunity. If you withdraw from this competition, I vow to refrain from encroaching upon your territory. Should any humans dare to harm you, I shall not remain idle." The Snake King replied, "Your pride and obstinacy render you an unworthy ruler. Should you govern the Douluo forest, it would be detrimental to both you and all." The Tiger King, growing impatient, retorted, "Enough. What nonsense is this of dual kingship? You merely wish to be the king of the forest while using me as a shield. I am far too astute for that." Upon hearing this, the Snake King fell silent. Observing the Snake King's silence, the Tiger King unfurled his wings and soared above, casting a commanding gaze downwards. "Submit, or prepare for battle." As the Serpent King hesitated, a millennia-old fire wolf from the Tiger King's faction collapsed, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. With the wolf's fall, a millennia-old baboon screeched, "Tiger King, the fire wolf is dead." "What?" Upon hearing this, the Tiger King hurried back to investigate and found the fire wolf with its tongue lolling, eyes rolled back, and limbs twitching, blood oozing from its mouth, now a putrid black. To his horror, he noticed a tiny pinhole on the wolf's rear. The fire wolf, known as Erha, was a formidable general under the Tiger King, possessing immense potential due to its mutated fire attributes. The Tiger King often entrusted various tasks to Erha, who executed them flawlessly. Yet now, Erha was dead, poisoned. The Tiger King despised the treachery of poisonous spirit beasts, those deceitful creatures who lurked in shadows, striking when one was most vulnerable. Thus, he had ensured that no poisonous beasts served under him, as those belonged to the Serpent King's faction. With this realization, the Tiger King roared at the Serpent King, "Serpent King, look at the misdeeds you have wrought." Seeing the fury in the Tiger King's eyes, the Serpent King stammered, "Let me explain. This is undoubtedly a misunderstanding." The Tiger King scoffed, "A misunderstanding? My Erha is dead, and you dare tell me that? Do you think I would believe such nonsense?" With that, the Tiger King spread his wings and lunged at the Serpent King. "You can explain to Erha in the afterlife." Just as a fierce battle was about to erupt between the two, the Serpent King suddenly declared, "No spirit beast shall interfere." In the blink of an eye, the serpent and the tiger clashed. Beneath the lake, Ming complained to Ming, "Brother, they have already begun fighting. You should stop me. If that little serpent or that one-eyed beast dies, it will spell disaster." Ming replied, "Just wait a moment. Don't you find this situation exceedingly peculiar?" Scratching his head, Ming asked, "What is peculiar about it?" Understanding that explaining the intricacies to Ming might take an eternity, Ming simply said, "Just wait." Having faced the dark, evil god tiger numerous times, Ming was aware of its cunning nature. If he and Ming ventured out now, they might inadvertently scare off the tiger, jeopardizing their plan, rendering the fire wolf's demise utterly pointless. Beside them, Yu Xinghe remarked, "I didn't realize you were so astute, with that bovine head of yours." Ming chuckled, "What can I say? If we can eliminate the dark evil god tiger, sacrificing a few millennia-old spirit beasts will be well worth it." In truth, there is a detail that Ming has not disclosed. The father of the blazing fire wolf, the former fire wolf king, once conspired to torment Ming, nearly leading to its demise. Fortunately, Xiaowu appeared and saved it. Although Ming is not an evil soul beast, it harbors grudges just the same. After maturing, it contemplated seeking vengeance against the fire wolf king, only to learn that the latter had been slain by humans, leaving behind a son entrusted to the Tiger King. Although the Snake King and the Tiger King were engaged in battle, the Tiger King soon realized that the Snake King was merely on the defensive, never launching an attack. Seizing the moment, the Tiger King ascended into the sky and inquired of the Snake King, "What is your intention?" The Snake King replied, "Tiger King, please trust me. I have never issued a command to assassinate the Tuhar. But aside from you and your subordinates, which soul beast in the forest could stealthily poison the Tuhar? What must I do to earn your trust? Bow your head and allow me to strike you with a claw, if you do not evade or defend. I will believe you." Upon hearing such a demand from the Tiger King, the Snake King's subordinates protested vehemently, "My king, you must not. It surely seeks to take this opportunity to slay you. Indeed, do not trust it. Perhaps the Tiger King himself is responsible for the demise of the Tuhar." Seeking a pretext to instigate conflict. As the Snake King's subordinates voiced their concerns, the Tiger King's subordinates joined in, hurling insults at their adversaries, branding them as despicable, shameless, sordid, and filthy. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control once more, the Snake King commanded, "Silence." Then, amidst the astonished gazes of numerous poison-attribute soul beasts, the Snake King declared, "Tiger King, I agree to your terms." Following this, the Snake King lowered its proud head. Chapter 107. The Emergence of the Dark Evil God Tiger, Part 2. After lowering its head, the Snake King cautioned, "Regardless of what transpires, none of you are to rush forward. Those who disobey shall be eternally banished from the Stardow Forest." Upon hearing the Snake King's directive, some soul beasts that had already surged forward retreated, begrudgingly. Seeing that the Snake King genuinely lowered its head, the Tiger King, after a few tentative assessments to confirm that the Snake King was not feigning a vulnerability, struck downward with a claw. Should this blow land, the Snake King would either perish or suffer grievous injury. Some of the Snake King's subordinates had closed their eyes in anguish, unable to bear witness to the impending scene, while others glinted with fury, seemingly ready to charge at any moment. As if time had suspended, the Tiger King's glimmering claw halted just above the Snake King's vital point. The voice of the Snake King resonated softly. "Why do you not strike?" The Tiger King's conflicted voice roared. "And why do you not evade?" The Snake King replied, "Because my life was given by you. Even in death, I wish to perish beneath your claws." The utterance from the Serpent King dissipated the murderous aura surrounding the Tiger King, causing its formidable claws to withdraw from just above the Serpent King's vital point. The Tiger King's singular eye regarded the Serpent King with a gaze fraught with complexity. Once upon a time, they had been inseparable companions. Observing the Tiger King restraining itself at such a pivotal moment, the lurking dark evil god tiger could not suppress its resentment. Why didn't it strike? If it had, I would be the ultimate victor. Just as the dark evil god tiger lamented its misfortune and contemplated retreating to observe the next day, a Monkey King unexpectedly approached its concealed position. To its astonishment, the Monkey King proceeded to relieve itself in its direction. How dare it? Who is the dark evil god tiger? Though its reputation may be somewhat tarnished, it is a true apex soul beast. Such indignity cannot be tolerated. Thus, the dark evil god tiger decisively acted, eliminating the Monkey King with swift ferocity. Who dares to reveal themselves? As both the Serpent King and the Tiger King turned their gazes toward a certain direction, the dark evil god tiger emerged from the shadows, its form cloaked in misty black fur. Upon its appearance, the ancient soul beasts present erupted in panic. "You dare to return, you heartless beast. Return the lives of my 20 offspring." It was, after all, a beast. Oh, that unfortunate fellow who lost 20 offspring. You certainly know how to breed. Is there a secret? Pray teach me. Comparing the number of offspring between viviparous and oviparous creatures. Are you not foolish? Now is hardly the time for such discussions. The dark evil god tiger will bring death to many beasts. Yet, it does not seem particularly fearsome. Have you forgotten how terrifying the dark evil god tiger appeared when consuming eggs? Its mouth was filled with shells, egg whites dribbling down, and yolk smeared across its visage. Quite fearsome indeed. As the dark evil god tiger made its entrance, the surrounding soul beasts scurried behind their respective leaders. Observing the expressions of dread etched upon the faces of the soul beasts, the dark evil god tiger grinned. "Friends, it has been far too long." The Serpent King, with an imposing demeanor, declared, "If it were possible, I believe no soul beast wishes to behold your presence." The Tiger King roared, "Begone from this forest. Otherwise, with so many beasts gathered here today, you cannot escape death." The dark evil god tiger, still grinning, replied, "You think you can contend with me? You who possess no domain. In a one-on-one confrontation, for every one of you that approaches, I will slay one. For every two, I will vanquish a pair." With that proclamation, the dark evil god tiger unleashed a roar, its malevolent energy coalescing into a pillar that soared toward the heavens, its chilling aura enveloping the surroundings. Among the gathered soul beasts, save for the Serpent King and the Tiger King, none dared to meet its gaze. Such is the presence of the dark evil god tiger. The pinnacle of soul beasts confronted with the brazen provocation of the dark evil god tiger. Both the Serpent King and the Tiger King understood that one of them must yield today. The Tiger King addressed the Serpent King, proposing, "Let us unite." The Serpent King nodded in agreement, declaring, "The dark evil god tiger must be vanquished." How presumptuous! Although the dark evil god tiger faced nearly all the ancient soul beasts of the Douluo forest, it held no fear. What if all the soul beasts launched an assault against it? As the evil god tiger, even the combined might of the azure bull python and the titan giant ape could not restrain it, let alone these insignificant minions before it. At present, the presence of all these soul beasts was advantageous to it. Once it triumphed over the Serpent King and the Tiger King, it could easily rally the others under its command with a mere gesture, offering some hollow assurances. All the soul beasts would obediently submit at its feet, allowing it to feast upon whichever it desired, whether fried or steamed. Just as the dark evil god tiger reveled in its dreams of becoming the sovereign of soul beasts, its eyes suddenly widened. The lake at the heart of the forest erupted violently, sending forth tremendous splashes as two figures leapt forth. It was none other than the azure bull python and the titan giant ape. The astonishment was shared not only by the dark evil god tiger, but also by the serpent king and the tiger king, along with all the soul beasts. You too. Upon witnessing the emergence of the azure bull python and the titan giant ape, the dark evil god tiger cackled. So, it is indeed a conspiracy against me? Azure, Titan. Do you think your BC strategy can ensnare me? To this, the azure bull python shook its head, responding, though I wish to slay you. Today's protagonists are neither I nor Erming. Then who is? The dark evil god tiger inquired. A human. Upon hearing this, the dark evil god tiger's pupils constricted, followed by a blinding golden light illuminating the sky as 100 golden whirlpools materialized. Then, Deming and Erming bellowed. All soul beasts, disperse at once. Subsequently, Deming and Erming unleashed their respective domains simultaneously. The deceleration domain, the gravity domain. The convergence of these two domains caused the dark evil god tiger to feel as though it were mired in a quagmire, unable to move an inch. Simultaneously, within the hundreds of golden whirlpools, 100 great swords engraved with dragon-like phantoms surged forth like swimming dragons, producing a cacophony as they hurtled toward the dark evil god tiger. Faced with the radiant 100 dragon blades, the dark evil god tiger instinctively sought to evade. However, the overlapping domains of Deming and Erming rendered it immobile. In that case, it invoked the evil goddess guardian. As the massive hook at the end of the dark evil god tiger's tail released a grayish mist that enveloped its body, hundreds of dragon blades collided against the gray shield, creating a thunderous symphony of sound, reminiscent of countless soldiers clashing swords in a relentless melee. Moon Xinghe's radiant starry eyes fixated intently on the location of the dark evil god tiger. She was observing, watching where the dark evil god tiger might flee. Logically, Moon Xinghe's Huanglong Yanwei possessed considerable might. Against a soul master of the same rank, a single blade would suffice to conclude the battle. However, she was acutely aware that she was merely a soul exalt with a single ring, incapable of unleashing the full potential of the Huanglong Yanwei. Unable to secure victory through quality, she had no choice but to pursue quantity. 100 dragon blades represented the utmost extent of her summoning capabilities at present. If she could vanquish her opponent, that would be splendid. Yet, should she fail, even an additional 100 would be futile. After all, just as others remained oblivious to Moon Xinghe's true abilities, she too could not fathom the depths of her adversaries. Chapter 108. Intense Battle. As the dust settled, the remaining soul beasts that had not yet departed narrowed their eyes. There stood the dark evil god tiger, grinning, its gray shield billowing like mist, while hundreds of dragon blades lay shattered upon the ground, gradually dissipating into particles of light. Astonishingly, it had emerged unscathed from such a formidable assault. Moon Xinghe's simultaneous barrage of dragon blades, save for Daming and Erming, was something no soul beast present could withstand. Even the formidable Serpent King and Tiger King would find it nearly impossible to escape unscathed from such an overwhelming onslaught, likely sustaining severe injuries. Yet, the attack that sent shivers through them seemed to the dark evil god tiger as trivial as a mere scratch. Humph, human, I shall remember your scent, and from henceforth, I will ensure that every one of your nights is steeped in terror. With that proclamation, the dark evil god tiger unfurled its ebony wings, flapping them fiercely, and with a roar, it forcefully broke free from Daming and Erming's domain, fleeing towards the forest's edge. Though the dark evil god tiger was proud, it was not foolish. It had already found Daming and Erming quite formidable, and now faced an additional, mysteriously powerful human with peculiar soul skills. Remaining to battle would likely spell disaster. Thus, the dark evil god tiger unhesitatingly chose to retreat. Witnessing the dark evil god tiger's flight, Moon Xinghe turned to Daming and Erming, instructing them. Take good care of the stars. Immediately thereafter, brilliant golden light radiated as Moon Xinghe transformed once more into her Bana form. In her Bana guise, all her attributes surged significantly. Nevertheless, it took her several minutes of pursuit to finally catch up to the tiger. Seeing that Moon Xinghe had indeed followed, the dark evil god tiger felt a surge of delight, quickening its pace as it descended towards the forest below. By the time Moon Xinghe landed, the dark evil god tiger had vanished from sight. Just as confusion enveloped her, an alarm rang in her mind, prompting an instinctive teleport. Then, a pitch-black tiger claw emerged from the darkness, slicing through the very spot where she had once stood. Behind the Moonstar River, 5 trails of blood emerged, accompanied by 5 slender and profoundly deep ravines silently appearing on the ground. Such an effect could only be achieved by mastering power to an extraordinarily perverse degree. Had Moonstar River not swiftly evaded that claw strike, bolstered by Bayana's possession enhancing her defense, the consequences would have been far graver than mere bloodstains on her back. The ground would not have merely borne 5 grooves. Rather, it would have likely torn her spine from her body. It was a grave oversight. All along, Moonstar River had believed her physique to be unparalleled, yet in truth, her current constitution was comparable only to that of a top-tier beast martial soul Douluo. In contrast to the resilience required to withstand the later stages of Tang San's Dark God Tiger, her physical prowess was somewhat lacking. After the Moonstar River swiftly evaded, the dark evil god tiger once again vanished into the shadows. In the depths of darkness, a chilling sound reminiscent of a sinister lick echoed, followed by an eerie silence. It was akin to the calm before the storm. After a moment of unsettling quiet, countless blades of wind surged forth from the surrounding darkness. Each blade possessed a power comparable to the attacks of the formidable Lu Jing that the Moonstar River had previously encountered, and their sheer number exceeded 600. The colorless blades, combined with the cover of night, would undoubtedly reduce any vulnerable soul Douluo to mere pulp. However, endowed with the starry eyes and transformed into the state of Bayana, Moonstar River was undeterred. Under the scrutiny of the starry eyes, the trajectories of the 600 wind blades were crystal clear to her. Utilizing her ability to teleport along with her inhuman reflexes, she deftly evaded their lethal onslaught. The evil god tiger was momentarily taken aback to see Moonstar River evade its blades. If it had known, it would have realized that those 600 blades were not cast at random. It had meticulously calculated every possible direction from which she might evade. If Moonstar River were aware of the evil god tiger's thoughts, she would surely declare, "Alas, I anticipated your anticipation. This round, I am on the second tier." With its ranged attack rendered ineffective, the dark evil god tiger launched a second assault, this time opting for close combat. Teleport. Although the dark evil god tiger's version of teleportation was a mere imitation, capable only of linear movement, its range extended for several hundred meters, far surpassing that of Xiao Wu, and during the teleportation, it could double its attack power, showcasing the formidable nature of this skill. As the dark evil god tiger charged, Moonstar River silently reveled. Excellent. Suddenly, she drew forth a radiant pulse from behind her. 30 dazzling patterns emerged behind her. Pulse, spear form, meteor shadow strike. In the blink of an eye, Moonstar River unleashed hundreds of spears upon the dark evil god tiger. Simultaneously, with each spear thrust, the patterns behind her transformed into fists that pummeled forward. Despite the dark evil god tiger's formidable physique, the unexpected barrage from Moonstar River left it bloodied and bruised in an instant. With a furious roar, the dark evil god tiger unleashed a primal scream, prompting Moonstar River to instinctively teleport away. In the spot she had just vacated, an inconspicuous pinhole appeared on the ground. The dark evil god tiger's tail swayed menacingly, glimmering with a deadly gleam under the moonlight. The dark evil god tiger was on the move again. This time, it fiercely struck the ground, sending a whirlwind of sand and gravel into the air, combining with its wind control ability to conjure a sandstorm. Then, with a swift teleport, it positioned itself behind Moonstar River, striking towards her head with its claw, while its tail lay concealed, poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. With a resounding thud, the dark evil god tiger struck down the head of Yuxinghe with a singular claw. However, contrary to expectations, there was no spray of blood as one might envision. Instead, an intensely rich radiance emanated forth. As the ground erupted with a thunderous roar, blood began to flow from the 7 orifices of the dark evil god tiger. It had been deceived. The creature's downfall stemmed from its utter ignorance of Yuxinghe. While Yuxinghe possessed an intricate understanding of all its abilities, this disparity in knowledge led to a nearly one-sided confrontation. Typically, after sustaining such a significant loss, the dark evil god tiger would retreat, yet the allure of Yuxinghe proved too enticing. Previously, it had inflicted a wound on Yuxinghe through a surprise attack, leaving traces of blood upon its claws. Upon tasting that blood, the dark evil god tiger discovered it contained the very essence of power it had long coveted, divine energy. Though this divine energy was still feeble, it was more aptly described as pseudo-divine power. Nevertheless, anything associated with the divine was deemed valuable. The dark evil god tiger harbored a premonition that if it could consume its opponent, it would ascend to the ranks of a 100,000-year soul beast. At that moment, who in the Stardow Forest would dare challenge it? Chapter 109. The fall of the dark evil god tiger. Although the dark evil god tiger was perplexed as to why only Yu Xinghe had arrived, its keen intellect had already conjured up various hypothetical reasons for the absence of Titan and Tianqing to prevent any prolonged uncertainties. The dark evil god tiger resolved to unleash its ultimate move and swiftly eliminate Yu Xinghe. In the next moment, the tail of the dark evil god tiger lashed out furiously, creating a profound black hole before it, seemingly capable of devouring all. As Moonstar River beheld the dark evil god tiger's intention to employ the arena of life and death, her pulse directed towards the black hole, causing her energy points within the bracelet to diminish by 10,000 in an instant. Almost immediately, the pulse transformed into a futuristic spear reminiscent of advanced weaponry. The pulse, firearm mode. As the spear's tip radiated a brilliance akin to the sun's scorching light, the surrounding world seemed to dissolve into two spheres. One, a profound black hole, devouring all in its path. The other, an intensely radiant fireball, brimming with boundless energy. When Moonstar River compressed her energy to its utmost limit, she decisively unleashed her attack. With a resounding bang, a slender fireline struck the black hole, and in the next moment, an unforeseen event unfolded before both the dark evil god tiger and Moonstar River. Upon being struck, the black hole expanded rapidly, transforming from a sphere into a flat abyss, akin to a bottle submerged in a pool, with everything around it cascading into the seemingly eternal depths of darkness. Air, trees, soil, stones, soul beasts, the dark evil god tiger, and Moonstar River herself were inexorably drawn in. As Moonstar River and the dark evil god tiger were absorbed, the abyss erupted with a deafening blast, leaving behind a hemispherical pit several kilometers wide, as though an unseen force wielding an enormous spoon had scooped out a portion from the starry forest. The arriving Great Ming and Second Ming Serpent Kings gazed upon this hollowed cavity, reminiscent of an eye socket bereft of its eye, and fell into contemplative silence. In later generations, this pit would be referred to as the Eye of the Stars, becoming a landmark within the starry forest. What is it like to plummet into a black hole? Before encountering the dark evil god tiger, Moonstar River had no knowledge of this experience. However, if pressed for an answer, she could provide a semblance of one. After all, she possessed a skill known as teleportation. More formally, it was termed spatial leap. Each time Moonstar River utilized her teleportation, she momentarily sensed a disconnection from her own existence, her body, senses, heartbeat, and thoughts. Subsequently, an extraordinary feeling would arise within her, akin to swimming through an unknown tunnel, struggling through the cold and eternal darkness, only to eventually glimpse a flicker of light, evoking a sense of euphoric joy. Submerged in water, ensnared in a tunnel, she would then emerge into clarity, reaching the realm of that luminous point, whereupon her body, senses, heartbeat, and thoughts would return to their rightful places. Yet, the experience of falling into a black hole bore both similarities and distinctions from traversing through space. The similarity lay in her inability to perceive her body, as if she were but a wisp of cloud, a gentle breeze, or a collection of atoms. The difference, however, was the incessant sensation of descent pulling at her. She attempted to escape, yet no matter her efforts, she remained in a relentless freefall. Although she had no reference points surrounding her, she felt her descent accelerating, faster and faster. The uncontrollable sensation birthed within her an emotion that should not have existed, feelings. Yet, as she realized that no matter how swiftly she fell, she would never reach the bottom, fear dissipated. Indeed, since struggling was futile, she might as well surrender to fate. Just as Yu Xinghe entertained this thought, she found herself standing on solid ground. The abrupt return of sensation caused her to lose her balance, nearly toppling to the earth. Simultaneously, she heard a voice proclaim, "Welcome to the arena of life and death. One side must perish to conclude this battle and escape this realm. Countdown begins. 5, 4, 3." It seemed she was inevitably drawn into this place. While pondering how her younger self might confront the childhood dark evil god tiger, she suddenly realized something. She appeared unchanged. In contrast, the once colossal dark evil god tiger, measuring 8 meters in length, had transformed into a mere 1.5 meter miniature feline. The dark evil god tiger glanced at itself, then at Yu Xinghe, and mewed indignantly. "Why haven't you changed?" Yu Xinghe, equally perplexed, soon comprehended the reason. Her martial spirit, the starry sky of time, had uncontrollably manifested behind her, its needle oscillating between 1 and 12 o'clock. It seemed her martial spirit was indeed related to time, hence, she disregarded the temporal laws imposed by the arena of life and death. However, now was not the moment for such inquiries. In this arena, only one side's demise would grant escape from this space, to avoid prolonged uncertainty and any further uncontrollable incidents. Yu Xinghe swiftly eliminated the dark evil god tiger amidst its reluctant muse. Upon the dark evil god tiger's demise, a black hole engulfed both Yu Xinghe and the tiger, and when they emerged, they found themselves back in the Douluo forest. As the dark evil god tiger reverted to its original form, a swirling halo of black soul rings emerged from its body, while a dark orb, shimmering with azure and cerulean hues, burst forth from within and soared toward the still-present black hole. Having read the original narrative, Yu Xinghe would not allow this familiar plot to unfold again. In a flash, she grasped the orb firmly in her hand. To her astonishment, the orb exhibited a subtle tendency to escape. Realizing this, Yu Xinghe hastily summoned her dragon blade and struck the black hole. The already unstable black hole trembled and with a resounding pop, vanished. As the black hole disappeared, the orb ceased its quivering and transmitted a thought to Yu Xinghe. Girl, if you release me, I shall grant you one wish. Yu Xinghe scoffed at this. If you possess such power, would you still be subject to my blade? Upon contemplating this, Yu Xinghe resolved to temporarily set aside the matter of the beads, intending to address it when time permitted. As the presence of Yu Xinghe and the dark evil god tiger re-emerged, the two Deming, accompanied by Yu Xingchen, the Snake King, and the Tiger King, approached. Upon witnessing the lifeless form of the dark evil god tiger, a collective expression of astonishment swept across the soul beasts. They had indeed been slain. Observing Yu Xinghe's disheveled state, Yu Xingchen rushed forward, inquiring with concern, "Mother, are you unharmed?" Yu Xinghe replied with a tender gaze, "I apologize, my dear, but due to certain extraordinary circumstances, I am unable to allow this fellow to draw his final breath. Consequently, this soul ring cannot be absorbed by you. The laws of Douluo Continent dictate that the one who slays must absorb. The rules inherently possess a recognition of identity, even distinguishing if he was slain by twins." Just as Yu Xinghe grappled with an array of conflicting emotions, the orb spoke once more. "Child, what if I could enable that little girl to absorb my soul ring? Would you then release me? Think not. She cannot absorb it, and I can still do so. It shall not go to waste. Let us consider another condition. Spare the last vestige of my divine consciousness. Trust me. The living me holds far greater value than the deceased. Skills, knowledge, and various other treasures await your need. What say you?" After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xinghe declared, "Deal." Chapter 110. The troubles of Xiao Wu. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe accept the terms, the consciousness remarked, "You must swear an oath. Are you not afraid that I might regret my vow after uttering it? Perhaps I would fear such a thing with another, but with you, I hold no such apprehension." To be honest, Yu Xinghe felt a spark of curiosity regarding this malevolent deity's consciousness. How could it possibly deceive the very laws of the Douluo Continent? Once the oath was completed, the dark deity's consciousness addressed Yu Xinghe, saying, "You may now allow that young girl to absorb the soul ring." Yu Xinghe, filled with perplexity, inquired, "But you have done nothing at all." The malevolent deity replied, "Simply allow her to absorb it. I assure you that the little girl will succeed in her endeavor. Let it be clear, should you dare deceive me or harm Xingchen, the oath will be rendered void. Rest assured, I would never jest with my own life." Thus, under the watchful gaze of numerous soul beasts, Yu Xinghe addressed Xingchen, saying, "Proceed to absorb the soul ring." The Moonstar questioned, "But the soul beast was slain by you. Why not give it a try? If you cannot absorb it, I shall do so instead." Although Moonstar was somewhat perplexed by her mother's insistence on such a seemingly futile endeavor, she complied nonetheless. Thus, amidst the bewilderment of the soul beasts and the anxious demeanor of Moonstar River, Moonstar approached the lifeless form of the dark evil god tiger, channeling her internal energy to attempt to draw forth the ebony soul ring that swirled like dark mist. In the next moment, to the astonishment of Moonstar River and the gathered soul beasts, the ebony soul ring enveloped Moonstar's other wrist. "Star, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Yu Xingchen shook his head, casting a peculiar glance at Yu Xinghe, and said, "No, in fact, it feels somewhat pleasant." One person and a multitude of beasts collapsed. This journey through the Douluo forest concluded splendidly, with Yu Xingchen acquiring 2 exceptional soul rings. It is noteworthy that Yu Xingchen's second soul skill remained a mere shadow. The effect was identical to that of the first soul skill. What does this signify? Is it a mere rotation of opportunities? However, upon reflecting on what Ying had said, that he would no longer acquire soul skills with future soul rings, Yuxinghe felt he had no right to pity Xingqian. Having departed from the Stardow Forest, Yuxinghe planned to escort Xingqian back to Shrek Academy as he had promised to Xiaowu. Additionally, having Xingqian participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition would serve as a valuable experience for him. At Shrek Academy, Xiaowu was troubled. It was not merely due to Xinghe's departure. Rather, it was predominantly because a boy named Tai Long had been relentlessly pursuing her. Although Xiaowu had rejected him numerous times, Tai Long clung to her like a stubborn piece of gum that refused to be discarded. As the school day concluded, just as Xiaowu stood up, the tall and burly Tai Long approached her, scratching his head and earnestly inquiring, "Xiaowu, are you going to eat?" Rolling her eyes, Xiaowu retorted, "Not going to eat. Am I supposed to return and sleep?" Blushing, Tai Long implored, "Xiaowu, I would like to invite you to dinner. Could you please give me a chance?" "Absolutely not. Go away." Watching Xiaowu's graceful figure depart, Tai Long lowered his head in dejection. At that moment, a lewd and portly fellow with a mohawk approached. Tai Long had a vivid impression of this individual, who possessed a top-tier beast martial soul, the Phoenix. Notably, he had previously been a classmate of Xiaowu. Ma Hongjun patted Tai Long on the shoulder and said, "Big gorilla, you might as well save your efforts. Xiaowu already has someone she cares for." In astonishment, Tai Long queried, "Someone she cares for? Who? Is he more handsome than me? Stronger?" Upon hearing Tai Long's question, Ma Hongjun displayed a perplexed expression and replied, "It's not a matter of strength. She is simply a rare beauty, exceptionally attractive, and in terms of power, I would estimate she could pin you to the ground with just a finger." Tai Long, utterly shocked, asked, "That person is so formidable? Could it be that Xiaowu actually likes him?" Tai Long had previously heard that some female soul masters, lacking substantial family support, would resort to charming older, powerful male soul masters for cultivation resources, leveraging their youth and beauty. Noticing Tai Long's shocked demeanor, Ma Hongjun assumed he had deduced the identity and gender of Xiaowu's beloved. Without saying a word, he silently patted Tai Long's shoulder, expressing a look of pity as he said, "Since you've already guessed, you might as well pursue other girls. To be honest, Xiaowu would never be interested in you." Every time Ma Hongjun thought of Xiaowu and Yuxinghe, two stunning beauties, being together, he could not help but lament in anguish. This is indeed the greatest waste under the heavens. In the cafeteria, Xiaowu was absent-mindedly savoring her beloved carrot meal when a gentle, melodious voice chimed beside her. "Beautiful lady, may I join you?" Upon hearing this familiar voice, Xiaowu forced a smile and replied, "If Miss Rong Rong wishes to sit here, I could not desire more." Ning Rong Rong, feigning anger, retorted, "Humph. Call me Rong Rong. If you refer to me as Miss, I shall cease to assist you." Once seated, Ning Rong Rong fixed her gaze intently on Xiaowu, making her feel quite uncomfortable. "Rong Rong, staring at me will not satiate your hunger." Ning Rong Rong chuckled, "Indeed. Merely gazing at a beautiful lady cannot substitute for a meal. Yet some individuals, each day consumed by their thoughts, could save a considerable amount of food. If Dean Flander were to hear this, he would surely advocate for such a method." Hearing Ning Rong Rong's almost direct insinuation, Xiaowu, quite irritated, pinched Rong Rong's cheek. "Oh, you, Rong Rong. Rather than diligently training, you spend your time concocting schemes against me. My bear biscuits are gone." Upon realizing that Xiaowu was about to take action against her favorite snack, Ning Rong Rong quickly pleaded for mercy. "All right, Xiaowu, I apologize. Please spare my bear biscuits. Who knows when Xinghe will return? Each biscuit consumed diminishes my stock." Seeing Ning Rong Rong's apology, Xiaowu chose to let it go and resumed her battle with the carrots on her plate. Just as she was lost in thought, a tall figure appeared before her. Xiaowu, feeling annoyed, glanced at the newcomer and said, "Talon, what do you want? Are you looking for a fight?" Talon, noticing Xiaowu's lackluster demeanor, felt a pang in his heart. "Xiaowu, I wish to ask you a question, and I implore you to answer me. Will answering mean you shall cease pestering me?" Talon nodded. With his affirmative response, Xiaowu perked up. "Ask away." Talon inquired, "Xiaowu, what, pray tell, does that old man possess that surpasses me?" Xiaowu responded with a puzzled expression, "Black man question mark?" Chapter 111. The Changing Face of the Eagle. Xiaowu. If you are facing difficulties, you can confide in me. My family, while not a prestigious lineage, holds some standing in Heavendo City. Securing 1 or 2 fish ponds is hardly an issue. Tell me, where is that old man? I shall confront him. Talon hailed from a family of strength, and his thought process was rather straightforward. Problems solvable by fists were not problems at all. If he could not outmatch the old man behind Xiaowu, He could always seek assistance from his father or even his grandfather. Confronted with Talon's repeated reference to the old man, Xiao Wu was genuinely bewildered. However, the astute Ning Rongrong seemed to have surmised Talon's intentions. Talon, do you presume Xiao Wu is being supported by that old man? Who told you that? Meanwhile, the students in the cafeteria straightened their postures, preparing to witness the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Xiao Wu instantly comprehended the implications of Tai Long's earlier remarks. A flush of crimson adorned her cheeks, not from exuberance or embarrassment, but from indignation. With a sudden, forceful slap on the table, Xiao Wu shouted at Tai Long, "Who dares to speak such words? Bring him forth for me to confront. I shall tear apart his slanderous mouth." Observing Xiao Wu's genuine fury, which was unmistakably authentic, Tai Long, though not entirely dull, scratched the back of his head and cautiously inquired, "You haven't been taken care of by an older man, have you?" Xiao Wu replied coldly, "Tai Long, I shall reiterate for the final time, I have not. Furthermore, there is someone I admire, someone truly exceptional, far surpassing anyone else." She continued, "From now on, keep your distance and refrain from uttering such defamatory remarks. I understand you harbor no ill intentions, and I shall not hold it against you. But had it been any other girl, you would have received a slap across the face by now." With that, Xiao Wu picked up her meal tray and stormed off in a huff. Tai Long stood there, dumbfounded, watching Xiao Wu's retreating figure, his heart echoing with a profound sense of heartbreak. Sensing Tai Long's despondency, Ning Rongrong offered consolation. "Tai Long, when pursuing a girl, one must employ wit, not brute force. I hope you take heed." Just as Ning Rongrong turned to leave, Tai Long called after her, "Is Xiao Wu's beloved truly remarkable? I wish to challenge him." Upon hearing Tai Long's declaration, Ning Rongrong halted, turned back, and with a radiant smile, replied, "Tai Long, you are unworthy of such a challenge." Her words reverberated in Tai Long's mind like a relentless echo. "You are unworthy, unworthy, unworthy." Returning to the Shrek Academy as he observed the vibrant faces bustling about, Yu Xinghe couldn't help but exclaim, "This is what an academy should be." Indeed, if those Soul Masters were provided with a set of mock examination papers akin to 3 years of Soul Master and 5 years of Soul Sage, it would resemble the campus of his memories even more closely. Yu Xinghe and Yu Xingchen resembled two captivating focal points, drawing attention wherever they went. Their allure was not solely due to their beauty. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that they were the only two individuals not donned in the school uniform. After Flander assumed control of the Blue Tyrant Academy, renaming it the Shrek Academy, he inexplicably mandated a uniform of a rather unsightly shade of fecal green. Amidst this sea of green, the striking attire of Yu Xinghe and Yu Xingchen naturally attracted the eye. As Flander and Zhao Wujin strolled together, they suddenly noticed a throng of students gathered ahead. Flander furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "What are you all doing over there? Hurry to your classes." A student rushed over and reported, "Principal, it seems some students are not wearing their uniforms." "Not wearing uniforms? How can that be tolerated? Rules are established to be upheld." Zhao Wujin chuckled and patted Flander's shoulder, saying, "Your uniform is so hideous, I'd refuse to wear it too." Flander's frown deepened. "That is not the same. Students must adhere to the rules. Just like when Xinghe led the others to the Devil's Training, singing in the streets of Soto City. Such an embarrassing spectacle. And yet, they cannot manage to wear this trivial uniform? Absolutely not." With that, Flander and Zhao Wujin made their way toward the gathering. "Who dares to defy the uniform? Which class are they from? The principal is here. Oh no, what a pity." Just as the students mourned the fate of the two uniformless sisters, the next scene left them utterly astonished. Upon entering, Flander's previously furious expression transformed into one of warmth and amiability. "Let me see which little rascal dares to defy the uniform. It's Xinghe. You're back. And Xingchen too. Why didn't you give us a heads up? Wujin and I would have come to greet you at the door. By the way, I recently acquired some exquisite tea. It's delightful. Come, let us head to my office for a brew." If Flander's sudden change in demeanor bewildered the onlookers, Yu Xinghe's subsequent words left them feeling as though they had just awakened from a dream. "Principal Flander, your taste is quite questionable. Who would not fear ridicule wearing such a color? If you wish to dress my sister Xingchen in that outfit, I shall not permit it." The audacity of openly mocking Principal Flander's taste was staggering. Yet, rather than becoming enraged, he responded with a smile, "If you choose not to wear it, then so be it. By the way, have you eaten yet? Would you like to join me in the cafeteria?" "Forget it. I'd like to find Xiao Wu first." "All right, You probably don't know where the girls' dormitory is, do you? Jiang Zhu, you shall guide Xinghe to the girls' dormitory. Upon hearing Flanders' words, a gentle-looking girl with crimson hair stepped forward, leading Yu Xinghe to the girls' dormitory. Flanders surveyed the bewildered students before him, his demeanor shifting to one of sternness as he barked, "What are you all standing there for? Disperse. Get back to what you were doing." Witnessing Flanders' fierce countenance, devoid of the earlier charm, the students promptly scattered like startled birds. Unbeknownst to Flanders, his actions that day were inscribed into the diary of one of the students, a young man named Tushing. While he may not have been well known in the realm of soul masters, he was a household name among the common folk as a master of fairy tales. When his descendants later sorted through his belongings, they discovered his diary and excerpted a passage that recounted Flanders' conduct that day, bestowing upon the tale a resounding title, The Transforming Eagle. Chapter 112. Misunderstanding. As they journeyed, Jiangzhu curiously observed the sisters Yu Xinghe and Yu Xingchen, her sparkling eyes brimming with countless questions. Just as she was about to inquire, Yu Xinghe suddenly halted, her eyes, reminiscent of a starry sea, illuminating with sudden brilliance. Following her gaze, Jiangzhu looked toward the end of the shaded path. There, a slender girl sat upon a bench, her lustrous black hair styled into long, carefree braids that she absently toyed with. The sorrowful depths of her eyes evoked a profound sense of empathy, even in Jiangzhu, who, as a woman herself, felt a stirring compassion. In the next moment, Yu Xinghe gestured for Jiangzhu to leave, as she wished to keep the ensuing scene private. Quietly, she approached the girl, taking a seat beside her and gently clasping the restless hands of Xiao Wu. As Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu encountered one another once more, there were neither cascading petals nor heart-wrenching melodies. Instead, there existed merely a simple exchange of words, accompanied by a refreshing breeze. "You're back? Indeed. You won't leave again, will you? I'm afraid I must depart once more. Didn't you already complete the soul ring hunt? I neglected to mention that my recent venture was to assist the stars in acquiring their soul rings. There was nothing suitable for me there." Faced with Xiao Wu's mournful gaze, Yu Xinghe offered a soothing reply. "I apologize, Xiao Wu. If it were within my power, I would wish to remain by your side eternally. Yet, this world is merciless and without sufficient strength. How could I ever fulfill the promise I made to protect you for a lifetime? But you are already quite formidable." Yu Xinghe shook her head and remarked to you, "I may seem formidable, yet in the eyes of true powerhouses, I am, at best, akin to a slightly larger ant. Moreover, it is only by possessing sufficient strength that one can pursue their true aspirations. Xiao Wu, I harbor a dream, to foster peaceful coexistence between soul masters and soul beasts." Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's declaration, Xiao Wu was utterly taken aback. The notion of harmonious existence between soul masters and soul beasts seemed almost surreal, akin to a whimsical fantasy. Observing Xiao Wu's astonishment, Yu Xinghe playfully pinched her cheek and teased, "Doesn't it sound utterly incredible?" Xiao Wu murmured softly, "Are you still half asleep?" In response to her comment, Yu Xinghe playfully smacked Xiao Wu's rear, prompting a startled yelp from her. "What do you think?" she countered, rubbing her backside. Xiao Wu retorted with mock indignation, "You naughty one. You just returned and already strike me. Can't you show me a bit more tenderness?" With that, Xiao Wu playfully tackled Yu Xinghe, and the two tumbled together upon the grassy expanse. The moonlit star gazed at the two exuberant individuals frolicking upon the verdant grass, shielding her forehead as if unable to bear the sight, muttering to herself in a tone incongruous with her age, "Childish." Yet, despite her words, when Yu Xinghe invited her to join in the merriment, she did not hesitate for a moment before leaping into the fray. Talon, after being spurned by Xiao Wu, appeared visibly despondent, as though his very soul had departed. Subsequently, he collided with Jiangzhu, who was lost in thought. "Ouch. Are you all right?" "Oh, it's you, Talon. What troubles you? You seem rather sorrowful. Could it be that you were rejected by a girl?" "Let me guess. It was Xiao Wu, wasn't it?" With a hint of irritation, Talon retorted, "Laugh if you must. In the game of life, I, Talon, am not one to shy away from defeat." "Humph." Observing Talon's self-deprecating demeanor, Jiangzhu, as an old classmate, sought to console him. "Talon, Xiao Wu already has someone special in her heart. It's time for you to forget her. By the way, someone came looking for Xiao Wu today, and it seems their relationship is quite intimate." To this day, the image of those dazzling eyes, radiating joy upon seeing Xiao Wu, remained vivid in Jiangzhu's mind. Upon hearing that someone was seeking Xiao Wu and that their bond was close, Talon could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Where are they?" Jiangzhu instinctively replied, Before I left, they were sitting on a bench along the path by the girls' dormitory, but now, before she could finish her sentence, Talon had already risen and dashed away. Hey, where are you going? Jiangzhu yelled. Without looking back, Talon shouted, I'm going to confront that guy. Jiangzhu called out in exasperation, but she is. Just then, a voice interrupted. Jiangzhu, why are you shouting over there? Hurry back to class. Seeing it was Lu Erlong, Jiangzhu quickly recounted the recent events. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's expression darkened. Talon, really? How impulsive. Can such matters be forced? With that, Lu Erlong urged Jiangzhu to pursue Talon. Talon arrived at the end of the path, where he beheld Xiaowu nestled in the embrace of a figure with flowing black hair. Observing the delicate silhouette of that black-haired individual, Talon felt a wave of disdain. Is this the type of person Xiaowu has chosen? I must show her that a pretty face is merely a facade. Only I, Talon, am the true embodiment of manhood. However, before he could approach, a sprightly little girl with 2 buns atop her head suddenly appeared before him. Stop right there. What do you intend to do? She chimed in a youthful voice. Irritated, Talon replied, Get lost, little girl. I'm looking for that black-haired fellow. You shall not disturb them. Move aside. I want tea. Seeing the little girl adamant in her stance, Talon shouted, That black-haired sissy. Why don't you dare to challenge me one-on-one? What is the meaning of having a little girl stand in my way? Upon hearing Talon's voice, Yuxingha, who had already grasped the situation from Xiaowu, responded without turning her head, You wish to duel with me? First, you must get past my sister. With that, Yuxingha took Xiaowu's hand and walked away. Their destination unmistakably the girls' dormitory. In broad daylight, they were actually heading to the dormitory. As this realization struck him, Talon, consumed by rage, instinctively disregarded Yuxingha's words and shouted at Yuxingchen, You little girl, if you don't step aside, don't blame me for getting rough. With that, Talon reached out, intending to shove Yuxingchen aside. However, to his surprise, Yuxingchen was quicker as he extended his hand to grab her. She deftly seized 2 of his fingers and twisted. With 2 crisp snaps echoing, Talon was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed by a surge of pain that caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. You little brat. Talon could hardly believe that this seemingly harmless girl had just broken 2 of his fingers. As he watched Xiaowu and that effeminate figure approach the dormitory entrance, coupled with the pain sting, Talon let out a furious roar, summoning his martial spirit. Yellow and purple hues enveloped him as 3 soul rings rose from beneath his feet. With a thunderous shout, he swung a fist towards Yuxingchen. In the distance, Xiaowu instinctively prepared to rush forward to shield Xingchen from the blow. But Yuxingha firmly held her waist and reassured her, Don't worry, Xingchen is stronger than you think. Chapter 113. This new student is quite fierce in truth. When it comes to combat instinct, Yuxingchen surpasses Yuxingha. This is because, during the division of their consciousness, Yuxingha had instilled in her a persona of absolute calmness in battle. Despite Xingchen's usual timid demeanor, often seeking to be held or raised high, once she enters a combat state, she transforms from an adorable little girl into a formidable combat machine, exuding a chilling composure. Now, faced with Talon's menacing punch, Yuxingchen did not unleash her full strength out of spite, yet neither did she underestimate him due to his inferior soul rings. However, she was determined to teach him a lesson. She would not bring about his demise, but he must remember this encounter. After all, Talon had insulted her beloved mother. As a shadow materialized behind Yuxingchen, she extended her delicate left hand, where a pitch-black soul ring appeared on her wrist. First soul skill, double strike. When her petite fist collided with Talon's fist, which was as large as a sandbag, 2 crisp sounds resonated in succession. As the crisp sound reminiscent of freshly fried dough sticks echoed in the air, Talon was propelled backward, struggling to rise. He was met with the disconcerting sight of his arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Then, an excruciating pain surged through him. Ah, my hand. It's broken. This is my right hand, the one that allows me to eat, wield a knife, and sew. Just as Lu Erlong and Jiangzhu arrived, they were greeted by Talon's heart-wrenching cries. Upon observing his arm's irregular contortion, they noticed a seemingly harmless little girl, her expression devoid of emotion, watching Talon with an unsettling indifference that belied her tender age. Lu Erlong rushed forward, asking, Talon, are you all right? Despite the unbearable pain radiating from his arm, Talon found it difficult to admit that he had been bested by a mere child. Such was the pride of a man like Talon. Thus, amidst Lu Erlong's concerned gaze, he trembled and replied, I'm fine. It's just an old injury acting up. Teacher, I would like to request leave to go home and attend to it. Noticing Talon's reluctance to elaborate, Lu Erlong pressed on. Are you sure you don't want me to take you to a doctor? We wouldn't want any lasting effects. Talon resolutely declined her offer. Very well. Hurry back and take care of it. Jiangzhu, could you please escort Talon home? Understood. Upon first laying eyes on Yu Xingqian, Lu Erlong was taken aback by her captivating aura. Although she was but 6 years old, her cherubic features radiated an innocent charm. Yet, to Lu Erlong, this seemingly harmless little girl exuded an air of formidable strength. Such a presence was familiar to her, typically found in high-ranking soul masters, like the elders of her clan or some of the more esteemed soul Douluo. The fact that a mere child of 6 or 7 could possess such an aura left Lu Erlong profoundly intrigued. Moreover, this little girl appeared within her academy. Who was she? What was her purpose here? Had she been the one to injure Talon? A multitude of questions swirled in Lu Erlong's mind. Thus, as Talon and Jiangzhu departed, she called out to the retreating Yu Xingqian, "Little sister, wait." As the moonlit stars twirled, the clear eyes of Yu Xingqian glanced curiously at Lu Erlong, her little head tilting in question. If she had not witnessed it with her own eyes, Lu Erlong would never have believed that the formidable presence she had just encountered could transform into such a delicate and charming little girl with a mere turn. However, it was a relief that the imposing aura had dissipated. If it had persisted, it would have been rather uncomfortable. Little sister, who are you? How old are you this year? I am Yu Xingqian. This year, she began, surprisingly counting on her fingers. After a brief moment, Yu Xingqian spoke in an uncertain tone. I suppose I am 6 years old. Even someone as strong as Lu Erlong could not help but be enchanted by the adorable sight of Xingqian counting her age. How can you be only 6? That's not quite right. By the way, you are Xingqian? What about your sister Xingha? She and sister Xiaowu have gone to the dormitory. But I wouldn't recommend seeking them out now. It would be unfortunate to disturb them. Very well, I shall refrain from looking for them. Did you inflict the injury on Tailong? Indeed. Speculating was one thing, but hearing Yu Xingqian's confirmation was entirely another. Before the arrival of the Shrek 7 Devils, Tailong was considered the most talented student among Lu Erlong's pupils. Young as he was, he possessed a soul power of 36 levels. And with his martial soul being the immensely powerful gorilla beast, he was virtually unmatched beneath the soul sect. Yet, this very Tailong had been injured by the little girl before her, and judging by her unflustered demeanor, she evidently still had strength to spare. Most astonishing of all was that this little girl was merely 6 years old. For an ordinary child, 6 years old merely marks the awakening of their martial soul. Yet this child had already begun to teach Tailong a lesson in life. Recalling what Flinder had once shared about Yu Xingqian's exploits, Lu Erlong inquired with a tone of anticipation and curiosity, Xingqian, do you know what level your soul power is currently at? The moonlight shimmered as Xingqian shook her head. The soul power testing crystal was a possession that Lu Erlong always carried with her. She presented the crystal to Xingqian, saying, Little Xingqian, do give it a try. As soon as the young girl placed her delicate hand upon the soul power crystal, the previously dim crystal immediately radiated with brilliance. 26th level of soul power. My goodness! Just as Lu Erlong marveled at Xingqian's remarkable soul power level, she suddenly realized that neither the soul rings nor the martial spirit of Xingqian had manifested. Little Xingqian, would it be possible for you to display your martial spirit in soul rings? The Moonstar, tilting its little head, exclaimed, I have already revealed it. Where? I can't see it, responded Lu Erlong. At that moment, Moonstar extended both hands, and Lu Erlong finally noticed the delicate, snow-white wrists adorned with black bracelets. One as dark as ink, still as an abyss, and the other leaning towards gray, reminiscent of surging storm clouds. Observing these two black soul rings, Lu Erlong suddenly comprehended why Flandra exhibited a wistful expression when speaking of Moonstar River. It was akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, one day leaping out to gaze upon the boundless sea of stars, evoking an overwhelming sense of humility. Chapter 114. To stay or to leave at 6 years old, possessing a soul power of 26 and 2 10,000-year soul rings. Each of these 3 achievements, when considered separately, is fairly commonplace in the realm of soul masters. Yet, when these 3 elements converge, it becomes a dream that no soul master would dare to envision. What is your martial soul? Lu Erlong did not even realize that her voice quivered as she spoke. My martial soul is myself. The inherent martial soul. Lu Erlong, born of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, though a daughter born out of wedlock, had occasionally overheard her father speak of certain secrets during family visits. The inherent martial soul is one of the most extraordinary martial souls in this world, drawing from a specific part of oneself as the source of power, once awakened. It possesses formidable strength. According to her father, long ago, there was an exceptionally gifted titled Douluo, whose martial soul manifested as a pair of arms adorned with qilin patterns. With those qilin arms, the titled Douluo, known as the qilin Douluo, dominated an era. No one could defeat him. Later, rumors spread that the qilin Douluo sought to unify the continent, prompting a coalition of a palace, 2 nations, 3 sects, and 7 clans to muster their top combat forces, 5 titled Douluos and 23 soul Douluos, to encircle and annihilate him. In that battle, the qilin Douluo sustained grave injuries and fled, vanishing without a trace. Of the 5 titled Douluos, 1 died, 1 was crippled, 1 severely wounded, and 2 retreated into seclusion, while the casualties among the 23 soul Douluos surpassed half. Although the qilin Douluo disappeared, the might of the inherent martial soul remained indelibly etched in the DNA of these sects, passed down through generations. If the former qilin Douluo was already so powerful, what terrifying potential did the inherent martial soul of Moon Star hold for the future? Of course, Lu Erlong was unaware that, despite its strength, to achieve invincibility at the same rank, one must undergo a special awakening process to unleash its fullest power. The following day, even Moonstar River himself could not have anticipated the outcome. Observing the charming and cheerful Xiao Wu with her radiant smile beside the pouty and irritated Moonstar, he could not help but lament. Drinking leads to trouble. In her past life, Yu Xinghe harbored an aversion to alcohol. In this lifetime, despite her formidable strength that allowed her to disregard the effects of alcohol, she still detested its taste. Given Yu Xinghe's resilience and prowess, she could simply refuse to drink. However, she was utterly taken aback when it was none other than Xiao Wu who urged her to indulge. Faced with Xiao Wu's soulful gaze, Yu Xinghe found herself compelled to consume not just a glass, but potentially an entire barrel of wine. There was no escaping this. If she abstained, Xiao Wu would resort to intoxicating herself in a frenzied manner. Under Xiao Wu's encouragement, Yu Xinghe drank cup after cup, exhibiting the demeanor of an invincible wine god. Yet, as the night wore on, overwhelmed by the effects of the alcohol, having chosen not to utilize her energy to combat the intoxicating substance, Yu Xinghe was eventually supported back to her dormitory by Xiao Wu. What transpired thereafter remained a mystery to Yu Xinghe. She only became aware of her surroundings upon waking, finding that Xiao Wu had already packed her belongings and expressed a desire to accompany her on a honeymoon journey to seek soul rings. Gazing at the charmingly smiling Xiao Wu, Yu Xinghe scratched her head and inquired, "When did I ever agree to take you along in my quest for soul rings?" Little did she know, her question elicited a torrent of tears from Xiao Wu, who sobbed profusely while uttering words that left Yu Xinghe feeling overwhelmed. Among her lamentations were accusations such as, "Xinghe's words are but deceit. Even a rabbit can be fooled. You heartless vixen. We promised to be each other's angels. Yet you choose to fly solo." Observing Xiao Wu, who resembled a rain-soaked pear blossom in her sorrow, Yu Xinghe turned to Yu Xingchen and asked, "Did I truly give her my word last night?" The Moonstar, in a huff, exclaimed, "Indeed. You claim that your greatest love is for Xiao Wu. Yet, come the day when funds run dry, you would sell me just to procure carrots for her." Upon hearing these words, Moon River felt an overwhelming urge to explode. Ultimately, Moon River set off with Xiao Wu, regardless of whether she had consented the previous night or if Xiao Wu had spoken untruths. All uncertainties dissipated the moment Xiao Wu clasped her small hand, carried away by the refreshing breeze. Indeed, no matter the time or place, or the multitude of challenges and obstacles, as long as one is accompanied by a beloved, the journey no longer feels solitary, rendering all else inconsequential. This was precisely what Moon River had sought in her past life, yet had never attained. As she watched Moon River and Xiao Wu fade from sight, Moonstar whispered, "Your happiness shall be my charge." Shortly after Moonstar returned to the classroom, Ning Rongrong rushed over anxiously, exclaiming, "Star, you must hide at once." Yu Xingchen inquired, "Why?" "I heard that Talon's father has arrived. He claims he will seek justice for his son." "Oh, how is that relevant to my desire to hide?" "His father insists on identifying the individual who harmed his son. He intends to teach them a lesson." Oh, what do you mean by oh?" "It is said that Talon's father is a soul king. What a perfect opportunity to meet him." With that, Yu Xingchen exited the classroom, leaving her classmates in a state of shock. As she stepped outside, the previously tranquil classroom erupted into chaos. Some rushed to the playground to gossip, Others went to inform the teacher, while some attempted to pull Yu Xingchen back. However, given her formidable strength, the girl who dared to intervene was effortlessly dragged along by her. At that moment on the Shrek playground, Talon wished he could vanish into thin air. As long as he kept quiet about that little girl, few knew of this embarrassing incident. Yet, with his father causing a commotion at the academy, it was inevitable that the entire institution would soon learn that Talon had been bested by a young girl. Being defeated by a little girl was already humiliating enough. And now he had to face his father demanding retribution. The thought of his classmates' disdainful gazes made Talon yearn for oblivion. Talon, where is that girl, Xiao Wu? And the little girl who struck you? His father inquired. Dad, let us just go home. This is all my fault. You needn't involve yourself. Humph. Your hand was broken. If I do nothing about it, your grandfather might break my hand too. But there is no but about it. Talon's father then shouted to the surrounding crowd. Who harmed my son? Step forward if you have the courage. Crowd. We've already said it was a little girl. Are you blind? There is no little girl here. After several unanswered calls from Talon's father, he felt a slight sense of relief. Perhaps this matter could be downplayed after all. Just as Talon thought the situation could be trivialized, a petite figure emerged from the crowd. Upon spotting Yu Xingchen, Talon felt a wave of despair wash over him. Why couldn't she have stayed hidden? With Yu Xingchen breaking free from the throng, Talon's father's eyes lit up. What an adorable girl. They say that one can gauge a child's future by their appearance at a young age. Judging by Talon's father's keen eye, this charming little girl, no more than 6 or 7, would undoubtedly grow into a remarkable beauty. Connecting this to Talon's earlier descriptions, he asked, Are you the one who broke my son's hand? The moon and stars twinkled gently. Why are you the only one here? Where has that vixen, known as Xiao Wu, gone? How is it that she possesses the audacity to entice my son, yet lacks the courage to confront me? Yu Xingchen replied, Firstly, my sister Xiao Wu has gone on a journey with my elder sister. If you have any matters to discuss, you may directly approach me. Secondly, Xiao Wu has never seduced your son. It has always been Talon who persistently pursued her. Thirdly, Xiao Wu's martial spirit is that of a rabbit. In the strictest sense, it is more appropriate to refer to her as a rabbit spirit. Chapter 115. Father and son. Upon hearing Yu Xingchen's words, Tainua bellowed. I care not for rabbits or foxes. You little girl, what means did you employ to break my son's arm? Yu Xingchen shrugged nonchalantly. Does your son truly require such tactics? I merely exchanged a gentle fist bump with him, and his hand shattered. Observing that Yu Xingchen showed no remorse and responded with such a provocative tone, Tyner was instantly infuriated. Very well, you little brat, come. Let us engage in a contest. I shall not bully you. We will not use soul skills or martial spirits, but merely test our strength. If you lose, you shall serve my son as a slave. Do you dare? If you do not, then kneel and apologize to my son, tending to him until his arm heals. And if I lose? Yu Xingchen inquired. If I lose, this matter shall be considered resolved. Upon hearing Tyner's declaration, Yu Xingchen smiled and replied, Surprisingly, despite your unappealing appearance, you possess quite the imaginative mind. If I lose, I shall be a slave for eternity. Yet, if you lose, it will simply be forgotten. Do you truly believe I am so easily deceived? What do you propose? If you lose, you must bark like a dog, calling all the way home from here. Agreed. It is settled. At that moment, an anxious voice interrupted. Wait. Ning Rongrong rushed over, exclaiming, Xingchen, do not agree to him. Dean Flander and the others are on their way. With the dean present, he would dare not harm you. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Tyner sneered. Little girl, your warning comes too late. Yu Xingchen has already accepted the wager. Ning Rongrong's face paled at the realization, but quickly, a cunning smile appeared as she remarked, Xingchen is but a 6-year-old child, utterly unaware. You, an adult, attempting to deceive an innocent child into an unequal agreement. Are you not concerned for your reputation? Tyner, undeterred, retorted, regardless, she has agreed, and there are many witnesses here. Is that so, Tyner? You must consider the consequences. Should you remain obstinate, I will summon 2 title Douluo to your home for tea. Even Tyner, in his arrogance, felt a chill at the mention of 2 title Douluo. Gazing at the girl before him, radiating an air of nobility, he inquired, Who are you? Ning Rongrong replied, I am Ning Rongrong of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fingji is my father. Upon hearing her lineage, Tyner's expression shifted repeatedly before he gritted his teeth and declared, Even the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School cannot disrupt a previously established agreement. My family has not wronged you. Even a title Douluo should not take offense lightly. Tiner's words left Ning Rongrong momentarily speechless. At that moment, Yu Xingchen interjected, "Thank you for your kindness, Sister Rongrong. But he is merely Tiner. Do not underestimate me. I shall entertain you with a spectacle shortly." The captivating performance referred to by the celestial bodies undoubtedly involves witnessing Tiner mimic the sound of a dog. Upon hearing the words of Yu Xingchen, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt a sense of relief. Indeed, her sister, Yu Xinghe, had already reached an extraordinary level. As her younger sibling, she could not possibly be lacking. Subsequently, the crowd instinctively parted, creating a spacious arena for Yu Xingchen and Taino. "Little girl, it is still not too late for you to concede. Do not wait until you are hurt and left crying for your mother. Haha, humph. You should focus on your own well-being instead." In the next moment, behind Yu Xingchen, two phantoms materialized, and simultaneously, her wrists adorned with soul rings revealed themselves. Yet, if she did not speak, none would discern that they were indeed her soul rings. Directly opposite her, Tainoa's gaze was fixed intently on every move of Yu Xingchen. Although he outwardly expressed disdain towards her, he secretly held a great regard for the young girl. After all, anyone capable of interrupting Tyrong's hand must possess considerable skill. As the two shadowy figures appeared behind Yu Xingchen, Tainoa murmured, "Black shadows? What kind of martial soul is this?" Just as he pondered this, the previously quiet and adorable little girl merely blinked her eyes, and upon reopening them, a surge of fierce combat spirit erupted from her clear gaze. A flicker of flame ignited in her eyes, the manifestation of the boundless fighting spirit within her. In the next moment, seemingly without warning, Yu Xingchen, who had remained stationary, flexed her legs slightly and propelled herself forward. With a resounding bang, she shattered the tranquility, her foot striking the ground and leaving a massive web-like crack in the tiled playground. When she moved, it was as if the heavens themselves shook. Faced with the overwhelming force of Yu Xingchen's punch, Tainoa was undeterred by her imposing aura. With a roar, he retaliated with a punch of his own. As the two fists collided, a powerful shockwave emanated from the point of impact. This shockwave transformed into a tempest, toppling weaker soul masters who were too close. While even those of greater strength, positioned farther away, found themselves staggering in the face of this fierce wind, nearly losing their balance. The gale swept through the crowd, across the playground, reaching even hundreds of meters away to Zhao Wuji, who sat in his office, feeling the force of the wind. Hey, the elder sister is powerful enough to invoke wrath, while the younger sister is equally formidable to an unreasonable degree. Just the residual force is so intense. How immense must the rebounding power be for the two at the center of it all? Soon, Tainoa provided the answer. In the instant their fists clashed, he was profoundly shaken by the strength behind Yu Xingchen's blow. Yet, what astonished him even more lay ahead. After he exerted all his might to block her attack, an even greater force surged from her fist. With a cough, Tainoa spat out blood. Utterly unprepared for the revelation that the initial punch was merely the precursor to a second, more potent strike. That punch was like an exquisite vintage wine. The first sip, referring to Yu Xingchen's initial punch, intoxicated Tainoa to the point of near inebriation as he exerted himself fully to defend. And when the aftertaste, referring to Yu Xingchen's second punch, arose, Tainoa realized that the true potency of this vintage lay in its lingering strength. After Tenno spat out a mouthful of blood, he gazed at his irregularly twisted arm and earnestly inquired of the moon and stars. "What is the name of this punch you delivered?" Yu Xingchen responded with tranquility, "The inch fist, the three extremes collapse." Tainoa inquired with astonishment, "Three extremes collapse? Does that imply there are three forces? What of the fourth?" The moon star, with a smile, placed its fist upon the ground. Immediately, the earth trembled violently within a radius of several hundred meters centered around the moonstar's feet. Feeling the vibrations beneath, Taino lowered his head, murmuring, "I have lost." Chapter 116. Speculation, gratitude to the reader who generously supported. Though it was Taino who faced defeat, it was Tyren who found himself imitating a dog. In Taino's words, "I have endured this injury to help you reclaim your honor, and you would have me bark like a dog?" The matter of who would bark held little interest for the Moonstar. Even if Taino were to break his promise, she would remain indifferent. For after the departure of Yu Xinghe, the Moonstar had but one desire, to grow stronger. Only through strength could she aid and protect her mother. The most effective means to achieve strength is to continually surpass one's limits. To break through these limits, one must accumulate a solid foundation. It is akin to a bucket. Unless it is filled with water, how can one ascertain its capacity? Thus, after defeating Taino, the Moonstar did not engage in any frivolous pursuits, instead choosing to linger daily in the classroom, cafeteria, combat arena, and dormitory. Learning is a journey every intelligent being must undertake. Young beasts must follow their parents to acquire hunting skills, and calves must trail behind elder cattle to master the art of plowing. Yu Xingqian did not become complacent after defeating the Soul King. She continued to attend her classes. However, after approximately 3 days of lessons, she resolved to cease her attendance. The knowledge imparted by the Soul Masters proved utterly irrelevant to her. Thus, Yu Xingqian decided to enter a state of seclusion. The seclusion of Yu Xingqian does not entail retreating into a chamber for mere brainstorming. Rather, it is simply a transformation of her daily schedule into the arena of the dormitory canteen. Flander and others are cognizant that they are unqualified to instruct her, thus allowing her to pursue her cultivation independently. With a sharp rebuke, Yu Xingqian shattered a solid rock, measuring a meter in thickness, with a single punch, and then executed a swift kick to obliterate a stone that had been sent soaring into the air. Once a massive boulder was reduced to a scatter of debris, Yu Xingqian murmured to herself, "My soul skill entails delivering a strike after releasing an attack." The soul skill augmented by the second soul ring follows the same principle. Theoretically, it is conceivable that my subsequent soul skills may adhere to this pattern. If the first soul ring grants a double strike and the second a triple strike, then theoretically, upon acquiring 9 soul rings, I would achieve a continuous 10-fold strike. Following this revelation, Yu Xingqian approached a large tree and delivered a powerful kick against its trunk. The tree trembled violently, shedding countless leaves, reminiscent of an author suffering from hair loss. Despite the vigorous shaking, the tree sustained no significant damage. How about this? With a phantom appearing behind her, the soul ring on her wrist gleamed. Soul skill, double strike. Boom. This time, as Yu Xingqian's foot connected with the tree's trunk, a profoundly muffled explosion resonated within the tree. Immediately thereafter, accompanied by an excruciating crack, the tree collapsed. Akin to an author who had furiously typed for an entire day and night. As the moonlit star gazed upon the fallen ancient tree, it murmured contemplatively. It appears that the double strike not only adds an additional assault, but also amplifies the power of the second blow to that of the first. Pondering this, the moonlit star sought out a sturdier tree, approaching it without a word. In the other hand, a soul ring, seemingly imbued with a tempest of swirling dark clouds, flickered momentarily, as if a bolt of lightning had sliced through the dense storm within. With a determined spirit, she unleashed her second soul technique, triple strike. This time, the moonlit star opted not to utilize her legs, but instead relied on the strength of her fists. As she delivered a powerful blow, the ancient tree trembled violently, and a tremendous gaping hole erupted in the trunk where she struck. With the force of the third strike, the tree was completely severed in half by her fist. As the moon and stars looked upon the great tree, abruptly interrupted, Yu Xingqian turned to ponder. The power of the third gravity is indeed double that of the second. Thus, if I assume the strength of my first punch is 1, the second punch's strength would be 2, and the third punch's strength should be 4. Now, if I were to combine the first and second soul techniques, could it possibly yield an effect akin to a quadruple or even quintuple strike? With this thought in mind, Yu Xingqian directed her efforts once more towards the last remaining tree in the battle arena. Boom! As Yu Xingqian's soul ring shimmered, she unleashed a punch that instantly split the tree apart. Observing the fissured trunk, she furrowed her brow. Compared to her earlier use of the second soul technique alone, there seemed to be little distinction. Most notably, there was no fourth residual force. Just as Yu Xingqian was departing, lost in contemplation, half of the shattered tree came crashing down towards her. Engrossed in deep thought, she failed to notice the descending timber. Crash! With a resounding thud, the tree delivered a sharp blow to her head. Though struck, Yu Xingqian felt no anger. Rather, she was filled with joy. It was not that the blow had dazed her, but rather that a pivotal realization dawned upon her. Perhaps she had never possessed a soul technique at all. Even if such techniques were said to exist, they were merely illusions behind her. Throughout, neither the first nor the second soul ring had endowed her with actual soul techniques. Of course, this was merely a hypothesis, and Yu Xingqian lacked sufficient evidence to substantiate it. After all, if the soul rings had not granted her soul techniques, how could one explain the additional illusion with each new ring? Just as she was once again ensnared in doubt, a throng of people approached, encircling 3 figures. Had it been anyone else, the initial reaction upon witnessing this scene would undoubtedly have been to assume that 3 leaders had arrived with their entourage to cause trouble. Yet, Upon seeing the trio at the forefront, Yu Xingqian smiled. The three figures, a middle-aged man, an elderly man, and a young man, stood in succession from left to right. The reason for her amusement was that both the middle-aged and young men had their left arms bandaged and slung across their chests, their expressions mirroring a shared sense of shame. Indeed, it was quite symmetrical. Chapter 117, Battle. Titan. Thanks to my brother Miao for the generous reward. The one with the bandaged arm, hanging across his chest, was unmistakably Tai Nuo and Tai Long, while the elderly man in the center, with short hair standing upright like steel needles, bore a striking resemblance to Tai Nuo, albeit with a more profound gaze. Judging by the appearance of this elder, he was likely Tai Nuo's father and Tai Long's grandfather. Upon this reflection, Yu Xingqian could not help but smile, as memories of her mother training the Shrek Seven Devils to sing this very song flooded her mind. As the Tai Long family of 3 generations approached her, Titan cast a glance at the bright, charming, and adorable Yu Xingqian, then turned his gaze to Tai Nuo and Tai Long, his tone growing somewhat stern. Is this little girl the one who broke your arms? Despite their reluctance to admit it, Tai Nuo and Tai Long slowly nodded in affirmation. Titan recognized that there was no way Tai Long and Tai Nuo would deceive him without cause. Moreover, how honorable would it be for a 50-year-old soul king and a 20-something soul sovereign to be bested by a mere 6-year-old girl? With this thought, Titan turned to Yu Xingqian and inquired, Child, are you indeed Yu Xingqian? Yu Xingqian nodded slightly. Was it you who interrupted the arms of my son and grandson? The Moonstar still nodded. Well, brave and bold, though you are but a child, I hold you in high regard. My son and grandson have suffered broken arms at your hands. I shall not inquire into the reasons, for their lack of skill is their own misfortune. I have come today not to seek retribution for them, but to demonstrate that our family, the Li clan, is not to be insulted. Immediately, Titan addressed Moonstar, stating, I shall not impose upon you. If you can withstand 3 of my punches, I will have Talon kneel and apologize. Should you falter, you may concede defeat. Yet you must accept a betrothal with Talon. What say you? Upon hearing Titan's declaration, Talon was the first to speak. Grandfather, this is rather... What? Faced with Titan's probing, Talon ultimately swallowed back the words shameless, yet the contemptuous gazes of his peers made him wish for death. Talon's reluctance to voice his thoughts did not mean Moonstar would remain silent. It appears your family is cursed with an ugly lineage, yet harbors lofty aspirations. Though Yu Xingqian spoke these words with a smile, the underlying murderous intent sent a shiver down the spine of Titan, the Soul King. Sensing the aura of death emanating from Yu Xingqian, Titan felt a peculiar delight. Ha! After all these years, you are the first to so brazenly reveal such hostility towards me. Little one, I admire your spirit. Now, tell me, are you bold enough to take on my challenge? Of course I am. However, let us amend the stakes. Speak. If I win, you shall forfeit your left arm. If I lose, you may do with me as you wish. Agreed. It is settled. In the distance, Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji were covertly observing. As Ning Fengji heard about the wager between Yu Xingqian and Titan, he was about to rush out to intervene, but was restrained by Sword Douluo. Uncle Jian, why are you stopping me? If that girl loses and becomes that scoundrel's child bride, how shall I explain it to my friend Xinghe? Sword Douluo chuckled heartily. Fengji, have you forgotten what our friend Xinghe said before leaving? He insisted on providing Xingqian with adequate training. When I witnessed that child battle Titan, it was clear she was holding back. Since Titan's intention is to have her as his granddaughter-in-law, he would never resort to lethal force or cripple her. That would defeat the purpose of his plan. Furthermore, should he attempt to strike a fatal blow at the last moment, I would intervene. And if that little girl loses? With a smile, Qinxin remarked, if she loses, I will simply reclaim her. Such a minor clan as the Li family is akin to a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Surely someone must have foretold them of their true worth? Alas, if only Rong were not a girl, I would risk my life to bring those 2 sisters back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Reflecting on the extraordinary talents of Yu Xinghe and Yu Xingqian, Qinxin felt a wave of emotion. These 2 sisters are no ordinary beings. Once the wager was firmly established, Titan roared, martial soul, manifest. As Titan's form swelled, 8 soul rings emerged from beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. With the rise of these soul rings, an overwhelming pressure descended, a palpable sense of force. The sheer display of might was enough to warp the air around them. Had anyone faced Titan's full power right from the outset, they would likely have knelt in submission. But who was Yu Xingqian? Even without considering her soul power, Her physical prowess could rival that of Zhao Wujie. Coupled with her innate martial soul, her exceptional soul power, the 50,000-year-old human-faced demon spider soul ring, and the 60,000-year-old dark god tiger soul ring. The notion that mere aura could subjugate Yu Xingchen was utterly absurd. Seeing that his imposing presence did not faze his opponent, Titan's heart soared with joy. Today is indeed fortuitous. With that thought, Titan declared, "Little girl, take my punch." The family of power bears a resemblance to the celestial bodies of the moon and stars. All their soul rings and soul skills are dedicated to enhancing a singular attribute. In the case of the family of power, that attribute is undoubtedly strength. In this initial strike, Titan exerted 50% of his power. Primarily due to his uncertainty regarding Moonstar's true capabilities, he feared that a blow delivered with full force could either kill her or render her incapacitated, which would lead to complications. Although Titan utilized only half of his strength, that was more than sufficient to drag Zhao Wujie into a fight. Zhao Wujie, so, I have become a unit of combat. Titan unleashed his punch. While its speed was not rapid, it exuded an overwhelming force capable of demolishing cities and mountains. This punch exemplified the principle of singular, might-conquering tenfold skill. Even Master Ma's technique could not withstand such ferocity. In the face of Titan's formidable blow, Moonstar revealed a rare expression of gravity. Her opponent's strike was undeniably powerful, but the moon and stars ignite a fervent passion within. It is indeed this sensation. Confronting the Titan's formidable strike, Moonstar stands resolute, neither flinching nor retreating. Fist technique, triad collapse. When two utterly disproportionate fists collide, an ephemeral stillness envelopes the scene, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest. In the next moment, a visible shockwave erupts between the two fists. This wave first stirs a tempest, sweeping away all dust, and then another surge follows, sending shattered stones flying, even displacing the trunks of trees that had been rent asunder. Ultimately, with the third surge of force, the Titan finds himself stepping back. In the eyes of Taino and Tai Long, this retreat holds more impact than any external spectacle. While others may not comprehend the Titan's true strength, Taino, being the son of the Titan, is acutely aware. Were he to engage in a fistfight with his father, even a mere step back would elicit a commendation from his father, who would be pleased with merely 3 steps of retreat. Chapter 118. The Will of Martial Arts. As the Titan steps back, a hint of a smile emerges on his aged visage. I truly underestimated you, child. What is your soul power level? Level 26. Upon hearing this number, the Titan's pupils constrict, and even the battle-hardened warrior cannot suppress a gasp of astonishment. At merely 26, she withstands half the strength of his punch. What might she achieve when she fully matures? Contemplating this, the Titan's admiration for the young girl deepens. His eager gaze akin to that of a connoisseur beholding a rare treasure. Envisioning the girl as potential, the Titan unleashes another resounding roar as the 7th soul ring glimmers. Martial soul manifestation. As the Titan's already imposing form expands further, a gorilla, as large as a house, materializes on the battlefield. Soon after, the gorilla bellows in a deep, resonant voice, "Little girl, this is my second strike. If you cannot withstand it, you may concede." With that, the colossal ape raises a fist the size of a millstone and brings it crashing down towards Moonstar. Even before the punch descends, the overwhelming pressure causes Moonstar's straight legs to bend slightly, and the ground beneath her quakes, as if burdened by immense weight. This punch carries 80% of the Titan's might. Even the likes of Douluo would shake his head at such a blow. Moonstar is undeniably unable to endure this strike, just as the crowd cries out for her to evade. Confronted with a blow that could inflict severe harm or even threaten her life, Moonstar suddenly perceives that time has inexplicably frozen, as if pressed by a pause button. The Titan transformed into a gorilla, its complex gaze fixated as it slammed its fist down. Surrounding expressions ranged from concern to terror. In the distance, Flandre's second dragon had already manifested its martial spirit, poised to offer assistance at any moment. Suddenly, an ethereal figure, radiating a faint golden glow, materialized before Yu Xingchen. This apparition, in height, appearance, and hairstyle, mirrored Yu Xingchen perfectly, had it not been for the otherworldly nature of the figure. Anyone would likely assume they were twins or that Yu Xingchen was gazing into a mirror. Yet, Yu Xingchen was acutely aware that this was neither her twin sister nor a mere reflection. This was her martial spirit. At that moment, the figure spoke with an air of pride, declaring, "You cannot withstand this punch." The moon and stars maintain an expression of serene indifference. "I understand. But why continue? I wish to discover the limits of my endurance. Yet, you shall endure grave injuries. The agony may be even more excruciating than having your fingers caught in a door, more tormenting than a scorching needle piercing the delicate skin beneath your nails." Upon learning this, do you still wish to pursue such a path? Yu Xingchen nodded decisively, stating, "To achieve success beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals, one must bear the unbearable weight of life. The path of the Great Way appears to offer myriad choices. Yet to ascend to the pinnacle, one must confront this solitary path with equanimity. Whether it be a thorny path or a treacherous cliff, what is destined to come cannot be evaded. Relentless avoidance will ultimately yield nothing but a life devoid of accomplishment. This truth has been validated through my mother's past existence." Upon hearing Yu Xingchen's narrative, a voice revealed a gentle smile, one that felt both warm and familiar. "Even after countless reincarnations, and regardless of each life ending in battle, do you not harbor regrets?" "Never. Even if I were to plead with you, would you abandon your pursuit?" "Indeed, it appears you remain unchanged." "What do you mean? What do you know?" "When you stand at the zenith of this world and face choices anew, I shall manifest once more. For now, focus on navigating through this crisis." With that, the ethereal figure transformed into shimmering points of light and vanished. Simultaneously, the familiar sense of oppression returned, a shadow enveloping her. It was the Titan's fist, as colossal as a grinding wheel. In the face of this blow, Yu Xingchen resolved to counter it with the triad collapse, opting this time to employ both palms. With a thunderous roar, the vast Seoul arena trembled violently, the solid ground rippling like a serene lake disturbed by a massive stone. Many students were directly knocked over by this earthquake-like force. Frand, Lu Erlong, Zhao Wujie, and others turned pale at the sight of such overwhelming power, inwardly questioning themselves. They realized that had they been in her position, they would surely have met a fatal end. And what of Yu Xingchen? As the dust began to settle, the scene before them unfolded. Beneath that fist, as immense as a grinding wheel, was a diminutive figure, her knees bent, on the verge of kneeling. Yet she still extended her hands to support the colossal fist. Despite her body trembling, she bravely lifted her head, gritting her teeth, and declared, "Gorilla, it seems you are not so formidable after all." With a mighty roar, Yu Xingchen straightened her once bent legs. Simultaneously, two crisp sounds emanated from her thighs. Hearing these sharp sounds, the Titan shook his head and sighed. Why endure such hardship? Subsequently, he withdrew his fist. Almost instantly, as the Titan's fist moved away, Yu Xingchen felt a surge in her throat and coughed up a mouthful of blood. As the blood spilled forth, her previously rosy complexion turned ashen, and the formidable presence she had exuded just moments ago flickered like a candle in the wind, perilously close to extinguishment. The moonlit star, unsteadily swaying, struggled to maintain her balance. Ultimately, with a stumble, she sank directly to the ground. Observing her descent, Titan exhaled a long breath of relief, his face illuminating with unrestrained joy as he exclaimed, "Young friend, you have lost." He then extended his palm beside her, invitingly saying, "Come with me. I shall not impose hardships upon you. Once you join my clan, I will nurture you as my own granddaughter, and when you come of age, marrying Talon will not be an issue." The mere thought of having such an extraordinary talent, steadfast in spirit, under his wing filled Titan with a fervent desire to sing and dance. With this in mind, he gazed at the fallen moonlit star, admiration gracing his features. Indeed, admiration. Just moments ago, her act of support, perceived by outsiders as a desperate measure for survival, was fully understood by Titan, who recognized that she had successfully withstood the force of his punch, which bore 80% of his strength. Unless Titan were to exert more power, it would be utterly impossible to bring Moonlit Star to her knees. His decision to keep his fist poised was merely a curiosity to see how long the exhausted Moonlit Star could endure. The talent of the Moonstar Titan is beyond dispute, and thus the Titan intends to subject him to a trial to assess the strength of Moonstar's willpower. Naturally, this additional challenge remains entirely within his control. Should Moonstar falter in his stamina, he is prepared to withdraw at any moment. However, the outcome defied the Titan's expectations. As the Moonlit Star endured her grievous injuries, gritting her teeth, she straightened her spine once more, elevating Titan's regard for her to a new pinnacle, unyielding and steadfast. For Titan, there was nothing he admired more than such tenacity. In the distance, Ning Fingji inquired of Qinxin, Master Jian, how did that young girl withstand Titan's second blow? Just moments ago, Titan's strike had caused even Ning Fengji to change his expression. Were he to face it, he would likely end up severely injured, if not dead. Qianxin, wearing an expression of admiration, replied, Fengji, did you not notice? When confronting Titan's second punch, that girl transformed the punch into a palm strike, utilizing offense to counter defense, thereby dissipating a portion of Titan's force, with the remainder channeled directly into the ground. Channeling it into the ground. How is that possible? This time, Qianxin wore a wry smile as he explained. She did so by using her own body, allowing Titan's strength to pass through her and into the earth. However, this method is incredibly perilous. Were her physical constitution not sufficiently robust, daring to attempt such a feat would likely leave her organs shattered. Thus, that young girl must have sustained internal injuries, and quite severe ones at that. Furthermore, the final lift she executed undoubtedly exacerbated her condition. She may very well be unable to even stand now. Then, Master Jian, should we not intervene? Not yet, at this juncture, unless Titan has lost his senses. He would not strike at her again. I am quite curious to see how that young girl will navigate this predicament. I shall not make it difficult for you. Come with me. As Titan prepared to take Moonlit Star away, Flandra and Lu Erlong swiftly stepped forward to obstruct him. However, to their astonishment, Moonlit Star was the first to speak. You old rogue. I have not yet lost. Are you so eager to take me back? Hearing her words, Titan frowned and retorted. Little girl, do not feign strength. In your current condition, you cannot withstand even a single blow from Talon, let alone mine. What else could this be but defeat? Yu Xingchen shook his head and said, how can you ascertain my ability to withstand your blows if you do not even throw a punch? I must confess, I am rather eager to witness the spectacle of you two, a grandfather and grandson duo, severing your own hands. Upon hearing Yu Xingchen's words, Lu Erlong was the first to respond. Xingchen, surrender. Do not be obstinate. At worst, admit defeat. I am curious to see who among our golden iron triangle can take you away today. Beside her, Ning Rongrong added, Xingchen, at worst, you can leave with them first. I shall ask Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu to come and retrieve you from the Li family. I refuse to believe they would dare to harm you. Hearing the words of these two women, Titan's expression darkened. After listening to Ning Rongrong and Lu Erlong, Yu Xingchen waved his hand and declared, it is easier to deceive others than to deceive oneself. It is simpler to oppress others than to betray one's own heart. I appreciate your goodwill, but such actions contradict my principles. Today, I have made my decision, and it may be difficult for me to achieve anything worthwhile for the rest of my life. The words of Yu Xingchen not only rendered Lu Erlong and the others speechless, but even Titan, with his notoriously thick skin, lowered his head in shame. However, shame aside, if he could exchange his aged visage for a peerless genius, then all of this would undoubtedly be worthwhile. The next moment, Titan raised his head once more and said, little girl, you should give up. I truly do not wish to lay a hand on you. A talent such as yours, if it were to perish at my hands, would evoke my deepest regret. Indeed, Titan was reluctant to harm this young girl unless absolutely necessary, though not particularly astute. He understood that if he were to kill or cripple such a prodigy, the repercussions for the Titan clan would be dire, not to mention considering the girl's sister. If the younger sibling was already so astonishing, the elder must be equally formidable. With so many witnesses present, he could not hope to keep the matter under wraps. Should the sister learn that he had incapacitated or slain her sibling, after decades of living incognito, once she reached the rank of title de law, she would surely seek vengeance, leaving him no peace even in death. In response to Titan's admonition, Yu Xingchen said nothing. Instead, she braced herself against her trembling legs, attempting to rise. Yet, her injuries were far too severe. In her effort to dissipate the excess force from Titan's punch, she had already sustained significant internal damage. Coupled with the strain from her final lift, both of her leg bones had cracked. Now, each attempt to stand only exacerbated her condition. As Yu Xingchen endeavored to rise, Ning Rongrong and Lu Erlong moved to assist her, but she unleashed a sphere of light, conjured from her soul power, which detonated at their feet, creating a small crater. Lu Erlong and Ning Rongrong exchanged puzzled glances with Yu Xingchen, only to be met with her emotionless gaze. Then, Yu Xingchen's cold voice pierced the air. Do not come any closer. I can rise on my own. This is still my duel with him. No one is permitted to interfere. Yu Xingchen, trembling, rose unsteadily to her feet, when a crisp sound resonated once more. Crack, with that sound echoing. Yu Xingqian sank back down onto the ground. At this moment, Titan gazed at Yu Xingqian with a complex expression and said, "Child, if you continue down this path, there is a significant chance that you will render your legs useless. Heed my words and concede. At worst, you could join my clan, and we could disregard the engagement with Talon. He is certainly unworthy of you. What do you think of this proposal?" Suddenly, Yu Xingqian executed a remarkable action that left all present utterly astonished. She tore off a segment of her pant leg and tightly bound it around her thigh. Then, with both hands striking the ground, a radiant light erupted from her palms, revealing a surge of soul power bursting forth. Harnessing the thrust generated by this soul power, Yu Xingqian rose to her feet. In response to her audacious act, both Titan and the distant Chun Xian wore expressions of sheer disbelief. At this juncture, for Yu Xingqian to stand once more transcended mere strength or physical condition. It was an embodiment of sheer willpower. Subsequently, Yu Xingqian addressed Titan, saying, "Come on." Despite her appearance suggesting imminent collapse, her gaze remained tranquil, devoid of any anger or other emotions, as if the injuries within her were not her own. Were it not for the first-hand observation, Titan could scarcely believe such a demeanor could be manifested by a child. Chapter 120. This is my martial path. Part 2. Whether the wager should continue posed a dilemma. Continuing seemed impossible. For Yu Xingqian's frail body could hardly withstand Titan's full force, and, to quote Titan, at this moment, she was so weakened that any individual could likely fell her with a single blow. Yet, should they cease, Yu Xingqian was resolute in her refusal to back down. Of course, Titan could opt for surrender, but was that truly an option? Setting aside the fact that defeat would cost him an arm, merely losing to Yu Xingqian was enough to crush his spirit to the point of despair. Just as Titan wrestled with his tumultuous thoughts, a towering elder appeared. Clad in flowing white robes, though his visage bore the marks of age, his stature was upright and commanding, exuding an aura of brilliance, akin to a human sword. The moment the elder's gaze met Titan's, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through Titan's body. Faced with this unexpected elder, Titan clasped his hands in respect and inquired, "Might I ask your esteemed name, senior, and the purpose of your visit?" Before the elder could respond, Ning Rongrong dashed into his embrace, exclaiming, "Grandpa Jian, you must help Sister Xingqian. If you don't assist, I shall ignore you forever." Chen Xian, too, was indulgent towards Ning Rongrong, particularly since his purpose for being there was indeed to support Yu Xingqian. "Very well. My little princess has spoken. The old man shall comply." In that instant, a sword appeared in the elder's hand, and 9 soul rings ascended sequentially from his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. A title Douluo. You are Sword Douluo Chen Xian. If Titan could not discern the identity of this individual now, it would not be a matter of lack of intelligence, but sheer ignorance. Acknowledging that he had been recognized, Chen Xian wasted no time and stated directly, "Might you grant me a favor and interrupt this wager? This young friend is a cherished relative of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Should you agree to cease, we shall ensure ample recompense." The 7-treasure glazed tile school indeed wields considerable influence, and the sword Douluo Qinshin is renowned for his formidable strength. However, it is evident that the stakes are insufficient for Titan to relinquish the succulent prize he has in his grasp. Noticing Titan's silence, Qinshin sighed and said, "Consider this a personal favor I owe you. Does that suffice?" A favor from the sword Douluo Qinshin. Such a gesture would certainly command respect even from the spirit hall. Titan glanced at Yu Xingqian, then at the sword Douluo, yet he shook his head resolutely. "No, I still wish to continue the wager. I implore you, esteemed Douluo, to grant me this. Can you not discern the predicament this girl is in? Continue? Very well. I shall observe, and we shall see whether you incapacitate or slay this girl first, or if I shall end your life instead." At this juncture, a potent sword intent erupted from Qinshin's being. Though the sword Douluo remained motionless, Titan found himself standing amidst a myriad of sword marks. A cold sweat trickled down Titan's forehead, for as the sole individual confronting the sword Douluo, he could sense the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from across the way. Then, the voice of Qinshin, imbued with boundless malice, resonated in his mind. "So, what is your choice?" Just as Titan contemplated conceding, Yu Xingqian unexpectedly interjected, "Lord Qinshin, though I do not comprehend your motives for so fervently defending me, I beseech you to allow me to fulfill my challenge against Elder Titan." Upon hearing Yu Xingqian's words, not only did Qinshin's lips twitch, But the other spectators also found themselves similarly affected. What is this? A reckless endeavor? In the next instant, Qinshin approached Yu Xingqian and said, "Relax, I harbor no ill will." He then grasped her wrist, channeling his soul power to assess her condition. There are slight displacements in her organs, fractures in her ribs, spine, and scapula, as well as cracks in her arms. The bones of her thighs are on the verge of breaking. My dear girl, do you grasp the severity of your injuries? The Moonstar nodded knowingly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. I understand. Are you determined to continue? If you persist like this, you shall meet your demise. Even if you survive, you will be reduced to a mere shadow of your potential. The words of Qinshin were heartfelt. He could not bear to witness such an extraordinary talent fall to ruin. While Moonstar appreciated Qinshin's goodwill, the ensuing remarks ignited a spark of frustration within him. Senior Qinshin, should I fail to fulfill this wager, my martial spirit shall be tarnished, and my journey in life will come to an end. I implore you, grant me your understanding. You. Alas. Qinshin initially intended to chastise Moonstar for her reckless attitude, but upon gazing into her clear, earnest eyes, he sensed her sincerity. Moreover, her argument held merit. As someone devoted to the path of the sword, Qinshin comprehended her sentiments. At their core, they were both individuals of purity, one fervently pursuing martial arts, and the other passionately devoted to the sword. After a moment of mutual contemplation, witnessing Moonstar's unwavering resolve, Qinshin reluctantly conceded, "Very well. If you wish to proceed, then so be it. However, I must assert that should your life be in jeopardy, or should an irreversible crisis arise, I will intervene. This is a promise I have made." With that, he turned to Titan. "Hurry. Why do you hesitate? A mere punch will conclude this wager. Be warned, great gorilla. Should you choose to defend or retreat, consider the consequences. Should you lose, I shall break a fine limb of yours." Upon hearing Moonstar's declaration, the onlookers could not help but facepalm in disbelief. Truly, one cannot court disaster without consequence. Just as Titan remained apprehensive, an unforeseen event transpired, catching everyone off guard. Suddenly, the ebony bracelet on Moonstar's left hand erupted with a series of explosive sounds. Crack, crack. The closest sword Douluo initially failed to grasp the nature of the disturbance. But as he focused his senses on the bracelet, he cried out in terror, "Stop it at once." With a resounding boom, a soul ring shattered, and a dark energy orb enveloped Moonstar's palm. Then, with a playful smile, she remarked, "Senior Titan, if you refrain from countering, my impending attack may very well spell your end." Though Moonstar's smile was irresistibly charming, Titan felt an unexplainable sense of dread in its presence. Ultimately, confronted by her gaze, Titan seemed to arrive at a momentous decision. "Very well. Since you are so insistent, to hold back would indeed be an affront to you. Prepare yourself." How terrifying was Titan's full strength. Even Qinshin, the sword Douluo, found it necessary to defend himself against Titan's onslaught, lest he sustain injury. The capacity to harm Qinshin attested to the formidable power of Titan's attack. What of the Moonstar, now at the end of her strength? Can she withstand the ominous technique just witnessed? Chapter 121, The Explosive Soul Ring. As Titan leaped, his hands clasped and crossed, descending upon Moonstar. Had it not been for the sword Douluo's presence, Flanders and the others would have already unleashed their martial soul fusion technique. With Titan's fist, imbued with immense power, about to descend, expressions of concern spread across everyone's faces. Some, gripped by fear, even closed their eyes, as if anticipating that Moonstar would spill her blood at any moment. The sword Douluo, too, bore an expression of regret, though his sorrow stemmed not from the fear of Moonstar's demise, but rather from the loss of her soul ring. Indeed, the explosive soul ring. Initially, the sword Douluo was perplexed by the absence of Moonstar's soul ring, until the bracelet on her left wrist began to crack. As he felt the torrent of energy, akin to a dam bursting forth, Shin Xian understood the source of Moonstar's audacity to continue the gamble. Yet, in his eyes, such a choice was truly unworthy. To self-detonate a soul ring for the sake of a mere gamble, was there a more foolish act? Observing Moonstar's beaming countenance, the sword Douluo painfully shut his eyes. A prodigious talent was thus extinguishing her own future. Confronted with Titan's earth-shattering punch, the energy sphere in Moonstar's hand rapidly expanded, transforming into a protective energy shield around her. Boom! As Titan's fist struck down, a powerful wave of energy swept over everyone, traversing the battle arena, engulfing the entirety of Shrek Academy. and even disturbing the residents of half of Heaven Do City with the chaos of its residual energy. When the dust settled, the onlookers from the academy stood utterly stunned at the scene before them. The battle arena lay in ruins. Except for the area shielded by Moonstar, the entire arena appeared as though it had been plowed through. In the very center, the ground had been driven down 3 feet. The shocking spectacle before them allowed the students to truly grasp the might of the Soul Douluo. Titan gazed at the unscathed shield, sighing as he bowed his head. Why must you go to such lengths, my young friend? As a former subordinate of the Haotian sect, Titan had some understanding of the secret technique of the explosive soul ring. However, Moonstar was not a member of the Haotian sect. How could she possibly wield such an esoteric secret? Thus, there was only one answer. The explosion of the Moonstar's ring is indeed genuine, a complete and utter detonation, resulting in the irrevocable loss of a soul ring. This is precisely the reason for Chun Xian's astonishment. Although Titan faced defeat, he bore no semblance of sorrow. Instead, his expression was filled with regret. He had erred, failing to anticipate that events would escalate to this point. As the protective shield shattered with a resounding crash, scattering radiant fragments across the sky, Titan looked at Moonstar with a bitter countenance and declared, I have lost. I have lost. These 3 simple words heralded a miracle, the birth of a remarkable achievement that left all Soul Masters utterly astonished. A great Soul Master triumphed over a Soul Douluo. Now, I implore you, Senior Titan, to honor our wager. I am truly devoid of strength now, so I must ask you to take action yourself. Very well. I shall exchange one of my arms for your soul ring. It is only fitting. Subsequently, amidst Titan's complex gaze, the astonishment of the Shrek Academy students, and Chun Xian's reflective demeanor, Titan let out a mighty roar, channeling his soul power into his left arm, which then erupted in a cacophony of injuries and a chorus of crisp sounds. As Titan's arm hung limply by his side, he maintained a calm demeanor, as if that arm were not his own, and inquired, Is my young friend satisfied? After nodding slightly, Yu Xingqian closed her eyes and fell backward. Just as she was about to hit the ground, Chun Xian reached out and caught her. Observing the little girl, who was still twitching in pain even in her unconscious state, Chun Xian felt a surge of emotions. At that moment, a dazzling 7-layered light tower, radiating a brilliant sheen, appeared in midair, casting a beam of light towards both Yu Xingqian and Titan. The 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, as the pinnacle of supportive martial souls in the continent, not only provides assistance, but also possesses healing abilities. In the next instant, a refined middle-aged man emerged. He was Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Upon his arrival, those who recognized him immediately bowed in greeting, while those unfamiliar quickly followed suit upon hearing others call out to Sect Master Ning. Ning Fengji was an affable and cultured individual, showing little concern for such formalities. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling that there was no need for excessive courtesy, effortlessly exuding an air of grandeur with his every gesture. The crowd could not help but marvel at his extraordinary demeanor, pondering how splendid it would be to join his ranks. As he passed by Titan and his 2 grandchildren, Ning Fengji sighed upon seeing Tainua and Tailong saluting him and shook his head, addressing Titan, You have caused quite a calamity today. Titan replied with a wry smile. In my moment of folly, I was blinded by greed, attempting to capture the phoenix from the skies above. The mistake has already been made, and regret is futile. If that girl's sister comes seeking justice, I shall bear the consequences alone. One person may not suffice to shoulder the burden, Ning Fengji remarked, causing Titan's expression to shift. This child is fiercely spirited. Her sister must be equally formidable. Could it be she desires even more? Understanding the gravity of the situation, the crowd opted for a more diplomatic term instead of the harsh phrase of annihilation. In light of Titan's alarmed countenance, Ning Fengji nodded and leaned in closer to whisper, Her sister is her polar opposite. You are fortunate today. She has already departed. If her sister were to learn of her condition, your ancestral grave might very well be disturbed. Horrified at the implication of such dire consequences, Titan asked in disbelief, Does Sect Master Ning possess a strategy to save me? Ning Fengji patted Titan on the shoulder, then turned to approach Yu Xingqian. Seeing this, Titan bowed respectfully and left in a hurry, accompanied by Tainua and Tailong. Observing Yu Xingqian, who was wrapped up like a dumpling, Ning Fengji, Chun Xian, and Gu Rong exchanged complex expressions. Chun Xian remarked, If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would find it hard to believe that such extraordinary physiques exist in this world. Gu Rong echoed his sentiment. Indeed, I can only wonder what remarkable individuals her parents must be to have given birth to such celestial beings. If only Rong Rong were a male, I would seize both sisters and unite them with him. Ning Fengji jestingly remarked, Uncle Gu, refrain from making such irrelevant comments. It is not as though I lack sons. If you wish to assist, then please take tangible action. Gu Rong shook his head and replied, I believe your sons will only reach the level of Soul Emperor at best. Ask yourself, if you were to let Rong Rong marry a commoner, would you agree? Ning Fengji let out a lamenting cry, but those sisters are no ordinary individuals. Chapter 122. The prelude 7 days prior, Xiao Wu, while walking backward, munched on carrot-flavored biscuits and inquired of Moonstar River. So, the 2 soul rings of Xingchen are from the faceless demon spider and the dark evil god tiger? Yu Xinghe nodded. Indeed, the dark evil god is formidable, but alas, it has encountered me. Oh, how solitary invincibility can be. It is a rare delight to hear Yu Xinghe sing. Although the lyrics are quite antagonistic, Xiao Wu listens enraptured. In her distraction, she failed to notice a stone beneath her feet. Just as she believed her head would meet the earth in an intimate embrace, Yu Xinghe swiftly grasped her slender waist. Be careful, he chided her with a tone of affectionate reprimand. Xiao Wu smiled at him and replied, I won tea. After all, you'll catch me one tea you? In response, Yu Xinghe released his grip. The sudden sensation of falling elicited another startled scream from Xiao Wu, but once again, Yu Xinghe was there to catch her. This time, regaining her wits, Xiao Wu playfully pounded her small fists against his chest, exclaiming, You're so mean. So mean. You bad person. All right. I'm the villain. Shall I let go then? As he spoke, Yu Xinghe allowed her to descend slightly. In a flurry, Xiao Wu wrapped her arms around his neck and sweetly declared, You just love to bully me. I want to go to the forest. I refuse to search for that sky dream eye silkworm with you. No way. You didn't listen when I told you to stay at the academy. And now that we're out, you regret it? It's too late. With that, Yu Xinghe leaned in and blew gently into her ear, his warm breath sending a peculiar sensation coursing through her. It felt as if someone were teasing her heart, creating an itch that was both delightful and maddening, compelling her to desire more. You bad person, don't do that. Her ears were one of Xiao Wu's most sensitive spots. Even the slightest touch would make her jump, let alone a breath so close. However, Yu Xinghe's strength was overwhelming, and no amount of struggling could change her predicament. Her long legs went stiff, and her feet arched as if cramping. Listening to the delicate form in his embrace emit soft, helpless sounds, Yu Xinghe playfully patted her pert bottom and said, Hey, get up. Stop pretending to be dead. We still have a long way to the East Sea. As a tingling sensation coursed through her, Xiao Wu squealed and shifted from her previous position to one of comfort, curling up against him, resting her head on his chest. With a feeble voice, she murmured, Just 1 more hour of napping. Can we set off after an hour? Noticing the fatigue in her eyes, Yu Xinghe gently ruffled her hair and replied, All right, but only for an hour. You're the best, Xinghe. As she spoke, Xiao Wu tilted her head and gently kissed Yu Xinghe's cheek. Taken by surprise by Xiao Wu's sudden gesture, Yu Xinghe did not mind at all. She merely stretched her body slightly, allowing Xiao Wu to nestle into her embrace in a more comfortable manner. Sensing Yu Xinghe's considerate actions, a feeling of indescribable joy welled up within Xiao Wu. Suddenly, she exclaimed, I want you to tell me a story. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. If you wish to sleep, then simply sleep. What need is there for a story? I shall not tell you. But you told Xingchen a story last night. Xingchen is still young. I am young too. You are no longer a child. In what way am I not a child? Yu Xinghe lowered his head, his gaze sneaking into the collar of Xiao Wu's garment. Sensing the weight of his stare, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed suddenly, and she whispered, Do you think it looks good? The moon and the stars nodded. Do you not possess it as well? The moonlit river shook its head. Xiao Wu. Suddenly, Xiao Wu exclaimed, I completely forgot. You were wounded there. As the moonlight cascaded like a river, Yu Xinghe was caught off guard when Xiao Wu boldly exclaimed, Take off your clothes. What? Why would I do that? He retorted. Bewildered, there's no one here. I just want to see how severe your injuries are. She insisted. No. At that moment, it was Yu Xinghe who felt a rush of embarrassment. Observing the flush on his cheeks, a teasing smile slowly blossomed on Xiao Wu's face, and with a swift motion, she slipped her hand into the collar of Yu Xinghe's garment. Neither Yu Xinghe nor the moonlit river could have anticipated that Xiao Wu would act in such a manner. Instinctively, Yu Xinghe grasped Xiao Wu's hand tightly. Ouch, that hurts. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's cry of pain, Yu Xinghe loosened her grip. Yet Xiao Wu's hand continued to fidget restlessly. In the coolness of the afternoon, the melodic laughter of the two young girls echoed through the forest. By the time Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu awoke, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. Realizing that there appeared to be no nearby inhabitants, Yu Xinghe, somewhat irritated, delivered a firm slap to Xiao Wu's pert backside. "Get up. Do you truly wish to spend the night in the forest?" Xiao Wu, still in a daze, responded. "So what if we do? I've lived in the forest for countless years. An extra day or two makes no difference." Indeed, compared to human society, she was inherently more comfortable in the wild. Noticing that Xiao Wu showed no intention of waking up, Yu Xinghe lifted her and began to run in a particular direction. She recalled that the Seven Treasures glazed tile school was situated nearby. With Yu Xinghe's current prowess, even the guardians of the school would be unable to impede her. Yet she was merely a guest. Entering unannounced seemed rather impolite. Speaking of being a guest, Yu Xinghe suddenly realized she had forgotten to bring any gifts. How awkward. Just as she contemplated leaving, Ning Fengji appeared. "Lord Ning, I sincerely apologize for the intrusion at this hour." "Nonsense, my young friend. I have heard from Rongrong that you are a prodigious talent. Not to mention, your theory on soul power application is a groundbreaking concept that could reshape the realm of soul masters. I have long held you in high regard." Following Ning Fengji into the main hall, the two elderly gentlemen simultaneously fixed their gaze upon Yu Xinghe. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had awakened during their journey and instinctively hidden behind Yu Xinghe in the presence of the two titled Douluos. Yu Xinghe firmly grasped Xiao Wu's hand, signaling her not to worry. Were it not for the heart-wrenching longing, he would never have brought her here. After all, given her current abilities, she could scarcely contend with the likes of Douluo, let alone face both the bone Douluo and the sword Douluo simultaneously. Despite Ning Fengji's warm and affable demeanor at this moment, should he discover that Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast, he would likely turn hostile in an instant. Chapter 123. Yu Xinghe's backup plan. By the way, dear friend, what brings you here today? Regarding Yu Xinghe, a prodigy among prodigies, Ning Fengji genuinely wished to cultivate a friendship, even contemplating the possibility of her becoming a permanent member of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. In response, Yu Xinghe revealed an awkward smile and said, "Master Ning, to speak candidly, I do indeed have a request. Pray tell. I have a younger sister currently at Shrek Academy. If it would not be too much trouble, might the two Douluo of your esteemed sect occasionally offer her some guidance in her training?" While it could be seen as mentorship in less flattering terms, it was merely finding an indestructible sparring partner for Yu Xingchen. Though referred to as a sparring partner, she would also serve as a shield. Given Xingchen's current prowess, most opponents would be no match for her. Yet, should someone take an interest in her, Yu Xinghe was not reassured by the mere skills of the Golden Iron Triangle. Since they had fortuitously arrived at the Seven Treasure glazed tile school today, it seemed prudent to establish a safeguard for Xingchen without delay. "Oh, is it possible that even Dean Flinder's expertise cannot adequately instruct your sister?" With a troubled expression, Yu Xinghe remarked, "To be candid, within the Shrek Academy, my sister truly cannot find an equal. In a one-on-one contest, even Lu Erlong and Dean Flinder would not stand a chance against her." This was not mere boasting on Yu Xinghe's part. Before departing, he had inquired of Xingchen about her strength after absorbing 2 soul rings, to which Xingchen nonchalantly replied, "Invincible below the soul Douluo rank." Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's statement, Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, and Shin Xian were taken aback. "Surely, you jest, young friend? May I inquire how old your sister is and what her soul power level stands at?" "She is 6 years old, with a soul power level of 26. "What?" Upon learning that the child was already at level 26 at the age of 6, Ning Fengji was instantly struck by the absurdity of this world. It is worth noting that when his daughter Rongrong awakened her martial soul at the same age, her soul power was merely at level 9. In contrast to Ning Fengji's astonishment, the towering figure of the skeletal bone Douluo, Gu Rong, snorted and said, "At 6 years old, with a soul power level of 26. You claim she could defeat even Flinder and Zhao Wujin in a duel? Surely, you cannot be serious." The Moonstar River refrained from any argument and directly inquired of the ancient Banyan, "What must I do for you to believe me?" The ancient Banyan replied, "Since you claim your sister possesses extraordinary talent, why not first demonstrate your own prowess?" "How shall I prove it?" "It is quite simple. Follow me." Subsequently, they arrived at a duel arena of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. In stark contrast to the bustling crowds at other arenas, this particular one was eerily silent, devoid of any presence, creating a vast emptiness. The ancient banyan led the Moonstar River to the center of the arena and gestured towards a massive stone. Scarred with sword marks, this stone is known as the sword testing stone, long utilized by the sword Old Ghost for practice. If you can leave your mark on this stone, and it remains for over 3 minutes, we shall accept your words. What say you? Very well. In the next moment, a radiant pulse materialized in the Moonstar River's hand, and a pink halo adorned with four golden patterns rose from beneath her feet. Upon witnessing this soul ring, Ning Fengji exclaimed in astonishment, 100,000-year soul ring? Beside him, Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. Fengji, do take a closer look. That is not 100,000-year soul ring. Such rings are red, and hers is clearly different. The ancient banyan nodded in agreement. Realizing his earlier lapse, Ning Fengji composed himself. Having become accustomed to the astonished reactions of others, the Moonstar River remained focused, promptly shifting the pulse into a spear form. With determination, she thrust it toward the sword-testing stone. The spear struck with the swiftness of a shooting star, leaving Ning Fengji no time to react before the Moonstar River had completed her task. Observing the small hole that had appeared in the stone, Chen Xian was the first to applaud, exclaiming, "Impressive, young friend. It seems we have misjudged you." No one understood the formidable nature of that stone better than Chen Xian. Previously, other soul Douluos from different sects had attempted to strike the stone during their visits, yet none had left even a trace. Yet, Moonstar River's initial strike had created a small hole, which, although beginning to heal, would take at least several hours to fully mend. By this singular feat, she had already surpassed the majority of soul Douluos. With strength comes respect. Following her display of skill, Ning Fengji's demeanor grew increasingly amiable. You and Rongrong are classmates. And seeing as you are of similar age, you may simply call me Uncle Ning. There is no need for such formality in addressing me as Sect Master Ning. Then, Uncle Ning, might you consider what I proposed earlier? Rest assured, I will ensure you do not suffer any loss. Intrigued by the prospect of compensation from the Moonstar River, Ning Fengji inquired. I wonder what it is that would make me feel as though I am not at a loss. With a smile, Yu Xinghe proclaimed, I possess a method to facilitate the evolution of Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile into the 9-treasure glazed tile. I wonder if this compensation would satisfy Uncle Ning in exchange for half a year of guidance from the Douluo? Upon hearing that the 7-treasure glazed tile could indeed be evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile, Ning Fengji could hardly contain his excitement. If my young friend can truly enable Rongrong's martial soul to evolve, the entire 7-treasure glazed sect will owe you an immense favor. It was not only Ning Fengji who felt this way. Gu Rong and even the ever-calm Chen Xian displayed signs of exhilaration. The 9-treasure glazed tile, a legendary existence. How could they not be thrilled? After internally apologizing to Tang San 3 times, Yu Xinghe continued, in the sunset forest of Douluo, there lies a place known as the Eye of Ice and Fire, where a rare herb called the Qilua tulip grows. If we can obtain this celestial herb and allow Rongrong to gently inhale its pollen, absorbing its medicinal essence while circulating her soul power, her martial soul will naturally undergo evolution once the herb is fully assimilated. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, Ning Fengji was eager to take immediate action, yet the sword Douluo interjected, that is Douluo's territory, if we approach him for it, he is unlikely to part with it easily. Chen Xian's words quickly brought Ning Fengji back to a state of calm. Indeed, to seek out such a divine object capable of evolving the 7-treasure glazed tile recklessly could easily alarm the snake. If Douluo were to realize the significance of that herb to the 7-treasure glazed sect, he might demand a hefty price. In response, Gu Rong dismissed their concerns, stating, what is there to fear? I can go with Sword Old Ghost. I will keep him occupied while Sword Old Ghost takes the little girl to find the tulip and leaves. Does Douluo dare to retaliate afterwards? Chen Xian shook his head. Douluo is notoriously reclusive and eccentric. If we offend him carelessly, he might take actions detrimental to the 7-treasure glazed sect. We must devise a sufficient reason to justify our intrusion. Uncle Jian is correct. Douluo has unusual ties with the royal family, and it would be unwise to act against him recklessly. Just as the three pondered what rationale they could use to request the herb, Yu Xinghe remarked, this is not difficult. All that is required is for Sword Douluo to accompany me for a brief visit, and additionally, Bone Douluo can fetch Rongrong. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji inquired, what strategy do you have in mind, young friend? Yu Xinghe extracted a sound stone from the depths of a tearful dream, exclaiming, I possess his leverage. I am unafraid of his refusal. Subsequently, She infused the stone with her soul energy, and the awkward yet sorrowful melody of Douluo resonated from within, a little pug, sleeping at the gate, with glimmering green eyes, yearning for meat bones. Instantly, the seven-treasure glazed tile school was enveloped in an atmosphere of joy. Chapter 124. The Soul-Delivering Ring. After an arduous journey, Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu finally arrived at the seaside. The moment Xiao Wu beheld the vast expanse of the ocean, she resembled a southerner witnessing snow for the first time, jubilantly racing across the sandy shore. This reaction was entirely understandable. Having lived in the forest for tens of thousands of years, the sight of the boundless sea filled her with unparalleled wonder. As the salty sea breeze tousled their hair, the fatigue from their long trek seemed to dissipate, carried away by the wind. After checking into a nearby hotel, Yu Xinghe led Xiao Wu to a rocky outcrop to gaze at the sea. While it appeared they were merely admiring the ocean, Yu Xinghe was, in fact, awaiting the culmination of her quest, the heavenly dream ice silkworm. According to the news, the silkworm was expected to land on this coastline within a day or two and, as per the original storyline, would journey inland until captured by a ferocious beast. Just as Yu Xinghe cradled Xiao Wu in her arms and began narrating the tale of the Little Mermaid, a notification emanated from the energy-gathering ring in her hand. It detected a vast reservoir of water energy. Would she like to absorb it? Yes. Energy points were never too plentiful for Yu Xinghe, as her every endeavor hinged upon them, be it cultivating her skills, unleashing abilities, or fortifying her physique. If she were to accumulate energy in a systematic manner, she surmised it would take an eternity to ascend to divine status through her training. Upon confirming her intention to absorb the water energy, Yu Xinghe was taken aback. The absorption was not a sudden surge like with other energies, but rather a gradual accumulation of 100 or so points at a time. System. What is the reason for this? Due to the host's proximity to the shoreline, the energy-gathering ring can only absorb the surface-level water energy emitted by the crashing waves. To access a greater reservoir of water energy, the host may venture deeper into the ocean, where abundant energy is concealed. Then, system. How deep do you believe my current physique can withstand? Approximately 3,000 meters. Very well. It seems I must find the time to enhance my capabilities after vanquishing the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The limitless ocean is a pleasure to behold for a day, a torment for a month, and maddening after a year. Fortunately, the heavenly dream ice silkworm is not human and, accustomed to its solitary existence, can pass the time through slumber. Upon awakening once more, the heavenly dream ice silkworm instinctively released its senses, and in its vast perception, a landmass emerged in the distance. Land. Finally, no longer adrift upon the sea. The soul beasts upon the land shall tremble. Their king, their deity, has arrived. Upon envisioning the moment when it would ascend to dominion upon the land, a droplet of salivation escaped the lips of the celestial dream ice silkworm. Humans. Perfect. Once I reach the shore, they can guide me to the starry forest. The celestial dream ice silkworm has existed for 1,000,000 years in its era. Humanity was regarded as the most primitive of spirit beasts, akin to the ice silkworm, primarily serving as sustenance. Indeed, in that age, humans were classified as beasts, and of the most inferior kind, bipedal creatures. With the emergence of the celestial dream ice silkworm, a soul power fluctuation as conspicuous as the sun manifested in the perceptions of Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu. Undeniably, although the celestial dream ice silkworm is aqueous in nature, its age is genuinely 1,000,000 years. With an immense accumulation of the essence of heaven and earth, akin to the soul power of a soul master, even Xiao Wu felt an overwhelming pressure. Naturally, Yu Xinghe remained unaffected, for within Yu Xinghe flowed pseudo-divine power, which, when compared to the celestial dream ice silkworm, resembled a vast field of cotton against a minuscule steel ingot forged by a ton of compressors. While the quantity may not measure up, the quality far surpassed the celestial dream ice silkworm by an unfathomable margin. Soon, the celestial dream ice silkworm, with its plump and elongated form, nestled upon a block of ice, gliding toward Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu. It is indisputable that the appearance of the celestial dream ice silkworm is quite endearing. With its body resembling white jade, 2 gleaming golden eyes, and an enormous physique adorned with golden circular patterns, emanating an enticing fragrance. It is a prime delicacy. Upon reaching the 2 individuals, the celestial dream ice silkworm began to introduce itself in a gentle tone. It was not that it wished to appear fearsome, but rather it feared that being too fierce might frighten these 2 youngsters to death. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the embodiment of heroism and chivalry. The soul beast monarch embodying both wisdom and beauty, an unparalleled powerhouse. Having cultivated for 1,000,000 years, I am the longest living entity on the Douluo Continent. A conqueror from the frigid northern tundras, the pride of the Ice Silkworm clan, your future sovereign. You may call me Lord Celestial Dream. As it spoke, the Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm elevated itself using its immense soul power, gazing down upon Yuxingha and proclaiming, "Humans, you are quite remarkable. I can sense your potential. Follow me, and I assure you will partake in glory second only to mine." Hearing this, Yuxingha smiled and drew forth a radiant pulse from the void behind him, declaring, "Is that so? I can also perceive your potential. Become my soul ring. I guarantee you will bask in glory akin to mine." Upon witnessing the emergence of a weapon, a flicker of alarm crossed the face of the Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm, exclaiming, "Humans, you are courting your own demise. Lower your weapon. Submit to me, and I shall spare you." In response, Yuxingha declared, "Pulse, spear form." Although the Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm is a 1,000,000-year spirit beast, its combat prowess is, in fact, inferior to that of most ordinary 10,000-year spirit beasts. After all, if a person were to sleep for 10,000 years, they would possess the age of 10,000 years, but would they have acquired 10,000 years of knowledge? It is evidently impossible. All the gifts bestowed by fate have already been inscribed with their price in the unseen realm. The Dream Ice Silkworm has slumbered for 1,000,000 years, transforming into a colossal mobile granary. The Undying Emperor has cultivated for 1,000,000 years, evolving into an almost immortal existence, though both have expended the same amount of time. Their outcomes diverge into two extremes. As a soul ring, warm and lustrous like white jade, adorned with 10 golden patterns and emanating a hazy platinum glow, ascended. Yuxingha reached out and absorbed it. When that platinum-emitting soul ring was drawn towards him, a voice erupted in Yuxingha's mind. It was the Dream Ice Silkworm. "Brother, is it acceptable if I call you brother? I do not wish to perish yet. I implore you, spare this fragment of my consciousness. If you grant me a chance at life, I promise to assist you wholeheartedly in your ascension to divinity. You possess the talent, and I have ample vitality combined. We shall become an invincible force." Yuxingha is not an ignorant child. With a huff, she declared, "I have never doubted my potential for divinity. Moreover, I already harbor 2 divine entities within me, rendering your presence utterly superfluous." Chapter 125, Absorption. Yuxingha's second soul ring. Just as Yuxingha intended to extinguish the consciousness of the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, she discovered that, with her current mental prowess, she was incapable of obliterating it in an instant. The heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, realizing that Yuxingha could not eliminate it outright, felt a surge of elation. "Human, although your spiritual essence is formidable, I have existed for over 1,000,000 years. It is not so easy to perish." At this juncture, the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm chuckled. "I had anticipated a certain demise, yet instead, I find myself revived against all odds. It seems the heavens have smiled upon me." With that, the consciousness of the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm began to channel its immense soul power, launching an assault on Yuxingha's sea of consciousness. Yuxingha had not anticipated that this Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm possessed such formidable prowess. In response to the assault from the Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm, Yuxingha concentrated the psychic energy within her sea of consciousness, coalescing it into a spiritual entity that mirrored her very essence. With resolute determination, she launched an offensive against the Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm. Although the mental acuity of Yuxingha is remarkable, the spiritual force of the Dream Ice Silkworm is as vast and formidable as an ocean. As Yuxingha advances with an attack, the Dream Ice Silkworm unleashes its immense spiritual power, transforming it into a tsunami that crashes down upon Yuxingha's spiritual entity. The mental wave, forged from concentrated spiritual energy, stirs a tempest within the sea of Yuxingha's mind. "Haha, little girl. It seems you have delivered your body to me. Indeed, I am quite pleased with this vessel." Just as the Dream Ice Silkworm believed victory was within its grasp, the spiritual storm began to subside, revealing a smirking Yuxingha. "What? How could you possibly remain unscathed? Your spiritual force is as insipid as cotton, delivering no pain whatsoever. Little insect, now it is my turn to strike." With that, Yuxingha materializes a spear of mental energy and hurls it toward the consciousness of the Dream Ice Silkworm. Instantly, the Dream Ice Silkworm is struck with terror, as if ascending to heaven, and hastily forms an enormous shield of spiritual energy to defend itself. Unfortunately, Yuxingha's mental prowess far surpasses its own. The spear penetrates the dream ice silkworm's shield with ease, akin to a bullet piercing through cheese. Bang! The shield, while providing some measure of protection, only slightly redirected the spear, which impaled the rear portion of its body, enduring excruciating pain. The dream ice silkworm resorts to a desperate tactic of severing its own tethered spiritual essence, diving into its vast ocean of mental energy. Although it would not be particularly difficult for Yu Xinghe to eliminate the dream ice silkworm, locating its consciousness within this expansive sea of thought is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as Yu Xinghe is engulfed in frustration, the consciousness of the evil god interjects. Little girl, if I can help you extract that little insect, would you allow me to consume it? After all, it would be a significant boon for me. Very well. Without hesitation, Yu Xinghe agrees to the evil god's proposition. While the dream ice silkworm's consciousness would also serve as a substantial benefit to her, for reasons unknown. Yu Xinghe harbors an intrinsic aversion to absorbing the spiritual essence of others. To her, it feels akin to cannibalism. The evil god, after all, is an entity of malice. A former deity whose methods far exceed those of the dream ice silkworm. Much like a retired professional athlete whose speed may have diminished with age, yet retains a decisive edge in experience and strategy. After a moment, a piercing scream resonates from within a segment of the mental sea. Subsequently, the form of the evil god, resembling a tiger, manifests. Its appearance remains unchanged from that of the dark evil god tiger, as it savors the cries of the dream ice silkworm, which continues to wail in agony. Enough. Granted a swift end. Since you have spoken, I shall grant you this favor. With that, the evil god tiger opened its mouth wide and swallowed the heavenly dream ice silkworm whole. As the silkworm disappeared into its belly, the evil god tiger's abdomen instantly swelled to an enormous roundness. My dear, I shall now proceed to digest this. As for the remaining spiritual energy and the innate vitality it possesses, I am afraid I cannot assist you with that. In truth, when it comes to spiritual energy, the dark evil god tiger would be more than willing to lend its aid. For its vast reservoir of spiritual energy far surpasses that of the consciousness of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. However, the evil god dared not, as the orb that contained its essence was still under the control of the Moonstar River. Should the Moonstar River destroy that orb, the evil god would face utter annihilation. After thoroughly eradicating the consciousness of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, the Moonstar River commenced its absorption. The spiritual energy was manageable. As long as the Moonstar River continuously absorbed and compressed it, all would be well. What truly troubled her was the immense vitality accumulated over millions of years within the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Since the energy gathering ring of the Moonstar River had not activated the absorption of ice-type energy, she found herself utterly incapable of sealing this icy energy. Yet she could not absorb it all at once. As Yu Xinghe contemplated, he realized that if he were to methodically absorb all the ice attribute soul power through cultivation, it would take an unfathomable number of years. One must consider that even the formidable beasts of Emperor Tian, after capturing the heavenly dream ice silkworm, could only manage to extract a substantial portion of its essence over the course of 10 millennia, operating continuously around the clock. Given Yu Xinghe's current diminutive stature, the notion of instantaneously absorbing such power was evidently unrealistic. Just as he found himself ensnared in this predicament once more, another voice emerged. Little Xinghe, what troubles you now? It seems you are facing a bit of a dilemma. The ethereal voice of Yingying had never sounded so enchanting to Yu Xinghe. Yingying, could you assist me in transporting all this ice attribute energy? Faced with an overwhelming abundance of ice attribute energy, Yingying, bemused, remarked, what on earth have you done? Surely you haven't slain a million-year-old ice attribute soul beast? You guessed correctly. It seems that during my slumber, you have made remarkable progress. I shall explain the details later. For now, please help me absorb this energy. All right. In the next moment, the fluffy Yingying appeared above Yu Xinghe's head. Stunned by the sudden appearance of this adorable creature, Xiaowu was captivated by Yingying's charming form. So cute. However, Yingying, being a divine beast of the spatial realm, could only be caught if it willed it. Gazing at the vast amount of natural energy, Yingying swallowed hard, saying, it's a pity it's not spatial energy, otherwise, even half of it would suffice for my return to divinity. After this lamentation, Yingying opened a wooden door in the void. As the spatial portal swung open, torrents of natural energy spiraled into the entrance. Meanwhile, far beneath the life lake in the heart of the Stardow forest, a magnificent creature adorned with shimmering silver scales opened its radiant silver eyes. What an immense amount of natural energy! Is it by the sea? No. The energy is dissipating rapidly. This is the territory of the deep-sea demon whale king. I should not reveal myself to engage in battle. What a pity. Deep within the ocean, a terrifying whale suddenly opened its blood-red eyes. In its perception, a colossal mass of natural energy appeared in the distance, rivaling the vast reserves within its own body. Contemplating time and distance, the deep-sea demon whale king sighed and turned back. Such a speed, surpassing its own, would leave it with nothing if it were to pursue. Chapter 126. A bountiful harvest. The natural energy from the heavenly dream ice silkworm was overwhelmingly vast. Even with the spatial portal opened, it took a full half-hour to absorb it all. During this time, Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu also assisted in absorbing the dissipating energy from afar, although some energy was ultimately wasted. In comparison to the total amount accumulated over 1,000,000 years, it was merely a few thousand years' worth. After processing the natural energy, what remained was the corpse of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, and, most importantly, the million-year soul bone. 100,000-year soul beast must produce a soul bone, and the million-year heavenly dream ice silkworm had directly yielded a million-year soul bone. Before them lay a skull as translucent as crystal, and both Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu were acutely aware of the immense spiritual fluctuations emanating from it. The prospect of absorbing such an artifact promised not only an elevation in cultivation, but also a significant enhancement of spiritual power. Moreover, the most alluring aspect of a soul bone lies in the unique soul abilities it bestows. What extraordinary soul skills could a million-year-old soul bone impart? As Yu Xinghe gazed intently at the crystalline skull, he pondered seriously before handing it to Xiao Wu, saying, "Xiao Wu, it is yours to absorb." Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed with fervor, "Give it to me." Yu Xinghe nodded slightly. Xiao Wu cradled the crystal skull in her hands, her eyes gleaming with unrestrained greed. Although she too was born of a soul beast, she was genuinely captivated. A million-year soul bone. Who would not desire such a treasure? Her reincarnation as a human was driven by the desire to seek that minuscule opportunity for ascension, to transcend the limits of mortality and live eternally. Yet, to achieve divinity, one must possess both strength and innate talent. In the original tale, Xiao Wu's aptitude was considered respectable among the Shrek 7 monsters, but when it came to divinity, it was rather mediocre. After her sacrifice, Tang San remade her body, which, in another sense, could be seen as a reconstruction of her foundational essence. However, the issue was that Xiao Wu had not undergone such a transformation herself. With her current strength, she was incapable of absorbing this million-year soul bone. In truth, even a titled Douluo would find it exceedingly challenging to absorb a million-year soul bone, for in many respects, a million years could be deemed a state of semi-divinity. After gazing longingly at the crystal skull, Xiao Wu sighed, reluctantly returning it to Yu Xinghe, saying, "I cannot absorb this soul bone. The energy it harbors is far too violent. You should take it instead." Since Xiao Wu could not absorb it, Yu Xinghe decided to store it away for the time being. Conveniently, within her dream of tears, there existed a jade box specifically designed to contain soul bones. One could only wonder how many items Bibi Dong had placed within it. Little did Yu Xinghe know, this dream of tears was a personal belonging of Bibi Dong. And given her nature, she was always prepared with such treasures. After all, opportunities favor the well-prepared, and Bibi Dong was ever ready. Once the soul bone was secured, Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu began to scavenge the remains. Typically, after soul beasts produce soul rings and soul bones, their corpses hold little value, unless they belong to poison-type creatures like the man-faced demon spider. The soul rings themselves are the essence of a soul beast's spiritual and life force. And if a soul bone is produced, the carcass usually retains only the worth of skinning and consuming the flesh. The dream ice silkworm was different. It was a million-year soul beast, albeit somewhat diminished, yet it undeniably retained its status as such. In the original story, after Tang Sen hunted the deep-sea demon whale king, he found its brain to be a valuable resource, even beneficial to someone like him who had already achieved divinity. Moreover, it yielded a pearl. Would the dream ice silkworm provide something similar? With anticipation swelling within her, Yu Xinghe eagerly opened the brain of the dream ice silkworm, only to be met with profound disappointment. Nearby, a passing dung beetle's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Ahem, just kidding. The source of Yu Xinghe's disappointment lies in the smallness of the Tianming ice silkworm's intellect. It is rather perplexing that a creature with a head the diameter of half a meter possesses a brain no larger than a fist. It is no wonder it appears rather foolish. for soul beasts that have existed for over 100,000 years, if they have not reincarnated into human form. Their cerebral region undergoes evolution every 100 millennia. The Tianming ice silkworm is no exception. When Yuxingha extracted the brain of the Tianming ice silkworm, which resembled a frozen cotton candy, Xiaowu was immediately captivated by the sweet aroma emanating from it. Observing Xiaowu's wide-eyed fascination with the object in his hand, Yuxingha smiled as he handed her this exceedingly precious item for soul beasts. Xiaowu cheerfully accepted it, having already unconsciously accepted her bond with Yuxingha, thus feeling no guilt in taking such a treasure. In addition to the brain, Yuxingha discovered a pearl within the cranial region of the Tianming ice silkworm. Another pearl. As soon as the pearl appeared, Ying promptly materialized. Oh, how intriguing. Do you know what this is? Of course. You may understand it as an inner elixir. To put it simply, it is akin to a crystallized stone. But why do other soul beasts lack this? Oh, they exist. But they are merely too small to be discerned without a microscope. Moreover, due to the laws of this world, their life essence is condensed into soul rings, leaving no surplus soul power to form an inner elixir. As she spoke, Ying extended her pink tongue and licked her lips. Little girl, how about you give this to me? It is quite a treasure. Naturally, Yuxingha was generous toward Ying and promptly handed the item over. Subsequently, under Yuxingha's curious gaze, Ying tossed the item into her mouth, followed by the crisp sound of her chewing. After a considerable duration, Yuxingha inquired, "What is the purpose of this item?" "Oh, this delicacy is truly delightful. It possesses a sugary flavor and a satisfying crunch." "Yuxingha, why do you wear such a stern expression?" "It is indeed the case. By the way, it seems that there is a bead in your storage necklace. Present it, and we shall share it equally. I shall reveal to you the method of consumption." The slumbering evil deity, the tiger, trembled with trepidation. Fortunately, Yuxingha is a person of integrity and did not relinquish the evil deity. Upon hearing of Yuxingha's transaction with the evil deity, the creature emitted a discontented hum. Expressing its dissatisfaction, it resolved to refrain from speaking to Yuxingha for an entire day as a form of punishment. Meanwhile, Xiaowu, upon acquiring the brain of the dream ice silkworm, swallowed it whole and promptly fainted. In response, Yuxingha, filled with anxiety, hurriedly inquired of Ying. However, Ying had already resolved to maintain her silence for a day, unless Yuxingha was willing to allow her to consume the bead of the dark evil deity. Chapter 127. An unexpected appearance of Bibi Dong. "Oh, Ying, just tell me. The bead is for me. This truly cannot be given. Then there is no room for negotiation. It will be given in the future. When will that be? 10,000 years hence. Go to hell." Ultimately, Ying, out of humanitarian concern, observed Xiaowu's condition. In the midst of Yuxingha's anxious demeanor, Ying extended her fluffy hand and gently touched Xiaowu's forehead and wrist. Then, addressing Yuxingha, she declared, "Congratulations. Xiaowu is pregnant. It is a pair of twins." The moonlit river appeared as if struck by lightning. Just kidding. Little Dance has now entered an evolutionary state, hence her slumber. Once her evolution is complete, she will naturally awaken. But how long will she sleep? It's hard to say. Based on the current circumstances, it will likely take around half a year. Regarding the handling of Little Dance, in the end, Ying devised a solution, placing Little Dance into the storage ring of the moonlit river. As for how a living creature was managed to be inserted, that is merely Ying's unique talent. With the mission successfully accomplished, Little Dance inexplicably fell into slumber once more. Just as the moonlit river found herself with nothing to do, the familiar voice of the system echoed again. "Ding. Task issued. Proceed to Sea God Island for check-in. Task reward. Energy ring unlocked to the 4th stage. To reach Sea God Island, the most crucial requirement is a vessel." The moonlit river recalled that the auction house in Vast Sea City seemed to have a Dragon Abyss boat, which should suffice. It would be prudent to purchase it. In the unfortunate event of a fall into the sea, there would at least be a place to land. Just as the moonlit river was returning to the city, Ying suddenly appeared, exclaiming, "A powerful presence is approaching you. Prepare for battle." Upon hearing this, the moonlit river grasped her pulse, one pink and one crystalline white, as 2 soul rings ascended. Though she possessed only 2 soul rings at that moment, the aura of the moonlit river was entirely on par with that of a tidal Douluo. Before long, the figure materialized. It was a woman, adorned in an opulent robe that clung to her mature, exquisite figure, accentuating an alluring curve. Her beautifully refined face bore the marks of time's maturity, yet retained the charm of youth. Most importantly, she exuded a regal aura that seemed to look down upon the world. The newcomer was none other than Bibi Dong. Before Bibi Dong could draw closer, her sharp voice rang out. Well, you greet me with weapons drawn. Are you plotting rebellion? Familiar with Bibi Dong's temperament, the moonlit river immediately turned to flee. However, she did not escape far before falling into a soft embrace. You little rascal. You thought you could run. Where do you think you're going? In the face of Bibi Dong's playful torment, the moonlit river trembled, pleading, could we possibly skip the tickling this time? A smile tugged at the corners of Bibi Dong's lips as she replied, no way. It's been so long since I've had the chance to tease you. Today, I shall indulge myself thoroughly. With that, Bibi Dong bestowed upon the moonlit river a domineering and fervent kiss. In the presence of Bibi Dong, who was both a mentor and an elder sister figure, the moonlit river always found it hard to muster any thoughts of resistance. After a passionate entanglement, Bibi Dong, holding the moonlit river's limp body, laughed delicately. Will you dare to run this far again next time? Yu Xinghe shook her head wearily. Noticing that Yu Xinghe was quite perceptive, Bibi Dong finally turned her attention to the fluffy creature, Yingying, beside her. How adorable. Yingying's charming appearance was universally appealing, captivating both young and old alike. The moment Bibi Dong laid eyes on Yingying, her long-dormant girlish heart burst into life, and she instinctively reached out to embrace the creature. However, Yingying was a divine beast, not a mere pet. It possessed a proud disposition. As Bibi Dong attempted to capture it, Yingying swiftly evaded her grasp with a teleportation move. Left with nothing but air, Bibi Dong, in a huff, tugged at Yu Xinghe's ear and exclaimed, you little rascal. I truly regret pampering you. Bring that adorable creature here, or you shan't sleep tonight. In response, Yu Xinghe spread her hands in exasperation, saying, are you being reasonable? It doesn't want to be held. Why are you picking on me? Bibi Dong huffed, I don't care. When I arrived, I saw you together, so you must have a good relationship with it. Since I can't catch it, I can only use you as leverage. Though Bibi Dong's initial grab seemed casual, she had been observant all along, having deliberately misled the little creature. To her surprise, the cunning little thing managed to evade her calculated attempt. The intense spatial fluctuations emanating from it indicated that its abilities were undoubtedly related to space. And spatial powers were among the most troublesome abilities. Even Bibi Dong found them exceedingly vexing. With a wicked grin, Bibi Dong reached towards Yu Xinghe's armpit. Before she could even touch her, the sensation akin to an itch had already begun to elicit a reflexive response from Yu Xinghe. The mere thought of the unbearable tickling made her exclaim, Yingying, come save me. Yingying stuck out its tongue and made a silly face, teasing. This is what you get for not giving me that orb. In the next moment, Yingying flickered above Yu Xinghe's head, mockingly showed a face of derision at Bibi Dong, and then promptly returned to Yu Xinghe's body. Having failed to capture the adorable creature, Bibi Dong vented all her frustration on Yu Xinghe. As dawn broke, Yu Xinghe opened her bleary eyes and glanced at Bibi Dong, who was still blissfully asleep beside her. She adjusted the blanket to cover the revealing beauty of spring. And just as she was about to dress and prepare breakfast, a languid voice drifted from behind her. Don't wrap the cloth too tightly. By the way, some things rebound more fiercely the more you try to suppress them. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Yu Xinghe irritably replied, so annoying. Bibi Dong chuckled, don't fret. I wasn't accustomed to it at first either, but it gradually got better. By the way, why are you here? I came to find you. And didn't you mention that there is a continent across the sea where many 10,000-year soul beasts reside? I was counting on you to take me there. Can I say I don't know the way? Bibi Dong, the atmosphere abruptly descended into an awkward silence. Subsequently, with a piercing scream, Yu Xinghe was ensnared into the bed by Bibi Dong, causing the covers to churn like tumultuous ocean waves. Chapter 128. The astonishment of Bibi Dong. It was revealed that the seventh trial of Bibi Dong's Rakshasa god required her to gather an entire collection of soul bones. For other soul masters, acquiring even a single soul bone is an arduous task, let alone amassing a complete set. Yet, Bibi Dong not only needed to collect a full set, but they also had to be of the highest quality. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she possessed abundant resources for cultivation, but soul bones were exceedingly rare. Even for her, it was challenging to assemble a complete set of superior quality. Currently, the finest soul bone in her possession was the 100,000-year right leg bone obtained from slaying the mother of Xiao Wu. However, she still lacked the left leg bone and the skull. In fact, she did have a skull and a left leg bone. Specifically a wisdom skull of around 50 to 60,000 years and a left leg bone of approximately 40,000 years. While these bones were not insignificant, They were somewhat beneath the standards of Bibi Dong, who had already received the divine inheritance. Thus, she planned to reserve these 2 soul bones along with an arm bone for the 3 golden individuals of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina, Xieyu, and Yin. Initially brimming with confidence, she intended to journey with Yuxinghe to another continent, only to discover that this unreliable little rogue dared to claim he did not know the way. With this thought, Bibi Dong rose and said, "You little rascal, accompany me to the Star Doe Forest. I intend to slay the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. These 200,000-year soul beasts should yield what I desire." Seeing that Bibi Dong had set her sights on the 2 formidable beings, Yuxinghe hastily embraced her and lay back down, saying, "They are friends of Xiao Wu, and they are not particularly fearsome soul beasts. Could we not kill them?" With a complex expression, Bibi Dong held Yuxinghe and replied, "The time for the 7th trial is limited to 1 year. If I fail, it shall be my eternal downfall." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Yuxinghe fell silent for a moment before responding. "If I can resolve the issue of the soul bones for you, will you spare them?" "Agreed. However, one of those soul bones must be of at least 100,000 years." Bibi Dong insisted. In truth, she wished to say that both should be of 100,000 years, but not wanting to place Yuxinghe in a difficult position, she settled for one. Hearing her stipulation, a smile crept onto Yuxinghe's face as he remarked, "I do not possess a 100,000-year soul bone, but I do have one that is 1,000,000 years old." Bibi Dong was initially taken aback by Yuxinghe's statement, then exclaimed, "What did you say?" Realizing her loss of composure, she composed herself and asked, "Where is this 1,000,000-year soul bone?" "Wait, you cannot possibly be referring to that deep-sea demon whale king in the ocean, can you? Is it not the deep-sea demon whale king? Why is it now the deep-sea demon whale tortoise?" "Demon whale tortoise? What kind of soul beast is that?" Bibi Dong exclaimed in anger. "It is indeed the sea god whale king. If you are referring to that soul beast, then it is better to refrain from pursuing it. That creature is exceedingly formidable. Even the notorious Qian Daolu would find himself at a disadvantage." Yuxinghe shook his head and said, "I already possess a ready-made one. Why should I seek out that creature?" As he spoke, he handed over the crystalline skull that the Dream Eye Silkworm had produced to Bibi Dong. Upon gazing at the shimmering, ethereal skull, Bibi Dong's eyes were instantly imbued with a dazzling brilliance. She meticulously examined the crystal skull, and as she infused it with her soul power for perception, she was immediately astounded by the faint traces of divine consciousness contained within. Having undergone 6 divine trials, Bibi Dong possessed profound insight into the power of divinity. What, one might ask, distinguishes a rank 100 title Douluo from a rank 99 title Douluo? While others might struggle to provide an answer, Bibi Dong could articulate it with precision: the power of divinity. This is a force that transcends soul power. Likewise, when an individual ascends to godhood, their consciousness evolves into divine consciousness. Before her lay a skull that, though it harbored a faint essence of divine consciousness, unquestionably possessed a trace of divinity. For a soul beast to possess divine consciousness, it must either ascend to godhood or, in other words, truly become a soul beast of 1,000,000 years. Struggling to suppress the urge to absorb this soul bone immediately, Bibi Dong inquired, "Where did you acquire this?" Beneath the moonlit sky, Yuxinghe instinctively began to concoct a fib, but upon noticing the glint of mischief in her eyes, Bibi Dong knew the girl was about to weave a tale. With a swift motion, she reached out to tickle her. "Speak. How did you acquire this soul bone? Please, stop tickling me. If I don't speak, I won't let go. I obtained it myself." "I don't believe you. I acquired it by slaying a 1,000,000-year soul beast." "I still don't believe you. Believe it or not." Sob, sob, sob. As tears welled up in Yuxinghe's eyes, Bibi Dong quickly released her grip. Freed from the clutches of her tormentor, Yuxinghe hurriedly burrowed under the covers, vowing to remain hidden no matter what Bibi Dong said next. This woman was too wicked. After bestowing upon her a 1,000,000-year soul bone, she dared to turn against her. Seeing Yuxinghe cowering beneath the blanket, Bibi Dong could not help but smile. "All right, darling. Will you come out? Sister was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you this way." A muffled voice came from under the covers. "I want to come out." "Very well. If you choose not to emerge, I shall have to tickle you again." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's threat, Yuxinghe reluctantly poked her head out, her expression one of pitiful resignation. "Please, just let me be." "All right, I have more questions for you, but you must answer honestly, no deceit." "Fine. You claim to have slain a 1,000,000-year soul beast. What manner of creature was it? Where did it come from? What about the soul ring?" As Yuxinghe recounted her tale, Even Bibi Dong found herself astonished by the peculiarities of the world. Now, let me see that million-year soul ring. When a ring, smooth and lustrous, emanating a platinum glow, rose from beneath Yu Xingha's feet, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with a dreamlike radiance. Chapter 129. Journey to Sea God Island. Upon learning of Yu Xingha's intention to visit Sea God Island, Bibi Dong insisted on accompanying her. The elite competition for high-ranking soul masters across the continent is set to commence in about 6 months. Aren't you going to prepare for it? Having absorbed the million-year soul bone, Bibi Dong's spirits were remarkably high as she smiled brightly. Prepare for what? Hulaina has already attained the rank of Soul King, and both Xieyu and Yin have reached the 49th level of soul power. Given their talents, it's a foregone conclusion that they will achieve Soul King status before the competition begins. Should they falter, they shall learn the true meaning of the Pope's wrath. After paying homage to Hulaina and the others, Yu Xingha continued, "Aren't you concerned that staying away might lead to trouble?" Bibi Dong cast a sidelong glance at Yu Xingha. "What? Are you eager for me to return? I heard that the Spirit Hall and Sea God Island have a history. I fear for your safety should you go." "Oh, that was the doing of the previous Pope. What does that have to do with me?" Since Bibi Dong was unperturbed, Yu Xingha had no further objections and proceeded directly to the dock to hire a boat. At the Hanhai dock, ships of all kinds bobbed under the vast expanse of sky, their white sails standing out vividly against the backdrop of sea and sky. Although Yu Xingha and Bibi Dong donned veils, their presence was particularly striking in a place predominantly occupied by men. Bibi Dong, even shrouded in fabric, possessed a graceful figure that could easily captivate the attention of many onlookers. After searching for a vessel that appeared quite sturdy, Yu Xingha inquired of the boatman, "Are we headed to Sea God Island?" The boatman, gazing at the two veiled beauties before him, displayed a lewd smile and replied, "Indeed. It would not be an exaggeration to say that our boat is exclusively for Sea God Island, as we are responsible for delivering many of the supplies to that very place." Yu Xingha cast a glance at Bibi Dong and inquired in a whisper, "How is it? Aside from the repulsiveness of the people, everything is tolerable, though there are hardly any decent souls here," she replied. Upon receiving Bibi Dong's affirmation, Yu Xingha inquired about the fare before boarding the vessel. As the two enchanting beauties, one tall and one petite, stepped onto the ship, the remaining boatmen could not help but express their regrets with sighs. Although they understood that they could never engage with such exquisite ladies, who could truly predict the outcome of a sea voyage. Once Yu Xingha and Bibi Dong were aboard, one of the boatmen hurried to a cabin and addressed a lean, dark-skinned man, saying, "Captain, 2 stunning beauties have arrived." The captain scoffed in disdain, replying, "Laitu, with your taste, you deem every woman a beauty. I shall not be fooled this time. The last time you insisted on that so-called Princess Chiu Biluo, and it nearly made me lose my dinner." The man known as Laitu pounded his chest, insisting, "Captain, I assure you these are indeed breathtaking beauties. If not, throw me overboard to feed the fish." The captain waved his hand grandly. "It is rare for you to be so bold with your wager. I accept your challenge, if they truly are as you claim. Upon our return, I shall reimburse you for your expenses at Lichuan Courtyard." "Thank you, Captain. This way, please." As the captain ascended onto the deck, he fortuitously encountered Yu Xingha, who had removed her veil to admire the seascape. The beauty of Yu Xingha requires no further elaboration. To describe her as a celestial fairy would elicit no dissent. This is especially true for a captain who has spent years at sea. Upon witnessing a man ogling Yu Xingha with unabashed desire, Bibi Dong frowned slightly and gracefully adorned Yu Xingha with a veil. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to Yu Xingha as Bibi Dong's prized possession, particularly given Bibi Dong's domineering nature, which leaves no room for ordinary men to gaze upon her, let alone stare. Were it not for the necessity of setting sail, Bibi Dong would not hesitate to cast those brazen lechers into the depths of the sea to serve as fish bait. After draping the veil over Yu Xingha, Bibi Dong addressed the captain and his crew, commanding them to prepare a clean guest room. Hearing Bibi Dong's voice, cold yet melodious, the captain promptly nodded in agreement. As he watched Bibi Dong and Yu Xingha vanish from sight, he sighed, wishing that even if it meant sacrificing 10 years of his life, he could spend a single night with these 2 enchanting beauties. A lecherous man nearby leaned in and said, "Boss, if you wish to partake in their company, why must you sacrifice 10 years? I have a clever idea. The rooms on the ship, compared to those on land, are merely filled with perpetual motion and the unchanging scenery outside the window." Gazing at the horizon where the sea meets the sky, Bibi Dong felt a pang of sentimentality, but lacking in literary finesse, she could only muster the simple exclamation, The sea is vast. Upon hearing such a candid remark, Yu Xinghe could not help but chuckle. Bai Dong, immediately flustered and irate, retorted, "Are you laughing at me?" Yu Xinghe hastily remarked, "No, I just suddenly recalled a humorous poem about the sea composed by a friend. Speak up. If it isn't amusing, I shall spank you 20 times. Oh, the sea. You are nothing but water, gallant steed. You possess 4 legs." Upon hearing such a whimsical verse, Bibi Dong couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "By the way, sister, those boatmen are plotting to drug us. Do you think we should indulge them in a little play? How shall we play? We could do this and that." "Very well, since we are merely idling away the time on our journey." In the ensuing days, Lai Tu was astonished to discover that no matter how many drug-laced meals he delivered, the 2 beauties remained unfazed. Initially, he presumed the potency of the computer components was insufficient, until he tasted a bite himself and spent the night searching for soap, only to dispel the dire side effects. The following day, Lai Tu, nursing his sore posterior, limped over to the captain and said, "Boss, those 2 women possess quite the skills. They even managed to neutralize the expensive computer components I procured." Beside him, a buck-toothed man scoffed, "What nonsense. I observed today that those 2 spendthrifts merely discarded the meals. They didn't eat a single bite. What?" It should be noted that in order to ensure the 2 beauties would delightfully consume the specially seasoned dishes, he had painfully added double portions of fruits and vegetables. At sea, meat is abundant, but fresh fruits and vegetables are truly the prized delicacies. It is said that prolonged navigation at sea can lead to inexplicable demise, and only the consumption of green oranges can stave off death. With this knowledge, fresh fruits and vegetables become the most precious ingredients while at sea. Hearing that they had discarded the food, Lai Tu felt a pang of discontent. Waste is the gravest sin, even if the offenders are beauties. With this thought, the captain declared, "Notify everyone to cease delivering food to them. I want them to come begging me in tears." Chapter 130. The pirate crew. Though the captain's scheme was simple, it proved remarkably effective. On the second day of their food deprivation, Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong ascended to the deck. The sailors, wearing smug expressions, cradled their meals, their eager eyes fixed upon the 2 women, seemingly awaiting the moment when the beauties would plead for sustenance. Yu Xinghe glanced at the sailors' meager rations, a look of pity crossing his face. Salted fish paired with rice, salted fish paired with rice, salted fish paired with rice. Subsequently, the captain casually strolled past the 2, cradling his chicken leg and vegetable meal. The captain awaited, anticipating the moment when the 2 beauties would implore for sustenance, thus enabling him to indulge in his mischievous desires. The moon and the stars did indeed speak, yet regrettably, it was not to him. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yu Xinghe unveiled a basket of strawberries, glistening like rubies. He then delicately plucked the leaves from the top of the strawberries and personally fed one to Bibi Dong. As she lifted a corner of her veil, a cherry-like mouth appeared, and she took a bite of the ruby-red fruit. Instantly, the air became suffused with the distinctive sweetness of strawberries. This was one of Yu Xinghe's inadvertent achievements during his time at the Soul Master Academy. Known as Cream Strawberry No. 6, selected from the local strawberries of Douluo Continent, it had been meticulously cultivated through generations to yield the finest variety. It boasted 4 remarkable attributes: exquisite appearance, delightful sweetness, abundant juiciness, and substantial size. Truly the king of strawberries. For a group of sailors who had endured 7 days of salted fish with rice and were destined to continue this diet for nearly 2 more months, the allure of the strawberry was akin to that of a seductive dancer. As the sailors lost their appetite, Yu Xinghe wore a sly smile and proclaimed in a melodious tone, "The performance may commence." Then, before the assembly of sailors, after taking a bite of the strawberry, Bibi Dong frowned at the half-eaten fruit and remarked, "It's not delicious." Yu Xinghe, with an exaggerated expression, exclaimed, "How could that be?" Saying this, she picked up a strawberry and took a bite. "Oh dear, it truly is unpalatable. Sister, what shall we do with the remaining strawberries?" "What to do? Simply toss them into the sea, of course." Indeed. With that, Yu Xinghe reached out to throw the small basket of strawberries away. However, upon witnessing her intent to discard them, an elderly sailor stepped forward and said, "Young lady, might you consider giving those strawberries to me? After all, you are about to dispose of them." Initially, Yu Xinghe had planned to discard the strawberries as per the original plan, believing it better to be thorough. Yet, upon seeing the sailor's eyes filled with longing, her heart softened. After a brief pause, she handed the basket of strawberries to the old sailor and returned to the room with Bibi Dong. As Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong departed, A throng of sailors immediately rushed forward, clamoring to seize their belongings. It was only at the captain's commanding voice that the chaos was subdued. On the ship, I hold the authority. Each person shall receive 1 strawberry. No more pilfering. When the captain himself indulged in the delectable strawberries, he realized just how foolish he had been. He had assumed that severing their access to food would compel them to comply. Little did he know that they would retaliate by producing a basket of strawberries, nearly inciting a riot aboard his vessel. Seeing the captain lost in contemplation, the cunning Letu leaned in and suggested, "Captain, if cunning strategies fail, why not adopt a more forceful approach? However, judging by their appearance, they are either affluent or noble. Moreover, we are unaware of their true strength. Should we encounter formidable adversaries, we could find ourselves in dire straits." Letu waved dismissively. "What is there to fear? Are we not about to traverse the Devil's Sea? When those soul beasts attack our ship, we can claim a shortage of manpower and request their assistance. Then we shall ascertain their true capabilities." "You possess quite a clever mind," the captain remarked. "Why have I not noticed this before? I have always been astute. I merely lack the opportunity to showcase it." Since absorbing the million-year soul bone, Bibi Dong had developed an unusual propensity for slumber. She would fall asleep the moment her head touched the pillow. Observing Bibi Dong retreating to her chamber once again to sleep, Yuxingha sighed. "You should rest less. We are still amidst a den of wolves. Are you not afraid of being tied up in your sleep? Surely, you can handle a mere soul master. All right, I am going to sleep now. If you choose to do so, remember to wake me," she added playfully. "And do not take advantage of me while I slumber." With that, Bibi Dong donned a light, an alluring nightgown, and lay down. The reason for her choice of sleepwear was known only to her. Faced with her blatant allure, Yuxingha promptly pulled the blanket up, concealing the enticing sight. When the ship arrived at the Devil's Sea, the captain and his crew were met not by the soul beast they anticipated, but rather by a pirate crew that surrounded them. As a larger ship approached, emblazoned with a seagull emblem, the captain's complexion drained of color. "It is the seagull pirate crew. We are doomed." It is said they are merciless, sparing neither the elderly nor the innocent. Disaster had indeed befallen them, as a figure with wings descended from the heavens, adorned with 7 soul rings of various hues. Every crew member, including the captain, fell to their knees. "Great soul sage, spare us. I am willing to relinquish all my wealth." As he gazed upon the sailors kneeling before him in abject supplication, the soul saint Chris revealed a scornful smile and declared, "Surrender all the riches aboard your vessel to me, and do not forget to hand over half of your supplies as well. Upon your return, ensure that you inform other ships that from this day forth, any vessel wishing to traverse the Devil's Sea must pay a toll. Do you understand?" "Yes." At that moment, while the captain lamented his misfortune, his subordinate, the brazen Letu, stepped forward and addressed Chris, "Esteemed soul saint, I wish to propose a bargain. I would like to exchange a piece of information for your forbearance regarding the plundering of our ship. Would that be agreeable?" Chris, surprised to encounter someone devoid of soul power daring to speak thus, felt intrigued. "Very well. If your information is substantial enough, I shall grant your request. However, should it prove insufficient, I shall sever your ankle and hang you from the ship's stern. You should be aware of what is most prevalent in these treacherous waters." "Yes?" Letu chuckled, "Naturally. So what is this information?" "2 beauties. Unquestionably exquisite." Just as Letu was about to divulge the identities of Yuxingha and Bibi Dong, an aged sailor emerged, pointing an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, "Letu, have you lost your humanity? That young lady does not hold your sordid past against you, and even gifted us with the rare strawberry fruit. How could you commit such a treacherous act? Have you no conscience?" Letu retorted with a sneer, "Gifted? That was mere charity. I can scarcely abide their haughty demeanor. I yearn to see them fall into disgrace and suffer humiliation. If I cannot have them, then I shall ensure they do not enjoy themselves either. But they have done you no wrong. Who cares that they are so beautiful? And 2 of them alone aboard the ship? I suspect they are headed to Sea God Island for sale. Haha. Letu, if you dare reveal any information about them, I shall teach you a harsh lesson." As the old sailor continued his tirade, Chris, growing impatient, interjected, "Enough of your prattle." He then summoned his 2nd soul ring, unleashing a blade of wind with a flick of his hand. Just as it seemed the old sailor was doomed, a shimmering, aquamarine shield materialized before him, absorbing the wind blade and sending ripples cascading across its surface. Chapter 131. Sea God Island. Upon witnessing his wind blade thwarted, Chris bellowed, "Who dares?" At that moment, Yuxingha appeared. Upon seeing her, Chris's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of desire, unmistakably colored with lust. Indeed, she was a rare gem. Not only Chris, but also his entourage could not conceal their lascivious expressions. Beauty, surrender willingly, and I, Chris, guarantee you a life of indulgence. Come here, allow me to embrace you. As he spoke, Chris spread his arms wide, embodying an air of confidence as if he had already secured victory over Yu Xinghe. Indeed, while Yu Xinghe possessed a striking beauty, the childish innocence still lingered on her face, suggesting that her age was quite limited. Based on Chris's conjecture, a sole master of such youth could hardly be more than a second ring, with a third ring being the utmost pinnacle. And what was he? A soul sage. Noticing that Yu Xinghe remained unfazed, Chris felt a twinge of embarrassment. His expression darkened as he unleashed the full weight of his soul sage pressure upon her. Little beauty, do not refuse a toast and instead drink to your own detriment. I have heard there is another. Is she your sister? If you lead me to her, I may overlook your rudeness. What do you say? To guide Chris to BB Dong? That was preposterous. At present, BB Dong was resting, and should she be disturbed, it would surely endanger her own well-being. Thus, in the interest of her own safety, Yu Xinghe resolved to conclude this matter swiftly. In the next moment, Chris blinked and found Yu Xinghe's figure had vanished. Almost immediately, a chorus of anguished cries erupted from behind him. Whirling around, he was horrified to witness his companions being flung away as if they were mere playthings. The azure surface of the sea resounded with a cacophony of splashes akin to dumplings being tossed into boiling water. I'll fight you to the bitter end. Chris realized he had encountered a formidable opponent today and promptly unleashed his seventh soul skill, martial spirit manifestation. As a colossal seagull emerged, it soared into the sky, flapping its wings to unleash a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades directed at Yu Xinghe. Yet, what transpired next left Chris utterly astounded. The Moonlight River has vanished once more. Countless blades of wind struck the deck, instantly slaying ordinary individuals like Lai Tu, while the captain desperately evaded the onslaught. In contrast, the seasoned sailors, shielded by the remnants left by the Moonlight River, managed to escape unscathed from the deadly gusts. Just as Chris pondered the whereabouts of the Moonlight River, he suddenly felt a weight on his back. To his astonishment, the Moonlight River had leapt onto him. Chris quickly rolled over in an attempt to dislodge the Moonlight River, but it was swifter, landing with a decisive stomp of its petite foot. The power of Moonstar River is extraordinarily formidable, far beyond what a mere soul saint like Chris could withstand. Thus, as Chris's followers looked on in astonishment, he let out a piercing scream and plummeted into the depths of the ocean. Moonstar River, however, effortlessly teleported back onto the deck, gazing at the resplendent crimson bloom that erupted upon the azure sea. This was the Devil's Sea, a realm teeming with vicious sea spirit beasts. As Chris splashed into the water, those bloodthirsty creatures swiftly converged upon the spot where he had fallen, and soon, their chilling cries echoed far and wide. Although Chris held the rank of Soul Saint, he was severely injured, and the sea spirit beasts that thrived in this treacherous domain were anything but weak. The feeble had long since been devoured by the strong. As Chris was mercilessly torn apart by dozens, if not hundreds, of these ferocious beasts, a shiver of dread coursed through the hearts of the remaining onlookers. This was no mere S-rank prey. It was a harbinger of death itself. Listening to Chris's voice grow increasingly faint, the captain, who had narrowly escaped with his life, scrambled to the feet of Moonstar River and fell to his knees, exclaiming, "My lord, I am blind to my own folly. I beseech you, do not hold my transgressions against me and spare my life." Yu Xinghe cast a sidelong glance at the captain and remarked, "I could let you go, but you must first hear what I have to say." The captain, visibly distressed, reluctantly agreed, his expression pained as he recalled the blood of Chris still drifting upon the sea. After a month at sea, Yu Xinghe and BB Dong finally arrived at Sea God Island. The instant they disembarked, the system notified them that the mission was complete. Energy Ring, 4th stage, unlocked the elemental attributes of ice, darkness, flame, earth, and gold. Upon witnessing the task rewards, Yu Xinghe was unexpectedly devoid of joy. Instead, filled with profound confusion. System, why are there so many attributes unlocked in the 4th stage? The system replied, it is simply how the program is designed. With the system providing no further explanation, Yu Xinghe chose not to press the matter any further. Although her primary purpose was to check in, she had no intention of leaving without experiencing the legendary Poseidon. Regrettably, she overlooked the fact that Sea God Island was not particularly welcoming, especially to guests arriving from the mainland. The old sailor inquired multiple times if Yu Xinghe truly intended to stay, and after unloading the cargo, he departed without delay. Meanwhile, a group of individuals clad in yellow uniforms, presumably the patrol guards, appeared. Despite the beauty of Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong, the guards dutifully fulfilled their responsibilities. Before the vessel had sailed far, they urged, "We advise you to leave promptly. If you cannot swim, we can assist you in departing." In response, Yu Xinghe stated, "I hold great admiration for Sea God Island and wish to undertake the trials set by the Lord of the Sea." Upon hearing her desire to participate in the trials, the patrol guards exchanged peculiar glances. One guard, who appeared to be slightly more amiable, stepped forward to caution her. "Young girl, I advise you to reconsider. The trials of Sea God Island are exceedingly peculiar. They do not adjust the difficulty based on your strength. Your trial might involve merely collecting a seashell, or it could require you to battle a 10,000-year sea spirit beast. You are far too young. It would be wise to leave now to avoid jeopardizing your life. Moreover, even if you succeed in the trial, you must remain on Sea God Island for life. To leave thereafter would subject you to another perilous trial." In the original text, the rule of Sea God Island stipulates that even if one passes the trial, they must remain for eternity. This has been slightly modified here. After hearing the patrolman's warnings, Bibi Dong anxiously grasped Yu Xinghe's hand and whispered, "Perhaps we should leave. This place exerts a tremendous pressure on me." The moment Bibi Dong set foot on Sea God Island, she felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if something were incessantly weighing her down. This was only natural, as Bibi Dong was a candidate for the Rakshasa god, while this was the domain of the sea god. Given that the Rakshasa god is considered a malevolent deity and the sea god embodies a more benevolent spirit, the two divine entities were not merely incompatible. It was inevitable that Bibi Dong would experience various forms of suppression here. Just as Yu Xinghe was torn about whether to leave, the system's voice resounded once more. "Ding. The task has been issued. Complete the assessment of the Sea God Island, and the reward is the coordinates of a new continent." Chapter 132. The Appearance of Poseidon. Since the system has released the task, Yu Xinghe felt compelled to give it a try. After all, the issue regarding Bibi Dong's soul ring still needed resolution. Once Yu Xinghe's determination was clear, Bibi Dong said nothing but firmly grasped his hand, though she uttered no words. Her actions spoke volumes. "I shall always be by your side." Under the guidance of a patrolling guardian, Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong arrived before a shimmering lake, approximately 500 meters in diameter, with a towering column at its center, engraved with countless wave patterns reaching into the clouds. Beneath the column sat a man, his back turned, lost in meditation. Upon sighting him, the previously amiable guardian stepped forward, addressing the man, "Your Highness the Seahorse. Two soul masters from the land wish to undertake the sea goddess assessment." Hearing this, the man opened his eyes and glanced at Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong. Upon seeing them, "Ouya, the seahorse Douluo," exclaimed softly, "Intriguing, intriguing. After decades, I encounter assessors whose cultivation I cannot discern. Since you wish to undergo the assessment, I trust you are aware of the rules of Sea God Island?" Yu Xinghe nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. If you wish to undertake the trials set forth by Lord Poseidon, you must first pass through my challenge." With that, Seahorse Douluo waved his hand, causing the serene lake before him to transform into a tumultuous sea. Subsequently, a voice emerged from the unending roar of the waves. "You too, please." In the face of Seahorse Douluo's test, Yu Xinghe, well-versed in the script, imparted some essential advice to Bibi Dong through a series of subtle gestures before plunging into the turbulent waters. As she entered the lake, relentless waves surged towards her, each one powerful and formidable. Although the waves posed no actual harm, they contained an immense force that even mid-tier soul masters, such as Soul Zong and Soul King, would find difficult to withstand. Just as Seahorse Douluo anticipated how Yu Xinghe would counter these waves, he suddenly realized that she had vanished. Where could she have gone? Surely she hasn't been swept to the bottom of the lake. Just as he shook his head in resignation, a voice resonated from behind him. Startled, he turned swiftly to see Yu Xinghe emerging from behind a sacred pillar, her face alight with a mischievous grin, reminiscent of a child reveling in a successful prank. "Seahorse Douluo, does this count as passing?" Seahorse Douluo regarded Yu Xinghe, then glanced at the surging lake, nodding thoughtfully. "Though somewhat crafty, I suppose you may consider it a pass." After the Moonlight Star River, there came Bibi Dong. Previously, Moonlight Star River had bypassed the assessment through unfathomable means, and Eurasian was curious about the methods this woman, who had arrived alongside him, would employ. Soon, the Seahorse Douluo would discover the answer. Gazing at the tumultuous lake before her, A hint of disdain crept upon Bibidong's lips. It had been years since she became a titled Douluo and the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Apart from divine beings, she had not undergone any evaluations. Even now, on Sea God Island, she faced the trial set by the seahorse Douluo with an air of indifference, soaring above the lake. Upon witnessing her intent to fly over, Eurasian nodded, approving her choice. However, what Bibidong did next left Eurasian utterly astounded. Ascending into the air, she extended her delicate jade foot and forcefully stamped it down upon the surging lake below. As ripples of soul power emanated from her foot, the once turbulent waters astonishingly calmed. Titled Douluo. Though Bibidong did not manifest her martial soul or employ any soul skills, this simple gesture was enough to subdue the seahorse Douluo. When Bibidong approached Eurasian, he clasped his hands in respect and inquired, "Might I have the honor of knowing your title, esteemed soul master?" Titles of titled Douluos are generally derived from their martial souls, such as Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo. Bibidong, possessing two martial souls related to spiders, would logically be referred to as Spider Queen Douluo. Yet, she harbored a strong aversion to her martial souls, for which girl does not cherish beauty? Those familiar with Bibidong knew well her disdain for others directly addressing her by her title. Additionally, as the Pope, it was customary for most soul masters to address her as Your Holiness. Thus, encountering someone like the seahorse Douluo, who directly inquired about her title, was a novel experience for her. As she hesitated between fabricating a title or declining to answer, a voice, gentle as flowing water, resonated. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, the chosen one of the Rakshasa god, why have you come to my sea god island? At that moment, a woman appeared unexpectedly, clad in a flowing red ceremonial robe. She possessed cascading golden waves of hair, exquisite and beautiful features, and eyes reminiscent of the vast ocean, deep blue and gem-like. As the woman's calm and gentle gaze fell upon Bibidong, she felt a sudden jolt. This seemingly tranquil yet subtly superior gaze was one Bibidong had only encountered in the eyes of one person, Douluo. In this world, only the unparalleled titled Douluo of level 99, the Grand Priestess of Sea God Island, Poseidon, could meet Bibidong's gaze with such poise and grace. As Poseidon made his entrance, Seahorse Douluo had already bent down in a respectful bow. Poseidon, however, extended a hand as if to support, and a surge of soul power emanated from him. Halting Seahorse Douluo's gesture of reverence, "Oya, you are to depart and ensure that no one disturbs us." Although Oya was taken aback, Poseidon's words were akin to divine edicts, and despite his myriad of questions, he had no choice but to comply. Yes, with Oya's departure, Poseidon approached Bibidong, her ocean-like eyes scrutinizing the opposing noblewoman. Two equally regal figures from rival factions, merely locking gazes, ignited a palpable tension in the air, reminiscent of gunpowder. The thought of Poseidon's formidable power compelled Yushingha to intercede between them, addressing Poseidon, "If you do not welcome us, we shall take our leave." At that moment, no mission or coordinates held greater significance than Bibidong's safety. Yushingha had even begun to inquire if there were any means to ensure their mutual departure. Seeing Yushingha protectively positioned before her during such a critical juncture, a gentle warmth flickered in Bibidong's eyes. "Silly girl, if anyone should shield, it ought to be me for you. You are so small. What can you truly defend against?" With that, Bibidong positioned Yushingha behind her and turned her gaze to the composed Poseidon. "Esteemed elder, this girl is one I have taken in. She is not of the Spirit Hall. Might I request your mercy in sparing her?" A smile graced Poseidon's visage, and simultaneously, an overwhelming wave of boundless soul power surged from her being. Under the formidable aura that rivaled the heavens, Yushingha felt as though she were adrift in an ocean, where one moment was serene, and the next was a tempest, leaving her feeling like mere flotsam. Meanwhile, the seven sacred pillars of Sea God Island sensed the fluctuations of the High Priestess's soul power. Who dares to intrude, inciting the High Priestess to take action? It was from the direction of Seahorse Pillar. Chapter 133, The Sixth Trial of the Divine. As formidable as Bibidong is, she cannot help but marvel at Poseidon's immense soul power when confronted with it. Currently, Bibidong's soul power has reached the pinnacle of level 98 after undergoing the 6 trials of the Rakshasa god. Particularly after absorbing the million-year soul bone bestowed by the Moonstar River, she has successfully transcended to level 99, attaining the status of a supreme Douluo. However, due to the divine assessment, she has been unable to unleash her full potential, as she must complete the 8th trial before she can exert her strength without reservation. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, Bibidong feels that, Even without the constraints of the divine trial, she still cannot surpass Poseidon. This is entirely understandable. Although they both stand at level 99, one must not forget Poseidon's additional identity as the high priestess of the sea god. While she may have lost her qualification to ascend to divinity compared to other supreme Douluos, she remains the closest mortal to a deity, verging on a demigod. This demigod status implies that she has taken half a step further than the other supreme Douluos. This half step, while not comparable to the chasm between heaven and earth, represents a significant divide, seemingly close yet profoundly distant. For some ill-fated supreme Douluos, this half step may elude them for a lifetime. After all, circumstances often prevail over individuals. Bibi Dong, drawing Moonstar River behind her, addressed Poseidon, saying, "Senior, although I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the assault on Sea God Island was carried out by my predecessor, and I was not involved. In a sense, I even owe a debt of gratitude to Sea God Island." "Oh, what gratitude?" Poseidon inquired, her expression shifting. "The previous Pope, Qin Xuanji, was slain by me." Bibi Dong's words momentarily stunned Poseidon, who subsequently retracted all her soul power. As Poseidon tempered her aura, Bibi Dong and Moonstar River both sighed in relief. "If that is the case, then we at Sea God Island have no reason to complicate matters for you. Your position as the Pope of the Spirit Hall will be considered settled." Upon hearing Poseidon's words, Bibi Dong responded with a smile. "Are you not afraid I might be lying?" Poseidon shook her head, replying, "If it were anyone else, I might suspect she would lie to save her life. However, as a chosen one, you cannot utter falsehoods. Doing so would create a rift in your spirit. The divine assessment evaluates not only talent but also will and soul. Any discrepancy in these aspects could lead to irreparable consequences. Am I correct?" Bibi Dong, her expression unyielding, affirmed, "Indeed." Observing Bibi Dong's stoic demeanor, Poseidon smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. Sea God Island is not the Spirit Hall. We are not as tyrannical. The ocean is all-encompassing. I will not make things difficult for that child behind you." Although Bibi Dong felt somewhat uncomfortable with Poseidon's veiled remarks, she decided to swallow her pride, as the other party was indeed more powerful and had spared Moonstar River. "Child, what is your name? What brings you to Sea God Island?" Bibi Dong, both the Pope and a chosen one, exudes an aura of protectiveness that hints at the extraordinary identity of the young girl. Poseidon's beauty embodies a gentle embrace that seems to envelop all, leaving Yu Xinghe with little resistance against such an elder sister figure. "I am Yu Xinghe, drawn to the renowned Sea God Island in search of trials." "Is that so? Then you must be aware of the rules of Sea God Island." "Indeed. Should you pass the assessment and wish to depart, I shall personally intervene." As she spoke, Poseidon lifted Yu Xinghe effortlessly. Her azure eyes, reminiscent of the ocean, gazed intently, as if seeking to peer into the depths of her soul. As Yu Xinghe beheld Poseidon's visage up close, she was astonished to discover an irresistible sweetness reminiscent of first love in this older woman, despite bearing a face that appeared to be in her 30s. Her beauty rivaled that of a 20-year-old, especially her large, clear eyes, which radiated an innocence akin to that of a newborn. "With that, do you still wish to accept the trial?" Upon hearing that Poseidon might personally intervene to keep Yu Xinghe, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. Although Yu Xinghe's future potential was boundless, the prospect of defeating Poseidon seemed distant. If Yu Xinghe agreed to undergo the trial, it would mean a temporary separation from her. Just as Bibi Dong contemplated whether to take Yu Xinghe away, the latter's voice echoed in her mind. "Fear not. I have a way to leave. No one can stop me." Then, Yu Xinghe's voice resonated among the three. "I am willing to accept the trial." Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's acceptance, Poseidon pointed directly at her. Instantly, the sacred pillar behind Poseidon radiated blue light, enveloping the entire pillar in its intricate patterns, and a beam of blue light descended from the heavens, surrounding Yu Xinghe. At that moment, as the light enveloped her, Yu Xinghe's martial soul erupted uncontrollably. A clock face, shimmering with a brilliant starry sky, stood silently, exuding an aura of eternity, while a lowly composed of constellations emanated a fierce will to battle across the cosmic rivers. In the face of Yu Xinghe's martial soul, Poseidon was suddenly struck by an inexplicable sensation. Just moments ago, the lowly in Yu Xinghe's martial soul seemed to have cast a fleeting glance at Poseidon. Could it be that this girl's martial soul is alive? As Poseidon pondered this, an even more astonishing event unfolded. As Yu Xinghe's martial soul materialized, two soul rings ascended from beneath her feet. One pink, one pure white. What an extraordinary configuration. While the white soul ring could be interpreted as a 10-year soul ring, what could the pink one signify? More importantly, both soul rings emanated an unusual aura that intrigued Poseidon. Especially the golden patterns on the two spirit rings evoked an uncanny sense of familiarity within Poseidon. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. While Poseidon endeavored to recall the source of that familiar sensation, the radiant light enveloping the Moon Star River underwent a sudden transformation. Initially, the light shimmered in blue, transitioning to white, yellow, purple, black, and red. Ultimately, that blood-red hue gradually faded, morphing into a brilliant golden gleam, with a resounding roar as a golden beam ascended. 6 other golden pillars of light rose simultaneously on Sea God Island, resonating in harmony. In an instant, the azure sky was cloaked in a delicate golden glow, descending 6 golden curtains of light beside the Moonstar River. The 6 trials of the sea god. Poseidon could not fathom how a child with merely 2 spirit rings could invoke the divine assessment. Moreover, as far as she knew, divine trials were always 9 in number. What, then, did the 6 trials signify? Furthermore, was it not customary for such trials to be accompanied by a divine brand? Why did this little girl bear not a trident emblem upon her forehead, but rather a black and white yin-yang symbol? Chapter 134. The Distorted 6 Trials of the Sea God. This place is truly extraordinary. Its inhabitants are all exceptionally gifted, their speech melodious, and every visitor finds themselves utterly enchanted. It is impossible not to be captivated. For once one arrives here, departure is not easily granted. This place is the divine prison realm. The sea god, as a first-tier deity within the divine realm, possesses noble status and formidable strength. Yet, who knows that he has long grown weary of being a deity? Nevertheless, despite his aversion to this role, he cannot depart until he finds a successor. Today, the sea god has finally discovered that legendary successor, a 12-year-old girl, though she is but a child. Her innate talent is extraordinary. She possesses remarkable root bones and pseudo-divine power, even boasting a million-year spirit ring. Initially, the sea god wondered if he was merely deluded by an overabundance of thoughts. After all, such talent would far exceed even the chosen of the god of Shura. Just over half a year ago, a day in the divine realm equates to a year on the continent, the god of Shura struggled to find a suitable successor, only to be thwarted by the evil god, which infuriated him to the point of annihilating the evil god with his Shura sword. Alas, the evil god, a seasoned deity, could never have anticipated that a mere mortal would bring about his own demise. In the end, the evil god's divine body was destroyed, and a fragment of his divine consciousness fled the divine realm, reportedly taking refuge within a lowly spirit beast, likely sealing his fate of never ascending to divinity again. Upon confirming the Moonstar River's talents, the sea god was exhilarated, akin to a scholar who has suddenly attained great success, awakening to find himself a platinum deity. Logically, such a prodigy would be more than sufficient to inherit the divine throne, but it was none other than the sea god who made this discovery first. As the sea god contemplated preemptively branding the young girl with his inheritance mark, he suddenly sensed something that filled him with profound terror. He detected an aura of life essence emanating from her that far surpassed his own. It is crucial to note that he was indeed the sea god, a first-tier deity of the divine realm. The only beings of higher existence than him were the 3 chief gods and 2 divine kings of the divine council. However, the 5 prominent deities of the divine council were present. If that were the case, there could only be one terrifying conclusion. The young girl was a higher being reincarnated from another world. With this realization, the sea god promptly set off to inform the divine council of his discovery. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, the divine decree he had issued was already being interfered with by an enigmatic presence. Simultaneously, following the initiation of the divine assessment at the Sea God Island, Poseidon's attitude towards her underwent a significant transformation. Although the Moonstar River bore no trident upon her forehead, the golden radiance unmistakably symbolized the divine test. Since it was a divine assessment, it indicated that the Moonstar River had caught the attention of the sea god. The sea god is the faith of all sea soul masters, and being personally acknowledged by him is an honor that commands utmost respect from all practitioners of the sea arts. Child, what is your name? Moonstar River. May I inquire what your first assessment entails? After observing the first test, Moonstar River felt somewhat bewildered. Why did the sea god devise such a bizarre assessment akin to a systems challenge? Can you tell me what your first assessment is? Gazing at the gentle Poseidon. After a considerable internal struggle, Moonstar River said, Sister Poseidon, could you please turn around? Turn around? Very well. Although she could not comprehend the girl's intentions, Poseidon resolved to treat her with the utmost courtesy since she was chosen by the sea god. Once Poseidon turned her back, Moonstar River, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap to Poseidon's rear. The sound echoed with a dull thud, causing Poseidon to shudder. She then turned around, regarding Moonstar River with an utterly bewildered expression, and inquired, "Why did you strike me?" With great difficulty, Yuxingha spoke. "Can I say this is the trial set by the sea god?" Upon hearing that it was the sea god's trial, Poseidon's expression transformed into a captivating array of emotions, strange, intricate, filled with anger and embarrassment, before finally settling into a serene demeanor as he replied, "Very well. What of the second trial?" As Yuxingha cast a glance at the second golden curtain, an odd expression immediately crossed her face. Noticing her peculiar demeanor, Poseidon inquired, "Do tell me, what is the task? Could you please turn around once more?" "Why? Are you about to spank me again?" "Absolutely not." "Very well. This time." Poseidon remained cautious, keeping a vigilant eye on Yuxingha. However, she exhibited no unusual behavior. After Poseidon turned around, Yuxingha declared, "All right. The second assessment is complete." Poseidon remained silent. As the second curtain dimmed, after observing the third golden curtain, Yuxingha addressed Poseidon once more. "Senior Poseidon, might you turn around again?" Although Poseidon was entirely oblivious to the purpose of this assessment, it was a divine trial, and the thoughts of deities are not something mortals can fathom. Out of loyalty to the sea god, Poseidon turned around for the third time. With a dull thud, Poseidon covered her rear, her expression blank as she glared at Yuxingha, saying, "Little girl, do you think my good temper is merely a jest for you?" Yuxingha hurriedly clarified, "No. This truly is the sea goddess trial. Is the fourth assessment not still requiring me to turn around so you can strike my backside?" Yuxingha glanced at the fourth light curtain, her expression resembling that of a bitter melon as she declared, "The fourth assessment requires me to give you 3 spanks." Whether it was Yuxingha's illusion or not, it seemed that after announcing this assessment, she perceived Posey sighing in relief. However, while Posey felt relieved, Yuxingha found herself in a predicament. Observing Posey eagerly rubbing her hands together, Yuxingha shielded her petite Dari and sought refuge behind Bibidong. In response, Posey remarked, "If you choose to protect her, I shall strike you both. By the way, you too are a chosen one. You understand the consequences of failing the divine examination, do you not?" Posey's words instantly reminded Bibidong, and then, under Yuxingha's desperate gaze, Bibidong seized her and handed her over to Posey. "Fear not, little one. I assure you, my strikes are hardly painful. Yuxingha, I trust you like I trust a ghost." Chapter 135, Author's Note on Publication. I never anticipated that I would reach this juncture. One day, I noticed the thriving popularity of Douluo fan fiction, which suddenly inspired me to write, and thus, I found myself at this point. I still vividly recall the first novel I encountered was Second Life by Yuwa, although the cover bore the title Half Prince, telling the tale of a girl embarking on adventures as a male character in a virtual game world. Upon discovering this novel, I was utterly astonished. Can stories be crafted in such a manner? Yet, when I turned to the last page, just as the climactic battle was about to commence, it abruptly concluded with the phrase, "Game, start." That was my first encounter with the profound impact of an unfinished tale. Later, I came to understand that printed books differ from online novels. The sheer word count of an online narrative cannot be contained within a single volume. It was only after I ventured into the online realm that I was able to finish reading the remainder of Second Life. This novel left a lasting impression on me, with its characters, plot, and excitement all impeccably executed. To this day, I still remember the main characters, the warrior of the elf race, the priest of the beastman tribe, the bard of the demon race, and the necromancer of the angelic race. I seem to have forgotten the last one. I still vaguely recall the conclusion of this novel, where the protagonist, Feng Lan, desired to write a novel akin to an autobiography to commemorate her experiences, and at the end, she inquired of the artificial intelligence, which possessed its own consciousness, "Should I conclude with everyone living happily together? What do you think?" Could not be better. That was my true initiation into the world of online literature. That year, Dopusang Cheong by Tado was immensely popular. I asked, "Is Dopusang Cheong captivating?" The disdainful gaze of my classmate remains vividly etched in my memory. Subsequently, with the proliferation of smartphones, I became engrossed in the world of online novels. Titles such as The Class Beauty, Martial Emperor, Daddy, Please Be Gentle, Sword Demon, DNF, The Eternal Soul, Emperor of the Cheens, Ice and Fire Gourmet, God's Seal Throne, Soul Land, The God Tomb, Covering the Sky, Perfect World, Battle Through the Heavens, Martial Movement in the Universe, My Beautiful CEO Wife, My Wife is a Princess, My beautiful teacher, my close class beauty, and many others captivated me. Perhaps I have indulged in too many. The class beauty's personal expert, pure and ambiguous. Ghost blows out the light, the ancient city chapter, Tang brick, immortal reversal, snowy knife in the world, journey of Wukong, the legend of Su Xian, great king. Spare my life. If my childhood years, from 8 to 12, were spent with the company of the small tyrant, and the years from 12 to 16 were accompanied by online games, then from the age of 16 onwards, it has been online novels that have filled my days. There was a time when I naively believed that if I were to write online novels, I would undoubtedly surpass the likes of Tian Qintudo and Tang Jie Sanshao. However, it was only after I embarked on my own writing journey that I came to a profound realization. The true fool was I. Writing novels is akin to the trajectory of life itself. In my youth, I grappled with the dilemma of choosing between Tsinghua University and Peking University, and as I matured, I found that not only was university out of reach, but even getting to a bed was a struggle. The same holds true for writing novels. Prior to penning my first story, I had already composed my acceptance speech for the annual Online Literature Award, filled with heartfelt emotion and tears. Yet, when I confidently began my writing endeavor and beheld the 4 glaring zeros in my back-end statistics, my tears flowed as profusely as the rain that fell when Andy escaped from prison. Yu Xinghe extended a small bowl and said, "Dear kind-hearted elder brothers and sisters, I humbly beseech you to support me with your subscriptions, comments, recommendations, and votes. Lastly, I would like to share my acceptance speech for the title of Annual King of Online Literature. Do not question my audacity to express this. It is daylight. The sun shines brightly, a perfect day for daydreaming. To have become the king of online literature for the XTH session, I owe my deepest gratitude to my grandparents. Without them, my parents would not exist, and without my parents, neither would I. I also wish to thank the revered online literary masters, reincarnated as pigeon spirits. For without you, I would not have embarked on my journey as a writer. I am grateful to the platform provided by Yuedu and to editor Jin Guan for their exceptional care and support, along with the invaluable assistance from editorial feedback. I extend my heartfelt thanks to my readers, Bufang Tsong Jiang Swan, Yiren Ting Hao, Feng Long Yuan, Feng Qi Xiao Yao, Mo San Shui Shi, Xing Yi Ji Yun, Shang, Shun Hong Ji Wang, Lu Yun, Duo Luo Xing He, Xia Sentian Yiganya Yusha Ke Jia Hao Lu, Shizi. User Tai Shu Wu Fa Xian Shi Tu, De Ku Sa Si Bang, Mingli Duo Shui Sui Chu Chu Lang, Jiu, Lin Xn Yin, Wu Chi Madala, Ku Ku De Xing Xing, Squar Hui Huang, Guming Chen Ku Bu Ku Yong, Fan Hua Si Jin, De Bai Tu Nai Tang, Hiru Jiu Yin, Yuing Han. This reader's nickname cannot be typed in Korean. By Jin Ji Xing, Qing Yu, Jiu Si Yuan, Xing Yi Xiu Qian Shi, Shi Zi Ru Shi, Jia Hen Yi Jiu, Wei, H, Yi Li, Yu Qi, Xian Yu Yi Tang, Yishir Fan Hua, Shi Wang, Yu Shui Han, Xiao Mai Mian Bao, Feng Huang Yuan Xiongxian, Jiu Li, Bao Qi and Jing, Long Feng Lin, Yin Yu Qing Qing, Xiao Yin, Shang Shan Rua Shui, Wu Stian Emotion, Jin Hua. Sua Si Xin by De Qi, Yishan 2 Wei 20. Beside the presenter, are you ever going to finish? If you continue, the award ceremony will come to a close. After saying so much, remember to thank all those who have supported you. Without them, you would have long since drifted away to the northwestern land to drink the cold winds. Thank you for accompanying me on this journey. I truly love you all, immensely. In a way that echoes a love of 3,000 repetitions. Chapter 136, The Fifth Test, 1. I implore you for subscriptions, as Poseidon S. hand struck down. Yu Xinghe was once again reminded of the terror of being spanked. Do not be deceived by Poseidon S. gentle demeanor. She shows no mercy when it comes to punishment. And indeed, Yu Xinghe was genuinely brought to tears. The moonlit river wept, while Poseidon laughed. Hurry, hurry. What is the 5th trial? Is it to continue beating you? In response, the moonlit river gave Poseidon a vehement thumbs up. The nature of the 5th trial finally appeared to be somewhat reasonable, requiring the moonlit river to pass through the light of the sea god and ascend to the sea god temple within a month. Upon learning that the moonlit river's assessment entailed this daunting task, Poseidon let out a long sigh. Sister Poseidon, why do you sigh? Poseidon shook her head and replied, I am merely bewildered as to why the sea god would assign you a trial that seems nearly insurmountable. I haven't even attempted it. How can you be certain I will fail? Nonetheless, further explanations would be futile. Allow me to escort you there. With that, Poseidon called out to the distant 7 sacred pillars of seahorses, "Everyone, come in." As the 7 sacred pillars entered in single file, Poseidon pointed to the moonlit river and declared, "From this moment forth, she shall be our most esteemed guest on Sea God Island. Do you understand?" "Yes, High Priestess." Subsequently, the sea dragon Douluo addressed Bibidong, asking, "High Priestess, what about her?" As Yuxingha observed Bibidong's expression darkening, she hurriedly called out to sea dragon Douluo, "She is my sister. You must treat her as you would treat me." The 7 sacred pillars responded, "Can such treatment be merely copied and pasted?" After Poseidon briefly recounted the earlier events, she led Yuxingha to the assessment location. The Sea God Temple, situated at the very heart of Sea God Island, stands as a sacred site and a place of worship for all ocean soul masters. To reach the Sea God Temple, one must ascend 999 steps, all enveloped in a hazy blue radiance known as the light of the sea god. Upon stepping onto the first step, Yuxingha felt a slight repulsive force, barely noticeable. Yet as she continued her ascent, she realized the force intensified. At the 100th step, a breeze. At the 200th step, fatigue began to set in. At the 300th step, she was drenched in sweat. At the 400th step, her martial soul manifested. At the 500th step, utterly exhausted. Ultimately, Yuxingha's initial attempt to traverse the light of the sea god reached 520 steps. As she collapsed from exhaustion, the light of the sea god propelled her back, but fortunately, Bibidong caught her. Otherwise, Yuxingha might have experienced a rather dramatic plunge into the waters below. Though Yuxingha did not succeed, the impact she made on Poseidon was undeniable. As the high priestess of the sea god and the overseer of Sea God Island, no one understood the power of the light of the sea god better than she. Take, for instance, Sea Dragon Douluo among the 7 sacred pillars. He had once endeavored to traverse the light of the sea god. Under Poseidon's seal, Sea Dragon Douluo successfully concealed his divine aura, masquerading as an outsider to invoke a sense of repulsion from the light. His final result was 720 steps. Although there lay a gap of 200 steps between Yuxingha and Sea Dragon Douluo, it is crucial to note that Yuxingha possessed merely 2 soul rings while Sea Dragon Douluo was a level 95 title Douluo. Observing Yuxingha nestled in Bibidong's embrace, utterly spent, Poseidon began to comprehend why the sea god would grant her a divine trial. If such talent were unworthy of being a chosen one, who then could ascend to divinity? With this thought in mind, Poseidon resolved to discreetly observe this little one, curious to uncover what other extraordinary qualities she might possess. For the first 3 days, Yuxingha remained determined to conquer the light of the sea god. Yet her efforts yielded minimal progress, only an additional 20 steps compared to her initial attempt. It is essential to recognize that the pressure of the light of the sea god escalates with height. The greater the ascent, the more formidable the resistance becomes. According to Poseidon's estimations, if Yuxingha continued her training at this pace, achieving 600 steps within a month would indeed be a blessing from the sea god. Yuxingha understood that mere hard work would not yield results. Only through correct choices would her subsequent efforts bear significance. Presently, she recognized 2 methods to ascend to the sea god's temple within a month, either enhancing her own strength or taking a shortcut. The latter entailed inquiring with Ying about the possibility of directly opening a portal that would transport her to the sea god's temple instantly. In response, Ying explained, "There exists a barrier set by the sea god himself, imbued with an overwhelming amount of divine power that prevents me from determining the spatial coordinates. However, if you do not mind, I can attempt it, though I cannot guarantee what lies beyond the door. It could be the king of demons from Bulgaria, or perhaps the audition stage of a talent show, or even an imminent supernova explosion." Upon hearing this, Yuxingha dismissed the notion of taking a shortcut. With no path of least resistance available, she was left with but one option: to enhance her own strength. And when it came to strengthening herself, nothing surpassed the notion of reinforcement. Gazing at the energy points displayed by her energy-gathering ring, over 1,000,000, Yuxingha's smile morphed into something almost sinister. In the ensuing week, Bibidong and Poseidon observed that Yuxingha's behavior had become exceedingly peculiar. She incessantly chanted phrases like, "Great Roma Sidwa, give me power, give me strength." Then, much to Bibidong's astonishment, Yuxingha activated her Bayana transformation. Ordinarily, such a trump card was not something Yuxingha would employ lightly. However, she felt compelled. For the moment she transformed, she radiated with golden brilliance. This was pure luck. Feeling as though she had been possessed by a fortunate spirit, Yuxingha initiated her reinforcement. At the current stage of her physical enhancement, which was the 8th phase, each reinforcement required an expenditure of 2,560 energy points. Proceed, she commanded. In system, give me 10 consecutive draws. Don't ask why. I have an abundance of energy points. Failed on the first 10 consecutive reinforcements. Again. Failed. Again. After 10 consecutive failures, Yuxingha, in a moment of reflection, resolved to change her location. Upon discovering a favorable spot, nestled against a mountain and facing water, a fierce flame ignited in her gaze. System, give me 100 draws. Understood. After what felt like an interminable wait, Yuxingha finally heard a notification that brought tears to her eyes. Congratulations, host. You have advanced to the 9th phase of enhancement. Each subsequent reinforcement will now require 5,120 energy points. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through her, Yuxingha, taking advantage of her Bana transformation still in effect, transformed into a golden streak of light and charged toward the radiance of the sea god. Chapter 137, The 5th Test, Part 2. Thank you to the user too handsome to display for the generous reward. Thank you. In the blink of an eye. Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, the 100-tiered staircase was traversed in an instant, transformed into a formidable figure enhanced to the 9th stage. Yuxingha effortlessly disregarded the pressures of the 300 tiers below. After surging through the 300 levels, her pace slightly diminished. Yet it was merely a reduction in speed. 400 tiers, 500 tiers. Upon reaching the 500th tier, the immense pressure that had once rendered her unable to stand was now met with her head held high as she ascended with confidence. 520 tiers, 550 tiers, 600 tiers. With each step that Yuxingha took, a resounding echo reverberated, leaving an imprint on the steps that had withstood the trials of countless storms over millennia. As she reached the 699th tier, she felt as though she were ensnared in a quagmire, unable to advance. Was this to be her limit? No. Tang San could absorb soul rings of 100,000 years by transcending his current tier. And Xiao Yin could endure excruciating pain to consume the earth core fire of the Blue Lotus. Her own circumstances were infinitely more favorable than those of Tang San and Xiao Yin. To halt her progress here would be a betrayal she could never forgive herself for. As Yuxingha persistently endeavored to plant her foot down, the pressure surrounding her felt like a merciless iron hand tightening around her form, constricting ever further. Yuxingha's body trembled, her very breath demanding every ounce of her strength, as the immense pressure threatened to expel the air from her lungs. Just as she found herself locked in a stalemate with this overwhelming force, a voice thundered in her mind like a bolt of lightning. Step down. This furious roar resonated like the wrath of a deity and the rumble of heavenly thunder. Under the impact of this sudden command, Yuxingha finally placed her foot upon the 700th step. With a resounding impact, as her foot landed on the 700th step, the ethereal light of the sea god surged violently, awakening like an enraged giant. Almost immediately, that divine light cascaded towards Yuxingha in a torrential wave. At this moment, a vivid vision emerged in Yuxingha's eyes, a magnificent celestial palace, countless celestial soldiers, ensnared by the heavenly net above, while below lay a treacherous terrain of blades and flames. There was no path forward, nor any retreat. Only battle remained. Pulsate. With a low command from Yuxingha, a pulse of shimmering blue light was drawn forth from the void. Pulse, hammer form. Breakthrough. Accompanied by her fierce shout, the manifestation of her martial soul. The starry clock of time revealed itself behind her. The petite figure within the celestial clock transformed into a radiant silhouette, leaping forth to merge with Yuxingha. As she swung her hammer, the ethereal figure behind her materialized a colossal hammer of its own, crashing down toward the vast expanse of the sea god's light. In that moment, on Sea God Island, all sea spirit masters, the 7 holy pillars, and Poseidon turned their gazes toward the 999 steps enveloped in divine light. Following a prolonged rumble, Yuxingha, bloodied and gripping the pulse, took a resolute step forward once more upon the staircase. 701, 702, 703. With each step taken by Yuxingha, a crimson footprint materialized upon the steps beneath her. Unbeknownst to her, Poseidon had already appeared before the sea god's temple, gazing down upon that diminutive figure. His heart shaken, Poseidon's astonishment was not solely due to Yuxingha ascending the 700th step, but rather the evident loss of focus in her eyes, though wide open. They were vacant and devoid of life. Clearly, she had succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, for reasons unknown, her body continued to ascend the steps, driven by some subconscious force. Meanwhile, The 7 sacred pillars, at the risk of incurring Poseidon's ire, approached the foot of the sea god mountain. Almost upon their arrival, they were struck dumb. Beholding the frail silhouette, partially obscured by the radiance of the sea god, the sea dragon Douluo struggled to utter 720 steps. Upon hearing this, the remaining 6 sacred pillars displayed expressions of shock. They too had once attempted, with Poseidon's aid, to traverse the sea god's light, yet without exception. They had faltered below the 700th step. Only the sea dragon Douluo, with the might of his martial soul and the strength of a 95-rank super Douluo, had managed to ascend to the 700th step, though he too had been repelled by the sea god's light after lingering there for nearly 3 seconds. Yet now, that figure continued its ascent. 721, 722. The Moonstar River ascended like a mere shell of a being, her body succumbing to the immense pressure, blood oozing from her wounds, and her pace gradually slowing. At long last, she halted at the 730th level, for her transformation into Baiana had been undone. With the cessation of her metamorphosis, the light of the sea god forcefully propelled her away. Witnessing her fall, 2 figures swiftly rushed to her side. Ultimately, Poseidon was the first to catch Moonstar River in his embrace. Hand her over. As Bibidong reached out, Poseidon hesitated for a moment before transferring Moonstar River into her arms. Observing the blood-soaked Moonstar River, Bibidong hastily retrieved a healing elixir, applying it to her wounds. Initially, Bibidong intended to use her soul power to facilitate the absorption of the ointment, yet her 2 martial souls, both of the Spider Emperor, and her inherited divine position of the Rakshasa god, bore a dark and malevolent energy unsuitable for healing Moonstar River. At that moment, Poseidon intervened. If you would permit me, I can assist in her healing. After a brief contemplation, Bibidong lowered her head in acquiescence. Poseidon's soul power, as profound as the ocean and as gentle as water, swiftly dissolved the healing ointment, staunching Moonstar River's bleeding. With a delicate groan, Moonstar River reopened her eyes, greeted by the tender gaze emanating from Poseidon's ocean blue irises. "Senior, where is my sister?" Upon hearing Moonstar River's call, Bibidong quickly took her hand, reassuringly saying, "I am here. I am here." Noting that Moonstar River's first words upon awakening were inquiries about Bibidong's whereabouts, Poseidon chuckled. "The bond between you two is truly remarkable." To this, Moonstar River merely remained non-committal, silently communicating with the system in her heart. "Repair my body." With a mere thought, 1,000 points of energy were deducted, and the wounds on Moonstar River's body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Poseidon observed the astonishing speed of her recovery, exclaiming, "It appears your constitution is quite extraordinary. No wonder the sea god has taken an interest in you. By the way, I must remind you, 10 days have already passed. Your time is running short." Yu Xinghe cast a glance at the daunting staircase comprising a staggering 999 steps, and then examined the remaining energy points, his brow furrowing in concern. Energy points, 54W yet. To elevate his physical prowess to the 10th stage, each enhancement would demand an expenditure of 5,120 energy points. Given the system's notorious tendencies and his historically meager fortune, Yu Xinghe surmised that the likelihood of a successful enhancement was rather slim. Thus, he contemplated his next move. Yu Xinghe had no choice but to activate Plan B. She needed to complete the main quest. Defeating a tidal Douluo, a powerful opponent, would grant her the skill of apostle transformation. Currently, Yu Xinghe's physique had been enhanced to the 9th stage. According to her estimations, in a pure contest of physical strength, she was capable of confronting a beast martial soul tidal Douluo head-on. In terms of mental acuity, having absorbed the soul ring of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, coupled with the continuous enhancement from the eye of the cosmos, her mental prowess was on par with that of a tidal Douluo. With her formidable physicality, mental strength, and the pseudo-divine power within her, along with over 540,000 energy points in her bracelet, if all these factors combined could not defeat a tidal Douluo, then Yu Xinghe might as well find a piece of tofu to collide with. Speaking of tidal Douluos, an idea suddenly sparked in Yu Xinghe's mind. Bibidong was indeed a tidal Douluo. All she needed to do was challenge her and compel Bibidong to concede, thereby fulfilling her task. How astutely rational she was. In the next moment, the system's awkward yet polite voice chimed in. "Host, I am bound to you in spirit. I am fully aware of your thoughts. If you intend to exploit a loophole with me, why not try jumping to the heavens on your left foot while stepping on your right? Yu Xinghe, then I shall seek the weakest tidal Douluo. By the way, host, to prevent you from employing improper means to complete your task. The title Douluo you defeat must be at least level 95. Yu Xinghe let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming how fortunate he was, with the system articulating this rule. His selection pool dwindled to a mere 3. At present, there are only 3 individuals on Sea God Island with soul power exceeding level 95, Poseidon, Beyond, and the Sea Dragon Douluo. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Xinghe set his sights on the Sea Dragon Douluo. It was inevitable. For Yu Xinghe was a gentleman who cherished the delicate and beautiful, reluctant to engage in battle with either Poseidon or Beyond. Truth be told, he was apprehensive about the prospect of being defeated. The location of the Sea Dragon Douluo was not far from Sea God Mountain. With a mere flick of his perception, Yu Xinghe quickly located the Sea Dragon Douluo immersed in his cultivation. As Yu Xinghe approached, the Sea Dragon opened his eyes and inquired, "Young friend, why do you seek me instead of hastening to complete your assessment?" "Senior, I wish to challenge you." "Challenge me? Are you certain?" As one of the 2 supreme Douluo on Sea God Island, the Sea Dragon Douluo had not engaged in combat for quite some time. In a one-on-one duel, none of the 6 sacred pillars stood a chance against him. Battling Poseidon would merely be an exercise in futility. Moreover, his responsibilities in Sea Dragon City prevented him from venturing forth to seek out ferocious beasts for combat. Initially, the arrival of Yu Xinghe reignited the long-dormant fire within the Sea Dragon Douluo. However, given that Yu was favored by the sea god and that Poseidon had repeatedly instructed him that Yu was an esteemed guest, the Sea Dragon Douluo could not initiate a challenge. Yet, to his surprise, Yu Xinghe had come to him with such a proposition. "Senior, I am certain. If it is convenient for you, let us select a venue for our duel." "Very well. However, I must clarify that I do not hold back in a fight. You may well sustain injuries. If a duel necessitates restraint, it would be better to refrain from fighting altogether. We might as well take to dancing." Indeed, at this declaration from Yu Xinghe, the Sea Dragon Douluo erupted with excitement, letting out a resounding roar as he soared into the sky. "Come forth. We shall engage right here. Do not worry about damaging the surroundings." With the Sea Dragon Douluo's call, the remaining 6 sacred pillars swiftly made their way to the depths of the ocean where he resided. Do not question why. Simply know that they were all rather idle. Since the Sea Dragon Douluo had declared that they would fight here, Yu Xinghe had no further objections. "Senior, please. After you." In the next instant, both parties unveiled their martial souls and spirit rings. The Sea Dragon Douluo did not possess a 100,000-year spirit ring, yet his spirit ring configuration was nonetheless optimal. Yellow, yellow. Purple, purple, black, 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 black. In stark contrast, Yu Xinghe's spirit rings appeared rather peculiar. One was pink, the other platinum. What an unusual spirit ring configuration. Before the Sea Dragon Douluo could ponder this, Yu Xinghe launched the first strike. Starfall Strike. After gathering her strength, Yu Xinghe transformed into a streak of flowing light that soared into the heavens, reaching the Sea Dragon Douluo at an astonishing speed, who was poised to strike. Despite her delicate and petite hand, the Sea Dragon Douluo's instincts warned him of the peril it posed. Realizing this, he promptly unleashed his 6th soul skill, Sea Dragon's Guardian. As the 6th soul ring glimmered, a slender dragon made of water spiraled upward from beneath his feet, with a resounding crash. When Yu Xinghe's concentrated palm struck the water dragon, it emitted a fierce dragon roar and opened its mouth to unleash a torrent. The Sea Dragon Douluo's 5th soul skill, Water Dragon Cannon. Yu Xinghe could have evaded this strike, yet she chose not to retreat. Instead, she countered with a powerful palm strike, Falling Flower Palm. Clearly, Yu Xinghe intended to shatter the Water Dragon Cannon. Seeing her stand firm against his attack, the Sea Dragon Douluo smirked slightly, interpreting her move as an aggressive tactic that would inevitably lead to her downfall. Indeed, as Yu Xinghe struck, she realized that the surface of the Water Dragon Cannon was exceedingly soft, and she was drawn into it by her own force. Meanwhile, the other 6 sacred pillars arrived simultaneously. Upon witnessing Yu Xinghe entangled within the Sea Dragon Douluo's Water Dragon Cannon, the Starfish Douluo shook his head, lamenting. "I had thought this would be a fierce battle, yet what I see is this." The Seahorse Douluo sighed as well, his expression revealing a lack of optimism regarding the outcome of the match. Nonetheless, despite their disappointment in Yu Xinghe's performance, the crowd remained to observe the battle, curious to discover what hidden cards she possessed to ascend over 720 steps. Was she truly out of options, or did she possess extraordinary audacity? Trapped within the watery sphere, Yu Xinghe struck once more, attempting to burst the sphere from within. In response, the sea dragon Douluo laughed heartily. Young friend, my water dragon cannon has another name, water dragon prison. Once you enter, no matter how formidable your strength, you shall never escape this watery confinement. Oh really? In the next moment, Yuxinghe instantaneously teleported outside the water sphere. To the sea dragon Douluo's perception, it appeared as though she had vanished directly from within the sphere, rather than passing through it. Thus, spatial abilities? How intriguing. Water is inherently complex and mutable, and the sea dragon Douluo, with his martial spirit of the sea dragon, excels in water manipulation. In terms of soul master classification, the sea dragon Douluo was a bona fide control-type soul master. He had thought himself to be a formidable opponent. Yet Yuxinghe's spatial teleportation effortlessly liberated her from his proud water dragon prison, especially before the eyes of the 6 sacred pillars. This left his aged face somewhat flushed with embarrassment. Contemplating this, the sea dragon Douluo declared, "It seems I must demonstrate my true abilities." In the next instant, the sea dragon Douluo vanished, replaced by a colossal dragon formed entirely of water. Chapter 139, The Fifth Trial, Part 4. Once again, I express my gratitude to the esteemed reader, User 2 Handsome, for their generous donation. The sea dragon Douluo, a formidable super Douluo at level 95, showcased his martial spirit's true form. While Douluo's martial spirit, the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor, stretched 30 meters. The water dragon manifested by the sea dragon Douluo measured an impressive 65 meters in length. Compared to the sea dragon Douluo's martial spirit, Yuxinghe appeared almost insignificant, akin to an ant. Yet, an ant's bite can indeed be quite painful, and Yuxinghe was far more formidable than any mere insect. Upon unleashing her martial spirit's true form, the sea dragon Douluo struck down towards Yuxinghe with a powerful claw. In response, Yuxinghe launched a counterattack with her meteor strike. However, this time, she maintained a cautious mindset, ready to retreat at the first sign of danger. Yet, it turned out that Yuxinghe was overly apprehensive. When the disproportionate claw and palm collided, there was no thunderous roar. Instead, a cascade of water erupted into the air. Subsequently, the island's inhabitants noticed that, despite the bright sunshine outside, a light rain began to fall. Instantly, the island was filled with the sounds of people rushing to gather their clothes from the rain. The consequence of Yuxinghe's palm striking the sea dragon Douluo was that one of the dragon's claws was lost. Observing the sea dragon Douluo with a severed claw, Yuxinghe smiled slightly, saying, "Elder, if your martial spirit's true form is limited to this, I shall be quite disappointed." The sea dragon Douluo grinned in reply, "Rest assured, I will not let you down." Immediately, the water dragon's body surged, and a new claw sprouted forth. Watching the water dragon regenerate its claw, Yuxinghe furrowed her brow. It appeared the opponent's body had become entirely elementalized. Unlike typical beast martial spirits, the sea dragon Douluo's true form was not a corporeal entity but an entirely elemental existence. Theoretically, as long as water remained, the sea dragon Douluo was nearly immortal. And here, they were surrounded by the vast ocean. With this realization, Yuxinghe called out, "Pulse." Instantly, dozens of blazing fiery patterns erupted behind her. This energy was derived from the ice and fire duality eye, left behind by the fire dragon king among the 9 dragons of the dragon god. Then, the pulsating blue light erupted into a towering inferno, which subsequently contracted back into the pulse. Utilizing the fire attribute energy, streams of light converged toward the apex like molten lava. And under the intense gaze of the sea dragon Douluo, a colossal blade resembling molten rock materialized. Pulse, fire blade form. Feeling the intense heat emanating from the weapon in Yuxinghe's hand, sea dragon Douluo let out a hearty laugh. "To think you had such a card up your sleeve. Impressive." While sea dragon Douluo praised Yuxinghe verbally, he showed no mercy in his attacks. With each strike of his claws, each powerful swipe of his tail, he unleashed his full might. Similarly, Yuxinghe, wielding the fiery dagger, had no intention of holding back. After all, even a lion exerts its utmost when hunting a rabbit. Moreover, by rank, Yuxinghe was the one who should be considered the rabbit. "Yuxinghe, weren't you just calling me an ant?" In the face of sea dragon Douluo's onslaught, Yuxinghe utilized every ounce of his skill. Techniques such as Heaven Strike, Dragon's Tooth, Dual Cleave, and the dazzling flowing shadow lightning, an amalgamation of meteoric lightning strike and shattered dominance, along with falling blossom palm, meteoric assault, and instantaneous movement, all emerged in a spectacular display. Each combat technique seemed to be a stroke of genius, deftly countering sea dragon Douluo's myriad attacks. Below, The six sacred pillars observe the aerial clash with smiles, akin to a group of starry-eyed acolytes witnessing a glorious master showcasing breathtaking maneuvers. Indeed, it was magnificent. They say that amateurs relish the spectacle while experts discern the subtleties. At the level of title Douluo, only battles of Super Douluo caliber could truly enlighten them. Presently, a Super Douluo and an extraordinary talent exchanged blows, their imaginative techniques unfolding in rapid succession, leaving the audience utterly captivated. Who knew combat could be executed in such a manner? Soul power could be wielded thus. Soul skills could be employed in this fashion. Just as the crowd was entranced by the thrilling duel, Sea Dragon Douluo, entwined in battle with Yuxinghe, suddenly accelerated, soaring into the sky. Then, his resonant voice echoed through the heavens. "Young friend, I am astonished by your youthful age yet remarkable combat experience and honed techniques. I humbly acknowledge my inferiority. However, the contest between soul masters is not solely about skill. The most critical aspect lies in the clash of soul power and soul skills." As he spoke, the eighth soul ring on Sea Dragon Douluo glowed with brilliance. Soul skill, Water Dragon's Roar, accompanied by a thunderous roar that resonated like celestial thunder. Invisible ripples surged toward Yuxinghe. Water Dragon's Roar is a rare mental type attack soul skill. Those with weak mental fortitude stand no chance against it. Whenever Sea Dragon Douluo unleashed Water Dragon's Roar in his battles with the other six sacred pillars, it essentially signaled the end of the fight. Except for Sea Demon Douluo. No one could withstand this move, and upon witnessing Water Dragon's Roar, the six sacred pillars cast sympathetic gazes toward Yuxinghe. They had all fallen victim to this very attack before, and their understanding of its sheer power was profound, so much so that they could pin a 1,000-word reflection on its impact. Yet in the face of Sea Dragon Douluo's Water Dragon's Roar, Yuxinghe felt not fear, but elation. Had it been before absorbing the million-year spirit ring of the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, it would indeed have been exceedingly difficult for Yuxinghe to resist with his mental strength. In fact, without Bayana's transformation, his life might have even been at risk. However, now that he has absorbed the immense source of mental power from the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, Yuxinghe's mental strength, both in quality and quantity, has undeniably surpassed that of the Sea Dragon Douluo. Consequently, what was once a technique that struck fear into the hearts of other Douluos became nothing more than a futile roar when it reached Yuxinghe's ears. After a considerable time, as the Sea Dragon Douluo had exhausted his voice from shouting, he gazed at the emotionless Yuxinghe with a hint of embarrassment, saying, "My young friend, I apologize. I got a bit carried away in this exhilarating battle and couldn't help but shout a tad too loudly." In the next moment, Yuxinghe casually cleared his ears and remarked, "It's quite all right. Just be mindful to lower your voice in the future so as not to disturb others' slumber. Be cautious, for one might file a complaint against you for noise disturbance." Upon hearing Yuxinghe's words, the expression on Sea Dragon Douluo's face instantly froze, rendering him utterly petrified. Not just Sea Dragon Douluo, but the six holy pillars below also displayed expressions of utter bewilderment. Noise disturbance? So, the formidable technique that could compel even a title Douluo to kneel is merely considered noise in your ears? Is this truly the caliber of a chosen one by the sea god? In that moment, all present felt as if a crow had flown ominously overhead. Yuxinghe was unaware that her words, though not deeply harmful, bore a strong semblance of insult. When Sea Dragon Douluo heard his most treasured soul skill being dismissed as mere noise, anger ignited within him, a fury that could not be placated. Soon after, the ninth soul ring upon him radiated a profound and enigmatic black light. Ninth soul skill, Dragon Absorbing Water. In the wake of this, the island's inhabitants were once again treated to a magnificent spectacle, reminiscent of the awe-inspiring scene they had witnessed with Xiaoyu. A towering column of water ascended from the earth to the heavens, entwined by a dragon that spiraled upwards with the grace of a king circling a pillar. From afar, a thunderous roar akin to a dragon's cry resonated through the air. The six sacred pillars, witnessing the grand spectacle of the formidable water dragon vortex before them, exchanged glances and dispersed, forming a hexagram to seal the area with their soul power. After all, this was Sea Dragon Douluo's ultimate technique, should it spiral out of control. The nearby residents of Sea Dragon City would be forced to experience the tumult of drifting away. The intervention of the six sacred pillars emboldened Sea Dragon Douluo to unleash his ninth soul skill with reckless abandon, causing the water dragon vortex to swell in size. As the vortex emerged, tempestuous winds surged forth, and the once clear skies darkened ominously with clouds. Witnessing the weather's transformation, Yuxinghe couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying might of a Super Douluo. However, she was mistaken. While super Douluos possess the strength to alter landscapes, only limit Douluos can influence the weather. The change in weather at the outset of battle was attributed to Sea Dragon Douluo's identity as a sacred pillar of the sea. This was, after all, Sea God Island, and though he was constrained, he possessed certain abilities beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, such as divine gifts. The dragon-absorbing water technique was a reward he received after passing the fourth trial bestowed by the sea god. Additionally, beyond these external enhancements, Sea Dragon Douluo's innate talent was not to be underestimated. He had created a soul skill of his own, named Self-Sacrifice, which forsook all defenses to amplify attack power by 200%. At this moment, with divine gifts, the advantage of the terrain, and his ultimate move unleashed, Sea Dragon Douluo's attack power soared to an almost unfathomable level, nearing that of a 97-level Super Douluo. Upon reaching level 95, a Tidal Douluo faces a significant threshold. Each level gain brings forth a qualitative enhancement. Moreover, Sea Dragon Douluo was effectively delivering an attack that transcended 2 levels. In response to the nearly 97-level assault from Sea Dragon Douluo, Yuxinghe smiled and declared, "I am not without my own trump cards. Since this is your strongest stance, it is now my turn to draw from my deck." As her words fell, a resplendent golden light burst forth, enveloping Yuxinghe in a radiant glow, as if a deity had descended, charging forth toward the sea dragon with unwavering determination. Confronted by the transformed Baena, Yuxinghe, the sea dragon Douluo tentatively separated a slender water vortex from the larger one, directing it towards Yuxinghe in a bid to attack. In response to this assault, Yuxinghe's pulse intensified, radiating a dazzling heat. With a swift motion, she swung her blade. The searing fire knife, upon striking the water vortex, erupted with an extraordinary temperature, while simultaneously, a blazing inferno surged from behind Yuxinghe, hurtling towards the base of the water vortex. With a resounding boom, a moderate vaporous mushroom cloud ascended, leading to the complete collapse of the water vortex, enveloping the arena in a sweltering haze. Faced with Yuxinghe's overwhelmingly fierce attack, the Sea Dragon Douluo realized he had been countered effectively. Yet, what did it matter? Although he could not confront her head-on, he still possessed the water vortex. As a control-type soul master, he did not need to engage in brute force with Yuxinghe. The outcome of the battle was paramount. The process was merely a manifestation of tactics. Realizing he could not prevail, the Sea Dragon Douluo opted for a strategy of delay. When Yuxinghe's fiery blade was about to strike his neck, he transformed into a mass of water, dissolving into the vast vortex. In the next moment, his thunderous voice reverberated through the sky. "Young friend, dare you enter my water vortex and face me in battle? Why not?" In an instant, Yuxinghe became a streak of light, diving into the water vortex. Upon entry, she was met with an unrelenting and formidable force, rivaling the full power of Bibi Dong without her martial soul. As for how she gauged this intensity, one might inquire of her petite Dari. Were an ordinary Tidal Douluo to be caught within this vortex, they would likely be torn to shreds, such as Douluo. Even other physically formidable Tidal Douluo, if not annihilated, would be disoriented by the overwhelming force, leading to either their demise at the hands of the Sea Dragon Douluo or being hurled skyward only to crash back down. But was Yuxinghe an ordinary Tidal Douluo? Clearly not. For, in a strict sense, she was not even a Tidal Douluo. Confronted by this relentless and formidable force, Yuxinghe conjured a shield of fire from her fiery attributes. Under the absolute searing heat, the water vaporized upon contact with the flame. Although the sensation of being in a sauna was far from pleasant, it was preferable to being pelted by water. Observing Yuxinghe's seemingly boiling water within his vortex, the Sea Dragon Douluo swiftly altered his attack strategy. Suddenly, Yuxinghe realized that the force of the rushing water had abruptly vanished. In that instant, a claw, formed from the very essence of the flowing water, lunged toward the back of Yuxinghe. Under the celestial river, Yuxinghe instinctively swung his blade and turned. With a resounding crash, as the dragon claws shattered, 2 more lunged towards his feet. With another impact, countless snarling little dragons surged towards him. Is this the strategy? To exhaust me here with an endless supply of water within the whirlpool? A sound strategy indeed. Although the Sea Dragon Douluo's evasive tactics may be looked down upon by some, they are nonetheless his means of attack, Yuxinghe mused. It is akin to a game of chess. Some players prefer to eliminate your knight with a cannon right from the start. While such tactics may be irksome, they are within the bounds of the rules. After grasping the Sea Dragon Douluo's strategy, Yuxinghe murmured softly, "While the idea is astute, it remains rather bothersome." In the next moment, The energy points within the Moon River bracelet plummeted dramatically by a staggering 100,000. A torrent of energy surged into the pulse, which then erupted in a dazzling display of brilliance. The blade at the pinnacle extended instantaneously by over 100 meters, transforming into the pulse, a 100-meter-long sword. In the blink of an eye, amidst flickering shadows and electric flashes, a blazing long sword erupted from the water vortex, emitting a disconcerting hissing sound. Under the astonished gaze of the 6 sacred pillars, Moon River forcefully severed the water vortex. A thunderous roar ensued as a massive cloud of steam billowed forth, causing the 6 sacred pillars to flush with embarrassment. 6 sacred pillars, when will this end? With the water vortex cut asunder, it seemed the battle was drawing to a close. However, with a resounding crash, as the 2 ends of the water vortex were joined, Moon River realized that the vortex continued to whirl. Then, the infuriating voice of the sea dragon Douluo echoed in Moon River's ears. My young friend, as long as the water flows, I shall remain undefeated. Do you possess enough flames to evaporate the entire ocean in your attempt to sever me? If I am not mistaken, your transformation soul skill must have a time limit, correct? If I can simply delay until your transformation ends, you will be the one to lose. How about we both withdraw and declare this a draw? Yet, the sea dragon Douluo was mistaken in one regard. While the ocean is indeed boundless, the sea dragon Douluo's soul power is not infinite. Maintaining this water vortex consumes a tremendous amount of his soul power, especially after Moon River's recent strike nearly shattered his soul skill. Although the sea dragon Douluo managed to re-establish the water vortex with his extraordinary water manipulation ability, his remaining soul power could not sustain it for long. Meanwhile, Moon River's transformation skill remained active without indication of an end. For the sake of pride, the sea dragon Douluo proposed a solution that would allow both parties to save face. However, Moon River refused. After all, this water vortex is not insurmountable. The one destined to lose is you. Chapter 141, The 5th Trial Finale, a special edition for the dear readers, Starry Night and Extreme Cloud. To dismantle the vortex, one must either wield an immense amount of energy or understand its fundamental principles. Knowledge of the world is indeed power. The formation of a vortex hinges on a critical element known as the vortex core. If one can locate and destroy this core, the vortex will inevitably dissipate. Typically, the core resides at the narrowest part of the vortex. With this thought in mind, Moon River ascended higher. As Moon River continued her ascent, a sense of foreboding stirred within the sea dragon Douluo. Little girl, do not fly higher. Beyond that point lies the core of my soul skill, where its power is at its zenith, and even I cannot control it. Thank you for your concern, but I am not afraid. Seeing Moon River's unwavering confidence, the sea dragon Douluo ceased his explanations. Young people are often like this. They do not turn back until they hit a wall. Moreover, considering a child like Yuxingha, perhaps it is wise for her to endure some hardships, lest she develop a habit of arrogance. With this thought in mind, sea dragon Douluo accompanied Yuxingha to the core of the water vortex. Indeed, upon arrival, the overwhelming rotational force momentarily led Yuxingha to feel as though she had fallen into a washing machine in the midst of a spin cycle. Amidst the dizzying whirl, her formidable mental strength manifested its efficacy. As she navigated through the erratic rotations, Yuxingha gradually regained her composure, channeling her inner energy to form a streamlined, shuttle-shaped shield around her body. Observing her stability after being drawn into the core, even sea dragon Douluo could not help but mutter a curse, labeling it as an abnormality. Though Yuxingha continued to swirl with the wind, her condition had improved significantly compared to her previous tumbling. At the very least, she was now capable of utilizing her soul skills. If she could manage to disrupt this core, the vortex would surely collapse. Just as she was poised to execute her fiery blade technique, intending to cleave the vortex in two, an audacious idea sparked in her mind. Since damaging the core would lead to the vortex's self-destruction, why should she resort to the most energy-consuming method? After all, that previous strike, although exhilarating, had expended a staggering 100,000 energy points. 100,000 points were sufficient for almost 20 enhancements. Given that the transformation duration of Bayana was still around 10 minutes, she had ample time to experiment with her idea. If successful, she could conserve a significant amount of energy points. With this in mind, Yuxingha immediately set her plan into motion. In the next moment, under the bewildered gaze of sea dragon Douluo, Yuxingha raised the pulse weapon above her head and infused it with a small portion of energy. Pulse, staff form, elongated version. Grasping the lengthy staff, Yuxingha began to spin. The direction in which Yuxinghe twirled his staff was in stark contrast to the rotation of the tornado. Initially, Sea Dragon Douluo pondered the mysterious intentions behind Yuxinghe's actions, but as the staff spun faster and faster, he began to sense something amiss. The vortex storm at the core of the tornado was gradually weakening. Although Sea Dragon Douluo could not comprehend the underlying principle, he realized that if Yuxinghe continued unimpeded, his water tornado would inevitably collapse prematurely. He could not allow Yuxinghe to persist in this manner. Resolving to act, Sea Dragon Douluo commanded the water tornado to conjure countless dragon claws, reaching out toward Yuxinghe. Having anticipated his opponent's desperate measures, Yuxinghe smiled faintly. As several golden whirlpools appeared around him, the dragon claws grasped at nothing but air. Subsequently, from within the golden whirlpools, blades engraved with dragon-shaped phantoms emerged, dragging long iron chains that clinked and clattered. The radiant dragon halberd. Sea Dragon Douluo could scarcely believe that despite the situation having escalated to this point, Yuxinghe still had hidden tactics at his disposal. With a long sigh escaping his lips, the water tornado erupted explosively, transforming into a torrential downpour. I have lost. As these words tumbled from Sea Dragon Douluo's lips, a voice echoed in Yuxinghe's mind, proclaiming the completion of his task. Below, the 6 holy pillars gazed at the petite figure standing majestically in the sky, their expressions a mix of complexity. When they were of Yuxinghe's age, they had only just become great soul masters, and the title of Douluo was but a legendary concept to them. Yet now, here was an individual at the same age, who had vanquished adversaries they deemed insurmountable in their lifetime, a super Douluo. To defeat a super Douluo at the age of 11 was a feat they would never have believed possible had they not witnessed it with their own eyes. After overcoming Sea Dragon Douluo, Yuxinghe took a day to rest, recalibrating his state and familiarizing himself with the skill of apostle transformation alongside a new task. Apostle transformation, a further metamorphosis based on the transformation into Bayana, unlocking the power of the apostle. Apostle power, 1% of the strength once possessed by the host. Note, the host may unleash 1 strike of apostle power daily, with a cooldown of 24 hours, and it cannot be stored. Task, collect memory fragments and events. Current memory progress, 1100. Current event progress, 010. Reward, Ancient True Body. Upon confirming his acquisition of the Apostle Transformation reward, Yuxinghe did not hasten to challenge the light of the sea god. This was because he had only 1 transformation into Bayana remaining, and the Apostle Transformation could only be employed as an extension of the Bayana form. Moreover, the vexing system had presented a reward that was discounted. What did it mean to possess 1% of apostle power? What could 1% of power possibly achieve? It appears that the resentment of the Moonstar River is exceedingly potent. The system remarked, Host, the amount of apostle power you can wield entirely hinges upon the number of your memory fragments. Rarely does the system engage in conversation, prompting Moonstar River to inquire, was I formidable in the past? I cannot ascertain that, the system replied, for my computational core and data core have been damaged, resulting in a significant loss of information. However, one thing is unequivocal, you are my master. Since I am your master, can you allow me to transform into Bayana without restrictions? No, for I lack the capacity to conjure energy from thin air. Then what use are you to me? I possess knowledge of energy points. Where? The spatial divine beast. Swallowing heaven harbors a substantial amount of ice attribute energy. You can compel it to release that energy for absorption via the energy gathering ring. Ah, indeed. The system's silence nearly caused Moonstar River to forget. Ying, I summon you. Upon feeling the call of Moonstar River, Ying appeared, rubbing its eyes and yawning above her head. What do you require? Quickly, present the celestial energy regarding the heavenly dream ice silkworm that you have stored. I have grand designs for it. Understood. Observing the lethargic demeanor of Ying, Moonstar River expressed concern. What troubles you? You seem rather drained. I am investigating how to pinpoint spatial coordinates amidst divine energy interference. Is it truly that challenging? Upon hearing Moonstar River's words, Ying displayed a look of disdain, stating, calculating spatial coordinates is no trivial matter, especially under divine energy interference. The variables are numerous. If it were left to you humans to study, it would likely take thousands or even 10,000 years to grasp the fundamentals. For the first time, Moonstar River found herself belittled by a beast regarding her intellectual capacity. Chapter 142, Transformation. Additional chapter for the reader Xingye Jiyan, as Ying opened a spatial rift. A torrent of celestial energy flooded forth, yet before it could escape, it was entirely absorbed by Moonstar River's energy-gathering ring. Watching the energy points soar on the ring's display, Moonstar River grinned widely. In her estimation, the energy-gathering ring could accumulate over 60,000 points merely from solar energy in a year. Thus, the celestial energy from the heavenly dream ice silkworm, which had amassed over 1,000,000 years, should yield hundreds of billions of energy points. However, reality proved Moonstar River overly optimistic. Once the energy points ceased their oscillation, she gazed at the 8-digit figure, lost in contemplation. 10 million, no more, no less, and that accounts for the remaining 40,000 energy points from before. System, why are there only this many? Ah, host, be content with what you have. The heavenly dream ice silkworm is predominantly water. Did you truly believe there would be an abundance of energy? Furthermore, the energy-gathering ring conversions incur losses. Your losses are utterly absurd. I merely bask in the sun for a year and accumulate over 60,000. How can this silkworm, with its 1,000,000 years of heritage, yield so little? You yourself stated that a year under the sun amounts to 60,000, and this nonchalant silkworm appears so pale. It is evident it has never basked in sunlight throughout its existence. Otherwise, with such luck, it would undoubtedly be as dark as night. System, you would excel in the art of comedic dialogue. How fortuitous, host, you would make an excellent partner. Shall we engage in a duet? Scoundrel, I am your master. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? In any case, you cannot reach my behind. What do I have to fear? After an extended half-day of banter, the system ultimately conceded to compensate for an additional 10 million points of energy loss, claiming it was from its own private reserves, intended for future self-restoration. Yuxinghe, I wonder who mentioned in the previous chapter that energy cannot be conjured from thin air. Observing an additional 10 million on the energy-gathering ring, Yuxinghe contemplated whether to extend the banter further. System, that's enough. With ample energy points, Yuxinghe walked with an air of confidence, her demeanor quite striking. However, her flair lasted but a fleeting moment before she received a swift slap from Bibidong on her rear. Walk properly. That shoulder of yours swaying so provocatively was truly inviting a reprimand. With an abundance of energy points at her disposal, Yuxinghe resolved to enhance her abilities before traversing the sea goddess light. System, prepare 100 consecutive draws for me. Certainly. Kindly find a clean stone to sit upon. The enhancement will commence shortly. Why must I sit? To prevent your legs from giving way shortly thereafter. It became evident that any game or activity involving probability was merely a dance of heartbeats and exhilaration. After a consecutive 1,000 draws, Yuxinghe finally grasped the reason behind the system's insistence on her sitting down. Ding. Enhancement failed. Would the host like to continue enhancing? Forget it. My luck is poor today. No more enhancements. Host, I possess a method to elevate your enhancement success rate. Speak. You may opt for a direct 1,000 draws, thereby doubling your chances of success. What was my original success rate? 0.00001. After a prolonged silence, Yuxinghe, with a tone even she found daunting, grit her teeth and replied, let us proceed. By the way, host, I must caution you. Though this 1,000 consecutive draw increases your success probability, should you succeed midway, the remaining energy points will not be refunded. Where will those energy points go? They will be deemed unwanted by the energy-gathering ring and released into the void. Considered a form of merit for the host. Yuxinghe, I have heard of the practice of releasing turtles and carp. The energy derived from such acts is astonishing. In response to Yuxinghe's murmurs, the system reassured, host, the merits you accrue will yield immense benefits, enhancing your fortune. Fortune is the most vital attribute for any being. Without exception, why does the protagonist become the protagonist? It is none other than fortune. Reflecting on this, Yuxinghe nodded and said, let us commence. Ding. The first round of 1,000 enhancements has begun. The initial enhancement was successful. Congratulations, host, you have achieved a profound connection. Yuxinghe, I possess orange hemp and wheat bran. Should I paddle or not? As a peculiar energy surged from the bracelet into his body, Yuxinghe discovered that his bones, as white as jade, began to shimmer with a delicate golden glow. It was not only his bones. Even his blood began to radiate with specks of golden light, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the celestial expanse. Simultaneously, within Yuxinghe's mind, his vast mental energy swirled like a cosmic nebula. As the rotation accelerated, an incredibly deep, minute black dot emerged. At the moment this black dot was born, an irresistible pull emanated from it, drawing Yuxinghe's consciousness into its depths. Ultimately, as all his mental energy was consumed by the black dot, A small spherical entity came into existence, manifesting at the heart of Yuxingha's sea of consciousness, where faint sounds of a heartbeat could be discerned within the sphere. The transformation of Yuxingha has unfolded over the course of nearly half a month. Today marks the final day stipulated for the assessment. And seeing that Yuxingha remains in slumber, Bai Dong is consumed with anxiety. She understands that Yuxingha is undergoing a metamorphosis and it is best not to interfere. However, the urgency lies in the fact that Yuxingha's divine trial must not be delayed. As a chosen one herself, Bai Dong comprehends the immense opportunity presented by the divine trial, yet she is equally aware that failure in this endeavor leaves no chance for redemption. It could be said that such failure leads to an irrevocable downfall. Just as Bai Dong's worry mounts, Poseidon makes his appearance. As one favored by the sea god, Poseidon has been discreetly observing Yuxingha's every move. The transformation of Yuxingha was entirely unforeseen by Poseidon. As time inexorably advanced, with the sun nearing its descent, Dong could no longer restrain herself and took a step forward, only to be halted by Poseidon. If we are to awaken her, allow me to take the lead. Her soul power is remarkably pure and clear, while yours is domineering and malevolent. Recklessly infusing her with your energy could precipitate unforeseen consequences. You are well aware that during a transformation, it is best to remain undisturbed. Any mutation could lead to disastrous results. And your infusion of soul power would not lead to unexpected outcomes. I do not employ soul power. Then what do you use? Spirit. With that, Poseidon approached Yuxingha, pressing her forehead against hers. Her profound and boundless mental energy extended like a tranquil sea. Soon, with Yuxingha unsuspecting, Poseidon's spiritual force entered the ocean of Yuxingha's consciousness. Poseidon's method of awakening was straightforward. She would permeate Yuxingha's mental sea with her spiritual energy, locate the essence of her consciousness, and directly rouse her from slumber, thereby ensuring Yuxingha's awakening. However, upon entering this realm, Poseidon frowned, for there was not a trace of spiritual energy present. This is unexpected. Suddenly, a round orb caught Poseidon's attention. It was a small white sphere adorned with a sprinkle of starlight, enveloped in a layer of misty haze, which obscured Poseidon's spiritual perception. Could it be hiding here? The thought sparked a self-deprecating smile from Poseidon. The consciousness could not be outside the mental sea, could it? As Poseidon cautiously parted the veil of haze, the orb cracked open, revealing the curled form of Yuxingha, emanating soft glimmers of light. Poseidon gently nudged Yuxingha, but no amount of coaxing could rouse her. She then leaned closer to Yuxingha's ear and softly called her name. Yet still, there was no response. Outside, an anxious Dong was pacing, her mind suddenly resonating with Poseidon's voice. Yuxingha is currently in a deep slumber. Do you possess any means to awaken her? Speak quickly. If we fail the sea goddess assessment, we cannot foresee the consequences. Just give her a kiss. That should awaken her. She used to adore playing the Sleeping Beauty game with me. What? A kiss? If you want to do it, then let me. Allow me to handle this. Are you capable of doing so? I am the High Priestess and have an obligation to ensure the safety of the Chosen One. Then hurry. As she gazed upon the serene visage of Yuxingha, Posey found herself in a state of inner turmoil. After being questioned by Dong more than a dozen times about her progress, she finally mustered the courage to bestow a fleeting kiss upon Yuxingha's cheek. After a considerable duration, observing the complete absence of any signs of awakening from Yuxingha, Posey, in frustration, inquired, "Are you toying with me? Why isn't she awakened yet? Where did you kiss her? How did you do it?" "On the cheek. It was merely a gentle touch. Kissing her cheek is futile. That girl has a thicker skin than the walls of Wuhuan City. You must kiss her lips." "What? If you want to do it, then let me take over." "Absolutely not. Your spiritual power is as overpowering as your soul power, and the connection of minds is far more intense than the mere contact of soul powers. Should any repulsive reaction occur, the consequences could be dire." "What then? Is there no way to avoid kissing? Then the only alternative is to plant strawberries." "How does one do that?" "You simply need to do it this way." "Well, if that is the case, although this method is indeed exceedingly embarrassing, isn't it the duty of the High Priestess to protect the Chosen One and prevent any unforeseen incidents from occurring?" With this thought, Posey seemed to have found her rationale, closed her eyes, steeled her heart, and resolved to proceed with determination. The first scene that unfolded as Yuxingha awakened was the exquisite visage of Poseidon, resembling a flawless work of art. Instinctively, after planting a kiss on the other's face, Yuxingha suddenly realized her error and exclaimed to Poseidon, "I apologize, esteemed senior. I mistook you for Dong." Poseidon touched the spot that had just been kissed. her heart a whirlwind of confusion, her face ablaze with warmth. Yet, she remained like the ocean, serene beneath the tempestuous waves above. It's all right, esteemed senior. What brings you here? You have fallen into slumber due to your transformation. If you do not awaken soon, you risk failing the assessment. Upon realizing she had nearly overslept, Yu Xinghe's expression turned to one of lingering dread. She then addressed Poseidon. Thank you, esteemed senior. Had it not been for you, I might still be ensnared in that nightmare. You cannot fathom how terrifying it was. A powerful golden soul beast was about to devour me. It would have been one thing to eat me, but it kept licking me as well. Woe is me. I am so grateful you awakened me. Esteemed senior, your face seems a bit flushed. Quickly, let us proceed to the assessment. Though Yu Xinghe could not comprehend why the usually gentle Poseidon appeared irate, she deemed it more prudent to inquire after the examination of the sea goddess light. As the sun had already descended halfway, Yu Xinghe reopened her eyes, which sparkled more brilliantly than the stars in the night sky. Stretching her limbs, which had lain dormant for nearly a month, she clenched her fists, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength within her. Gazing at the ethereal radiance of the sea goddess light, she smiled at Bibidong, saying, I apologize for causing you concern during this time. But do not worry, I shall return swiftly. Listening to Yu Xinghe's calm and casual tone, the 7 sacred pillars, who had been waiting with bated breath, exchanged skeptical glances. Everyone, little sister, you speak so lightly. You are not merely journeying to buy oranges, but transcending the sea goddess light. Contemplating this, Sea Dragon Douluo expressed his regret. Though I know not what transformation she has undergone, I doubt she will ascend beyond the 900th level. Alas, it seems I shall not witness the birth of a deity in my lifetime. The 6th sacred pillar readily concurred with Sea Dragon Douluo's sentiments. At that moment, Bibidong chimed in. Shall we place a wager? Let us bet on whether my Xinghe can traverse the sea goddess light. How intriguing. What shall be the stakes? That depends on what you possess. Very well. Having lost to Yu Xinghe previously, Sea Dragon Douluo had longed for a chance to reclaim his honor. Bibidong's challenge was just the opportunity he sought. After agreeing to the wager, Sea Dragon Douluo retrieved a translucent box from his storage ring. The box, seemingly crafted from water, felt icy to the touch, with fluidity coursing through it. As the Pope, Bibidong had encountered many treasures and immediately recognized the material of the box, water spirit crystal. Such a magnificent treasure is indeed a rare sight, but do you believe I truly need such an object? Upon hearing Bibidong's words, the Sea Dragon Douluo nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, no matter how exquisite the jewelry may be, it can only serve as an embellishment. For us soul masters, what truly matters is anything that can enhance our strength. With that, the Sea Dragon Douluo opened the box. The water spirit crystal was already a precious gem, and the fact that such a treasure was used as a container speaks volumes about its value. As the Sea Dragon Douluo unveiled the box, a brilliant azure light emanated, standing out vibrantly under the dusk sky. Within lay a pearl the size of an infant's fist, its surface shimmering with a flow akin to water, as if it housed an entire ocean within. This object is a dragon pearl. It is the crystalline core of the legendary dragon beast, which I obtained during my early adventures. I possessed 2 in total, one of which I consumed, resulting in the revelation that my martial soul was that of a sea serpent, transforming me into the sea dragon. The 6 holy pillars gazed at the dragon pearl with fervent eyes upon hearing this previously unknown tale of the Sea Dragon Douluo. At this moment, the Sea Dragon Douluo further elaborated, do not hold your hopes too high. When I acquired this pearl, there were instructions and remarks left by an esteemed predecessor, which are only beneficial to low-tier soul masters. For those of our caliber, it is futile to hope. Upon hearing this, the 6 holy pillars displayed expressions of regret once more. So what do you think? Is this dragon pearl sufficient to serve as a wager? Bibidong nodded, saying, it is indeed quite appealing. I shall use this as my stake. With that, Bibidong also produced a jade box, revealing the soul bone contained within. A 10,000-year torso soul bone. What do you think? The age seems a tad lower. Can your dragon pearl truly guarantee the evolution of the martial soul? Haha. It's a deal. With the wager established, Bibidong called out to Yu Xinghe, if you fail the assessment, I shall have the pleasure of turning your backside into 3 pieces. Upon hearing Bibidong's words, Yu Xinghe felt an overwhelming determination to succeed. With this thought, he ascended the sea goddess staircase, now bathed in golden light by the setting sun. It was proven that the expenditure of over 10 million energy points was indeed worthwhile. After strengthening his physique to the 10th stage, Yuxingha soared effortlessly from the first to the 700th step, only feeling pressure again from the 700th to the 800th step. With a thud, a heavy footfall echoed as Yuxingha stepped onto the 800th step. From this point onward, he could distinctly feel the increasing pressure with each step. To save time, Yuxingha activated the Bayana transformation. With a flash of golden light, the pressure upon him significantly diminished. Once transformed, Yuxingha dashed forward, ascending the 900th step in a single breath. At the staggering height of 900 levels, shrouded in the divine light of the sea god, the pressure here is overwhelmingly formidable. Any soul master below the rank of extreme Douluo would be instantly crushed under the immense weight that feels akin to mountains and oceans. For instance, if the sea dragon Douluo were to be abruptly cast into this 900 level, stripped of the protective aura of the sea god, he would likely face an unparalleled descent into despair. As Yuxingha ascended to the 900 level without so much as a gasp, a sense of foreboding stirred within the sea dragon Douluo. Even in her transformed state, Yuxingha experienced an overwhelming sense of being hindered with every step she took. Not merely due to the intensified pressure, but because with each stair she climbed, a commanding voice resonated in her ears. Kneel. Accompanying this decree, she felt an intangible force striking her knees. Yet, despite this, Yuxingha refused to falter, nor would she submit to kneeling. 951, 952. As Yuxingha drew closer to the sea god's temple, the authoritative voice grew tinged with anger. I am a deity. You are but a mortal. If you seek to pay homage, why do you not kneel? This voice reverberated through the sky like thunder. At its utterance, all present on Sea God Island, save for Poseidon, Yuxingha, and Bibidong, fell to their knees. The potency of this voice was not in its destructive capacity, but rather in the profound gravitas and intimidation it bore, akin to how commoners react to their sovereign. Even in silence, the emperor commands reverence, compelling them to bow not out of fear of his physical form, but from a deep-seated respect for the divine right of kings. Similarly, before a god, a supreme being of the highest order, their roar alone is sufficient to bring all to their knees. This is the awe-inspiring deterrence that absolute power instills. In the face of this sudden roar, Yuxingha's knees buckled, nearly succumbing to submission. Observing her defiance, the voice spoke again, cold and merciless. Kneel before me. At this proclamation, Yuxingha felt as though she had been struck by a colossal hammer, a sensation of indescribable discomfort washing over her. Yet, the more she felt this pressure, the more she resolved to stand tall. Trembling, she gritted her teeth and declared, I refuse. No one shall force me to kneel. As he spoke, Yuxingha straightened his back, inhaled deeply, and resumed his ascent, stepping onto one tier after another. Curiously, after Yuxingha had rebutted that authoritative voice, it seemed to cower before the might of his words, vanishing into silence. Strangely, despite the absence of that voice, Yuxingha felt an eerie calmness reminiscent of the stillness before a storm, though a sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. He seized the opportunity of the voice's disappearance to quicken his pace. 988, 989. Upon reaching the 990th step, the sea god temple was now within sight. 991. As Yuxingha ascended this level, a figure suddenly materialized before the sea god temple. This figure was enveloped in a mist of azure, and even with Yuxingha's celestial vision, he could discern only the blue garments and hair beneath the haze, along with 7 radiant halos above the figure's head. Could it be the sea god in person? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the figure spoke. Unlike the earlier authoritative tone, this voice was soothing, akin to the gentle caress of a cool sea breeze against one's face. You must be weary. If you kneel before me, I shall immediately lift the divine light of the sea god, allowing you to complete the trial with ease. What say you? In response, Yuxingha chuckled and shook his head. Though I cannot be certain if you are the true sea god, I have a phrase to offer you. Pray speak it. I, Yuxingha, bow only to my parents and fear only my wife. I do not kneel to heaven and earth, nor to gods and spirits. Upon hearing this, the figure paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter. How intriguing. A man who bows only to his parents and fears only his wife. Seizing the moment of the figure's amusement, Yuxingha ascended another step. The figure remained unperturbed by Yuxingha's small maneuver and continued with a gentle inquiry. If I were to bestow upon you the sea god's position now, would you be willing to kneel? Yuxingha, still smiling, replied. If one could attain divine status merely by kneeling, would you have believed this before you ascended to godhood? With that, he ascended yet another tier. Hearing Yu Xinghe's response, the figure, with a mocking tone, inquired, "So, you refuse to kneel at all? I stand with a clear conscience, unashamed before you. Why should I kneel? What if I were to compel you to kneel?" In the next moment, the pressure around him surged dramatically, as if an invisible hand bore down upon Yu Xinghe. In defiance, Yu Xinghe roared, manifesting his martial spirit. The star of time emerged, and the oppressive force suddenly diminished, allowing his once bent legs to straighten once more. "I shall ask you one last time, kneel or not?" In response to the figure's admonition, Yu Xinghe trembled as he extended his right hand and offered a defiant gesture. Very well, very well. Not only do you refuse to kneel, but you also dare to insult the divine. Today, I shall make you experience the true essence of divine retribution." In the next moment, within the gaze of Yu Xinghe, that figure vanished. In its place surged a towering tsunami, a colossal wave that reached heights of 1,000 meters. The immense tsunami resembled the hand of a giant, descending upon the minuscule Yu Xinghe like an ant. Faced with the overwhelming wave, Yu Xinghe instinctively prepared to unleash her ultimate skill, the ancient true body. Suddenly, a voice resonated within her mind. "If you employ this apostolic incarnation now, what will you use to ascend the final step when you reach the pinnacle? Who are you? Do not concern yourself with my identity. I merely wish to convey this. Have faith in yourself. When faced with trivial challenges, do not resort to excessive measures. What will you do when confronted with a true challenge? Only through self-belief will hope and miracles manifest." Chapter 145, The Passage. For the first time, Yu Xinghe felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness rise from the depths of her heart. Faced with this cataclysmic onslaught, she was uncertain of her ability to resist without resorting to her ultimate technique. As the tsunami loomed ever closer, suddenly, that voice resounded once more. "The apocalyptic deluge could not shatter us, and a mere tsunami shall not compel our submission. They wish to see us kneel. We shall not bend. Not even the God King bows. Summon your courage, straighten your spine, ignite your fervor. Only with true bravery and resilience can you master and conquer. Now, consider this tsunami as an examination. Should you falter, you may always begin anew. Opportunities abound. If you cannot take a step now, how will you rekindle the flame of hope when faced with eternal darkness? Who are you? Did I not say it matters not? What must I do? What do you wish to do? Then do it." The towering waves obscured all light, enveloping Yu Xinghe in a shroud of darkness, as if a monstrous abyss were poised to devour her. Amidst the pallid visage of Bibi Dong, the collective gasps of the 7 sacred pillars, and Poseidon's anxious expression, a resplendent golden halberd, towering at a height of 1,000 meters, materialized. Break through. With a voice that resonated through the heavens, the colossal halberd stirred to life. It cleaved through the boundless night like the dawn's first light, accompanied by the mighty swing of the golden halberd. The tumultuous waves parted. The majestic sea god mountain trembled. The divine light that had flickered upon it for eons dissipated. As the setting sun illuminated the halberd capable of cleaving earth and sea, a dragon's roar erupted, and the halberd exploded into a shower of starlight. As the scattered lights illuminated the surroundings, the onlookers instinctively reached out to grasp a fragment of the starlight. Holding it in their hands brought an exquisite warmth, akin to swimming in shallow waters, neither cold nor hot. The towering waves had been cleaved asunder. Yet Yu Xinghe could not muster a smile, for that singular strike had depleted all the energy within her bracelet. Yes, one blow had returned her to her original state. Seizing the moment before Bayana's transformation faded, Yu Xinghe hurriedly ascended the steps. 994, 995. With the sea god's light cleaved. She felt no pressure in that instant, soaring up the steps that once demanded a toll of blood with each stride. Just as she reached the 999th step, poised to ascend to the pinnacle, a hazy azure silhouette reemerged, this time wielding a glimmering golden trident. As that figure sighed lightly, reminiscent of the endless size of the ocean, it inquired, "Why do you refuse to kneel? And why are you so insistent that I must kneel? Why? It is the rule. It is the order. The divine is destined to wield lightning to compel mortals, should they fail to honor the divine. They challenge the very order and authority of heaven and earth. You do not represent the cosmos, but I can embody the ocean. I am the sea god, the deity who has conquered the ocean. My will is the will of the sea. The direction indicated by my trident is the path for countless oceanic beings." At this juncture, the figure raised the trident and plunged it downward. In an instant, the ocean's essence enveloped the figure, and the trident appeared as a vortex, intent on engulfing her within the depths. A premonition surged through her. No matter where she fled, the trident would inevitably pierce her form. Is this the power of the divine? Contemplating this, she finally revealed her ultimate trump card, her sole recourse in this dire moment: the apostle transformation. Since acquiring this transformation, she had always harbored doubts about its efficacy, given that it only bestowed 1% of her power. However, upon truly invoking the apostle transformation, an entirely different sensation surged within her. Unlike the confidence derived from the exponential enhancement of attributes during her transformation into Baena, the apostle transformation imparted a sense of insignificance. It resembled the turning of pages in a historical tome, reflecting on the triviality of mortal fate. It was akin to the unveiling of millennia-old relics, pondering the diminutive nature of ancient dynasties. It evoked the awe of confronting a mushroom cloud towering 67,000 meters high, lamenting her own meager strength. It was the act of gazing upon the stars, contemplating the eternal cosmos, and recognizing the insignificance of all life. In that moment, as she beheld the ever-enlarging trident of the sea god, she once more grasped her weapon, Pulse. Depleted of energy, Pulse had lost its former radiance, now resembling an ordinary silver rod. Yet, in the state of apostle transformation, wielding this weapon that had fought alongside her, she felt a profound difference for the first time. Heavy, extremely heavy. Had it not been for her transformation, she would have doubted her ability to lift Pulse. Then, facing the sea god's straightforward thrust, she too swung Pulse downward, striking at the trident. The sound of their clash rang out, clear and resounding, echoing across Sea God Island, resonating throughout the ocean, and reverberating across the entirety of Douluo Star. After that crisp sound, the once tranquil sea was stirred into tumultuous waves, nearly capsizing the vessels navigating its waters. The coastal residents were astonished to witness the ocean, which should have been receding at that moment, instead rise to unleash a torrent of gigantic waves. A series of muffled footsteps echoed, and a cerulean figure retreated after the impact, halting only when it collided with a pillar of the sea god's temple with a resounding thud. Crack! While the figure came to a standstill, the pillars supporting the temple suddenly developed a fissure, which rapidly spread. Ultimately, with a thunderous roar, the column that had stood for millennia shattered, leading to the collapse of a corner of the revered sanctuary of all sea spirit masters. Fortunately, there were more pillars supporting the temple. Otherwise, it might have collapsed entirely that day. As the last rays of the setting sun vanished, the apostle of the moon and star river shed its guise. Simultaneously, the radiance enveloping the cerulean figure gradually dissipated, revealing its true form. It was none other than the gentle and ethereal Poseidon, her golden hair flowing like liquid sunshine. In that moment, blood trickled from the corner of Poseidon's mouth, and her trident slipped from her grasp, yet her voice remained as tender as ever. You have passed the 5th trial. Congratulations. What is happening? Senior, is that you? Poseidon exclaimed, her expression one of bewilderment. I do not comprehend the situation either. All I know is that an overwhelming force suddenly descended, and I lost control. Upon uttering these words, Poseidon herself found it hard to believe. For she was one of the continent's most formidable soul masters, deemed the strongest being beneath the divine. What force could possibly exert dominion over her? Unless of this thought, Poseidon hastily dismissed the notion. To question the divine was an act of profound disrespect. Moreover, as the high priestess of the sea god, even if it were the sea god's will, she could harbor no resentment. With a somber expression, Poseidon lowered her head and said, I am sorry. I did not intend to harm you. She then added, although I did not strike you out of malice, I did lay my hands upon you. So if you are angered, I shall accept your retribution. I will not resist. With that, Poseidon closed her eyes, adopting a posture of submission. Truth be told, upon realizing that the figure was Poseidon, the moon and star river felt a pang of distress, but understanding Poseidon's status alleviated some of that discomfort. As the high priestess of the sea god and the future inheritor's protector, Poseidon could not defy a divine decree. Once this understanding settled in, the moon and star river approached Poseidon, gazing at her exquisitely perfect face, and planted a firm kiss upon her lips. In an instant, Poseidon's eyes flew open, filled with astonishment. All right, I have returned the favor. Let us consider this matter settled. Upon hearing the words of Yuxinghe, Poseidon, with a perplexed expression, inquired, Is that all? What do you expect me to do for you? Do you wish for me to spank you? How could you utter such words? Despite Poseidon nearing 2 centuries and possessing extraordinary power, when confronted with Yuxinghe's brazen remarks, she reacted like a teenage girl, blushing with indignation and wanting to strike. Of course, while a teenage girl's blows might not be consequential, a girl nearly 200 years old, with near-divine prowess, could indeed inflict grave harm. Fortunately, Yuxingha had already attained a demigod physique. Otherwise, she would have been severely injured by Poseidon's petite fist striking her chest, grasping Poseidon's delicate, fair hands. Yuxingha spoke in a tone befitting a child. Are you not curious about what my sixth trial entails? What is it? To rectify your life's regrets. Poseidon. What? With the fifth trial being so arduous, one could only imagine the terrifying nature of the sixth. Would it involve slaying the ancient deep-sea Leviathan? Or perhaps plunging into the abyss of the ocean's deepest trench? Or even embarking on a perilous journey through the northern sea, in and out 7 times? Soon, Yuxingha revealed the answer. After a night had passed, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the statue of a devout maiden, Yuxingha arrived with Poseidon in tow, accompanied by a visibly jealous Bibidong. As the trio approached, a mermaid emerged from the water. It was the sea spirit Douluo, Hyla, the high priestess, along with her formidable younger sister and the pope of the spirit hall. Is there something I can assist you with? To Hyla's surprise, it was Yuxingha who spoke first. Sister Hyla, I have heard that the song of a mermaid can lead one into a dream. I have come to request that you sing a song for me and Senior Poseidon, granting us a dream. Upon hearing Yuxingha's request, Hyla furrowed her brow. Indeed, my voice can induce dreams, but may I inquire as to why? Because the sixth trial bestowed by the sea god is to help fulfill Senior Poseidon's unfulfilled life wishes. Upon hearing this, Hyla understood. Although she was unclear as to why the sea god would pose such a trial, she was aware of one truth. The thoughts of deities are not to be speculated upon, since the trial itself was unquestionable. The sole task of the candidates was to find a solution to the divine challenge, to compensate for Poseidon's life regrets, in simpler terms, meant to realize the unachieved desires of Poseidon. Initially, when Poseidon learned that Yuxingha's trial was indeed this, she grappled with her thoughts for quite some time, insisting that she had no regrets, until Yuxingha earnestly told her, Senior, I can assure you, this trial only allows for a single day. If you do not confess promptly, I shall be deemed a failure in this trial. Upon hearing this, Poseidon's complexion turned pale. How can a mere day suffice? Hearing Poseidon's murmurs, Yuxingha smiled and said, No worries. Share your wishes with us, and we shall fulfill them. The problem, however, was that Poseidon had numerous wishes. Then let us hear them all, and we shall address them one by one. Yuxingha assumed that Poseidon, having cultivated for a century and possessing a pure heart, would not harbor too many desires. Yet, reality proved her mistaken. As Poseidon began to articulate her wishes, Yuxingha initially smiled, for these aspirations were quite simple. However, as the list continued, Yuxingha's expression grew rigid, for it seemed Poseidon's wishes were rather abundant. Ultimately, her countenance fell entirely, as it dawned on Yuxingha that fulfilling even 1/10 of these wishes was beyond the realm of a single day. Moreover, some dilemmas could not be resolved merely by the passage of time. For instance, one of Poseidon's wishes was to have her own child and experience motherhood. Yuxingha, could I simply call you mother? In the end, the trio spent nearly an entire night contemplating this predicament, only to be reminded by Bibidong that this assessment was utterly unattainable. To truly compensate Poseidon, one would need to reverse time and allow her to relive her life. I suggest we all wash up and retire for the night. In dreams, anything is possible. To realize a wish, one requires a feasible plan coupled with appropriate conditions. To instantaneously fulfill a desire, one would need 7 Dragon Balls. To achieve countless wishes in an instant, dreaming would be the sole recourse. Such was Poseidon's philosophy. The siren's song could lull one into slumber, where time flowed differently than in the external world. Perhaps a moment in dreams could equate to an eternity, while the outside world merely experienced a fleeting hour. After hearing Poseidon's notion, Yuxingha leaped in excitement and planted a kiss on Poseidon's cheek. For Hela, inducing slumber in someone was as simple as uttering a word. However, coaxing Poseidon, a peerless Douluo, and Yuxingha, a being capable of withstanding a divine blow, into sleep was evidently beyond the abilities of a mere mermaid. Thus, Hela produced a golden seashell and blew into it. Not long after, thousands of mermaids emerged from the depths of the sea. Chapter 147, A Dream of Yellow Millet, Part 1. As Hela gently caressed the harp, an ethereal melody filled the air. This melody, devoid of any lyrics, consisted solely of a myriad of tonal variations. Yet, even in its simplicity, it entranced Yuxingha completely. Not only Yuxingha, But even Bibi Dong had to concede that the mermaid singing was the most exquisite symphony she had ever encountered. As Hella raised her head, thousands of mermaids sang in unison. Despite the multitude, their voices harmonized perfectly, resounding like a single voice, clear yet not cacophonous. Immersed in the harmonious chorus, Yu Xinghe felt as though she were cradled in a warm and comforting embrace. Whispers of unknown origin caressed her ears, echoing with maternal tenderness and the sweetness of a lover. As Yu Xinghe nestled into Poseidon's embrace, Bibi Dong seethed with frustration nearby, vowing to confront that little rascal fiercely upon awakening. Just as Yu Xinghe began to drift into slumber, she suddenly shivered, nearly awakening. Fortunately, Hela's timely spirit manifestation prevented her from slipping into a restless sleep, for once lost, it would be arduous to reclaim that peaceful slumber. As Yu Xinghe succumbed to sleep, the creature residing within her, named Yingying, murmured in a soft, adorable voice, "Dreaming? How intriguing. I wonder what kind of dreams the girl has. If I were to intrude, would she mind?" However, before that, at this thought, Yingying reached into the void, retrieving a bead designed to harbor the consciousness of an evil deity. "Hey, since you're awake, stop pretending to sleep. If you do, I might just devour you." With that, Yingying opened its wide, gaping mouth. Almost immediately, the bead, shimmering in shades of azure and emerald, trembled violently, emitting a terrified voice. "My lord, what must I do to be spared?" A mischievous smile, reminiscent of a domineering CEO, curled at the corners of Yingying's mouth as it declared, "Perform a splendid act with me." Then, with a sudden realization, Yingying slapped its forehead. "Oh right, I'm still missing one." The next moment, as Bibi Dong, lost in her own melancholy, contemplated a stroll while waiting for Yu Xinghe to awaken, a fluffy creature appeared before her. The instant she laid eyes on the adorable being, her expression brightened. Yet, she refrained from reaching out, for she understood that extending her hand would be futile. "Little one, why have you left Xinghe's body to seek me? Do you wish for me to pet you?" "Not at all. I have a momentous gift for you. Speak. Would you like to enter Yu Xinghe's dream?" "I desire that too, but my spiritual energy is too dominant." "Fear not, for I have a solution. As long as you follow my instructions, all will be well. Of course, if you fear my intentions, you may completely disregard my presence. Let us first discuss your arrangements. It is as follows. Yu Xinghe, awaken. Xinghe, awaken. If you do not rouse yourself soon, you shall be late." The bright sunlight streams through the window, casting its warm glow upon a slothful creature. Beside this languorous figure lies a golden-haired maiden, anxiously tapping her foot in impatience. This golden-haired girl possesses delicate features, as charming as a porcelain doll, and her azure eyes resemble those of a fairy from a Western tale. Despite her Western appearance, she fluently speaks the exquisite language of Huaxia, complemented by a name that reflects her heritage, Shi Yiguang. This name was bestowed upon her by her mother. Shi Yiguang is of mixed descent. Her father, Lao Shi, is a Huaxia native who runs a breakfast shop, while her mother, named Sophia, hails from Russia and works as a translator. The slumbering figure, wrapped in a quilt, is none other than Shi Yiguang's elder brother, Yu Xinghe. Yu Xinghe is not the biological son of Old Shi, but rather the offspring of Old Shi's comrade. During a mission aimed at eliminating terrorists, Yu Xinghe's father heroically shielded Old Shi from a bomb and perished, while Old Shi himself lost a leg in that fateful encounter. Subsequently, Old Shi utilized the compensation provided by the government to establish a breakfast shop, and he took in the still infant Yu Xinghe from his mother, who was suffering from a terminal illness. In the second year following the establishment of his breakfast shop, Old Shi encountered Sophia, who had come to work in Huaxia. With his exceptional culinary skills and a stroke of divine intervention, he successfully won Sophia's heart, leading to their marriage. By the third year, they welcomed the birth of Shi Yiguang, when the girl, frustrated by her brother's inability to awaken, cried out, "Mom, brother won't get out of bed." The sound of hurried high heels echoed through the air. Shortly after, an elegant woman clad in office attire entered the room. Upon noticing that Yu Xinghe was still asleep, Sophia gently addressed the girl. "Let me handle this, Poseidon." The girl cast a sympathetic glance at her slumbering brother, then quietly stepped aside, closing her eyes and covering her ears. In the next moment, the previously tranquil room erupted with a cacophony of screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. In the adjacent apartment, a new tenant had just stepped out when they were startled by the earth-shattering cries, instinctively reaching for their phone to call the police. They were halted by a returning elderly woman, who rushed over to intervene. "Child, no need to call the police. They are merely educating their child." The tenant, bewildered, inquired, "But those screams, The elderly woman, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Ah, what can you do when a child refuses to rise from bed? A good spanking will suffice. You're still young. Take a lesson from this. When you have children, you might be even harsher." The tenant was left speechless. Sophia clapped her hands, assisted Yu Xinghe in getting dressed, and smiled tenderly at him, saying softly, "Darling, please don't be late for school again. I learned a new military combat technique from your father yesterday. If you choose not to attend school, you shall be my practice partner. Don't worry. I'll be gentle. I would never let you end up in a wheelchair, especially with that steep slope at the community entrance." Yu Xinghe, after a hasty freshening up, hurried downstairs with Shuri Guang and mounted their bicycles, racing towards the school like the wind. The academic burdens of senior year are indeed weighty. By the time Yu Xinghe and Shuri Guang arrived at their classroom in a flurry, Mr. Yin Luo, Teacher Wang, was already standing at the lectern. Report. Report. Old Wang glanced at the two siblings, adjusted his glasses with a flick of his middle finger, shook his head, and sighed, "Come in." Yu Xinghe and Shuri Guang rushed towards their seats as if granted a reprieve. Just as Yu Xinghe was about to take his seat, the stern voice of old Wang echoed, "Yu Xinghe, should you be late again, you shall spend an entire week cleaning the toilets. Furthermore, you will stand for this class." Upon hearing old Wang's reprimand directed at Yu Xinghe, Shuri Guang puffed out his cheeks, barely stifling a laugh just in time. As the moonlit river of stars observed his sister's gleeful expression, he indignantly exclaimed, "Teacher Wang, Shuri Guang was also tardy. Why am I the only one facing punishment?" Upon hearing this, old Wang's face flushed crimson, his bald head nearly radiating enough heat to sprout hair. "Yu Xinghe, are you still a man? If not for you, would your sister have been late? Moreover, can you even compare yourself to her? In the recent midterm examination, she secured the top position in her grade, while you, out of over 600 students, you languished in the 599th place. Do you think this is a foot massage parlor offering promotions? No $7.99. No $6.99. Just $5.99. The classroom erupted with a palpable sense of mirth at old Wang's words. No laughing. With a sharp command, tranquility was swiftly restored. At that moment, Yu Xinghe, wearing a puzzled expression, inquired, "Teacher, what kind of foot soak are you using that costs $5.99? Is it perhaps that renowned protecting sword brand?" As the words left Yu Xinghe's lips, the gazes of all the boys in the class towards old Wang shifted dramatically. Confronted with such a multitude of peculiar stares, old Wang, unable to contain his irritation, barked, "Get out." Chapter 148. A Dream of Yellow Millet, Part 2. The next question was a crucial one. It hadn't appeared in the first 2 years, but this year it was certain to be on the test, a full 15 points at stake. Listening to old Wang's lecture, Yu Xinghe mused that old Wang was far too talented to be confined to the role of a teacher. He ought to be a hypnotist. Hearing those burdened by wealth who lay awake at night, ensuring their prosperity. Fortunately, Yu Xinghe found himself standing in punishment. Otherwise, according to the usual pattern, he would have already secured a position as a nap scholar by this time. For some, a single class felt like a sentence, each moment dragging on interminably. However, for Yu Xinghe, whose mind was filled with novels, the duration of a class merely translated into a chapter of content. As the school bell rang, and he watched old Wang leave, Yu Xinghe hurried back to the classroom to rummage through his backpack. He had woken up too late that morning and had forgotten to eat breakfast. Upon searching through his bag, he suddenly remembered that, in his haste, he had neglected to bring any food. As the saying goes, misfortune seldom comes alone. Instinctively, Yu Xinghe planned to buy something from the small shop to tide him over, only to realize, upon checking his pockets, that he had forgotten to bring any money as well. Suddenly, a lunchbox was extended towards him. "You must be hungry. Here, have this." In that moment, the figure of Poseidon, who was also affectionately known as his younger sister, appeared to Yu Xinghe as a radiant goddess bathed in divine light. Observing Yu Xinghe devour the food voraciously, Poseidon gently advised, "Take your time. No one is competing with you." As Yu Xinghe munched on his food, he stammered, "Last night, an unexpected inspiration struck me, and I couldn't help but write until the early hours. I was so exhausted that I collapsed into bed without even having a grain of rice since then. I'm nearly starving." Poseidon, in mock anger, tugged at Yu Xinghe's ear, saying, "Serves you right for being so famished. Your mother called for you for so long, and you didn't even respond." Despite the tugging of his ear, Yu Xinghe continued to devour his meal. Although his sister possessed remarkable strength, he knew she would not harm him, unlike their mother, who would just as easily turn his ears into those of a donkey if provoked. After scolding him, Poseidon produced a bottle of high-calcium pure milk and handed it to him. Suddenly, A girl with a delicate face and a bob haircut approached and asked Cece, "Have you seen that divine tomb recently? It's so captivating." Upon hearing the words divine tomb, Poseidon glanced at Yuxingha, who was fervently consuming his milk, and her expression shifted slightly. "I've seen it. I can't fathom what sort of author could pen such a tale." Upon hearing the bob-haired girl mention divine tomb, a boy excitedly leaped onto the table and proclaimed in an exaggerated manner, "Repair my battle sword, and ascend to the heavens. Spill my hot blood, unyielding and relentless. Douluo is incredible." As if triggered by his declaration, the previously calm classroom erupted into fervor. Countless beings as soldiers, millions of gods and demons as generals, 100 calamities, 1,000 lifetimes, all fleeting in the blink of an eye. Naturally, no matter what the boys shouted, they always concluded with "Douluo is incredible." Just as the classroom buzzed with the energy akin to a bustling marketplace, a female teacher entered, and instantly, the room fell silent as if a mute button had been pressed. As everyone quieted, the teacher cast a stern glance at the boy standing on the table before announcing, "Class, we have a new student joining us today, named Inging. Let us welcome him with applause." Subsequently, amidst a somewhat tepid round of applause, a stylishly dressed boy walked in. The moment he entered, the previously lackluster applause transformed into an enthusiastic ovation. No, enthusiastic scarcely sufficed to describe the applause. Frenzied would be far more fitting, especially among the girls. Had it not been for the teacher's presence, it was likely that the female students would have rushed forward. Yuxingha was equally curious about what the new classmate looked like, to elicit such uncontrollable shrieks from the notoriously aloof student council members. When he glanced up, even he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The young man stood approximately 1.75 meters tall, with a slender physique and perfectly proportioned limbs. His sharp eyebrows and bright eyes rendered him strikingly handsome. More importantly, the boy named Inging exuded an air of mischief, especially when he smiled, the corners of his mouth curling into a devilish grin. He was the kind of man one could instantly tell was up to no good. Yet, this seemingly unsavory character had an undeniable allure for the girls. It is often said that women are drawn to men with a hint of wickedness. This was precisely the type of rogue who stood with a charming swagger, smiled with a captivating charm, and possessed a blend of rebelliousness and devil-may-care attitude. Not only the girls, but even the formidable female teacher, who had yet to marry at over 30, would involuntarily swallow hard when gazing at him. Cough, cough. 2 boys. Go to the storage room and fetch a table and chairs, and remember to clean them. With the teacher's command, all the boys simultaneously lowered their heads. In stark contrast, the girls eagerly raised their hands, volunteering, "I can do it. Look at you boys. Are you not ashamed?" Forcing the girls to do the heavy lifting. Yuxingha, you, along with Qiu Dingwei, Qiu Shouchang, and Qiu Yuepiao, will carry the table. Teacher, why me? I just finished breakfast. I cannot engage in strenuous activity. Yuxingha, just as the teacher, who was aware of her role and refrained from cursing, was about to speak, Inging interjected, "Teacher, let me help with moving the table. It wouldn't be right to make the girls do it." Upon hearing this, the teacher quickly covered her forehead and clarified, "Classmate Inging, you misunderstood. Yuxingha is a boy." Huh. Having been mistaken for a girl, Yuxingha had long since grown accustomed to such misunderstandings. He was uncertain why this kept happening. He had been growing increasingly outrageous. As a child, when shopping with his mother, passers-by would often exclaim, "Ah, your daughter is so adorable." As he grew older and went shopping with his younger sister, her classmates, Yuxingha being 3 years older than Poseidon, who later caught up by skipping grades, would exclaim, "Ah, Cece, your sister is so cool and impressive." After school, just as Yuxingha and his peers dashed towards the cafeteria like zombies unleashed, he suddenly felt someone tugging at him. Turning around, it was Inging. "What do you need? I heard the cafeteria only accepts meal cards, and I haven't had time to get one. Could you cover for me? I'll pay you back in cash." "Sure, but you'd better hurry." "Why? If we're late, the braised pork will be gone. By the way, do you read novels?" "Yes." "Have you read The God Tomb?" "I've read it." "Do you indulge in DNF?" "I have awakened my berserker." The world is indeed fascinating. Every girl seems eager to ingratiate herself. Yet it is the indifferent Yuxingha who engages in fervent conversations with Inging, creating an atmosphere as if they were destined allies, ready to forge a blood pact at any moment. Chapter 149, A Fleeting Dream, Part 3. The news of a new heartthrob in Class 3A spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the school. Almost daily, girls from other classes would come to gawk at him through the windows. And if Inging happened to pass by in the corridor on his way to the restroom, they would unleash a chorus of synchronized shrieks. This left Yingyin in considerable distress. When one is troubled, they often seek solace in friends, and currently, Yuxinghe is the one he knows best. However, Yuxinghe seems reluctant to engage. And the reason is quite simple. Every time Yingyin speaks, he tends to get a bit too physical. Upon entering the classroom each day, I am met with an avalanche of love letters and assorted chocolates. You know I have a delicate constitution. I cannot indulge in overly sweet treats, as they lead to toothaches. What am I to do? Transfer schools. But the very reason I moved here was due to my overwhelming popularity at my previous school. Why don't you claim to have rabies or HIV? That would surely keep those girls at bay. I have tried that before, yet some girls profess they were undeterred. I suggest you swiftly find a girlfriend. That way, the other female classmates will lose interest. But there are no girls here who capture my heart. What about a captivating female teacher? For instance, if you could win over Mieju, all the boys in our class would be eternally grateful to you. Upon returning home, Yuxinghe sat before his computer, ready to type, only for Poseidon to abruptly cut the power. What are you doing? He exclaimed, to which Poseidon pointed at the papers strewn across the table. As Yuxinghe gazed at the myriad of arcane characters, theorems, and formulas above him, he felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. Poseidon, would you assist me with this? After all, you can simply transcribe it once it's completed. In return, I shall write an essay for you. No way. You must tackle the exam on your own. Should you find anything perplexing, I can certainly guide you. Poseidon, I must warn you. A person's patience is finite. If you provoke me, I am capable of anything. Very well. Then solve this mathematics problem for me, and I shall allow you to do as you please. Humph. I am no ordinary individual. I assure you, my patience is boundless. With that, Yuxinghe withdrew the language test paper beneath him and began to work on it. Yuxinghe's academic performance is rather dismal, ranking 599th in his grade. The reason he is not at the very bottom is attributed to his forte, Chinese. Out of a total score of 150, he has achieved an impressive 145 on his best day, even securing the title of top scorer in the Chinese examination for the entire grade, having penned essays that garnered full marks. However, in stark contrast to his remarkable proficiency in Chinese, his other subjects are equally noteworthy. In mathematics, were it not for multiple-choice questions, Yuxinghe would undoubtedly score 0. In English, he has exasperated his English teacher to the point of utter disbelief. In physics, the principle that an applied force elicits a reaction from an object leads him to the conclusion that stepping on one foot with the other can lead to levitation. In biology, the idiom calling a deer a horse in Class 1 of Senior 3 has Yuxinghe as its protagonist. In chemistry, HP represents life, while MP signifies magical power. After an hour of tutoring, Poseidon, realizing that Yuxinghe could not even solve the simplest problem, despairingly waved his hand, indicating that Yuxinghe might as well pursue writing novels. She felt that if she continued teaching, she might meet her untimely end. Meanwhile, the newly liberated Yuxinghe opened his computer and began to type away fervently. Observing his enthusiasm, Poseidon cautioned him, though tomorrow is Sunday, do not stay up too late. All right? Your health is already precarious. Don't overexert yourself. Goodness, is this how a sister should behave? Yuxinghe was roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of his mobile phone. Groggily reaching for the device, he pressed the answer button and, with a weary tone, muttered, "Who is it?" "Yuxinghe. What time do you think it is? Surely, you are not still asleep. I have been waiting for you endlessly." The voice on the other end exclaimed, "Hurry over. Same place, chasing tea." Startled by the urgency in the voice, Yuxinghe quickly sprang from his bed, suddenly reminded that today was the momentous day of the contract signing. After dressing and freshening up, just as he was about to leave, he was halted by Sophia's voice. "Hey there. Why the rush? Speak up. Are you off to meet your girlfriend?" "Absolutely not," he replied. "Not? Then what is it for?" "I have something very important to attend to." "Oh, I see. Well, off you go then, and do take care on your way." Unbeknownst to Yuxinghe, as he stepped out, Sophia followed closely behind. Upon arriving at the tea house, he found a woman who had been waiting there for quite some time. The woman, in her early 20s, epitomized the most exquisite age of femininity, neither overly innocent nor excessively mature. Her enchanting and beautiful visage resembled a blooming flower, captivating all who beheld her. Adorned in a flowing aquamarine gown that not only accentuated her noble demeanor but also clung to her form, it delineated her alluring curves, rendering it impossible for any man to divert his gaze from her. Even though Yuxingha had encountered this woman on several occasions, he remained entranced by her undeniable allure. Yuxingha was unaware of her true name, only knowing that her stage name was Bibi Dong. Upon seeing Yuxingha, Bibi Dong immediately furrowed her brows and, extending her hand, firmly tugged at his ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Why do all women enjoy pulling ears so much? Bibi Dong replied with a smile. Who else would be tugging at your ear? Yuxingha helplessly remarked. Who else could it be besides my mother? Sweetheart, why not call out mom for me to hear? Get lost. After a series of unproductive scuffles, Bibi Dong extracted a document from her briefcase and said, the contract is printed. Take a look and see if there are any issues. If all is well, please sign. After Yuxingha reviewed it and confirmed there were no problems, just as he was about to sign, a hand swiftly snatched the pen from him. Yuxingha, filled with indignation, turned his head abruptly, ready to inquire, only to catch sight of a familiar figure. This figure not only appeared in his daily life, but also haunted his nightmares. Sophia, mother, what brings you here? You wretched boy, if I hadn't come, you would have been sold without ever realizing it. Saying this, Sophia seized the contract from the table and began to peruse it. After a cursory glance, she frowned and asked, are you writing a novel? As the moonlight shimmered, Yuxingha nodded slightly, prompting Bibi Dong to exclaim, Madam, you are truly blessed with a splendid son. Not only is he remarkably handsome, but he also earns his keep with his exceptional talent. If I had such a son, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. Sophia, her expression devoid of emotion, replied, Indeed, having such a foolish son, I worry for him even in my dreams. Pray tell, what is your motive for approaching him? As you can see, it is merely a partnership. The contract is firmly in your hands, is it not? Humph, partnership? This lovely lady has quite the ambition. Just by signing, my son could immediately receive a fee of 300,000 yuan. Furthermore, upon completing the work within a year, an additional 1,700,000 yuan would be rewarded, along with profit sharing. Although I have yet to identify any loopholes in this contract, my intuition tells me that this money may not be so easily obtained. Indeed, it is not easily acquired. Should he fail to complete the book on time, all profits must be returned. What if, at the last moment, you deliberately nitpick, deeming this or that unacceptable? Wouldn't my son merely be working for you? I hold no right to critique, as it is the vast readership that will judge the work, dear lady. You may not be aware, but your son is currently one of the most popular online novelists. Given his current acclaim, as long as he maintains a standard akin to his previous work, it is guaranteed to be a bestseller. At this, Bibi Dong retrieved a thick novel from her briefcase and handed it over. The book was substantial, about a third the thickness of Journey to the West, with a pure white cover. The strikingly embossed title Divine Tomb gleamed in gold, capturing the eye. In the lower right corner, the words by Dong Gu were inscribed, accompanied by the description proclaiming it as the most popular fantasy novel of 2008, Dong Ji's magnum opus, recommended by numerous authors and other similar accolades. The spine bore the title, author, and publisher details. Sophia opened the book, and the first line captivated her. Refining my battle sword, rising to the heavens, shedding my blood, steadfast and unyielding. Dong Gu. Though Sophia had read novels before, she had never delved into online literature. These simple 16 characters sparked her curiosity, prompting her to sit down and immerse herself in the story, much to Yuxingha's bewilderment. Bibi Dong, unhurried, turned to Yuxingha and inquired, what does your mother enjoy drinking? Jinju lemon, he replied. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong smiled warmly and called out to the counter. One more Jinju lemon, please. Time passed swiftly, and when Sophia finally regained her senses, an hour had elapsed. Glancing at her watch, she exclaimed in astonishment. It's nearly 11:30. Turning to Yuxingha, she playfully tugged at his ear, scolding, You little rascal. Why didn't you wake me? You've delayed my cooking soon. You shall starve. Yuxingha, with a face full of grievance, exclaimed, I called you so many times, yet you ignored me. Upon hearing this, Sophia displayed a hint of an awkward smile and gently caressed Yuxingha's cheek, saying, I apologize. It is my fault. Subsequently, Sophia stood up and addressed Bibi Dong, stating, I will take the contract home to review. If all is well, I will give it careful consideration. Bibi Dong responded with a smile. Shall we go out for a meal together? No need. Just leave a contact number for future communication. Once Sophia returned home, she immediately pinched Yuxingha's ear. Ouch. That hurts. Hearing Yuxingha's cry of pain, Sophia murmured to herself, It seems this is not a dream. In the shimmering glow of the moonlit river, Sophia turned to Yuxingha, her face adorned with a cold smirk. You've grown quite bold, haven't you? So confident to sign a contract without my knowledge? Speak. What else have you concealed from me aside from your writing endeavors? Nothing at all, he replied, a hint of defiance in his voice. Really? Humph. I doubt you would dare to deceive me. By the way, I will take this contract to a friend for review. If all is well, then you may consider whether to sign it or not. But remember, if any such matters arise in the future, you must inform your mother, understood? Once assured that the contract posed no issues, Sophia picked up her phone and dialed a contact named Sure9. As the ringtone resonated with the melody of "If you truly need an excuse, would a myriad suffice?" A deep and resonant voice soon echoed through the line. Darling, what is it? Sure9, you lucky rascal. Our family is about to unveil a great writer. Upon receiving this news, Sure9 hurried back with great urgency. As he stepped through the door, he was met with Sophia's serious demeanor as she handed him a book. Gazing at the bold title, The Tomb of the Gods, he was momentarily taken aback. Did our son write this? Sophia nodded affirmatively. As he examined the contract, his gaze flitted between the novel and the document multiple times before he gravely inquired. The contract is sound, yes? I had Anna review it. She assured me there are no issues. With the confirmation of this delightful truth, Sure9's face gradually blossomed with euphoric joy. He swept Sophia into his arms and spun her around in exhilaration. Our family is about to produce a literary giant. Sophia playfully swatted Sure9's shoulder, exclaiming, Put me down. The child is at home. And what of it? Am I not allowed to embrace my wife at home? Does that little rascal dare to object? Just watch how I handle him. All right, let us refrain from entering just yet. He stayed up late again last night. Let him rest for a while. Upon hearing that Yuxinghe was asleep, Sure9 wore a cheeky grin and suggested, Shall we also take a nap? Sophia's eyes glimmered with a gentle warmth as she replied softly, Yes, it has indeed been a while since we last enjoyed a proper sleep. The Moonstar River has finally secured a contract. The only regret is that after purchasing the latest Alienware computer, Sophia took the remaining funds, citing concerns about his youth and the possibility of frivolous spending. Indeed, in the eyes of parents, a child remains a child, whether they are 2 years old or 18, or even in their twilight years. Although Moonstar River has signed the contract, he must still obediently attend school under the strong influence of his parents. In exchange, they promised not to inquire about his academic performance, having long since lost hope regarding his grades. On a sun-drenched road, a strikingly handsome youth, clad in his school uniform, pedaled vigorously on his bicycle, with a golden-haired, blue-eyed beauty perched behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist. She exclaimed, Brother, you are so impressive. You've become a great writer. He chuckled, Oh, it's just a small feat. By the way, why did you choose the pen name Dongo? Wouldn't moon splashing on the Star River be better? Because I am your little Dong Dong, he replied, referring to one of his nicknames. What is the title of your new book? What do you plan to write about? It's titled Douluo Continent, a tale about a martial spirit. She responded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That sounds incredible. I plan to earn enough from this book to last a lifetime. Wow, that means I'll be the sister of a millionaire. I'll rely on you forever. You must support me for a lifetime. In the next life as well. Just as they were dreaming of the future, a group of 5 individuals, adorned with brightly colored hair and casually wearing their school uniforms, stood in their path. They yelled at Moonstar River, You two, stop right there. Chapter 151, A Dream of Yellow Millet, Part 5. There were 5 in total, 4 boys and 1 girl. After blocking Moonstar River and Poseidon, the only girl among them stepped forward. Moonstar River recognized her. She approached with a cigarette dangling from her lips and a smile on her face, saying, Hey, Moonstar River. What a coincidence. As the atmosphere darkened, Yuxinghe noticed the sinister smile fading from the leader's face. The other 4 ruffians closed in, the pungent odor of smoke wafting towards him, causing him to frown. Not going to speak, are we? Then I shall take matters into my own hands. With that declaration, the leader reached for Yuxinghe's pocket. I'll do it myself, exclaimed Yuxinghe as he retrieved a crisp 100 yuan note from his pocket. The sight of the bill elicited a noticeable shift in the group's breathing, a palpable tension in the air. Just as he intended to hand over the money, a small hand swiftly snatched it away, none other than Poseidon. Brother, how could you so easily give them the money? They won't return it. 100 yuan can buy so many delicious treats. With that, Poseidon stuffed the bill into his own pocket. Witnessing the money slip from their grasp, the 5 ruffians' expressions darkened. The female thug spoke up, Little girl, hand over the money. Otherwise, I promise you won't leave unscathed. The other four thugs cracked their knuckles, their gazes fixed on Poseidon, eyes glimmering with malice. Little sister, where are you hiding the money? Do you want your brother to search you personally? As one of the thugs lewdly advanced towards Poseidon, Yu Xinghe shoved him forward, sending the unsuspecting thug crashing to the ground. Run, he urged, swiftly grabbing Poseidon and sprinting away. Chase them. If they dare to lay a hand on us, I will teach them a lesson they won't forget. Initially, it was Yu Xinghe pulling Poseidon along, but soon it transformed into Poseidon leading the way. After sprinting several hundred meters, Yu Xinghe finally released her hand, panting heavily. Poseidon, you go on ahead. Call for help or the police. I can't run any longer. Why are you still standing there? Hurry. Brother, have you forgotten my training in combat and grappling? Why should I run? They're just thugs. In a fight, they won't hold back. What if you get injured? They're a bunch of weaklings. I can take them down in no time. Then why are you still following me? Don't you realize how long it's been since you last trained? If it weren't for them, would you have run this far today? As the moonlight danced upon the river, for ruffians soon resumed their pursuit. Run. Why aren't you fleeing? One shouted. Dare to push me? Just wait until I make you regret it. To their astonishment, the seemingly innocuous Poseidon sprang into action first. In the next moment, the ruffians were clutching their groins, howling in agony. Witnessing her companions being swiftly subdued, the lone female thug attempted to flee but was swiftly apprehended by Poseidon. It hurts. It hurts. You know pain too, she cried. I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. Let me go? Upon returning to their original spot, Yu Xinghe and Poseidon discovered their bicycle was inexplicably missing. Who on earth would do such a thing? Who took my bicycle? Yu exclaimed. By the way, Poseidon, do you recall how many there were just now? Oh yes. Only 4. You don't mean to suggest that fellow took our bicycle, do you? It's quite possible. But where could he have gone? Let's search. But we're running late. Let it be. After a 30-minute search, Yu Xinghe and Poseidon successfully located the isolated ruffian. He was sipping a cold soda, gazing at them as if they were specters. Aren't you supposed to be in school? And where are your comrades? What have you done with my bicycle? Sold it. He retorted. Where did you sell it? Not telling you. If you dare, come and fight me. Ah, it hurts. Please spare me, and I'll take you to it. Release me. If you don't, my arm will break. Under the ruffian's reluctant guidance, Yu Xinghe and Poseidon arrived at a desolate scrapyard. Upon inquiring about reclaiming their bicycle, the scrapyard owner, visibly annoyed, replied, A truck just came from the terminal and took away all my sorted trash, including that bicycle. What about the truck that collects scrap? Where does it go? To the terminal, of course. All that scrap will be reprocessed. Upon hearing the words reprocessed, Poseidon suddenly burst into tears, collapsing into Yu Xinghe's embrace, sobbing, It's gone. It's all gone. Yu Xinghe comforted Poseidon, saying, If it's gone, it's gone. I can always purchase a new one. But it's not the same. That bicycle was bought with money I saved for a long time. It accompanied us through middle school and high school 6 years. How could it just disappear today? All right. There's nothing we can do now. Let us head to class. Being this late, I'll likely face punishment upon returning. However, the reality was even graver than Yu Xinghe had anticipated. Owing to old Wang's already foul mood today, compounded by Yu Xinghe's audacious absence from an entire class, Old Wang promptly decreed a week's suspension for Yu Xinghe. Even Poseidon, typically averse to punishment, found himself tasked with writing an 800-word reflection. Initially, Yu Xinghe and Poseidon sought to explain their predicament, yet they were mercilessly interrupted by Old Wang. Yu Xinghe, do you think this school is your home? You can come and go as you please. With that, Old Wang unceremoniously shut the door in Yu Xinghe's face. As the door closed, Yu Xinghe sighed and turned to leave the campus. Just as he was contemplating whether to return home and continue writing, a horn suddenly blared from behind him. As the moonlight cascaded over the stars, Yu Xinghe turned to behold a striking red-maned Ferrari. Through the windshield, he caught a glimpse of Bibidong's enigmatic smile. Shall we take a ride? She inquired. Why would we? He replied. Since fate has brought us together, allow me the pleasure of taking you for a spin. I shall not. Then will you accompany me on an excursion? With that, Bibidong maneuvered the car to park beside Yu Xinghe, casting him a flirtatious glance. Suddenly, a thought crossed Yu Xinghe's mind, and he asked, Do you know the way to the city's garbage collection center? Bibidong wrinkled her nose in disdain and asked, What on earth for? I am in search of something. Is it of great importance? Indeed, it is of utmost significance. Get in the car. As he settled into the vehicle, Yu Xinghe was enveloped by a refreshing, delicate fragrance reminiscent of orchids and musk. Noticing him sniffing the air, Bibi Dong inquired. What is the matter? Are you not accustomed to it? Not at all. It is quite pleasant. What brand of perfume is it? I have not applied any perfume. You know, if you haven't used any fragrance, then it implies. Yu Xinghe stole a glance at the main driver. Today, Bibi Dong donned a loose-fitting shirt, the safety belt accentuating her concealed curves, while her arms boasted skin as delicate and flawless as that of white jade. Looking downward, the short hot pants were entirely concealed beneath her attire, provoking a cascade of thoughts, while her shapely legs, neither too thick nor too thin, were undeniably alluring, with her calves extending gracefully, resembling two striking jade pillars. Little rascal, if you wish to gaze, do so openly. Sneaking a look only renders you appear lewd in her eyes. Of course, this applies solely to you. Should any other man stare at me so directly, I would certainly lose my temper. Chapter 152. A Dream of Illusions. 6. Having been caught in the act of peeping, Yu Xinghe's face flushed crimson, and he hastily turned his gaze toward the window. For a fleeting moment, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Xinghe, do you have a girlfriend? Not yet. Is it because your family disapproves? Not at all. I have someone I admire. Can you tell me about her? I cannot. Yu Xinghe has harbored two profound secrets deep within his heart. One is his penchant for cross-dressing, and the other is his affection for younger girls. The revelation of either would be catastrophic. If it reached the ears of his parents, he would likely face severe consequences. The scent of the recycling station is not as overpowering as that of a landfill, yet it is far from pleasant. Even Yu Xinghe finds the odor intolerable, let alone the sensitive Bibi Dong. Thank you for bringing me here. I'm not quite sure where that item is. It may take me a considerable time to locate it. You may return for now, and I will arrange to meet you another day. Oh, should I interpret this as the younger gentleman expressing a desire for a rendezvous with me? Yu Xinghe remained uncertain whether Bibi Dong's demeanor was deliberate or not, for within every movement and every smile lay an indescribable allure. Interacting with her felt akin to a small kitten burrowing into one's chest, persistently pawing at the heart with its soft, fluffy paws. Suppressing the urge to continue conversing with Bibi Dong, Yu Xinghe resolved to seek out his bicycle. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. Hey, how do you plan to return? Are you intending to walk back? Hail a taxi. Are you foolish? Can you even get a taxi here? Then, to Yu Xinghe's astonishment, Bibi Dong emerged with two masks in hand. After handing one to Yu Xinghe, she smiled and said, Since I have nothing better to do, I shall accompany you in your search for that item today. But no buts. If you feel indebted, you can accompany me for a day later. It soon became apparent that without Bibi Dong, Yu Xinghe might not have even managed to enter the gates of the recycling station. With Bibi Dong by his side, however, the situation was markedly different. Beneath her every smile, the security guard exhibited greater warmth than he would for his superiors, not only allowing them entry but also, after hearing Yu Xinghe's description, enthusiastically leading them to the designated area for discarded transportation. As Yu Xinghe gazed at the mountain of bicycles before him, he wore a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. Bibi Dong, however, inquired with a grin, Excuse me. Where do you generally place the items that have just been delivered? The guard merely shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Once the guard had departed, Bibi Dong and Yu Xinghe decided to separate in their search. After all, the bicycle had only recently arrived and should be near the surface. Yet, in reality, both were mistaken. A recycling station of such magnitude received waste from multiple locations. While Yu Xinghe anxiously rummaged about, Bibi Dong ventured into a deserted corner, her eyes gleaming with determination. Mental perception. After all, she was a pope. There was no need to soil her hands with such filthy items. Unlike Yu Xinghe, who was immersed in an experience so profound that even his memories were temporarily sealed, Bibi Dong not only retained her awareness but also preserved her abilities. After all, they were outsiders. It can be confidently stated that in this world, Bibi Dong and Ying were near divine beings, unless Yu Xinghe and Poseidon regained their memories. Once Bibi Dong unleashed her perception, she swiftly located the bicycle that Yu Xinghe had described. Observing the bicycle ensconced within the mound, Bibi Dong silently rejoiced at having retained her abilities. It would have been exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to find it. In the next moment, as Yu Xinghe's expression turned to one of horror, the heap of bicycles began to tremble violently, as if a monstrous creature were about to emerge. Indeed, Bibi Dong. Upon the realization that Bibi Dong seemed to have ventured to the rear of the car mountain, Yu Xinghe was consumed by anxiety, prompting him to sprint fervently. He fervently hoped that nothing unfortunate would occur. Yu Xinghe could not fathom why the mere thought of Bibi Dong potentially being harmed filled her heart with such anxiety. Consumed by concern for Bibi Dong's safety, Yu Xinghe failed to pay heed to her footing as she ran. The area was cluttered with rusted and damaged bicycles, with sharp objects strewn about in every direction. As Yu Xinghe sprinted, a sudden pain pierced through his leg, yet he paid no heed to the agony beneath him, resolutely continuing towards the rear of the mountain. Curiously, upon reaching the mountain's backside, all sounds abruptly ceased. There, he beheld Bibi Dong, proudly pushing a bicycle, her expression radiating a sense of triumph that seemed to proclaim, "Aren't I impressive? Praise me." Yu Xinghe hurriedly approached and inquired, "Are you all right?" Seeing Bibi Dong's face still marked by shock, she laughed playfully and replied, "What's this? So concerned about me? Don't worry. I'm perfectly fine. By the way, is this your vehicle?" Yu Xinghe then turned his gaze to the bicycle, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "How did you find it? I distinctly recall not seeing it when we passed by here just moments ago." Bibi Dong chuckled as she recounted, "It is quite a coincidence. Initially, I too failed to locate it. However, when I casually rummaged through the debris, I was astounded to discover that the heap of rubbish had collapsed. I hurriedly stepped back, and to my astonishment, your bicycle emerged seemingly on its own." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's account, Yu Xinghe turned to gaze at the towering pile of bicycles, relief washing over him. Were it not for this fortuitous collapse, he would have never found this bicycle, which held immense significance for his sister. As Yu Xinghe crouched down to inspect the damages to the bicycle, a sudden sharp pain shot through his foot. He inhaled sharply, and only then did Bibi Dong notice that his trousers had been torn open, revealing a wound approximately a foot long. Flesh was rolled back, and crimson blood flowed freely. Bibi Dong immediately knelt beside him, inquiring with concern, "What happened?" Yu Xinghe smiled wryly and remarked, "Perhaps it was merely an accident." "How could you be so careless?" She retorted, "I was just thinking of you being here. What if something happened to you?" Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, Bibi Dong felt a tumult of emotions within her. Even though she had lost her memory, did her subconscious still harbor concern for me? With this thought, Bibi Dong, without hesitation, scooped up Yu Xinghe in a princess carry and dashed towards the exit. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe still fretting over that dilapidated bicycle, Bibi Dong snapped, "Still worried about the bike? You should be concerned for yourself." Despite her words, after ensuring Yu Xinghe was safely returned to the vehicle, she hurried back to retrieve the bicycle. As she brought it out, she noticed the security guard's troubled expression and casually slipped him several hundred-yuan bills. "Thank you for your trouble," she said. "No problem at all." Having retrieved the bicycle, the most pressing matter now was to tend to Yu Xinghe's wound. Gazing at the ghastly injury, Bibi Dong felt a pang of sorrow. After tearing open the leg of Yu Xinghe's trousers, Bibi Dong opened the front compartment and, to Yu Xinghe's astonishment, pulled out a medical kit. "You carry this in your car? Is your family running a hospital?" Yu Xinghe inquired incredulously. Bibi Dong could only remain silent, as she could not very well produce the medical kit from her storage ring in front of Yu Xinghe. Chapter 153, A Dream of Yellow Millet, Part 7. Thanks to the reader, one person is quite good for the generous support. After disinfecting the wound, under Yu Xinghe's watchful gaze, Bibi Dong produced a bottle of peculiar design. The vessel appeared neither metallic nor plastic, adorned with strange patterns and inscriptions that Yu Xinghe had never encountered before. Could it be a foreign medicine? With a furrowed brow, Yu Xinghe asked Bibi Dong, "What kind of medicine is this?" Bibi Dong replied, her face alight with a knowing smile, "It's Indian miracle oil." Yu Xinghe, with a furrowed brow, inquired, "Is that a remedy for external injuries?" Upon realizing this, he hastily withdrew his foot, intent on heading to the clinic shortly. However, Bibi Dong was swifter, seizing his foot with a hint of irritation as she playfully scratched it. "Do you think I relish the scent of your smelly foot? Stay still, and let me apply the ointment. It will alleviate the pain." Suddenly, Yu Xinghe's foot jerked violently. Had it not been for Bibi Dong's strength, an ordinary person would have surely lost their grip. Observing this, Bibi Dong exclaimed with exasperation, "I told you not to move. Are you suggesting I would harm you? You may apply the ointment, but refrain from grasping my ankle." Hearing the tremor in Yu Xinghe's voice, Bibi Dong glanced up, noticing his charming face flushed crimson. A mischievous smile crept across her lips as she teased, "What's this? Are you ticklish? Of course. Why don't you try tickling my soul?" "No way. What if you have athlete's foot?" Curiously enough, as Bibi Dong applied her uniquely concocted ointment, the formerly searing wound was instantly enveloped in a soothing coolness, an indescribable comfort washing over him. After applying the salve, Bibi Dong opened the trunk of her luxurious sports car, placing Yuxingha's bicycle inside. It was hardly feasible to fit a sleek multi-gear bicycle into the rear of a sports car unless it was foldable. As Yuxingha observed his dirty bicycle being stowed away in her opulent vehicle, he sheepishly muttered, "I apologize for soiling your car." Bibi Dong, with a smile, shook her head dismissively. "It's no trouble at all. We can simply replace it later." Yuxingha, this is the life of the affluent. Bibi Dong resides in a community known as Yulong Bay, a place recognized by Yuxingha as the most opulent neighborhood in the county, reputedly inhabited by the wealthy elite. However, prior to returning home, Bibi Dong first drove to a car wash. Upon noticing the luxury vehicle, the owner of the car wash hurriedly approached. When Bibi Dong lowered the window, the owner, upon seeing her, wore a grin that resembled one who had just savored a particularly unpleasant dish. I wondered why no cars had come in today. It turns out they're all making way for General Wu. The water is ready. I've just been waiting for you to brew the tea. Bibi Dong politely declined the tea invitation, saying, "Please clean my car thoroughly, attend to the interior, and purify the air. Oh, and make sure to clean that bicycle in the trunk. It must be spotless, or I want tea pay." Amused by Bibi Dong's playful banter, the car wash owner responded cheerfully, "Rest assured, General Wu, I promise to make that bicycle cleaner than my own bed." After handing over the keys, Bibi Dong, under the astonished gaze of the owner, approached the passenger seat and lifted Yuxingha out. Both the owner and Yuxingha were taken aback. What in the world is happening? Realizing that all eyes were fixed upon her, Yuxingha blushed, exclaiming, "Put me down. I can walk on my own." Observing her struggle, Bibi Dong whispered, "If you keep squirming, do you believe I will kiss you right here in front of everyone?" At the sound of this threatening remark, Yuxingha immediately became compliant. "Thank you for your assistance. I shall return home now. Please deliver the clean car to my residence." Of course, as Bibi Dong confidently strode away with Yuxingha in her arms, an employee approached the owner, inquiring, "Madam, who is that person being carried by General Wu?" "She is quite beautiful, albeit with a haircut reminiscent of a man's." The owner shook her head. "I am uncertain, but given the intimacy between them, she might be a sister or a close friend. One would not expect General Wu to possess such strength. Truly, appearances can be deceiving." The employee gazed at Bibi Dong's departing figure, lamenting, "If only I could be held like that, I would gladly trade 20 years of my life." "Enough. Go wash the car." "Do you really think you can win General Wu's affections?" Dreaming like a toad hoping for a swan's embrace. Cleaning that car is far more significant. Throughout the journey, as Yuxingha felt the weight of various curious gazes, her face flushed crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp, steam seemingly rising from her head, poised as if ready to explode at any moment. In stark contrast stood Bibi Dong, who appeared to relish the experience of carrying Yuxingha, strolling leisurely and occasionally greeting acquaintances, seemingly savoring the moment. Upon returning home, Bibi Dong was taken aback to discover that Yuxingha had fallen asleep. "Nevertheless, it is perhaps for the best that I fell asleep." By the time the moonlit river awakened, it was already afternoon. Upon opening my eyes and surveying the opulent yet unfamiliar decor surrounding me, I realized this was not my home. The bed beneath me was soft and comfortable. The quilt draped over me was fluffy and smooth, imbued with a gentle chill, providing an indescribable sense of comfort. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open, and Bibi Dong, carrying a tray of food, smiled and said, "How was your sleep? Did you rest well?" "Where am I?" "This is my room." "Yours." "There was no choice. My house only has 2 rooms, one for me and one for my brother." The thought that I was currently sleeping in Bibi Dong's bed made the moonlit river abruptly toss aside the quilt, intending to get out of bed first. However, as the quilt was flung aside, I was taken aback once more. I was clad only in a pair of pure white boxers. Observing the dazed expression on my face, Bibi Dong explained, "I packed your clothes in a bag. If you wish to wash them, take them home. If you don't want to wash them, just discard them. The shorts you are wearing are mine." Don't look at me with that expression of despair. Rest assured, the shorts are new. I have never worn them. Upon hearing that they were unworn, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. "However, I did assist you with your bath." At this statement, I felt as though I had been instantaneously petrified, then shattered. "All right, don't wear that expression. Cheer up. I have no objections. Why should a grown man display such a face? Come, it's time to eat. These are some snacks I made myself. Have a few to tide you over. And later I'll take you out for a grand meal." At the mention of food, an important matter suddenly struck my mind. "Bibi Dong, may I borrow your phone to make a call?" "Why? If you want my personal number, just ask. I'm not refusing." "No, I've been out for so long. My parents must be worried sick." With the call connected, I immediately said, "Mom, it's me." Upon hearing my voice, Sophia exclaimed, "You little rascal. Where have you been? Do you have any idea how frantic your father and I have been searching for you?" The thought of my parents anxiously searching for me filled me with guilt. And I replied, "I'm sorry. I forgot to contact you due to some circumstances. Where are you now? I'll come to get you." "No need. I'll be back shortly. Just tell me where you are." "I'm at Yulong Bay." "Yulong Bay? How did you end up there?" "It's a long story." "Then make it short. How could I possibly condense such a tale?" "Searching for a bicycle for my sister, sustaining an injury, staying at Bibidong's house, and waking up in someone else's bed clad in nothing but shorts. What a predicament." Yu Xinghe felt that if his parents were to see him in such a state, it would likely spell his doom by this time next year. "What's the matter? Why are you silent?" Listening to Sophia's anxious voice emanating from the phone, Bibidong took the device from the flustered Yu Xinghe's hands and said, "Hello, madam. Your son is with me. He is unharmed. However, what is this about your son being in your possession? Speak up. How much do you want? Just ensure that he remains unharmed, and we can discuss anything." Bibidong. "Yu Xinghe, madam, you are mistaken. It is I, Bibidong, the editor. Your son is at my home discussing some writing matters, and he will return shortly after dinner. So rest assured." Upon learning that her son was safe, Sophia let out a long sigh of relief. "Very well, please hand the phone to my son. I wish to speak with him a moment longer." "Mom, what is it?" "Because of you, Poseidon skipped class this afternoon and has been searching for you everywhere. We even reported it to the police. In the future, if anything happens, remember to inform us in advance. Understood? I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Come home early. I've prepared your favorite stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, just for you." "Thank you, Mom." As the call concluded, Bibidong turned to Yu Xinghe with a knowing smile and remarked, "It seems our little brother is quite valuable. Had I known earlier, I might have demanded a few million. Just to see if your parents would manage to scrape it together. With all your wealth, would you really consider kidnapping me? One can never be certain. Sometimes, kidnapping is not merely for monetary gain, but can serve other purposes as well. Enough of that. Let us focus on your meal. I'll prepare some clothes for you. Finish your food quickly so I can send you home. I would prefer not to have the police knocking at my door, delivering a rose gold bracelet. A fashionable prison outfit, along with a few years in summer camp behind bars. If you truly end up in prison, I shall visit you often." With a swift motion, Bibidong playfully tapped Yu Xinghe on the head, insisting, "Hurry and eat. Otherwise, I might call the police and claim you assaulted me. Let us see who visits whom." Watching Yu Xinghe take a bite of the snack, Bibidong, with an air of casual curiosity, asked, "Is it delicious?" Yu Xinghe did not respond immediately. Instead, he took another bite. After a moment, he remarked, "This flavor feels remarkably familiar." When asked how so, he replied, "It's as if I have tasted it before. Oh, I forgot to mention, this cake was actually purchased from Siwei Sinew. No wonder it seemed so familiar." Just as Bibidong felt a sense of relief in her heart, Yu Xinghe added, "It's no wonder Siwei Sinew's business has declined recently. The source of the issue lies here. This flavor, this design, is even inferior to Huarong pastry." Bibidong. "Child, you are dangerously testing the waters at the brink of being reprimanded." Fortunately, Yu Xinghe finished the delicacy. Otherwise, he might have faced another calamity today. However, compared to the current situation, Yu Xinghe would rather endure a misfortune. This was because Bibidong had brought over a set of Lolita attire for him to wear. Gazing at the exquisitely lavish dress before him, Yu Xinghe felt a profound inner conflict. He indeed had a fondness for women's clothing, yet he only wished to wear it in solitude. To don such garments in front of others was akin to a public execution. "Bibidong, don't you have a brother? Could you possibly borrow a set of his male attire for me? I promise to return it after purchasing a new one." Bibidong shook her head vigorously. "Absolutely not. His clothes are all in his room, and I don't have the key to enter." "Then could you buy me a random outfit downstairs?" "Are you commanding me?" No, that is not what I meant. Perhaps I should just wear my own clothes and head home. You might as well throw that outfit of yours away." Upon hearing Bibidong's words, Yu Xinghe immediately felt targeted. Observing Yu Xinghe's flustered demeanor, Bibidong reveled in her triumph. "Dare to disdain the delicacies I painstakingly crafted for an entire afternoon? Just wait and see." Ultimately, under Bibidong's coercion and enticements, Yu Xinghe reluctantly donned the Lolita dress, tears welling in his eyes. Curiously, given Bibidong's status, her clothing should have been custom-made. Yet for some inexplicable reason, whether it was the shorts or the Lolita dress, Yu Xinghe found them to fit him perfectly, as if tailored just for him. like the final stroke of a masterful painting. When Bibi Dong placed a wig upon Yuxingha's head, a fairy-like girl emerged. Observing Yuxingha's awkward stance, Bibi Dong circled around him, scrutinizing every detail before exclaiming, "You look stunningly beautiful. Come, let us go dine." Just as Yuxingha, with an expression of despair, was being dragged off by Bibi Dong for dinner, the door suddenly swung open. A man appeared, one whom Yuxingha could never have anticipated. Ying. Upon entering, Ying was taken aback by the sight of the girl clad in the Lolita dress. Then, with a playful glint in his eyes, he inquired, "Fellow student, you look quite familiar." Gazing at the English accent before him, Yuxingha could only lament his decision to enter through the front door. Surely, leaping from the window would have been a more delightful escape, though, of course, it might be fatal. Noticing Yuxingha's silence, Ying turned to Bibi Dong and inquired, "Sister, who is this?" "She. Her name is Yuxing, and I am Yuxingxing. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Upon hearing Yuxing's introduction, Ying asked, "What relation does Yuxingha have to you?" "He is my brother." "But wait, isn't Yuxingha's sister Shuri Guang?" "I am Yuxingha's biological sister, studying at another school." "Then why haven't I heard him mention you? If you had a sister, would you parade her around for everyone to see?" "That makes sense." Just when Yuxingha thought he had successfully dodged the conversation, Ying's words took a turn that sent him into a fresh wave of anxiety. "But I can't shake the feeling that you're Yuxingha." Faced with Ying's teasing expression, Yuxingha forced a smile. "Not at all. I am not him." After a prolonged silence, Ying suddenly broke into a smile. "I was merely joking. Please don't take it to heart." He then extended his hand toward Yuxingha, stating, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Wu Mingkong. Please take care of me." "Aren't you called Ying? Why are you now Wu Mingkong?" Upon hearing Yuxingha's question, Bibi Dong facepalmed, revealing a look of exasperation, while Ying wore a grin reminiscent of a villain reveling in their cunning. Subsequently, Ying stepped closer, playfully lifting Yuxingha's chin with a finger, his sparkling eyes glinting with mischief. "Classmate Yuxingxing, how did you come to know my name is Ying?" At that moment, Yuxingha realized his ruse was unraveling. Chapter 155, The Emergence of the Big Shot, Part 2. For Ying, discerning Yuxingha's little ploy was remarkably effortless. He could easily inquire which school Yuxingxing attended, her class, the name of her homeroom teacher, and who her deskmate was. A person fabricating lies on the spot could never be adequately prepared, even if Yuxingxing managed to conjure a quick response. Ying only needed to repeat those questions a few times to expose Yuxingha's true identity. After all, the current Yuxingha was merely a frail and helpless ordinary individual. Now unmasked, Yuxingha wished he could burrow into the ground. Observing Yuxingha trembling and closing his eyes, Bibi Dong interjected, "Ying, stop teasing him. This is my fault." She then recounted the events that had transpired. After listening to Bibi Dong's explanation, Ying withdrew his hand and tempered his mischievous smile, saying, "Classmate Yuxingha, my apologies. I have a penchant for jokes. Please don't take offense. To make amends, I shall treat you to a meal shortly." In the next moment, Ying unceremoniously took Yuxingha's hand and exited, leaving Bibi Dong, who was struggling to suppress her laughter, behind as she closed the door. "Ying, could you possibly let go?" "No. If you don't release me, I shall ignore you from now on." "Very well. If you dare to ignore me, I shall reveal your cross-dressing secret and project your photos onto the largest electronic screen in the central commercial plaza, playing them continuously for 24 hours. I will even hire 100 people to stand there, chanting slogans like Yuxingha from Class 3 of senior year at number 1 high school. You look splendid in women's clothing for an entire week. Can you imagine the consequences? The mere thought of Ying's words materializing made Yuxingha feel dizzy. In the next moment, as he descended the stairs, he suddenly misstepped. Just as he thought he was about to tumble down, Ying swiftly caught him around the waist. In his ear, he heard Ying's captivating voice, rich with magnetism. "Don't think of anything while going down the stairs. I won't always be by your side." Upon hearing Ying's remark, Yuxingha felt his face flush intensely. "Xingha, could you do me a favor shortly?" "No. If you refuse, I will spill the beans about your cross-dressing. Just say it. When we go out for dinner, we might run into someone rather unpleasant. Could you pretend to be my girlfriend?" "Absolutely not. The electronic screen, the central plaza. 24 hours, at most, we can only hold hands." "Fine. I shall just hire 100 more people. Don't go overboard. Rest assured, they are all boys." "How could I harbor any ill intentions? I am the kindest person. If someone strikes my left cheek, I would willingly present my right for symmetry. This, my dear sister, can attest to." Bibi Dong huffed, "Indeed. and then that assailant was promptly confined in a barrel, which was then welded shut, to spare him from loneliness. We even placed a rat inside for company. The poor fellow screamed in terror, prompting our benevolent young Master Wu to release a few venomous snakes to catch the rat. See, what compassion! Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Yu Xinghe was instantly struck by how remarkably effective the air conditioning in this Bentley was. The chill made him shiver uncontrollably. Contrary to Yu Xinghe's expectations, the dining establishment that Bibi Dong and the others chose was not a luxurious five-star hotel, but rather a quaint private dining house situated in a somewhat secluded area. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Yu Xinghe found his hand firmly grasped by Yingyin, a grip so tenacious that escape seemed impossible. Realizing resistance was futile, Yu Xinghe surrendered, his cheeks flushed as he entered the establishment. Once inside, a staff member approached with a warm smile, inquiring if they had a reservation. Upon seeing Yingyin present a card, the staff member's smile broadened, leading the trio to a private room. After they were seated, Yingyin directly addressed the situation, stating, "Inform Master Wang Gang that it is Wu Mingkong, 3 diners. And we desire homestyle dishes, he will know." "Very well." As the waiter departed, Yu Xinghe remarked, "Can I be released now?" "Yes," came the reply. Once Yingyin released his grip, Yu Xinghe reached for a drink on the table. Just as he was about to grasp the beverage, another hand, swifter than his, snatched it away first. As Yu Xinghe looked up, he beheld a towering figure, a man with a face marred by scars, whose smile was particularly fearsome. He was bare-chested, adorned with a tattoo of a fierce black tiger, its eyes gleaming with a predatory glint, clearly a person not to be trifled with. The man raised a bottle of beverage high, grinning at Yu Xinghe as he said, "Beautiful lady, would you like to drink? Why not call me brother for me to hear?" Faced with this evidently troublesome individual, Yu Xinghe promptly retreated to her seat, shifting her chair closer to Bibi Dong. It was evident that she felt a sense of trepidation towards him. Observing Yu Xinghe's submission, Yingyin, with an air of authority, commanded, "Huang Loxi, bring me that drink, or else I shall break your filthy paws." Huang Loxi, upon hearing Yingyin's words, laughed heartily. I wondered why young Master Wu would not agree to my lady's engagement. It turns out he has a girlfriend. With that, Huang Loxi twisted off the cap of the drink, poured it into 3 glasses, and tilted the bottle, pouring smoothly without spilling a single drop despite his towering height of over 2 meters, the distance from the bottle to the glasses being quite considerable. "Impressive, Huang Loxi," Yingyin remarked with a smile. "It's a pity you didn't become a waiter. You would have excelled. If young Master Wu were willing to unite with my lady, I wouldn't mind being a server either." As he continued, Huang Loxi placed the drink before Bibi Dong, gently nudging one glass towards Yingyin. The beverage barely rippled as he did so. He then raised the last glass and drained it entirely. Yu Xinghe, who had not received any drink, lowered her head in disappointment. Just as Huang Loxi was mockingly observing her forlorn expression, a surprising scene unfolded. Yingyin shot him a cold glare and then brought her drink to Yu Xinghe. Seeing the drink offered, Yu Xinghe eagerly lifted the cup and drank it all in one go. Perhaps in her haste, she choked on the beverage, prompting Yingyin to gently pat her back. "Take your time. No one is competing with you." Yu Xinghe nodded obediently, and then Yingyin rose directly to confront the infamous Huang Loxi. Despite the significant height difference between them, Huang Loxi was acutely aware that this seemingly slender and brash young man possessed a prowess that far surpassed his own. Although the young man merely gazed at him in silence, beads of sweat began to form on Huang Loxi's forehead. "Did you not hear what I just said, Huang Loxi?" Yingyin's voice was cold and menacing. Huang Loxi, rubbing his bald head, replied with a hint of reluctance, "I apologize, young Master Wu. I mistook this girl for one of your temporary recruits, and I failed to recognize the true master. Please, young Master Wu." With a dazed expression, Yu Xinghe stammered, "Who is the young Mistress Wu? Leave." Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's command to leave, Huang Loxi looked troubled and turned to Yingyin, saying, "Young Master Wu, my young lady will be arriving shortly. I cannot stray from her sight." "Humph. Then kindly inform your young lady to return as well." "Ah, young Master Wu you. What? Do you truly wish for me to cripple your hands?" "All right. Huang Loxi concede. But do remember this. Rejecting my young lady will be your greatest folly in this lifetime. You shall regret it eternally." With that, Huang Loxi stormed off in a fit of anger. After this bewildering farce, Yingyin declared, "The dishes can be served now." She then rushed over and, lifting the still-dazed Yu Xinghe, spun him around joyfully. "You have done me a great favor today. You must eat well." "What? What did I do?" Chapter 156. The Great One Emerges, Part 3. Though Yuxinghe was uncertain of his contributions, the departure of that insufferable individual brought him a small sense of relief. More importantly, after the dishes were served, Yingyin did not take advantage of him further and reverted to her familiar demeanor from school. Having enjoyed a hearty meal and feeling accomplished, it was time for Yuxinghe to return home. However, before he could do so, there was one pressing concern. He certainly could not go home dressed as he was. The thought of returning to his parents in a full Lolita outfit was quite daunting. The Moonlit Star River is on the brink of demise. Observing the conflicted expression on Moonlit Star River's face, Yingyin chuckled and inquired, "What's the matter? Are you not heading back? Do you wish to stay and accompany me through the night?" Accompanying Yingyin to sleep? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. What if he were to grind his teeth, pass gas, or snore during slumber? After a considerable internal struggle, Moonlit Star River finally stammered, "Could you lend me a set of male clothing? Alternatively, a bit of money for me to purchase an outfit would suffice. I promise to return it by tomorrow." Upon hearing that Moonlit Star River's request stemmed from this matter, Yingyin responded, "I possess clothing, and I have money as well. However, you must promise me one thing." "What is it?" "I haven't yet decided. I will inform you once I have. If it involves me dressing in women's attire to play your girlfriend, I will refuse." "It's not that, rest assured." "That's a relief." As she watched Moonlit Star River depart, Bibidong glanced at Yingyin and remarked, "Are you not concerned that after she awakens from her dream, she might seek retribution against you?" With an air of indifference, Yingyin replied, "What is there to fear? After all, she cannot touch me. Besides, don't you find the current Star River quite entertaining? Clumsy, dazed, and possessing a visage that invites bullying. If I do not tease her, shall I allow others to do so? Oh, I had no idea you could be so domineering. By the way, where have you stashed that sinister deity's consciousness? It's been quite a while since I last saw it. I initially thought that the earlier yellow-clad old fiend was it. But upon further perception, I realized it was not. Life is but a game. With protagonists come supporting characters, and of course, a formidable antagonist. If the sinister deity does not play the role of the villain, shall we take on that mantle? Kiki, I have made some alterations to that foolish tiger's memories. Just wait and see the spectacle unfold." Upon returning home, as Yuxinghe returned home, he found his parents seated on the sofa. "You little rascal, come here." The stern tone of his mother indicated that it was unlikely for him to escape unscathed today. Casting a pleading glance towards his father, he was met with an expression of helplessness, as if to say, "Good luck." With trepidation, Yuxinghe approached Sophia. Suddenly, a familiar pang of pain shot through his ears. If it were merely a tug at his ear, it would be bearable, as he had grown accustomed to such treatment. However, in the next moment, Sophia emerged from behind the sofa wielding a bamboo stick that seemed poised to take his life. "Mom, let me explain. We can discuss this." "Discuss? After I finish punishing you, we shall have a proper discussion." With that, Sophia swung the bamboo stick towards Yuxinghe's dairy. Sophia, truly embodying the spirit of a warrior, delivered a blow with such force that even Sherinayan instinctively shielded his own behind. "This strike is for making us worry. This strike is for causing your sister to weep. This strike is for your lies." Initially, Sophia intended to administer just a few swats. But the memory of her despair when Yuxinghe had suddenly vanished today, an anguish so profound it felt as if the heavens were collapsing, fuels her fury. Noticing the new clothes adorning Yuxinghe and the faint scent of femininity that lingered about him only intensified her ire, prompting her to strike more fervently. Just as Sherinayan could no longer contain himself and was about to intervene, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In an attempt to be fair and spare Yuxinghe's backside from excessive suffering, after delivering 10 stinging blows, Sophia aimed another strike towards his thigh. This blow landed squarely on an existing wound, causing Yuxinghe to cry out in agony and collapse to the ground, clutching his leg. "Don't pretend to be dead. You think feigning death will make me." Before she could finish her sentence, a trickle of crimson blood seeped from Yuxinghe's pant leg. Sophia hastily rolled up his pants to see, nearly fainting at the sight. There, on his once smooth and delicate calf, lay a gaping wound over a foot in length. The injury had already begun to scab, but by some cruel twist of fate, Sophia's heavy strike had reopened the wound, causing it to bleed anew. Seeing Yuxinghe drenched in sweat from the pain, Sophia quickly scooped him up and asked, "When did you sustain this injury?" Yuxinghe hurriedly explained the events of the day to Sophia. While she was recounting her tale, Sherinayan entered the room to retrieve some essential medications. After examining Yuxinghe's wounds, he promptly began to dress them. Upon hearing Yuxinghe's narrative, Sophia finally realized that she had unjustly accused her. Observing Yuxinghe with her head bowed, Sophia spoke in a trembling voice. I am sorry, mother. I wrongly blamed you. Witnessing Sophia in tears, Yu Xinghe frantically attempted to wipe them away, yet inexplicably, the tears only flowed more abundantly. Mother, please don't cry. I am not in pain. Truly. I feel no discomfort at all. Did you perhaps touch chili peppers without washing your hands? Yu Xinghe. All right. Everyone, return to your slumber. Mother has unjustly accused her son. And tomorrow she shall prepare a sumptuous feast as an apology. Although the son did not err of his own volition, he must still bear a measure of responsibility. Thus, you shall be tasked with comforting your sister. Should Posey remain discontented tomorrow, I shall take it upon myself to reprimand you. With that, Shernyan assisted Sophia and made his way towards the chamber. Just before crossing the threshold of the bedroom, he turned back and gestured subtly with his lips towards Yu Xinghe. As Shernyan's son for many years, Yu Xinghe naturally understood his father's intent. What took Yu Xinghe by surprise was the absence of Posey in her room. Upon returning to his own quarters, he discovered, indeed, that a golden-haired intruder lay upon his bed. Yu Xinghe, with a stiffened leg, slowly maneuvered to the bedside and sat down. He gazed at Posey, whose tear-stained cheeks had yet to dry and whose lips were pursed in a manner that could hold a soy sauce bottle. Leaning closer to Posey's ear, he whispered gently, I am truly sorry for causing you worry today. Posey opened her cerulean eyes and shot Yu Xinghe an indignant glance before pulling the blanket tightly around herself. Through the layers of fabric, her vexation resonated. I nearly cried all my tears dry today. And you, of all things, chose to go on a date with a girl. I shall never speak to you again. Leave. I never wish to see you again. With a silent sigh, Yu Xinghe reflected on how astutely women could perceive their emotions. He exhaled deeply and implored, Posey, please allow me to explain. It is not as you perceive. Are you perhaps suggesting that I went looking for a bicycle? How did you know? Posey wailed. Even now, you continue to lie. Depart. I do not wish to see you. But this is my room. Shouldn't it be you who leaves? Upon hearing this, Posey abruptly flung off the covers and leaped from the bed, aiming a kick at Yu Xinghe's injured leg. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips, startling Posey, who had been consumed by her fury. What is the matter? Oh dear sister, you truly are your mother's daughter. Both of you strike at the same wound of mine. As he spoke, Yu Xinghe rolled up his pant leg to reveal the bandaged injury, from which fresh crimson blood began to seep. Upon seeing this, Posey's heart ached, and tears flowed freely. Do not cry. It is all my fault, Yu Xinghe exclaimed, hastily using his sleeve to wipe away her tears. He was concerned that, despite having washed his hands, remnants of spicy scents might linger, hence the use of his sleeve. Yet, he soon realized that with each swipe, Posey's tears only multiplied. Please, do not weep. As long as you cease crying, I will grant you anything you desire. Then promise me you will never seek a girlfriend or marry. Here, take this tissue. If it's insufficient, I shall fetch more. Chapter 157, The Great One emerges, Part 4. Despite the heavy academic burdens of their final year in high school, the Qiming festival warranted a day off. Early in the morning, Shernyan procured an abundance of candles, incense, paper money, and offerings, leading Yu Xinghe and Posey to the cemetery to pay their respects. Shernyan was there to honor his comrade who had saved his life, Yu Xinghe's father, Old Yu. Upon arriving at the martyr's tombstone, Shernyan placed his hand upon it, reminiscent of how he once patted his friend on the shoulder. Old Yu, I have come to visit with my wife, son, and daughter. Of course, she and the daughter are mine, so do not get confused. Your wife is nearby. Be wary lest she have you kneeling at a keyboard down below. Oh, I almost forgot, you wouldn't know what a keyboard is. I have a paper computer that I shall burn for you. This is a fine treasure. Qingming Festival may be the most suitable day to engage in ghostly conversations under the sun, sitting on a specially brought stool. Shernyan initiated his annual chat with a gravestone. Your performance in mathematics is abysmal, akin to yours truly, yet, fortunate for him, he takes after his mother, possessing a modicum of literary grace, and thus became a writer, or so they say. While the old Shur conversed leisurely with the ancient moon, Yu Xinghe approached another gravestone. Beneath this stone lies a woman, the biological mother of Yu Xinghe. In regard to his biological mother, Yu Xinghe harbors no memories, and thus cannot speak of love or any other sentiments. The only emotion he possesses may be a mere gratitude for having been brought into this world by her. Once, Moon Xinghe held certain thoughts. However, one year, while rummaging through his home, he stumbled upon a weathered envelope. Upon opening it, he discovered a series of delicate, handwritten characters. Initially, he would have disregarded a mere letter, but the words inscribed at the top rendered him momentarily speechless. To my dearest treasure in the world, Moon Xinghe. Since it was addressed to him, Moon Xinghe resolved to read on. Xinghe, by the time you come across this letter, you must have grown up. I am not a competent mother. I scarcely had the chance to feed you before entrusting you to Shirnayan. Handing you over to someone as coarse as him was a disservice to both you and him. Yet, I found myself with no other choice. My health could no longer endure. If I did not place you in someone else's care soon, who would look after you when I am gone? It is unrealistic to rely on your uncles and aunts. They are greedy, selfish, and shameless, even more so than the likes of Zhou Baibi. Your father had barely departed when they came to demand the compensation, showing no concern for how I would manage without that money to raise you. They sweet-talk, claiming they would treat you as their own and care for me like family, but it is all deceit. I feigned agreement, telling them to await my return while I fetched some oranges, believing they would trust my words. To my astonishment, they actually returned home to wait. Under the cover of night, I took you and fled our hometown, arriving in this city to find Shirnayan. He was your father's closest confidant, and I trusted your father's judgment. I entrusted you, along with the compensation, to him. He vowed before me that as long as he had a morsel of food, you would never go hungry. My darling, how are you faring there? Are you being bullied? How old are you now? Do you have a girlfriend? Ah. If you do not, it must be due to either your own disposition or the stern upbringing by that stubborn man, Shirnayan. Your mother was renowned for her beauty, surpassing even Shishir and Diaochan. In my youth, I was the most sought-after maiden in the vicinity, and suitors would line up from the village to the county just to seek my hand. You have inherited my looks. You certainly must not be lacking in that regard. If only I could witness your growth, hear your first words, watch you take your first steps, teach you to ride a bicycle, and see you write your name for the first time. I long to see you go to school, to dress you in the garments I knitted, and prepare your meals. If circumstances allowed, I would even like to experience the trials of parenthood firsthand. There is no greater achievement in this world than nurturing a small child into a strong, upright man. I yearn to see you grow, to witness your wedding, and to behold your children. Only after all these milestones have been reached will I dare to close my eyes without regret and seek out your father, ready to deliver him a resounding slap. With a final, fervent cry, I declared, you have no shame before the nation, and I bear no shame before my family. I should not perish, nor do I wish to. I cannot die yet. Yet, when confronted with fate, one has little choice but to accept it, despite my vehement desire to cling to life. I am acutely aware that my time has come. I feel an overwhelming fatigue, a deep weariness, yet I resist the urge to close my eyes. For the image of you, sweetly slumbering, is one I can never tire of gazing upon. As I reached this point, my once graceful handwriting began to slant and grow hasty, with some characters becoming blurred. With these words, I shall say no more. May you live a life filled with peace and joy, and may you enjoy good health. A mother who has truly fallen short, Shi Ingwei. Before the gravestone, Yu Xinghe opened her mouth, wishing to express something, yet found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Posey approached her side and spoke to the tombstone. Annie, I am Shuri Guang, the sister of Xinghe. Brother is so foolish. His grades are appalling, and every year when he comes to speak with you about his performance, it's all mere deception. Please, do not be fooled. Moreover, he is quite the scoundrel. Not only does he make me cry, but he also stands by laughing. He says that if the tissues run out, he will bring me more. Can you believe this is the way a person speaks? Listening to Posey's incessant chatter, for reasons unknown, Yu Xinghe suddenly felt an absurd sensation, akin to a wife complaining to her mother-in-law. Sophia, standing behind them, observed the amusing exchange at the gravestone and shook her head with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Abruptly, a gust of wind swept through, and her vision blurred momentarily. Before the two children appeared a translucent figure, fragile and ethereal, clad in a pristine white dress, resembling a lilac blossom. The figure then lowered its head, and a radiant smile graced its beautiful visage, reminiscent of spring's bloom. Subsequently, she bent down, embracing Yu Xinghe and tenderly stroking Posey's head. Turning to face Sophia, the figure beamed a warm smile and performed a deep bow. Just as Sophia was about to step forward, another gust of wind blew, and when she blinked, the delicate figure had vanished, like a fleeting lilac in the breeze. As the cicadas chirped by the willow trees at the pond, heralding the arrival of summer, the Gaokao commenced. The conclusion of the Gaokao marked the onset of farewells. In anticipation of the graduation separation following the exams, Class 3 of Year 12 under the guidance of their homeroom teacher, decided to hold a graduation ceremony. Chapter 158, The Emergence of the Big Shot, Part 5, The moment the Gaokao ended, we were, in essence, already graduates. Thus, when attending the graduation ceremony, everyone shed their monotonous school uniforms and donned their most exquisite attire. On this sun-drenched day, we presented our finest selves to create a perfect conclusion to our youth. Just as Yu Xinghe opened her wardrobe, deliberating over which outfit to wear, she suddenly stumbled upon a grave issue. The Lolita dress she had borrowed from Bibi Dong was missing. Not only that, but even the several sets of JK uniforms she had meticulously hidden away were nowhere to be found. Aside from family members, no one else is permitted to freely enter and exit one's own room. Moreover, there is but a single person who dares to rummage through the wardrobe, her mother. The mere thought of her mother discovering that set of Lolita attire and uncovering the remaining women's garments sends shivers down the spine of Yu Xinghe, who can scarcely fathom the fate that awaits her. Just as Yu Xinghe, overwhelmed by despair, sinks to the floor, the voice of Poseidon suddenly resonates. What are you doing sitting on the ground? Are you pretending to be dead again? As Yu Xinghe was about to explain, a flicker of familiar color caught the corner of his eye. Following that, Yu Xinghe turned her head in shock, only to discover that her beloved Lolita dress was adorning her younger sister. Posey twirled around, clutching the hem of her skirt, and flashed a sweet smile at Yu Xinghe. Does it look good? Absolutely stunning. My dear sister, may I propose a matter for your consideration? If it involves me returning those clothes, that's off the table. But could we keep this between us? Your future behavior will determine that. Today, Class 3 of the senior year was particularly lively. In stark contrast to the previously somber atmosphere of relentless studying, this group of students, having just endured the Gaokao, seemed eager to release a year's worth of pent-up tension in a single day. Some sang, others danced, and interspersed were declarations of love and breakups. Naturally, the most discussed topic was their respective university aspirations. When it came to filling out applications, one could not avoid the pivotal topic of Gaokao scores. The name most frequently uttered among students was that of Shuri Guang. Speculation ran rampant regarding where this academically gifted beauty would enroll. While her academically challenged brother remained the subject of much amusement, her sister is bound for Tsinghua or Peking University, but what about the brother? A mediocre institution, perhaps. Let us not be so harsh. His family does have a business, and he is set to inherit it. Who knows? We might even enjoy breakfast at his place one day. Beware of his potential resentment. He might sneak some dubious additives into your soy milk. As for myself, though my grades may not be stellar, I am more than capable of securing a spot at a reputable institution. My ambition extends to the Fortune 500. I envision being whisked away in a luxury vehicle for business engagements, dining at Michelin-starred restaurants, and I certainly have no interest in his humble breakfast joint. As two figures entered the classroom, the previously bustling room fell into an immediate hush. All eyes converged on Shuri Guang, standing beside Yu Xinghe. The reason was simple. Today, Shuri Guang was simply breathtaking. With a high-bridged nose and features that resemble a sculpted masterpiece, her cascading golden locks frame a visage that, while distinctly Western, bears a touch of Eastern softness due to her mixed heritage. Clad in an intricately beautiful Lolita gown, she exudes an air of nobility reminiscent of Cinderella donning her crystal slippers. Her azure eyes stand out strikingly amidst a sea of dark irises, magnifying the exotic charm that envelopes her. Undoubtedly, Shuri Guang is destined to be the centerpiece of today's graduation ceremony. In contrast to the princess-like Shuri Guang, the casually dressed Yu Xinghe resembles merely a handsome servant. As the attendees gathered, Old Wang delivered a few brief remarks before inviting the class representative, unanimously chosen, to the stage. This representative was none other than the academically accomplished and strikingly beautiful Shuri Guang. As her gentle, melodious voice recited the meticulously prepared graduation speech, an immediate hush fell over the classroom. The audience listened with unparalleled attentiveness. There were no nodding off, no whispers, and no vacant stares, for they understood that this ceremony marked their final lesson together. From this moment onward, they would disperse to distant corners of the world, and the prospect of reuniting in the years to come felt uncertain and distant. Upon the conclusion of Shuri Guang's speech, the graduation ceremony officially commenced. Remarkably, this event had not undergone any rehearsal. Aside from the prearranged fruits and snacks, all performances were spontaneous. Those eager to showcase their talents raised their hands to take the stage, while those who hesitated were chosen at random as lucky participants, ultimately decided by a vote from their peers. It was during this time that everyone realized the duality of their classmates' personas, revealing a surprising array of hidden talents. The usually reticent Chiu Shodsong astonished everyone with his remarkable singing, while the academically struggling Chiu Yuepio dazzled with an impressive magic trick. Moreover, Chiu Dingwei, accompanied by his two younger brothers, performed a robust rendition of New Treasure Island, belting out HOP. The atmosphere surged with excitement. Following the Chiu brothers' performance, the energy momentarily waned, as no one could present a more formidable act. At this juncture, the class monitor, acting as the host, called for participants, but to no avail. His gaze shifted toward Yu Xinghe and Yingyin. After a brief deliberation, he addressed Yingyin. Although you are a transfer student, we have spent nearly half a year together. Please, grace us with a performance. Yingyin flashed a mischievous grin and replied, absolutely. Under the eager gaze of the female students, she stepped to the center and dramatically removed her top. Yingyin, what are you doing? Gasped the crowd. As they witnessed Yingyin shedding her clothing, they were astonished to discover that beneath her seemingly frail exterior lay the physique of a male model. The sight left the female classmates utterly captivated. Then, amidst the envious and resentful gazes of the boys, Yingyin stood tall with his chest out and declared, I shall demonstrate a pectoral exercise for everyone. To the astonishment of the crowd, and amidst the shrieks of the girls, his pectoral muscles indeed flexed. Class monitor Gong Baofa, his lips twitching, remarked to Yingyin, what kind of performance is this? With a provocative smile that tilted at a precise 45 degrees, Yingyin retorted, if you're displeased, why not take off your shirt and we can have a competition? What do you all think? A chorus of approval erupted from the girls below. With a darkened expression, Gong Baofa replied, I won't compete with you on that. As scholars, we should compare knowledge. Can you compose couplets? Yingyin, being a celestial being, when it comes to martial prowess, would simply exile you forever should the spatial portal open. In matters of knowledge, it reigns supreme in the realm of the cosmos. If it claims second place, there is none who can claim first. However, when it comes to composing couplets, culture and knowledge are distinctly different. While knowledge possesses a certain universality, culture, this unique spiritual heritage of every wise community, is beyond its comprehension. In plain terms, it encroaches upon its zone of ignorance. Of course, this is also attributed to Yingyin's brief sojourn in the human world. Given another 10 or 8 years of learning here, it would likely outwit not just the human child, but even those of extraordinary resilience, leaving them speechless. Chapter 159, The Emergence of the Great One, Part 6, Gratitude to the reader Yingyin Huahai Pavilion for the generous donation. Seeing Gong Baofa at a loss against Yingyin, the girls in the audience were incensed and rallied against him. Naturally, support for Yingyin from the girls was met with some boys who were equally displeased with him supporting Gong Baofa. As the uproar escalated, Old Wang bellowed, silence. Instantly, the classroom fell quiet. A crisp sound echoed through the air. All eyes turned to the chewing Moon Xinghe. Old Wang's eyes shifted, and an idea sparked. Moon Xinghe, everyone has performed. Why don't you come up and present something? How about I perform an act of eating chips? Moon Xinghe quipped. Upon hearing this playful remark, Old Wang, with a serious tone, replied, It's the last day. Let us bury the hatchet and share a laugh, shall we? Rarely did Old Wang express such heartfelt sentiments, and after a moment's contemplation, Moon Xinghe stepped forward. How about I sing a song for everyone? Beside him, Gong Baofa chuckled. I hope it's not yet another childish song from a rocking horse. Unable to contain herself, Poseidon in the crowd retorted, Gong Baofa, if you're so talented, why don't you sing instead? At Poseidon's defense of Moon Xinghe, Gong Baofa, who had harbored secret affections for Shi Yiguang for years, felt a surge of anger. Yet, he refrained from confronting Shi directly, thus directing all his frustrations at Moon Xinghe. What is the matter? As a man, should one still require the protection of a younger sister? In response to Gong Baofa's repeated provocations towards Yu Xinghe, Poseidon suddenly stood up, her eyes glinting with fury, akin to a fierce lioness fixated on her prey. Under the intense gaze of Poseidon's eyes, filled with animosity and wrath, Gong Baofa felt a chill creep into his heart for reasons unknown. What do you intend to do? What do you want? Poseidon laughed, extending her hand, her fists cracking ominously. As the situation escalated uncontrollably, Yu Xinghe approached Poseidon and gently guided her back to her seat. He then affectionately ruffled her hair and said, It's nothing, it's just a song. I'll sing. With that, Yu Xinghe returned to the center of the stage and addressed the audience. This song is dedicated to everyone today. May this graduation ceremony become one of your most cherished memories. In the beginning, we were all children, and in the end, we long to become angels. Parting always evokes a sense of melancholy, and with Yuxingha's melodious voice, the song resonated deeply with everyone present. Many classmates were moved to tears, with some openly weeping. When Yuxingha completed his performance, Old Wang, with red-rimmed eyes, initiated a round of applause, which was soon met with enthusiastic cheering from the crowd. Only Gong Baofa clapped with a sullen expression, offering a mere perfunctory acknowledgement. Following the graduation ceremony was a celebratory feast. Once this farewell meal concluded, the group would truly part ways. Most of the graduating seniors had already reached adulthood, and after years of being burdened by rigorous studies, liberation naturally led to unrestrained revelry. Amidst the convivial atmosphere of clinking glasses and laughter, Yuxingha stood out, sipping juice and continuously enjoying the meal. Although everyone had indeed come to dine, who could claim to be merely eating? Some drank to confess their feelings, while others drank to drown their sorrows. Countless sentiments, long buried, emerged with each sip and tear. Gong Baofa was no exception. Upon witnessing Shi Yiguang attentively serving Yuxingha, offering her food and picking out fish bones, he realized he could wait no longer. Thus, amid the astonished expressions of others, Gong Baofa downed a shot of vodka and approached Shi Yiguang. He then proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, please be quiet. I have something to say." As silence enveloped the gathering, Gong Baofa stepped forward, kneeling on one knee before Shi Yiguang, and, with heartfelt sincerity, declared, "Shizi, I have liked you for 3 years. From the very moment I laid eyes on you, I was deeply captivated. Will you be my girlfriend?" Shi Yiguang, taken aback by Gong Baofa's sudden confession, quickly regained her composure and responded, "I'm sorry, I don't like you. Although you are quite remarkable, we are simply not suited for one another. What is it that makes us incompatible? Is it my appearance not aligning with your preferences, or is it my academic performance? Please, give me a reason." There is no reason. Not liking someone is simply not liking them. After speaking, Poseidon stood up and addressed everyone around him. "I apologize, but I have matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave. Farewell." With that, Poseidon grasped Moonstar River's hand, intending to depart. However, at that moment, Gong Baofa rushed in front of them, spreading his arms to block their path. "Shizi, please tell me, what is it that I lack? Will you grant me another chance?" Faced with Gong Baofa's persistent entreaties, Poseidon felt a surge of irritation. "I have already stated that I simply do not like you. I have no feelings for you whatsoever. Additionally, refrain from addressing me with such affectionate terms. Have some self-respect. Besides, I already have someone I admire." The moment her words left her lips, gasps of astonishment echoed around her. Poseidon realized she had misspoken, but there was no recourse to retract her statement. Upon hearing that Poseidon had feelings for another girl, Gong Baofa immediately pressed, "Who is that person? That is none of your concern. Please tell me, or else you are merely deceiving me." Gong Baofa's words ignited Poseidon's exasperation, prompting her to respond coldly. "Does it truly matter whether I deceive you? Everyone has their own privacy. What right do you have to interrogate me? You are neither my parent nor my kin, so please know your place. Your actions will only deepen my disdain for you." With that, Poseidon maneuvered around Gong Baofa to leave. Gong Baofa turned around, observing the couple entwined together, when suddenly a bold thought crossed his mind. He then shouted, "Shi Yiguang, the person you like is your brother, isn't it?" At this proclamation, Poseidon halted in her tracks. Simultaneously, Moonstar River spun around and charged at Gong Baofa, delivering a swift kick. The crowd was utterly taken aback. The usually mild-mannered Moonstar River had taken action, and with such ferocity. As Gong Baofa was sent tumbling, Moonstar River glared down at him, admonishing, "Mind your words. You may slander me, but you shall not defame my sister." Seizing the moment, fueled by the effects of the alcohol, Gong Baofa sprang up and lunged at Moonstar River. Just as it appeared the two were on the verge of a brawl, Ingin, seizing the distraction, picked up a cup and hurled it. In the next moment, the cup suddenly appeared beneath Gong Baofa's feet. As he slipped, a dull thud resonated, and Gong Baofa fell to the ground in a most undignified manner. Chapter 160. The Emergence of the Big Shot, Part 7. What began as a delightful graduation party concluded in a whirlwind of chaos. Gong Baofa was escorted by several boys to sober up, while Yuxingha and Poseidon returned home after bidding farewell to a few close classmates. On June 25th, Shernayan, Sophia, and Yuxingha gathered before the computer, incessantly refreshing the page, their expressions fraught with tension. Today marked the day of results, a pivotal moment in the life of any diligent student. as a striking score of 645 appeared. The previously silent room erupted into cheers that could have lifted the roof off. A score of 645, 25 points above the admission threshold for Qinghua and Beida. Upon seeing this score, Shernyan beamed with delight, while the typically composed Sophia joyfully threw herself into his embrace. After glancing at her own score, Poseidon felt a wave of relief. Although she had confidence in her abilities, the anticipation had caused her some anxiety. Now, the weight had been lifted, and a profound joy swelled within her. Unable to contain herself, Poseidon leaped onto Yuxinghe, planting a kiss on his cheek. In an instant, the previously boisterous room fell silent. Poseidon stiffened and glanced back to find Shernyan and Sophia staring at her, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and amusement. Alongside a perplexed Yuxinghe, an awkward silence ensued. Just as Sophia was about to speak, Shernyan's phone rang. What could it be? Congratulations, perhaps? After hanging up, Shernyan exclaimed joyfully, "My brother called. He said his son performed well, barely making it into a first-tier university. He is hosting a banquet tomorrow and has invited us all back to attend." With this news, Sophia immediately redirected her focus. Upon hearing they would be going to her husband's hometown, she frowned. Back again? Is it really necessary? Don't worry, it's just a meal. We'll eat and leave. Surely, we won't encounter those issues again. I promise, this time it's a private banquet hosted by my brother, no outsiders. Besides, I'm still alive. Who would dare bully you? Watch me not smash their heads. The following day, as Shernyan prepared to drive, an astonishing incident occurred. Their family car was left without wheels. All 4 tires had been removed. This was quite the predicament. Gazing at his car elevated by 4 jacks, Shernyan fell into contemplation. The thief surely had poor judgment. His vehicle was no luxury car, merely an ordinary Toyota RAV4. Even if all 4 wheels were sold, it wouldn't fetch a significant sum. Could it be that some vengeful individual is retaliating against him? Perhaps it is old Zhao from the dumpling shop on East Street, or old Xian from the fried dough stick stall on West Street, or old Sun from the steamed rice roll shop on South Street, or old Lee from the soybean milk stand on North Street. Yet, the question remains, why not only dismantle the car's wheels, but also inscribe the words "You scoundrel"? Who deceived my emotions and my body upon his vehicle? Although Shernyan did not glance back, the searing gaze of Sophia upon his back instilled within him a sense of impending doom. The last time he felt such trepidation was during that fateful mission when he narrowly escaped a bomb blast. Indeed, Sophia's voice, as frigid as the Siberian wind, pierced through the air as she demanded an explanation. Shernyan, you must elucidate the meaning of these words. My Chinese is somewhat lacking. I cannot comprehend. Upon hearing her words, Shernyan struggled to respond. My dear, I swear upon my integrity, this is nothing but slander. Utterly baseless slander. You must trust me. Is that so? Very well. Once you clarify this matter, you may return to the bedroom. Until then, you shall sleep on the sofa. Father, let us first report this to the authorities, and then we can address the car. At the reminder from Yuxinghe, Shernyan had no choice but to swallow his bitterness alone. He silently vowed that once he discovered the perpetrator behind this act, he would ensure they were rendered incapable of self-sufficiency. However, Shernyan's vengeance was destined to be thwarted, for the instigator was none other than Bai Bai Dong. More precisely, it was Bai Bai Dong who had hypnotized someone to carry out the deed. As for Bai Bai Dong's motives, it was merely an excuse to draw closer to Yuxinghe, and the words inscribed upon the car were simply a product of Bai Bai Dong's desire for revenge, a means to vex Sophia, who treated her with utmost suspicion. The heavens bear witness, Bai Bai Dong harbored no ill intentions toward Yuxinghe. Misfortunes never come singly. And when Shernyan learned from the auto repair shop that there were no wheels available for his vehicle, he despaired further upon discovering that all car rental agencies were inexplicably closed for the day. Just as despair enveloped him, Bai Bai Dong arrived in a luxurious Rolls-Royce. Ah, little brother, where are you off to? On the banks of the Moon River, Yuxinghe approached and inquired, what brings you here? Oh, I'm just off to have breakfast. Ah, boss, sure you too. Shernyan had quite the impression of Bibi Dong. After all, a woman as stunning as she would leave an indelible mark on anyone who encountered her, even if just once. Furthermore, she had been visiting his establishment for breakfast almost daily of late. Upon hearing that Bibi Dong was going for breakfast, Shernyan stepped forward to explain, Mr. Wu, I sincerely apologize, but I must return to my hometown today. You may have to seek breakfast elsewhere. Returning to your hometown? Are you waiting for a bus here? Bibi Dong inquired. That is indeed the case. After listening to Share Nine's explanation, BB Dong's eyes sparkled with a thought. How about this? I shall lend you my car. What do you think? Surprised by her generous offer, Share Nine gazed at the luxurious vehicle before him and swallowed hard. Is that appropriate? Your car is far too valuable. However, BB Dong waved her hand dismissively and exclaimed with great flair, no worries. I'm an old friend of Xingha's. Besides, if I lend you the car, you can finish your business sooner, and Xingha can return to his writing sooner as well. It's beneficial for both of us, so why not? But if you lend me your car, what will you do? Not to fret. I have over 20 vehicles at my disposal. With that, BB Dong paid no heed to Share Nine's response and departed, tossing the keys aside with such nonchalance that one might think she had merely discarded a piece of trash. Seeing her leave without a backward glance, Share Nine could only smile wryly and usher the children into the car, realizing that they needed to depart promptly. Meanwhile, it was particularly lively at Share Lang's home in Share Family Village. Originally, he intended to keep the gathering modest, but his parents and wife had other plans. Both his parents and wife were particularly keen on appearances, and with their child having gained admission to a prestigious university, this was a matter of immense pride in a village where few were fortunate enough to attend college. Watching his wife boast loudly while dragging their son around to flaunt their achievement, Share Lang felt that her exuberance was perhaps excessive. Yet the thought of their child's accomplishment brought a warm smile to his face. As everyone busied themselves preparing for the feast, the arrival of a sedan caused a stir among the guests. A sleek black Mercedes slowly rolled into the courtyard, instantly drawing the attention of the crowd. The car door swung open, revealing a portly middle-aged man, dressed in a suit and donning oversized sunglasses, who emerged from the driver's seat. Simultaneously, a fashionable young woman clad in a crop top and shorts disembarked from the passenger side. Who are you? Share Lang pondered, recalling that he had no wealthy relatives. The rotund man removed his sunglasses and declared, Share Lang, it's me, Gong Dashing. Have you forgotten me? Upon hearing the name Gong Dashing, Share Lang's eyes sparkled with recognition. He approached and playfully tapped Gong's chest, exclaiming, Ah, young fellow, it's you. After several years apart, it seems you've made quite a name for yourself, even driving a Mercedes now. And that suit of yours is quite impressive. As he spoke, Share Lang reached out to touch it. Suddenly, Gong deftly swatted Share Lang's hand away, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes as he remarked, There's nothing remarkable to touch. This suit merely costs around 10,000 yuan. It's comfortable to wear, but quite a hassle to clean. If it gets dirty, it must be sent to the dry cleaners, and that costs a few hundred. Your work uniform is far better, durable and stain-resistant. Alas, I can no longer fit into it with this belly of mine. Upon hearing Gong's mention of the expensive suit and its cleaning costs, Share Lang instinctively withdrew his hand as if shocked. As he did so, Gong Da inquired, Where is Hualuo? Why isn't he here? Share Lang hurriedly called for his wife and child. Soon, a plump middle-aged woman accompanied by a shy, dark-skinned boy emerged. The fashionable woman in the passenger seat adjusted her sunglasses atop her head and called out to the plump woman, Sister Chun, it's been years. You've gotten so much sturdier. The woman, known as Sister Chun, scrutinized the fashionable lady's face and replied with a hint of self-deprecation, Li Zhu. I never imagined that after all these years, you'd still be so beautiful. Upon hearing Sister Chun address her as Li Zhu, the fashionable woman visibly frowned. Sister Chun, I've changed my name. Now it's Lisa. Please remember that from now on. Huh, Lisa? Aren't you a Chun? Sister Chun asked. Li Zhu's displeasure was evident as she replied, Sister Chun, that's my English name. Oh, an English name. Does your father know you've changed it? Lisa responded curtly. Sensing the atmosphere turning awkward, Gong Da cheerfully produced a large red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Share Hualuo, saying, Congratulations on your acceptance into the prestigious university. Keep up the good work. With the mention of studies, Share Lang's eyes lit up, as if he had finally discovered a winning formula. He proudly announced to Gong Da, my son has just been accepted into a top university. Impressive, isn't it? Gong Da, with a forced smile, replied, Not bad. He's about on par with my son. Your son? Has Bao Fa returned as well? Where is he? Share Lang asked. Son, come meet Uncle Share Lang and Hualuo, he called. Moments later, a bespectacled young man, refined in demeanor, emerged from the back seat. In stark contrast to the dark-skinned, robust Share Hualuo, Gong Bao Fa, with his fair complexion and polished attire, shone like a prince. Upon seeing Gong Bao Fa, Share Lang approached with a smile and ruffled his hair. Wow, is this Bao Fa? After several years, you've grown so tall. You've also become quite handsome. By the way, what score did you achieve in the college entrance examination? Which school are you planning to apply to? Who knows? Hualuo might end up being your classmate. Upon hearing Shilang's words, Gong Baofa adjusted his glasses and remarked, this year's college entrance examination did not go well. I'll be fortunate to secure a spot in a key institution. A key institution? Is that equivalent to a first-tier university? Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Hualuo gently tugged at his father's sleeve and whispered, a key institution is actually a level above a first-tier university. Shilang's expression immediately froze at Hualuo's revelation. Just as he pondered how to change the subject, Gong Baofa, sporting a warm smile, inquired, which university have you applied to? Compared to his earlier pride, Hualuo, now confronted by a peer from a key academy, stiffly replied, some engineering college. Gong Baofa chuckled. That institution is quite respectable. Do your best. Noticing his son's dejected demeanor, Shilang quickly urged, Baofa, why don't you and your family come over here to sit? After inviting Gong Dafa's family to take a seat, Shilang sought out his son, who was discreetly wiping away tears in another room, and comforted him. What's there to cry about, my boy? It's merely a setback compared to others. While we may not measure up to Gong Baofa, we are certainly better off than many. Don't be disheartened. Soon you will be the center of attention, toasting with everyone. Dad, I'm sorry for embarrassing you. No worries, just dry your tears. Soon, your uncles will arrive, and you will need to greet them. As Gong Dafa's family settled in, some familiar villagers rushed over to engage in small talk. Liju Lisha, do you remember me? Xiaowan, you are living the good life now. Your skin looks splendid, akin to a young maiden in her prime. Dafa, it's me, Dazhuang. We used to gather firewood together as children. Have you become a boss now? What business are you in? We once promised each other that we would not forget our friends and prosperity. I have seen that car on television. I believe it's a Mercedes, rumored to cost hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Goodness, we spent only 100,000 building our home, and this small vehicle, which doesn't even carry as much as a tractor, is so exorbitantly priced. Although Gong Dafa's family secretly looked down upon these rural folk, human vanity prevails. Who doesn't relish being the center of attention? Just as Shilang's family felt overshadowed by Gong Dafa's boisterous presence, an extraordinarily striking vehicle slowly entered the Shi family's courtyard. It was a violet sedan, shimmering with a regal purple hue under the sunlight. The golden celebratory goddess at the front, though bent, imparted an air of superiority. The drooping design of the wheels, adorned with the double R emblem, exuded an unmistakable sense of prestige. As the car's doors swung open, an aura of affluence wafted into the air, even if a beggar emerged. One might perceive him as a wealthy individual dressed in rags. When the Shi family disembarked, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. How could it possibly be him? This is a question that plagues everyone. Meanwhile, Gong Baofa gazed in astonishment as a blonde woman clad in a Lolita outfit descended from a lavish vehicle. Her mouth agape, as if she could swallow a whole pig in one bite. Chapter 162, The Emergence of the Big Shot, Part 9, as he beheld the family of Shi stepping out of that seemingly invaluable car. Shilang found himself momentarily stunned, hesitating to approach. After the recent incident involving Gong Dafa, Shilang had come to understand that people can indeed change. Despite Shi being his brother and their recent phone conversation, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Just as Shilang wrestled with his conflicted emotions, Shi stepped forward and playfully delivered a punch to him. Well, look who it is. After just a few months, you don't recognize me anymore? Hearing his brother's familiar accent and unwavering demeanor, Shilang felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Blood, after all, is thicker than water. While the two brothers engaged in a loudly animated exchange, Sophia led Posey to her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, aunt. Observing the mother and daughter duo before her, Chun Jie wished to invite them to sit down, yet hesitated, fearing they might dismiss her as they had with Li Jun before. Her hands fidgeted restlessly, betraying her inner turmoil. It was Posey who noticed Chun Jie's discomfort, taking her hand and asking, Aunt, how did you hurt your hand? Chun Jie smiled lightly. I accidentally cut it while chopping vegetables yesterday. It's just a minor injury. Upon hearing this, Posey pressed Chun Jie's hand against her cheek and remarked, Aunt, you must have been distracted thinking about Dong Dong, right? He is here now, and he'll spend the whole day with you, okay? Listening to Posey's heartfelt words, Chun Jie affectionately ruffled her hair. Good child. Such a good child. Posey then nestled into Chun Jie's embrace, playfully seeking affection. In the radiant sunlight, one was a princess adorned in exquisite attire, radiating beauty, while the other was a middle-aged woman clad in simple garb, weathered by life's trials. These two seemingly incompatible individuals embraced, bound by an invisible chain of familial love. As Shi Guang and Chun Jie shared a heartfelt embrace, Shi Nian engaged in playful banter with his brother and familiar friends. The villagers, initially hesitant due to the luxurious car, soon flocked toward them. In stark contrast, the once imposing Gong Dafa family sat alone in a corner, their demeanor suggesting that, unaware of the situation, onlookers might presume they were contagious, given their isolation. By the way, how are Xinghe and Dongdong performing academically? Haha, I want to even mention that rascal Xinghe. He is likely struggling to get into a college. Thankfully, my daughter has excelled, scoring 645. I'm uncertain if that is considered high, but I've heard it's sufficient for Peking University and Tsinghua University. Those admission calls have given me quite the headache. Nevertheless, I'll let her make her own decision. Upon hearing of Shi Guang's remarkable achievements, Shi Lang turned his gaze toward a solitary trio at a nearby table. He pulled Shi Nian aside to recount the recent events. Learning of the humiliation his brother and sister-in-law's son had endured, Shi Nian felt compelled to restore their honor. Otherwise, he might as well end his own life in despair. With this thought in mind, when the feast commenced, Shi Nian's family purposefully seated themselves at the same table as the Gong family. Notably, after the previous graduation banquet incident, Posey had insisted on sitting between her parents, which left Gong Baofa, who had harbored a flicker of hope, thoroughly disheartened. As the wine flowed and the dishes were served, Gong Defy, gazing at the resplendent Rolls-Royce shimmering under the sun, smiled ingratiatingly at Shi Nian and raised his glass, saying, "Brother, where have you struck it rich? Even that car is yours." Beside him, Li Zhu's eyes sparkled as she admired the vehicle. Although Gong Defy often looked down upon others, he was a businessman of some experience. The car Shi Nian had driven was a Phantom, a model not easily acquired, as the seller would scrutinize one's financial background and assets, effectively refusing to sell to mere nouveau riches. In response to Gong Defy's toast, Shi Nian replied, "I am merely the owner of a breakfast shop. That car is not mine." Upon hearing this, Gong Defy promptly set down his glass, while Gong Baofa displayed a hint of disappointment, having intended to call out Shi Nian if he had the audacity to boast. As silence enveloped the two Gong men, Li Zhu's earlier respect gave way to a scornful smile as she remarked, "Oh, it isn't yours? So, where did you rent it? That must have cost quite a sum, right? They say the food industry can be profitable, but it's also exhausting, especially when selling breakfast. Why would you use your hard-earned money to put on a facade?" Shi Nian was unfazed by Li Zhu's sudden shift in demeanor. They had all grown up together in the same village and were well acquainted with one another. Chen Lizhu was indeed a self-serving individual, aligning herself with those of wealth. In earlier years, before Gong Defy's rise to fortune, she had barely acknowledged him. In contrast, Shi Nian, with his prosperous background and robust physique, had attracted her pursuit prior to his military service, although he had consistently rebuffed her advances. After Shi Nian enlisted, Gong Defy began his ascent from a small contractor to a man of means, prompting Chen Lizhu to swiftly gravitate towards him. Within a month, they were engaged. Later, when Shi Nian returned from military service, having sustained injuries and opened his breakfast shop, their paths crossed once more. That year, when the child Yu Xinghe was entrusted to Shi Nian, he was managing both the shop and the child when he encountered the Gong couple for breakfast. Naturally, a conversation ensued between their families from the same village, though it was far from pleasant. During their pleasantries, Chen Lizhu repeatedly mocked Shi Nian, revealing her acerbic nature as if there existed some profound enmity between them. In truth, Shi Nian was aware that Chen Lizhu was avenging past grievances. Subsequently, she even sent someone to his shop to order 100 breakfasts for her company's workers, insisting they be delivered before 7 o'clock. Shi Nian vividly recalled that day. As freezing rain fell, he arrived 10 minutes early, only to find the workers had already finished their meals. It turned out, from the workers' chatter, that the company had its own cafeteria, rendering the breakfast order unnecessary. Realizing he had been deceived, Shi Nian sought to confront the person who placed the order, only to be informed that the individual had resigned the previous day. With no alternative, and to mitigate his losses, he trudged through the freezing rain, hawking his wares, ultimately selling half of the breakfasts. The remaining half he generously bestowed upon the homeless. However, unbeknownst to Shi Nian, this seemingly careless gesture piqued Sophia's curiosity. setting in motion a series of events that would entwine their fates. Chapter 163, The Emergence of the Big Shot, Part 10. A heartfelt thanks to the reader Xing Yejiyun for their generous reward. Regarding Chen Liju's derision, Shinian found no inclination to defend himself. His silence only served to further confirm the suspicions of Chen Liju and Gong Dafan, who then grew increasingly disdainful towards Shinian and his family. Old Shi, your son and daughter are classmates with my son. How did they fare? Gong Dafan inquired. My son did reasonably well. He'll likely secure a spot at a prestigious school. Oh, Bao Fa managed to get into a prestigious school? Impressive. As for my son, alas, he lacks ambition. He is not cut out for academics. My daughter, however, is doing well enough to barely qualify for Tsinghua or Beida. Huh, Old Shi, are you certain your daughter can gain admission to Tsinghua or Beida? These two institutions are the pinnacle of education in Huaxia, coveted by all scholars. Anyone who gains entry is undoubtedly a top-tier student. Your son is nearly 30 points shy of the acceptance threshold, Gong Dafan scoffed. Skeptical of Shinian's mixed-race daughter's prospects. Not only Gong Dafan, but Chen Liju harbored similar doubts, particularly due to a past incident that fostered her competitive spirit. Living in comfort and enjoying a superior financial status, she was determined to overshadow Shinian's daughter in their children's comparison. Ah, your little sister gained admission to Tsinghua and Beida? How remarkable. Have you received the acceptance letter? Chen Liju inquired, to which Gong Baofa awkwardly reminded, Mom. Acceptance letters are typically received around August. At her son's remark, Chen Liju felt a flush of embarrassment. Nevertheless, she continued, Old Shi, one must possess self-awareness. Some boasts can be laughed off, but when it concerns children, it's prudent to tread carefully. Claiming admission to Tsinghua and Beida requires some preparation before making such assertions. As Chen Liju spoke, she deliberately raised her voice to capture the attention of the surrounding villagers. What is going on? Who has been accepted into Tsinghua or Peking University? Even the most uninformed villagers recognized the prestigious names of these institutions, given their immense renown. Upon hearing that someone had gained admission, they eagerly gathered around, hoping to ingratiate themselves. As the crowd swelled, Chen Liju's smile grew increasingly radiant. Once she deemed the gathering sufficient, she addressed Lao Shi, saying, Your daughter has been accepted into Tsinghua. Shouldn't we celebrate this momentous occasion? It was her firm intention to further embarrass Lao Shi today. Upon hearing Chen Liju's words, the villagers began to inquire eagerly. Naturally, Shinian recounted his daughter's impressive academic achievements. However, to Chen Liju, his words were merely a facade. This was precisely the effect she sought. The higher one stands, the harder the fall. As news of Lao Shi's daughter's acceptance spread, the atmosphere of the gathering reached a fever pitch. Sensing the moment was ripe, Chen Liju stepped forward and asked, Lao Shi, might we see your daughter's scores? It's not that we doubt you. We are simply curious. This suggestion received unanimous support, as mere words held little weight. No one wished to find themselves embroiled in a misunderstanding that could sour the mood. Yet, lacking a computer, Chen Liju cheerfully declared, No matter. I have a laptop in my car. With that, she returned to her vehicle to retrieve it. After plugging in a mobile internet card, she gestured for everyone to pay attention. Initially, Bosi was reluctant to reveal her scores in front of such a crowd, but out of respect for her father's reputation, she acquiesced. Of course, she had Yuxinghe shield her as she entered her username and password. As the screen refreshed, the score of 645 appeared, and Chen Liju's smile abruptly froze. Not only was she taken aback, but Gong Dafan also wore an expression of discomfort. Conversely, Gong Baofa was not surprised. Having been classmates with Shi Yiguang for 3 years, he had anticipated such a score. As Shi Yiguang's results were revealed, the murmurs of skepticism faded into silence. Suddenly, an elderly man with a goatee hobbled forward with the aid of a cane. The crowd parted respectfully as he entered, greeting him with deference. Upon seeing this elder, Shinian and Sophia's expressions darkened, their pupils narrowing in recognition. Shi Ida, the patriarch of the Shi clan in Shijia village and the former village chief, held considerable authority in the community. As he made his entrance, Shi Lang approached him, saying, Uncle, what brings you here? The elder scoffed heavily, replying, What? Is it not permissible for an uncle to visit? If it were merely a private gathering organized by Shi Lang himself, he might have been able to evade the issue. However, considering the multitude of guests present, it is only reasonable and courteous for him to extend an invitation to his uncle, who holds a higher status than he does. Contemplating this, Shi Lang awkwardly smiled and said, Uncle, I have reserved a seat for you. Please, do come in. No, I am here today solely for the sake of that little girl, Shuri Guang, the uncle replied. Following this, Shurita approached Shurnayan with a tone that was both sardonic and mocking, stating, "What use is it for a girl to read so many books? In the end, she will simply marry. If you ask me, amidst today's festivities, why not go ahead and arrange a marriage for Shuri Guang?" At this pronouncement, the atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. Then, a fierce expression crossed Shurnayan's face, his chest heaving with indignation as a low, guttural growl escaped his throat. Reminiscent of a beast in fury, "There is no need for you to concern yourself with this matter, uncle. My daughter's marriage is her own decision. She is still but a child. What does she understand? Look at Erwa from our village, a fine girl, who went out to work at a young age and became infatuated with a hoodlum, insisting on marrying him despite all admonitions. And what is the result? Each time she returns home, she is in tears. Even so, you need not worry, uncle. I will ensure she is well looked after." Such words cannot be uttered. "Old Shur," a loud voice interjected, as a plump woman with a mole and a tuft of hair protruding from it squeezed her way into the scene. Upon seeing this woman, Shurnayan cast a disdainful glance and asked, "Aunt Wang, what brings you here to stir up trouble?" With a smile, Aunt Wang replied, "I have come to act as a matchmaker for you. You see, I have watched little Guang grow up, as her aunt. It is only fitting that I lend a helping hand." Sophia, filled with rage, retorted, "My Sisi was raised by me alone. What business do you have in this matter? You fat woman." Aunt Wang's previously cheerful demeanor transformed into a dark scowl at Sophia's insult. "Foreign barbarians simply lack manners. Were it not for your daughter's modest education, I would not even consider matchmaking for her, even if you were to bow and plead." Upon hearing such shameless words, Sophia, incensed, charged at the overweight woman and delivered a resounding slap. Despite her gender, Sophia possessed strength rivaling that of any man, and her furious strike sent Aunt Wang spinning twice in the air. Typically, Sophia would not resort to such actions, but memories of 2 years prior, when this very woman conspired with that old man to nearly sell Poseidon, ignited her fury. Chapter 164. I love my brother. As Aunt Wang fell to the ground from Sophia's slap, she let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Murder. The foreign barbarian is killing. At this moment, Sophia was consumed by rage, looking at the woman before her with an overwhelming desire to end her existence. With a swift motion, she lifted her leg, her heel whistling sharply as it aimed towards the woman's head. Had that kick landed, Aunt Wang would have undoubtedly summoned a professional team to carry away the coffin the next day. In a moment of dire urgency, Shurnayan swiftly intervened, halting Sophia's lethal strike. Simultaneously, he implored, "My dear, calm yourself. If you were to take the life of that corpulent woman, you would find yourself in grave trouble." Upon hearing Shurnayan's words, Sophia regained a semblance of clarity, a fleeting expression of fear flashing across her face. Indeed, we live in a society governed by law. Should a murder occur, Sophia would surely face imprisonment. The life of a worthless wretch is not worth sacrificing her own for. Sophia ceased her assault. Yet Aunt Wang was far from willing to let the matter rest. With a sinister grin, she taunted, "Come on. If you have the guts, kill me. You yellow-haired bastard. I assure you, today will be monumental for you. Either your entire family stays, or your daughter does." With that, Aunt Wang bellowed, "What are you waiting for? If you don't come over, those 2 little wretches will escape." Barely had she finished speaking when over a dozen men, armed with hoes and clubs, burst into the crowd, encircling Shurnayan's family. As Shurnayan's family found themselves besieged, Shurlang dashed forward, positioning himself between the 2 factions, and called out to Shurita, "Uncle, Shurnayan is one of our own. How can you stand idly by?" Shurita held considerable sway in the village. If he chose to speak up, the crowd would certainly disperse. Unfortunately, Shurlang was mistaken. "Shurlang, this matter does not concern you, so step aside. Otherwise, you will be dealt with too." He then turned to Shurnayan, saying, "Nephew, I am genuinely looking out for that girl, Xiao Guang. Why can't you understand your uncle's good intentions?" Seeing Shurita persist in his pretense of goodwill, Shurnayan was genuinely repulsed. "Bah, you old fools, you should have perished long ago. What business is my daughter's marriage to you? I advise you to make way, or else." "Or else what? Huh? What will you do?" "Anyone who dares to stop me today will meet their end." With those words, Shurnayan, eyes ablaze, caused the villagers wielding hoes to instinctively take a step back. After all, Shurnayan had served in the military and experienced life and death battles. His imposing presence far surpassed that of these village ruffians. Everyone knew that this man, with fiery eyes, was capable of following through on his threats. As Shirnian and Shirlang guarded Yuxinghe and the others, retreating step by step, Gong Baofa suddenly pointed at Poseidon and shouted, "Shi Guang has feelings for her brother." The atmosphere instantly froze. Gong Dafa hurriedly pulled Gong Baofa down, admonishing, "What nonsense are you spouting?" At this moment, the situation on the field could be aptly described as one of palpable tension, where even a mere spark could ignite a devastating outcome. It was during this critical juncture that Gong Baofa uttered a statement that could very well divert Shirnian's attention towards them. Should a conflict arise, Shirnian might recklessly charge in. Yet, Gong Baofa seemed deaf to his father's warnings. Boldly proclaiming to the crowd, Shi Guang rejected the marriage arranged by Aunt Wang solely because of her affection for her brother. This is nothing short of incest. Tell me, can we allow such a scandalous person to go unpunished? Upon hearing Gong Baofa's slanderous remarks about Poseidon, Yuxinghe was infuriated and nearly leapt forward to confront the scoundrel, only to be restrained by his uncle, Shirlang. "Xinghe, this is not the time to dwell on such matters. Our priority is to leave." Yet, he retorted, "What kind of decorum is this? Truly, a bastard is a bastard, forsaking even the most basic ethics. Shirnian, look at the fine daughter and son you have raised." In the face of Shir Ida's accusatory remarks, Shirnian sneered, "That little wretch can say whatever he likes. I could just as easily claim he has an inappropriate relationship with his mother. Moreover, whom my daughter chooses to love is her own affair. Any issues therein are for me to address, not your concern." With that, Shirnian bellowed towards the distant Gong Baofa, "You wretched child. Not even the village's stray dogs would deign to look at you." Hearing Shirnian's insults directed at his son, Chen Lizhu stood up in defense, asserting, "Have you even consulted your daughter? How can you be so certain my son is speaking nonsense?" This prompted the crowd to shift their gaze towards the siblings, Yuxinghe and Shi Guang. In the next moment, Shi Guang spoke. Just as everyone anticipated her vehement denial, she unexpectedly declared, "Indeed, I love my brother." At this confession, not only were Shirnian and Sophia taken aback, but Shi Ida and Gong Baofa were equally stunned. Seizing the moment of shock, Shi Guang continued, "I love my brother. He cares for me, loves me, and would even give his life for me. We share no blood ties, so what is wrong with that? What harm is there in being together? I, Shi Guang, love Yuxinghe. Not only do I love him, but I intend to marry him in the future." Then, to the astonishment of all present, Shi Guang cupped Yuxinghe's face and planted a kiss upon him. Witnessing her acknowledgement and the audacity of kissing Yuxinghe right before him sent Shi Ida into a fit of rage, causing him to faint. The same fate befell Gong Baofa, who also succumbed to the overwhelming emotions. As these two collapsed, chaos erupted once more, and Shirnian seized the opportunity to lead his family away. Unnoticed by the crowd below, two figures hovered in the sky above, unmistakably Bai Dong and Ying Yin. Upon returning home, Yuxinghe was summoned into Shirnian's chamber. Poseidon was taken away by Sophia. As the bedroom door closed, Shirnian addressed the Moonstar River, saying, "My boy, what is your perspective on this matter?" This time, Shirnian refrained from calling him his son, as though the boy before him was not the child he had watched grow up, but rather a stranger, a reckless young man attempting to encroach upon his prized possessions. With a sense of shame, Yuxinghe lowered his head and replied, "I do not know." "You do not know? In front of so many people. Poseidon confessed his feelings to you. How do you believe you should have responded?" As Shirnian's words resonated, a myriad of memories from the past decade with Poseidon flooded Yuxinghe's mind. He faintly recalled their first encounter, a scene where he was but an infant cradled in the arms of a woman he would later come to know as his mother. His father had declared that he now had a sister. In time, he discovered a curious phenomenon. Whenever his sister cried inconsolably, his mere presence would evoke her laughter. Eventually, the first word she uttered was brother, much to the amusement and bewilderment of their parents. As time meandered on, Poseidon blossomed and began her education. Her cerulean eyes, golden hair, and mixed heritage features were strikingly captivating. Many of her classmates ostracized and bullied her, and each time Poseidon was mistreated, she would come to him in tears. Yuxinghe lived up to the title of brother. After a week of imparting lessons in morality to those boys, Poseidon was no longer tormented at her kindergarten. Upon entering elementary school, due to the age difference, Poseidon found herself 2 grades below Yuxinghe. During that period, she continued to endure harassment because of her looks. prompting Yuxingha to engage in 4 years of relentless fights on her behalf. Indeed, before the age of 12, Yuxingha's life story could be described as a chronicle of battles fought and endured. Everything changed during the summer of his 12th year. One fateful day, he stumbled upon a letter from his biological mother while at home. Upon reading that letter, he learned that he was not the biological child of his parents. Reflecting on it, it made sense. Poseidon was of mixed heritage, and if he were born of Sophia, he too would share that lineage. Upon discovering his non-biological status, Yuxingha became exceedingly sensitive, feeling as though his mother was somehow targeting him. Mornings were a struggle to awaken him. Afternoons brought meals devoid of his favorite braised pork. And evenings were filled with admonishments about not sleeping properly and disturbing his sister. His mother frequently scolded him and subjected him to various forms of torment. Looking back, if only Yuxingha had understood that Sophia's peculiar temperament was a result of her pregnancy, perhaps he would not have made the regrettable decision to leave home. Yuxingha still vividly recalls that week, which remains the most profound period of his life. During that time, he felt as though he had lost his very soul, wandering like a mere shell of a being. He was uncertain of his destination, merely drifting aimlessly. When fatigue set in, he would seek a clean spot to rest. And when hunger or thirst beckoned, he would utilize his meager pocket money to procure sustenance. As night descended, he would find solace on a park bench or in a sheltered corner to sleep. Each slumber was filled with visions of Shurnayan and Sophia. However, Shurnayan appeared benevolent, while Sophia bore a malevolent countenance. Earlier, his father had lovingly prepared his favorite braised pork and made a cozy bed for him, only for Sophia to arrive and snatch away the dish, forcing him onto the streets to sell atomic bombs. Ultimately, in frustration of not making a sale, Yuxingha detonated all the bombs he possessed. The explosion was blinding, the brilliance searing his eyes. In the next moment, he awoke to a cacophony of voices calling out, "Here he is!" as a throng rushed towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuxingha bolted. As he dashed into a dead end, he was elated to discover a dog door and immediately squeezed through. However, during his escape, a hand seized his ankle, startling him into a frenzy of kicks until he finally broke free from that perilous grip. As Yuxingha was unaware of how long he had been running, he leaned against a cold, smooth stone tablet, panting with exhaustion. Suddenly, a chill breeze swept by, sending a shiver through his entire being. As Yuxingha gazed upward, his eyes were met with a multitude of densely clustered tombstones. Yuxingha let out a terrified scream and fell to the ground. Just as he was about to crawl away in fright, a beam of moonlight descended, illuminating the inscription on the tombstone, the grave of Qi Yingwe. That name. As the moonlit river began to resonate, every year during the Qingming festival, father would take them to pay homage to two individuals. One was his dear friend. According to Shurnayan, without this uncle, he would not exist. The other was this woman. Each time, Shurnayan would insist that he bow before the gravestone. In his childhood, he complied without objection, but as he reached the age of 7 or 8, he began to resist. The act of bowing was painfully uncomfortable, especially since Shurnayan demanded that it be done with a sound. Why should he bow to a woman he had never met? Thus, in the year of his 10th birthday, he mischievously took advantage of the crowd's distraction and urinated behind the gravestone. Consequently, he received the only blow of paternal love in his life from Shurnayan. It is worth noting that regardless of his previous misdeeds, Shurnayan had only ever resorted to verbal admonishments. That time, however, he was struck hard enough to warrant 3 days of sick leave. Now, in retrospect, Moonlit River finally comprehended the reason behind Shurnayan's anger. Beneath this stone, resting in eternal slumber, lay his biological mother. The mere thought of that profoundly moving letter brought forth an unfamiliar ache in his heart for the first time. Yuxingha was unaware of how many apologies he had uttered before the tombstone, only knowing that he eventually succumbed to a profound slumber against it. In this dream, a gentle and exquisitely beautiful woman engaged him in conversation, inquiring about his recent circumstances, his academic performance, and whether he had faced any bullying. When Yuxingha awakened once more, he found himself back home. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the weary visage of Shurnayan. After enduring this ordeal, Yuxingha came to realize the identity of his biological mother, and upon reflecting on his own name, he shifted the subject. That man named Yuxingha is indeed my biological father, is he not? Shurnayan nodded with a bittersweet expression. Yuxingha inquired, "Where is Sophia?" Upon hearing Yuxingha omit the title of mother, Shurnayan's expression shifted dramatically. He raised his hand, poised to strike Yuxingha. Yet upon witnessing her close her eyes and not flinch, he despondently lowered his hand and remarked, "Do you comprehend the sacrifices Sophia has made in her quest to find you?" Yuxinghe shook her head. She had lost a child. Upon hearing this, Yuxinghe felt as though she had been struck by lightning. What about Posey? Posey is fine. It is the child in Sophia's womb that is no more. Subsequently, Shernayan produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracted one, lit it, and took a deep drag before saying, "Last night, when we found you, Sophia fell while trying to chase after you. When I took her to the hospital, the doctor informed me that she was already a month pregnant and questioned how I could be such a husband, unaware of this." Chapter 166, Awakening from the Dream, Part 2. Hearing that Sophia had lost a child because of him, Yuxinghe's gaze became vacant. Noticing his silence, Shernayan patted his head and said, "As a man, one must take responsibility for their actions. You caused Sophia to lose a child. Shouldn't you compensate her?" "How should I compensate her?" "Of course, by offering yourself to her." With that, Shernayan finished the last of his cigarette and dragged Yuxinghe into the car bound for the hospital. Seated in the passenger seat, Yuxinghe suddenly noticed a bruise on Shernayan's right wrist. As he observed the bruise, Shernayan chuckled. "What are you looking at? This is the result of your handiwork. After all the effort I took to catch you, you managed to kick like a rabbit. Who told you to grab my ankle? Hey, you little rascal, you still have a grievance? When we see Sophia later, don't you dare act mute." At the hospital, upon pushing open the door to the ward, a pristine white bed came into view, where a haggard Sophia lay, accompanied by Posey, whose red-rimmed eyes revealed she had been crying. As soon as Yuxinghe appeared, Posey leaped into his arms, sobbing, "Where have you been? I thought I would never see you again." "I'm sorry." After managing to console Posey, Yuxinghe approached Sophia's bedside. Sophia, with an expressionless face, beckoned him closer. Slap. With a resounding crack of a slap echoing in the ward, a bright red handprint appeared on Yuxinghe's face. Feeling the sting on his cheek, Sophia spoke in her distinctive voice, reminiscent of a Siberian chill. "Do you know why I hit you?" Yuxinghe whispered, "I caused you to lose a child, and I have also taken away the possibility of a future brother or sister. No, I struck you not because of that, but because you ran away without a word. What if you were captured by human traffickers? What would become of you, your father, and your sister?" He added bitterly, "After all, I am not your biological child. Why do you worry so much?" The moment the words left his lips, Yuxinghe realized he had misspoken, yet, once uttered, they could not be retracted. Upon hearing his words, Sophia revealed a sorrowful smile and said, "Indeed, I am not your biological mother. And I admit that if both you and Poseidon were to fall into an abyss, I would have only one chance to act. Without hesitation, I would save Poseidon. Here." Sophia extended her arms and embraced Yuxinghe, declaring, "I would jump in after you, even if it meant descending into eternal hell, shattering into pieces and facing irreversible doom. I would never regret it. From the moment you mischievously called me mother for the first time, I have regarded you as my own child. I would lay down my life to protect and cherish you. If you wish to leave me, then first return the 11 years of love I have bestowed upon you, erasing all the bittersweet memories of those years. If you cannot do that, might I ask you to call me mother once more? Losing a child I carried for merely a month has already plunged me into despair. If I were to lose you, whom I have nurtured with 11 years of love and devotion, how could I possibly endure such a loss? Mother implores you, do not leave me again." After hearing Sophia's heartfelt words, Yuxinghe, with tears streaming down his face, murmured, "I am sorry, mother." Following this incident, the life of the Shernayan family gradually began to stabilize. The breakfast shop flourished, and Sophia no longer rushed about tirelessly. Poseidon blossomed into a beautiful young lady, while Yuxinghe found himself giving moral education lessons to those unruly boys more frequently. Yet, despite Yuxinghe's careful efforts to maintain peace, an unforeseen calamity struck. In his 13th year, Yuxinghe was detained by a teacher for fighting, forced to write a reflection. Suddenly, Shernayan burst into the office, urgently whisking Yuxinghe away. To be honest, it was the first time in many years that Yuxinghe witnessed Shernayan so flustered. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yuxinghe learned that Poseidon was in grave danger. It turned out that Poseidon, worried about Yuxinghe going hungry while detained at school, had packed 2 meals from home and made her way back to the school. To prevent him from starving, she took a secluded path. Unfortunately, on that very day, a perverse individual had decided to follow her, and as she traversed that quiet route, the assailant struck. Fortunately, Poseidon had learned a fair amount of self-defense from her parents. She employed a swift kick and an eye-gouging technique against the assailant, just as she thought victory was within her grasp and turned to leave. The attacker drew a knife and lunged at her. Poseidon, reacting with remarkable speed, raised her arm to shield herself at the critical moment, but her wrist was slashed. Later, Poseidon, with great effort, rushed onto the main road, where a kind-hearted passerby took him to the hospital, while the assailant was apprehended and taken to the police station. As a doctor emerged from the emergency room, Shernine hurriedly approached and inquired, "Doctor, how is the patient?" The doctor, with a look of deep regret, replied, "The patient has lost a significant amount of blood and requires a substantial transfusion." Without hesitation, Shernine rolled up his sleeves and exclaimed, "Doctor, can my blood suffice? Take as much as you need." The doctor shook his head and said, "Regrettably, your daughter has an exceedingly rare blood type, Rh negative, commonly referred to as panda blood. Does anyone here share that blood type?" Upon hearing that Shi Guang possessed such rare blood, both Shernine and Sophia appeared utterly stunned, as though struck by lightning. "Is there any in the blood bank?" The doctor shook his head. "If there were, I wouldn't be asking you. In the meantime, you should get your blood types tested to see if they match." The wait was excruciating. Each second felt like an eternity, as the three endured a torment akin to awaiting judgment. Eventually, the doctor approached with a sorrowful expression and announced, "I'm sorry, neither of you matches." At this revelation, Sophia fainted instantly, while Shernine grasped the doctor's collar, pleading, "Shi Guang is my and my wife's biological daughter. How can it be that neither of our blood types is suitable? Genetics is a matter of probability. There is no rule that states a child with panda blood must have parents with the same." Hearing this, Shernine felt as though his very bones had been stripped away, and he sank to the ground, grasping the doctor's hand with a look of utter despair. "Doctor, I implore you, find a way to save my daughter. She is only 11. If it takes my life to save hers, I would gladly trade it." The doctor, gazing at the despondent Shernine with compassion, sighed, "There is nothing we can do. We wish to save her, but without blood, we truly cannot proceed. Perhaps you should go in and see her one last time." Just as the doctor was about to leave, a boy with a strikingly handsome appearance approached him and said, "Doctor, you haven't checked my blood type yet. Who are you to the patient?" "I'm her brother. Biological? Not by blood." "This doctor, time is of the essence." "I beg you." "Very well." Although the likelihood that Yu Xinghe shared the same rare blood type was exceedingly slim, the doctor's creed was, human life is paramount. Thus, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, the doctor must not yield. Chapter 167, Awakening from the Dream, Part 3. Even the doctor could not have anticipated how wondrous fate could be. In the vast sea of humanity, the exceedingly rare panda blood unexpectedly manifested in two individuals. These two siblings, bound not by blood, yet sharing an identical blood type. One wonders whether this is a jest of destiny or the result of countless reincarnations that brought such siblings together. Not only the doctor, but also Shernine and Yu Xinghe were astonished by the miraculous nature of fate. At this moment, Sophia remained unconscious. Before they could revel in their joy, the doctor poured a bucket of cold water on them, stating that the amount of blood required for the injured was far too great. At least 1,200 milliliters were needed to pull her from the brink of death. And considering the actual circumstances, it might even exceed 1,300 milliliters. "If I am not mistaken, young man, your weight should be approximately 40 kilograms. Given that blood volume constitutes about 7 or 8 of body weight, your total blood volume is estimated to be between 2,800 and 3,200 milliliters. Losing 20% of that blood presents a risk of shock, and losing nearly half could very well be fatal." Just as they had glimpsed a glimmer of hope, it was cruelly extinguished. After a brief silence, Shernine lunged forward, seizing the doctor's collar, his eyes wide with fury, as if he were ready to devour him whole. Under such a gaze, the doctor felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, sensing that this man might strike him down at any moment. Then, Shernine's cold, low growl resounded. "Now that we have the blood, you dare speak such words? Are you toying with me?" The doctor, trembling, stammered in a voice laced with fear, "I am merely stating the truth. As a physician, it is my duty to elucidate all the risks of this operation to the family. Tell me, what are the chances of both children surviving?" "Less than 1 in 10. 1 in 10. Upon hearing this despairing probability, Shernine felt faint, yet he could not succumb, as the head of the family, if he were to lose consciousness. Who would be left to make a decision? However, this choice was excruciatingly difficult. So difficult that even this resolute man struggled to decide. On one side lay his own flesh and blood, and on the other, the sole offspring of his dearest friend, who had saved his life, particularly in Shirnayan's heart. The status of Yuxinghe and Poseidon was equal. Both were children he would sacrifice his life to protect. Who should survive? Or should he gamble that both children might live? But should he lose, the consequences would be dire. Feeling as though all strength had been sapped from him, Shirnayan despondently released the doctor, casting another glance at the unconscious Sophia. Even in her state of unconsciousness, her brow remained deeply furrowed. The worry and pain etched across her features shattered his heart. Just as Shirnayan sat there, lost and helpless like a child, a familiar voice rang out. "Doctor, draw the blood." Immediately, Shirnayan looked up sharply, only to see Yuxinghe rolling up his sleeve, revealing his pale arm, as he smiled and said, "Father, please do not stop me, all right? You once told me that as an older brother, I must protect my sister. I believe that if it were Mother lying there, and it required your life to save her, you would not hesitate to agree, would you? Father, I implore you to promise me one thing. No matter the outcome of the surgery, please, I beg you to remain calm and do not trouble the doctors, all right?" The doctor nearby, upon hearing these words, widened his eyes, and tears cascaded down his cheeks uncontrollably. What a profoundly kind soul it must take to utter such words. The medical professionals, often regarded as angels of mercy, face the wrath of relatives who, in the blink of an eye, transform from humble mourners to vengeful spirits, unleashing their fury upon the physicians when surgery does not go as planned. While some relatives may retain their composure, their countenance is hardly one of kindness. Meanwhile, Shirnayan struggled to speak, his throat tightening with emotion, but no words would come forth. Instead, tears fell like a torrential downpour. A man does not shed tears lightly, only when deeply moved. Throughout his life, Shirnayan had wept only 4 times, the first upon his father's passing, the second for his mother's demise, the third when a comrade shielded him from a bomb, and the fourth at this moment. It was a rare sight to see Shirnayan in tears, prompting Yuxinghe to chuckle and, in an attempt to maintain a light-hearted tone, remark, "Old Shir, I'm still alive, so why are you crying? What good does it do for a grown man to weep so? With so many watching, aren't you the least bit embarrassed? I feel embarrassed for you. Remember your promise. If you dare to go back on it, I shall never forgive you." Following this, Yuxinghe rushed to Sophia, who lay on the bench. Noticing her furrowed brow, he leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Then, he whispered into her ear, "Mother, do not worry, Poseidon will be fine, I assure you." After speaking, Yuxinghe called out to the doctor, "I appreciate your assistance." Once Yuxinghe departed, Sophia's tightly knit brow finally relaxed, her eyelids fluttered, and her striking blue eyes opened to behold the tear-streaked face of Shirnayan. In a dreamlike voice, Sophia murmured, "Darling, I dreamt that Poseidon returned home safely." "Really? That is splendid news. But where is Xinghe? Where has he gone?" she continued, recalling a dream of the mischievous boy playing hide and seek, eluding her grasp. As she spoke, clarity returned to her gaze, and she swiftly sat up, scanning her surroundings, exclaiming, "Where is Xinghe?" Struggled to utter, "He said to go, bring Poseidon back." Tears silently streamed down Sophia's face. 400 milliliters, 500 milliliters, 600 milliliters. As blood was gradually drawn away, Yuxinghe felt his consciousness fading, and the surroundings grew increasingly cold. In contrast, beside him, Poseidon's heartbeat, breath, and body temperature began to stabilize. "Doctor son, we cannot draw anymore. The child's consciousness is already becoming unclear. We must cease." Just as a doctor was about to step forward to halt the blood draw, Yuxinghe grasped the hand of the physician poised to remove the 4. "Doctor, I implore you to let me continue. Child, if this continues, you will perish. I promised my mother that I would bring my sister home safely. If you are concerned that my death may cause you trouble, feel free to record this on your phone. I assure you, this is entirely of my own volition and involves no one else. But, doctor, you too have family. If it were your parents, partner, or child lying here, what would your choice be?" Upon hearing Yuxinghe's words, every doctor and nurse concealed their faces in tears. The physician, choked with emotion, replied, "I promise you. Thank you." Chapter 168, Awakening from the Dream, Part 4. As consciousness dwindled, darkness enveloped him, and the chill intensified. In a daze, he sensed an irresistible force pulling him upward, like a body in the air, compelled by gravity to return to the earth. This unseen power acted in opposition. During his ascent, He glimpsed his own body on the operating table and on another bed. He observed Poseidon's complexion gradually regaining its color alongside the tearful faces of the doctors and nurses. He must have succumbed to death. Yet, Poseidon should survive, right? With this thought, Yu Xinghe felt a sense of relief. Just as he perceived the connection to his body weakening, suddenly, a hand grasped him. As Yu Xinghe turned back, he saw a woman clad in a white dress grasping his hand, persistently tugging him back. Who is she? Just as Yu Xinghe pondered this, another hand emerged. In stark contrast to the delicate, pale hand of the woman in the dress, which seemed devoid of strength, this hand was rough, broad, and riddled with numerous calluses. Unmistakably the hand of a man. It was with the addition of this hand that Yu Xinghe began to inch his way back toward his body. When he finally made contact with his physical form, the force that had been pulling him vanished. And he turned to gaze upon the two indistinct figures retreating into the distance. One figure appeared frail, akin to a lilac flower, while the other, though not tall, stood with a posture so erect it seemed capable of supporting the heavens. Who are you? As Yu Xinghe inquired, the two figures paused, and the upright figure boomed. Do not concern yourself with who I am. Let me tell you, should you dare to die again without reason, I shall not hesitate to slap you. The more delicate figure, resembling a lilac flower, gently remarked, Darling, you performed admirably. I hope that in the near future, you will bring your child to visit us. With that, the two figures paid no heed to Yu Xinghe's calls. Hand in hand, they walked into the distance. In the operating room, a loud thud echoed. Dr. Sun, let it go. The child is. I refuse to believe it. I must try once more. With another heavy thud resounding. The monitor beside the operating table displayed an unyielding flat line, indicating the absence of heartbeat. After yet another failure, Dr. Sun finally succumbed to despair, collapsing onto the floor, his expression mirroring the helplessness of the late Shernayan. Meanwhile, the other doctors and nurses stood in silence, bowing deeply toward the child on the operating table, who had already lost breath and heartbeat. This gesture represented their profound respect for Yu Xinghe's courageous choice to exchange his life for another's. As the bowing continued, Poseidon's fingers twitched, and then he opened his azure eyes. The blinding white light greeted him, and as he acclimated to the brightness, he beheld the bowed figures of the doctors. Glancing sideways, he saw a doctor seated on the floor, while on the table lay his brother. Though his body was frail and weak, Poseidon summoned his willpower to raise his arm, striving to reach out to the figure that was so near, yet seemed impossibly distant. As Poseidon's hand glided past Dr. Sun's gaze, observing how the tender fingers could not reach that elusive figure, Dr. Sun swiftly grasped the already icy hand of Yu Xinghe, placing it atop the delicate small hand. When Poseidon made contact with the frigid palm, an inexplicable emptiness engulfed her heart, as if something precious had been lost. She parted her lips, calling out in a faint yet distinct voice, Brother, why is your hand so cold? Have you been playing and caught a chill? Wake up and look at me. I am your most beloved sister. If you don't awaken soon, I shall ignore you. A physician attempted to convey the truth, but was sternly silenced by Dr. Sun's piercing gaze. Dr. Sun's intention was straightforward, to allow these siblings to converse further. Once he relinquished his hold, it would be as if only memories remained. Brother, please awaken. Don't you have that novel left unfinished? Aren't you afraid your readers will send you letters in anger, leaving you as a mere recluse? Moreover, if you don't wake, Poseidon will have to go to school and return home alone. I fear the thunder. I fear the dark. I want you to tell me stories, to hold me while we count the stars, to twirl me around. Feeling the hand grow even colder, Poseidon finally burst into tears. Foolish brother, if you dare to sleep like this indefinitely, I shall reveal your extensive study materials to our parents. And I will burn all your hidden photo albums beneath the bed. Every year when I visit you, I will play it on my phone 100 times. You won't be able to turn it off. Come and bite me. As Poseidon's emotions spiraled out of control, a doctor moved forward to console her, but suddenly, a beeping sound pierced the air. Beep, beep. The sound was crisp and brief, yet to the ears of the assembled doctors, it was the most enchanting melody in existence. For it was the sound of a heartbeat, the symphony of life itself. Initially, there was a single beep after 20 seconds, then a beep every 10 seconds, followed by every 8 seconds. The sound quickened, ultimately stabilizing at a beat per second. Amidst a chorus of astonished and joyous expressions, Yu Xinghe trembled as he opened his eyes, gazing at the tear-streaked Poseidon beside him. I nearly exhausted myself to save you, and you repay me by revealing my secrets. I shall never return to this hospital again. The thought of his extensive study materials and hidden photo albums being exposed to so many people made Yu Xinghe feel as though he might perish on the spot. After a brief silence, the operating room erupted into rapturous applause. It was a celebration of victory. Outside the operating room, upon hearing the jubilant cheer from within, Shernyan was instantly filled with rage. Damn it, my son is gone, and you all seem to revel in such joy. With this thought, Shernyan forcefully burst through the door, locking eyes with a group of doctors. Upon seeing someone unexpectedly intrude, Dr. Sun's face contorted with fear, imagining the chaos that could ensue if such an interruption occurred during surgery. Enraged, Dr. Sun bellowed at Shernyan, "Get out." Just as Shernyan was about to give a stern reprimand to the audacious individual who dared to order him out, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He beheld Yu Xinghe and Poseidon hand in hand, both clutching their foreheads, looking utterly speechless. Are they unscathed? Both of them are unharmed? One of the doctors who had previously notified Shernyan stepped forward and exclaimed, "Thank heavens, both little ones have survived." Upon hearing that Yu Xinghe and Poseidon had emerged safely, Shernyan, who had just moments ago appeared as a fierce warrior, now hunched over, adopting the demeanor of a defeated bear. "Esteemed doctors, I apologize for my earlier outburst. Please do not take offense." Dr. Sun, still brimming with anger, shouted, "I wouldn't mind if you left." In response to such a degrading demand from the doctor, Shernyan fell silent for a brief moment before roaring back, "If you wish me to leave, then I shall." And with that, to the astonishment of the doctors and nurses, he exited. Chapter 169, Summer Vacation. Reflecting on the past, Yu Xinghe was overwhelmed with emotion. Noticing Yu Xinghe's continued silence, Shernyan remarked, "If you prefer not to respond, so be it. This matter is for you both to resolve on your own. Your mother and I have worried for years. Now that your college entrance examinations are over, I too wish to take a break." "Dad, where are you going?" "We are traveling to behold the magnificent landscapes of our homeland. I remember you being quite frugal." "Oh, I forgot to mention, your mother and I plan to deduct our travel expenses directly from your manuscript fees. Do not look at me with such disdain. Consider it in advance on your bride price. After all, you are merely losing some cash, while I, on the other hand, stand to lose my only daughter." "Dad, how shameless. How else could I have won your mother's heart?" After this, Shernyan patted Yu Xinghe on the shoulder and bestowed upon him a knowing smile. Shortly after Shernyan's departure, Sophia entered, followed closely by Poseidon. In contrast to Shernyan's lengthy discourse, Sophia was succinct and to the point. She pulled Poseidon forward and thrust her into Yu Xinghe's arms. "Xinghe, she is my only daughter. Should you dare to let her down, beware. For I shall send you to a Siberian labor camp to cultivate potatoes. Do you hear me?" "Yes, mother." As the moonlight painted her cheeks a rosy hue, Yu Xinghe readily agreed, prompting a sigh of relief from Sophia. She had harbored a genuine fear that Yu Xinghe might reject Poseidon for some unfathomable reason, which would have been quite distressing. Observing the two sweethearts entwined in an embrace, Sophia stepped forward to plant a gentle kiss on each of their foreheads. Then, she quietly closed the door, leaving the room for the blissful couple. As Sophia exited, Shernyan, seated on the sofa, remarked with a hint of admiration, "My dear, you are far more forthright than I. You unceremoniously confined these two in a room together, unafraid of potential mishaps." Blushing, Sophia retorted, "I have already conveyed all that needed to be said. Besides, a pair like them, surely even God would not wish to part them." "Humph. If that so-called God dares to intervene, I shall take matters into my own hands." Hidden in the shadows, Bibi Dong seethed at the sight of the embracing couple. Her teeth clenched in frustration. At that moment, Ingyin sighed, "Enough of this. This is their dream, and according to their subconscious, there is no way we can separate them in this dreamscape. Then I shall eliminate them." Bibi Dong snapped back. "Calm down, if you are truly incensed. Why not direct your ire towards Shir-Ida and Gong Dafen instead? That makes sense." Not long after Yu Xinghe and the others departed, Shir-Ida was struck by a cerebral hemorrhage, leaving him paralyzed in a fit of rage. His two sons, each disdainful, refused to care for him, resulting in the wicked Shir-Ida ultimately succumbing to starvation in his bed. Meanwhile, Gong Baofa, who had hoped to enroll in a prestigious program, was informed that due to the overwhelming competition, he had been unceremoniously rejected and was left to begrudgingly pursue a degree at a lesser institution. His father, Gong Dafen, faced a serious predicament as he was reported for the subpar quality of a construction project he had undertaken and was now confronted with substantial claims for damages. While their parents were away on vacation, life at home seemed largely unchanged. Yu Xinghe continued to seclude himself in his room, diligently typing away, while Poseidon wrestled with the decision of whether to take up a summer job. Brother, do you think I should accept a summer job? Several classmates have invited me. Do you genuinely wish to go? If so, I can recommend a position for you. The daily wage is 300, with meals and accommodation provided. All you need to do is cook and clean. Home-based domestic work? I refuse. Poseidon protested. By the way, brother, you are quite heartless to send me to another's home. What if they have ulterior motives? You would have no time to weep. Do you know where the work is located? Where? Right here. With that, Yu Xinghe took Poseidon's hand in a gentle grasp and said softly, why not stay home and care for me instead? With our mother gone, you are the only one capable of cooking. All right, I shall reluctantly accept this job out of pity for you. However, in addition to meals and accommodation, you must also provide snacks, ice creams, and cold drinks must not be overlooked. And I expect a heat allowance as well. By the way, given my beauty and status as a prospective student at Chibei, you should also include a beauty and education allowance. When all is calculated, Yu Xinghe spoke with a hint of annoyance. The money and bank cards are in my drawer. The password for the bank card is your birthday. Take however much you need. And remember, don't indulge in too many cold drinks or ice creams. Overindulgence will only lead to a stomach ache and more trouble for me. I know. Just as the air in the room was thick with the sweet scent of love, a sudden knock echoed through the space. After peering through the peephole to assess the situation, Poseidon finally opened the door. The visitor was none other than Bibi Dong. Today, Bibi Dong was dressed in a breezy tank dress, adorned with a sun hat, her long, slender legs accentuated, along with a glimpse of her cleavage that was tantalizing enough to ignite the imagination, provoking Poseidon's ire. What brings you here? Why the cold welcome? I thought we had no enmity. No enmity, indeed, but please conduct yourself with decorum and dress appropriately. I can't help it. It's too hot. This is much cooler. By the way, where's your brother? He.S. busy typing. Let me fetch him. With her stunning presence, Bibi Dong was the center of attention wherever she went. And at this moment, draped languidly on the sofa, she epitomized the essence of earthly beauty. Ahem. With a couple of heavy coughs from Poseidon, Yu Xinghe quickly averted his gaze from her. Observing this, Bibi Dong flashed a smile, brimming with charm. Xinghe, do you recall the last time you pretended to be my brother's girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Yu Xinghe felt an overwhelming sense of social embarrassment. Yu Xinghe, you become quite bold. Not only did you dress as a woman, but you also went behind my back to entice men. Speak. What transpired? If you don't clarify, you'll be sleeping in the bathroom tonight. Can I sleep outside instead? Sure. Go ahead. I'll leave the door open while I sleep tonight. Then I suppose I should explain. With that, Yu Xinghe briefly recounted the events of the day he went to retrieve the bicycle, omitting certain details. After all, if Poseidon were to learn that he had once again been in Bibi Dong's embrace and had spent the afternoon sleeping on her bed, he would likely face dire consequences that night. After listening to Yu Xinghe's explanation, Poseidon felt a slight sense of relief. However, Bibi Dong's next words reignited her previously quelled anger. Xinghe, I must trouble you again. Although we dealt with that old scoundrel Huang, the patriarch of his family has arrived, specifically requesting to meet you and Ainin. Could we impose upon you once more? Am I allowed to refuse? Of course not. However, as she spoke, Bibi Dong revealed a knowing smile. The bedroom. Upon hearing those words, Yu Xinghe quickly interjected, Ahem, I still need to thank you for borrowing our vehicle last time. I'll take care of this. Thank you. After speaking, Bibi Dong approached Yu Xinghe, playfully pinching his face, and turned to the blushing Poseidon, saying farewell. Just as Bibi Dong stepped out, she heard Poseidon's questioning voice and Yu Xinghe's anguished scream from behind the door. What does bedroom mean? Is it a code or something? If you don't clarify, I'll buy a whole box of herring cans for your dinner. Listening to Yu Xinghe's cries, Bibi Dong chuckled softly, whispering, Serves you right, letting your affections wander everywhere. In a fervent display of oaths and promises, with a near leap from the building, Yu Xinghe finally nodded. All right. This is the last time. Moreover, I must ask you a question. 100 questions, if you will. You don't truly prefer men, do you? Yu Xinghe resolutely stated. With a sister as beautiful as you, how could I possibly be attracted to men? Satisfied with Yu Xinghe's unwavering stance, Poseidon stepped forward and lightly kissed his cheek like a dragonfly landing on water. Very well, let us retreat to my room. I shall give you a splendid makeover. What? Observing the fruits of her labor after an hour of meticulous work, Poseidon bore a contented smile, gazing at Yushingha as an artisan admires their finest creation. As Yushingha reopened his eyes and beheld his reflection in the mirror, he too was momentarily entranced. In the mirror stood a young girl with a delicate and enchanting visage, her features akin to a painting, with translucent earlobes and a beauty that resembled poetry. Her large, sparkling eyes reflected both astonishment and delight, while silver twin ponytails, crafted from a wig, cascaded down from either side of her head, imbuing her with an exuberance that belied her age, exuding both charm and playfulness. Descending from her lovely countenance was a graceful and elegant swan-like neck. Notably, Yushingha's Adam's apple was absent, rendering him even more reminiscent of a girl. The sole imperfection in this beauty was that her bosom was rather modest. At such a tender age, she possessed a figure akin to a burgeoning airport. Originally, Poseidon had intended to procure a prosthetic to enhance her appearance, but Yushingha vehemently objected. Then let us tuck in 2 loaves of bread instead. We have some at home. If you grow hungry on the way, you can always take one out to eat. What do you think? The thought of a beautiful girl walking down the street, suddenly reaching into her neckline to produce a soft, fragrant loaf of bread amidst the gaze of onlookers, was simply absurd. As they exited the community's gate, a deep, rumbling voice akin to a bull's resonated beside him. Yushingha turned his head and beheld a sapphire-blue Lamborghini trailing alongside him. In stark contrast to the ordinary vehicles traversing the streets, this supercar undeniably commanded attention. As the window descended, Bibi Dong leaned out and exclaimed, "You foolish little one, where do you intend to flee?" As Yushingha was about to speak, he was momentarily dazzled by the striking contrast of white and the deep lines adorning Bibi Dong's chest. The vehicle was remarkably pristine. Noticing Yushingha's dazed expression, Bibi Dong let out a light laugh, seemingly unbothered by the subtle glimpse of spring that was hinted at, and sweetly urged, "There's no time for explanations. Get in the car." Yushingha mused. This doesn't seem like a vehicle meant for a kindergarten, but I find it appealing. However, when Yushingha caught sight of the smug grin on Yin's face, his enthusiasm waned. It wasn't just Yin. There was also the infamous Huang Loxi from their previous encounter, flanked by a cadre of black-clad bodyguards, all surrounding a singular woman like celestial bodies orbiting a star. This woman, with an oval face, while perhaps not as stunning as Bibi Dong or Posey, was nonetheless an undeniable beauty. The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that from the neck down, she possessed a physique so muscular and well-defined that even the most accomplished fitness enthusiast would feel inadequate in comparison. Yushingha swallowed hard, observing the enormous fist resembling a golden Barbie. It dawned upon her the reason why Yin had summoned her. As the car came to a halt, Yin briskly approached the passenger door, opening it with a flourish, and tenderly grasped Yushingha's hand to assist her out. Then, noticing the rigidity in Yushingha's expression, Yin wrapped an arm around her waist and whispered into her ear that Golden Barbie is the young lady of the Huang family. She has come to propose a union with me, and I find myself unable to decline. I sincerely request your cooperation this time. Once this is accomplished, I shall owe you a personal favor. How do I cooperate? Simply endure whatever I do to you without resisting. Absolutely not. I want to go home. You've arrived. After all, first, accompany me in this performance, and then we can discuss your departure. If you dare to disobey, I shall publicly execute you. At the mention of public execution, images of herself in women's attire plastered throughout the city flooded Yushingha's mind. How can you treat me this way? You only bully me. Indeed, I have set my sights on you. After all, your appearance is that of a perpetual victim. Who else could I bully? Upon hearing Yin's words, Yushingha instinctively attempted to protest, but she soon realized that no matter how hard she struggled, she could not escape the iron grip of Yin's arms. Sensing the resistance in her embrace, Yin playfully pinched Yushingha's waist with just the right amount of pressure. The sudden pinch rendered Yushingha weak, devoid of strength, allowing Yin to lead her forward effortlessly. Feeling utterly limp, Yushingha could only voice her grievance. "You only know how to bully me." In response to Yushingha's pitiful lament, Yin softened her tone, saying, "As long as you obediently comply, I shall treat you to delicious food, fill your belly, and take you home. All right? How do you know I'm hungry? My hand has been resting on your stomach the entire time. Moreover, the rumbling from your belly is as loud as thunder. Anyone could hear it." In the secluded yet enchanting restaurant, reminiscent of our last visit, the atmosphere was markedly different this time, with a row of black-clad bodyguards standing vigil in the corridor. Inside the private room, 4 individuals were seated, while one remained standing. Huang Loxi initially intended to take a seat, but upon being admonished by Ying, he obediently resumed his stance. This rascal had previously bullied Xinghe. Observing that her bodyguards were unable to sit, the expression on the face of the formidable Barbie was one of clear displeasure. Ying, Huang Loxi is, after all, my bodyguard. Could you not extend me a modicum of courtesy? Love you dearly. To everyone's astonishment, the voice of the formidable Barbie was unexpectedly soft and sweet, resembling that of an exquisite lowly. Merely hearing her voice could stir one's blood, yet the reality was quite different. Staring at the bulging muscles below her neck, Xinghe couldn't help but shudder. This was a lowly capable of delivering a fatal blow to a burly man. In response to such a declaration from the formidable Barbie, Ying's face paled noticeably. She swiftly embraced Xinghe and declared to the formidable Barbie, Huang Xiaoxia, it is impossible for us. In this lifetime, I shall only love Xinghe. There could be no greater heartache than witnessing the man she adored reject her in favor of another woman. Upon hearing Ying's rejection, Huang Xiaoxia immediately burst into tears, large droplets cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Amidst her sobs, she lamented, what does that girl possess? She is neither as strong nor as tall as I am. If struck, she would likely cry for help. Just look at me, with muscles as hard as iron, impervious to blades and bullets, able to lift you high. Where else could you find a girl as charming as I? In the presence of the moonlit river, chapter 171, the evil god. As Ying observed Huang Xiaoxia's obstinate refusal to listen, she retrieved a delicate box from her pocket and opened it. Under the illumination of the light, the ring, adorned with a resplendent gemstone, radiated a dazzling brilliance. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of Huang Xiaoxia and Xinghe, Ying knelt on one knee, cradling the luminous ring. And with a voice imbued with tender affection akin to reciting a love poem, she implored, my dear, will you marry me? Before Xinghe could decline, Huang Xiaoxia's voice rang out first. No. Ying retorted, what do you mean by no? I am proposing to Xinghe. Huang Xiaoxia, pointing at Xinghe with a face twisted in indignation, exclaimed, that girl is utterly unworthy of you. If you dare, let her fight me, and I shall show you who the true champion is. Upon hearing that the formidable Golden Barbie was challenging her to a duel, Xinghe assessed the opponent's muscular arms, which were thicker than her own waist, and felt an overwhelming sense of dread at the prospect of being struck down. Realizing this, she hastily declared, no need for a contest. I concede. Seizing the moment, Huang Xiaoxia remarked, see, this girl is so timid. She admits defeat without even a fight. How could such a coward deserve your love? Ying, unfazed by Huang Xiaoxia's words, continued to gaze intently at Xinghe, her eyes narrowing into a dangerous slant. A chill coursed through Xinghe as she perceived the volatile emotions simmering beneath Ying's calm exterior. And recalling Ying's terrifying methods of retaliation, she stammered, this surprise is far too sudden. I am not prepared. As those words escaped her lips, Ying's expression transformed into a crescent smile. Ah, I see. It appears I was too abrupt. But fret not. We can establish our relationship first and discuss everything afterward. Thus, under Huang Xiaoxia's menacing glare, Ying took hold of Xinghe's hand and, without further ado, slipped the ring onto her finger. Despite Xinghe's desire to refuse, she found herself powerless against Ying's strength. As Ying placed the ring, a symbol of love and matrimony, upon Xinghe's hand, Huang Xiaoxia wore a sorrowful expression and, with a gaze filled with despair, asked, Ying, do you truly not love me? Indeed. After receiving Ying's confirmation once more, Huang Xiaoxia managed a few hollow laughs. Casting a deep, complex glance at Ying, and then another at Xinghe, his eyes conveyed a tumult of emotions, anger, jealousy, unyielding resentment, intermingled with envy. Under the weight of such a gaze, Xinghe found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Ying approached Xinghe and asserted, am I not being clear enough? Why are you still here? Witnessing her beloved deity standing protectively in front of another woman and urging her to leave, Huang Xiaoxia gritted her teeth and vowed, Ying, you shall come to regret this. After speaking, the formidable Barbie departed with the sinister Huang Loxi. Following Huang Xiaoxia's exit, Xinghe, with a puzzled expression, inquired, why do they all prefer to utter harsh words before leaving? Ying shrugged, suggesting, perhaps it is due to their roles as antagonists. Subsequently, as if recalling something, Ying added, Xinghe, would you mind living with me for a while longer? Absolutely not. I fear for your safety. Being with you is the most perilous situation. After escorting Xinghe back, Bibi Dong, with an anxious demeanor, questioned, "Is this truly wise? What if Xingha gets hurt?" Ying, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "I am doing this for their benefit, while a tranquil existence may seem prolonged. To live a life devoid of regrets, one must inevitably face formidable challenges. Do you not think that until now, you Xingha and Poseidon have had it too easy?" Bibi Dong nodded in understanding. "I see. Thus, we must inject some excitement into their mundane lives. I shall fetch Xingha and, first, share a room with him, allowing him to experience the highs and lows of life, perfecting his dreams." Ying shot Bibi Dong a glance, retorting, "Is that truly perfecting his dreams? It is merely your lust for his body. How degrading. And what of you? With all your antics, proposing to him, do you dare to claim you are devoid of ulterior motives? Hey, let us keep that under wraps. By the way, what grand plans do you have in store? That remains a secret for now. You shall find out in due time." Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel, Huang Xiaoxia's tears had filled an entire bathtub as he continued to sob uncontrollably. His senior, Huang Loxi, listening to the seemingly endless wails, shouted in frustration, "Cease your crying. If you were so enamored with that Ying, let us devise a way to win him over. But we can't defeat him. Foolish. We can eliminate that girl named Yu Xingha first. Once she is gone, Ying, bereft of his beloved, will undoubtedly be heartbroken. Then you can appear and console him, and he shall fall for you. That makes sense. Yet, if I am to kill her, might it backfire and cause Ying to despise me entirely? That possibility is not to be dismissed." Just then, as they fell into silence, a voice resonated throughout the room. "My most devoted followers, what troubles you?" Upon hearing this commanding and resonant voice, both Huang Loxi and Huang Xiaoxia beamed with joy. It is the voice of the Dark God. They knelt in reverence, with Huang Xiaoxia stating, "Great Dark God, I wish to win a boy's heart. What must I do?" "That is quite simple. Merely capture a boy, open his chest, and take his heart directly." The Dark God, "My intention is to win his affection." After a moment of silence, the Dark God remarked, "To make one person fall in love with another is indeed a delicate art, quite troublesome. However, as a deity, how could I possibly disappoint my most loyal followers?" Contemplating this, the Dark God declared, "Believers, as long as you are willing to dedicate sufficient time, I shall surely fulfill your desires." Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaoxia exclaimed, "Great Dark God, if you can make Ying fall in love with me, I am willing to sacrifice 100 years. Xiaoxia, you must not agree. Your lifespan is already limited. If you devote another 100 years, how much longer can you live?" Huang Xiaoxia shook his head and replied, "If I cannot be with the one I love, living longer would bring me no joy." Hearing this, Huang Loxi lamented, "Why must you go to such lengths?" Chapter 172. The Dark God Takes Action. First update. In this technologically advanced world, an organization known as the Cult of the Dark God unexpectedly emerged. Generally speaking, cults, much like villains, do not openly claim their malevolence. The Cult of the Dark God, however, boldly identifies itself as a cult, even proclaiming itself the god of cults. This cult claims to be able to exchange time for anything you desire: wealth, power, beauty, success. Perhaps it is precisely due to the Dark God's omnipotence that Huang Xiaoxia placed his final hope upon him. Initially, the Dark God was reluctant to grant Huang Xiaoxia's request, for given her external circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult to make a normal man fall in love with her, especially since it knew Huang Xiaoxia's lofty standards. Having once proclaimed that only a man of unparalleled strength, exceptional appearance, vast wealth, and unwavering loyalty could be worthy of her. Is this even humanly possible? Yet, upon hearing Huang Xiaoxia's willingness to trade 100 years of her life for the love of a human, the Dark God was intrigued. "Very well, I accept your bargain." In the next moment, a swirl of black mist materialized in the bright room, transforming into a black cat. This cat was entirely dark, akin to ink, with only a pair of crimson eyes radiating an ominous glare. This was the Dark God. The black cat leaped gracefully onto Huang Xiaoxia's shoulder. Meow. With the ethereal sound of a cat's meow, a vibrant, gel-like substance was drawn from Huang Xiaoxia's body by an invisible hand and subsequently consumed by the black cat as if it were a delicacy. Then, the cat cast a glance at Huang Xiaoxia with its evil crimson eyes before vanishing in a puff of black mist. After the black cat dissipated, Huang Loxi stepped forward, gazing at Huang Xiaoxia, who appeared disoriented after the extraction of her time, and asked, "Was it worth it?" Huang Xiaoxia instinctively replied, "Absolutely." "Very well. Since you have no regrets, I shall say no more. By the way, Xiaoxia, how do you wish for me to eliminate that girl named Yuxinghe? Buried alive, burned to death, strangled, scared to death, or perhaps chopped into meat paste to feed the dogs? Contrary to Huang Laxi's expectations, Huang Xiaoxia contemplated for a moment before exhaling a sigh and declaring, "Forget it." What? How can you just let it go? Weren't you wishing to flay her alive? Old Xia, just now, when I was drawn into the realm of the evil god, I suddenly realized something. What is it? If I die, who will take care of Yingyin? After a moment of contemplation, Huang Laxi suggested, "How about I do it?" Huang Xiaoxia, exasperated, replied, "Old Xia, I am seriously discussing this with you. Please be more earnest." All right. If I am no longer here, Yingyin still needs someone to care for her. Moreover, under the power of the evil god, Yingyin will eternally love me, and Moon Xinghe will never win her heart. What do you think of this punishment for her? Isn't it more sorrowful than killing her? That makes sense. When Yingyin opened the door, she was greeted by a swirling mass of black mist that suddenly materialized in the room, which then transformed into a black cat, its crimson eyes radiating an aura of unfathomable malevolence. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have likely screamed in terror, but who was Yingyin? To elicit a scream from her, Moon Xinghe would have to be pregnant. After a prolonged stare between the human and the feline, the black cat spoke. "Do you love Huang Xiaoxia?" "No." Upon hearing this, the black cat displayed an expression of utter bewilderment. "I'll ask you again. You love Huang Xiaoxia, but for certain reasons, you cannot voice it, correct? Are you out of your mind? I've told you countless times, I do not love Huang Xiaoxia, neither in the past, nor in the present, nor will I in the future." The black cat, astonished by Yingyin's words, exclaimed, "You weren't hypnotized by me." "Of course not. With your pathetic skills, do you think you could hypnotize me? Spare me. Since that is the case, I shall resort to force." "Ing, please refrain from making such misleading statements." In the next moment, the black cat split into two, then four. In no time, the room was filled with a multitude of black cats. Then, all the cats simultaneously opened their mouths, engaging in a 360-degree, infinite loop of a peculiar chant. You love, love Huang Xiaoxia. You love, love Huang Xiaoxia. Love, love. Yingyin, as the song concluded, those black cats simultaneously inquired, "Do you now love Huang Xiaoxia?" Yingyin rummaged in her ears and responded to the black cat, "I apologize, but I have quite a bit of earwax, which blocked my hearing. What did you sing just now? Could you please perform it again?" At this, the black cat was momentarily stunned, followed swiftly by an expression of pure fury on its feline face. It was, after all, a dignified evil god, a supreme being of the feline realm, coveted by countless humans eager to be its caretaker. Yet today, it was unexpectedly ridiculed. "Since you refuse the courtesy of a toast, I shall compel you to partake in a penalty drink. Apologies, but I do not indulge in alcohol." How infuriating. Allow me to enlighten you on why flowers bloom so vividly today. No sooner had the words left my lips than countless felines surged toward me. Humph. Such trifling skills dare to flaunt themselves before me? Freeze. With that command, all the cats were instantly immobilized. To my astonishment, I discovered that I, too, was rendered motionless. What manner of being is this? Fortunately, with so many avatars, he should be unable to locate me. Just as I believed I could narrowly escape, my illusions were ruthlessly shattered. Scatter. Merely a simple word, and in an instant, countless cats dissipated into black mist. As I observed him approach step by step, I felt a surge of panic. Evil God, I have been immobilized. What should I do? I am waiting anxiously. When fate seized me by the nape, I was asked, "Who sent you to deal with me?" As a deity with principles, even if I were to perish at your hands, I would never betray my followers. Not even if I were to leap from a height of 10,000 meters. Then I shall slay you. It is Huang Xiaoxia. Upon hearing the name that had become a tiresome echo in my ears today, I truly felt a wave of exhaustion. With a weary expression, I set down the black cat and said, "Return and inform her that if she disturbs me again, I shall take her life. Will you accompany me? You dare propose conditions after I have set you free? Do you seek death?" I had promised her that I would make you fall in love with her. However, I have broken my word, yet at the very least, I must take you to see her. Otherwise, I would feel remiss. I did not realize you possess such professional integrity. Professional integrity, morality, dignity, and face have nothing to do with me. As an evil deity, I am inherently malevolent and despicable. I will employ any means necessary to achieve my goals, even if it involves lies and deceit. And what do you wish to convey? Accompany me, or from this moment forth, whether you are dining or using the restroom, I shall incessantly disturb you. Oh really? You dare to threaten me? Today, I shall teach you how to write the character for death. Feeling the grip tightening around my neck, for the first time, fear of death surged within me. I cannot die. I must fulfill the promises made to her. Driven by a desperate will to survive, I pleaded. Huang Xiaoxia has exchanged a century of her life for a promise that you will come to love her. I beseech you, just meet her. Her time is running short. Then why not simply return her time? I apologize, but this wicked deity does not issue refunds, regardless of whether a transaction is successful or not. You, sir, are the first I have encountered who can flaunt shamelessness with such audacity. Despite his disdain for Huang Xiaoxia, Yingyin found himself moved when he heard that Huang Xiaoxia was willing to sacrifice 100 years of his life for love. The malevolent deity trembled with closed eyes, awaiting the impending doom, when a voice bestowed upon him a sense of reprieve. Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey. Chapter 173, The Love of Huang Xiaoxia, Part 1, Second Update. My heartfelt gratitude to the reader, Ryu, for their generous support. Upon their next encounter, Huang Xiaoxia's beautiful eyes seemed to shimmer with light. No man would reject the embrace of a beautiful woman. However, if her arms were thicker than one's waist, the situation becomes quite different. At that moment, Huang Xiaoxia, rushing towards Yingyin with thunderous steps, resembled an unrestrained Tibetan mastiff, creating a sense of discomfort. Just as Yingyin contemplated evasion, Huang Xiaoxia halted approximately 2 meters away. Here I am. Although Huang Xiaoxia believed that Yingyin must harbor feelings for her, as he would not have come to meet her otherwise, she yearned to confess her love. Yet, having faced rejection numerous times, she instinctively feared hearing the same from Yingyin. Thus, at the critical moment, she transformed "I love you" into "you are here." For the first time, Huang Xiaoxia refrained from confessing her feelings immediately upon meeting, and Yingyin's perception of her shifted slightly. In truth, if Huang Xiaoxia did not incessantly pursue him with such fervor, Yingyin would not mind being friends with her. Indeed, I am here. Would you accompany me for a walk? Certainly. Strolling along the mountain path, with the one she longed for always in sight, Huang Xiaoxia experienced an unparalleled sense of happiness. Noticing the radiant smile on Huang Xiaoxia's face, Yingyin inquired, "What brings you such joy? Have you thought of something delightful? Walking with you. What is so joyous about a walk?" "I do not know. I merely feel a profound sense of contentment and happiness being with you. By the way, why do you like me?" Because Huang Xiaoxia's birth was an accident. Her mother was a maid from the Huang family who, one fateful night, was assaulted by the intoxicated master of the household, resulting in her conception. Although Huang Xiaoxia is a girl and her mother holds no formal status, the master has always felt immense guilt over the incident, repeatedly apologizing and offering substantial monetary compensation. Her mother contemplated reporting the matter, yet felt too embarrassed. And the compensation was indeed substantial. It was not that Xiaoxia's mother was greedy, but rather that her family was in dire need. Her father was severely injured from work. Her mother was gravely ill, and the burden of the family rested entirely on her mother's shoulders. The money provided by the master was of utmost importance to her. Unfortunately, the joyful moments were fleeting. The news of Xiaoxia's mother's pregnancy spread throughout the village, and considering that she was not married, the situation became even more scandalous. Whispers circulated, some claiming she was a mistress, others suggesting she was a surrogate, and some even alleging she was engaged in illicit activities. The rumors reached her family, and even her parents, oblivious to the relentless dedication and sacrifices made by Xiaoxia's mother, believed the slander. Feeling that their daughter had tarnished their reputation, the accusations from her parents were the final straw for Xiaoxia's mother. Shortly after enduring the gossip and giving birth to Xiaoxia, she met with boss Huang and entrusted her child to him. Not long after, Xiaoxia's mother succumbed to mental anguish and tragically took her own life by drowning one fateful night. Upon confirming through a paternity test that Xiaoxia was indeed his flesh and blood, boss Huang was overjoyed, lavishing her with affection as if he could pluck the stars from the sky for her. However, this happiness was short-lived. Within 2 years, boss Huang died unexpectedly. Mrs. Huang was far less amiable than her husband. To her, Huang Xiaoxia was nothing more than an illegitimate child. Thus, the fate of Huang Xiaoxia was all but sealed. From the moment she could remember, she was forced to work tirelessly, washing clothes, scrubbing dishes, and cleaning floors. She had done it all. Yet, Mrs. Huang was still discontent, imposing a harsh rule. No food would be given unless the chores were done to her satisfaction. Even the servants who worked for the Huang family could no longer bear to witness this injustice and, risking their own jobs, would secretly share their meals with Xiao Xie, ensuring she survived. The servant's ability to help her stemmed from the housekeeper, old Huang, turning a blind eye. Otherwise, Xiao Xie would have perished long ago. Nevertheless, Mrs. Huang remained relentless in her cruelty. The Huang family was involved in biotechnology research, and one day, during an experiment for a new drug, the project team required a living specimen, preferably a human, as the samples were exceedingly scarce. Thus, Xiao Xie found herself in the laboratory. When the housekeeper, old Huang, returned and learned that Xiao Xie had been taken for experimentation, he confronted Mrs. Huang in fury, nearly facing dismissal himself. Xiao Xie still vividly remembers the agony of being injected with that substance. Her body convulsed in excruciating cramps, waves of pain crashing over her, rendering her unable to even scream. She lost track of time, trapped in a perpetual state of suffering, feeling as though she was dying yet unable to escape that fate. Until one day, she awoke in a nutrient tank, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers pointing and whispering. Among the white-coated researchers, the stylishly dressed Mrs. Huang stood out, commanding attention. Upon seeing Xiao Xie regain consciousness, she ordered the staff to bring a mirror, insisting that Xiao Xie take a good look at herself. Despite the protests of others, Mrs. Huang silenced them all. When the mirror was brought in, Huang Xiaoxie was confronted with a scene that shattered her composure. In the reflection of the glass, she beheld a grotesque figure, a youthful head atop a monstrous, muscular body reminiscent of the Hulk. Overwhelmed by intense psychological distress, she broke free from her restraints, shattered the nutrient tank, and transformed the laboratory that had inflicted endless suffering upon her into a hellish nightmare. After escaping the confines of the laboratory, Huang Xiaoxie endeavored to lead a normal life. However, her bizarre appearance destined her to endure ceaseless scorn. No matter how sincere her demeanor, she was met only with derision and condemnation. No one was willing to accept a monster. Without a job, she was devoid of income. And without money, survival became a challenge. Although Huang Xiaoxie possessed strength far beyond that of an average person, her appetite was equally extraordinary. Driven by hunger, she resorted to petty thievery, pilfering vegetables, meals, snacks, and drinks. What was intended as stealth often resulted in chaos due to her enormous size. Thus, what began as theft ultimately morphed into outright robbery. Huang Xiaoxie emerged as a criminal. Her formidable prowess made it impossible for law enforcement to apprehend her through conventional means, prompting the police to resort to weaponry. Despite her extraordinary strength, she was no match for modern firearms, suffering severe defeats. After a harrowing escape from the city, she found herself in the countryside, only to discover that the schemes here were even more intricate. Exhausted and famished from her nocturnal journey, Huang Xiaoxie sought sustenance at a farmer's home, inadvertently waking the homeowner with the commotion. The elderly man, moved by her plight, offered her some leftovers from his refrigerator. Huang Xiaoxie was deeply touched, weeping as she ate. Observing that his provisions were insufficient for her needs, the grandfather comforted her, promising to fetch more food from the neighbor's house, urging her to stay put. With tears pooling beneath his feet, he departed. Not long after, he returned, accompanied by a throng of villagers. It was her, the legendary monster. A bounty of 100,000 had been placed on her head, and the townsfolk rallied together. Faced with the elderly man's pursuit, Huang Xiaoxie could not help but lament. That old man is quite cunning, not one to take defeat lightly. She retreated to the nearby mountains, adopting the guise of a wild person, occasionally masquerading as a creature to pilfer a few watermelons or wreak havoc on the villagers' crops and livestock. Over time, Huang Xiaoxie's solitary efforts led the village to become the first to unlock the achievement of leaving home during an era of peace. When a reporter inquired about the villagers' reasons for departure, one villager replied, "How can we remain when a wild person wreaks havoc every few days?" Upon learning of the existence of a place called Shenanjia, numerous media outlets flocked there in search of traces of the wild man. After spending approximately 2 years in the wilderness, one fateful day, Huang Xiaoxie unexpectedly encountered an individual. Just as she instinctively turned to flee, the person audaciously called out her name. "Xiaoxie? Is that you? Who are you?" "I am Aunt Wang. I used to cook for Boss Huang. And you were often caught sneaking snacks in the kitchen when you were little." Through Aunt Wang, Huang Xiaoxie discovered that the housekeeper, old Huang, had taken control of the Huang group and was secretly searching for her. Clinging to a flicker of hope, Huang Xiaoxie made her way to the Huang group. This time, Huang Xiaoxie was fortunate. Old Huang treated her with great kindness, attending to her as if she were a young lady. although the servants initially regarded her with peculiar glances. After spending time with her, they gradually realized that this so-called monster had a rather gentle temperament, leading them to alter their perceptions. The Huang group slowly transformed into Xiaoxie's true home. As the years passed, Huang Xiaoxie began to yearn for love. After sharing her desires with old Huang, he found himself in a dilemma but ultimately agreed to help her find a suitable partner. However, her journey into matchmaking was fraught with challenges. Every suitor, upon catching sight of Huang Xiaoxie's full visage, was promptly frightened away. In response, old Huang consoled her, stating, "They are simply too weak to be worthy of you. Hence their self-awareness in leaving." In truth, Huang Xiaoxie was acutely aware that with her appearance, she would likely never find a lover, and perhaps not even a friend in her lifetime. Just as despair began to envelop her, Yingyin appeared. Upon encountering this boy, who bore the appearance of a rogue, Huang Xiaoxie's heart raced like a startled deer. Even more astonishing was that when Yingyin looked at her, his eyes reflected not the familiar disdain, but merely curiosity. "You look quite robust. Are you afraid of me?" "Not in the slightest. Shall we play hide and seek together?" "Sure." Upon hearing that Huang Xiaoxie had developed feelings for him simply because they played a game of hide and seek, Yingyin regrettably banged his head against a tree. However, when he actually collided with it, he discovered that the tree was surprisingly soft. No, it was not the tree that was soft, it was Huang Xiaoxie, who had swiftly intervened to shield Yingyin from harm. "Why did you bang your head against the tree?" "Isn't it hard? Doesn't it hurt?" "Cough, cough." "I'm fine. By the way, why did you invite me for a walk?" "Because this path is long. It takes quite a while to reach the end." As she spoke, Huang Xiaoxie extended her large hand, resembling a fan, towards Yingyin. Confused, Yingyin inquired, "What does this mean?" "I noticed that couples hold hands while strolling, and I want to try the sensation of holding hands too." As she spoke, Huang Xiaoxie revealed a face full of anticipation. Faced with Huang Xiaoxie's fervent gaze, Yingyin initially intended to decline, but upon recalling the words of the dark god, who had sacrificed a century of her own existence for a fleeting moment of love, she reasoned that this act of holding hands might not be too much to ask. With this thought in mind, and under Huang Xiaoxie's astonished gaze, Yingyin reached out her hand, only to grasp at emptiness. Both Yingyin and Huang Xiaoxie were momentarily taken aback. Soon after, Huang Xiaoxie realized that his body was gradually becoming insubstantial, akin to the setting sun, on the verge of vanishing. Once more, Huang Xiaoxie extended his hand, yearning to touch Yingyin, yet his fingers merely passed through her form. Watching his own arm fade into nothingness, Huang Xiaoxie murmured to himself, "Has my time come?" Then, addressing the bewildered Yingyin, he said, "Yingyin, will you play one last game with me?" "What game?" "Hide and seek. You close your eyes and count to 100. Then come find me, just like when we first met. The loser has to bark like a dog. Then you are sure to lose. Your size is so large. I can spot you at once." With that, Yingyin tightly shut her eyes and began to count. 1, 2, 3. As though counting down to the end of life, with each number Yingyin uttered, Huang Xiaoxie's form grew ever more ethereal. Yet, Huang Xiaoxie did not mind his impending disappearance. He gazed at Yingyin, seemingly intent on etching the visage of this boy firmly in his memory. Once, he had read in storybooks that as long as two people were married, they could be together forever. This was the very reason Huang Xiaoxie persistently proposed to Yingyin. He simply wished to play together with Yingyin for all eternity, to avoid the loneliness of solitude. Once a wanderer, he had grown accustomed to being alone. But the arrival of Lao Xie had pulled him from the depths of darkness, while Yingyin shone like a beacon, revealing to him the essence of light. Even if such light was fleeting, referring to the afternoon they had spent playing hide and seek, having experienced brightness, he could no longer bear the thought of sinking into darkness again. 90, 91, 92. At that moment, Huang Xiaoxie's entire being had become transparent, leaving only a faintly visible head, so delicate it resembled a wisp of smoke, easily scattered by a gust of wind. Seizing the moment while he was still with eyes closed, she thought, "I shall steal a kiss. He surely won't notice." With this thought, a smile blossomed on Huang Xiaoxie's face, reminiscent of the joy she felt years ago when she discovered a perfectly intact expired loaf of bread in a garbage bin during a time of hunger. In the next instant, a ghostly visage leaned in to place a kiss upon the face of the counting Yingyin. 98, 99, 100. As the count reached 100, a phantom visage shed a solitary tear that cascaded onto Yingyin's face. Leaning closer, it whispered softly into her ear, "I love you." With the utterance of those three words, imbued with fervent emotion, the last remnant of Huang Xiaoxie quietly dissipated. Upon opening her eyes and gazing at the desolate scene before her, Devoid of the robust figure that had once been like a mountain, Ingin instinctively touched her face. Yet, there was nothing to feel. Hey, I'm here to find you. Have you hidden well? The mountains echoed with only Ingin's voice reverberating through the emptiness. Listening to the hollow yet lonely echoes, she murmured to herself. So this is what it feels like to be alone. With that thought, she directed her voice towards the distant peaks. Woof, woof, woof. After calling out 3 times, Ingin suddenly turned around, scattering glimmering droplets as she lamented. We agreed it was just a game. Why have I shed tears as well? Have I truly become a part of it? Unfortunately, no one heard her voice, nor could anyone respond to her queries. Gradually, a breeze swept by, caressing her cheek like the final kiss and confession of a certain maiden, vanishing before she could refuse. Chapter 175, The Moment of Awakening, Part 1, 4th Update. Grateful thanks to the Reader Kiss song for the generous reward. Seeing only Ingin return, Huang Loxi quickly inquired. Where is Xiaoxia? Ingin replied with a bitter smile. She is hidden away, and I cannot find her. Upon hearing these words, Huang Loxi sank to the ground in despair. His mind flooded with memories of the moments spent with Xiaoxia over the years. Just as he was lost in reminiscence, someone approached him and said, Boss, we have located that fellow named Yuxingha. Forget it. With Xiaoxia gone, it matters little whether we investigate or not. Just leave the information on the table. After his subordinate departed, Huang Loxi, feeling disheartened, contemplated whether he should end his own life. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the dossier collected by his subordinate regarding Yuxingha. Initially, he merely intended to glance through it, curious about what kind of exceptional girl could captivate a boy like Ingin so completely. However, when his eyes reached the section indicating Yuxingha's gender, they widened in astonishment. Gender male, 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 male. Huang Loxi rubbed his eyes and leaned closer, confirming that it indeed read male. Realizing this, he hurriedly dialed his previous subordinate. Boss, what is it? Is Yuxingha a male? Are you certain Yu Haven team made a mistake? Could it be a case of namesakes? Boss, I would stake my life on it. The Yuxingha mentioned here is precisely the one you encountered twice at the Imperial dining room. How could he be a male? I don't know. But he is unquestionably male. All right then. He is indeed a male. He is indeed a male. What a splendid Wu Mingkong. What a magnificent Yuxingha. How could they deceive me so? It has even led to the demise of Xiaoxia. The mere thought that Xiaoxia sacrificed himself due to such a trivial misunderstanding fills Huang Loxi with unbearable anguish. Xiaoxia, your death is so unjust. Accompanied by this suffocating pain, a fierce wrath ignited within Huang Loxi's heart. He yearned for vengeance against those 2 scoundrels. The primary instigator, Wu Mingkong, was the root of all this chaos. Although Huang Loxi longed to exact 1,000 cuts upon Wu Mingkong immediately, the thought of his formidable combat prowess held him back. While others might swallow their pride and endure, Huang Loxi possessed an extraordinary advantage. He would not yield so easily. In the next moment, Huang Loxi removed his shirt, revealing a striking black tiger tattoo across his chest. This was a potent attack he had exchanged with the evil god after dedicating 10 years of his life. Its power rivaling that of the evil god's full might in a single strike. Originally intended as a precaution, it was time to unleash it. With a fierce clap to his chest, he unleashed a mouthful of blood. As the crimson liquid erupted from his lips, it shattered into a mist of blood. This sanguine haze transformed into a black tiger, its eyes glowing with a menacing crimson light, hungry for prey. Go forth, Black Tiger. Eliminate those 2. At Huang Loxi's command. The black tiger silently retreated, merging into the night. Gazing out at the myriad of lights beneath the darkened sky, Yuxingha, filled with melancholy, addressed Bibi Dong, saying, Please let me return. If I don't go back soon, Poseidon will punish me. Bibi Dong huffed in dissatisfaction. Do you believe I 1T strike you right now? Though reluctant to admit it, Yuxingha truly could not contend with Bibi Dong. Noticing Yuxingha's lowered gaze, Bibi Dong retrieved a bottle of red wine, elegantly pouring 2 glasses. Seizing the opportunity while Yuxingha was distracted, she tossed 2 small objects into one of the glasses. Well, if you wish to return so desperately, it can be arranged. Drink this glass of wine, and I shall let you go. I will not drink. Then you shall not return. Why do you bully me like Ingin? I bully you, and what of it? If you're upset, come and fight me. Fine, I'll drink. It was merely a glass of red wine. At worst, he could drink it and then hastily call a cab home. With that thought in mind, Yuxingha frowned and drained the glass of wine in one gulp. May I leave now? Bibi Dong gestured for him to proceed. As Yuxingha rose to his feet, he felt a disorienting wave of dizziness. After much effort, he finally arrived at the entrance, only to discover, to his astonishment, that there were 3 doors before him. This was utterly absurd. Contemplating this bewildering scenario, Yuxinghe resolved to randomly select one of the doors to explore. However, when he reached for the doorknob, he was met with the bewildering sight of 3 doorknobs as well. The Moonstar River. Observing the Moonstar River reaching out erratically, Bibi Dong chuckled softly as she counted 3, 2, 1, fall. Just as it seemed the Moonstar River was about to tumble to the ground, Bibi Dong swiftly approached from behind and embraced him. Gazing at his face, rosy like an apple, she murmured to herself, "Tonight, you are mine." The Huang clan, seated cross-legged on the ground, the calm expression of the elder Huang suddenly contorted into a grimace, as if he were enduring an immense agony, before he violently expelled a mouthful of blood. With this outburst, the black tiger tattoo on his upper body dissipated into swirling black mist. No, no, no. Witnessing the vanishing tattoo, the elder Huang howled in despair, attempting to grasp the retreating darkness. Yet all was in vain. As the black mist dissipated, he lowered his head in defeat. He had failed. More accurately, the black tiger had failed. Originally, the elder Huang had planned to utilize this extraordinary method to eliminate Ying, burying her alongside his little evil, and then slaying the Moonstar River to appease the spirit of his little one. However, he never anticipated that the black tiger, which could merge with the night, would falter. According to his assumptions, no matter how powerful the young Master Wu was, he remained immortal. As long as the black tiger shredded his shadow, the young master would inevitably explode and perish. But in his perception, the black tiger, poised to succeed, was brutally beaten by the young Master Wu's shadow. This was absurd. Of course, the elder Huang was not foolish, unable to defeat the young master. He sought out the Moonstar River. Yet, upon following the scent to a certain dwelling, before he could enter, he heard a cold snort. That disdainful sound was unmistakably the voice of the young Master Wu's sister. What kind of oddities am I encountering? With this thought, the elder Huang opened his despairing eyes and began to chant a spell. Meow meow. Before long, black mist surged into the room, coalescing into a black cat. My disciple, what is it that you seek? Respected dark god, I offer all the time of my remaining life in exchange for your assistance in eliminating 2 individuals. Who? The young Master Wu and the Moonstar River. What is the matter, dark god? What troubles you? Can it be that the dark god cannot contend with Ying? Naturally. Before a disciple, it cannot reveal such weakness and must phrase it differently. Disciple, the time you have left is only sufficient for me to eliminate 1 person. Upon hearing that his time was only enough to kill 1 person, the elder Huang replied, Then I shall kill Wu Mingkong. That is not feasible. Your time is too limited for such a task. May I propose an alternative method? Speak. I beseech the dark deity to inflict the most excruciating demise upon that individual named Yuxinghe, allowing him to endure unbearable torment until his last breath. As fate would have it, when Yuxinghe awoke, he was horrified to discover that he had once again found himself in Bibi Dong's bed. This time, however, the situation was even more terrifying, for Bibi Dong lay beside him, nestled within his embrace. The sole consolation was that upon lifting the covers, he found that they were both clothed. Although they were in night attire, it was certainly preferable to being completely unclad. In her slumber, Bibi Dong lacked the beguiling allure she possessed while awake, appearing instead as tranquil as Poseidon, gazing upon her luscious red lips and exquisite visage. Yuxinghe struggled to suppress the urge to lean down and kiss her, cautiously prying her hand away in an attempt to slip away unnoticed. Just as he was on the verge of success, Bibi Dong tightened her grip, entwining her legs around him like an octopus, holding him captive. After a futile struggle, Yuxinghe had no choice but to call out to Bibi Dong, Wake up. What is happening? Why am I in bed with you? With a shriek that threatened to topple the roof, Bibi Dong screamed and kicked Yuxinghe out of bed. Although he was unceremoniously thrown to the floor, he suffered no injury, for a soft quilt lay beneath. As he rose, he observed Bibi Dong shrouded in the covers, muffled sobs emanating from within. Bibi Dong. Do not attempt to explain. An explanation is merely a guise, and a guise is a reality. I kindly offered you my bedroom and prepared a bed for you. Yet you have shamelessly invaded my space in the middle of the night, tarnishing my innocence. Upon hearing Bibi Dong lament her lost purity, Yuxinghe felt a wave of panic wash over him. No, that cannot be. We didn't engage in anything last night, did we? Humph. How do you account for this? Bibi Dong retorted, extending a delicate finger. Observing her fair and beautiful arm, Yuxinghe queried, What does this signify? There were originally 25 marks of the palace on my arm. Now not a single one remains. Yuxinghe nearly choked on his own breath upon hearing her words. He was aware that the marks of the palace functioned as a form of proof for young women. Once they engaged in relations, the marks would vanish. However, the question remained, why were there so many? Surely one mark sufficed. Did Bibi Dong perhaps partake in a promotional offer when she acquired them? Contemplating this, Yu Xinghe inquired, "Why did you have so many? This is a matter of how many marks there are. I do not care. My innocence is lost, and you must take responsibility." Haha. Oh dear, is it merely an illusion of Yu Xinghe? Or does he truly perceive that Bibidong's sobs have grown increasingly bizarre, resembling laughter more than anything else? Yet, the pressing matter transcends the distinction between weeping and mirth. The mere thought of Poseidon discovering this situation sends chills down his spine. For he imagines that by this time next year, the grass on his grave would be a foot high. But then again, he muses, with Sophia caring for him so dearly, she would surely tend to his tombstone. With this in mind, Yu Xinghe hastily implores, "Bibi Dong, please do not frighten me. This is no jest. Do I appear to be jesting?" She retorts, "What is it that you desire? I want you to marry me and take responsibility for me." As Yu Xinghe suddenly fell silent, Bibi Dong quickly emerged from the covers, only to find him seated on the floor, his chin resting on his hand, lost in contemplation. "Hey, have you lost your mind? Why are you not speaking? Do not disturb me. I am pondering how to die without pain." Seeing the earnest expression on Yu Xinghe's face, Bibi Dong genuinely feared that this stubborn individual might entertain thoughts of hanging himself, and thus, she reluctantly said, "I was merely joking. My innocence remains intact." "Is that truly so? How can you prove it?" "Actually, my secret mark is still present." "Where?" "Allow me to see." "On my back." With that, Bibi Dong assumed a duck-like sitting position, turning her back to Yu Xinghe as she lifted her garment, revealing a back as smooth as jade. Yu Xinghe was taken aback, for on Bibidong's back were numerous palm-sized red marks. "Is this truly the secret mark? Are you certain this is not a result of your recent cupping therapy?" Bibi Dong smiled back at him and replied, "This is indeed my secret mark. I forgot to mention, this secret mark is also known as cupping. If you suffer from excessive dampness, you might want to give it a try." As the moonlight departed, Bibi Dong gazed at the plum blossoms adorning the quilt and remarked with a smile, "Even in dreams, I must take the lead." Unbeknownst to Yu Xinghe, he felt an unusual weakness in his legs today. After a strenuous journey home, he was met with the fiery gaze of Poseidon, her azure eyes ablaze with fury. "Ah, you have finally returned. Pray tell, where did you vanish last night?" As she spoke, Poseidon lunged towards him, leaning in to sniff him curiously. Just as Yu Xinghe braced himself for the worst, he heard Poseidon's voice soften considerably. "Confess, where were you last night?" "I accidentally drank at Ing Yin's place and overslept." "How could you drink?" "I had no idea it was alcohol until it was too late." "Very well, I shall let you off this time. By the way, I found an adorable black kitten today." With that, Poseidon led Yu Xinghe to a corner of the room where a cardboard box lay, inside which a cat, its fur as dark as ink, reclined. Upon hearing the commotion, the black cat opened its blood-red eyes, sending a wave of unease through Yu Xinghe. "Poseidon, why does this cat have red eyes?" "I consulted a veterinarian, and he mentioned it might have conjunctivitis. A few days of rest should remedy it." "Can I play with it? Will it scratch me?" "Not at all. Little Black is quite gentle." "Little Black?" "Indeed, I named it so." Just as Yu Xinghe's hand reached out to touch the black cat, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The cat transformed into a streak of black lightning. Leaping onto Yu Xinghe's head, and with a soft yet firm paw, it struck him on the head. "Brother." Seeing Yu Xinghe under attack, Poseidon swiftly extended her hand to swat the cat away. However, the feline merely raised another paw, effortlessly blocking Poseidon's furious strike. Then, the black cat locked eyes with Poseidon, its crimson gaze emanating a sinister aura. In an instant, Poseidon fell into a trance. As both were entranced, the black cat cackled in a voice laced with malevolence. "Eternal descent into endless suffering. Forever regretting, forever missing, forever apart. I am the dark god. I bestow upon you the most excruciating demise in this world, lonely and forsaken until the end." Chapter 177. Life is but a dream. Conclusion, Part 2. Gratitude to the reader Xing Yi Ji Yun for their generous support. The black cat's voice resonated like an amplified lecture, instantly plunging both Yu Xinghe and Poseidon into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Ing Yin, appearing disheartened, suddenly sensed the ripples of spatial disturbance. What is happening? Yu Xinghe's dream realm should not be so fragile. Could it be that upon this thought, Ing Yin casually waved her hand, and a portal to another dimension materialized, allowing her to step through? Much like the Anywhere door from Doraemon, when she reappeared, it was in Bibi Dong's bedroom. At that moment, Bibi Dong was tidying up the bed linens, and Ying's sudden arrival caught her off guard. "Why didn't you knock before entering?" Bibi Dong exclaimed. "I apologize, but our Tongtian clan has no habit of knocking, whether entering your bedroom or even the bathing quarters of deities." Suddenly, Ying noticed a flyer concealed behind Bibi Dong. "What is that?" she inquired. I was just going to wash the linens," Bibi Dong stammered. "No, you were hiding something from me." In the next instant, Ying teleported behind Bibi Dong and snatched the linens away. "Give that back," Bibi Dong exclaimed, rushing forward to reclaim it, only to have Ying unfurl the linens with a flick, revealing the crimson stains, causing her lips to twitch. Bibi Dong hurriedly reclaimed the linens. Observing Bibi Dong's flustered attempts to gather the linens, Ying sighed, "You truly are a troublemaker. I somewhat regret bringing you here." Humph. The relationship with Xinghe was mine to begin with. Poseidon is merely the interloper. If it weren't for that nonsensical divine examination, I should be the protagonist. Besides, I did not do anything serious. It was just a one-night affair. He can still return home to care for his dear little sister. Bibi Dong emphasized the phrase little sister, her teeth clenched in a manner that sent a chill down Ying's spine. Indeed, one should never provoke the female of the species. Although reluctant to engage, Ying had to address certain matters. "Do you realize that your encounter with Xinghe last night has caused this dream space to become unstable? If we cannot resolve this, they will awaken from their dreams soon. Let them awaken. What does it matter to me?" Bibi Dong retorted. "Yes, it matters to you. When Xinghe's dream abruptly ends, it will likely devastate her psyche, turning her into a simpleton, drooling and chuckling all day. Is that what you desire for her?" Upon hearing that the premature termination of the dream could lead to such dire consequences, Bibi Dong quickly clarified. "Although I had relations with him last night, he was unaware and thought it was merely a dream." "Are you certain he was deceived?" Ying probed. "Of course. Deceiving that little fool is a piece of cake." "Then this is curious. Quickly, come with me to his house." After the malevolent deity delivered a resounding blow to the celestial figure of Xinghe, he became utterly lost. Ensnared in the infinite cycle of torment crafted by the dark god, Poseidon fared little better, swiftly subdued by the deity's whims. Embracing a mentality of abundance, the malevolent being entwined the spiritual wills of both individuals and cast them into a meticulously designed eternal cycle of suffering. What, one might ponder, is the most excruciating torment for a soul? The corporeal tribulations of aging, illness, and death, the emotional turmoil of love, hatred, and vengeance. The dark god's intention was to subject these two to a perpetual existence of suffering until their spirits shattered and their wills dissipated into oblivion. To this end, he prepared dozens of scenarios, ensuring that Xinghe would savor every moment of anguish. In the first life, within a grand hall adorned solely with clay and wooden effigies, a solitary monk recited scriptures amidst the fragrant smoke of incense. When Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva practices deep prajna. This was a devout monk, his eyes gently closed, his visage radiating compassion. "Master, master," a young girl's voice, as melodious as silver bells, echoed through the vast hall, imbued with an inexplicable eeriness. After countless calls, the chanting monk finally set aside his rosary, turning away from the source of the voice, and inquired, "Dear maiden, what brings you here?" "I have no particular business. I merely wish to express my gratitude. Had it not been for your intervention last time, I might have been abducted. Where the path is uneven, someone shall tread. When I encountered you in peril, it was only natural that I would come to your aid. Master, would you marry me? You can till the fields while I weave. I can bear your children." As she spoke, the girl lowered her head shyly, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue, reminiscent of the evening glow on the horizon. Though the maiden was undeniably exquisite, the monk declined her proposition. "A practitioner of the monastic life cannot take a spouse. I implore you to refrain from such declarations in return." Upon hearing the monk's refusal, disbelief flickered across the girl's face. Renowned for her beauty throughout the land, many had sought her hand, yet she had turned them all away. Even the wealthy gentlemen of the city had coveted her loveliness, employing countless means of persuasion. Had she but nodded, a life of luxury would have been hers for the taking. Yet, this monk dared to refuse her. Was her offer not enticing enough? Contemplating this, the girl attempted to raise her bid. "Master, what if you weave the fabric and I till the land? You bear the children. What do you think?" The monk, exasperated, replied, "I am no weaver, nor can I bear children. This is not a matter of weaving and procreation. A practitioner of the monastic life cannot marry. I beseech you. Please leave." Once again rejected, the young girl left in tears. From that day forth, for an entire year, she visited the monk every 7 days. Sometimes she listened to his teachings, other times she shared amusing tales from the village, and occasionally, in moments of whimsy, she would sing a little song or dance a brief jig. Each time, the monk remained indifferent, and she departed in silence until a year had passed. The monk continued his recitations, and on this particular day, the girl arrived once more. This time, however, she was adorned in a crimson garment, radiant as blooming peach blossoms. "Master, I am to be wed." At this proclamation, the monk's chanting abruptly ceased. After a long pause, he uttered, "Umaba." With that invocation, he finally turned to glance at the girl, but all he caught was a fleeting glimpse of red as she vanished at the doorway. Clatter, clatter. Within the tranquil hall, a string of prayer beads scattered across the floor. In a subsequent life, during this age of decline, the legends of deities and demons seemed to have faded. Yet in a certain village, tales of dragons persisted. The villagers believed in the dragon, thus they erected a temple dedicated to the Dragon King. Coincidentally, ever since the temple's establishment, the village experienced bountiful harvests and favorable weather year after year. However, one year, war erupted. Most villagers were conscripted to fight, leaving the Dragon King's temple devoid of offerings. Consequently, calamities ensued. The misfortunes did not solely beset the village that year. The entire expanse of land beneath the heavens suffered a drought not seen in centuries. The earth lay barren for miles, corpses littered the ground, and people resorted to cannibalism, a veritable hell on earth. Thus, no one paid homage at the Dragon King's temple, except for one young girl who, having narrowly escaped disaster, continued to visit the increasingly dilapidated temple each month, offering a single stick of incense. Chapter 178. Life is but a dream. Final chapter, 3. Gratitude to the reader, Nanming Xinyu, for the generous gift. Years passed, and the drought finally ended, only to be replaced by floods. The common folk suffered greatly. One day, a woman carrying a basket of incense made her way to the Dragon King's temple, encountering some villagers along the way. "Ah, Jean, are you still going to offer incense to the Dragon King?" "Indeed. I believe the Dragon King will bless us." "You are indulging in superstitions. Deities and demons are mere illusions. They do not exist. The statue in that temple is merely clay and wood. No matter how many offerings you make, it cannot manifest its power." "Humph. I refuse to believe that. The Dragon King certainly exists, and he will surely bless us." "Foolishness. Utter foolishness." The villagers remained unaware that Asian was not foolish. She had once dreamed of a dragon. A few years prior, the community faced a severe drought, with water sources completely depleted. As Asian neared the brink of death from thirst, a dragon appeared in her dream, revealing that a dry well beside the Dragon King temple held water just a few meters below the surface. However, the dragon insisted that Asian must not disclose this dream to anyone, lest she incur divine wrath. Upon awakening, desperate and clutching at straws, Asian rallied the villagers to dig the well. Reluctant to await their demise, the villagers, fueled by a sense of hope, toiled for half a day, and to their astonishment, a spring of clear water emerged. This miraculous water saved the entire village. When the villagers inquired how Asian knew of the water's existence, she recalled the bizarre dream and fabricated a tale to conceal the truth. Yet, as the saying goes, parents understand their children best. Asian's flimsy excuse was quickly unraveled by her parents, who pressed her for the truth. Unable to withstand their relentless questioning, Asian eventually confessed about the dragon dream. That very night, a sudden storm erupted, and a deafening clap of thunder resonated in the cloudless sky. The villagers rushed out to discover that the Dragon King temple had been struck by lightning, leaving behind scales and traces of blood on the ground. While the villagers were filled with confusion, Asian felt as if she had been struck herself. Days of torrential rain battered the riverbanks, the surging waters crashing against them like a ferocious beast relentlessly assaulting its cage. One fateful night, Asian dreamt of the dragon once more. This time, the dragon appeared in a pitiful state, covered in wounds, some exposing bone, with one of its horns broken and 2 claws missing. Asian wished to apologize to the dragon, but the sight of its horrific injuries rendered her speechless. After a prolonged gaze between them, the dragon spoke first. "The riverbank is about to collapse. I cannot hold on any longer. You must flee." With that, the dragon soared into the sky. Awakening with a start amidst flashes of lightning and thunder, Asian rushed outside, ringing bells and beating drums to warn the villagers to escape. However, when she announced that the riverbank was on the brink of collapse, the villagers were skeptical, for the structure had stood for centuries, weathering even greater floods. Frustrated by their disbelief, Asian took a few villagers who chose to trust her and left. As predicted, floodwaters surged later that night. The villagers, perched on a distant hillside, were gripped by terror. Yet, their relief was short-lived as they noticed the waters continuing to rise, threatening to engulf them. In a critical moment, someone spotted a fallen tree, and the crowd clamored to climb it. With so many vying for space, a group of young villagers cruelly pushed Asian aside, making room for a friend to ascend instead. Little did Asian expect that while she narrowly escaped the flood, she was betrayed by those she held most dear. Just as Asian was on the brink of succumbing to the flood, a half-dragon emerged. It carried her to a high ground, placing her in safety before vanishing into the tumultuous waters. Upon awakening, Asian beheld a pool of blood, some scales, and an inscription that read, "I owe you no incense, nor do I feel guilty for your faith." Upon reading these words, Asian was overcome with grief. In the third life, there existed a small kingdom, home to a pair of individuals, a valiant general renowned for his military prowess, and a princess of unparalleled beauty. In recognition of the general's contributions, the king decided to betroth the princess to him. A union of beauty and heroism, it was deemed a splendid match. However, an envoy from a neighboring nation arrived, seeking a consort for his king, and instantly set his eyes upon the enchanting princess, although her heart belonged to the general. The neighboring nation was immensely powerful, far beyond the capabilities of their humble realm. Ultimately, for the sake of her kingdom, the princess consented to the union. The general, now appointed as the envoy to escort her to the foreign land, faced an unbearable transition from bridegroom to emissary. Yet, what could two insignificant figures alter in the grand scheme of fate? In the end, the princess became the most favored consort of that kingdom's ruler. While the general returned home, gathering a loyal band of confidants intent on rescuing the princess. Disguised as commoners, they infiltrated the palace, battling fiercely to reach her. After a harrowing struggle, the general finally beheld the princess, adorned in exquisite garments, radiant as ever. He extended his hand, declaring, "I have come to take you away." Yet, with tears streaming down her face, the princess shook her head. "We cannot return. I do not love you. You must leave." The general was taken aback, never anticipating such a betrayal at this critical moment. Amidst the encroaching sounds of battle, he implored, "Why?" The princess lamented, "Where can we escape? This kingdom's might is overwhelming. And if I disappear, what will become of my father and the citizens? They would perish." Upon hearing her words, the fiery light in the general's eyes extinguished, replaced by profound despair. Ultimately, amidst the chaos of conflict, he fell, pierced by countless blades. As for the princess, she too faded away, consumed by sorrow in the years that followed. In the fourth, fifth, and sixth lifts, in the perpetual cycle of reincarnation, Yu Xinghe and Poseidon encounter one another in various forms, yet are inexorably drawn apart by the unseen threads of fate after their paths intertwine. They may be noble lords bound by circumstance, or ordinary couples who succumb to poverty and despair, and at times, they have donned the guise of vengeful heroes burdened by deep-seated enmity. The vicissitudes of human emotion, the caprices of society, the bittersweet tapestry of life. Yu Xinghe and Poseidon have endured every conceivable trial. Just as the malevolent deity believed he had reached a satisfactory conclusion and contemplated allowing these two to perish in despair and agony, Bibi Dong and Ingyin made their entrance. The moment they appeared, the wicked god swiftly withdrew his razor-sharp claws from above their heads, revealing a countenance filled with discontent as he used those very claws to groom himself. Observing that Yu Xinghe was on the brink of death, Bibi Dong reproached Ingyin, saying, "Look at the mess you've created." To this, Ingyin offered no explanation, merely addressing the wicked deity, "Release the divine spell you cast upon them. Otherwise, I shall take your life." With a flicker of crimson light in the deity's eyes, Yu Xinghe and Poseidon remained in a state of slumber. What is the meaning of this? As Ingyin's gaze narrowed into a menacing arc, the wicked god lamented, "I am just as perplexed by this situation." Chapter 179, Life is but a dream, conclusion, end. Upon hearing that even the wicked god was at a loss, Bibi Dong felt her heart sink. She stepped forward and seized the deity by the nape of his neck, exclaiming, "How dare you claim ignorance for your own misdeeds? If you cannot awaken Xinghe, I shall flay your skin from your bones." In the eyes of others, the wicked deity was an omnipotent being, yet before Bibi Dong and Ingyin, this formidable entity appeared pitiably weak and helpless. Fortunately, Ingyin interjected, "Killing it would be futile. Let me assess Xinghe's condition." She extended her hand and placed it upon Yu Xinghe's forehead. After a prolonged silence, she inquired, What is the situation? Speak. Things have developed beyond my control. What will become of Xinghe? We can only wait. We must await his awakening. At this juncture, Yingyin turned her gaze toward the window, following her line of sight. The wicked god and Bi Bidong were met with a startling sight. The previously clear skies had become shrouded in layers of ominous clouds, within which thunder rumbled and lightning flickered. Yingyin explained, Xinghe is a divine being. His essence has traversed countless cycles of reincarnation. Each experience is tacitly sealed within his consciousness. One day, upon reaching a certain threshold, those experiences will be unleashed in an instant, enabling him to confront the divine trials imposed by the cosmic order. However, prior to that, the wicked god has ensnared him in an infinite cycle, wherein one of those lives mirrors his past exactly, creating an illusion for him. Who am I? Where am I? Bi Bidong, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Speak plainly. What are we to do now? We must safeguard this dreamlike realm, preventing its destruction. When Xinghe awakens once more, he will believe that all of this was merely a dream. What if we fail? You must understand that each incarnation of the Moon River is an entirely new and independent consciousness. In simpler terms, if we were to fail, the Moon River you are familiar with would cease to exist. Understood? In the 10th incarnation, it is said that when Nu Wa mended the heavens, she fashioned 50 multicolored stones, using 49 in her task, leaving one behind, which fell onto a small island. Countless ages passed, and that solitary stone absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, drawing in the quintessence of the sun and moon. Finally, one day, the stone cracked open, and a baby holding a flower was born. At that moment, an old monk happened to pass by, discovered the infant, and took him in. The child, without parents, was given the name Wukong by the old monk. The name Wukong was chosen because the old monk belonged to the lineage of Dharma. If he were to take on a disciple, the next name in line would be Wu. And he chose Kong as the old monk had attempted to discern the child's past and future lives, only to find an empty void regardless of his calculations. As for the flower that Wukong held at birth, the old monk planted it in a small pot and tended to it with great care. Although Wukong was raised by the old monk, he was quite remarkable. He knew nothing of Buddhist scriptures but was a master of mischief. He frequently engaged in antics such as ringing bells late at night and climbing on the Buddha statues. However, since Wukong was brought back by the old monk, everyone turned a blind eye to his antics. Curiously, despite his mischievous nature, Wukong was exceptionally attentive when it came to caring for plants, particularly a small pot of blue flowers, which he nurtured diligently. He pulled weeds and caught pests with greater fervor than the monk recited his sutras. One day, the master called him into the meditation room and said, "Wukong, I wish to ask you a favor. Of course, if you are unwilling, you need not oblige. Please speak, master." The first words I uttered at the age of 3 were Ba, and I have spent my life in devotion to the Buddha, yet I have never seen the Western paradise with my own eyes. After my passing, I would like to trouble you to take one of my relics to the Western paradise and bury it there. Wukong nodded in agreement, seeing Wukong's unwavering resolve. The old monk continued, "The journey to the West is fraught with peril, with wolves, tigers, and leopards along the way. Do you still wish to proceed?" Wukong nodded once more. However, he had one question. "Master, where is the West?" The monk did not respond but smiled and pointed to Wukong's heart before departing with a serene smile. After the monk's passing, 5 relics were produced, and Wukong stealthily took one, tucking it close to his heart. The following day, he bid farewell to his fellow disciples, packed a small bundle containing the relic and a pot of blue flowers, and set forth on his journey to the West. Where is the West? This remains a question nearly devoid of resolution. Before departing, Wukong inquired of the monks within the temple, yet none could provide an answer. After leaving the temple, he wandered the world, seeking alms and information. He posed his question to numerous individuals, including woodcutters, fishermen, officials, scholars, and courtesans, but to no avail. In a desperate attempt, he even consulted animals such as cats and dogs. Regrettably, they seemed to possess the knowledge he sought, but he could not comprehend their language. However, fortune favored the diligent, for after nearly 2 years of wandering, he finally learned of the location of the Western paradise from a monk. It lay to the west of the heavens, a realm said to be pure and serene, where all beings experience peace and joy and attain ultimate freedom. "Could you guide me to the Western paradise?" he implored. "Alas, I cannot even reach it myself. It is said that only those of extraordinary cultivation and unparalleled wisdom and courage may arrive there." "Extraordinary cultivation? Might you teach me the way?" Wukong asked eagerly. "That is perhaps not feasible. However, I know of a place that can instruct you. You may inquire there. Following the guidance, Wukong arrived at a place called Fangsuan Mountain, where he indeed encountered an elderly immortal. Just as Wukong was about to beseech him for mentorship, the immortal declared, I could teach you spells, but you must exchange it for your most treasured possession. Wukong, having nothing but himself and his cherished relic, pondered the dilemma. However, the relic was meant to be cast into the spiritual mountain. How could he part with it? As he contemplated leaving, the immortal continued. That pot of flowers upon your back is quite lovely. How about exchanging it? Absolutely not. Wukong protested. Why not? It is merely a pot of flowers. I do not know, but I can feel that this flower holds great significance for me. It is more precious than my very life. Very well. If you cannot part with it now, I require a promise. When I call upon you in the future, you shall comply. Agreed. Wukong, endowed with remarkable intellect and insight, mastered numerous formidable spells in just over a decade, including the 108 transformations and the somersault cloud. One day, the elderly immortal summoned Wukong and said, Your skills have reached great heights. I have nothing more to teach you. I now seek only one promise. Upon reaching the Western Paradise, you must slay a being known as Tathagata. Who is Tathagata? Wukong inquired. A figure grotesquely adorned with fleshly protrusions, towering like a mountain, seated upon a 12-petal golden lotus. Selfish and avaricious, a purveyor of deceit and pettiness. Listening to his master's fervent description for nearly half an hour, using every conceivable antonym to portray Tathagata, Wukong marveled that such a villain could still be alive. Master, will you not intervene against such a miscreant? Cough, alas. I am bound by an oath from years past, and cannot act against him. Is there anything else you wish to impart? If you cannot slay him, I shall take from you the most important thing you possess, as payment for your years of tutelage. For reasons unknown. Upon hearing his master speak these words with a smile, Wukong felt an unshakable chill run down his spine. Oh, and there's one more thing. Should anyone inquire about the source of your magical prowess, you must never reveal that I was your mentor, or I shall not spare you. Master, where is the Western Paradise? From this point onward, if you fly westward for 10 days and 8 hours, you shall arrive. With that, the master flicked his whisk, and as a gust of divine wind swept through, Wukong instinctively closed his eyes. When the divine breeze subsided and he reopened his eyes, he was stunned. The ancient, fragrant Taoist temple had transformed into a desolate ruin, fantastical beasts had crumbled to stone, and the once familiar faces of his fellow disciples had vanished. What was once a realm of boundless splendor had morphed into a lifeless abyss. Master, Wukong called out. But there was no response from his master. Anxiously, he searched around, and as he pushed open the dilapidated hall, thick with cobwebs and dust, he beheld a skeleton clad in a yin-yang Taoist robe seated upon the very mat where his master once meditated. Struck by the sight before him, Wukong slapped himself hard. It hurt. This was no dream. As he sat on the ground in a daze, a voice echoed from the void. Go forth. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wukong hurriedly shouted, but this time, no matter how he called, there was no reply. Bowing deeply before the seated skeleton, he paid his respects thrice and then took to the skies, heading westward. The further he flew west, the more desolate the scenery became. The greenery diminished, overshadowed by increasing shades of gray. In the towns, malevolent spirits roamed while demons manifested in the skies. After flying for 10 days and 8 hours, he finally beheld a magnificent palace, grand and resplendent. Against the backdrop of a gray world, the golden palace radiated an unparalleled brilliance, capturing his gaze. Yet, despite the palace's dazzling splendor, an unsettling chill gripped Wukong's heart. At that moment, a warm aura enveloped him, dispelling the chill entirely. He reached into his robes, discovering the relic of his master. Remembering this, Wukong murmured to the relic, Master, this is not the Western Paradise you sought. In the next instant, the palace doors slowly swung open, unleashing a torrent of golden light. A majestic figure, adorned with a lotus seat of 12 golden petals, emerged. Upon the appearance of this figure, Wukong's heart raced. The figure towered with grandeur, eyes cast low, their squinted gaze imbued with infinite compassion, as if merely a glance could alleviate all worldly suffering. Is this the Tathagata? To Wukong's surprise, the Tathagata spoke first. You have arrived. Do you know me? Indeed. Then do you know why I've come to seek you? It is simply to kill me. It seems you possess remarkable awareness. Prepare to meet your end. With that exclamation, Wukong extracted the golden staff bestowed upon him by his celestial master from his ear and swung it towards the head of the Buddha with a mighty blow. As the staff soared through the air, it expanded in size, carrying the force of a colossal pillar aimed at the Buddha's tumor-ridden head. Humph. In the face of this assault, the Buddha did not flinch. With hands clasped and eyes gently closed, he allowed the golden staff to descend upon him. Boom. When this formidable strike, capable of shattering mountains and parting seas, landed upon the Buddha's head, Wukong's astonishment grew as the staff shattered into two pieces. How was this possible? Although Wukong had anticipated a disparity between himself and the Buddha, he had not expected the gulf to be so vast. In but a single encounter, he had inflicted no harm upon his opponent, and instead, his weapon was reduced to fragments. Is this truly all the power you possess? If so, you might as well stay here and revel in this so-called freedom. You think there is any true freedom here? Every soul that arrives here utters similar words. Yet they find themselves enamored with this place, unable to leave after but a day. With a grand gesture, the Buddha unveiled a shimmering veil. Upon this veil, scenes unfolded. Demon kings bathing, muscular men wrestling, debauchery in abundance, and seas of blood and mountains of corpses. Wukong's face flickered between shades of crimson and pallor. At that moment, the Buddha spoke again. How do you find it? Here, you can indulge in whatever desires you wish. If this is not true freedom, then what is? To you, it may seem a descent into depravity, yet for them, is it not a liberation of their very nature? You have not tasted such experiences. What right do you have to pass judgment? With that, the Buddha extended his hand, aiming a powerful strike towards Wukong. Since you believe this is not true freedom, let us demonstrate through our respective fists who embodies the ultimate truth. Faced with the colossal fist that overshadowed him, Wukong instinctively sought to evade it. But no matter how he soared, the fist remained suspended above him, ever closer. With a rumble, the earth trembled, and a towering mountain emerged. As Wukong was effortlessly subdued, the Buddha murmured, "How lonely it is to be invincible." As myriad golden lights receded, the great hall's doors thunderously closed once more. This gray realm transformed back into a carnival of demons and spirits, reveling in their wickedness. Meanwhile, a figure approached the foot of this towering mountain. With only his head visible, Wukong gazed at the familiar voice before him and said, "Master, no need for further words. It was anticipated that you would not be his match." "Then why, master?" "Because I seek that very object you hold in your grasp." As he spoke, the figure plunged his hand into the stone wall, rummaging until he retrieved a shimmering relic emitting specks of golden light. "Master, you cannot take that away. Have you forgotten your promise?" The figure then spoke again. "Do you recognize who I am?" In the next moment, with a flash of brilliance, Wukong beheld the familiar visage of the monk and exclaimed, "How can it be you? How can it be you? But there's more." As he spoke, the monk transformed into another face, which startlingly revealed the earlier form of the Tathagata. Witnessing the three familiar faces manifest upon one figure, Wukong strained to raise his head and inquired, "Why? Why so many questions?" The figure retorted, "I merely wish to see you subdued, toyed with," wearing an expression of utter ignorance. Amidst the figure's maniacal laughter, Wukong's gaze dimmed further, until ultimately, his exposed head transformed into stone. Simultaneously, two more faces emerged upon the figure's shoulders. Together with the original visage of the figure, they formed a remarkable assembly of the Tathagata's face, the immortal's face, and the monk's face. Observing Wukong finally turn to stone, the monk's face lamented, "How is it that this fellow can never truly perish? He has died countless times. And yet, the corpses pile into a mountain, only for him to be reborn again and again." The Tathagata's face expressed a complex sense of reflection, stating, "This is but one of that individual's wills. To obliterate him completely is a task fraught with challenges." The immortal's face interjected, "Is there no way to remove that flower?" The monk's face replied, "You do not comprehend. If he does not wish it, none can take that flower away." The Tathagata's face concluded, "All right, let us devise a plan for the next life. How shall we contend with him?" For the 100 trillionth time, the reboot failed. As an emotionless voice echoed, Yuxingha abruptly opened his eyes. His azure eyes shone, blue as the sky and the sea. Soon after, the owner of those eyes distanced himself from Yuxingha, revealing a face of exquisite perfection before him. Then, a familiar voice arose. "Confess honestly. What were you up to last night?" "You slept like a log." As the sun dipped towards the horizon, Yuxingha gazed at Poseidon, who stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of indignation. She murmured to herself, "I had a dream. a dream that seemed to stretch endlessly. In Chapter 180, The Limit of the Divine Soul Ring's Lifespan, we express gratitude to the friends Santi for their generous support. When Yu Xinghe and Poseidon reopened their eyes, they found themselves once again facing each other. Due to the angle, the sea spirit Douluo, Hela, was directly opposite Yu Xinghe, and she found that the brilliance of his gaze felt strangely unfamiliar, despite the mere passage of a single day. It was as if a century's worth of time had settled within those eyes, reflecting the myriad facets of the world and the vicissitudes of life. Across from Yu Xinghe, Poseidon slowly opened her azure eyes. They remained as serene as the sea, yet upon locking eyes with Yu Xinghe, they stirred with tumultuous waves of emotion. "You're awake." "My love," she said softly, "I feel as though I have experienced a dream that lasted forever." As her words fell into the stillness of the surrounding air, Poseidon turned her head to glance around, momentarily dazed. Suddenly, enlightenment washed over her, and her eyes widened in realization. Her charming face flushed with shyness, instinctively burying itself in Yu Xinghe's embrace. "Is this truly the esteemed Lady Poseidon?" Hela pondered, her curiosity piqued. Holding Poseidon's delicate, trembling form, Yu Xinghe gently reassured her. "The dream has awakened." At these words, Poseidon lifted her gaze, as if recollecting her current identity. She hastily pushed Yu Xinghe away and transformed into a streak of light, darting back to the sea god palace. Observing Poseidon's flustered retreat, Hela approached with an inquisitive expression and inquired, "Little one, what did you do to the esteemed Lady Poseidon in your dream? You are quite remarkable." "Well, I did many things, such as getting married and having children," he began, but before he could finish, Poseidon's thunderous voice echoed, "Yu Xinghe, come here. Speak another word, and I shall strike you." Reacting instinctively to her threat, Yu Xinghe covered his ears and then turned to Hela with utmost seriousness, saying, "Thank you for your song." Hela waved her hand dismissively. "It was merely my duty. However, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, do share the tale of your dream with me. It must be quite captivating if it caused Lady Poseidon to flee in such a manner." Indeed, Yu Xinghe mused, recalling the life lived within that dream. It was an unforgettable story. Subsequently, he made his way to the sea god palace, which felt akin to entering the depths of the ocean, as the walls were adorned with flowing seawater, resembling an aquatic museum. At the very center of the palace stood Poseidon, resplendent in a crimson gown, embodying the essence of the sea goddess. Yet, the divine radiance of her visage was tinged with a lingering blush that made her all the more enchanting. "Old Xinghe, this is your reward for completing the 6 trials of the sea god. Accept it." As she spoke, Poseidon entrusted a golden orb into the hands of Yu Xinghe. This orb contained the reward from the sea god's 6th assessment, imbued with a divine soul ring. In theory, provided that your body can adapt, it can grant you a soul ring with a limit corresponding to the maximum years you can absorb. After handing the orb to Yu Xinghe, Poseidon turned away and said, "Once you have absorbed the soul ring, you may leave. Do not come to see me again." "Why?" "There is no reason. Your examination has concluded, and our dream has come to an end. I am now the high priestess of the sea god, Poseidon, not your wife. Poseidon, you must distinguish between the two." Upon hearing Poseidon's words, Yu Xinghe exhaled deeply, a look of melancholy crossing her face. Indeed, a dream is ultimately just a dream. Upon awakening, one must accept reality. With that, Yu Xinghe refrained from further conversation and began to absorb this hard-won 3rd soul ring. Based on her expectations, her current demigod physique should be capable of withstanding a million-year soul ring. However, she had not anticipated that even divine soul rings possess their own limitations. At this moment, Yu Xinghe discovered that once she attempted to elevate the soul ring to 600,000 years, she found herself unable to progress any further. Moreover, Yu Xinghe discovered that this soul ring, aged 600,000 years, did not become his 3rd soul ring, but rather transformed into a stream of light, infusing his 1st soul ring. As the pink soul ring once again adorned itself with an additional 6 golden patterns, it now radiated an energy comparable to that of the 2nd soul ring. Was the promised bestowal of the soul ring merely a means to enhance its longevity? Contemplating this, Yu Xinghe turned to Poseidon and inquired, "Do you have any surplus divine soul rings? Could you bestow another upon me?" Poseidon, with an exasperated gesture, smote Yu Xinghe's outstretched hand and retorted, "Do you think divine soul rings are as common as cabbages? Moreover, do you even comprehend the magnitude of what you just absorbed? 600,000 years. What of it? Did you not proclaim that divine soul rings could grant others a soul ring of their maximum absorbable age? You are well aware that you just absorbed 600,000 years. Do you grasp how much time a divine ring amounts to? Nearly 1,000,000 years. You have single-handedly consumed all the energy left by the sea god. Are you not satisfied? Upon hearing that he had absorbed all the energy left by the sea god, Yu Xinghe frowned and remarked, "Is that all?" The sea god is rather stingy. No sooner had he spoken than Poseidon hastily covered Yu Xinghe's mouth, her expression laced with concern. "Fool, this is the sea god's temple. To slander the sea god is to invite punishment." With that, Poseidon quickly knelt and prayed before the statue of the sea god. In truth, Poseidon's prayers were unnecessary, for at that moment, the sea god was not present. Otherwise, the deity would have intervened as Yu Xinghe absorbed the divine soul ring. Although her prayers went unanswered, the absence of punishment brought Poseidon a slight sense of relief. "All right, you have received your reward. Your purpose here should be fulfilled. You may leave now. Poseidon, why not accompany me? Let us venture to the mainland and explore together." At Yu Xinghe's words, Poseidon paused for a moment before responding softly, "I cannot leave this place. It is my duty and the price I pay for this power. Thank you, Xinghe, for granting me a dream that I will cherish for a lifetime." With that, Poseidon bestowed a gentle peck upon Yu Xinghe's lips. Seizing the moment while Yu Xinghe was momentarily stunned, Poseidon pushed him out of the sea god's temple. With a resounding thud, the door closed. And it was only then that Yu Xinghe regained his senses and rushed to push the door open. However, on the other side, Poseidon leaned against the door and said, "Xinghe, if you wish to enter, you will only find my lifeless body. I beg you, do not force my hand." Upon hearing Poseidon resort to threats of death, Yu Xinghe reluctantly abandoned his intention to force his way in. From within, he heard Poseidon's sobs. "Xinghe, forget me, please. You still have Bibi Dong, the chosen one, who can accompany you eternally, while I am merely a transient figure in your prolonged life, akin to a fleeting dream where we share the same bus. And I just lingered a few more stops with you. As the dream fades, I too arrive at my destination. Our fateful connection concludes here. Go on." Chapter 181. Departure to the Sun and Moon Continent. As Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong set sail, a figure clad in red with golden hair gazes at the receding vessel from the Sea God Mountain until it vanishes from sight. Since leaving Sea God Island, Yu Xinghe has been despondent, much to Bibi Dong's frustration. On the 20th occasion of delivering meals, upon hearing that Yu Xinghe still lacked appetite, Bibi Dong's anger erupted. With a swift slap directed at Yu Xinghe's posterior, she exclaimed in exasperation, "Why are you sulking? You have no right to complain. I've called you to eat countless times. Yet you refuse. Do you aspire to transcend mortality? It's merely a Poseidon. Do not forget that I am your one and only. You must hastily forget that old woman, or I shall strike you daily. You're not in any better position yourself. I recall you must be over 50 as well." Yu Xinghe retorted instinctively, covering her mouth too late to retract her words. Observing Bibi Dong's face darkening like a tempest at sea, Yu Xinghe chuckled awkwardly. "I haven't quite adjusted to that yet. Please don't take offense. By the way, I shall take a stroll on the deck to admire the scenery." In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed through the cabin. Sailing upon the sea can be exceedingly tedious, though perhaps only for the average person. For soul masters, even in idleness, one can meditate and cultivate their soul power. Yu Xinghe, however, was determined to find every possible means to replenish the energy points in her energy ring. Indeed, her energy points had been expended during the trial of traversing the sea god's light. Seizing the opportunity while at sea, Yu Xinghe bound an iron chain around her waist and leaped into the depths, dragging the ship along with her. This approach offered 3 advantages. Firstly, it allowed her to absorb the energy of water more effectively. Secondly, it accelerated their voyage. And thirdly, it helped avoid hidden reefs beneath the waves. Though both she and Bibi Dong could fly, thus preventing a Titanic-like tragedy, the vastness of the ocean remained daunting. Even a day and night of flight might not guarantee the sighting of land. During their journey, Yu Xinghe inquired of Bibi Dong whether it would be possible to encounter a 100,000-year sea soul beast. Bibi Dong shook her head resolutely. "I too have attempted this, but it is futile. My martial soul exhibits strong repulsion. If I recklessly attempt to absorb a sea soul beast of such caliber, it could lead to my demise." Moon Xinghe has long harbored a perplexing question. Given that the Sun and Moon Continent and the Douluo Continent reside upon the same planet, why, for countless millennia, have the two realms remained oblivious to each other's existence? Is it due to the ferocity of the ocean? Yet, why have the sea spirit masters not discovered it? It was only upon arriving in a particular maritime expanse that Moon Xinghe finally unraveled the mystery. As they traversed this stretch of sea, they realized they had lost their way. No matter how they navigated, The coordinates provided by the system indicated that they were merely treading water. Logically, they should have been drawing closer to their destination, yet after days of sailing, no progress had been made. Then, Ying made her appearance. "What is happening?" Moon Xinghe inquired. "You have inadvertently entered a spatial fold." What is a spatial fold? In simple terms, it is an infinitely looping space, akin to a circle. Regardless of your direction, you will invariably return to your starting point. Is there a way to break free? A trivial matter. With that, Ying waved her fluffy little hand in front of her. As the sound of shattering glass resonated continuously, Moon Xinghe observed that the point representing their position began to shift once again. "Thank you, Ying. All right, I shall rest now." "Ying, what has been troubling you these past few days? You have seemed rather downcast since awakening." "It is nothing." After yet another week of navigation, Moon Xinghe finally beheld the continent. As they approached the Sun and Moon continent, however, they encountered a predicament. A fleet of small boats, spewing thick smoke, began to converge upon them. For the first time, Xinghe experienced the ambience of a foreign land, characterized by a lack of mutual understanding. Although she could not comprehend their words, the sight of men drawing firearms toward her, coupled with their lecherous gazes, led her, once a man, to surmise their intentions. They expected her to stand still, intimidated by their weapons. Any ordinary person from the Sun and Moon continent would have instinctively raised their hands and surrender upon encountering such a display of firepower. However, if Xinghe and Bibidong were to fall prey to these few guns, the entire Douluo Continent would erupt in laughter. In the next moment, upon realizing that Xinghe and Bibidong not only refused to comply but also approached them instead, the men, after repeated warnings yielded no results, decisively opened fire. Naturally, they aimed not for the vital spots, for such beauty as Xinghe and Bibidong would be a loss indeed if harmed. A mere shot to a leg would suffice. With this thought, the men exchanged glances, and two of them fired their weapons. Bang! Bang! As the dark muzzles erupted, two flashes of fire illuminated the scene, and the men's faces twisted into grotesque smiles, as if anticipating the moment Xinghe and Bibidong would collapse, groaning in pain. Yet, in the next instant, to the astonishment of the men, Xinghe's figure flickered momentarily. Then, with a swift motion, she clenched her fists before opening her hands downward. Ding! Ding! With two crisp sounds, two ebony bullets bounced upon the ground, rolling to the feet of the men, silently mocking their audacity. Under Xinghe's disdainful gaze, the men immediately knelt, bowing their heads fervently in a manner reminiscent of a garlic pounder. Though the words they uttered were incomprehensible, Xinghe surmised they were pleading for mercy. It appeared that the language barrier posed a significant challenge. At that moment, the evil god spoke up. "My dear, I possess a divine technique that will allow you to transcend language barriers. I shall grant it to you. But should you acquire any valuable soul beast consciousness or similar treasures, will you share them with me?" "Very well, thank you," she replied. After a brief session learning the evil goddess technique, Xinghe was finally able to comprehend the men's speech. Thus, in the midst of Bibidong's astonished expression, she began conversing with them in a foreign tongue. Through her inquiries, Xinghe learned that they were positioned at the eastern coastline port of the Sun Nation, and these men constituted the rescue team stationed there, tasked with assisting nearby vessels and maintaining coastal vigilance. In the event of an enemy attack, they would immediately sound the alarm. "Sun Nation, are you implying there exists a Moon Nation as well?" Upon hearing Xinghe's query, the men exhibited expressions akin to disbelief. Chapter 182. The Sun and Moon Continent. As the newcomer, Xinghe was understandably unaware of the fundamental circumstances surrounding her. However, the men's expressions, which resembled those of the intellectually challenged, were unjustifiable. Consequently, Xinghe single-handedly sent each of them tumbling into the sea with a swift kick. After sharing her language-based divine technique with Bibidong, the two embarked on their journey across the Sun and Moon Continent. Unlike the Douluo Continent, where soul masters reign supreme, the Sun and Moon Continent venerates soul instructors. A soul instructor is a profession that embodies the fusion of soul masters and soul guiding devices. Initially, Bibidong was quite curious about the soul guiding devices of this continent. However, after observing them a few more times, her interest waned. Having once resided in Xinghe's dreamscape, she perceived these so-called soul guiding devices as inferior technological products. In the terms of that era, one might say the Sun and Moon Continent was in the Steam Age. The Douluo Continent belonged to the Feudal Age, while Xinghe's dream world was in the Information Age. Thus, It was only natural for Bibi Dong to look down upon them. Nevertheless, Yu Xinghe, having read the original work, recognized the immense potential for the advancement of soul-guiding technology. 2 millennia later, humanity, through the amalgamation of soul master cultivation and soul-guiding devices, would decisively overpower soul beasts. Of course, it is still premature to speak of such matters. And even if soul-guiding technology were to dominate the Douluo Continent in the future, what concern would it be to Yu Xinghe? The purpose of Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong's journey to the Sun-Moon Continent was to venture into the evil spirit forest, where Bibi Dong aimed to hunt a 100,000-year-old evil eye tyrant. Thus, their initial objective was to locate this treacherous forest. The evil spirit forest holds a reputation on the Sun-Moon Continent that is comparable to that of the Star Dove Forest on the Douluo Continent. After some inquiries, Yu Xinghe even discovered a specialized team dedicated to hunting soul beasts within the evil spirit forest. It is noteworthy that the Sun-Moon Continent places a greater emphasis on the study of soul guidance devices, resulting in generally lower cultivation levels among soul masters. On this land, the optimal soul ring configuration is characterized by white, yellow, yellow, purple, and purple. An individual with a yellow first soul ring would be regarded as an extraordinary genius. Furthermore, the number of titled Douluos on this continent is lamentably scarce, with only 3 openly acknowledged. The Moon Kingdom's Moon Douluo and the Sun Kingdom's Sun Dong are renowned figures in the realm of soul guides, particularly the esteemed Hongqian Douluo, celebrated for their profound expertise in this field. Through her recent interactions with the locals, Yu Xinghe has gained a considerable understanding of the current state of affairs on the continent. The impending calamity of the Moon Douluo in the Kingdom of the Moon draws near. Yet no soul Douluo within its realm appears poised to transcend into the esteemed rank of titled Douluo. Meanwhile, whispers of the Hongqian Douluo's covert support for the Kingdom of the Sun have begun to surface. It seems the outcome is all but predetermined. In the small team consisting of Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong, there are a total of 6 members. The strongest among them, the captain, possesses a soul power of level 41, while the weakest member holds a soul power of 29. This quintet's mission is to assist another employer in capturing a 3rd soul ring. This employer, a 15-year-old youth, is considered a prodigy in the Douluo Continent. Moreover, he is not lacking in attractiveness, leading to frequent advances from the only female soul master within the team. Regrettably, the young man shows no interest in her, instead directing his considerable attention towards Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong. This is understandable, as both women are among the most beautiful in the continent, and their elegance is unmatched by any other female. Consequently, the employer displays an overwhelming enthusiasm for the two, presenting himself as the only admirable man in existence. However, to his dismay, neither Yu Xinghe nor Bibi Dong reciprocates his interest. Their disinterest is not a pose of superiority. Rather, they genuinely abhor such obsequious behavior. Despite their clear rejections, he persists in his advances, which only serves to disgust Yu Xinghe further. If it were merely verbal harassment, it might have been bearable. But on the 6th night of their journey, the young man shockingly resorted to drugging the food and drink of the entire group. It is crucial to note that they had reached the outskirts of the evil spirit forest, where soul beasts lurked, and becoming incapacitated from the drug could lead to dire consequences should they encounter one. Thus, after the team urged caution, Yu Xinghe decisively dealt with the scoundrel. Shortly after Yu Xinghe eliminated the vile individual, an elder appeared before them, his 7 soul rings pulsating rhythmically beneath him. White, yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, 7 rings. A soul sage. Upon realizing the elder's formidable status, the team hastily distanced themselves from Yu Xinghe, asserting their lack of association with her actions. The elder, however, glared at the lifeless body of his once proud disciple, his expression dark enough to drip with disdain. He had never anticipated that, despite his vigilance, someone would dare to slay his most esteemed disciple right under his nose. To him, this was the utmost humiliation of his life. With a flushed face, the elder exclaimed, "You little girl, how dare you kill my disciple? Do you have any idea who I am?" To which, an air of defiance lingered as the response awaited. As the Moonstar River made its entrance, naturally, he was a stranger to all. However, his earnest response was perceived by the elder as a grave insult. The elder coldly chuckled, "Very well. It has been ages since anyone dared to speak such words in front of me, the Puppet Soul Saint." Upon hearing the elder refer to himself as the Puppet Soul Saint, the expressions of the 5-member team shifted dramatically. The Puppet Soul Saint wielded a martial soul of a puppet. While this martial soul appeared unremarkable when paired with a soul-guiding device, it could unleash an exceedingly powerful barrage of attacks. After announcing his title, the elder's body emitted a disconcerting mechanical sound. Then, to the astonishment of Moonstar River and Bibi Dong, the elder transformed from a bipedal stance into a bizarre creature that walked on all fours. Observing the multitude of cannons adorning the elder's body, Moonstar River grimaced, "Are you some sort of iron gururu?" "Humph. I care not for any iron gururu, little girl. Your demise is imminent." In the next moment, the densely packed black cannons ignited with a brilliant light. Full firepower unleashed, accompanied by the elder's frenzied roar. Beams of soul power that rendered the five-member team pale shot forth from the countless cannons. Alongside the soul power beams were bullets, steel needles, and explosives, creating an onslaught formidable enough to rank among the top 5 in the realm of level 7 soul masters across the Sun and Moon continent. Yet, despite this fierce attack, Moonstar River displayed an expression of profound disappointment. Indeed, disappointment. He had anticipated encountering a unique adversary upon arriving at the Sun and Moon continent. Yet both the strength and efficiency of soul power utilization fell far short of that found in the Douluo Continent. If this was the extent of their capabilities, with Bibi Dong's consent, dispatching half of the Spirit Hall's forces would suffice to dominate this land. Chapter 183. The Wrath of a Woman. Seeing Moonstar River remain unfazed by his full-force attack, the puppet soul saint smirked. "Perish." Boom. Accompanied by a violent explosion, a massive fireball erupted from the ground. "What a pity, for you have provoked me," the puppet soul saint. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure emerged gracefully from the flames, moving with an elegance that resembled the blooming of a lotus. The puppet soul saint's pupils dilated in shock. She was completely unscathed. Not even a thread of her garment was damaged. This was absurd. As the figure approached, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped the puppet soul saint. The last time he felt such powerlessness was when facing the 8th-level soul master from the Moon Kingdom, known as the Pillar of the Moon Kingdom, the Moon Douluo. Could it be that this young girl has already achieved the rank of title Douluo? What a joke. "I am indeed not a title Douluo, you need not worry." Upon hearing the words of Yuxinghe, the puppet soul saint, filled with astonishment, inquired, "Can you read minds?" In response, Yuxinghe revealed a contemptuous smile and remarked, "Mind reading is an overstatement. It is merely that my mental prowess surpasses yours by a slight margin. Thus, I am able to perceive your thoughts." As she spoke, Yuxinghe extended her hand, creating a minuscule gap between her thumb and index finger, emphasizing once more, "It truly is just a slight edge." Puppet soul saint, it seems I glimpsed an entire universe within the space between her fingers. Then, Yuxinghe let out a soft sigh, teleporting swiftly to confront the puppet soul saint, delivering a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the puppet soul's weapon was shattered into countless fragments under the astonished gaze of the 5-member team. "Bibi Dong, let us venture into the evil spirit forest." Occasionally defeating weaker foes can alleviate one's mood, but continuously doing so loses its charm. It is akin to playing a pirated video game. One cannot indulge for long. Unlike the myriad soul beasts in the Stardow Forest, each flaunting their unique prowess, the evil spirit forest is dominated by the evil eye. This soul beast, characterized by a single eye and tentacles, wields an extraordinarily potent mental force, reigning supreme in the evil spirit forest. Upon entering the forest, the duo encountered a millennia-old evil eye. Observing its millennial cultivation, yet formidable mental strength rivaling that of some 10,000-year soul beasts, Bibi Dong's exquisite eyes shimmered with intrigue. The evil eye, embodying both malevolence and mental attributes, is arguably one of the most suitable soul beasts for Bibi Dong. However, this particular evil eye was merely 1,000 years old, and both Yuxinghe and Bibi Dong found no inclination to slay it. The evil eye, sensing the latent power emanating from Yuxinghe and Bibi Dong, hesitated, unsure whether to attack or retreat. Noticing the 1,000-year evil eye circling around them, poised to strike, Bibi Dong smiled slightly. This soul beast truly embodies the essence of slaughter. "Xinghe, do you think that if we eliminate it, we might attract even stronger evil eyes? It would save us the trouble of seeking them out one by one. No need for such concerns." With that, Yuxinghe unleashed her mental force to its fullest extent. Bibi Dong instantly understood and followed suit, channeling her own mental energy outward. In the realm of soul beasts, should one wish to challenge another, it suffices to enter their territory and release one's aura, akin to a declaration of war. At that moment, Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong unabashedly released their mental forces in the evil spirit forest, signaling the supreme entities within. A challenger has arrived. Deep within the evil spirit forest, a colossal evil eye hovered in the air, its diameter spanning several hundred meters, resembling a mountain in its enormity, surrounded by a staggering 80 tentacles. This was the ruler of the evil spirit forest, the tyrant Evil Eye. At that moment, the tyrant Evil Eye floated serenely, its immense mental power radiating outward, distorting the surrounding space and manifesting various anomalies. If a tidal Douluo, such as Douluo, were to approach at this moment, their mental sea would likely be overwhelmed by this colossal mental force, rendering them incapacitated. Even the esteemed Douluos of the Sun-Moon continent would find themselves in dire straits. This is the tyrant Evil Eye. On Douluo Star, it stands as a being second only to the deep-sea demon whale king. Why not second to the Emperor Tian? You may ask. As the heavenly Dream Eye silkworm was preemptively intercepted by the Evil Eye sovereign, the master of the sinister forest, upon sensing the psychic energy of both Moonstar River and Bibi Dong, murmured, "How many years have passed? I never anticipated encountering a contender capable of challenging my mental prowess, albeit barely. Yet, the Evil Eye tyrant sovereign, proud of its lordly status, pondered, should I flee at the slightest provocation from the adversary? It would undermine my own worth." With this thought in mind, the sovereign directly communicated telepathically to an Evil Eye tyrant located within the forest. In the Evil Eye clan, any member achieving 100,000 years of age is deemed an Evil Eye tyrant, but there exists only one sovereign. Only the sovereign possesses the authority to summon the Evil Eye tyrants. Responding to the sovereign's will, an Evil Eye tyrant ascended toward the heavens, heading towards Moonstar River and Bibi Dong. Here it comes. Sensing the unique malevolent psychic waves of the Evil Eye tyrant, Moonstar River exhibited formidable fighting spirit. Indeed, only a foe of such caliber could ignite her desire to engage. Alas, it is not the Evil Eye tyrant sovereign. Nonetheless, it matters not. Should she vanquish this Evil Eye tyrant, the sovereign is likely to reveal itself. After all, Moonstar River still requires one more soul ring. Just as she intended to warm up, Bibi Dong placed a hand on Moonstar River's shoulder and said, "Allow me to take this one." Since ascending to the position of Pope, Bibi Dong had seldom engaged in combat. Due to her papal status, there was always someone to fulfill her desires, even to hunt soul beasts. Like Moonstar River, Bibi Dong yearned for a worthy opponent to unleash the uncontainable passion and fervor within her. And this Evil Eye tyrant was the perfect target for her to vent her pent-up energy. In the midst of the conflict, Yu Xinghe yearned to engage, as did Bibi Dong. What to do then? Thus, amidst the bewildered gaze of the Evil Eye tyrant, the two disregarded it entirely and commenced a game of rock, paper, scissors. Such disregard is the utmost humiliation. Contemplating this, the Evil Eye tyrant's 10 appendages stiffened with fury, and then 10 waves of psychic energy surged toward Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong. Witnessing the audacity of the Evil Eye tyrant's unprovoked attack, the 12-year-old Yu Xinghe and the 50-something Bibi Dong were incensed. They immediately unleashed their profound psychic powers to counter the assault. The clash of psychic energies, though seemingly intangible and tranquil, was far more thrilling and perilous than a duel of soul powers. After all, a defeat in soul power results merely in physical injury, which can often be mended, whereas a failure in psychic combat leads to irrevocable devastation. As the pair retaliated with their psychic might, the Evil Eye tyrant's appendages moved in a strange yet synchronized manner. And to the astonishment of Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong, their psychic onslaught was effortlessly neutralized. Something was amiss. Logically, while the Evil Eye tyrant possessed formidable psychic strength, either of Yu Xinghe or Bibi Dong alone should have been sufficient to best it. So why had their assault been thwarted? The singular truth emerged. The Evil Eye tyrant's comprehension and application of psychic energy had reached an unfathomable level. This was not unexpected, for the Evil Eye, as a soul beast, thrives on psychic energy. Its sole means of offense is through mental attacks. With countless years of accumulated experience, the Evil Eye clan had indeed mastered the intricacies of the mind. Realizing this, Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong exchanged a knowing glance and struck once more. Faced with their dual onslaught, the Evil Eye tyrant resorted to its previous tactics, as it sought to dismantle their fierce psychic assault once again. The psychic energy unleashed by Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong erupted powerfully. This psychic bomb caught the Evil Eye tyrant off guard, leaving it stunned. Seizing the moment, Yu Xinghe gathered her energy and, with a swift teleportation, positioned herself before the Evil Eye tyrant, delivering a devastating palm strike. With a resounding clap, Yu Xinghe's small hand struck forcefully upon the tyrant's pupil. Roar! The pupil, being both the most potent and the most vulnerable part of the Evil Eye clan's arsenal, trembled under the impact. As a being of semi-divine stature, Yu Xinghe's physical prowess was unparalleled, with perhaps only the dragon-formed Emperor Tian able to rival her in strength. The Evil Eye tyrant, reeling from the sudden assault, emitted a sharp, anguished cry. Its 10 appendages retaliated with psychic stabs before it hastily attempted to retreat. But to flee? If the Evil Eye were allowed to escape today, Yu Xinghe would surely deem herself unworthy of existence. With yet another instantaneous shift, Yu Xinghe reappeared before the tyrant of the Evil Eye, observing that this human possessed such extraordinary abilities. The tyrant felt an overwhelming sensation akin to standing before a sovereign. There was no escape. Faced with the inevitability of confrontation, the tyrant resolved to fight with utmost desperation. Psychic Storm. As this technique was unleashed, the tyrant's 10 tentacles detonated sequentially. With each explosion, a powerful ripple of psychic energy traversed the space. Once all 10 tentacles were obliterated, a tempest composed entirely of psychic force surged towards Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong. Although the scale of this psychic storm paled in comparison to the sea dragon Douluo's water vortex, its threat to Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong was undeniably magnified. After executing this maneuver, the tyrant found himself drained of strength and fled into the distance. Observing the tyrant's intent to escape, Yu Xinghe urgently instructed Bibi Dong to pursue while she would counter the psychic storm. Can you handle it? Rest assured. Following a brief exchange, Yu Xinghe unleashed a vast reservoir of psychic energy, enveloping the storm and preventing it from attacking Bibi Dong. Then, from above Yu Xinghe's head, a golden miniature version of herself emerged. Extending a delicate hand, she forcefully grasped the psychic storm. An immense, invisible hand materialized, seizing the frenzied storm capable of rendering even Douluo senseless. And then, there was nothing further to recount. As the psychic storm subsided, Yu Xinghe let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, before this encounter, she had undergone that dreamlike illusion. It was precisely due to that experience that the vast psychic energy she had previously absorbed concerning the heavenly Dream Eye silkworm could once again solidify. One must understand that quantity does not always equate to strength. Much like soldiers, a disjointed mass, even if numbering in the millions, can be shattered by a well-trained battalion of 10,000. Conversely, if one can firmly grasp and fluidly wield such power, then all obstacles will cease to be obstacles. Had it not been for that fleeting dream, Yu Xinghe would have faced dire consequences today. Once the psychic storm was quelled, Yu Xinghe caught up with Bibi Dong. Confronting a waning 10,000-year-soul beast was a task Bibi Dong easily managed, dispatching it in mere moments. As a circle of crimson soul rings ascended from the tyrant's remains, excitement gleamed in Bibi Dong's eyes. 10,000-year soul rings. Moreover, in addition to the soul rings, a treasure capable of eliciting her jubilance emerged, a soul bone, specifically the right leg bone, that she had been in dire need of. Although Yu Xinghe was unsure why the Evil Eye, a soul beast, would produce a leg bone. Considering the nature of this world, where even plant-type soul beasts can yield soul bones, it is within reason that a corporeal entity like the Evil Eye could also produce such a bone. Hurry and absorb it. I shall provide you with protection. Thank you. After joyfully planting a kiss on Yu Xinghe's cheek, Bibi Dong promptly began the process of absorbing the soul ring. Observing the treacherous surroundings of the forest of demonic spirits, Yu Xinghe couldn't help but reminisce about the remarkable technology from the second season of Douluo, the soul ring storage device. If such an invention were available, Bibi Dong could effortlessly secure the soul ring and retreat to a safer locale for its absorption, rather than facing the perils of this ominous forest at present. The Moonstar River harbored an ominous premonition. The tyrant of the Evil Eye would surely reveal itself. In the next moment, as if the sun were rising in the distance, an immense pupil materialized. Without uttering a word, Moonstar River drew forth her pulse and displayed her soul rings. Upon witnessing the 2 soul rings adorned with 10 golden patterns, the tyrant's colossal pupil abruptly contracted. Then, a thunderous voice echoed within Moonstar River's mind. It had been a long time since I encountered such a formidable human. Today, you shall remain here forever. Humph. Do not rejoice too soon. Perhaps it will be you who meets your demise today. I still require a soul ring. Haha, how intriguing. You are strong and audacious, precisely to my liking. As she spoke, the tyrant of the Evil Eye unleashed a crimson laser toward Moonstar River. The red beam carved a straight line across the earth, instantly cleaving a chasm nearly 100 meters deep, splitting a distant mountain in two. This is the tyrant of the evil eye, an existence spanning nearly 800,000 years. With a mere glance, such devastation ensued. Yet, just as the tyrant yearned for a worthy opponent, so too did Moonstar River crave a formidable adversary that could instill a sense of life and death urgency within her. And at this moment, the timing and location were perfectly aligned. Of course, it would have been even more advantageous if Bibi Dong were absent. Chapter 185. The First 180 Thoughts. Battling the Tyrant of the Evil Eye. Gratitude for the generous support from the reader. Starry Night Cloud. The Tyrant of the Evil Eye, currently at 77,000 years of cultivation, was undoubtedly as powerful as the present Emperor Tian before absorbing the Dream of Heaven. However, the outcome of a life-and-death battle between them remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Moonstar River, with the outward appearance of possessing only 2 soul rings, would likely evoke a shake of the head from any observer regarding this confrontation. Before engaging, Moonstar River felt the palpable pressure emanating from the Tyrant of the Evil Eye. If measured against the steps of the Sea God Mountain, it would roughly correspond to around the 970 levels. Moreover, the pressure from the Sea Goddess light predominantly targeted the physical form, whereas the tyrant's pressure was entirely of a mental nature. Fortunately, Moonstar River's mental prowess had first absorbed the Dream Eye Silkworm and subsequently endured the dream of Yellow Liang, resulting in an extreme concentration of her mental energy, placing her on par with the tyrant's mental force. The only disparity lay in quantity. However, Moonstar River possessed her own advantages, notably her physique, which had ascended to a demigod level. This was her sole hope for victory against the Tyrant of the Evil Eye, to narrow the gap as much as possible and then to unleash an absolute physical dominance to obliterate it. With this resolve, Moonstar River decided to take the initiative. Wielding her pulse, she teleported directly before the Tyrant of the Evil Eye and thrust her weapon fiercely toward its pupil, regardless of who it may be. Confronting the instantaneous movement of the Moon Galaxy from the previous month would undoubtedly render one exceedingly passive. Firstly, there is the element of unawareness, and secondly, the Moon Galaxy's teleportation involves a mastery of spatial rules, a skill far beyond mere high-speed movement achieved through sudden bursts of energy. However, the Tyrant with the Evil Eye has also dabbled in spatial abilities. As the Moon Galaxy materialized before it and thrust forth a spear, a flicker of crimson light ignited deep within the tyrant's pupils. With a swift whoosh, a beam comparable to a pulse struck its target, sending the Moon Galaxy hurtling over 1,000 meters. Despite this, the tyrant did not pursue the advantage. At that moment, it was filled with confidence in its own strength, harboring the intent to toy with its prey. Emerging from a profound chasm, the Moon Galaxy gingerly touched its chest and grimaced, exclaiming, "That truly stings." Observing that the Moon Galaxy had not sustained any significant harm, the tyrant's initially disappointed gaze brightened with astonishment. "Such a phenomenon. Your physique is astonishing." Gazing at the Moon Galaxy, the tyrant was suddenly struck by a bold notion. Firstly, it had a few thousand years left to live. For humans, that duration is extensive. But for a soul beast of its caliber, a few thousand years equates to merely a handful of human lifetimes. Secondly, as a being of its level, it had a vague awareness of certain secrets, such as the reason soul beasts cannot ascend to divinity. Though it lacked precise knowledge, it could speculate on some clues. Perhaps the celestial laws of the universe prohibit soul beasts from becoming divine? Moreover, reincarnating as a human would mean starting from scratch, a risk far too great. Recently, the tyrant had gleaned one of the Moon Galaxy's secrets through a single attack, a demigod's body, an available demigod's form. If it could seize control with this thought, the tyrant resolved to ensure the Moon Galaxy remained. Thus, in the ensuing confrontation, the Moon Galaxy discovered that it had a subtle upper hand against the tyrant. This was indeed unusual. Though proud, Yuxinghe is not one to indulge in arrogance. She possesses a clear understanding of her own capabilities. The notion that she could confront the tyrant with the Evil Eye without employing the transformation of Bayana or the Apostle's embodiment is utterly ludicrous. This is the tyrant with the Evil Eye, not some trifling noble from the waters, such as the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm. The adversary must be harboring some sinister intent. Just as Yuxinghe ponders the opponent's motives, a bolt of black malevolent lightning, forged from concentrated spirit, strikes her, leaving her momentarily dazed despite her prodigious mental fortitude. In that instant, the tyrant extends a tentacle, striking her down with the force of a divine whip. In a flash, Yuxingha becomes a streak of light, plummeting to the earth. With a resounding crash, the ground trembles violently as she descends, generating shockwaves that shatter trees for miles around. Despite her formidable constitution, the impact causes her to spout blood. Observing her disheveled state, the tyrant with the evil eye scoffs, remarking, "To dare divide your focus in battle with me. It seems I have overestimated you. If this is all you can muster, then embrace death." In the next moment, with an air of disdain and a voice imbued with judgment, the tyrant conjures a ring of thorn-like light before launching it at Yuxingha. The soul shockwave strikes with ferocity, leaving no opportunity for her to react, as if it were intent on seizing her life in her moment of weakness. Upon collision, a golden figure emerges from Yuxingha, representing her consciousness. The tyrant's massive eyes widen in astonishment at this radiant entity. Though it had sensed that Yuxingha's spiritual realm matched its own, witnessing it firsthand still delivered a blow to its pride. After all, it is the evil eye, a soul beast dedicated to the mastery of spiritual power. It spent 600,000 years to reach this level of spiritual manifestation, while this human, merely 12 or 13 years of age, possesses comparable prowess and even a demigod's physique. Whereas the tyrant's previous attitude towards Yuxingha was one of disdain, it now shifts to one of fear of her extraordinary talent. Yet, following this fear comes exhilaration and a sense of triumph. With this thought, the tyrant unleashes 80 tentacles, each emitting beams of spiritual light, determined to annihilate Yuxingha's consciousness in one decisive strike. As long as the consciousness of the Moon Star River perishes, it can completely seize this demigod form, subsequently transferring all of its spiritual cultivation. The formidable mental power, combined with the demigod's body, renders that legendary state suddenly within reach. As the 80 beams of spiritual light descended like an intricate web, the Moonstar River experienced the taste of death for the second time. In her conscious state, she was utterly incapable of utilizing teleportation, which meant she had to withstand those 80 lethal beams of spiritual light head-on. Under normal circumstances, with an ample supply of energy points, the Moonstar River would not find herself in such a life-and-death crisis. However, during the trial of traversing the sea goddess light, she had exhausted all her energy points. Although nearly a month of maritime travel replenished some, it was evidently but a drop in the ocean in the face of such a high-level battle. How careless! Yuxingha never anticipated that she too would face a day of misfortune. Chapter 186, A Fierce Battle. Just as Yuxingha intended to harness the energy from her bracelet to summon the magnificent dragon Yanwei for defense, she awkwardly realized a critical issue. Due to her consciousness being detached, she was unable to establish a connection with the bracelet. This was indeed embarrassing. Typically, Yuxingha would simply chuckle off such awkward moments. But now, this embarrassment could prove fatal. As she prepared to withstand the impending threat, suddenly, a pitch-black rift in space opened right before her. Consequently, all 80 beams of psychic energy shot into nothingness. The only entity capable of diverting an attack in such a manner at this moment was Yingying. In the next instant, a familiar voice, laden with reproach, echoed in her ears. "I can't always be timely. You need to practice more." Indeed, Yuxingha humbly accepted Yingying's admonition. The sudden appearance of Yingying prompted a grave expression from the evil eye tyrant ruler. Even it had to concede that the previous maneuver involving the spatial rift was nothing short of brilliant. Clearly, this was a soul beast with profound mastery over spatial abilities. "Yingying, I am a divine beast." This was troublesome. However, despite Yingying's unexpected emergence, the ruler's primary concern remained seizing that corporeal form. Once it obtained that body, this battle would reach its conclusion. As a tentacle from the ruler lashed out toward Yuxingha's form, she wore an anxious expression while Yingying smiled faintly, gesturing towards the corporeal form. Subsequently, a spatial rift appeared behind that body. In the past, Yingying would never have resorted to such a tactic because beyond the rift lay chaotic and violent spatial currents. Typically, anyone entering, such as Douluo, would, even while utilizing their martial soul's true form, soon be torn to shreds by the tumultuous currents. Only Yuxingha's demigod body could barely endure within this spatial maelstrom for a brief moment. Yingying's strategy was straightforward. First, to draw Yuxingha's corporeal shell into the rift, and then summon herself back using the coordinates left within her body. A flawless plan. However, just as Yuxingha's corporeal shell was on the brink of plummeting into the spatial rift, the ruler remarked with a smile, "Spatial abilities are not solely your domain." With that, The evil eye tyrant ruler's pupils constricted sharply. The open spatial rift began to close slowly. Ying's expression shifted. Just as the ruler's tentacle was about to ensnare the corporeal shell, a web ensnared the tentacle first, yanking it forcefully. The prize that was in hand had inexplicably flown away. The ruler turned to see that it was none other than Bibidong who had thwarted his plans. How could I have forgotten about you? Enraged by Bibidong's interference, the ruler seethed with fury. Immediately, a crimson beam with a diameter of 300 meters surged towards Bibidong. Faced with this immense, swift, and potent onslaught, Bibidong's instinctive reaction was to position herself in front of the Moon Star River's corporeal form, activating her seventh spirit ring, the true manifestation of her martial spirit. Almost instantaneously upon the emergence of Bibidong's martial spirit, the scarlet beam had already arrived before her. Seeing Bibidong's figure engulfed by that beam, Moonstar River's heart skipped a beat, prompting her to urgently implore quickly, save her. Displaying an air of indifference, replied, do not worry. That woman is a chosen one. She is not so fragile. Indeed, while Bibidong's combat prowess might only equate to that of a super Douluo, she herself was the embodiment of a limit Douluo. Although the wrathful strike from the tyrant of the evil eye was formidable, it was unlikely to annihilate Bibidong in a single blow. As anticipated, with the dispersal of the beam, and amidst the surprised expression of the master, a disheveled Bibidong soared into the air, carrying the corporeal form of Moonstar River. The trajectory was unmistakably towards the consciousness of Moonstar River. Stop right there. The master bellowed, unleashing a mental radiance akin to that of the sun, manifesting an immense wall of psychic force on the ground to separate the two. Subsequently, all 80 of the master's tentacles launched forth, targeting the corporeal form that Bibidong bore. With a resounding roar from Bibidong, instinctively understood Bibidong's intent. Amidst the master's furious expression, a crimson glow emanated from Bibidong's chest, and in the next moment, a resplendent beam erupted forth. Furthermore, Bibidong's hands transformed into blades of black-green, crossing over each other as they struck heavily towards the master. Countless sharp, invisible blades were unleashed in her wake, accompanied by the sound of flesh being sliced and toxic gases corroding the remnants. The tyrant of the evil eye emitted a pained howl. After so many years, it had been wounded once more, and by a human's hand, no less. Contemplating this, a chilling gaze emanated from the depths of the tyrant's pupils. Once Moonstar River's consciousness returned to her corporeal body, the master realized that if it did not employ its true capabilities soon, it might well lose these two humans. Its enormous pupils first constricted, then expanded, transforming from their originally sinister black hue into a ghostly green, as a beam shot forth from its dark green eyes. The entire realm was suffused with this verdant light. This was the true power of the tyrant of the evil eye. In a fit of rage, the very heavens shifted in color. With a hiss, the beam remained, but this time it reduced to a diameter of approximately 100 meters. Though the range had diminished, its potency had increased manifold. This technique was one of the tyrant of the evil eye's ultimate trump cards, known as the Annihilation Ray. True to its name, the Annihilation Ray obliterates all. Confronted with the Annihilating Ray, both Yuxinghe and Bibidong exhibited expressions of profound gravity. This formidable attack not only harbored an immensely potent mental shock, but also bore an insidious malevolence. Even if their conscious forms could withstand the initial wave of impact, they would likely be ensnared and eroded by that wicked essence. Evading such a strike? That was utterly implausible. The Dominator's mental prowess was overwhelmingly formidable. Each assault was meticulously locked onto their consciousness. Furthermore, the Dominator possessed a modicum of mastery over spatial abilities, rendering the prospect of escape through teleportation rather unrealistic. Thus, with no possibility of avoidance, they were left with no choice but to confront it head-on. Bayonet transformed, as resplendent golden light surged forth from Yuxinghe. Amidst the verdant expanse, that radiance became strikingly brilliant and blinding. Then, Yuxinghe stood resolutely before Bibidong, akin to how she had once shielded her corporeal form from a crimson beam. You shall perish. The menacing aura emanating from Yuxinghe caused the eyes of the evil eye tyrant ruler to narrow and widen in alarm, as an intense emerald light flared anew. Double Destruction Ray. In Chapter 187, is this what you call a soul sovereign? Two consecutive beams of annihilation struck Yuxinghe. Boom. For an ordinary Douluo, such an assault would result in nothing but obliteration. However, Yuxinghe, in her transformed state as Bayana, withstood the onslaught. Like a waterspout obstructed, Yu Xinghe acted as the finger blocking the faucet, causing the destruction rays to disperse in all directions, unable to vanquish her. The clouds above, the mountains below, and even the soul beasts that could not escape were all annihilated by the rays. Yet, Yu Xinghe remained, undisturbed, gazing upon her resplendent golden light. As if a war deity had descended, an unsettling sensation arose within the evil tyrant ruler. The destruction rays were its most formidable attack. If this could not defeat the opponent, then there was but one option left: time stasis. This was the tyrant's ultimate hidden skill, employed only in dire circumstances. For it consumed not merely its spiritual energy, but its very life force. After a brief contemplation, the tyrant resolved to take the gamble. If victorious, it could transform its fate. If defeated, it could not afford to lose. Thus, under the watchful gaze of Yu Xinghe and Bibidong, the tyrant's pupils shifted from emerald to a deep azure. As a slender ray emanated from the depths of its eyes, everything within its path became ensnared in stasis. The flowing winds ceased, the falling leaves froze, the descending birds hung suspended in midair, and even the expressions on Yu Xinghe and Bibidong's faces were rendered immobile. It was as though time had been paused, the scene forever captured in stillness. Observing the immobilization of Yu Xinghe and Bibidong, the evil tyrant ruler finally exhaled in relief. This battle had been fraught with anxiety. Initially confident, then faced with tumult, it had nearly met its demise. Although the time stasis had cost the ruler nearly a century of its lifespan, the prospect of wielding a demigod-esque form rendered it all worthwhile. Just as the ruler prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Yu Xinghe and Bibidong, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Suddenly, a circular clock materialized behind Yu Xinghe. Upon the clock, the 12 zodiac signs represent 12 distinct markers, set against the backdrop of a profound and resplendent starry sky, seemingly imbued with infinite dreams. A silhouette of a young girl, composed of constellations, stands amidst the celestial expanse, exuding an ancient and unchanging aura akin to that of the stars themselves. In the next moment, the pulse held by the moon and star river radiates a dazzling brilliance, transforming into a beam of light that returns to the hand of the constellation girl. Suddenly, the girl's hand rotates, wielding the light like a needle, meticulously reversing the needle's point from the 4 o'clock mark back to the 12 o'clock position. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The crisp sound reverberates through the heavens and the earth, each tick akin to a hammer striking the heart of the tyrant with the malevolent gaze. Then, as a haunting chime resonates, the moon and star river and Bibidong exchanged a knowing glance, breaking free from their constraints. Observing the expression of the tyrant, reminiscent of the wicked-eyed Sima, the moon and star river understood that the attempt to suspend time and space had undoubtedly failed. As Yu Xinghe and Bibidong exchanged a glance, they simultaneously launched their assault. Although the pulse was absent, Yu Xinghe still possessed formidable weaponry, the Huanglong Yinhua. With the emergence of a golden vortex in the void, a magnificent blade, radiant with golden light and etched with the phantom of a dragon, descended, trailing a long form and producing a resounding clatter as it surged towards the eye of the evil tyrant ruler. In response to the dragon blade, the ruler extended a tentacle, intending to swat it away. However, just as the tentacle was about to make contact with the dragon blade, it erupted with a thunderous roar. In an instant, a spray of crimson blossoms erupted. Witnessing its tentacle wounded by the suddenly materialized dragon blade, the evil tyrant ruler bellowed, "The breath of a dragon? You are a giant dragon. A dragon, you say? I am but a mere human." Yu Xinghe held a profound disdain for being addressed as a dragon, for the mere mention of the word conjured images of dinosaurs in her mind. To a young lady, the association with dinosaurs was far from flattering. Consequently, with a massive 40-meter dragon blade in hand, she engaged in a furious display of combat. "You are the dragon. Your entire family is comprised of dragons." With each swing of the magnificent dragon blade, the 80 tentacles of the evil tyrant ruler sustained grievous injuries. While Yu Xinghe unleashed her assault, Bibidong was not idle. Seizing the opportunity as the ruler's tentacles were fully occupied in fending off Yu Xinghe's onslaught, a beam of crimson light emanated from Bibidong's chest, striking the body of the evil tyrant ruler. The body of the evil was remarkably fragile. Even the evil tyrant ruler could not suppress a cry of agony after enduring Bibidong's most potent strike. At that moment, the ruler finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was evident that defeat was inevitable, and retreat was the wisest choice. As the ruler attempted to flee, Yu Xinghe intensified her offensive, summoning yet another dragon blade to strike at the ruler's form. Heavenly Strike, Dragon Tooth, Shattering Blossom Palm. Yu Xinghe unleashed her skills with a fervor akin to a deluge, relentlessly assaulting the foe. Under the tempestuous barrage of her attacks, the tentacles of the Overlord were severed one after another, reminiscent of the strands of hair falling from a beleaguered author who has burned the midnight oil. Yet, even amidst this onslaught, the Overlord persistently distanced itself from the pair. Just as it seemed poised to flee, Yu Xinghe activated her apostolic transformation once more. As the golden light dissipated, she stood resolute, grasping the magnificent dragon blade, Huanlong Yanyue, which she hurled with tremendous force. The blade, propelled by her full might, soared like a genuine golden dragon, enveloped in an unparalleled offensive, piercing through the Overlord's eye amidst its desperate wails. Blood rained down like a torrential downpour, and the entire evil forest trembled. The ruler, the tyrant of the evil eye who had dominion over this forest for countless millennia, had fallen. With the Overlord pierced through, its colossal form was finally drawn back to the ground by the inexorable force of gravity. A resounding thud echoed as they beheld the massive body of the tyrant crashing to the earth, and Yu Xinghe along with Bibi Dong exhaled a sigh of relief. Though the journey had been fraught with challenges, they had ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the tyrant of the evil eye. As the Overlord met its demise, a circle of dark red, adorned with 7 golden patterns, emerged, the soul ring of the tyrant of the evil eye. Gazing upon the soul ring, Yu Xinghe could scarcely contain her exhilaration. At last, she would acquire her 3rd soul ring, liberating herself from the title of Grand Soul Master and reclaiming the esteemed rank of Soul Master. Had Bibi Dong been privy to Yu Xinghe's thoughts at that moment, she might have fainted in disbelief. You call yourself a Soul Master? Chapter 188, Soul Core and Thunder Punishment. The False Soul Master, a bizarre amalgamation of 3 peculiar colored soul rings. A humble existence constantly exploited and bullied by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, a disgrace to soul masters who nearly faltered against the tyrant of the evil eye. The true Soul Master, an optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring, receiving a monthly stipend of 100 gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall. Revered in the streets, a pillar of the Soul Master community. With the demise of the tyrant of the evil eye, Yu Xinghe commenced her customary scavenging of the fallen. 1 soul ring, an external soul bone, a puddle of unknown liquid, and several shattered eye fragments. Well, perhaps the broken eyeballs could be overlooked, as they were rather repulsive. As Yu Xinghe began to absorb the soul ring, the residual consciousness of the tyrant of the evil eye indeed initiated a final counterattack, in the hands of another. This might have led to chaos and potentially even death, but Yu Xinghe simply closed the door and unleashed the cat. Evil God Tiger, meow meow meow. Indeed, upon the emergence of the evil god, the Overlord's consciousness scurried in terror like a mouse confronted by a cat. After all, the evil god had once been a true deity, although now merely a vestige of consciousness. The adage, a dead camel is larger than a horse, held true. Moreover, the evil god not only outmatched the Overlord in consciousness but also overshadowed it in attributes by a considerable margin. Though the sovereign possesses malevolent attributes, it pales in comparison to the malevolent deities, akin to a petty rogue juxtaposed against a notorious killer, one that elicits only a silent chuckle from the latter. Upon vanquishing the consciousness of the malevolent deity, Yu Xinghe commenced the absorption of the 3rd soul ring. Logically, with the sovereign's consciousness dispelled, she should have seamlessly absorbed this soul ring. However, reality defied her expectations. Midway through the absorption, Yu Xinghe discovered that her body could no longer contain the residual soul energy. It is crucial to note that during the absorption process, she had already compressed the soul energy. Yet, despite her efforts, she was still unable to accommodate it. Uncertain of the consequences of failing to fully absorb the soul ring, she was certain that it would not bode well. The predicament was that every corner of her current form brimmed with exuberant energy, leaving no room to spare. Had the soul energy been leaking from the evil eye itself, Yu Xinghe might have harnessed it with her energy convergence ring. However, the energy was now encapsulated within the soul ring, necessitating her own absorption. To absorb more, she was left with the options of expansion or further compression. Expansion was out of the question, as her current energy points were insufficient to support any enhancement, leaving her with no choice but to devise a method of compression. The soul energy had already been compressed to a state comparable to divine power. How much further could it possibly be compressed? Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in Yu Xinghe's mind. She recalled a cultivation method from Douluo Continent known as the soul core, which allows vast amounts of soul energy to be condensed into a diminutive soul core. With this thought, Yuxinghe resolved to act. Given that the evil eye tyrant sovereign is a spirit-type soul beast, imbued with immense mental power, Yuxinghe directly targeted the mental energy first. As a mini Yuxinghe, radiating golden light, burst forth from her crown. She opened her mouth wide and consumed the massive influx of mental energy, causing the malevolent deity beside her to gaze hungrily, akin to a dog eyeing a bone. As the substantial mental energy was absorbed, her consciousness began to transform from the size of a fist to that of 2 fists. With the mental energy addressed, the main event remained, the soul energy. As Yuxinghe's mind synchronized with the immense mental energy guiding her, the already compressed soul energy underwent a sudden, vigorous contraction. Gradually, as the energy was further compressed, it became increasingly dense. Yet, even then, it was still insufficient. What Yuxinghe desires is the convergence of the soul core. Compress, compress, and compress once more. A colossal surge of energy collides incessantly within her, forcibly amalgamated by an intangible mental force, and then a muffled sound emanates from her being. This sound is not a mere flatulence, nor is it a sign of an upset stomach. It is the resonance produced by the collision of energies. Fortunately, Yuxinghe possesses a demigod constitution. Had it been another titled Douluo, such as Douluo, who dared to engage in such reckless endeavors, he would have long since been claimed by the Grim Reaper. As she experiences the relentless explosions within her, Yuxinghe feels that she has never endured such agony, even when facing the tyrant of the evil eye. Why? Despite the energy being concentrated to an unparalleled degree, can she not form the soul core? Just as Yuxinghe feels she can no longer bear it, the yin-yang twin fish upon her forehead begins to rotate slowly. Then, a sudden insight illuminated the mind of Yuxinghe. Forcing a collision would be futile. Akin to managing water, it is far more effective to guide rather than obstruct. Thus, the Moonstar River, guided by her mental prowess, began to rotate the energy within her body around a singular point. Gradually, the energy accelerated, drawing in the surrounding forces to join the fray. Crackling sounds echoed as the energy spun at high velocity. Though collisions occurred, they were no longer as violent as before, and soon, a core the size of a grain of rice began to manifest. At the moment this core emerged, the energies no longer required mental guidance and surged towards it. Slowly, this core expanded from the size of a grain to that of a walnut. In that very instant when the soul core appeared, ominous clouds gathered ominously above the evil demon forest, with serpentine lightning occasionally slashing through the inky clouds. The brilliance of the lightning illuminated the world, while the thunderous roars jolted Moonstar River awake. Gazing at the tumultuous sky, she felt a wave of frustration. Had she not merely vanquished a tyrant of the evil eye? Was such a response truly warranted? It felt as though she had committed some grave sin. Upholding her principle of seeking clarity even in death, she shouted, "Hey, are you here to strike me down?" The response was a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel. With a deafening roar, Moonstar River teleported just in time, leaving behind a deep, bottomless crater where she had once stood. Observing the smoldering pit, a trickle of cold sweat formed on her brow. Goodness, the heavens were truly enraged with her. Anger surged within her. It was only natural to be incensed when struck without cause, even if the perpetrator was the divine. As 3 soul rings, a pale gold, a vibrant gold, and a dark red, rose from her feet, an aura of supreme confidence emanated from her unassuming frame. Pulse. With a commanding shout, Moonstar River summoned a radiant pulse from the void, brandishing it toward the heavens. Dare to strike me today. Unless you bestow upon me a few 100 million energy points, you shan't escape. Chapter 189. The Thunder Tribulation. Thanks to the reader Kusu for the generous donation. Just as Moonstar River anticipated energy from the heavens, she discovered that the energy rings could not absorb the lightning strike. The energy rings were only capable of absorbing energy devoid of intent. Thus, this thunder tribulation must have been summoned by some deity or powerful entity. It was rather fortuitous, for at this moment, Moonstar River had no surplus energy points to transform into Bana, and she had already exhausted her quota for apostolic transformations today. Seeing Moonstar River struck, Bibi Dong felt compelled to assist. Yet, just as she attempted to move forward, she realized she was utterly immobilized. What a formidable presence could render Bibi Dong incapable of even a single motion. A resounding rumble echoed through the air, followed by a serpentine flash of lightning that struck towards Moonstar River. since this thunderous tribulation would not bestow upon her any energy points. Moonstar River instinctively sought to evade. However, what transpired next left her astounded. She found herself unable to teleport. Immediately thereafter, a plaintive voice resonated within her mind. The space had been sealed. With my current abilities, breaking this seal is beyond my reach for the time being. You must endure. As the lightning struck, Moonstar River was once again reminded of the long-forgotten sensation of electric therapy. Unlike previous experiences, where energy-gathering rings absorbed the lightning, she had only felt a mild tingling, accompanied by the rising of her hair and the cinematic effect of skeletal exposure. But now, as a bolt of thunder descended, even her semi-divine body, which had withstood the might of a sovereign, was rendered battered and bruised by the sheer force of the lightning. This was merely a single bolt. Yet it caused Moonstar River to grimace in agony. Were she to face dozens or even hundreds of such strikes, she could very well be reduced to ashes. Nevertheless, she steeled herself against the onslaught. After all, this tribulation had come upon her without any warning. However, she was not foolish enough to confront it with her physical form alone. She still possessed her pulse and her skills, since evasion was not an option. She resolved to retaliate fiercely and carve out a path to survival. With another thunderous roar, she unleashed a sweeping strike. Fragmented dominance. The lightning, as thick as a barrel, was effortlessly dispersed. Though her arm throbbed painfully from the shock, it was infinitely better than being left bloodied and broken. It was effective. As long as this lightning was not true damage that bypassed her defenses, it meant there remained a glimmer of hope. Another lightning serpent surged forth, and Moonstar River once again wielded fragmented dominance. Yet in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The lightning serpent appeared to come alive, skillfully avoiding her attack, and in an instant, it detonated, transforming into countless small lightning orbs that bombarded Moonstar River. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she were being pierced by innumerable needles. Curse it! This lightning was utterly devoid of honor, resorting to deceit and ambush. She was but a pure 12-year-old girl. Yet, before she could voice her grievances, another bolt of lightning descended. This time, Moonstar River summoned every ounce of her spirit. Fragmented dominance. The lightning dispersed, morphing into countless small orbs. The moon and stars have awaited this moment. In the next instant, hey. The Moonstar River unleashed a dragon-like spear, a single pulse striking forth countless illusions, punctuating the air with a multitude of blows. In an instant, all the miniature thunderballs were shattered. The meteor flash strike. As the last of the thunderballs burst, ominous clouds surged, as if concealing within them a colossal beast capable of wreaking havoc. From the distant horizon, a deep rumble of thunder resonated, reminiscent of the eerie calm before a storm. At last, a blood-red lightning bolt descended with ferocity. In that fleeting moment, crimson light illuminated the earth and sky, accompanied by a resounding crash that echoed through the world, followed by anguished cries. With a cascade of blood rain, a gruesome wound, deep enough to expose bone, appeared on Moonstar River's shoulder, and her entire arm turned charred black. In the distance, witnessing Moonstar River's tormented scream as she was struck by the blood-red thunder, Bibi Dong's once enchanting visage contorted in fury, veins throbbing with rage. Damn it! Move! With this fierce outcry, 9 soul rings ignited around Bibi Dong. As another blood-red lightning bolt aimed for Moonstar River, Bibi Dong's 7th and 9th soul rings shone simultaneously. In the next moment, her hands transformed into blades, crossing them to deliver a heavy strike towards the blood-red lightning. An X-shaped slash was unleashed. The dimensional slash. This was Bibi Dong's most powerful soul skill. Under its might, even the 1,000 Ways flow would struggle to escape unscathed. With a hissing sound, the dimensional slash collided with the blood-red lightning, not producing a cataclysmic explosion, but rather opening a profound, pitch-black rift in space. The force of this clash was such that even the fabric of space could not endure it. Following the strike, 2 more blood-red lightning bolts descended from the heavens, one aimed at Bibi Dong, and the other targeting Moonstar River. Was there no end to this? In comparison to the terrifying power of the blood-red lightning, its seemingly endless numbers instilled a sense of despair. With a thunderous roar, the 2 bolts struck the ground, leaving behind 2 charred bodies. Yet, even then, the dark clouds did not disperse. They continued to swirl and gather, layer upon layer, seemingly vowing not to relent until Moonstar River was obliterated. Feeling an unparalleled weight pressing upon her, Moonstar River was reminded of the time she stood atop the 999th level of Sea God Mountain. However, on that occasion. She had relied on her apostolic embodiment to endure. Now, she could only depend on her own physical strength. Her body felt heavy, her arms seemingly unable to lift. Yuxinghe gazed up at the swirling dark clouds above, where within the profound abyss that seemed capable of devouring one's very soul, a faint glimmer of light emerged. Although diminutive, that radiance was exceedingly brilliant and blinding. In another context, such a flicker could symbolize hope, yet here, Yuxinghe was acutely aware that this scant illumination signified the overwhelming despair of confronting death with utter helplessness. With a thunderous roar, another crimson thunderbolt descended, striking with the force to obliterate all in its path, poised to reduce Yuxinghe to mere ashes. Before the lightning could reach her, she envisioned her own annihilation beneath this cataclysmic blow. What to do? This time, it truly seemed as if death was imminent. As the blood-colored thunder drew ever closer, it resembled the scythe of the Grim Reaper, poised to reap its deadly harvest. In this critical moment, a rift in space unfolded before her, and the crimson thunderbolt struck nothingness. What was this? Yuxinghe abruptly turned around, only to behold, not far away, Yingying's chubby little hands, now stained with blood. Yingying! Yuxinghe, don't just stand there. Gather your spirit. Remember, you still have us. Chapter 190. A soul core swallowed. My fate is mine to command. Indeed. She still had Yingying, Bibi Dong, Poseidon, and Xiaowu. How could she allow herself to perish in such an inexplicable manner at this moment? Even in death, she would not acquiesce to an ambiguous end. With this thought in mind, Yuxinghe leaned on her pulse, gradually rising, and addressed the system. Repair. Insufficient energy points. Full restoration impossible. Restore whatever you can. In the next moment, a refreshing and soothing sensation spread from her arm throughout her entire being, alleviating the pervasive, bone-deep pain considerably. Alas, despite the significant reduction in pain, her body remained riddled with wounds. Her current physique was already that of a demigod. A complete restoration would require at least 100,000 energy points, whereas she only had around 20 to 30,000 left. Though her injuries persisted, Yuxinghe had finally regained her ability to move. The swirling storm clouds above churned more violently, and within Yuxinghe's grave gaze, a finger composed entirely of crimson lightning manifested. Upon sighting this finger, Yuxinghe's pupils constricted in alarm. Immediately, that finger began to slowly point towards her. Though the finger descended with excruciating slowness, a sense of unavoidable dread surged within Yuxinghe's heart. It was akin to a person extending a finger to crush an ant. No matter how agile the ant might be, it would inevitably be pulverized. In that moment, Yuxinghe was that ant. Not only Yuxinghe, but at the instant the blood-red finger appeared, Bibi Dong's countenance turned pale, although the finger was not aimed at her. This very fact allowed her to grasp the terrifying might of the attack. If it was this dreadful without targeting her, how immense must the pressure be for Yuxinghe, who faced it head-on. Meanwhile, Yingying, witnessing the emergence of the blood-red finger, displayed an expression of disbelief, murmuring, "How can this be? How could such a presence exist in this world? Could it be that he has some connection with Yuxinghe?" As the finger drew ever closer, Yuxinghe felt her body begin to tremble uncontrollably, her bones creaking under the unbearable strain. What to do? Just when despair threatened to engulf her, a familiar voice echoed once more. This voice had appeared the last time Yuxinghe confronted the avatar of the sea god. Is it to be given up just like this? The opponent seems rather formidable. Then why do you still cling to the pulse? Wouldn't it be better to simply await death? After all, that attack is formidable enough to reduce you to ashes in an instant. A pain so fleeting that it would be imperceptible. I find myself unwilling to accept such a fate. Unwilling to accept what? To perish in such a muddled manner. Very well. Since you refuse to succumb, summon your courage, ignite your fervor, and with your blazing spirit, exert every ounce of your being to challenge the entity lurking behind the clouds. This voice resonated within Yuxinghe like a powerful stimulant, revitalizing her resolve. Indeed, no matter the circumstances, she had yet to comprehend the cause of her predicament. How could she simply resign herself to death? Thus, facing that finger capable of piercing the heavens, Yuxinghe tightened her grip on the pulse and thrust it fiercely toward that digit. The finger, as steadfast as a mountain, and her figure, as ephemeral as dust, converged in a moment of contact. Upon the initial touch, Yuxinghe was met with an overwhelming force, as if a mountain bore down upon her. With a thunderous crash, she immediately knelt upon the ground. Crack, crack, the crisp sounds echoed within her, signaling the fractures in her bones as they succumbed to the pressure. With a violent expulsion of blood, Yuxinghe felt herself sinking deeper and deeper. The might of that finger was evidently intent on piercing through the very continent. In her descent into the boundless darkness, the world around her gradually faded, and her consciousness grew increasingly vague. Yet, even in such despair, Yuxinghe continued to ponder a way to unravel this dire situation. Finally, in the depths of this infinite, dark, and solitary expanse, Yuxinghe struggled to lift her head, gazing defiantly at the finger that pressed against her pulse, declaring, "Though I know not who you are, it is best that you refrain from revealing your identity. Do you think you can simply take me away? Not a chance." The Moonstar River's lips parted slightly, revealing a small orb that resembled the very essence of darkness itself. This orb was the energy core painstakingly condensed by the Moonstar River, embodying her final reserves of strength. As this core manifested, she murmured, "Radiant pressure. Break for me." No sooner had the words left her lips than the obsidian core collided with the blood-red giant finger. In comparison to that colossal digit, the figure of the Moonstar River appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust, while the dark core was even more minuscule. Yet, this nearly negligible entity, upon striking the blood-red finger, triggered an extraordinary transformation. The enormous finger, which had seemed impervious to her efforts, began to dissolve upon impact. With a silent hiss, a gaping hole formed in the giant digit, and the Moonstar River propelled herself with a burst of energy from the core, her legs surging with newfound vigor. It was her turn to counterattack. Once the immense pressure that had weighed upon her like a mountain dissipated, Bibi Dong hurried to the edge of the abyssal pit. Gazing into the darkness that yawned like a monstrous maw, tears streamed down her face. There was no trace of the Moonstar River. At that moment, Ying approached her side, a grave expression on her face, and said, "Do not worry. I can still sense her presence." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in Bibi Dong's despairing eyes. "Are you suggesting that the Star River is not dead?" "Theoretically. As long as there is even a drop of her blood remaining, I can feel her essence," Ying replied. However, the glimmer of hope that had sparked in Bibi Dong's gaze was extinguished in an instant. Then, Ying, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. With that laughter, Bibi Dong realized she had been played for a fool. Indeed, given the deep bond between Ying and the Star River, it was unreasonable to expect Ying to remain completely composed if something had truly befallen the Moonstar River. In that moment, Bibi Dong glared furiously at Ying, who remained unfazed by the ire directed at her. With a playful smile, she remarked, "Consider the matter from our dream last time settled." This reference pertained to Bibi Dong's breach of etiquette in claiming ownership over the Moonstar River. Before Bibi Dong could leap forward to grapple with Ying, a flicker of light illuminated the profound darkness. Then, a radiant beam shot forth from the shadows, soaring into the heavens. Following this, a voice, echoing like a divine roar, resonated through the skies. "My fate is mine to command, not yours. Cunning rodents who hide and skulk. The vengeance of today shall be repaid 100-fold on another day." Chapter 191. Hey, come out. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming aura of the Moonstar River at that moment, for even the storm clouds above dispersed following her thunderous shout. Moonstar River. Indeed, words are the mightiest weapon. Meanwhile, in a realm cloaked in shades of gray, two voices emerged. "Why not continue to strike? Do you think I do not wish to? The distance is simply too great. Forget it. Perhaps we should enlist the aid of those deities from the lower realms to eradicate that scourge once more." Humph. Merely a group of lower beings. And they dare to call themselves deities? If it weren't for the exorbitant cost of interdimensional intervention, I wouldn't hesitate to obliterate them all. As the dark clouds finally dispersed, Yuxinghe breathed a long sigh of relief. I have survived. Yet, with this exhale, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Just then, a delicate figure plummeted from the sky, and Bibi Dong swiftly ascended to catch her. Subsequently, Yi hurriedly opened a portal, allowing the two to escape. Shortly after Yuxinghe and the others departed, a glider shaped like the letter D descended upon the scene. Upon arrival, a figure adorned with 9 soul rings gracefully descended from the heavens. This individual was clad in a tight-fitting suit, his gleaming bald head and oversized goggles strikingly conspicuous. If the puppet soul sage were still alive and beheld him, he would undoubtedly widen his eyes in astonishment and exclaim, "Red Dust Douluo." Indeed, this man was none other than the renowned Red Dust Douluo, one of the 3 titled Douluo of the Sun-Moon Continent, celebrated within the realm of soul engineers. Upon landing, Qi Hongshan glanced at a device on his wrist resembling a watch and murmured, "The powerful energy entity has vanished? Impossible. How could it disappear in an instant? Could it be that they can traverse space? That remains a possibility, considering the overwhelming energy intensity exhibited by those entities. As Qi Hanshan mumbled to himself, he began to search the surroundings, soon spotting something that filled him with dread. It was a collection of desiccated, membrane-like remnants alongside tentacles that rivaled the size of trees. Initially perplexed by their nature, Qi Hanshan soon understood when a rather dim-witted evil eye emerged from the thicket and lunged at him. Without hesitation, Qi Hanshan drew a firearm soul guide from his trousers and fired at the ancient evil eye. Bang! As the dark muzzle of the firearm soul guide flickered with a flash of white light, the soul beast, which even a soul master or a level 4 soul engineer might struggle to capture, was shattered into fragments by Qi Hanshan's shot. As a faint purple soul ring ascended from the remnants of the evil eye's body, Qi Hanshan stared at the shattered remains, and a bolt of realization struck him. In a frenzy, he seized a fragment of the evil eye's corpse and rushed to compare it with a piece far larger than his own room. After a thorough examination, Qi Hanshan collapsed onto the ground, muttering to himself, "How is this possible? Those beings are astonishingly powerful." The sole reason for Qi Hanshan's disarray was the shocking discovery that the enormous, desiccated, membrane-like objects strewn across the ground were indeed fragments of the evil eye's corpse. Furthermore, the tentacles, comparable to trees, were undoubtedly the appendages of the tyrant evil eye. Upon contemplating this, Qi Hanshan swiftly ascended into the sky to observe. 1, 2, 3. As familiarity gradually accumulated, the expression on Qi Hanshan's face began to solidify into one of stone-like astonishment. 79, 80. Once he had meticulously counted all the tentacles, he found himself swallowing hard, his countenance frozen in a daze. A colossal figure, 80 tentacles, and the earth and mountains rent asunder by battle. These conditions seemingly pointed only to the legendary tyrant of the evil eye. Who is this tyrant? In the tales of the Sun and Moon continent, it is regarded as a being comparable to the divine. The phrase moving mountains and filling seas, plucking stars, and seizing the moon serves as a near synonym for its omnipotence. Later, having ascended to the rank of an 8th-level soul engineer and a 9-ring title de law, Qi Hanshan had once ventured into the evil forest, skeptical yet curious to ascertain the existence of this tyrant. He had brought along his latest invention, the 8th-level fixed-position soul-guided artillery shell. In his youthful arrogance, he brazenly declared his intention to challenge the tyrant of the evil eye. However, when the tyrant truly materialized before him, a mere glance was enough to bring him to his knees. The thought that such a formidable entity had been slain sent Qi Hanshan's heart plummeting into despair. If the death of the tyrant felt surreal, the appearance of a vast, unfathomable abyss before him made him question whether he was still dreaming. After delivering a sharp slap to his own face, he felt a chill as he touched his cheek. This was no dream. With that realization, Qi Hanshan approached the edge of the immense pit and peered down. The chasm was profound, its darkness reminiscent of the tyrant's gaze upon him, an intimidating look that seemed to threaten his very soul. He hastily descended to the edge of the pit. Standing on solid ground, a wave of reassurance washed over him. Leaning forward, he gazed into the inky abyss, and a flicker of curiosity ignited within his contemplative mind. Just how deep was this pit? In light of this thought, Qi Hanshan retrieved an iron ball from his bosom and cast it into the depths. He then produced a small, round soul-guided device resembling a watch. The device displayed a series of rapidly increasing numbers. This was his invention for measuring depth, aptly named the depth measuring instrument. 1 meter, 15 meters, 30 meters. Initially, Qi Hanshan marveled at the pit's depth, but soon, as the screen of the measuring instrument turned pitch black once more, he found himself in a state of shock. The blackened screen indicated that the measuring ball had lost contact with the device. Typically, the effective range for a measuring ball and instrument connection is within 10,000 meters. Yet, Qi Hanshan's instrument boasted an impressive range of 20,000 meters. However, now that both have gone missing, it signifies that this chasm must exceed a depth of at least 20,000 meters. Gazing at the abyss before him, with a diameter of no less than 1,000 meters and a depth that is at least 20,000 meters, Qi Hanshan murmured to himself, what tremendous force must have been required to create such a colossal pit? Ultimately, Qi Hanshan remained unaware of how this chasm came into existence. Yet its emergence provided a perfect disposal site for the refuse of the entire Sun and Moon continent. Chapter 192, a comedic twist after the Moonstar River awakened. A full month had elapsed since that thunderous tribulation. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself within a quaint wooden chamber adorned with an antique charm. Creaking open the wooden door, a voice filled with delight erupted. You have finally awoken. Bibi Dong, where am I? How long have I been asleep? After conversing with Bibi Dong, Moonstar River learned that he had slumbered for an entire month, reflecting on his remarkable sleeping ability, rivaling even the Dream Eye silkworm. He then slightly attuned to his physical condition, only to have his expression shift dramatically. Star River, what's wrong? I have an unsettling feeling about my body. Upon hearing this unexpected declaration from Moonstar River, Bibidong's demeanor changed, her captivating beauty suddenly flushed with color. What feels different? Many things. For instance, just as Moonstar River was about to articulate his peculiar sensations, he suddenly noticed Bibidong's flushed face. Why is your face so red? Is it hot? Or have you done something shameful? I have done nothing shameful. With that, Bibidong hastily placed the food she held onto a nearby table and dashed out. When odd occurrences transpire, there must be some underlying reason. It is essential to note that Bibidong usually exudes an air of regal authority, embodying the demeanor of a domineering queen. Never before had she displayed such girlish behavior. Contemplating this, Moonstar River called out to Ing. Ing, do you know what Bibidong has been up to while I was asleep? Everything. Such as? She washed all your clothes, then hung them out to dry. And before they were even dry, she wore them again. This realization, coupled with Ying's earlier remarks, caused Moonstar River's face to flush crimson, steam seemingly rising from his head. All right, setting aside some delightful thoughts, Moonstar River discovered the most significant anomaly about himself. In his mind, a book had suddenly appeared. Regarding this inexplicable addition, Moonstar River instinctively inquired, Doryman, system. What is this book? It is an encyclopedia. How could such a thing materialize in my mind? Due to the system's concern regarding the host's intellectual capacity, and to prevent any potential decline in the host's future due to pressing intellectual challenges, the system generously offers this book as a complimentary gift. It is hoped that the host will peruse it frequently to enhance their cognitive abilities. System, why have you ceased your discourse? Please continue. I relish witnessing your futile attempts to strike me. If you possess the audacity, strike yourself instead. Feeling utterly exasperated, Yu Xinghe thought that if she continued conversing with the system, it would surely drive her to the brink of despair. They say that one should turn to literature in times of distress. Yet after being so mercilessly ridiculed by the system, she swore she would not even consider opening a book. Just as Yu Xinghe's mood reached its nadir, Bibidong reappeared. This time, she exuded her usual aloof elegance, gently lifting Yu Xinghe's chin with a delicate finger and playfully inquiring, "Oh, little rascal, what has you so upset again? Do share, who has dared to provoke you?" With a hint of annoyance, Yu Xinghe extended a finger towards Bibidong, whose expression instantly stiffened in response. After delivering a harsh reprimand, Bibidong retrieved a jade box from her storage ring and stated, "This is a soul bone that emerged from the evil eye tyrant, an external soul bone. Would you like to absorb it?" As she spoke, she opened the box. A bizarre crimson light surged forth upon its opening, revealing a spherical soul bone nestled within. Yu Xinghe was genuinely intrigued by the prospect of absorbing this external soul bone and was eager to discover its effects. However, as she pressed the soul bone against her forehead in an attempt to absorb it, an overwhelming and familiar wave of nausea suddenly surged within her. Gagging, she was met with Bibidong's alarmed inquiry, "Xinghe, you couldn't possibly be?" In response to Bibidong's question, Yu Xinghe, her expression filled with exasperation, retorted, "I haven't been with anyone. How could that be possible? Who said you haven't been with anyone? I'm not human," Bibidong exclaimed, suddenly covering her mouth as she realized she may have inadvertently revealed something significant. Yu Xinghe, aghast, pointed incredulously at Bibidong, her mouth agape, eyes wide with disbelief. Seeing Yu Xinghe at a loss for words, Bibidong grasped her hand with an earnest expression, declaring with utmost seriousness, "Xinghe, I will take responsibility for you. As long as I, Bibidong, have a morsel to eat, neither you nor your child will go hungry." As she spoke, she tentatively placed a trembling hand on Yu Xinghe's abdomen, only to withdraw it as if shocked. With a look of astonishment, Bibidong exclaimed, "Xinghe, you truly are expecting. Just now, when I touched your belly, a little baby kicked me." Yu Xinghe, with a furrowed brow, remarked, "I am more aware of the presence of little ones than you might imagine. It's merely my hunger pangs that are causing such distress. As for the external soul bone," Yu Xinghe ultimately decided to retain it for the time being. Although she could neither absorb it nor was she inclined to do so, it could be bestowed upon Bibidong or Xiao Wu for their absorption. Even if they chose not to, it could still be utilized by Xingchen. Upon concluding her dealings with the external soul bone, Bibidong produced a palm-sized glass vial containing a clear liquid. Noticing Yu Xinghe's confusion, Bibi Dong elucidated. This is a substance procured from the corpse of the evil eye tyrant. During my recent endeavors, I experimented with a few nefarious individuals and discovered that a mere drop in the eye can significantly enhance one's vision and mental acuity. Would you care to try it? Or perhaps I should just give it all to you. The Moonstar River could hardly accept even the external soul bone, let alone this peculiar object. In truth, the Moonstar River already possessed a demigod's physique. Even if it were to be infused, it could hardly yield any enhancement. Upon witnessing Moonstar River's refusal, Bibi Dong stowed the vial away. Since it was deemed unworthy by Moonstar River, Bibi Dong could take it back as a gift for her subordinates. Even if her subordinates had no use for it, it could serve as a token of goodwill. One must understand that treasures capable of augmenting mental strength are exceedingly rare, their value rivaling that of soul bones. Given the longevity of the evil eye tyrant's reign, it could at least be considered equivalent to an ordinary 10,000-year soul bone. Chapter 193. The Soul Master Competition of the Moon Kingdom. After dealing with the soul bone and that enigmatic liquid, Moonstar River shifted her gaze inward. More precisely, it was directed towards the energy core nestled within her abdomen. Compared to before, a layer of crimson nebula now encircled the energy core, continuously swirling around it, with the rotation accelerating as it drew closer to the core. Gazing at the crimson nebula, Moonstar River instinctively wished to consult the system, but recalling the previous unpleasantness, she found it difficult to swallow her pride and apologize to the system. Consequently, she turned her attention to the encyclopedia that had materialized in her mind. However, she had previously declared she would never lay eyes on it again. After wrestling with her indecision for quite some time, Moonstar River ultimately decided that maintaining her dignity was far more important than perusing that insipid encyclopedia. Besides, given the system's mischievous nature, should she dare to open it, the first page might very well contain something like, to master this skill, one must first castrate oneself, leaving her in a most embarrassing predicament. Since her body had nearly recovered and her mission was complete, it would be a shame not to explore the new continent. Upon hearing about the prospect of shopping, Bibi Dong immediately transformed into an unshakable presence, clinging to Moonstar River like glue, impossible to dislodge. Compared to the medieval scenery of Douluo Continent, the architecture of the Sun Moon Continent bore a closer resemblance to Moonstar River's reality. The omnipresent soul power surged through the streets, and shops overflowing with an array of peculiar soul-guiding devices lined the avenues. Youngsters donned hats, peddling bundles of newspapers amid the throngs of people, casually purchasing a newspaper. Moonstar River handed a silver soul coin to the young vendor, who gazed at her with a blank expression. Upon receiving the coin, the young vendor peered at it, and, with an odd look, remarked, "Beautiful sister, where did you get this money? Is it from the Sun Kingdom? It certainly doesn't look like it." Yu Xinghe suddenly realized that the currency she possessed was the soul coins of Douluo Continent, while here, they were in the Sun Moon Continent. Bibi Dong smiled as she retrieved 2 coins from her pocket and tossed them to the young man. However, the young man chuckled and replied, "It's merely a newspaper of little value. Since both of you lovely ladies fancy it, consider it a gift." Before he could finish introducing himself, Bibi Dong had already taken Yu Xinghe and departed. Why did you leave before he finished introducing himself? What was there to hear? His ultimate aim was undoubtedly to entice me. Does he think he stands a chance with someone so unappealing? Humph. So, you seized the opportunity to tempt me while I was asleep, did you? I did not. Oh, your nose has grown longer. You are indeed lying. I am not. Though Bibi Dong insisted otherwise, her hand instinctively touched her nose. Upon realizing she had been deceived, Bibi Dong raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to Yu Xinghe's pert backside. Oh. Suddenly attacked, Yu Xinghe felt as if all her strength had been drained by Bibi Dong's slap, leaving her weak and leaning against Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was utterly enamored with Yu Xinghe's delicate and yielding physique, and she squatted down, allowing Yu Xinghe to drape herself over her back, effortlessly carrying her along. The sight of the 2 stunning beauties together was even more captivating. Feeling her face flush from the gazes of onlookers, Yu Xinghe buried her head in Bibi Dong's neck and shyly protested, "Let me down. I can walk on my own. Stay still. I'm taking you to see the spectacle." With that, Bibi Dong playfully squeezed her lightly. Surprised by the sudden gesture, Yu Xinghe obediently complied. To Yu Xinghe's astonishment, she discovered candied hawthorn on the Sun Moon Continent as well. After purchasing a few skewers, the two began to indulge, sharing bites. Occasionally, when Yu Xinghe took an extra piece, Bibi Dong would feign annoyance and symbolically plant a kiss on Yu Xinghe's cheek as a playful reprimand. Amidst their playful banter, the two eventually arrived at their destination for the day. The Moon Kingdom's Soul Master Tournament is currently underway, as an event second only to the continental level. This tournament is exceptionally captivating, particularly this year. It is rumored that the champion Soul Master who secures first place will ascend to the esteemed rank of Level 8 Soul Master, becoming one of the only 3 titled Douluo on the continent, a direct disciple of the Moon Douluo. Not to mention the honor of receiving a noble title bestowed by the king, along with the prospect of becoming the husband of the Moon Kingdom's princess. Achieving victory here would undoubtedly propel one to the pinnacle of life. Of course, such a competition comes with stringent participation requirements. Firstly, unlike previous years where participants had to be under 25, this year, the age limit has been amended to 40 years old. Additionally, the requirement for Soul Master rank has been raised from a minimum of level 3 to level 4. Furthermore, this year's tournament not only provides materials for crafting, but also allows competitors to take home the design schematics of each match they win. The importance of these schematics for a Soul Master cannot be overstated. Finally, participants must be citizens of the Moon Kingdom. Upon learning of this last stipulation, many Soul Masters from the Sun Kingdom could be heard expressing their anger vocally. However, the Moon Kingdom, eager for talent, remains quite open-minded. If a Soul Master from the Sun Kingdom is willing to pledge permanent allegiance to the Moon Kingdom, they too may compete. Naturally, few would be foolish enough to take such a step. Presently, with the 3 great Douluo of the Sun and Moon, and with the Moon Douluo's imminent fall, and the Red Dust Douluo leaning towards the Sun Kingdom, those who pay attention to the continent's situation can see that the Moon Kingdom's plight is dire. It is precisely in the face of such circumstances that the Moon Kingdom is willing to invest heavily, hoping to unearth 1 or 2 hidden geniuses from among the populace. If 1 or 2 level 8 Soul Masters were to emerge, though the likelihood is exceedingly slim, what if, amidst the throngs of spectators at the tournament, in a certain corner of the audience, a woman adorned with a mask-bearing lunar pattern sits with an air of solemnity. At first glance, she seems unremarkable. But upon closer observation, it becomes evident that her demeanor is markedly more tranquil than the fervent crowd surrounding her. Moreover, those seated nearby instinctively maintain a respectful distance from her. This woman is none other than the princess of the Moon Kingdom, Su Jiao. As the most beloved and sole princess of the king, Su Jiao should have been destined for a life of happiness and joy. However, one fateful day, a decree from her father cast her into an abyss of despair. She has become a prize in this very competition. Indeed, whoever wins the tournament will claim her as their own, becoming her husband, and she finds herself powerless to resist, compelled to endure even the harshest of suitors. She has fought against this fate, weeping in anguish, yet the only response from her father has been the cold, unyielding visage of a king. In that expression, she can no longer discern even a trace of the affection and kindness that once enveloped her. At last, the princess, with an air of indifference, made a final modest request to her father, the king. She wished to witness the competition with her own eyes and behold the identity of the ultimate victor. The king readily acquiesced. Naturally, to avert any unforeseen incidents, he dispatched his most loyal personal guard, accompanied by a contingent of attendants, to vigilantly protect her without a moment's respite. Dubbed as guardians, their true function was, in fact, to surveil her. As Su Jiao languished in melancholy, a nearby guard called out, "There are people seated here. Please find another place." Turning her head, Su Jiao's gloomy eyes lit up at the sight of 2 extraordinarily beautiful individuals. The beauty of Bibi Dong and Yu Xinghe was such that even as a fellow woman, she could not help but marvel. Upon hearing the guard's command for them to leave, Bibi Dong shot a piercing glare at the guard, her eyes radiating a myriad of captivating emotions. The guard, merely a commoner with the cultivation of a Soul Master and the ability to wield a 4th-level soul guiding apparatus, stood no chance against Bibi Dong. After receiving her fierce glare, the guard trembled uncontrollably and slumped into his seat, as if Bibi Dong were an extraordinarily terrifying entity. With the guard thoroughly intimidated, another tall figure rose. This man had dark skin and an unremarkable appearance. However, should his name be revealed, many would undoubtedly be taken aback. Su Ci, the Crown Prince of the Moon Kingdom, the commander of the Moon King's Royal Guard, a level 7 soul mentor, with the prowess of an 8-ringed soul Douluo. Just as Su Jiao was about to speak up, urging her brother not to harm them, she witnessed Bibi Dong casting a fierce glare. Then, to Su Jiao's astonishment, her brother, renowned as the foremost god of the Moon Kingdom and second only to the Moon Douluo in strength, appeared visibly terrified and sat down once more. Following this, With a wave of her hand, Bibi Dong unleashed an irresistible force that pushed all the surrounding men far away, leaving only a dazed princess seated in the midst of the clearing. Observing the considerable space Bibi Dong had created, Yuxingha pouted, "You are so domineering. There are just the two of us, and you've cleared enough space for dozens. Those fellows must despise you." In response to Yuxingha's backhanded remark, Bibi Dong playfully poked her in the side. "Little rascal, if you wish to squeeze in with those men, I shall toss you out. Go ahead, throw me. Forget it. You are so heavy that if I truly threw you out, you would likely crush a whole crowd." Though Bibi Dong grumbled about Yuxingha's weight, she nonetheless held her tightly in her embrace as Yuxingha settled onto her lap. Su Jiao, observing the two beautiful women disregard their surroundings, glanced at the cluster of guards nearby, her sparkling eyes twinkling mischievously, reminiscent of a cunning little fox contemplating mischief. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to this grand competition, proudly sponsored by the XXX brand, with special thanks to the XX Chamber of Commerce for providing rare metals." Upon hearing the familiar broadcasting tone of the host, Yuxingha suddenly found herself intrigued by the Soul Minter competition. As the host introduced the event, rows of Soul Mentors filed in. The already vibrant atmosphere soared with cheers as the mentors entered. After outlining the competition rules, the signal to commence rang out, and over 1,000 Soul Mentors sprang into action simultaneously. The first round entailed crafting a Level 4 Soul Guidance device, known as the Star Cannon. Notable for its resilience and formidable power, creating such a device was no small feat, even for a Level 4 Soul Mentor, as it required meticulous assembly. A single mistake could result in catastrophic failure. Yet, astonishingly, the organizers imposed a strict 2-hour time limit for the creation of this intricate weapon. In just 2 hours, the mentors were tasked with smelting, forging, polishing, cutting, and assembling, transforming raw metal into a lethal instrument of destruction. This challenge was indeed monumental. Some mentors, in their haste, managed to complete the device in merely 1 hour, only for the evaluators to test it in the trial area, narrowly escaping being blown to smithereens by the cannon. After enduring a significant defeat at the hands of the first-ranked Spirit Master, the latter exited the arena in a state of dejection. For the ordinary spectator, witnessing the noble Spirit Masters compete is an exquisite delight. However, for Yuxingha and Bibi Dong, it was merely a spectacle, one that grew tiresome enough to induce drowsiness. Noticing Yuxingha's head bobbing, Bibi Dong shifted to a more comfortable position, allowing him to nestle against her in slumber. Meanwhile, Su Jiao, observing Yuxingha's unexpected repose, felt a twinge of incredulity. Had he come to this grand event merely to sleep? Reflecting on how Bibi Dong's mere glare had rendered her prince brother trembling like a leaf, Su Jiao, harboring her secret thoughts, disregarded the warning glance from her brother and cautiously approached Bibi Dong, whispering, "Dear sister, which Spirit Master do you favor among those below?" Though Bibi Dong exuded an air of aloofness, she would not dismiss a little girl outright. To be candid, she held none of the Spirit Masters below in high regard. Indeed, the technological advancements of the Sun and Moon Continent's spirit guidance systems were impressive. Nonetheless, it was impossible for any of them to earn her respect. In her eyes, the cultivation system of the Sun and Moon Continent was chaotic and backward. One should either focus on cultivating spirit power or on researching spirit guidance devices. Attempting to master both would only yield a jack of all trades, but a master of none. Speaking of spirit guidance devices, Bibi Dong was reminded of her experiences in Yuxingha's dream realm. The humans of that world, despite their inability to cultivate, wielded astonishing technology, capable of reaching the moon or traversing oceans, enabling instantaneous communication between individuals separated by vast distances. They possessed formidable nuclear weapons, capable of obliterating an entire city or even a nation in an instant. Such power left even her astounded. In comparison, the spirit guidance system of the Sun and Moon Continent appeared utterly primitive. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's disdainful remarks regarding the Spirit Masters below, Su Jiao promptly adopted a respectful demeanor, saying, "Might I inquire as to the esteemed name of such a distinguished figure? I would be honored to invite you to my humble abode, should you grant me the pleasure." Considering her current lack of engagements, Bibi Dong, with a proud huff, conceded, "Given your earnestness, I shall oblige." In the next moment, the prince and his entourage felt a wave of relief wash over them, eager to intervene and separate the princess from the two. However, Su Jiao preemptively interjected, "You must not be rude." Her admonition evoked memories of the terror instilled in them by Bibi Dong's earlier gaze. "All of you, halt," commanded the prince, prompting the guards to immediately cease their advance. He then stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Bibi Dong, I apologize for my lack of discernment in offending you, esteemed elder. I hope you will graciously forgive my transgression this once. Chapter 195, When Technology Encounters Cultivation, Part 2. Gratitude to the esteemed reader, Xingye Jiyeyun, for the generous reward. During the observation of the Soul Master competition, Prince Susi's gaze remained fixated on Bibi Dong. It was not merely curiosity about her prowess, rather, it was her exquisite beauty that captivated him. She was, without a doubt, the most enchanting woman he had ever encountered. This admiration was not unwarranted in the realm of Douluo. The mere mention of Bibi Dong evoked thoughts of the Pope and the title Douluo, with many neglecting to acknowledge that her beauty ranked among the finest in all of Douluo Continent. After all, how could she possibly give birth to a stunning beauty like Qian Renxue if she herself were not extraordinarily beautiful? To Susi's astonishment, Bibi Dong paid no heed to the ongoing competition. Her attention was solely devoted to the slumbering beauty cradled in her arms, her expression tender and indulgent. Imbued with a hint of affection, Susi felt that if Bibi Dong were to cast a similar gaze upon him, it might render him utterly weak in the knees. Little did he know, the only person who could elicit such a look from Bibi Dong was the illustrious Yu Xinghe. Once the competition concluded, Susi arranged for a carriage specifically to escort the two into the royal palace. This was no ordinary carriage. It was a magnificent vehicle drawn by a wooden horse powered by soul energy. Upon arrival at the palace, Bibi Dong surveyed her surroundings with curiosity, ultimately concluding that her spirit hall was indeed far more grand and resplendent. Upon learning of the arrival of esteemed guests, the king could hardly afford to be indifferent and promptly emerged to extend his welcome. The political climate of the Moon Kingdom was precarious, and any semblance of assistance was something the king would grasp with fervor. As an elderly couple, adorned in finery and crowns, emerged amidst a throng of guards, the crowd knelt in reverence. In stark contrast, the proud figures of Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong stood out like cranes among chickens. How audacious! Who are you to remain standing before the king and this empress? The queen's words, once uttered, incited the king's ire to the point of nearly causing him to vomit blood. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the king, known for his fear of his wife, extended a trembling hand and delivered a sharp slap to the queen's face. The resounding sound of the slap echoed as the queen, holding her cheek in disbelief, murmured, "You actually struck me?" The king, panting heavily, bellowed, "Ignorant fool! At such a critical juncture, you still maintain your airs? Do you wish for me to end your life before you relent? Apologize to the elder and then depart." With those harsh words, the queen stormed off in a huff. Observing her retreating figure, the king approached with a wry smile, saying, "Esteemed elder, I apologize on behalf of my wife." "No harm done," Bibi Dong replied nonchalantly, leaving the guards behind, the king seething with indignation. Beauty, it seemed, often bore an air of arrogance. In response to Bibi Dong's rudeness, the king remained unfazed and directly offered her a seat. As she settled down, the queen approached accompanied by an elderly man. Although the old man appeared frail and weathered, he walked with an impressive stature and exuded an air of authority that could easily mislead one into believing he was the king. Upon the elder's arrival, the king hastily rose, displaying a demeanor of utmost deference, exclaiming, "The national master has arrived. Please take a seat." The individual who commanded such respect from the king was none other than Chang Wei, the national master of the Moon Kingdom, an 8th-level soul mentor, and a titled Douluo of formidable prowess. It is worth noting that Chang Wei's sister is the current queen, which contributes to the king's evident fear of his wife. Once seated, Chang Wei fixed his hawk-like gaze upon Bibi Dong and, in an icy tone, remarked, "Your arrival has compelled my king to publicly strike the queen. What great authority you possess. Might I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name?" Were it anyone else, the words of the title Douluo would have instilled terror, prompting immediate pleas for mercy. Yet, who was Bibi Dong? The Pope of the Spirit Hall, possessing the unparalleled strength of a 99th-level limit Douluo and a chosen one. Would she cower before a title Douluo who pales in comparison to the likes of Dugubo? With a disdainful expression, Bibi Dong raised her chin and retorted, "I advise you not to learn my name. I fear it may frighten you. How fortunate for me, for I, Chang Wei, lack nothing but courage. If you possess the audacity, do reveal your name." She declared boldly, "Rest assured, I shall not alter my name nor my surname. I shall be called Father Chang Wei." Upon hearing such a simplistic moniker, was both amused and infuriated. I had anticipated a name of great significance, yet it turns out to be Father. What folly! Suddenly, Chang Wei sensed an abrupt silence enveloping the surroundings, with onlookers appearing hesitant to speak. Nearby, Yuxinghe could not suppress a chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Douluo forcefully struck the chair, causing it to shatter into fragments. Simultaneously, 9 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. In the face of these 9 soul rings, the countenance of everyone in the great hall turned pale. The might of a title Douluo was indeed terrifying. This was merely the residual force of Douluo's presence. One could only imagine the immense pressure the 2 beautiful women must endure. Just as Su Xiai and Su Jiao contemplated how to plead for mercy from Douluo, they beheld Bibi Dong and Yuxinghe clapping their hands in unison. You clap once, I clap once, let us play together. You clap twice, I clap twice, who calls daddy is the most foolish. The crowd was astounded. Witnessing Yuxinghe and Bibi Dong blatantly disregard his authority, Douluo erupted in fury. You 2 dare to humiliate me thus? Observe how I shall deal with you today. With that, Douluo produced a multi-barreled soul-guided firearm from his storage ring. As he unveiled his signature weapon, the expressions of the onlookers turned ashen, and they hurriedly sought refuge. Su Xiai pulled Su Jiao away to avoid being caught in the crossfire. As one of Douluo's most esteemed disciples, Su Xiai was acutely aware of the soul power behind that firearm. He had witnessed firsthand as Douluo unleashed a torrent of flames from it, reducing a 5,000-year-old ancient cypress to mere shreds. Fortunately, the critical weakness of plant-type soul beasts predominantly lay in their roots. Otherwise, Su Xi's hard-earned 8th soul ring would have been lost. Even so, he was thankful that Chang Wei had halted fire in time, allowing Su Xiai to deliver the finishing blow. If even a 5,000-year-old plant-type soul beast could not withstand that firearm, what chance did Bibi Dong and Yuxinghe stand? Just as Su Xiai could no longer bear the thought of seeing the 2 enchanting beauties turn to pulp, Chang Wei finally opened fire. Die! As the soul-guided firearm emitted a piercing wail and unleashed a torrent of flames, Yuxinghe and Bibi Dong sprang into action. In the next moment, their hands moved with astonishing speed, creating a myriad of afterimages reminiscent of the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara. Chapter 196. When Technology Meets Cultivation, Part 2. Thanks to the esteemed reader Sun Ka Ran for their generous contribution. Bare-handed soul bullet interception. Observing the 2 women's maneuvers, the crowd could only shake their heads in disbelief. Although high-tier soul masters indeed dominated low-tier ones, the assailant was none other than Douluo Chang Wei. Even the Sun Douluo Dongfang Tai and Qi Hanshin would not dare to act so recklessly in the face of Douluo's assault. As the onlookers mourned for the 2 women for 3 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, their expressions transitioned from shock to awe, and finally to numbness. Crack, crack, crack. The great hall fell into silence. The only sound was that of Douluo's firearm, which, having exhausted its soul bullets, emitted a hollow clinking noise. Observing the mountain of spent cartridges piled beside Yuxinghe and Bibi Dong, the crowd could not help but exclaim, "Is this still human? Human? Strictly speaking, these 2 cannot be considered human." Chang Wei gazed at the unscathed individuals before him, clearly shaken, to the point that even his most cherished soul-guided weapon slipped from his grasp. With hollow eyes and a dazed expression, he inquired, "Who are you?" "Who? I am Pope Bibi Dong." The first word dripped with an alluring charm that sent shivers down the spine, yet the subsequent declaration resonated with an unmatched regal authority. Bibi Dong? As Chang Wei pondered this name, Bibi Dong revealed her 9 soul rings, astonishing everyone present. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The emergence of these 9 soul rings, exceeding the optimal configuration, enveloped the crowd in an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain, rendering them breathless and suffocated. Remarkably, this was the result of Bibi Dong's restraint rather than a deliberate assault. With a resounding thud, amidst the expressions of shock, Chang Wei's pallor deepened, and he knelt. Given his status as a titled Douluo, such a display was unexpected. However, he had recently expended a portion of his soul power activating his weapon, and his strength had waned due to impending limits. Furthermore, beyond her own cultivation reaching the pinnacle of Douluo, one must not forget that she had absorbed the million-year skull of the heavenly dream-eye silkworm. The mental pressure emanating from a million-year skull is immensely formidable. The amalgamation of these 3 factors birthed this profoundly shocking scene. Not far away, Su Jiao, her face ashen, watched the once exalted national master kneeling and exclaimed in disbelief, "Is she a deity?" Upon hearing Su Jiao's musing, Bibi Dong replied without turning, "If you wish to think of me in such terms, you may. Although I am not one yet, I shall undoubtedly become one in the future. Were anyone else to declare their future divinity, they might be regarded as delusional." Yet when these words flowed from Bibi Dong's lips, they seemed entirely natural, evoking no sense of discord. As Bibi Dong cast her oppressive gaze over the assembly, they instinctively bowed their heads. In that moment, though situated within another's grand hall, Bibi Dong remained the sovereign, noble, sacred, and untouchable. Casting a glance at the crowd, Bibi Dong laughed heartily. Is the sun and moon continent truly so feeble? Having spoken, Bibi Dong grasped the hand of Yu Xinghe and departed amidst the intricate gazes of onlookers. As their figures faded from sight, the oppressive atmosphere within the grand hall dissipated almost instantaneously. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Yet a myriad of complex thoughts surged forth in their minds. Some were left despondent, others deeply affected, while a few were engulfed in sorrow. And still others hastily fled the scene. Bibi Dong was indifferent to the mental turmoil her display might have caused among them. To her, nothing was as paramount as reveling in playful moments with Yu Xinghe. Not long after exiting the royal palace, the duo arrived at an auction house. Had it been before their visit to the Moon King's palace, Bibi Dong might have been intrigued to observe the distinctions between the auction houses of this foreign continent and that of Douluo Continent. However, having witnessed the pinnacle of power on this land, Bibi Dong felt a deep sense of disappointment towards it. Even the titled Douluos seemed rather mediocre. What worthy treasures could possibly be found in these auction houses? Though Bibi Dong was reluctant to enter, Yu Xinghe was exceedingly eager. Just moments earlier, the system had alerted her to the abundance of energy points within. However, as they approached the entrance, they were halted. You too, please present your proof of assets. To the heavens witness, these two notorious figures, who once wielded power with impunity in Douluo Continent, were now impeded by lack of funds in this foreign land. We are here to auction items. In a moment of inspiration, Bibi Dong swiftly concocted an excuse. Otherwise, they would have faced a most embarrassing predicament. Upon hearing that they were there to auction, the guards at the entrance exchanged glances and promptly ushered the two inside. With a melodic tone, Yu Xinghe engaged in conversation with Bibi Dong, inquiring about what items she had for auction. How about selling yourself? He jested. Sure, if you have the guts. Find me and put me on display. She retorted. Never mind. Considering your lack of worth, it's likely no one would dare to bid on you. It's better to keep you around to torment me instead. Alas, why must I be so benevolent, akin to an angel? Angel, this is the most egregious defamation I have ever suffered. True to her status as the Pope, Bibi Dong effortlessly produced a remarkable item from her storage ring. One that could fetch a high price at the continent's premier auction house. The treasure she planned to auction was the water spirit crystal, which she had previously won from the sea dragon Douluo on Sea God Island. After the appraiser confirmed its authenticity, Bibi Dong and Yu Xinghe were promptly invited to the VIP room to participate in the auction. Welcome, esteemed guests, to our auction this evening. May each of you acquire the treasures you desire. The auctioneer continued. Now, let us present our first item for bidding, a top-grade raw stone. As the staff wheeled a stone, roughly the size of a person, onto the stage, the auctioneer began to elaborate on its details. According to the appraisal, this stone had a considerable probability of containing a rare metal the size of a human head, and the starting price for this raw stone was merely 10 Sun Moon coins. Each subsequent bid must exceed 1 Sun Moon coin. Surely, the value of rare metals needs no further explanation. A mere gram of rare metal is worth 1 Sun Moon coin. And this stone likely harbors thousands of grams of such metal, all attainable for just 100 Sun Moon coins. Despite the auctioneer's extravagant claims, not a single bid came from the audience. The crowd was not foolish. Every statement from the auctioneer was laced with uncertainty, implying that should the stone be opened and found empty, it would be entirely understandable. As the auctioneer prepared to announce the item as unsold due to the lack of bids, suddenly, a voice called out, "I'll take it for 100 Sun Moon coins." It was someone from the VIP room. Although it was only the starting bid, the auctioneer's eyes lit up with excitement. The crowd reacted with surprise, their brows furrowing in curiosity, wondering which fool would buy such a trinket from the VIP section. Chapter 197, Ticket to the Divine Relic. Thanks to the generous support from the reader, a good person. Sensing the mocking thoughts of the crowd below, Yu Xinghe remained unfazed. After all, he had stumbled upon a tremendous bargain and saw no need to flaunt it. Otherwise, those with weaker constitutions might just faint from the shock. If that happened, their families could easily extort him for tens of thousands of Sun Moon coins, which would be quite awkward. After acquiring the raw stone, Bibi Dong approached with curiosity. What do you intend to do with that stone? Are you really willing to take a gamble? In gambling, one loses 9 times out of 10. I shall not gamble. There lies a precious treasure within. I will reveal it to you shortly. Under the watchful gaze of Bibi Dong, the seemingly delicate Yu Xinghe, who had just moments ago required assistance to unscrew a bottle cap, unleashed a powerful blossom palm, striking the hard raw stone with an impressive force. Raw stone, I am shattered. As a surge of verdant golden light erupted from the fissures of the stone, a rich essence of life began to emanate from within. Merely inhaling a breath of this essence, both individuals felt a profound sense of relief and exhilaration. Indeed, it was a treasure. Following this, Yu Xinghe inquired, System. How many energy points does this object contain? Conservatively estimated to be over 200 million energy points. Then absorb it quickly. Apologies. The energy gathering ring has not yet been granted the authority to absorb life energy. When will it be enabled? Ding. Side mission activated. Absorb another million-year soul ring. Mission reward. Evolution of the energy gathering ring to the 5th stage, along with a comprehensive upgrade. What does a comprehensive upgrade entail? A secret. By the way, host. Due to your carelessness, having broken this stone slab, the life energy of this essence gold will continually dissipate. I recommend that you entrust this essence gold to the system for safekeeping. Of course, the system will charge a modest management fee. Seriously. Are you trying to rip me off? You've been residing in my body for so long, and I haven't charged you for lodging. Cough, cough, host. If you choose not to pay, that is acceptable, but know that for every second this essence gold remains outside, some energy will be lost. Furthermore, neither you nor Bibidong has the capability to prevent the energy from leaking. If you wish to avoid significant depreciation of energy points, it is wiser to entrust it to my care. Damn, holding on to the notion of not letting the good fortune slip away. Yu Xinghe ultimately conceded to entrust the essence gold to the system. After addressing the matter of the essence gold, the auction convened for its grand finale item. It was 2 keys, shaped like crescent moons. With the appearance of these keys, the auction hall fell silent, and the breaths of all present became rapid. Then, the auctioneer began to speak. I believe the purpose of your presence here is for these 2 crescent moon keys. I need not elaborate on their significance. The starting bid is set at 100,000, with increments no less than 10,000. Of course, esteemed guests with limited funds need not worry. The owners of these keys have agreed to accept items in exchange. It could be soul bones, rare metals, or even favors. As long as your item holds sufficient value, they will agree to an exchange. The auction begins. With the gavel strike, the once silent auction hall erupted into the sound of frantic writing. Soul masters were inscribing their highest bids on paper, akin to reckless gamblers wagering everything they possessed for one last desperate gamble. Hundreds of papers, once completed, were directly cast into a crevice beside the armrests of the seats. Below, in a concealed chamber, an elderly man, frail and aged, sat observing the flurry of papers soaring like snowflakes, his eyes glazed, lost in thought. If Yu Xinghe were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished. For this elderly man was none other than the king of the Moon Kingdom, whom he had just encountered. As the king sat in a stupor, several individuals, including the prince and princess, hurriedly seized the slips of paper to examine them. They set aside those that seemed adequate, awaiting the king's review, while discarding the inadequate ones into the wastebasket. 10 level 7 soul guidance bombs? How presumptuous. What about my brother, a level 7 soul master, bound to serve a title Douluo for life? Let us keep it for now. The prince, princess, and others gazed at the conditions inscribed on the papers with a mix of anticipation and trepidation, akin to gamblers yearning for the dice to reveal their desired numbers. Yet, with each hopeful moment, they were met only with profound disappointment. Meanwhile, Yu Xinghe gazed at the 2 crescent-shaped keys displayed on the pedestal and inquired, System. What are those items? The system responded, Host, refrain from asking such trivial questions. Have I not provided you with an encyclopedia? After uttering these words, it ignored Yu Xinghe's subsequent calls, as if it had frozen. Frustrated, Yu Xinghe reluctantly delved into the depths of the mental encyclopedia, much like utilizing a search engine. With a mere thought, the book unveiled the introduction to the crescent keys. The key of the crescent moon, on the continent of sun and moon. There exists a divine relic, said to have been formed by the fall of 2 deities. Every century, this relic reemerges, and only those who possess either the sunlight key or the crescent moon key may enter. Note, although opportunities abound within the divine relic, dangers are even more prevalent. Thus, caution is paramount when seeking entry. After listening to the introduction by Yu Xinghe, Bibidong expressed her excitement, declaring her determination to obtain both keys. However, the question remained, what items could they offer in exchange? External soul bones? Mysterious liquids? Yu Xinghe? Ultimately, the frugal pope inscribed a moderately reasonable request on paper and cast it into the mailbox. Upon learning that Bibidong's proposed item for exchange was this, Yu Xinghe scoffed, remarking, "Your offer lacks sincerity." Bibidong, with a proud huff, retorted, "If he wishes to trade, let him. If he refuses, we shall simply seize it ourselves." Yu Xinghe, with an expression of helplessness, pressed his forehead and exclaimed, "My esteemed Pope, how could you engage in such uncivilized antics? If this news were to spread, wouldn't your reputation be utterly tarnished? Then what do you propose we do?" He continued, "I believe we must handle this matter discreetly, ensuring that this information does not leak." As he spoke, a gradually sinister smile crept across Yu Xinghe's face. In response to that smile, Bibidong remarked, "You are wicked. Yet I find you endearing." Subsequently, a chilling laughter reverberated throughout the private room. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber, Su Xiai and Su Jiao had perused all the documents but found little to their satisfaction. Just as the royal family wore expressions of despair, another sheet of paper flew forth. Su Jiao glanced at its contents, and her eyes brightened. "Brother, what do you think of this condition?" Su Xiai took a look and cursed. "What kind of ridiculous terms are these? Are they out of their minds?" As he prepared to tear it up, he suddenly noticed a moon symbol in the bottom right corner of the page. This was from the VIP room. Chapter 198. The crescent key acquired. Upon realizing it originated from the VIP room, Su Xiai immediately inquired of a nearby attendant, "Who was in that VIP room?" The attendant, brimming with excitement, replied, "There are two stunning young ladies, and they are simply breathtaking." Su Xiai, his expression darkened, asked, "What a peculiar metaphor. What sort of girls are they?" In contrast to the previous attendant, the second attendant, who appeared more educated, provided a far more detailed description. "Two girls. One large and one small. The larger one held the smaller one, glanced my way, and I instantly felt a void in my heart. Then the smaller one looked at me, and I was transported back to the exhilaration of my first love." At this point, the second attendant's face flushed a deep crimson. Based on the descriptions from these two attendants, Su Xiai became increasingly intrigued by the two ladies in the VIP room. He then turned to the old king and suggested, "Father, why don't we engage with them?" The old king readily agreed. The VIP room of the auction house was equipped with a communication soul guide. While it was somewhat trivial, its secrecy was commendable. Normally, such a communication feature would require mutual consent to activate. But given that the king was a VIP of unparalleled status, who would dare refuse his request for voice communication? Thus, upon unilateral activation, before the old king could even inquire about their identities, a spine-chilling laughter echoed through the microphone. The sound resembled a voice strangled, producing intermittent, ghastly chuckles, accompanied by an intense, pervasive chill that could not be abated even under the sun's glare. As if in the midst of a midnight reverie, the voice of His Highness echoed softly in the ear, "For every cause, there is an effect. Your retribution is I." At the moment this voice reached their ears, the old king and his attendants were rendered unconscious with fright, while even Su Jiao could not help but flee into her brother's embrace, trembling with fear. Fortunately, Su Xiai was ultimately the warrior of the kingdom. Such a trivial sound could not intimidate him, though it was indeed somewhat terrifying, as his teeth chattered in fear. Another voice emerged from a microphone. "Apologies, Your Highness. This communication device has not been used for some time and has encountered a minor malfunction. It will be repaired shortly." Su Xiai was left utterly exasperated. Indeed, before long, the chilling voice vanished, replaced by a familiar, melodious whisper of gentle warmth. It was those two. Su Xiai and Su Jiao exchanged glances, each finding surprise reflected in the other's eyes. Hastily, Su Xiai seized the microphone and declared, "You two did not expect to meet again, did you? Do not panic. This is my communication device." However, as he spoke, a sense of unease crept over him. Why was there no response? Recalling the prior technical difficulties, Su Xiai exclaimed in frustration, "Which fool designed this device? It malfunctions at every turn. Bring him to me. I shall give him a sound thrashing." Beside him, Su Jiao timidly interjected, "Brother, did you not design this when you were 12? Moreover, the reason they cannot hear you is that you have not activated the microphone." Su Xiai, after activating the microphone, the waiting Yu Xinghe and Bibidong suddenly heard a familiar voice emanating from a trumpet flower-like ornament. "You two did not expect to meet again, did you?" Upon hearing this well-known voice, Yu Xinghe furrowed his brow and retorted, "Do not tell me this room possesses surveillance capabilities. Otherwise, I shall dismantle this auction house and trace the phone line to find you. Trust me, I possess the ability to do so." No one enjoys being monitored, especially when recalling the intimate interactions he and Bibidong had shared in this very room. Should others witness them, they would be at a significant disadvantage. Moreover, there was the matter of the golden essence. Although neither of them feared any adversary beneath the divine level, being coveted by others was undeniably troublesome. While Su Ci remained oblivious to the significance of the phone line, the palpable malice in the other's tone sent a shiver down his spine. Driven by a strong instinct for survival, Su Ci hurriedly clarified, "Fear not. There are no imaging devices in the VIP room. No one can see what transpires within except those who enter. We have no desire to offend anyone without cause. The reason for my impertinent intrusion is to inquire whether you wish to acquire the crescent key. This crescent key belongs to you. Indeed, to be precise, it belongs to the Moon King's palace. I merely wish to ask what would be considered a reasonable request from your perspective. You wish to negotiate with us? Indeed." After a brief silence, Su Ci spoke, expressing their desire for the two to eliminate the Sun Douluo. Given the current circumstances, if the Sun Douluo were to be eradicated, the balance of peak power between the Sun and Moon Kingdoms would be restored, and the Red Dust Douluo would remain neutral rather than siding with the Sun Kingdom. In response to Su Ci's request, Yuxingha stated, "Allow me some time to contemplate." Of course. With that, Yuxingha initiated a secure communication with Bibi Dong, inquiring about her thoughts on the matter. As the Pope, Bibi Dong possessed an astute understanding of the dynamics of power and public sentiment, rendering Su Ci's ulterior motives insignificant before her. Su Ci's primary objective was merely to thwart the impending war initiated by the Sun Kingdom, and eliminating the Sun Douluo was undoubtedly the most expedient and effective method. "Will you agree then?" Su Ci asked. "We must devise an approach that maximizes our benefits. For instance?" Bibi Dong replied, "Just watch my performance." Shortly thereafter, Bibi Dong's voice resonated through the receiver. "Regrettably, we cannot acquiesce to this request, as the Sun Douluo bears no enmity towards us. Moreover, we are not native to this continent and harbor no particular sentiments towards either of your nations. However, I can compel the Sun Douluo to pledge a vow of peaceful coexistence with the Moon Kingdom for a century. If you accept this, the deal is struck. If not, I shall visit the neighboring Sun Kingdom to see what they can offer." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Su Ci quickly responded, "Very well. I accept your terms." In his eagerness, as if fearing a change of heart, Su Ci personally delivered the Crescent Moon keys. Soon, the two Crescent Moon keys arrived in the hands of Bibi Dong and Yuxingha, as they held the translucent crescent-shaped objects, emanating a slight chill. Both Bibi Dong and Yuxingha sensed a familiar power within them. It was the power of the divine. Chapter 199, Departure to the Sun Kingdom. Thank you to the esteemed reader, Sun Ka Ran, for the generous reward. I am deeply moved. May I inquire when you two elders shall set forth? Right now. Shall we prepare anything? The information on the Sun Douluo. We wouldn't want to mistakenly target the wrong individual. There are only 3 tidal Douluo on our Sun and Moon continent. It should be manageable. Perhaps, but one can never be too certain. At that moment, in a certain location, the researcher Hongchen inexplicably shivered. The Sun Kingdom lies in the southern region of the Sun and Moon continent, characterized by a tropical climate. Perhaps due to the sweltering weather, the locals were particularly warm and spirited. Upon seeing Yuxingha and Bibi Dong clad in their tight-fitting attire, they approached with cheerful smiles, eager to assist them in shedding their garments to alleviate the heat. Yuxingha inquired with a smile, "Is this a tradition of yours?" A few men responded, "It's an old custom. The girls who have had their clothes removed by them all give it high praise. They candidly declare it refreshing." Amidst the laughter and joviality, Yuxingha reciprocated their kindness by inviting them to swim in the river. However, the outcome was less than ideal. Those several fellows, despite their poor swimming skills, failed to mention it, and all drowned in the mere half-meter deep water. Observing the unfortunate demise of those individuals, Yuxingha and Bibi Dong resolved to don masks to avoid further encounters with such overly enthusiastic characters. In the capital of the Sun Kingdom, the City of Sunlight, where summer prevails year-round, the populace typically boasts sun-kissed skin and don short garments. Consequently, the duo of Bibi Dong and Yuxingha, clad in their athletic attire, attracted considerable attention. As they passed a shop selling ice cream, Yuxingha halted once more, her gaze fixated on the enticing frozen treat exuding a refreshing chill. Bibi Dong, with a stern voice, admonished, "No more. You've already consumed over 100 today. I don't want a repeat of the other night when you cried out in pain from a stomachache. My hands are still sore from massaging you. I promise this is the last one." Yuxingha insisted. "You're a deceitful little sprite." Bibi Dong retorted, "I truly mean it." As she spoke, Yuxingha tugged at Bibi Dong's arm, her radiant eyes sparkling like a cascade of stars, making it difficult to discern whether they were stars or mere eyes. If Bibi Dong's slap was the definitive restraint against Yu Xinghe, then Yu Xinghe's playful pouting was her trump card against Bibi Dong's authority. After a brief stalemate, even Bibi Dong's steely resolve melted under the enchantment of Yu Xinghe's gaze. All right, you promised it would be the last one. If you ask for more, there truly won't be any left. With that, Bibi Dong purchased an ice cream from the vendor. Watching Yu Xinghe relish the ice cream was a delightful spectacle. Her delicate lips parted slightly, crimson against the pristine white of the ice cream. Despite the monotony of the colors, combined with her crescent-shaped eyes and beaming smile, Bibi Dong found it utterly captivating. However, this bliss was abruptly shattered. Suddenly, Yu Xinghe clutched her stomach, groaning in pain. Bibi Dong, exasperated, swatted the ice cream from Yu Xinghe's hands, quickly laid her down on her lap, and rubbed her hands together to warm them before placing them on Yu Xinghe's smooth, tender abdomen. Noticing the pained expression on Yu Xinghe's face slightly ease, Bibi Dong reproached her. I warned you not to eat. And now look, you're in pain again. You, who forget the lessons of pain after indulging, will not touch ice cream from tomorrow onwards. Upon hearing that ice cream would be off limits, Yu Xinghe protested vehemently. Yet, just as she was about to voice her dissent, another wave of cramping pain surged within her. Hey, aren't you a demigod? How can you still be plagued by stomach aches? Indeed, the physical prowess of Yu Xinghe is so formidable that even Bibi Dong would silently marvel at it. Yet, it is rather astonishing that such a robust physique could suffer from a mere indulgence of several hundred ice creams, resulting in abdominal pain. Logically speaking, given Yu Xinghe's constitution, consuming an entire iceberg should not induce discomfort. This perplexity left Yu Xinghe in utter bewilderment. Moreover, this incident marked the third occasion she had experienced such pain. Contemplating this, she resolved to consult the system, a dream. In response, the system curtly advised her with 3 words, go read a book. Annoyed, Yu Xinghe opened the encyclopedia, only to slam it shut in frustration after reading the answer. It was all a deception. How could she possibly be afflicted by such a condition? Moreover, was she not aware of her own HP status? After dismissing that search result, as she was about to exit, she suddenly noticed a change in the global encyclopedia page. No, it wasn't merely a change. Rather, it was something she had never truly examined before. Recalling the system's earlier suggestion to read more, Yu Xinghe curiously took a closer look. What she discovered startled her. Beneath the search box were 4 distinct symbols. The first symbol was familiar to Yu Xinghe, depicting the spear form of the pulse. The second symbol featured a book, intricately adorned with an array of complex characters. After scrutinizing them for some time, Yu Xinghe could not decipher a single one. The third symbol represented a profound, inky blackness that seemed capable of consuming one's very soul at a glance. Surrounded by a ring of dazzling discs that appeared to contain all the colors of the world. The fourth symbol depicted a colossal ring, upon which countless instruments were scattered. Under the luminous expanse of the moonlit starry sky, Yu Xinghe instinctively gazed upon an unfamiliar pattern. Upon clicking the emblem of a book, it transformed into a 3-dimensional tome. And as she opened the first page, she was momentarily taken aback. Upon the pages of the book sat a diminutive creature with green skin, adorned with a golden crown and wielding a golden scepter, perched upon a chariot embellished with myriad jewels. It was the Goblin King. Turning to the second page, she encountered a formidable bull-headed beast standing upright. Unlike ordinary beasts, this creature was interwoven with mechanical apparatus, gears visible throughout its form, exuding an overwhelming aura of mechanical flesh amalgamation. The third page revealed a spiny and venomous insect, while the fourth depicted a creature shrouded in black mist, with an elongated mouth and barbed tail, resembling a pig. The fifth page showcased a colossal dragon covered in shimmering blue ice crystals. However, to Yu Xinghe's bewilderment, when she attempted to turn to the sixth page, she was informed of insufficient permissions. Subsequently, she exited and clicked on the circular ring. To her astonishment, the ring trembled and transformed into a plethora of items. Some radiated a blue glow, resembling a drilling vehicle seemingly composed of ice, while others resembled trampolines. And there were devices akin to generators, along with a furnace that roared with flames, spewing forth torrents of molten rock. As she beheld these familiar skills from her memories, Yu Xinghe found herself momentarily stunned before addressing the system, exclaiming, "Why did you not present these treasures sooner?" Chapter 200, De Douluo. Celebrating the birth of the first hall master, Xingye Jiyun. In the face of Yu Xinghe's inquiry, the system remained silent. Never mind, as the old adage goes. One cannot fathom the thoughts of the system. Upon awakening, Yuxing has sensed something amiss. Her belly had inexplicably swollen. Had such little time passed that she was already showing? Suddenly, she felt an unusual sensation, reaching into her clothing and exhaling in relief. She was neither pregnant nor revealing, merely possessing a hot water bottle nestled against her abdomen. Additionally, another figure stood before her, a young girl clad in a dress as pure as clouds, her face exquisitely charming, with long black hair cascading to her waist. Noisily savoring an ice cream cone. Who is this little one? Yuxinghe inquired. Bibi Dong shrugged. Just a passing child who noticed your discomfort and offered a hot water bottle, claiming it would help. When I tried it, I found it effective. So to show my gratitude, I bought her an ice cream. I want one too. Sure, you can have one, but I'll give you a thrashing afterward. You decide. Well, to be honest, the ice cream isn't that great. After resting for approximately half an hour, Yuxinghe's discomfort subsided. Remembering her purpose for this journey, she turned to Bibi Dong and declared, "It is time to set forth. Is it still painful? Do you need to rest a bit more?" "No need." As the two individuals rose, they observed the little girl, clutching an ice cream, extending her hands to block their path. With a gentle smile, Yuxinghe said, "Dear child, I must attend to serious matters and cannot play with you. I apologize." In the next moment, the little girl spoke in an unexpectedly aged voice. "Who is the child here? By age, I could very well be your grandmother." Taken aback by such a profound tone, both Yuxinghe and Bibi Dong were momentarily startled. But they quickly regained their composure. "You are the son Douluo." Upon hearing Yuxinghe's declaration, the little girl, with her hands behind her back, sighed deeply in that remarkably antiquated voice and nodded. "Aren't you here for me? I am right here. If your intention is to kill me, then do so. Just spare the innocent civilians. Of course, if you have accepted some commission from the Moon Kingdom, I am willing to offer double the reward for my life. What say you?" Faced with the son Douluo's calm demeanor, Yuxinghe furrowed her brow. "Are you not going to resist?" In response, the son Douluo chuckled bitterly. "Resist? With the master now a part of your soul ring, I do not believe that resistance would alter anything." Beside them, Bibi Dong interjected. "You claim you are willing to offer the Moon Kingdom double the reward for your life? Is that true? What conditions have they set?" The son Douluo replied. "The condition of the Moon Kingdom is to surrender the Moon Douluo and let us be beaten to near death." Observing a shift in the son Douluo's expression, Bibi Dong couldn't help but smile slightly. The one thing Bibi Dong despised above all else was the pretense of calm superiority displayed before her. In contrast to Bibi Dong's harsh disposition, Yuxinghe maintained a more composed demeanor. Do not heed her words. The condition regarding the Moon Douluo is clearly to disrobe halfway and run naked through the capital. After hearing Yuxinghe's response, the son Douluo resignedly spread her hands. "Then you might as well kill me." While killing was, of course, out of the question. Yuxinghe was resolute in fulfilling her commitments. Her words were her bond, and she was determined not to leave regrets along her life's path due to avoidance. Yuxinghe had initially believed that the completion of this mission was a certainty, yet she was taken aback by unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing Yuxinghe's request, Douluo unexpectedly shook her head in refusal. "If you intend to play the role of peacemaker, I suggest you reconsider. Such an opportunity arises only once in hundreds of years, and the chance to unify the continent is within reach. I shall not relinquish it, no matter what." After hearing Douluo's words, Yuxinghe felt an overwhelming urge to strangle her. How could someone be so inflexible? In response, Douluo calmly remarked, "I am a citizen of the Sun Nation. My parents perished a century ago during the cataclysmic Sun-Moon War. So, you swear to annihilate the Moon Nation in vengeance for your parents?" Yuxinghe sighed, realizing that he was once again confronted with a familiar narrative. To his astonishment, the expression of son Douluo remained remarkably serene. Even when recalling the murder of his parents, there was not a flicker of emotion, a calmness that unnerved Yuxinghe. "Do you know how many battles have been fought since the founding of the Sun and Moon Nations?" This was a detail Yuxinghe was unaware of. Approximately a millennium ago, dozens of small nations on the continent were swept away by a singularly formidable warlord, achieving complete unification. However, not long after this unification, the warlord met an untimely demise, leading to the division of the nation into the two countries we know today, under the leadership of two great generals. Over the past 1,000 years, the two nations have engaged in more than 300 wars, with border skirmishes exceeding 2,000, and countless minor battles. Each conflict resulted in loss of life. How many wives have lost their husbands? How many children their fathers? How many parents their sons? I recall the most devastating war occurring 200 years ago, when a remarkably talented king from the Moon Kingdom aspired to unify the continent. That era witnessed a decade-long national war, where both nations suffered catastrophic losses, with the populace reduced to a mere fraction of its original size, an authentic hell on earth. With desolate stretches of land, the two nations took a century to recuperate from this conflict before the cycle of war resumed. The incessant strife has sown the seeds of enmity in the hearts of the people. Whenever they meet, fighting becomes customary, and life and death intertwine in an instant. Yet, we all inhabit the same continent. Why must we continue this cycle of violence? Would it not be better for us to coexist joyfully under the same sky? To collaboratively explore soul-guiding technology, to progress together, to cultivate more bountiful crops, to elevate our standard of living, to sail the seas, to soar through the skies, to ascend the highest mountains, to delve into the deepest oceans, and uncover the truths of this world. Just imagine the wonders that await at the end of the path of soul-guiding devices. At this juncture, son Douluo, with eyes reddened and a demeanor bordering on madness, shouted at Yuxinghe, "I no longer wish to witness the deaths caused by war. I refuse to witness further tragedies. I do not want to see children kneeling before their parents' corpses, crying out for their mothers and fathers. I do not wish to behold memorials resembling forests, nor the accolades bestowed upon heroes of the nation. I long for children to run hand in hand beneath the blue sky, for lovers to embrace joyfully and dream of the future, for people to envision a beautiful tomorrow, to relish in peace and happiness, to experience the joys of life. Now is the opportune moment for unification, and we can achieve it at minimal cost. Tell me, can I afford to relinquish this chance? Speak." Faced with the fierce countenance of the seemingly malevolent figure before him, Yuxinghe found himself at a loss for words for the first time. Chapter 201. Anti-scientific foolishness indeed. Son Douluo's words resonated with a certain wisdom, and Yuxinghe realized that he had been overly naive. Even Bibi Dong, after hearing son Douluo's passionate plea, could not help but regard him with newfound respect. He is indeed a truly remarkable individual. Although the strength of the son Douluo pales in comparison to that of Bibi Dong, the respect she holds for him is genuinely heartfelt. The last person to receive such admiration from Bibi Dong was Qian Xuanji, who had never wronged her in that manner. Of course, the fate that ultimately befell Qian Xuanji need not be elaborated upon. Now, how shall you fulfill my request? As she uttered these words, Yuxinghe found herself devoid of hope, realizing that she had no grounds to prevent the son Douluo from instigating this war. In a surprising turn of events, the son Douluo, after a moment of contemplation, indeed proposed a condition: if you are willing to listen to my explanation and recognize that I am not a malevolent person, extending courtesy towards one another, I shall return the favor. As long as you can persuade both nations to unite into one, you may demand my life, and I shall willingly comply." As Moonstar River, with a furrowed brow, remarked, "If I could accomplish this step, would I even require your consent?" Son Douluo pondered for a moment, seemingly in agreement, and replied, "My strength is certainly inferior to yours. How about this? I have a few inquiries to pose to you. If you can provide satisfactory answers, I shall grant you a century for the Moon Kingdom. What say you?" Despite her words, son Douluo had no intention of acquiescing to Moonstar River. The questions she had prepared were, without doubt, insurmountable enigmas of this era. "I have 3 inquiries in total. First, what is the speed of light? Second, what is the nature of the world we inhabit? Third, why do we perpetually fall?" After hearing son Douluo's questions, Moonstar River was momentarily taken aback. Observing Moonstar River's stunned expression, son Douluo chuckled, "It is only natural that you cannot answer. Although your soul power is exceptionally formidable, it is evident that your understanding of this world is akin to that of a mere child. Poor soul. Were anyone else to display such pity towards Bibi Dong, she would undoubtedly retaliate with fury, regardless of their status, even if they were the most revered of heroes. In such a case, she would ensure a swift end, sparing them from suffering as a form of respect." Yet it was now son Douluo's turn to face despair, for upon regaining her composure, Moonstar River incredulously queried, "Is this all? What else would you expect?" Let me clarify. These 3 questions cannot be answered without millennia of contemplation. If I were to claim I possess the answers, would you genuinely fulfill my request? Upon hearing Moonstar River's words, a jolt of unease coursed through son Douluo's heart. She felt an ominous premonition. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and responded, "You may disclose the answers, but they must be substantiated with undeniable evidence, not mere conjecture. And you must adhere to your word." Agreed. With their pact sealed, Bibi Dong cast a sympathetic gaze towards son Douluo. Oh, poor child. The aforementioned three inquiries are indeed unsolvable on the Douluo Continent. Even the so-called invincible theorist would falter. However, three individuals undoubtedly possess the answers. Herself, Moonstar River, and Poseidon. Each of them has traversed the realm of dreams, rendering these questions as commonplace within Moonstar River's dreamscape. In terms of knowledge on the Douluo Continent, they are akin to the years represented by the colors of soul rings, merely ordinary. Seeing Bibi Dong actually display a look of pity towards her, the unease in the heart of the Sun Douluo grew ever more intense. Then, Yuxingha, with a cheerful smile, remarked, "The speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. The world we inhabit is akin to a celestial sphere. You may perceive it as residing on the surface of a globe. Ultimately, no matter how high we ascend, we shall inevitably descend due to a force known as gravity, which binds us steadfastly. Impossible. You must be fabricating this. Do not be hasty. Allow me to elucidate gradually." With that, Yuxingha guided the Sun Douluo to take a seat and casually instructed Bibi Dong to procure some delectable treats and slice a few kilograms of prime soul beast meat, as she intended to converse while indulging in her meal. Had it been anyone else daring to assign tasks to the esteemed Pope, they would have been swiftly met with a reprimand so severe that they would scarcely recognize themselves. Yet, as the protagonist, Yuxingha was afforded a degree of leniency. A mere bout of tears would suffice. Nevertheless, despite the playful chastisement, Bibi Dong still dotes on Xingha. After playfully pinching Xingha's waist and hearing her plaintive cry of discomfort, Bibi Dong finally departed with satisfaction to procure the items. Regarding the first inquiry, given my current capabilities, I find it challenging to present evidence. However, I can assure you that my response is unequivocally accurate. As for the second matter, the land we inhabit is indeed a spherical entity, floating amidst an abyss of darkness. This planet orbits the sun, sometimes drawing near and at other times drifting away, thereby giving rise to the four seasons. Oh, and the sun itself is also a sphere. Furthermore, as our Douluo star revolves around the sun, it is in a constant state of rotation, which brings forth the cycle of day and night. Listening to Yuxingha's explanation, after a prolonged silence, the Sun Douluo, with bewildered eyes, inquired, "What orbits what? What are the four seasons? What is rotation? What exactly were you just saying?" The moonlit starry river is left speechless. Fortunately, the mental prowess of the moonlit starry river is unparalleled, having reached a tangible and substantial level, with the manifestation of mental projections. Then, under the astonished gaze of the Sun Douluo, the moonlit starry river effortlessly constructed a three-dimensional model of a star system using its mental energy. It is often said that hearing is deceptive, while seeing is believing. Upon witnessing this stellar model, Sun Douluo felt certain constructs in his mind collapse and shatter. This reaction is entirely understandable, as the knowledge stems from a future thousands of years hence, which is difficult for someone from his era to comprehend. After all, even Inosuk and Tanjiro, upon first encountering a train, mistook that dark, immense iron beast for a monster or mountain deity, did they not? As Sun Douluo stood entranced before the model erected by the moonlit starry river, the latter began to elucidate. Thirdly, our descent is due to the existence of gravity, which acts like a magnet, firmly anchoring us to the ground. You are familiar with magnets, I presume? Indeed, magnets are commonplace in the Sun and Moon continent. Even children are acquainted with them. The moonlit starry river then produced a magnet, continuously attracting iron fragments. Before explaining further, the core of this planet resembles a magnet, but it attracts all forms of matter, yours and mine, the earth and the sky, the sea and the rocks, all living and non-living entities. Although the moonlit starry river's explanation may initially sound fantastical, as the most learned individual in the Sun and Moon continent, Sun Douluo prided himself on discerning nonsense from substance. After all, in such an age, only those with considerable knowledge could pose such inquiries. Reluctantly acknowledging this, during subsequent discussions with the moonlit starry river, Sun Douluo presented various conundrums currently plaguing the soul engineer community, all of which were deftly resolved by the moonlit starry river with casual ease, as if merely enjoying a meal. Beside them, Bibi Dong observed the moonlit starry river's articulate discourse, leaving Sun Douluo in a state of bewilderment. And she struggled to suppress her laughter, reveling in the joy of standing upon the pinnacle of knowledge, akin to a prophet. One immersed in the ocean of knowledge is oblivious to the passage of time. It was only when the moonlit starry river began to feel drowsy that Sun Douluo realized it had already turned to night. "Hey, don't fall asleep just yet. Answer me one more question," Sun Douluo urged. However, just as he was about to pose another inquiry, Bibi Dong swept the moonlit starry river into her arms. In half-dream state, the moonlit starry river felt that familiar embrace, shifting slightly to find the most comfortable position and drifting into a sweet slumber. Then, Bibi Dong looked down at Sun Douluo and asked, "Will you agree or not?" "I cannot possibly acquiesce to her request without proof of the first answer," he replied. Upon reaching this juncture, the face of the Sun Douluo flushed crimson. Through nearly half a day's discourse with Xinghe, she had discerned that this child, peacefully slumbering in another's embrace, was a genuinely erudite and pragmatic scholar. Logically, having received the answer to her query, she ought to honor her commitment. However, the thought of relinquishing the present opportunity and awaiting another century, only to face another bloodbath, compelled her to adopt the role of a scoundrel. Bibi Dong never anticipated that the second individual she would come to admire would resort to such disgraceful trickery. As this realization dawned, she instinctively raised her hand, poised to deliver a sharp slap to the Sun Douluo's head. In the next moment, to the Sun Douluo's perception, Bibi Dong, who had appeared enchanting and ethereal, transformed into a figure radiating lethal intent. The Sun Douluo felt her hair stand on end, overwhelmed by an oppressive sensation that constricted her throat, rendering even the act of breathing a formidable challenge for the first time. It was only at this moment that the Sun Douluo truly succumbed to despair. With such formidable prowess, there was no conceivable way for her to contend, even if she were to unite the three great Douluos of the Sun and Moon continent. Just as she closed her eyes, prepared to embrace her fate, a soft, melodious murmur broke the tension. Upon hearing this sound, the previously menacing Bibi Dong immediately retracted her aura, reverting to a gentle and captivating figure. Yet, in her eyes, only the person cradled in her arms held significance. Observing Bibi Dong softly humming an unknown lullaby to soothe her charge to sleep, the Sun Douluo painfully shut her eyes. "Sun Douluo, if I am guilty, please slay me rather than subject me to such intensely provocative sights." Once she confirmed that Xinghe had once again succumbed to slumber, Bibi Dong addressed the Sun Douluo with a voice as fine as a silken thread. "Since you refuse to grant the Moon Nation a century of peace, shall I annihilate you in their stead? After all, unification is inevitable." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's intent to act, the Sun Douluo widened her eyes in disbelief. "With your unparalleled cultivation, do you not fear divine retribution for slaughtering innocents? You may engage in trickery. Why should I not do the same?" Bibi Dong's words rendered the Sun Douluo speechless. Just as the two were at an impasse, Ying suddenly appeared. The instinctive reaction of everyone upon encountering this adorable creature was to embrace it, and the Sun Douluo was no exception. However, Bibi Dong was unable to catch it, and the Sun Douluo, being significantly weaker, stood even less of a chance. "Enough with the attempts to seize me." After evading the Sun Douluo's grasp, Ying declared, "You two are quite foolish. One seeks the unification of the continent, while the other requests a century of peace for the Moon Nation. These two objectives are not inherently contradictory. How can they not be?" Ying cast a sidelong glance at Bibi Dong's chest and quipped, "A woman with ample bosom, but lacking wit. Allow me, the great deity, to enlighten you." In response to the remark from Ying about being large-breasted yet lacking intellect, Bibi Dong coolly inquired, "What do you propose then? If you cannot articulate a solution, what will you do?" It was at this moment that Bibi Dong awkwardly realized she had no recourse against this adorable creature. However, she turned her gaze toward Xinghe, a sly smile gracing her lips. "If you cannot conjure a solution, I shall torment Xinghe and make her bear the brunt of it." The slumbering Xinghe instinctively shivered at this proclamation. Imagining Xinghe's timorous demeanor in the presence of Bibi Dong, Ying helplessly suggested, "The solution is rather simple. If you wield sufficient strength to intimidate both nations, compelling them to agree to a merger, would that not suffice? As for the so-called century-long peace demanded by the Moon Kingdom, that is even more straightforward. Simply allow them to govern the newly merged nation." Upon hearing Ying's words, both the Sun Douluo and Bibi Dong's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, they had been mistaken from the outset. Hostility was unnecessary. The Sun Douluo then remarked, "This is indeed a viable approach, yet it presents two concerns. First, the royal family of the Sun will categorically refuse. Secondly, while I believe it should not be difficult for you to intimidate both sides given your strength, will you remain on this continent? Or at the very least, will you stay here for a minimum of 20 years? The Sun Douluo's words struck a chord. The victors and the vanquished. A unified nation cannot harbor two divergent voices, lest it inevitably fractious once more. As the trio pondered this dilemma, Ying glanced at the peacefully slumbering Yuxingha, her displeasure mounting. While we three are here devising strategies, you are nestled up, sound asleep? With this thought festering in her mind, the deeply unsettled Ying promptly flew to Yuxingha's face, using her plush little hand to trace around her nose. A resounding sneeze erupted, jolting Yuxingha awake with irritation. Before she could express her annoyance, Bibi Dong recounted the earlier discussion. After listening, Yuxingha slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "This is indeed a possibility. The matter of who governs the kingdom is hardly insurmountable. We can certainly arrange for both royal families to jointly oversee a single nation. However, such an arrangement is bound to lead to complications. Thus," she continued, "we require the intervention of a third-party force to serve as a buffer between the two royal families." At this juncture, Yuxingha directed her gaze toward the son Douluo, stating, "It is unsuitable for either royal family to hold military power. I propose that you should take command instead." Chapter 203, Journey to the Divine Relics. Gratitude to the reader 201908222 for the generous reward. Regarding the suggestion of entrusting her with military command, the son Douluo expressed skepticism. "I am not adept at leading armies, and soldiers are loyal to their respective royal families. While acquiring military power may be straightforward, earning the soldiers' allegiance is a far more arduous task. Indeed, the enduring reign of the Sun and Moon kingdoms, which has persisted for centuries, has deeply ingrained the essence of monarchy within the very blood of their soldiers. Even though Douluo ostensibly stands as the commander of the two formidable armies, it is likely that a mere exchange between the royal families would result in each army returning to their respective domains." As the assembly grappled with this dilemma, Douluo proposed, "What if we were to appoint a person of great esteem, someone whom all would respect, to lead this newly formed coalition army?" Bibi Dong interjected, "I believe that is unfeasible. To ensure unanimous approval, it is imperative that this individual has no ties to either royal house, possesses substantial influence, and most crucially, wields sufficient power to swiftly gain control over the army. However, should this individual seize command and harbor ambitions, all our efforts could be rendered futile upon our departure. Ultimately, it is essential to have a formidable force to instill awe within the two kingdoms, and the only candidates who meet this criterion are Yuxingha or Bibi Dong." It seems we have circled back to the beginning. Suddenly, Ying appeared to have an epiphany and exclaimed to Yuxingha, "Aren't you capable of that, spirit division? Why not create one or two daughters?" In response, Yuxingha rolled her eyes and retorted, "Do you think I am a gourd child? It is not as simple as splitting. It requires inherent strength at birth." At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within Yuxingha's mind. It seemed that within her mental encyclopedia, there existed a branch dedicated to summoning. With this thought, she hastily perused the tome on summoning. Upon reaching the first page, she beheld the Goblin King, and a stream of information flooded her consciousness. Gauga, the sovereign of the goblin race, though inherently weak, commands countless formidable goblins. Evaluation: truly, one goblin commands a kingdom. Summoning conditions: 100 million energy points. After absorbing this, Yuxingha silently turned to the next page, revealing the mechanical bullhead. This time, she bypassed the description and went straight to the summoning conditions: 200 million energy points. Farewell, she thought. Subsequently, Yuxingha despaired as she discovered that the creatures listed thereafter were increasingly exorbitant, resembling an auction where the costs escalated by hundreds of millions. Particularly notable was the frost giant dragon Skasa on the 5th page, which demanded not only 500 million energy points, but also a dragon's ice corpse and a powerful ice-type soul beast as sacrifices. How could she possibly acquire such energy points now? Speaking of energy points, Yuxingha inquired, "Are there any volcanoes, wind valleys, or thunderous regions on the Sun-Moon continent?" "No," came the reply. "What of rare metal veins?" "There are a few, but they have been nearly exhausted, and no new veins have been explored." This was rather awkward. "Are there any volcanoes or ice valleys?" "None." Moonstar River. It seems the Sun-Moon continent is not as remarkable as it appears. No wonder they are focused on developing soul-guiding technology, lacking everything they need. Just as Yuxingha was consumed by her frustrations, Ying suddenly declared, "I believe I understand why." If one were to ponder where, on the Sun-Moon continent, energy points could be found to sustain the needs of Yuxingha, the only location that comes to mind is the Divine Relic, nestled in the very heart of the two great nations. The Divine Relic comprises two seemingly inconspicuous lakes, one circular and the other crescent-shaped. Were it not for the repeated assurances of the son Douluo, Yu Xinghe would never have believed that these unremarkable bodies of water were the most enigmatic divine relic on the Sun-Moon continent. Prior to their arrival, others had already reached this site. As the most renowned relic in the realm, countless spirit masters aspired to seek their fortunes here. However, with a limited number of entry tickets available, each emergence of the Crescent Key or the Sunlight Key would incite a tumultuous frenzy. Yet, even amidst such chaos, only 10 individuals, including Yu Xinghe and her companions, were present. As Yu Xinghe and her party arrived, the gazes of the 7 others converged upon them. After all, they were the only females in the vicinity, and such beautiful ones at that. Just as the crowd speculated about the identities of the trio, a bald man with a gleaming head and flashy goggles emerged from the throng, clad in striking attire. This was Chi Hongshun, a Douluo independent from the 2 nations. As Chi Hongshun sought to charm the ladies, the other male spirit masters wore smiles while inwardly cursing and stepping aside. After exchanging pleasantries with the Sun Douluo, Chi Hongshun remarked, "Old hag, are these 2 your disciples? They are quite lovely. How about introducing one to me as a wife? Of course, I wouldn't mind taking both. After all, I am generously kind." Upon hearing Chi Hongshun's words, the Sun Douluo quietly closed her eyes. During her time with Bibi Dong and Yu Xinghe, she had learned a valuable lesson. If you do not seek trouble, trouble will not find you. Noticing the Sun Douluo's closed eyes and lack of intervention, Chi Hongshun, though sensing something amiss, was captivated by beauty and approached, intent on touching Bibi Dong's face. Just as his hand was about to make contact, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Bibi Dong unleashed 9 spirit rings that transcended the understanding of those present. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. In the wake of this, with expressions of relief, Chi Hongshun found himself sprawled on the ground, babbling nonsensically about stars in broad daylight. As Chi Hongshun fell, the crowd quickly recognized the reality of the situation and repressed their inappropriate thoughts. Before long, as the 2 lakes began to emit a hazy luminescence, those holding the Crescent Key leapt into the Moon Lake, while those with the Sunlight Key jumped into the Sun Lake. After plunging into the water, an overwhelming sensation of whirling disorientation enveloped them, and the group was transported to an entirely new world. In the distance, immense volcanoes belched forth clouds of ash and smoke, releasing a pungent scent of sulfur into the air. Across the land, a colossal pool of magma sprawls across the center, obstructing the paths of all who dare approach. Amidst this somber landscape, an incandescent orange glow emanates from the fiery depths, casting a vivid crimson hue upon the faces of the onlookers. As they gaze upon the countless mountain silhouettes shrouded in darkness, it becomes evident to Moonstar why the Sun and Moon continent is devoid of volcanoes. All the essence has been claimed by the deities. Meanwhile, a notification chimes, detected a substantial amount of fire energy. Would you like to absorb it? An affirmative response is imperative. Upon entering this realm, Chi Hongshun promptly declares, "This divine relic is a rare opportunity. Let each of us seize our fortunes with our own abilities. Farewell." Initially, Chi Hongshun had intended to accompany Bibi Dong and others, but given Bibi Dong's overwhelming prowess, he feared that her presence would only invite peril should he persist in following her. Chapter 204, Sea of Flames. Furnace of fire. Unlike the divine inheritances of the Douluo Continent, the divine relics of the Sun and Moon continent lack specific assessments. In essence, it is merely a treasure hunt. The first challenge before them is to traverse this seemingly boundless sea of fire composed of molten lava. Each soul instructor employs their utmost ingenuity to navigate this treacherous terrain. Chi Hongshun produces a glider, taking a few running steps before soaring over the fiery abyss, while the remaining soul instructors retrieve devices known as moonboats. The Moonlight Vessel is a 6th-tier soul guidance device, renowned for its high-temperature resistance, foldability, and ease of transport. After all, not all soul masters possess storage rings. Seizing the moment as the crowd departed, Yu Xinghe inquired with intrigue, "Why does Chi Hongshun, despite having attained the rank of title Douluo, still resort to a glider for flight?" The Sun Douluo elucidated, when Chi Hongshun first became a title Douluo, he ventured into the evil soul forest to challenge the tyrant sovereign of the evil eyes. However, upon meeting the sovereign's gaze, he was struck by an overwhelming fear of heights. Consequently, he relies on the glider for his flights. Moreover, the glider assists him in conserving considerable soul power, making it a dual advantage. Then why not seek out a treasure? Yu Xinghe retorted, "Is there anything more precious in this world than yourself?" As she spoke, The Sun Douluo regarded Yu Xinghe with an intensely fervent gaze, as if she were indeed a rare gem. While others might misconstrue such words, Yu Xinghe, being the subject of his attention, comprehended that the Sun Douluo was truly interested in the knowledge she possessed. With the outsiders gone and the Sun Douluo unwilling to leave, Yu Xinghe commenced the absorption of energy. As she plunged her hand into the sea of magma, the meager 5-digit figure on her bracelet soared like a newly released tome from a platinum deity, ascending rapidly. Yet, even with a gain of 10,000 points per second, Yu Xinghe still felt it was too slow. System, could you intensify the energy absorption rate? Regarding matters of elemental energy, the host may consult the encyclopedia. Damn it. Yu Xinghe was perplexed by the recent peculiar behavior of the system, which seemed to respond to her inquiries by directing her to consult books. Although the tome indeed contained an abundance of information, Yu Xinghe preferred the sound of the system's voice. The elemental energy category, marked as the third symbol in the encyclopedia, was particularly familiar to her. Upon clicking, an overwhelming torrent of information surged into her mind. The intensity of this influx was so great that even Yu Xinghe's formidable mental prowess, capable of manifesting and projecting, rendered her momentarily dizzy. Had it been someone else, such as Douluo, the outcome could have been catastrophic. After taking a brief respite to acclimatize, Yu Xinghe began to examine the information. The elemental essence proclaimed, perceive the true nature of all elements, master the elements. And that was it. Just these 16 characters? As she silently cursed the system for its inadequacy, she suddenly sensed a change in the molten sea before her. Previously, in her perception, the temperature of this lava sea was exceedingly high, certainly exceeding 10,000 degrees. Only with her demigod physique, augmented by the energy concentrating ring, could she endure the searing heat long enough to immerse her hand in the lava. Otherwise, even the likes of Bibi Dong would not last long. However, after grasping the elemental essence, Yu Xinghe realized that the lava was no longer scorching. No, the temperature remained, yet the lava now exuded a comforting aura, akin to a warm cup of hot milk cradled in her hands on a frigid day, inviting and soothing. Subsequently, with a casual gesture, she summoned the molten sea to churn violently. The soul mentors piloting the moonlit vessels, still ashore, were instantly struck with terror, hastily activating their defensive soul devices. Fortunately, Yu Xinghe was not a reckless child. She refrained from causing a tempest in the cosmic sea, or else it would have been uncertain how many of those soul mentors would have survived. Having established a familiar rapport with the lava sea, Yu Xinghe's energy absorption accelerated dramatically, soaring from 10,000 points per second to a staggering 100,000, then a million. The molten inferno extinguished at a visible pace, transforming into cold, dark rock. Witnessing the boundless sea of flames, which had recently blazed high, now reduced to a rocky shore, the mood of the Sun Douluo was exceedingly complex. However, her attention soon shifted to the bracelet adorning Yu Xinghe's right wrist. As a soul mentor, she possessed a keen sensitivity to all artifacts, and she distinctly recalled that Yu Xinghe's bracelet had previously been transparent. Yet now, it bore the colors of red and white, reminiscent of lava. If she were to claim there was no connection between the lava sea and the bracelet, she would not be convinced. Having absorbed the lava sea, just as Yu Xinghe gleefully anticipated the numbers displayed on the bracelet, her eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. 10 million. Once again, 10 million. She distinctly remembered that the final absorption had begun at a minimum of 10 digits. Could it be? Before Yu Xinghe could voice her query, the system interjected. You must be seeing things. Do you take my starry eyes to be mere illusions? Return my energy points at once. I have merely extracted a modest fee. Is my encyclopedia not worth such a price? To speak candidly, even a quarter of that tome possesses the potential to forge a protagonist. This is not what I sought. You are resorting to coercive tactics. Do not be deceived by the vastness of this sea of magma. It is, in fact, diluted with seawater. It is utterly thin. It lacks the proper viscosity of genuine magma. As Yu Xinghe gazed upon the boundless expanse of the black stone beach, he comprehended for the first time the meaning of speaking nonsense with one's eyes wide open. The mere thought of so many energy points lost, coupled with his utter helplessness in the face of the system, drove him to sit upon the ground in tears. Observing Yu Xinghe's distress, Bibi Dong immediately approached him, filled with compassion, and gently inquired, "What troubles you?" As the Moonstar River wept and sobbed, she lamented, "The energy points are gone. It's all right, it's all right. We can always find more energy points. Please stop crying." Although she wished to cease her tears, the presence of others made her feel embarrassed. Yet, The thought of losing those substantial energy points caused her tears to flow uncontrollably. Ultimately, the system seemed to recognize the impropriety of its actions. Do not cry. I can compensate you, can't I? As soon as the system's words faded, a small, pumpkin-headed fire sprite earring appeared on the pristine lobe of Moonstar River's ear. Reflecting on the fact that she exchanged such a vast sum of energy points for this trinket, she resolved to cry even louder. However, this time, no matter how much she cried, the system remained unresponsive. Humph, just you wait, system. One day, I shall sever you from my being and create a small body for you, so that I may treat you to stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat every day. After venting her frustration, Moonstar River decided to press onward, hoping to discover more abundant energy points ahead. Chapter 205, A Monster. Thanks to the generous patron. User too handsome to display. Having traversed the sea of lava, Moonstar River and her companions arrived at the second stop of the Divine Ruins, the Ice Valley. Upon entering, the biting cold wind assailed them like a winter storm from the south. No amount of clothing could offer sufficient protection. Even the seasoned Douluo could not help but shiver. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong worried about Moonstar River's peculiar constitution, fearing she might suffer from the cold. As she took Moonstar River's hand, Bibi Dong was pleasantly surprised. The girl's hand was even warmer than her own, a veritable little furnace. This warmth was undoubtedly a result of the fire energy Moonstar River had recently absorbed. Those with formidable strength, like Moonstar River, could easily disregard the frigid temperatures. But the Soul Masters were not so fortunate. Many of them, in their 50s and 60s, clad in thick temperature-regulating garments, remained as cold as ever. Ding! A large amount of energy detected. Would you like to absorb it? Would there be a processing fee this time? Yes, the system replied, though aware of the exploitation. Moonstar River chose to absorb the energy. After all, even if she was exploited, some energy would remain. If she chose not to absorb it, she would be left with nothing. Once Moonstar River found a corner to begin her absorption, the Soul Masters were horrified to witness the solid ice blocks shattering. A monster! Someone exclaimed, prompting the previously trembling Soul Masters to flee in terror. Moonstar River, left behind, turned to Bibi Dong, bemused, and asked, "Do I really resemble a monster?" Much like the process of absorbing the sea of lava, despite initially possessing a vast number of energy points, she was left with merely 10 million. Before she could inquire further, a miniature snowman pendant materialized on her left earlobe, although the outcome was anticipated. When the energy point truly vanished, Yuxinghe could not help but feel a wave of despondency. Just as Yuxinghe was engulfed in sorrow, a miraculous scene unfolded. The two earrings of Moonstar River came to life. The little fireman, sporting a pumpkin-shaped head, and the snowman composed of 3 snowballs of varying sizes, detached themselves from the earlobes and flew before Moonstar River, sharing jokes. Little fireman, what do you get when you add a wood to broad? Little snowman, that would be a bed. What if you add another wood? A double bed. Oh my. Initially, Moonstar River felt quite despondent. But the delightful humor of these two lively beings proved irresistible, and with a soft chuckle, they returned to her earlobes, transforming back into earrings. Beside her, Bibi Dong gazed at the earrings, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. Meanwhile, Sun Douluo contemplated removing them to examine their structure, but was met with vehement opposition from Moonstar River. Subsequently, Moonstar River and her companions traversed the Thunderstorm region and the Dark Night Forest, accumulating 2 million energy points and 2 hairpins. The hairpin obtained from the Thunderstorm region bore a lightning emblem, while the one from the Dark Night Forest was adorned with a black cat motif. It is noteworthy that every time Moonstar River absorbed energy, it created a tremendous commotion, leaving the Soul Mentors in a state of anxiety. Following a tumultuous episode in the Dark Night Forest, the Soul Mentors, utterly exhausted, fled deeper into the ruins. As an experienced powerhouse, Qi Hongqian evidently possessed greater knowledge of this divine relic. He disregarded the elemental zones of fire, ice, thunder, and darkness, heading straight to a pair of grand doors intricately carved with countless moon patterns. Caressing the heavy doors, Qi Hongqian's eyes glistened with avarice. The essence of stars, an incredibly precious and rare metal, typically sold by the gram. Even a fist-sized piece could fetch a fortune at auction. Yet here, it was used as a door. Gazing at the towering doors, each measuring 10 meters high and equally wide, Qi Hongqian's heart ached. The most lamentable plight is having countless treasures before you, yet being powerless to claim them. Indeed, these doors were far too heavy for him to transport. With a spark, Shi Hongqian observed the deformed pickaxe and resigned himself to abandon the idea of chipping off a piece. He produced a crescent-shaped key and inserted it into a corresponding crescent-shaped groove on the door. With a resounding rumble, the immense doors creaked open, revealing an enchanting world. Here, the pure and chilling moonlight bathed every inch of the land, and countless ice crystal trees were adorned with various soul-guiding devices. The notion of soul-guiding devices growing on trees would surely provoke laughter from many if spoken aloud. Yet this was the reality. Of course, not every tree bore such wonders. The outer trees had long been stripped bare due to the numerous times this relic had been accessed. Shi Hongqian's target, however, was clearly not the outer trees. According to the intelligence he had gathered, this place was known as the Moon Temple, comprising 3 tiers. The first tier, the outermost layer, was abundant with ice crystal trees, yet the soul-guiding devices here were of the lowest grade, ranging approximately from levels 3 to 7. Shi Hongqian himself was an 8th-level soul master. How could he possibly deign to regard such trifles? Thus, he disregarded the worthless artifacts and made his way directly to the second tier. The second tier housed only 1% of the ice crystal trees found in the first tier, yet the soul-guiding devices here began at a minimum of level 7, with some even rumored to be legendary 9th-level devices. Upon reaching a particular ice crystal tree, he noticed a firearm-shaped soul-guiding device hanging from its apex. The surface of this device was enveloped in a black energy shield, securing it as if it were locked away. This was a seal. To obtain the soul-guiding device within, one must place their hand upon the seal, which would then conjure an image in their mind, a depiction of all the components of the device inside. However, outsiders were allowed only 3 attempts to correctly assemble these components. Failure would result in the permanent loss of the opportunity to acquire the device. Of course, not all soul masters adhered to such civilized means. Some, quick to anger, would disregard the process and resort to brute force. The results were less than favorable. Forcing the seal would only trigger a self-destruction of the soul-guiding device within, in stark contrast to Shi Hongqian's leisurely acquisition of the device. The remaining soul masters appeared rather disheveled. This unfortunate group of soul masters traversed a fiery sea, only to encounter tumultuous flames. They crossed an icy valley, only to be met with exploding glaciers. In the Thundercloud region, they nearly succumbed to a lightning strike. Ultimately, they stumbled upon a massive shadow in the night forest. Once they escaped the dark woods, the panting soul masters exclaimed, "We never heard of any monsters lurking here. Why are we so unfortunate? By the way, isn't Sun Douluo behind us? Why haven't they caught up? Could they have been devoured by that monster? That makes sense. Impossible. Those 3 are incredibly strong. Especially that alluring woman. Even Hongqian Douluo cannot match her. I suspect that commotion was caused by her. What nonsense. No matter how powerful someone is, there must be limits. The fiery sea, icy valley, and thundercloud. Could any mortal create such chaos? Unless she is a deity." Such was the fervent discussion among the soul masters, oblivious to the fact that their words had reached the ears of 2 notorious villains. Upon hearing the group refer to her as an alluring woman, Bibi Dong's expression darkened immediately. Meanwhile, Sun Douluo silently mourned for the misfortunes of the unfortunate soul masters. In the next moment, just as the group of soul masters was embroiled in heated argument, a terrifying sound, akin to thunder, erupted from a distance. The malevolent dragon roared, "Awoo, run for your lives. Oh, mother, I want to go home. This place is too terrifying. Hasten to the Moon God Temple. It is a sanctuary." Chapter 206, An Unexpected Turn. Congratulations to esteemed reader Sun Ka Ran for becoming the 2nd hall master of this book. Observing the panicked soul mentors, who were frantically covering their heads and fleeing, Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong erupted into a chilling and increasingly deranged laughter from behind. With their laughter, the soul mentors dashed away like fragile maidens being pursued by a madman. At last, they arrived at the entrance of the Moon God Temple, inserting the key into the slot. After their departure, the massive door thunderously shut once more. Gazing at the entrance, crafted entirely from the essence of stars, the soul masters expressed their sentiments. Surely, it cannot be breached. Then, the door emitted a resounding roar, as if a primordial beast outside was attempting to break through. As Yu Xinghe gazed upon the immense door before him, he propelled himself into the air and delivered a powerful kick. The door trembled violently, yet it remained steadfastly shut, exhibiting a commendable level of self-restraint for a door. Beside him, the Sun Douluo remarked, "This door is crafted from the essence of the stars, which is not only exceedingly robust, but also possesses a tremendous weight. There is no way you can force it open. It would be wiser to use the key. In response, Yuxinghe merely smirked. Immediately thereafter, to the astonishment of Sun Douluo, Yuxinghe reached out and pressed his hand against the door. As Sun Douluo watched in disbelief, the surface of the grand door, forged entirely from stellar essence, began to dim, with specks of starlight fading away until it ultimately transformed into a mass of rust. Just as the soul masters behind the door, having exhaled a sigh of relief at the cessation of commotion, noticed a patch of rust appearing on the door. One of the soul masters,